Upon traversing from the world of Conan to the realm of the mysterious master, Lynn acquired the extraordinary ability to project his alter egos into divergent timelines. The first alter ego emerged as an angel, displaying nothing but a hint of madness, prompting Lynn to decide to indulge in a life of revelry alongside the ancient sun god. The second alter ego was born during the era of Earth civilization. Lynn proclaimed his commitment to prevent the return of the stars and vowed to safeguard a life of quality. For the third alter ego, Lynn opted to clock in at the Solomon Empire, successfully achieving the title of a transient empire with a steadfast Lynn. In his final incarnation, Lynn infiltrated the Tarot Society, deftly dismantling ill-conceived plots, confronting Amon, deceiving the true creator, and collaborating with Klein to conspire against the outer gods. Throughout this journey, Lynn gradually discerned his true essence and ascended to divine status. Lynn is a traveler of time. He witnesses all, records all, bears all, and ultimately wields control over all. Thus, the past resides within him, the present is encapsulated in him, and the future unfolds at his command. Chapter 1. The Journey, the Alter Ego, and the Medici. Lynn felt as though he had split apart. He remained cognizant of his primary consciousness, yet he discovered that his spiritual essence seemed to extend forth, simultaneously commanding another corporeal form in an alternate dimension. In that form, he found himself seated atop the carcass of a colossal beast, the scene remarkably surreal. Am I dreaming? Lynn blinked, realizing that his primary consciousness lay in a frigid earthen pit, surrounded by the sporadic patter of rain intermingled with the sounds of shovels digging into soil. The rainwater mixed with dirt trickled down his face, imparting a sensation that was both viscous and repugnant. In a state of confusion, Lynn gazed upward, where a blood-red crescent moon loomed, obscured by clouds yet still revealing faint outlines. Why is the moon red? Where am I? At that moment, his hazy awareness finally sharpened, and Lynn abruptly grasped that his spirit had indeed bifurcated, controlling two bodies simultaneously, while his primary consciousness was being buried. What a gruesome murder scene is this? With a start, Lynn's first instinct was not to contemplate his own transmigration, but rather to consider that he had fallen victim to Conan's deathly aura, a misfortune befalling an innocent childhood friend. However, he soon realized that this was improbable rather than merely being affected by the deathly aura. It seemed he had transmigrated once more, assuming the identities of two individuals at once. Damn, I just dismantled that distillery yesterday, what a waste. Lynn felt a wave of darkness wash over him as the inner voice began to curse. Just then, a gust of wind swept toward his face. Instinctively, Lynn braced himself with his elbow on the ground, skillfully twisting and rolling to evade a shovel aimed at his head, simultaneously catching sight of his assailant. It was a tall, slender man, seemingly frail, clad in a vintage high-collared coat, with graying temples, around 40 years of age, staring at him in bewilderment, tinged with a hint of fear. Is this the perpetrator? No need for a three-way choice, ugh. Suppressing his errant thoughts, Lynn sprang to his feet with agility, only then realizing he was ensconced in a desolate forest, a locale that appeared devoid of human presence, evidently a prime spot for murder and disposal. The tall, slender man discarded the shovel, seemingly attempting to retrieve something from his coat. Lynn was well-versed in the implications of such a gesture. He darted forward, delivering a swift elbow strike to the man's abdomen while snatching the half-drawn firearm from his grasp. With a decisive kick, he sent the man sprawling 3 or 4 meters away, crashing against a tree with a thud. The man's body slumped to the ground, motionless. Lynn felt no surprise at this outcome. He approached to ascertain whether the man was merely feigning unconsciousness. Upon confirming the man was genuinely incapacitated, Lynn raised his hand, poised to deliver a final blow to the back of the man's neck, but hesitated just before contact. Wait, this is no longer the world of Conan. I might actually kill him with this strike, Lynn pondered, though he held no intrinsic aversion to killing. However, to commence his journey in such a manner raised concerns about potential repercussions should he fail to erase the evidence and attract the attention of a detective. After a moment's hesitation, Lynn resolved to adopt a more prudent approach. He improvised a rope from the man's clothing, binding him securely. Having neutralized the immediate threat, Lynn's gaze fell upon the firearm he had seized from the man, a left-hand pistol of decidedly antiquated design. Is this style from the Victorian era? How fascinating, Lynn mused, toying with the pistol, and within mere seconds, he disassembled it into its constituent parts. As he scrutinized the components, a portion of his attention shifted to the other body he was now controlling. Though the circumstances were unclear, he evidently possessed a doppelganger or perhaps a sidekick. In Lynn's mind, While simultaneously managing two bodies presented a challenge, it was not insurmountable. Hence, his awareness swiftly expanded towards the other self. On the corpse of the beast, a child appearing no older than 7 or 8 emerged, the once vacant eyes now infused with a flicker of vitality, though this spark was swiftly overshadowed by indifference and madness. Looking down, Lynn noted the gaping wounds at his feet, surrounded by blood and dark, congealed flesh, some of which writhed, sprouting grotesque appendages. Truth be told, this tableau could induce madness in any sentient being, terrifying and grotesque. Yet, peculiarly, Lynn felt no discomfort. It seemed that all of this was inconsequential to him, incapable of provoking even the slightest tremor. Lynn maintained a calm demeanor, rationally concluding that he had emerged from the belly of the monster. This was his mother. However, the creature had not perished due to his actions, for Lynn discerned the ghastly wounds upon its form, clearly not inflicted by him. The mother had succumbed before he had burst forth. Moreover, Lynn observed areas of the monster's abdomen that were still distended, indicating the presence of something yet to emerge. What could it be? As Lynn contemplated, his gaze remained detached. Suddenly, he heard muffled cries, seemingly emanating from beneath the swollen belly. Ah, it's a child. Lynn regarded the protruding area, listening as the sobs gradually diminished, yet he felt no inclination to intervene, even as the child seemed on the brink of death. No, wait, what am I doing? Why am I merely watching? Lynn blinked, his awareness snapping into clarity, suppressing the apathy and madness that seemed to coexist with his corporeal form. A frown creased Lynn's brow. With no time to ascertain the nature of the situation, he lunged toward the bulging area, his hands tearing at the existing wounds. It was then that he realized his current body was quite small, resembling that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Yet, his strength appeared considerable. As Lynn exerted effort to pry open the gap slightly, hoping to glimpse the condition of the child within, a sudden burst of flame erupted from that very opening. Startled, Lynn instinctively recoiled a step, witnessing the flame slice through the gap, expanding it further, and a child, seemingly larger than the average infant, crawled out. Upon emerging, the child, with remarkably vibrant red eyes, surveyed the surroundings before fixing its gaze on Lynn, displaying a contemplative expression. Then, to Lynn's astonishment, the child's form transformed into a mass of flames, which rapidly grew and coalesced into that of a 7 or 8-year-old boy. This child appeared strikingly ordinary, possessing crimson hair and matching eyes. Despite his tender years, it was evident he was of exceptional lineage, destined to grow into a handsome figure. However, his demeanor was rather haughty, exuding an air that suggested he was quite insufferable. Chapter 2, Lynn Sotos. Who on earth is this? Lynn found himself at a loss for words, as the spectacle before him transcended the boundaries of his understanding. Even though he had mentally prepared himself upon encountering the corpses of monsters, the shock still overwhelmed him. In that moment, whether due to a delay, or perhaps triggered by some key phrase, shattered memories, and a deluge of information surged into Lynn's mind, causing an unbearable sting. With the influx of this knowledge, he began to comprehend the situation unfolding around him. Indeed, he had traversed dimensions once more, acquiring the ability to assume different identities across various timelines. At present, he was embodied as his primary identity, Lynn Sotos. The nature of these identities appeared to be randomly generated, yet each possessed a comprehensive backstory. Furthermore, as long as Lynn maintained his identities, even if his primary form perished, he could convert a surviving identity into a new primary one, albeit at a considerable cost, making it preferable to avoid unnecessary transitions. The body he currently inhabited belonged to Lynn Sotos, a detective of modest renown in the Kingdom of Rune, specifically in the town of Beakland. However, this was merely his public persona. In truth, Lynn Sotos was a seeker of the Ninth Order, endowed with enigmatic, extraordinary powers. He was a member of the clandestine organization known as the Moss Penance Society, as well as an informant for the Night Church's Night Watch. Lynn Sotos found himself in this predicament because he had inadvertently discovered that his colleague, Zierl Victor Lee, was likely a spy from the Empire of Versac. To verify this suspicion, he conducted an in-depth investigation, only to uncover that Zierl Victor Lee seemed to possess knowledge regarding the Hermosian manuscript. Driven by curiosity about the Hermosian manuscript, Lynn Sotos opted not to report his findings to the Night Church or the Moss Penance Society immediately, preferring to pursue the investigation himself. Consequently, Lynn Sotos was discovered by the Ziegman faction, which was also monitoring Zierl, and met a brutal end as they silenced him. Lynn. He felt an urge to express his frustration, but was at a loss for how to articulate it. Is that you, Mr. 5-Pound Ambassador? Lynn was familiar with the narrative of the Lord of Secrets. Before his traversal into the world of deduction, Lynn had seldom left the confines of a subterranean facility that could be described as a laboratory, a shelter, or perhaps a prison. Nevertheless, the man who nurtured, educated, and protected him did not prohibit Lynn from accessing the internet. Thus, his understanding of the outside world primarily stemmed from literature and online resources, leading him to engage with artistic works such as novels, anime, and films. Eventually, Lynn found himself transported, becoming a classmate of Shinichi Kudo, and after a series of transformative events, he was thrust into the role of Conan, enduring numerous murder cases, infiltrating the Black organization, acquiring skills, and ultimately assisting the Red faction in dismantling the criminal syndicate. Yet, for someone with an exceptional memory like Lynn, his recollections of the Lord of Secrets remained vividly clear. Therefore, he was acutely aware of the perilous and lunatic nature of this world. That said, while the world of deduction lacks supernatural forces, it hardly seems safe for ordinary individuals. Lynn couldn't help but mentally scoff, feeling he had a valid perspective on the matter as a former classmate of the detective. After all, during his years trapped in high school, Lynn had witnessed an array of bizarre demises, often contemplating that he too might become a statistic in Conan's case files. Perhaps I already am a statistic otherwise. How would I have left the world of deduction? Lynn grimaced, deciding to set aside that sorrowful thought and redirect his focus to his current circumstances. While the experiences of his primary identity certainly inspired a desire to complain, for the time being, as long as he did not act recklessly, Lynn's situation was relatively secure. Worst case, he could seek refuge with the Night Church or flee B-Clan under cover of darkness. However, the situation with his first identity was considerably more intricate. Fortuitously or unfortunately, Lynn's first identity manifested as an angel, evolving into a seeker of the second order. Consequently, this first identity was inherently imbued with divine attributes. Lynn had recently been influenced by this divinity, and although he had managed to break free, it did not imply that he was immune to its effects. In the short term, Lynn could resist the divine nature of his identity for reasons unknown. However, should he remain in his first identity for an extended period, he would inevitably succumb to its divine influence. Moreover, Lynn's original self could, to some extent, harness the powers of his identity, but doing so would expose him to severe divine corruption. The more power he borrowed, the greater the impact on him. If Lynn were to directly utilize angelic-level strength with his original form, the likelihood of losing his sanity was exceedingly high. But this doesn't render the identity entirely useless. I simply require a psychologist. Lynn murmured silently to himself. It is well known that those on the audience pathway serve as exceptional psychologists, capable of alleviating the divine and madness of others to a degree. In the original narrative, Klein frequently sought the assistance of Miss Justice for treatment to stabilize his humanity and mitigate his insanity. If Lynn could locate a reliable psychologist to aid him, even if not directly addressing the root of the issue, as long as they could heal the divine taint he encountered each time he controlled his first identity, alleviating the aftereffects, he could gradually guide that identity to establish its own faith, seek other healers, thereby restoring its humanity and breaking free from madness. In time, his first identity would become his true trump card and advantage, rather than an unpredictable time bomb. However, the existence of someone capable of addressing such profound psychological issues. Several names flashed in Lynn's mind, only to be forcibly suppressed by his own will. No, I mustn't think. Direct contemplation would surely be sensed. Instead, Lynn's gaze flickered as he restrained his thoughts while extending a portion of his consciousness toward his first identity. The more one understands him, the more he understands you. This is a characteristic of high-level audiences. What Lynn was attempting to do now was essentially emulating Klein's method of dealing with 008 from the original story. Klein adeptly exploited the unique characteristic of the Source Fortress to obscure the perceptions of the 008 regarding his plans with ends. After establishing the Source Fortress, he executed commands without engaging in any contemplations about the strategy, thereby deceiving the 008 entirely. This further illustrates that the audience's high-level perception of others' thoughts indeed possesses limitations. Only ideas explicitly related to them can be discerned. Although Lynn lacks a Source Fortress, his alternate account exists in a different temporal dimension. While both accounts are under his control, their thoughts can achieve a degree of separation. This implies that Klein's methodology is likely one Lynn could replicate with great success. Chapter 3. Understanding the value of an elder brother as a father, although wielding the No.1 disguise comes with its drawbacks for Lynn. The urgency to devise a strategy to rescue the No.1 disguise far outweighs any temporary adverse effects. First and foremost, I must dismiss the involvement of Adam and Hermes. Such entities are beyond the reach of both my primary and secondary personas, let alone seeking their assistance. Furthermore, entrusting psychological treatment to an unfamiliar party poses significant risks. Thus, I find myself with only 008 as a viable option. While primarily adept at scriptwriting, it is evident from the original narrative that 008 scripts can directly influence a person's mental state, making it plausible for them to assume the role of a psychologist. Given the audience's capabilities, any of my personas can effectively facilitate psychological treatment, as I fundamentally exist as a singular soul operating through dual identities. Amidst the remains of a monster, Lynn pondered the sole question of how to access the timeline inhabited by 008. As of now, Lynn remains unaware of 008's whereabouts. Thus, this matter must be temporarily set aside. However, based on Lynn's recollections of Sototh, he is aware that his primary persona exists in the early hours of September 8th. 1349. This signifies that the plot of the first volume of The Lord of Mysteries is drawing to a close. Klein has ascended to the rank of Sequence 8, the Fool, and has undergone numerous experiences scripted by 008, engaging in multiple battles and witnessing the demise of Old Neil, thus achieving substantial growth. The narrative involving Inns and 008 is nearing its conclusion. Tomorrow, arrangements will be made for Megalos to bring a semi-mature offspring of the true creator to the Tinjin Night Watch Squad. If I wish to acquire 008, a mere report would be futile. It is likely that as soon as I make my move, Inns will whisk 008 away, potentially triggering the offspring of the Outer God to create chaos as a diversion. Alternatively, he may choose to act preemptively, for the offspring is already matured. And even if Inns were to be dealt with by the authorities, 008 would still remain out of my grasp. Lynn continued to deliberate internally. I lack the intellect to orchestrate a convoluted scheme, and it seems that the most suitable approach is to board a steam train to Tinjin directly, laying an ambush near the Blackthorn Security Company. Then, when Inns initiates his plan, I shall confront Inns and 008 directly, seizing what I desire through sheer force. With the power of the No.1 disguise at my disposal, this is not beyond the realm of possibility, and the cost should remain within my capacity to bear. I am almost certain that, in pursuit of the primary material required for ascending to Sequence 4, Inns will undoubtedly appear near the Tinjin Night Watch Division tomorrow. Moreover, with the prospect of victory so tantalizingly close, even if Inns senses a hint of danger, he is unlikely to flee. After all, human nature is driven by greed and a sense of chance. This presents me with an opportunity. If I act swiftly, I can not only eliminate Inns and obtain 008, but also rescue Dunn and the others, resulting in a happy resolution for all. Lynn resolved within himself. While lurking in the bushes may be considered shameful, it is effective. Inns, that scoundrel, would never anticipate that after him, a hunter lies in wait. As for Dunn and his companions, Lynn's stance was rather straightforward. He would save those he could, but if he could not, there was little he could do. Lynn had never been excessively benevolent. In fact, to a certain extent, he was indifferent to notions of good and evil. He merely restrained himself because others wished for him to stand in the light. However, he would not hold himself to the standards of a savior, fully aware that he had no obligation nor the capacity to rescue everyone. Therefore, Lynn only engaged in actions within his capabilities, seeking to remain true to his own conscience. Should he manage to acquire 008, the only concern would be the Night Goddess and Adam. Recalling the original narrative, where the Night Goddess shone as the finest among them and Adam schemed meticulously, ending up unscathed, Lynn instinctively furrowed his brow. He did not believe himself capable of confronting them directly. Aside from the disparity in strength, he did not consider himself their intellectual equal. Lynn had a clear understanding of his own limitations. Though he was not foolish, his intelligence was merely above average. His earlier success as an undercover agent in the distillery stemmed from his solid expertise and his rather dubious origins. When it came to the art of manipulation, he was no match for those seasoned veterans. Yet, Succumbing to paralysis by analysis was not in his nature. For the night goddess, the paramount concern remained Klein. As long as he expressed his support for Klein and forged an alliance with the Fool, there should be no significant issues on that front. Given Adam's dual betting strategy, as long as he presented 008 to him, it was unlikely Adam would retaliate against him. Lynn exhaled, recognizing that the most crucial matter was to enhance his own strength. Otherwise, without even needing their intervention, he might inadvertently become ensnared in some grand conspiracy and meet an untimely end. Although he did not particularly cherish his own life, to perish in such an unremarkable manner would be utterly absurd. He could accept death, but it must be dramatic. A meaningless demise was the one thing Lynn could not tolerate. With a resolution forming within him, Lynn suddenly caught a glimpse of the red-haired boy, who appeared to have concluded his contemplation. After considering it, Lynn was about to greet him when the boy approached with an air of arrogance and declared, "Come on, call me brother." Lynn thought, what nonsense is this? By birth order, he should be the older brother, so what is this little brat's game? Noticing Lynn's silence, the red-haired boy raised an eyebrow and, unexpectedly, yanked at Lynn's face with considerable force, expressing his disdain. "You're just a fool. Let us toss you out to save space here." With that, he actually seemed poised to lift Lynn and throw him away. Lynn thought, what the hell, this brat? Where's my knife? Naturally, Lynn could not allow his disguise to be discarded. Though caught off guard, he swiftly retaliated, slapping the boy's hand away with such force that it threatened to leave it bruised. Lynn had already discerned that the other party, much like himself, was a being of inherent mythic nature, incapable of being perceived as an ordinary child. The red-haired boy seemed to anticipate this, swiftly attempting to make his escape. However, who was Lynn? He had long honed his skills in the realm of deduction and, bolstered by the physical prowess endowed by the sage's essence, he might struggle against mature mythic entities, but when it came to dealing with a fellow juvenile of the same ilk, it was akin to a father chastising his child, capturing him effortlessly. Yet, the red-haired boy, whose palm had turned red from the slap, was evidently not one to suffer in silence. After being struck, he retaliated fiercely. Moments later, the two children were engaged in a tussle. Perhaps due to an unspoken understanding or sheer surprise, neither employed any extraordinary abilities. After approximately half a minute, the red-haired boy found himself firmly pinned to the ground, half of his face buried in the flesh beneath him. Lynn, while maintaining his hold, cheerfully remarked, "Come now. Dear child, call me father and let me hear it." Did he not understand the weight of the phrase an elder brother is like a father? Chapter 4. Mythical beings and the Medici. Though the red-haired boy's words were vague, his intent was unmistakably clear. Lynn chuckled softly, unperturbed, as his gaze fell upon the boy's bare bottom. Indeed, neither Lynn nor the red-haired child was clothed, yet they both appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old. And with no one else around, Lynn felt no embarrassment. However, provoked by the boy, Lynn gazed at the exposed posterior, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he raised his hand. The sound of slaps echoed. While they might have been too harsh for an ordinary child, they were perfectly suited for a juvenile mythical being. An ordinary child might have burst into tears, but the boy did not even flinch, instead casting a disdainful look at Lynn, as if to say, "Is that all you've got?" His tone was taunting, laced with an air of arrogance that was infuriating. Lynn raised an eyebrow. He was not one to truly hold a grudge against a child, and his earlier action had merely been a symbolic reprimand. Yet, faced with the boy's provocation, Lynn felt a genuine impulse to make him cry. "No, Lynn, you must not stoop to the level of a juvenile." Lynn reminded himself inwardly, taking a deep breath before smiling and saying, "Yes, indeed, that is all." He then proceeded to deliver 10 more resounding slaps to the boy's bottom, each one heavier than the last. He had indeed lowered himself to the occasion. What of being a juvenile? Mischievous children deserve to be taught a lesson. Afterwards, Lynn observed the boy, who was sullen and silent, his expression far from the carefree demeanor he had exhibited before. Lynn felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. However, he took a moment to inspect the boy's backside, noting that aside from the reddening, there were no signs of swelling. Even the redness began to fade, which brought him some relief. Indeed, mythic beings possessed tough skin and resilient flesh. With these thoughts in mind, Lynn released the red-haired boy and, smiling, remarked, "If you truly feel aggrieved, then prove your worth and retaliate in the future. But for now, call me brother." The red-haired boy let out a grunt, rose from the ground, glanced at Lynn and surprisingly uttered brother. Although his tone was rather unfriendly, it was evident he was not merely being dismissive. Lynn, who had initially spoken in jest, was momentarily taken aback. He cast a sidelong glance at the boy and suddenly realized an important truth. The other was a being of divine origin. Unlike ordinary children, the survival instinct of mythological creatures is deeply rooted in the principle of the survival of the fittest. The initial provocation, the recent skirmish, and even the final taunt were all intentional acts on his part. While his thought process might seem peculiar compared to that of a normal human, he was essentially assessing Lynn's strength, determining whether he was worthy to be recognized as a brother, and gauging the balance between safety and danger. Had Lynn displayed excessive weakness or succumbed to murderous intent prompted by the boy's taunts, the outcome would have been markedly different. However, having passed the boy's test, the proud offspring of divinity lowered his head in acknowledgement of Lynn's status. At that moment, Lynn found himself at a loss for words. Finally grasping the reality of his detachment from civilized society, looking at the red-haired boy, he exhaled and said, "Well, regardless of the circumstances, given your call of brother, I shall look after you." After all, he was indeed his brother in this world and a genuine youngling. Within reasonable limits, Lynn could not forsake him, as it would contradict the principles he had established for himself. Who knows who might take care of whom? The boy scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. It was clear that his test was sincere, and his provocations were genuine. Lynn shot him a sidelong glance, but chose not to respond further, instead surveying their surroundings. They were evidently in an artificially excavated cave, albeit one that appeared to have suffered damage. Lynn could see the remnants of furniture scattered about, with only a few undamaged items tucked away in the corners. It was apparent that before the destruction, this place had been quite well appointed, possessing a hint of a palace-like ambience. Retracting his gaze, Lynn took a moment to assess his own condition and confirmed that he still had a considerable amount of time before experiencing significant divine corruption. With that realization, he made a decision. He would test his extraordinary abilities. Just like every being of divine origin, Lynn's primary persona inherently possessed knowledge pertaining to the sage sequence. After eagerly contemplating this newfound understanding, Lynn's body began to shimmer, becoming increasingly ethereal at a visibly accelerating pace. Lynn suddenly felt as though he had plunged into a torrent of digitized information, with his very essence disassembling into a myriad of complex knowledge streams. In that moment, everything around him lost its tangible reality, reverting to the most fundamental and authentic forms of information. To be candid, under such circumstances, a person of ordinary resolve might easily succumb to the chaotic onslaught of external data, potentially losing their sense of self. Yet, inexplicably, Lynn experienced a sensation akin to a fish in water. Despite lacking a reliable anchor, he effortlessly stabilized himself. Was this a manifestation of a transcendent ability or an innate characteristic of a mythical being? As Lynn pondered this, he cast a glance downward at the monstrous carcass beneath him. The once horrific creature had transformed into a clear stream of information. It dawned on him why his alter ego was a sage of a seeker's path, while his brother seemed to embody the hunter. In truth, the mother of this dual-path seeker and hunter had never intended to bear him. Her sole progeny was his brother, and the reason for her decision to give birth was uncomplicated: to expel the hunter traits from her body and awaken from madness. Lynn's alter ego merely inherited the traits left behind after her demise. With a slight smirk, Lynn glanced at the red-haired boy beside him, who, at that moment, appeared as another stream of information. However, compared to the ordinary data streams he could easily grasp, this one was markedly denser and more perilous. After a moment's contemplation, Lynn reached out toward the red-haired boy. The latter, clearly sensing the movement, retreated several steps and retorted with exasperation, "Don't use your abilities on me." "Apologies." Lynn blinked, swiftly reconstituting his form, though his left index finger twitched. The boy reacted quickly, yet Lynn's fingertip still managed to graze some knowledge. Thus, as Lynn apologized, he immersed himself in the newfound information, and his expression suddenly grew peculiar as he regarded the red-haired boy. "Hey, what's with that strange look?" The boy, naturally attuned to Lynn's expression, remarked irritably. Lynn chose not to respond, for at that moment, two pieces of information crystallized in his mind. Name, Medici, path, weather sorcerer. Chapter 5. The Ancient Sun God and Euryalus. It is no exaggeration to say that in that instant, a multitude of thoughts flashed through Lynn's mind, yet ultimately, they coalesced into two succinct phrases. "Damn. So it's you, huh? No wonder you're such a nuisance, even as a cub." Medici, also known as Little Red and nicknamed the 3-in-1 Hot Pot, was a renowned character from the original comedic narrative. Once a red angel in service to the ancient sun god and the angel king of the warpath. Later, during the Quaternary period, he was ensnared by the combined treachery of Alistair Tiddo and Amon, Adam, alongside Sauron and Einhorn, ultimately becoming one of the Blood Emperor Alistair Tiddo's potions. Ascending to sequence 0. This is also the origin of the hot pot trope. In the original work, Medici appears in a triune, malevolent spirit form. And due to his tragic yet compelling background and the delightful banter, he has garnered considerable affection from readers, making him quite popular. To my astonishment, I have become Medici's elder brother. In that fleeting moment, Lynn's emotions grew somewhat intricate as he gazed at the diminutive figure, still young, yet exuding the potential of a future master of the yin-yang language. Suddenly, with a solemn demeanor, he placed a reassuring hand on Medici's shoulder and said, "My dear, promise me that from this moment forward, you shall cultivate your character and master the art of language, all right? Otherwise, I fear you may find yourself stewed in a hot pot by tomorrow." What on earth is wrong with you? Medici found himself utterly bewildered. "Nothing at all, come on. Put on your clothes." Naturally, Lynn had no intention of divulging to Medici that he had read about his fate of being thrown into a pot. Instead, he smiled and deftly changed the subject. He raised his hand, and with a mere thought, a semi-ethereal pen materialized in his grasp. With a flick of the pen through the air, he traced a few lines on Medici's form, and sparkling stardust fell in his wake. Within moments, a white robe was conjured from nothingness around Medici. The mysterious artistry reminiscent of the legendary Ma Liang had indeed succeeded. Lynn raised an eyebrow, surprised that his experimental endeavor to replicate the story of the magical brush had actually borne fruit. Although the conjured brush could not create anything and everything, it could certainly manifest some commonplace items from daily life. These creations were essentially reconstituted information from other entities. Yet they functioned just the same and could persist for an extended duration without fading. While this ability might be deemed trivial by other mythical beings, for Lynn at this moment, it proved to be immensely beneficial, allowing him to conjure two garments. After all, it was one thing to be bare in this cave, where no outsiders resided, but Lynn certainly could not venture into the outside world in such a state. He had his dignity to uphold. Once he had refined the details of Medici's attire, Lynn swiftly conjured an outfit for himself as well, all while remaining silent, familiarizing himself with his other abilities, and delving into contemplation. Upon discerning Medici's identity, Lynn realized that the era of his first disguise likely resided in the mid-second epoch. To be frank, this was not a favorable time. A saying aptly encapsulates it: demigods are worse than dogs, while angels abound. In contrast to other epochs where a sequence 2 individual might thrive and even briefly relish the joy of being a top-tier overlord in the 5th epoch, when true gods were absent, the status of sequence 2 in the 2nd epoch was rather precarious. This era was the domain of the ancient gods. Angels, in the presence of the ancient gods, were akin to the case of Ask, who was grievously injured by a mere glance from the Blood Emperor. It cannot be said that they had no means of resistance. Rather, they were hardly distinguishable from mere ants. Moreover, the most critical aspect was that the ancient gods of this era, largely due to their amalgamation of non-adjacent traits, were predominantly deranged. This implies that in other eras, when faced with unbeatable true gods, one might attempt to reason with them or negotiate, as generally, unless there is hostility, A sequence 0 would not casually slaughter a sequence 2. If all else fails, one could even choose to join the opposing side. As long as one does not court disaster, most sequence 2 beings can live quite well. However, in this era, encountering a mad ancient god means one cannot possibly expect to reason with a lunatic. These ancient deities, when driven to madness, can even slay their own descendants. This is precisely why Medici refrained from employing extraordinary abilities when testing Lynn. Two mythic progeny may seem unattainable to mortals. Yet should a confrontation arise and attract the attention of any ancient god or sequence 1, they would be merely granted extraordinary traits as gifts. Furthermore, if a weather sorcerer cannot best a sage in close combat, utilizing extraordinary abilities would be of little use. It is a perilous era, and yet I cannot simply bide my time. I must disseminate beliefs to stabilize humanity. Lynn rubbed his temples, momentarily feeling a genuine headache, and then glanced at Medici, formulating some plans in his mind. Indeed, once he acquires 008, he should seek the favor of the ancient sun god, although theoretically, it is a vessel destined to sink. At least it is a grand ship before its eventual demise. By aligning now, he could at least attain the status of an elder, potentially securing a path to divinity with minimal effort. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the eastern continent during the same era, the ancient sun god sensed something, turning his gaze toward a particular direction, slightly furrowing his brow. After a prolonged contemplation, he relaxed and revealed a smile. Master? Euryalus, who had been intently painting murals for the propagation of faith, inquired with a hint of curiosity. I have seen something intriguing, the ancient sun god replied, gently, turning to face Euryalus with a warm smile. Euryalus nodded in understanding and returned to his work without further questioning. Observing Euryalus' indifferent demeanor, the ancient sun god sighed with a touch of exasperation, saying, Euryalus, a modicum of curiosity is not a detriment. Is it truly a good thing? Euryalus paused, lifting his gaze to the ancient sun god, his expression subtly revealing a flicker of curiosity. Perhaps it is, the ancient sun god responded, his tone laced with uncertainty and a hint of jest. You are uncertain? Euryalus appeared somewhat surprised. After all, fate does not reside within my realm. The ancient sun god shook his head, smiling at Euryalus. Perhaps you will see more clearly than I in the future. I'm merely a sequence 2, Euryalus stated. Not for long, the ancient sun god replied with a gentle smile, as if merely stating a fact. Once Lynn familiarized himself with his abilities and confirmed the absence of danger around him, he swiftly donned the No.1 disguise before reaching his limits, returning to his primary identity. Shaking his head slightly to dispel an odd sensation, Lynn stretched his body, only to suddenly freeze in surprise. Has my Seeker's potion been fully digested? Lynn Sotos is unfamiliar with the art of disguise, even though his innate curiosity allows for a commendable absorption rate of the potion. At the moment Lynn inhabited this body, the secretive potion had only been half digested. Chapter 6. Manually molding disguises and experimental abilities. Could it be that, upon logging into my alternate account, I gleaned a wealth of esoteric knowledge from the streams of information in the spirit realm? Lynn pondered, realizing this was the sole explanation for his astonishingly swift digestion of the secretive potion. Is this considered an unfair advantage? A subtle expression crossed Lynn's face. Yet his spirits remained remarkably high. Now that the secretive potion had been fully assimilated, he could begin preparations for his elevation to the status of a combat scholar. As for the potion recipes, the original owner possessed none. However, as a sage, Lynn had long since analyzed his own information, thus acquiring the relevant potion formulas associated with the path of the secretive. Although many of the materials listed in the formulas were referenced by their ancient names, Lynn found this to be of little concern. With an advantage at his disposal, the digestion of the potion for his main account should pose no challenge. Yet, for the alternate account, Lynn found himself contemplating the role of a sage. A sage typically denotes an individual of exceptional achievement in a particular field, or one who is highly esteemed for their virtue and talent. Given the mystique represented by the secretive path, must I portray a revered figure in the realm of mysticism? Lynn envisioned such a version of himself, stifling a laugh as he recalled an extraordinary individual relentlessly pursuing the secretive path through rigorous instruction, embodying the singularity of relentless learning, even at the risk of failure. His expression grew slightly peculiar. Is the hidden sage merely embodying a sage? No, that stage should have passed. Shaking his head, Lynn dismissed these fanciful thoughts and turned his attention to the unconscious mafia member not far off. Once he dealt with this individual, he would purchase a ticket to Tianjin. After spending some time managing the scene and ensuring he wouldn't end up behind bars, Lynn employed the resources at hand to create a simple disguise before discreetly departing the desolate forest and returning to the bustling city. However, with a firm resolve to head to Tianjin, Lynn did not immediately purchase a train ticket. Instead, he skillfully slipped into the safe house he had prepared but not utilized, retrieving the savings stored there. After securing a ticket for the steam train to Tianjin, he proceeded to draft a letter of denunciation to the night church under the name of Lynn Sotos, with the content focused on the matter of the Hermosia manuscript. In the letter, Lynn recounted the original owner's experiences and discoveries in a tone laced with trepidation, deliberately omitting the fact of the original owner's demise. He cleverly phrased it as if to suggest, "They wish to kill me, yet I am still alive," thereby obscuring the truth. He concluded with a note of fear, expressing his desire to evade the situation for a time until it subsided. Lynn had no intention of sparing those responsible for the original owner's demise. After all, gratitude and retribution are fundamental virtues. Given that Lynn Sotos had entrusted him with this body, it was only fitting that he offer a small token of recompense. Regardless of whether they are members of the underworld, Master Luo, or Ambassador Intis, none of them are virtuous individuals. Eliminating any of them could be deemed a service to the public, aligning with the principles he set for himself. Reporting them is merely the initial step. Lynn does not harbor any illusions that mere denunciation will suffice to dispose of these individuals. His true course of action must await his return from Tianjin after completing his affairs. However, at this moment, Lynn finds himself in a state of mental vacuity, seated on a bench in the waiting area, gazing at the ebb and flow of people at the station, unable to suppress a smile. Prior to reverting to his main persona, Lynn had engaged in a brief self-hypnosis, ensuring a temporary amnesia regarding matters related to 008, retaining only the knowledge of his intended actions until the opportune moment arises for recollection. This serves as the most prudent precaution against 008. As Lynn journeys to his destination aboard a steam train in the outskirts of Tianjin within a house adorned with lush green lawns, a seemingly ordinary notebook lies open behind the bedroom window. A breeze wafts through, rustling the pages, revealing chilling lines of text. Regans, a member of the secret society, mistakenly sold the Antigonid family's notes as ordinary ancient texts due to the dual influences of fatigue and hallucination, a logically coherent coincidence. Curiously, lacking sufficient rationale, Klein did not take his own life thereafter and managed to survive. Through the Welch case, Lady Sheeran, in her quest to incite a complete rift between the conservative and new parties of Tianjin and to channel the madness that had gradually accumulated within her body, resolved to take the risk of eliminating Congressman John Maynard. With Lady Sheeran dealt with and Conan deceased, Dunn found himself engulfed in guilt and, following custom, ingested the extraordinary traits left behind by the other, leading to an interruption in his digestive process and resulting in a state of considerable mental instability. The narrative within the notebook abruptly ceases here, the subsequent pages remaining blank, indicating that its owner has yet to pen an ending to this tale. Unlike Bakerland, Tianjin at 9 o'clock is always bathed in brilliant sunshine, devoid of any haze. Lynn emerges from the station with his suitcase, not immediately heading towards the vicinity of the Blackthorn Security Company, but opting first to rent a room and swiftly procure a selection of materials. Subsequently, in the solitude of his rented chamber, Lynn begins to alter his appearance before the mirror. Although the disparities in the world have led to the absence of certain materials, this evidently does not hinder Lynn from utilizing the top-tier disguise skills he acquired from the Thousand-Faced Witch. With practiced ease, Lynn applies a concoction to his face, completely transforming his facial contours from one handsome visage to another. He then dons a black wig, concealing his shoulder-length golden curls, and adds lifts to his shoes to alter his height and gait. By the time Lynn completes his meticulous preparations, the reflection in the mirror bears no resemblance to Lynn Sotos, save for his striking, slate-gray eyes. Regrettably, the absence of cosmetic contact lenses rendered her less than perfect. Lynn shook her head, though she was not overly concerned. While her eye color could not be altered, she skillfully employed eyeliner and shadow to reshape the appearance of her eyes. At present, they bore little resemblance to their original state, to the extent that even her mother would struggle to recognize her. Of course, should extraordinary abilities be employed to cheat, that would be a different matter altogether. After all, an ordinary person cannot compete with an expert. Lynn's transformation was not merely for aesthetic reasons. She was preparing for the forthcoming mischief, meticulously crafting a disguise to serve as a scapegoat. The extent of her physical alteration was sufficient. Although this realm possessed divinatory and mystical abilities, Lynn felt that her sage-like status would be adequate to disrupt any such insights. She smiled at her reflection, appreciating the genteel and enigmatic aura she now exuded, silently contemplating the necessity of conducting a preliminary experiment before embarking on her endeavors. Chapter 7. A chance encounter. Lynn needed to ascertain the precise effects that borrowing abilities would have on her, as well as the manner in which those powers would manifest. Although conducting an advanced experiment carried its own risks, it was undoubtedly preferable to fumbling through adjustments in a moment of crisis. With this thought in mind, Lynn closed her eyes, allowing half of her consciousness to flow back into her first disguise, directing its power towards her primary persona. Perhaps a minute passed, or merely a few seconds, before Lynn reopened her eyes. The once murky gray of her irises now shone with a pure, silvery hue. This sensation was remarkable. As she attuned to her state, Lynn experienced a curious blend of detachment and integration, as if separated from the world by a frosted pane of glass, yet still able to perceive it with clarity. This sensation starkly contrasted with her usual control over the disguise. She could distinctly feel the encroachment of divinity upon her being. It did not usher in chaos or madness. Instead, it bestowed upon her an indescribable state of absolute rationality. She observed the world as though it were a painting. Regardless of the scenes depicted, nothing could stir even the slightest concern within her. Lynn suddenly felt transported back in time, reminiscent of years past when she occasionally sought psychological therapy. Glancing out of a glass window, similar thoughts would cross her mind. If a canvas were destroyed, could one not simply repaint it? Lynn murmured this almost instinctively, a near whisper, before abruptly regaining her awareness, the silvery sheen in her eyes fading entirely. She exhaled deeply, realizing she had underestimated the nature of divinity, nearly falling prey to its allure once more. After much effort to escape that peculiar mindset years ago, she was reluctant to revert to a state of vulnerability. However, this experience proved beneficial. Wiping the cold sweat from her brow, she regarded her reflection. The insights gleaned from her recent borrowing of power revealed to her that even after disengaging from that state, the residual influence of her elevated status lingered. This elevated status cannot bestow upon Lynn any extraordinary abilities directly. However, it possesses the capacity to interfere with others' divination concerning him, even to the extent of obscuring their perception, causing them to mistakenly regard him as a high-ranking figure of considerable power. Suddenly, an idea struck Lynn. He resolved to pay a visit to the Church of St. Selena. The Church of St. Selena, the sole edifice of the Church of the Night Goddess in Tingen, derives its name from the late saint, Selena. Simultaneously, the saint's ashes, which can be deemed extraordinary in nature, are concealed in the underground quarters of a nocturnal security team masquerading as a security company, situated a mere 2 streets away from the church. Even in death, the saint's ashes continue to suppress the restless seals behind the Charney's Gate. Moreover, the ashes of Saint Selena are the very objective of ends, serving as the foundation for the series of scripts he penned with 008, which ultimately precipitated the Tingen incident. Is this what it feels like for words to manifest into reality? I have yet to behold such a grand church. Lynn stood at a short distance from the Church of St. Selena, openly scrutinizing this evidently well-funded and well-attended establishment, unable to suppress a chuckle. However, he soon pondered silently. It seems that I have never truly set foot into this so-called reality. After all, prior to his traversal, he had never left that underground base. His first encounter with the so-called external world, with reality itself, occurred only after his arrival in the realm of Lovecraftian lore. Nevertheless, Lynn remained indifferent, for he had never yearned for that cage that had confined him for a lifetime. Embracing the philosophy of being present, he decided to enter the church to light a candle and pay his respects. As previously mentioned, the church was not devoid of worshippers. Though it did not reach an overwhelming capacity, the number of attendees conveyed the prominence of the Night faith within the Kingdom of Ruin. The hall was, however, remarkably tranquil, with the majority of the faithful seated quietly in their pews, heads bowed in prayer, while a few others queued at the confession booth. Lynn had no intention of confessing anything. After spending a moment in the hall, listening to the prayers of those nearby, he approached the donation box. Extracting £50 from his pocket, adhering to his customary practice of contributing a modest offering when visiting temples. This act also served to establish a sense of presence within the Church of the Night, expressing goodwill. Thus, when he completed his business and the church officials reviewed the events, they would discover that the enigmatic figure responsible had, in fact, made an earlier appearance and even donated money. What better expression of goodwill could there be? After all, he currently bore an elevated status, impervious to others' divination. Moreover, Lynn cast a glance at the emblem of the night upon the wall, then, feigning reverence, lowered his head and pretended to trace a red moon over his chest. He was genuinely curious whether his existence had caught the attention of a night goddess. Was the past of his first persona truly the past, or merely a parallel dimension? If it were the former, would the paradox of time arise, and would the goddess of the night recognize him? The priest beside the donation box, oblivious to the intricate thoughts swirling within Lynn's heart, simply observed as Lynn deposited £50 into the contribution box, his gaze softening noticeably. £50 is no trivial sum. Generally speaking, excluding extraordinary cases of donations from the affluent, it is nearly the maximum amount the church's donation box typically receives. Particularly in the small town of Tingen, such substantial contributions are rare, usually made by the wealthy elite, the true magnates of fortune. However, this individual appeared somewhat unfamiliar. Was he a newcomer to Tingen, intending to establish himself here? The priest found himself speculating, and he subsequently offered Lynn a warm smile, discreetly committing his appearance to memory. It was not an act of flattery. Rather, as the priest of St. Selena's Church, he felt it prudent to possess a fundamental understanding of Tingen's affluent residents, given that the church inevitably interacts with such individuals. Lynn reciprocated with a smile before turning to leave the church, intending to find a suitable inn nearby for his stay. Yet, before he could venture too far, his gaze suddenly halted, fixating on a somewhat dejected figure in the distance. It was a remarkably handsome young man, with tousled black hair and gem-like green eyes, clad in snug trousers conducive to movement, though his white shirt remained untucked. Clearly, he was not a person of stringent lifestyle habits, yet perhaps due to his striking features, this slightly disheveled demeanor did not convey despair. Rather, it imbued him with an evident, poetic romanticism. Leonard, a pivotal character in the enigmatic narrative, was the protagonist equipped with an elderly gentleman aura, personally endorsed by the author as a strikingly handsome figure, and was a close friend of Klein, also destined to become the star of the Tarot Society. Chapter 8. Palace and final preparations. In an instant, Lynn discerned the identity of the young man. For such distinctive features make it exceedingly difficult for one to remain unrecognized. What was he doing here? Let me think. The recent plot should involve the incident with the witch Sheeran. In this event, it seems that a night watchman named Conan had perished. Lynn swiftly reviewed the narrative in his mind, forming a conjecture. Was Leonard here seeking solace due to his sorrow over Conan's sacrifice? With this thought, Lynn regarded the melancholy Leonard, not bothering to hide his gaze, for it was entirely natural to steal a few glances at someone with Leonard's captivating appearance. Moreover, his intention was to make his presence felt, and if Leonard happened to notice him, it would indeed be advantageous for Lynn. Naturally, Leonard could not overlook Lynn's unabashed scrutiny. However, weighed down by the recent deaths of old Neil and Conan, he was too disheartened to pay heed to the familiar glances he had long grown accustomed to. Just then, Leonard suddenly heard the enigmatic old man, who had persistently occupied his thoughts, utter an unexpected hymn. This sudden encounter jolted Leonard from his sorrowful reverie. He cautiously lifted his gaze and spotted a young gentleman observing him with a smile from a short distance away. What was happening? Who was this man? Leonard felt a flicker of confusion, but refrained from questioning the old man in the presence of the stranger. Instead, he managed to return a tentative smile. Noticing that the stranger continued to regard him, he pondered for a moment before asking, "Sir, is there something you require?" Leonard felt little trepidation. After all, they were within the hallowed walls of the St. Selena Church, under the watchful gaze of the divine. He believed that even if there were any heretics present, they would hardly be audacious enough to commit misdeeds beneath the goddess's scrutiny. Meanwhile, Lynn found the situation intriguing and chuckled softly, suppressing the urge to pinch his own cheek. His deep voice resonated with a melodious timbre akin to that of a cello. Intriguing? Leonard furrowed his brow, suspecting that the individual before him might be rather eccentric. Lynn, however, offered no further explanation. Instead, he smiled enigmatically and posed a perplexing question. "Do you fancy monocles?" "What?" Leonard was utterly bewildered, but, after a moment's contemplation, replied, "Not particularly. I do not enjoy wearing glasses." "That's splendid. I share your sentiment," Lynn remarked with a knowing smile. After that, he seemed to lose interest in continuing the conversation with Leonard, choosing to bypass him and stride toward the church's exit. Leonard watched the man's retreating figure, feeling as if he had encountered a madman. However, he hesitated to pursue him, only lowering his voice to inquire once the stranger had distanced himself, "Is there something amiss with him? Perhaps you ought to refer to him." Echoed a voice in Leonard's mind, that of Pallas. The entity residing within Leonard was also observing the direction in which the man had departed, a flicker of uncertainty in its gaze. In the fleeting moment when the stranger had scrutinized it, Pallas experienced a chilling sensation, as though both its past and future had been laid bare. Yet, when Pallas concentrated on the stranger, it discerned that this eerie feeling was likely a mere illusion. However, that could not be. Pallas distinctly sensed an aura of high status emanating from the man. As a thief angel who had managed to evade Amon's grasp for so long, Pallas never overlooked even the minutest details. Particularly, the words the stranger had spoken to Leonard seemed to be an explicit reveal of insight, indicating that he had seen through Pallas's guise. The stranger had undoubtedly recognized Pallas's parasitic nature and identity. But who was he? Pallas mentally cataloged its acquaintances and found no one who could match the man's description. Could he be a newly appointed angel? Or perhaps the reincarnation of an old friend? Pallas pondered this, having no intention to flee, partly due to the inconvenience, and partly because it sensed no malice emanating from the stranger. He seemed to have come solely to meet it, or, perhaps, to convey an act of goodwill. What? He? Surely you jest, old man. How could it be that while Pales was lost in thought, Leonard appeared utterly dazed, completely unaware that Pales was an angel? The most formidable, extraordinary being he had encountered in his limited understanding was the sword of the goddess from Sequence 5, and he never anticipated that one day he would come face to face with an angel, and within the very halls of the goddess's church, no less. This was astonishing. Wait, the Church of the Goddess? Suddenly, Leonard's thoughts crystallized. He instinctively cast his gaze toward the emblem of the night goddess adorning the wall, contemplating an alternate possibility. Could it be that the angel was one of their own? Leonard truly did not believe any secretive organization would dare to allow its angel to wander within the sanctity of the goddess's church. Even if they were not allies, they surely could not be adversaries, could they? What a thrill it was to flaunt one's prowess and then make a swift exit. In his temporarily rented abode, Lynn indulged in a moment of reflection regarding his recent actions, unable to suppress a chuckle. Although the night goddess had shown no reaction to his presence, which left him somewhat disheartened, the feeling of impressing Leonard and the elder was undeniably gratifying. However, it seemed that the elder did not recognize him. Could it truly be a parallel universe? Lynn pondered as he shifted part of his consciousness into his first alternate identity, preparing for the forthcoming endeavor. Ah, you desire my blood? In the artificially hewn cavern, Medici regarded the smiling Lynn with a furrowed brow. What madness has overtaken you? Have you been sleeping for days on end? Not mad, merely aware that my path requires the analysis of the blood of other mythical beings to acquire sufficient information, thereby enabling the creation of corresponding magic, Lynn elucidated, asserting his reasoning. Thus, for our survival in this perilous world, dear one, I implore you to contribute your share of power. Of course, should you prefer to allow me to access your information without offering your blood, that would suffice as well. As a representative of the mysterious path of the Seeker, this route's extraordinary abilities are predominantly intertwined with knowledge and secrecy. Even the Sequence 2 Sage is no exception. Analyzing the information of other mythical beings and, dare I say, creating corresponding magic is one of the Sage's capabilities. The more complete the information retrieved, the more akin the resultant magic is to the original. Therefore, for Lynn, extracting Medici's blood was merely a compromise. The ideal outcome would be to read Medici in his entirety, to replicate and paste. Chapter 9. Children are easily deceived yet. Lynn was acutely aware that this was a fanciful delusion. A rational individual would never willingly expose their information stream for another to peruse. Aside from the inherent dangers of such an act, few would consent to being thoroughly understood from a privacy standpoint. Lynn's desire to analyze Medici's blood was fundamentally to prepare for the impending Tingen operation. The path of the Seeker, in itself, lacks direct means of infliction at the fourth level of the sequence. Thus, Lynn must creatively devise some modest magic capable of subduing ends, serving as his subsequent means of assault. The abilities bestowed by the Hunter's Path evidently align well with this need. Sothos, are you ever truly awake? Medici remarked with an air of sarcasm, implying rather bluntly that he was merely daydreaming. The reason behind his assertion that Lynn was never alert stemmed from Lynn's choice to mask his inactivity through sleep, so as not to appear too dull while maintaining his guise. Between the two realms, the flow of time does not differ significantly. While Lynn merely occupied himself with a steam train, considerable time had already elapsed in the second epoch. However, the perception of time among mythological beings diverges greatly from that of ordinary mortals, thus rendering the impact relatively minor. Do you not yearn to explore the outside world? In response to Medici's sardonic tone, Lynn adeptly chose to disregard it, smiling as he continued, "Do not think I am oblivious. You have been secretly familiarizing yourself with your powers during this time. You are undeniably eager to escape this safe haven and engage in the wars beyond, are you not?" Medici raised an eyebrow at this, neither confirming nor denying the assertion. As an angelic mythological entity representing war, the desire for conflict was indeed an inherent instinct of Medici. Lynn, unhurried, continued, "Yet this world is fraught with peril, even as a weather sorcerer. You risk being crushed should you recklessly partake in wars where deities lurk behind the scenes. However, with my presence, the scenario changes. I will be your most reliable ally. 1 + 1 may not exceed 2, but it certainly surpasses 1. At the very least, an additional person can help share the burden of risk." Lynn gazed at Medici, a beguiling smile on his face. "Thus, aiding me in becoming stronger is, in effect, aiding yourself, dear Medici." Medici fell silent, having only recently emerged and still possessing a tender spirit. Clearly, Lynn's reasoning had ensnared him, for Lynn's words held a considerable truth in a certain light. Ultimately, he nodded and conceded, "I can provide blood, but nothing more." "Ah, children are indeed easily deceived," Lynn said, unperturbed, his face betraying no shame. "Thank you, little brother." The following day, morning dawned. For the majority, it was an utterly mundane day, devoid of significant events or noteworthy occurrences. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow of calculated intrigue loomed over the entirety of Tingen, awaiting the pen of some third-rate writer to inscribe the final script, after which everything would ignite. Meanwhile, Klein Moretti, who had endured a day on guard at the Charney's gate, plagued by worry for his captain, could only force himself in a sleep through meditation. In such a state, he received a notification from Dunn Smith in his dreams. Leonard had uncovered clues related to Lonrus. And since the newly reported recruit had not appeared that day, assistance from Klein was required. To elucidate the identity of Lanris, it is rather straightforward. On the surface, he appears to be merely a thief and a fraudster. However, in truth, he is the pivotal figure in the realm of the Tingen script, the nominal father of the impending progeny of an evil deity. The unfortunate Megales, bearing this sinister offspring, has been deceived by this scoundrel and, utterly oblivious, became a sacrificial offering in the nefarious ritual orchestrated by Lanris and his accomplices, ultimately conceiving the progeny of the true creator. This sinister plot is undoubtedly propelled by INS and 008, with the former seeking to exploit the offspring of the evil deity to annihilate the Night Watchers, exhausting the powers of the saintly Selena's ashes to acquire the extraordinary traits he desires. The latter, on the other hand, plays a cunning game of subterfuge, ostensibly bestowing his progeny, while secretly implanting his divinity within Lanris, intending to transform him into a vessel for divine descent. In this regard, it seems the true creator is not entirely devoid of intellect. Of course, Klein remains unaware of these intricacies, perceiving Lanris merely as a con artist, albeit harboring suspicions of a connection to the Aurora Society. Despite his reflections on the recent series of events that seem to herald a monumental occurrence, he promptly tidies himself and arrives at a residence rumored to hold clues, where he finds Leonard, who has been waiting for some time. It is likely that the midnight poet possesses remarkable physical resilience, as even in the somewhat chilling September air. Leonard is clad in a thin white shirt paired with beige trousers, lacking even a coat. This is presumably the dwelling rented under Lanris's alias. Upon the arrival of assistance, Leonard eagerly introduces Klein. Simultaneously, within a house merely a street away from the Blackthorn Security Company, a somewhat pallid hand delicately cradles an unremarkable notebook, while the other hand flips to the final page. After a brief pause, the pristine quill's tip descends, inscribing the conclusion of the script. In such circumstances, Leonard and Klein discover a letter left behind by Lanris. Inside the house at 62 Hall Street, guided by Klein's divination, the duo uncovers a hidden compartment, astonished to find a letter left by Lanris. A letter? Lanris concealed a letter here? Klein is momentarily perplexed, yet after divining the letter to confirm its lack of peril, Leonard deftly unwraps the envelope and begins to read its contents. Ha ha ha, congratulations. Congratulations on finally locating this letter. This indicates you are not entirely foolish or sluggish, and you are worthy of participating in the life and death game I have devised. The letter opens with Lanris's scornful words, boldly challenging the official extraordinary individuals to engage in a game, his audacious remarks causing both Klein and Leonard, the official extraordinary beings, to exchange bewildered glances and frowns. However, upon perusing the concluding passages of the letter, both Klein and Leonard comprehended the gravity of their situation. For Rowris had informed them within its contents that he had placed a bomb in Tingen, one that would annihilate the entire populace upon detonation. Although Rowris might have been deceiving them regarding this matter, Klein and Leonard resolved to return immediately to the Blackthorn Security Company to report the incident to Captain Dunn. Chapter 10. I have found you. As Klein and Leonard made their way back to the Blackthorn Security Company to relay Rowris's letter to Captain Dunn, within a dwelling merely a street away, the pristine quill continued to inscribe words upon a notebook. Magos was inexplicably drawn to Zoderland Street, entering the Blackthorn Security Company, her unborn child at a critical juncture, rendering her unable to resist the impulse. At the entrance of the Blackthorn Security Company, the melancholic and tranquil Magos caressed her abdomen, which, although only a few months along, appeared to be that of 7 or 8 months. Her emerald eyes gazed ahead, slightly lost in thought. She herself was unaware of the reason behind her sudden desire to visit Zoderland Street, or why she felt compelled to explore this security firm. It was simply an urge she acted upon. Miss Magos? Suddenly, she heard someone calling her, jolting her back to reality, and she found herself face to face with two individuals who had seemingly appeared from nowhere. One was a fortune teller with whom she had made a brief acquaintance, and the other was an exceptionally handsome man. Instinctively, Magos touched her belly, noticing that the two before her were momentarily frozen in place, speechless for a mere few seconds. However, she paid little heed to this, for her mind had been severely infiltrated by the malevolent offspring within her. Apart from her child, there was little in this world that held her concern. Opposite her, Klein, having grasped the implications of Magos's condition, finally began to extricate himself from the fear instilled by a spiritual intuition. He instantly understood what Rowers had referred to in the letter regarding the bomb. A primal dread enveloped Klein, compelling him to instinctively resist the horrifying reality. Yet, he quickly grasped the sun talisman and the copper whistle nestled in his pocket. By engaging in a semi-meditative state with these items of considerable significance, he managed to force himself into a state of calm, relinquishing any lingering notions of fortune. He then cast a glance at Leonard, who had also come to a realization, and exchanged a knowing look with him. The two, in perfect harmony, ushered Magos inside. While Leonard comforted her, Klein hastened to the door of Dunn's office, unable to waste a moment in knocking. He turned the knob and entered. Once inside, he shut the door firmly and directed his gaze at Dunn, speaking in a grave tone. "Captain, we have a serious situation at hand." Dunn made meticulous and appropriate arrangements. Yet he erred in one significant aspect. Regrettably, Ask, being in Beakland and not a traveling mage, found it exceedingly difficult to return in such a short span of time. The pristine quill danced swiftly across the page, evidently poised to conclude the tale for Tingen in one breath. At that very moment, Zangweir, who felt he was on the verge of reaping the fruits of victory, suddenly heard a melody. Searching for a friend, to find a good companion. A polite bow, a handshake. "Oh, I found you." It seemed as though someone was humming a nursery rhyme, but with the emergence of the song, Inz abruptly noticed that his surroundings had transformed. In an instant, he found himself transported from indoors to a dense forest, where the earth beneath his feet was moist with soil, dotted with mounds and gravestones. Before one of the gravestones stood a young man with short black hair and ash-gray eyes, his form shifting from transparent to corporeal, as if a specter had returned to the realm of the living. A mysterious game of hide-and-seek had been resurrected. The new magic conjured by Lynn overnight revolved around a seemingly mundane, yet profoundly otherworldly game of hide-and-seek. The essence of this ability was quite simple: to locate someone. Although Lynn lacked any object related to Inz and was hindered by the inherent qualities of 008, which interfered with his abilities, he managed to successfully find his desired friend using the magic of hide-and-seek, albeit it took a little more time due to their proximity. Naturally, it was time for some mischief. With a slight smile directed at Inz, Lynn said, "Greetings, Inz Zangweir. I am quite fond of that pen you hold. Might I persuade you to part with it?" As Lynn uttered these words, a searing flame suddenly engulfed Inz's location, the intense heat causing the very air to tremble. "Of course, if you decline, I shall have no choice but to bid you farewell." Within the Blackthorn Security Company, after hastily dismissing the clerical staff, Klein and others, equipped from the Charney's Gate, engaged in a fierce battle with Megalos and the unborn offspring of the malevolent deity within her. At this moment, Megalos had completely shed her previous melancholic and tranquil beauty. Her golden hair had fallen away, and her skin was exuding a liquid that reeked of sacrilege, signaling a grotesque transformation. Were it not for the presence of the three, one of whom possessed an innate advantage akin to an elder, another who had cleverly appropriated the Eternal Radiance's power, wielding a spell specifically designed to counter evil, and the last holding the ashes of the Saint Selena, they would have likely been annihilated by Megalos. Even so, Klein and his companions experienced moments where they felt their lives hung by a thread, with Klein nearly cleaved in two by Megalos's second form. Yet he barely salvaged his life, albeit sustaining grave injuries. The ordeal was far from over. Just moments after suffering a significant setback from Klein's scorching sigil, Magua appeared before Klein in a flash, brandishing a white-boned dagger, clearly intent on ending Klein's life. Leonard felt a tightening in his chest, ready to unleash a blasphemous command to dominate Magua. At that moment, however, a golden-red flame spear materialized silently, its searing presence brushing past Klein's hair, and without warning, it pierced through Magua's body. She was sent flying backward, followed by an explosion of red and intense heat that engulfed Klein's entire field of vision. The flame spear, having penetrated Megwa, erupted within her, inflicting severe damage while simultaneously incinerating the malevolent offspring of the dark god within her womb. My apologies for the delay. A voice as gentle as jade resonated beside Klein, who suddenly noticed an unfamiliar young man standing next to him, dressed in a beige trench coat, with short black hair and slate-gray eyes. The youth possessed a strikingly handsome visage, nearly rivaling Leonard's. The young man's hand hovered over Klein's wound, and with the warmth of a white light. Klein was astonished to witness the injury on his chest miraculously healing. Chapter 11. Unexpectedly, we are fellow villagers who, is this? Reinforcements from the church? Klein pondered, though a wave of relief washed over him, for the young man's demeanor and words suggested he was an ally. It's you, Leonard exclaimed, recognizing the young man as the one he had encountered just the previous day at St. Selena's church. In disbelief, he stammered, Are you truly an angel of the church? What? Klein momentarily doubted his senses, questioning whether he was hallucinating due to blood loss, while Dunn, not far away, shared his astonishment, gazing toward Lynn. Well done, poet, Lynn replied with a smile, evidently pleased by the recognition. However, you guessed wrong. I'm not affiliated with your church. But do not be alarmed. I am no enemy. As he spoke, a flute suddenly appeared in his hand, and his attire subtly shifted. A melodious bass emerged from the flute, and with the sound, the malevolent offspring of the dark god, previously stirred to life by the earlier flame spear, fell silent. The mysterious Pied Piper of Hamelin reappears, a magical spell targeting children, forcibly calming and hypnotizing them. Once the dark god's offspring was subdued, Lynn let the flute dissipate from his grasp. He then raised his hand toward Megwa and the offspring, and at that moment, a dozen flame spears coalesced, shooting forth as he lowered his palm. With a thunderous roar, the golden-red flames illuminated the entire room once more. Yet, astonishingly, the intense heat that could cause burns spared everyone within the room, except for Megwa and the dark god's offspring. After the flames extinguished, a smoldering, coiled umbilical cord fell from the air, a remnant of the spawn of the malevolent deity, which could also be perceived as a seal transformed by its extraordinary essence. Lynn gazed at the cord and approached to pick it up. In an instant, filthy murmurs echoed in his ears, yet to him, in his augmented state, these whispers were negligible. Klein let out a genuine sigh of relief upon resolving the matter, then turned his gaze to Lynn, who remained composed and graceful, as if vanquishing the spawn of an evil god was merely a trivial task for him. If he truly were an angel, that would indeed be the case. Klein mused inwardly. Although he was filled with curiosity about the man before him, he prudently refrained from speaking, lest he inadvertently err in his words. Although I do not know who you are, my lord, please allow me to express my gratitude. You have saved us in this city. Klein managed to refrain from speaking, but Dunn, a member of the Night Watch team, could hardly remain silent. After carefully considering his words, he spoke earnestly. It was merely a matter of convenience. Moreover, I have obtained what I desired, Lynn replied with a gentle smile, suddenly turning his attention to Klein, his expression tinged with amusement. Of course, should you wish to assign me a code name, you may call me Red Scarf. What? Klein nearly lost control of his expression at that moment. He looked at Lynn, the term Red Scarf echoing in his mind. 3 words in Chinese, not ruin. Could he? Klein's heart raced with speculation, only to see the young man a few steps away wink at him. Be bold. If you remove the could it be, it is precisely as you think, the young man encouraged. To be frank, at that moment, Klein was utterly bewildered. After all, encountering a fellow traveler from another world was one thing, especially with Rosal in the mix. But how could this interloper possibly know him? No, he couldn't jump to conclusions. Perhaps he was merely toying with him. Klein swallowed hard, still clinging to a sliver of hope, when the young man continued, I know you have many questions about this world and about yourself. Upon hearing this, Klein could no longer deceive himself. Fortunately, he was a man of considerable fortitude, quickly regaining his composure. He looked at Lynn, unable to resist asking, Though he did not vocalize the remainder of his inquiry, the implication was unmistakable. You know why I've crossed over? Why I find myself in this world. However, Lynn did not answer Klein's question. Instead, he shifted the topic, stating Zangwer's body is located in the house at number 29 on this street. There, you will uncover the truth regarding the recent conspiracies you have encountered. Upon hearing this, Dunn, who had been pondering the nature of Lynn and Klein's relationship, immediately adopted a serious expression and replied solemnly, "Understood. I will take care of it. Thank you for your assistance." Lynn accepted the gratitude with composure, his ashen gray eyes turning to Klein, who was suddenly met with a sigh. "You are far too weak at present." Klein was taken aback, myriad speculations coursing through his mind as he pressed for clarity. "What do you mean? Does this imply that once I become powerful, you will be able to answer my queries?" "You may think of it that way," Lynn acknowledged with a nod, not refuting Klein's words. He then snapped his fingers, and his form dissipated like mist. "However, should we meet again, I could provide some preliminary answers to your questions. Farewell, young diviner. You're welcome to seek me in Beckland." In that instant, Lynn vanished entirely, too swiftly for Klein to react. He instinctively opened his mouth, only to close it again, his mind a tumult of confusion stirred by Lynn's words. This was hardly surprising, for the volume of information Klein had absorbed in such a brief span was overwhelming. Beside him, Dunn exhaled in relief after Lynn's departure and promptly made his way toward the Charney's Gate. He had not forgotten that following the loss of the St. Selena's ashes, the seals within the Charney's Gate were being maintained by other night watchmen, and he needed to arrive swiftly to avert unnecessary casualties. Klein and Leonard, witnessing this, hastily followed suit. Though their minds were muddled, they understood that urgent matters took precedence. Minutes later, hurried footsteps echoed as the penitent and members of the Mechanical Heart team rushed into the nearly ruined building, having come immediately upon receiving word of the situation. 008, assist me in my training. Almost as soon as he returned to his dwelling, Lynn concluded his extraordinary state, retrieving 008 from his pocket and inscribing upon a prepared notebook. Despite being affected by unknown forces leading to a divine overflow, Lynn managed to maintain his humanity, freeing himself from the influence of divinity. This is the judgment of the finest psychologist in the world. Chapter 12. The Nightmare Dragon. Indeed, Lynn harbored numerous secrets, yet the pen of Elasaho did not concern itself with them. It was solely focused on when Lynn would fulfill his promises. This final sentence was not penned by Lynn himself, but rather by the pen's own will. Having already sensed 008's healing effects, Lynn blinked, recalling previous events. In truth, Lynn had spent little time on the battle within Sangvale. After all, Inzong was merely a Sequence 5 at this moment, and even wielding the artifact 008, he would have been effortlessly crushed by Lynn in direct combat. The delay in Lynn's arrival at the Blackthorn Security Company was primarily due to persuading 008. As a top-tier sealing entity with the characteristic of being alive, if 008 were unwilling to cooperate, even if Lynn could forcibly take it away using his extraordinary abilities, he would only end up with a ticking time bomb. Thus, Lynn devoted some time to craft an enticing narrative for 008, leveraging the latter's penchant for scriptwriting and his own understanding of plot dynamics to depict scenarios that would send shivers of excitement through 008. He cleverly introduced a certain priest as a means of persuasion, ultimately achieving a superficial consensus with 008. Of course, Lynn was acutely aware that this entire pen, composed of rebellious elements, would never genuinely submit to him. It was likely that thoughts of his demise occupied its mind incessantly. Nonetheless, this was of little concern, as the narratives Lynn presented were not entirely fabricated, ensuring that until these tales were fulfilled, 008 remained at least somewhat amenable to his will, which sufficed. If matters turned dire, he could always switch to a larger format, incurring costs but ultimately retaining his sanity. Therefore, when faced with 008's inquiries, Lynn calmly regarded the quill and smiled, saying, "Do not be hasty. The pen of Al-Risahad must exercise ample patience in its divine schemes. However, prior to that, we might as well hone our skills. For instance, let us set our sights on the witch's divine vessel, aspiring to ascend as the Black Emperor's Augustus's. What do you think?" After a brief pause, the quill made contact with the notebook, Writing, it appears you possess an abundance of knowledge. A person, such as yourself, shrouded in secrets, is indeed well suited to become the protagonist of my narrative. This was undeniably a warning from 008, albeit couched in a modicum of sincerity. As a high-sequence sealed entity, 008 could not possibly overlook Lynn's attempts at manipulation. Do not say that. I have no interest in ascending to your script, Lynn replied, unperturbed. Otherwise, I would have no choice but to relinquish you to that entity. I wonder how far along their ritual has progressed. 008 fell silent. After a few moments, the feathered pen inscribed, I hope you're not akin to that third-rate writer, Insanguine. I have grown weary of his clumsy coincidences. Subjecting me to such a writer's narrative would be a profound insult. Clearly, 008 had opted for compromise. After all, it was merely a sealed entity. Had Lynn truly been an ordinary Sequence 9, 008 would have undoubtedly seized control, ultimately leading him to his demise within the script before seeking out a new master. Alas, Lynn was not so easily categorized, and despite 008's inherent rebelliousness, it chose to acquiesce, at least for the time being. As for whether it would later surreptitiously pen a script aimed at Lynn's downfall, well, that was a foregone conclusion. I too hope that I'm not entirely cognizant of 008's disposition. Lynn feigned modesty with a smile. After all, he was well aware that when it came to actual script writing, his skill was hardly superior to that of Insanguine. Why then, does he never encounter a master who excels in script writing? 008 lamented, seemingly foreseeing a future tainted by mediocrity. Meanwhile, Lynn, having successfully managed 008, stretched leisurely and began reflecting on the recent events. The battle itself need not be mentioned. It was merely a trifling game for the cheating player. The crux of the matter lies in the words he exchanged with Klein. Lynn deliberately revealed his identity as a traveler before Klein. On one hand, he was cloaked in a disguise, and the actions of the sage bore no relation to his own meager and pitiable status as a mere Sequence 9 novice. On the other hand, Lynn intended to leverage his status as a fellow traveler to enhance his presence in Klein's eyes, paving the way for future investments and the establishment of an alliance while simultaneously providing Klein with a fresh impetus. After all, the early motivator who spurred Klein's ascent, had already been dealt with by Lynn. In light of this, to ensure that the Master of Secrets could still emerge and that he would not be swept away with Earth in the future, Lynn naturally sought to compensate. For Klein, who yearned to return home, what could be more invigorating than tidings related to travel and his homeland? Admittedly, Lynn did not deny that his remarks carried a certain wicked amusement. As for Klein's journey to Beakland without severing ties with the Church of the Night, Lynn harbored no concerns. As the foremost cat lover, the Goddess of the Night was far more invested in Klein's growth than he was. The village of Tingen was merely a novice realm to help Klein acclimatize to life post-transmigration. Through the ensuing developments, Lynn could also glean the Goddess of the Night's attitude toward him, thereby informing his future arrangements, a veritable windfall. Regardless, having acquired 008, he was no longer bound to this cave. In the cave of the second epoch, Lynn opened his eyes, his mind already brimming with a series of exploratory plans. He glanced around, only to discover that, after neglecting his surroundings for a brief moment, a certain mythical creature's offspring had vanished. This left Lynn momentarily stunned. Just as he was about to venture to the cave's entrance to see if Medici was once again clandestinely honing his extraordinary abilities, a tremendous howl echoed through the air. It resembled some colossal beast, evoking in Lynn an inexplicable association with the dragons of myth and legend. Wait, a dragon? Suddenly, Lynn had an epiphany and dashed toward the cave's mouth. Upon arrival, he witnessed a figure hurtling back, revealing itself to be the juvenile Medici. Lynn deftly intercepted him, preventing him from crashing against the cavern wall. Medici appeared utterly disheveled, clearly having endured a rough encounter in that brief span of time. However, Lynn was too preoccupied to attend to Medici's wounds. He raised his gaze toward the cave's exterior, where a gigantic dragon loomed, casting an ominous shadow. Though he felt no fear, he couldn't suppress a sigh. I had been so careful to avoid invoking your name. referring to you only as 008. Yet you still sense my presence. Truly, this characteristic of being known by one's words is most vexing. Indeed, at that very moment outside the cave, the dragon that had assaulted Medici was none other than a writer's dragon of Sequence 1. In this era, there exists but one nightmarish dragon, Elisahad, the nominal son of the phantasmal dragon. Angelweed, he is, in truth, an incarnation. Chapter 13. Dreams and Awakening. Lynn acknowledged that he had underestimated the high hierarchy of the audience pathway. He did not forget that the nightmarish dragon, Elisahad, became a sealed entity at the end of the Second Era. However, in his quest for 008, Lynn found himself compelled to contemplate matters pertaining to 008 within this temporal realm. To avoid detection by Elisahad and Angelweed, Lynn had consciously refrained from directly thinking of their names, opting instead to refer to them merely as 008. Yet, unexpectedly, Elisahad sought him out despite these precautions. This encounter likely occurred shortly after Lynn's arrival, when he had yet to fully comprehend his existence in the Second Era. His thoughts regarding the pen of Elisahad had, it seemed, been perceived. Reflecting on his recent mental journey, Lynn concluded that Elisahad's awareness of him was primarily due to his naivety upon his arrival. At that moment, he had not realized he was in the Second Era, and had indeed been insufficiently cautious. Normally, even figures like Adam and Hermes would not trouble themselves with those who merely uttered their names without malice. They might only bestow a special kind of attention. The case of Elisahad is, however, rather unique. Despite the extensive contemplation, only an instant had passed in reality, allowing Lynn the opportunity to make a calm judgment. The only one who should be approaching him was Elisahad. Otherwise, both he and Medici would have already perished. The unique embodiments of the audience pathway differ from thieves, as they can be regarded as independent entities until activated. Clearly, upon sensing Lynn, Elisahad had come alone. He possessed the means to do so, given the vast disparity between Sequence 1 and Sequence 2. While both Lynn and Medici were merely fledgling mythic beings, their progress in potion digestion negligible. Together, they would struggle to contend with the seasoned Sequence 1 Elisahad. Now, Lynn faced two undeniable paths, to fight or to flee. However, before making a decision, he realized he needed to clarify another matter. As his gaze swept the surroundings, he scrutinized his environment. If it was indeed Elisahad who had arrived, was this still reality? Had he been drawn into a nightmare? Or had the nightmare silently enveloped this reality? As he pondered this, Lynn suddenly noticed that Medici had vanished, replaced by an exceedingly grotesque, enormous tumor. The environment around him seemed to transform in an instant. The sky darkened, and Lynn's gaze fell upon a grotesque landscape filled with repulsive tumors and bizarre vegetation. Wow! Lynn raised an eyebrow, his expression impassive, yet internally he had formed a judgment. A dream within a dream. His adversary was drawing him deeper into a layered slumber. What layer of the dream was this? Medici had no knowledge. He was unaware of when he had been ensnared by this unknown foe into a nightmare, and by the time he realized he was merely dreaming, he had already fought tirelessly through countless battles. Each awakening merely heralded the onset of the next nightmare. Despite his earnest attempts at self-rescue, he found himself sinking deeper. Medici had come to understand that his enemy did not wish to slay him immediately. There seemed to be a perverse pleasure derived from toying with him. Is this all you have? After dispatching yet another approaching monster, Medici, somewhat weakened, used a great sword formed of flames to support himself, revealing a sardonic smile. Though his words were simple, coupled with his tone and expression, they brimmed with scorn in that fleeting moment. Regrettably, the nightmare dragon, Elisahad, as an observing entity, displayed commendable self-control and did not react to Medici's derision with any additional actions. This caused Medici to press his lips together, and he began to unleash another barrage of sarcastic remarks while simultaneously pondering a way to break free. Just as Medici had been delivering his commentary for 3 minutes, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled. Instinctively alert, he thought his adversary was about to enact another high-altitude drop, only to discover that the sky seemed to tear open. Was the dream unraveling? How could this be? I felt a mix of shock and wariness, suspecting it might be yet another trap laid by his enemy. As he cautiously peered towards the crumbling dreamscape. Why halt now? I thought you wished to delve deeper into my dreams. In another dreamscape, contrasting with Medi-Eye's disarray, Lynn appeared far more composed. His indifferent gaze surveyed the void before him, where the nightmare creatures had once been conjured, now reduced to mere nothingness. Everything was vanishing, save for Lynn and the colossal dragon across from him. My instincts warn me that if I descend further into your dream, the consequences will be dire. The nightmare dragon, Al-Sahad, spoke, his voice devoid of madness, instead exhibiting a remarkable calmness. In truth, Al-Sahad was quite vexed, though extinguishing two rank 2 entities pose a challenge. Considering they were merely the juvenile forms of mythic beings, it was not insurmountable. As a result, these two individuals presented a stark contrast. One was incredibly resilient, speaking in a manner that incited the nightmare dragon Al-Sahad to yearn for the pleasure of tormenting him countless times, while the other initially appeared quite ordinary. However, when the nightmare dragon Al-Sahad drew him deeper into the dream, closer to the ethereal island of consciousness, everything suddenly shifted. The mythical creature's juvenile form transformed before my eyes, and in an instant, the control over the dream was seized away, leaving the nightmare dragon Al-Sahad both astonished and resolutely determined to eliminate his adversary. I was not particularly aware of what was transpiring, yet Lynn chuckled lightly, recognizing that his current state was somewhat amiss, perhaps a side effect of prolonged use of his disguise, or perhaps due to other reasons. Nevertheless, he was not overly concerned. At that moment, Lynn harbored a singular thought: to extinguish the life of the creature before him, as he believed it would serve perfectly as a quill for storytelling. As this notion crossed his mind, a myriad of knowledge flashed in his eyes, revealing intelligence about the nightmare dragon Al-Sahad. As for the source of this intelligence, was it not apparent at a glance? Lynn smiled, finding no fault in it. Was the world not inherently as clear and visible as data itself? Chapter 14. Do not disturb. Do not inquire. In the next moment, the nightmare shattered completely, and Lynn found himself back at the familiar mouth of the cavern. Almost immediately, I tumbled out of the void beside him, landing awkwardly on the ground. Oh, Little Red, you do seem quite disheveled, Lynn remarked, observing Medi-Eye's struggle to rise, elongating his tone. Yet, despite his words, there was not a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Medi-Eye instinctively wanted to retort with sarcasm, but the words caught in his throat. His primal instincts warned him that Lynn, in this moment, was exceedingly perilous. Be good. Lynn raised a hand and gently patted Medi-Eye on the head, watching as he appeared as docile as a quail. Without blinking, Lynn wiped his hand on Medi-Eye's clothing to remove the dust before turning his gaze to the distant dragon, smiling as he said, "Where do you think you're running off to? Guests must not flee without the host's permission." He raised his hand and snapped his finger softly. With a crisp sound, the very fabric of time in that area seemed to freeze. The dragon that had been suspended in the air vanished, replaced by another dragon that had been drawn back. It was revealed that the dragon in the sky was merely an illusion conjured by the nightmare dragon Al-Sahad. While he could deceive others, he clearly could not fool Lynn at that moment. The sunset bled crimson across the horizon. Upon the nearly flattened peak, the once mighty dragon lay prostrate on the ground, unmarred by any wounds, save for the passage of time, an indication that this dragon had, in a fleeting moment, endured unfathomable ages. Time had stripped him of everything, including his very existence. Upon the powerless, drooping wings of the colossal dragon, a child, seemingly no older than 7 or 8, perched upon its skeletal frame, swinging their feet with an air of carefree delight. In their hands, they toyed with an object resembling a feather quill, exuding an aura of serene ease. The divine arrogance and indifference coalesced with the child's innocent candor, bestowing upon them a perplexing yet enigmatic quality. Beside this figure, a boy with crimson hair and eyes had shed his former arrogance and eccentricity, sitting obediently as if devoid of any temper. This was the scene witnessed by the ancient sun god upon his arrival. Drawn to the battle by a sense of urgency, the ancient sun god halted, his gaze traversing the lifeless form of the nightmare dragon, Al-Sahad, before settling upon the child upon the ancient wings. At that moment, the child also took notice of the ancient sun god, their silver eyes glancing toward him. In an instant, the ancient sun god beheld a multitude of radiant bubbles. A singular thought emerged in his mind. Do not disturb, do not probe. Before he could contemplate this notion, the ancient sun god swiftly closed his eyes and turned away. Lynn regarded the ancient sun god with indifference. The moment their eyes met, an innate recognition washed over him, unveiling a profound connection to the ancient sun god's essence. The chaotic sea, one of the pillars and anchors of this world. Anchor, you say? The rational part of his mind stumbled momentarily, as if the fog had been lifted. Lynn blinked, and the silver in his eyes began to fade. The world around him suddenly reverted to its former state, no longer appearing as mere data. He lost the ability to perceive through the veil, and emotions that had seemed stripped away were resurrected in that moment. Lynn lowered his head, memories of recent events flooding his mind, and he stood there, momentarily stunned. What have I done? Did I slay the nightmare dragon? Al-Sahad? No, I lack such power. No, those abilities that manifested. Suddenly Lynn felt a tumult of confusion. He had not lost the memory of that recent encounter, and he clearly recalled how he had overwhelmingly defeated Al-Sahad. Yet, this only deepened his bewilderment, as he could not recall possessing such formidable capabilities, feeling estranged from the self he had just been. It was him, yet not entirely him. It was as if some grand entity had awakened within him at that moment, not taking control of his body but intertwining with him, leading to an inevitable assimilation as he wielded its power. This was not a deliberate act, but rather an organic consequence of their inherent unity. A sudden chill gripped Lynn, not from the assimilation itself, but from the unsettling realization that he bore little resistance to the process. No, this is not my will. This is my instinct. Lynn pressed his lips together, uncertain of the unfolding events and the identity of that magnificent entity. Regardless of who it was, Lynn did not wish to be a mere fragment of their existence. Perhaps, had he not traversed realms, he would have acquiesced to fate. But the current Lynn refused to let the essence of his being fade into obscurity. He harbored no fear of death, yet he could not accept such an outcome. Even if the conclusion was ultimately immutable, Lynn yearned to leave behind a trace of his existence, a testament to the fact that he had once been. In retrospect, being confined within an underground base for so many years was not without reason. Perhaps he was merely a part of some malevolent deity. Lynn chuckled to himself in self-deprecation as he recalled the extraordinary abilities that had manifested after his crossing. Initially perceived as a boon, it now seemed that these powers were possibly a consequence of his unique identity. However, when utilizing his alternate persona, aside from the divine traits inherent to it, he did not experience any sensation of assimilation, prompting Lynn to ponder deeply. If one were to consider the notion that he was a mere avatar of a greater power, could it be that the abilities of his alternate persona were gifts bestowed upon him at the time of his division? The strength he had just wielded might have been drawn from his original self, thus resulting in one aspect being unaffected while the other was. This portion of power could be regarded as intrinsically his, much like his consciousness and soul, which though originally derived from that formidable entity, now belonged to him. At least until the entity chose to reclaim it, it remained his. Lynn found this hypothesis compelling. His alternate abilities might resemble the inheritance of powers during a division of assets from the original being. As he contemplated this, he suddenly heard the voice of Medici at his ear, followed by a figure blocking his path. It was Medici. Lynn paused momentarily, then lifted his gaze to find the ancient sun god, who had unknowingly opened his eyes and taken a few steps toward them, with Medici equally agitated. After all, this youthful being had just endured a fierce battle and witnessed Lynn's terrifying transformation, rendering him particularly sensitive. I harbor no ill will, the ancient sun god declared, halting his advance and even taking a step back, his voice imbued with gentleness. Perhaps you require assistance? Upon hearing this, Medici hesitated. His inherently cautious nature prevented him from instantly accepting the ancient deity's words, leaving him to observe warily. Lynn, meanwhile, recalled another matter. The enigmatic powers from the arcane system were evidently distinct from those he possessed. Thus, if he were to leverage the extraordinary pathways of this world to grow stronger, ascending to sequence 0, or even becoming an old one, could he stand against that entity? Even if he could not confront it, maintaining his independence and severing ties would suffice for Lynn. Lynn harbored a peculiar sentiment. The entity in question seemed indifferent to his departure, much like how it would not actively reclaim him. Ultimately, everything hinged upon his own decisions. If he aspired to ascend, aligning himself with the ancient sun god was undoubtedly the most prudent choice at present. With this thought, Lynn tugged at Medici, offering a reassuring pat upon his head, before turning to the ancient sun god with a smile, saying, "You are indeed correct. We find ourselves in need of assistance. Perhaps you would not mind sheltering 2 homeless mythological progenies?" Meanwhile, within the confines of a modest watchroom outside the Charney's Gate in the subterranean of the St. Selena Church in the Kingdom of Ruin, the atmosphere was lively. Warriors from the sanctuary were diligently re-establishing the seals behind the Charney's Gate to avert any potential mishaps, given that the remains of St. Selena had not been lost. The situation was manageable. Dunn, Leonard, and Klein each found a seat within the watchroom, where they faced yet another formidable presence from the sanctuary, who was elucidating the origins of the recent events surrounding the offspring of the malevolent deity. From the current circumstances, it appeared that the catalyst for this affair was the traitor in Sangvale, who had pilfered the remains of 008 in a bid to claim the relic of Saint Selena, thus instigating a chain of incidents. The sanctuary's warrior perused his notebook, documenting the details, when he paused and noted, "However, there exists an entity resembling an angel." He glanced at Leonard, seeking confirmation. "Are you truly certain that this being is an angel?" "Indeed, yes," Leonard affirmed, his demeanor uncharacteristically formal. As the only individual present who had encountered Lynn on 2 occasions, he was naturally the focal point of inquiry. Upon Leonard's nod, despite being overwhelmed by astonishment, the sanctuary's warrior managed to steady his emotions and continued. "An unidentified angel intervened, slaying in Sangvale, halting the birth of the malevolent progeny, and absconding with the remnants of 008 and the offspring." The warrior paused once more, casting a glance at Klein for verification. "Furthermore, this being mentioned sending you to Beakland to seek them out, did they not?" "Yes," Klein did not deny it, although apprehensive that this matter might invite complications. The gravity of the situation was such that it could not be concealed, especially since he was not familiar with Lynn. Thus, he remained relatively composed, deliberating as he spoke. "However, I had never laid eyes upon that angel prior to today." "Very well." The sanctuary's warrior nodded, proceeding to confirm various details with the 3 men. Finally, he declared, "The significance of this matter is too great. We shall dispatch a telegram to report this to the Pope. The subsequent actions will await directives from that quarter. However, do not fret. Regardless of the outcome, you shall forever be regarded as heroes of Tingen." The formidable figure of the sanctum, upon reaching this juncture, cast a commendatory smile towards Klein and his companions, stating, "Even with the interference of that unknown angel, had it not been for your selfless courage to stand forth at a critical moment and delay the birth of the offspring of the malevolent deity, many lives might have been lost by the time that angel intervened. The Church shall duly remember your contributions." After a brief pause, the sanctum figure continued with a smile. "Should any of you feel prepared to apply for advancement, now would be an opportune moment. Your merits are indeed substantial, and we never neglect those who have served with distinction." "You flatter me," Dunn replied, clearly not one to be swayed by the praise of others. His demeanor remained composed as he added, "I believe I still require further refinement before I can seek promotion." Although he had recently grasped the notion of role-playing under Klein's guidance, Dunn had only recently ingested Cohen Lee's essence and was not yet in a position to advance. "I believe I am nearing the threshold for promotion to Sequence 7, Leonard interjected after a moment's hesitation. Though he had not endured the tragic demise of his comrades, as depicted in the original story, the recent incident involving the offspring of the malevolent deity had instilled within him a profound sense of urgency. Leonard could scarcely fathom the consequences had that unknown angel not intervened. This engendered within him a desire. If only I could be a bit stronger. A bit stronger would at least alleviate the sense of powerlessness should he face such circumstances again. Thus, despite his inherent laziness, Leonard felt a burgeoning desire for advancement. As someone endowed with an ancestral advantage, he understood the art of role-playing. Although he had yet to fully trust the elderly figure, he had indeed assimilated the midnight poet potion over time. Klein, however, shook his head and remarked, "I believe I require more time before I can seek promotion." His progress with the jester potion was limited, and he was still some distance from complete assimilation, thus rendering advancement unattainable for now. The sanctum figure nodded slightly in acknowledgement, stating, "There is no need for haste. Your merits will not fade with time. Even if you cannot apply for promotion at this moment, you may wait for a more opportune time to do so." "I will," Klein and Dunn replied in unison. At this juncture, the sanctum figure closed the notebook in his hands and said, "It is getting late. You all seem quite fatigued. Do take your leave and rest. If needed, I shall inform you to return." "Very well." Thus the trio, indeed wearied, departed from the Blackthorn Security Company, while the sanctum figure began transmitting the information he had gathered via telegraph to headquarters. At 2 Narcissa Street, Melissa sat comfortably in an armchair, clutching 3 tickets for the return of the Count. Not long ago, she had arranged with Klein and Benson to attend a play that evening. For the Moretti family, who had once struggled at the brink of subsistence, this was an unprecedented luxury, symbolizing a new beginning for them. They had finally embarked on the path to a better life. Thus, even though Melissa had memorized the words above, she tirelessly examined the 3 tickets in her hand, repeatedly scrutinizing the printed dates and seat numbers. As the eldest son of the Moretti family, Benson did not study the tickets like Melissa, yet he observed his focused sister with a gentle smile, his posture relaxed, clearly anticipating the forthcoming heartwarming moments for the Moretti family. Suddenly, they heard the sound of the doorbell ringing, a cheerful jingle. Chapter 16. "Someone is waiting for you to come home." Melissa paused, glancing at the maid busy in the kitchen, then curiously raised her gaze towards the door. She hurriedly ran to open it, only to find Klein standing at the threshold. Her eyes lit up instantly, but the next moment she gasped, "Klein, your chest. What happened? Are you hurt? I'll get medicine." "No, we need to go to the hospital right now." Typically composed and mature, Melissa was thrown into a panic upon seeing the large gash in Klein's shirt, as if it had been sliced open by a knife. Although she could not see the wound beneath, the dried blood on the fabric conjured a myriad of dreadful thoughts in her mind. I'm fine, Melissa. It's not my blood." Klein paused for a moment before recalling the injury to his chest. It was no wonder he had forgotten, for after his wound was treated, he had been overwhelmed by a torrent of information, subsequently rushing to assist at Charney's Gate, and later receiving the formidable beings from the sanctuary for inquiries. Amidst this flurry of events, he had become so preoccupied that he had completely neglected to attend to his clothing. Fortunately, the wound had already been healed. After a moment's reflection, he concocted a noble excuse, claiming the blood belonged to a victim, and that his shirt had been torn during the act of valor. In a sense, this was indeed the truth. By the way, the person I saved was quite grateful and rewarded me with about 50 pounds. Klein seized the opportunity to enhance his family circumstances, adding, "I believe we can use this money to buy some things for you all. Perhaps, Melissa, you could use another new dress. Your collection is rather sparse." "No, Klein, I already have a new dress. I don't need so many. You should save that money." Melissa shook her head, her expression one of disapproval. Biting her lip, she glanced once more at the gash in Klein's shirt, and after a moment's hesitation, she continued, "Klein, I don't think you did anything wrong this time. Helping others is commendable, and I am proud to have you as my brother. However, if such a situation arises again, I would prefer you to prioritize your own safety." With earnest eyes, she gazed at Klein as she concluded her thoughts. At this moment, Benson interjected, "Klein, we do not wish to hinder your benevolence. We simply hope you remember that we are here, waiting for your return." Klein was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Benson and Melissa before parting his lips, unsure of what to articulate. Ultimately, he simply nodded emphatically, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "I will." As the Moretti family gathered warmly to enjoy a theatrical performance, A peculiar atmosphere enveloped the second era. The ancient sun god returned to the encampment with two small companions. A tall, robust man with deep blue hair, dressed somewhat casually, leaned against the table, his gaze fixed on the two children beside the ancient sun god. An expression of evident surprise etched upon his features. A short distance away, another individual sat. A flamboyantly dressed man, resplendent in a manner that could only be described as dazzling. Were it not for the confines of the indoors, one might suspect the golden adornments on his person could blind the onlookers. Unlike the visibly astonished blue-haired man, the glittering gentleman appeared adept at concealing his emotions, discreetly surveying Lynn and Medici with a discerning gaze. Behind the two, clad in a simple linen robe, with flowing silver hair and a strikingly beautiful visage, stood Eurolius, brush in hand, seemingly engrossed in painting. However, upon witnessing the ancient sun god return with two small ones, even the typically slow-reacting Eurolius paused. After a silent contemplation of Lynn and Medici for several moments, he finally wore an expression of realization, remarking, "My lord, is this what you referred to as the intriguing novelty?" Lynn raised an eyebrow at this remark, casting a glance at the ancient sun god. It seemed he had been aware of his presence all along. No wonder he appeared so fortuitously. Is this what it means to be an influential figure? Medici also regarded the ancient sun god with a contemplative expression. In the face of everyone's attention, the ancient sun god remained composed. He offered a gentle smile, nodding slightly to Eurolius before introducing, "This is Sototh and Medici. They are the sage and weather sorcerer of Sequence 2, and they will be living with us henceforth." He then turned to Lynn and Medici, stating, "The blue-haired one is Leodro, a calamity of the storm path. Though he may appear fearsome and is indeed often in a tempestuous state, he possesses a gentle disposition, albeit with a somewhat impatient nature." At this point, the ancient sun god hesitated, glancing at Leodro before continuing. Leodro has a penchant for singing, possessing a uniquely captivating quality to his voice. Thus, if he wishes to practice, it will be wise for you to keep your distance, as our tastes and aesthetics may not align. Upon hearing this, Leodro's expression instantly stiffened, yet he refrained from retorting, merely turning his head slightly, mumbling something under his breath. As the individuals present were far from ordinary, it became apparent that what they heard him mutter was, "You simply do not appreciate the beauty of ruggedness. Do you understand what rugged beauty entails?" Such remarks were met with a tacit agreement among all to pretend they had not heard. After all, the melodious voice of Leodro was something they genuinely could not appreciate. A low emotional quotient would deem his singing atrocious, while a high emotional quotient would recognize it as a unique aesthetic. Lynn nearly succumbed to laughter, for although he had long suspected the blue-haired individual to be Leodro, he had not anticipated that the other possessed a degree of vocal ineptitude akin to that of the hangman. Or rather, was it possible that the hangman, Algi, inherited such a lack of musicality? Nevertheless, considering the prospect of a harmonious working relationship in the future, Lynn suppressed his amusement and courteously remarked, "Hello, Mr. Leodro. I look forward to your guidance henceforth." Beside him, Medici appeared eager to provoke, instinctively inclined to stir up trouble. However, before his reckless endeavor could unfold, Lynn deftly stepped on Medici's foot, redirecting the animosity towards himself. He accepted Medici's furious glare with calm composure, even maintaining an innocuous and amiable smile. Leodro, upon witnessing Lynn's grin, momentarily wore an odd expression, but soon waved it off, saying, "You may simply call me Leodro. Should you find yourself in any altercations, feel free to seek me out. Ah, and you may also come to me for a drink," he added with a grin. Chapter 17. The malevolent core exerts pressure on its avatar. "I shall do so." Lynn nodded in agreement. Medici, with a slight grimace, cast a furtive glance at Leodro, clearly recognizing that his recent antics were not purely reckless, but rather calculated. "Be prudent. I would prefer not to see you harmed when you venture out tomorrow," Lynn whispered to Medici, fully aware of his intentions. Yet, he also understood that regardless of Medici's reasoning, his provocative behavior could easily offend others. Medici himself may not care, for provocation was second nature to him, but as Medici's elder brother, Lynn felt a sense of shared fate. He could not stand idly by as Medici courted disaster. Alas, he is still too young. Perhaps he will mature in time. Well, one hopes so, at least. Lynn suddenly found himself uncertain. After all, from the original text, even after becoming the embodiment of a 3-in-1 hot pot, Medici did not seem to temper his acerbic wit. This was not due to a lack of social understanding. Rather, as a hunter, Medici was almost instinctively adept in this regard. While others employed their high emotional intelligence for socializing, he uniquely wielded it for provocation. The ancient sun god observed the scene quietly, his smile gentle, concealing his thoughts from view. Subsequently, he continued to introduce. Dazzlingly adorned, it is Osaicus, the luminary traversing the path of the sun. Though perpetually inebriated, he is, in truth, quite dependable. Should you encounter any difficulties in your daily lives, you may seek his assistance. Greetings, and welcome to your new journey. I had anticipated it would be a considerable time before I would encounter newcomers. Yet here you are, two delightful little angels, Osaicus remarked with a smile that radiated purity and brightness, effortlessly endearing him to others. Hello, Mr. Osaicus. Medici and I are equally astonished to become your companions, Lynn replied with a warm smile. Medici, however, merely pursed his lips in silence. For as a hunter acutely attuned to emotions, he sensed that Osaicus was not as genuinely amiable as he appeared. Nonetheless, he heeded Lynn's words and refrained from further attempts at mockery. The ancient solar deity continued. The silver-haired one is Eulolios, the seer of fate. Eulolios possesses a rather sluggish temperament, generally preferring solitude, yet he is by no means indifferent. You will come to understand this as you spend more time with him. Greetings, Eulolios spoke, his silver eyes gazing at the two, pausing momentarily as if lost in contemplation. After several seconds, he inquired, would you like me to bestow upon you a touch of fortune? As a being whose combat prowess is not particularly formidable, Eulolios primarily engages in logistical tasks, such as promotion, foresight, and bestowing various fortunes upon his colleagues, or misfortune upon their adversaries. Thus, in Eulolios's view, granting others good fortune is a manifestation of goodwill. Thank you, Mr. Eulolios. Should the need arise, I will seek your assistance in this regard. Upon hearing this, Lynn's smile became genuinely heartfelt. Medici, perceptive as ever, recognized what Lynn understood. Among the three angels present, the one who exhibited the most friendliness towards their arrival was, surprisingly, the seemingly simple-minded Eulolios. However, this was entirely reasonable. In social interactions, it is rare to lay one's heart bare upon first meeting. Insincerity and pleasantries are, after all, the prevailing themes of most social exchanges. Lynn, having spent considerable time in the company of the faceless sorceress, was quite adept at navigating such dynamics. What of Sazriel? The ancient solar deity then recalled, having acknowledged those who were to be introduced. The dark angel Sazriel, a manifestation created by the ancient solar deity using his rib and the dual characteristics of dark angels, stands as the first angelic king beside him. Unlike typical manifestations, Sazriel retains a degree of independence in personality, having been conceived as a firewall against primordial corruption. In this regard, he bears resemblance to the nightmare dragon Elisahad and the dream dragon Angerweed, as long as the ancient solar deity does not actively reclaim or activate him. Sazriel shall eternally remain Sazriel. Thus, the ancient sun god is unable to constantly discern the movements of Sazriel. After contemplating for a few moments, Eurolius remarked, I recall that it was after the battle with the elves, prior to the placement of the master, that a rescue operation was conducted. Indeed, there was such an event. Sazriel had approached me for assistance, yet my ignorance in these matters led me to decline, as I am merely adept at fighting. Leo Darrow scratched his head, seemingly recalling something as well. No wonder I haven't seen him for several days. I did assist with some tasks, yet Sazriel appeared unsatisfied with my handling, and subsequently did not request my aid again. Osaicus shrugged, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. Upon hearing his colleagues, Eurolius displayed a look of confusion and uncertainty, stating, It appears that Sazriel did not seek my assistance. This was likely because he did not believe you could be of help, Lynn inwardly scoffed. realizing that before him stood 3 angels. While it might be plausible to engage them in battles with other angels or act as support, one could not rely on them for handling affairs of governance. Poor Caesariel, what a masterpiece of the world. Caesariel at work. Ancient sun god, do you not feel a pang of conscience for overworking your avatar? Clearly, the ancient sun god's conscience bore no burden. Upon learning that his avatar was working overtime, he merely nodded calmly and then turned to Lynn and Medici, saying, "Shortly, I shall take you to meet Caesariel. He is my most trusted assistant and will be responsible for your care and education. You are still quite young and have much to learn." Oh, what a heartless entity! Lynn feigned a lament in his heart. Yet he understood that the primary reason for the ancient sun god's actions was to keep a close watch on his anomaly. Lynn was unperturbed by this, responding with a smile, "I have begun to anticipate it." Medici also raised an eyebrow. Having discerned the same, he held his tongue. Meanwhile, in the city constructed by the ancient sun god, Caesariel, who was conducting an on-site inspection, felt an inexplicable chill. This prompted him to furrow his brow, instinctively sensing an ominous premonition, though he could not ascertain its source. Could it be that the entity has burdened him with an overwhelming workload? Chapter 18. Caesariel has something to say. It was proven that Caesariel's premonition was not unfounded. Although the ancient sun god did not bestow upon Caesariel additional duties, he did present him with 2 offspring. In a certain sense, this was far more daunting than work. No matter the volume of tasks, they could eventually be concluded. However, raising children is not as simple as one might presume, especially with the 2 offspring before him. One, while appearing gentle and innocuous, bore a smile that immediately signaled to Caesariel that this was undoubtedly a cunning little devil, while the other was overly spirited, causing a headache just by its existence. As a qualified tool and avatar, Caesariel took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the myriad of distressing images that surged in his mind, and managed to muster a smile as he said, "I understand. I will take good care of them. You need not worry." The ancient sun god nodded, his gentle gaze sweeping over the various makeshift tents in the distance, and inquired, "What is their current condition?" He was referring, of course, to those whom Caesariel was currently sheltering, the humans he had rescued from the elves who had once lived as their slaves. Most appeared emotionally numb, while a few were visibly anxious. I have arranged for the extraordinary individuals from the moon's path to examine and treat them. 90% bear old injuries, and a few severe cases are on the brink of disability. All are suffering from malnutrition. It seems they have merely survived without succumbing to starvation. I have already instructed the druids to urgently produce food. Caesariel seamlessly transitioned into his report, demonstrating a remarkable composure, revealing that this was not his first encounter with such matters. Food and medicine are temporarily not an issue, but there is a shortfall in accommodations. They cannot reside in these temporary tents indefinitely. I believe we should expand our city further, yet we lack sufficient manpower for construction. As you are aware, our workforce is always stretched thin. Furthermore, with the expansion, we will also need to increase our patrol personnel. This era is perilous, and we must maintain vigilant oversight to ensure the safety of the civilians within the city. Caesariel continued to report, his words underscoring a pressing reality: the shortage of personnel. In addition, due to prolonged oppression by the elven race, most of these individuals suffer from psychological issues. I intend to arrange for psychological analysts to provide unified comfort and treatment while promoting your faith among them, allowing them to recognize your strength, which would significantly alleviate their inner turmoil. The ancient sun god listened to this report, nodding occasionally. Once Caesariel finished, he remarked, "I will find a way to address the personnel shortage. You may also identify individuals among this group who can be cultivated as talents. We do not lack low-tier extraordinary materials." Pausing briefly, the ancient sun god glanced at Lynn and Medici, saying, "When you promote the faith, you may also include Sothith and Medici. They too require anchors to solidify their presence." "I will." Caesariel nodded in understanding. The two then conversed a bit more, and the ancient sun god offered a gentle smile to Lynn and Medici, stating, "I have matters to attend to, so I will leave you in Caesariel's care. He will look after you." Naturally, the last part was a jest, but if he bullies you in private, do not hesitate to come to me. Then you must keep your word and not deceive us simply because of our youth. Lynn responded playfully, unabashedly adopting a childish tone in a light-hearted manner. After all, young ones must exhibit the traits befitting their youth. Individuals endowed with advantages ought to utilize them without shame. Fear not, for there shall be no deception. The ancient sun god, upon witnessing this, wore a gentler smile. Farewell, farewell. As he watched the ancient sun god depart, Lynn let out a sigh of relief. Although it was evident that the other harbored no ill intent, one could not deny the immense pressure of being in the company of such a formidable figure. Of course, it was possible that the pressure on the other was equally as great. Lynn mused humorously amidst his discomfort. He then adjusted his expression and turned his gaze towards Cecilial. Before him stood the dark angel, Cecilial, with slightly curled, shoulder-length black hair and a countenance so handsome it seemed almost divine. He was clad in a robe of deep black, entwined with silver threads and adorned with intricate patterns and opulent embellishments. Simply standing there, he evoked thoughts of deities. Truly, he was the most aesthetically pleasing creation of the ancient sun god. How remarkably handsome, almost rivaling my own charm, Lynn cheekily thought to himself. At that moment, Cecilial turned his gaze towards him, revealing a benign smile, and inquired, "What is it, Mr. Cecilial? Is there something on your mind? Can you refrain from smiling so insincerely?" "It is utterly nauseating," interjected Medici, who had been holding back all along. This was hardly surprising, for Medici had long wished to deliver a sardonic remark. Had it not been for Lynn's interference, he might have already showcased to Leodro, Osakis, and Eurolius what it means to be a born hunter, all the while testing their personalities and attitudes through such provocations. Now that the ancient sun god had finally departed, Medici could no longer contain himself, with his first target being the one who had previously stifled him, Lynn. Of course, whether Medici's provocation held any ulterior motives was known only to him. Upon hearing Medici's words, Lynn maintained his smile, but turned to Cecilial earnestly, saying, "Mr. Cecilial, may I have half a minute of your time?" Cecilial regarded Lynn, then glanced at the rather haughty Medici, pondering what Lynn might be planning, before nodding, "Certainly." "Thank you," Lynn replied politely. This gentle and courteous demeanor eased Cecilial's apprehension. Yet just as he began to think that perhaps this child would not be too difficult to manage, he witnessed two little rascals brawling right before him. Cecilial was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Lynn might scold Medici or retort wittily, but he never imagined these two youngsters would engage in a tussle in his presence. Despite their restraint in not employing extraordinary abilities, Cecilial, being well-versed in combat, could discern that the two children were not merely playing. They were genuinely engaged in a serious fight. This left Cecilial feeling both amused and bewildered, as he realized that his future parenting journey would undoubtedly be quite extraordinary. Chapter 19. The Angel of Secrets. It is quite amusing how they do not regard him as an outsider. Amidst this blend of laughter and exasperation, Cecilial suddenly experienced a subtle sense of trust and reliance. He finally grasped the reality of becoming the guardians of the two children. This realization brought him a complex mix of emotions, prompting a deep sigh. Ultimately, Cecilial stepped forward, gently separating the two children, and spoke in a soothing tone. "Enough of the fighting. It is not the way of true brothers to quarrel over mere words. Rather than bickering, why don't we discuss something of substance, such as what titles you wish to adopt for your faith? Do you have any thoughts on this?" Cecilial endeavored to redirect the attention of the two youngsters, bringing up the matter they had intended to discuss earlier. Since the Lord had not personally assigned them their titles, it was naturally up to them to choose. The two children obediently ceased their scuffle, exchanging a glance that spoke volumes, a silent understanding that was unmistakable. Clearly, their altercation had been intentional, serving not only to reveal a glimpse of their true selves and test Cecilial's tolerance, but also to express their harmlessness. Whether Cecilial perceived them as mere children with no profound thoughts or as beings who had already accepted him as their future guardian, it was a conclusion that both Lynn and Medici found acceptable. Despite never having communicated this explicitly, the two, equally astute in their dealings with others, reached a consensus the moment Medici spoke. Of course, beyond mere testing, they genuinely wished to engage in a playful scuffle. Lynn felt that the mischievous child deserved a good thrashing, while Medici sought to avenge past grievances by overcoming his elder. One might say it is only fitting they are brothers. In response to Cecilia's inquiry, Medici answered without hesitation. Why? It is obvious. We shall be known as the War Angels. After a moment's contemplation, Lynn added, As for me, I would prefer the title of the Angel of Secrets. The term Seeker of Secrets embodies knowledge and mystery, while secret itself conveys both knowledge and concealment, extending to notions of secrecy and reclusiveness. Lynn believed that as someone who views recluses as a small aspiration, the title of Angel of Secrets was most appropriate. Upon hearing such responses, Cecilia regarded the two youngsters, clearly recognizing the ambitions represented by their chosen names. While ambition and aspiration are commendable, the paths of Lynn and Medici do not face the same obstacles as those of Leodro. Thus, Cecilia simply noted their titles and remarked, I shall have Euryalus craft the corresponding backgrounds for you. If you have any ideas of your own, feel free to share. However, in the initial phase, I fear your followers may be few, but fret not. After you have ventured forth with the Lord a few times and established your own deeds, these concerns will soon dissipate. After settling the matter of faith, Sazriel recalled something and inquired, Has the Lord mentioned where you reside? Lynn and Medici exchanged glances and simultaneously shook their heads, replying, No. Sazriel, with a sense of melancholy, realized there were no surprises in this revelation. He sighed, acknowledging that apart from bringing these two here, the entity had likely made no other arrangements. In that case, you two shall reside with me from now on. Once I conclude my affairs here, I will take you to familiarize yourselves with your new home and procure some necessities for you. Sazriel truly is a commendable guardian. In the fifth era, in the kingdom of Ruin, within the city of Tingen, Lynn opened his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Just moments ago, he and Medici had their accommodations arranged by Sazriel, who is evidently a meticulous and considerate individual. Not only were their daily needs meticulously organized, but their education and courses were also tailored to their personalities and paths. For instance, Medici would practice daily with Sazriel to better hone his combat abilities, while Lynn was provided with a room filled with books for his studies. It is no wonder the ancient sun god exploited his avatars so relentlessly. If I had an avatar like Sazriel, I would undoubtedly delegate responsibilities to him, Lynn mused inwardly. He then glanced at the quill pen that had propped itself up beside him, his expression turning peculiar. His initial motive for acquiring 008 was to address the issue of divine overflow, but due to the sudden assault of the Nightmare Dragon, Lynn had not only acquired the traits of the Nightmare Dragon Alosohad, but had also managed to infiltrate the ranks of the ancient sun god. Though Lynn understood that the ancient sun god kept them close primarily for surveillance, it must be said that this arrangement largely resolved the divine issues associated with his first persona. This left Lynn in a perplexed yet amused state. But he did not feel that the acquisition of 008 was in vain. After all, even if the need to resolve divine overflow was no longer pressing, 008, as a sealed artifact of the Audience Path Sequence 1, was indeed a divine tool and would prove invaluable in the future. Moreover, while the divine overflow issue associated with the first persona had been mitigated, the divine corruption in the external mode still required consideration. Even if this aspect of divine influence had lessened due to the stability of the first persona, it remained a concern. However, with 008 at hand, any issues could be promptly addressed. Indeed, with double the 008 comes double the healing and double the joy, Lynn thought, casting an inquisitive gaze at 008. In the original timeline, 008 had only appeared towards the end of the second era. Yet, in the timeline he had intervened, the Nightmare Dragon Alosohad had met its end prematurely due to provoking him, thus becoming a pen ahead of schedule. So, the 008 before him, was it the former or the latter? According to the previous performance of 008, it appears to lean towards the former possibility. However, who can guarantee that the actions taken in the past have not influenced the present future? You should be able to sense what I am thinking, Lynn remarked with a smile, seemingly unconcerned about revealing a part of his secrets to 008, as such disclosures were inevitable. So, can you tell me what your answer is? At that moment, the quill trembled, not from the natural quiver of writing, but rather akin to a certain kind of shudder. It subsequently inscribed upon the paper, I do not possess the memories prior to becoming a sealed entity. Chapter 20. Past, present. Future, I do not possess the memories prior to becoming a sealed entity. Compared to before, the demeanor of the quill was noticeably more serious, shedding its previously frivolous attitude of treating everyone as mere characters in a script. Do you know when you were born? Lynn inquired, observing the quill's sudden compliance, his heart already harboring an answer. I am uncertain. I seem to have appeared at the end of the Second Era, yet I might have been born long before that. You have seen me, haven't you? Lynn continued with a casual tone, and in the next moment he saw the quill write down several lines. Yes, I have seen you. However, I possess no further memories of you. Who exactly are you? Curiously, that is a question I too wish to know the answer to. Lynn shrugged, his tone tinged with self-deprecation, yet entirely sincere. He wished to understand his own essence more than anyone else. Nevertheless, regardless of my identity, it does not impede our forthcoming collaboration, does it? Lynn maintained a smile. 008 paused for a moment, refraining from rebuttal, leaving Lynn uncertain whether it was an acceptance of his words or a contemplation of its own. Lynn remained indifferent to this, as 008 was inherently a quill with a rebellious spirit, and this situation was, in fact, advantageous for him. At least 008 would think twice before taking action against him. Lynn chose to ignore the now silent quill, allowing his thoughts to inevitably analyze 008's recent statements. Though composed of only a few phrases, the implications were substantial, confirming certain speculations. His first alter ego indeed existed in the past. While this notion was astonishing, it appeared that the past of his first alter ego was synchronized with his present. This could be rather convoluted. To illustrate simply, the actions of Lynn's first alter ego in the past would concurrently affect the present. Thus, while 008 previously had no particular reaction to him, it gained relevant memories after Lynn's slaying of the nightmarish dragon, Alashahad, in the Second Era. Simultaneously, it seemed that 008 had not lost the memories of that unaltered past. Its history appeared to diverge into two distinctly different pathways, one of which had a clear outcome, while the other remained shrouded in mystery, awaiting Lynn's judgment in the future. This truly is an astonishing outcome. Lynn exhaled, feeling no particular surprise. Having experienced the state of a significant individual, he had come to believe that nothing could astonish him anymore. Lynn began to ponder some critical questions, setting aside the mechanics of how the past and present could coexist. Did the alterations I made to the past merely influence the memories of those involved, or did they also transform the very facts? Or is it possible that a peculiar superposition exists, where changes have been made yet some aspects remain unchanged? If, in the future, I were to save a person destined to perish using an alias in the Second Era, would that individual nonetheless be resurrected in the present where my original self exists? Should that person truly come back to life, how would the ensuing butterfly effect manifest? Or does history possess an inherent adaptability, continuing along its original trajectory, except for the parts one intervened in? Might it be akin to the Avengers, where one is resurrected directly into the present timeline? How would those involved perceive such a starkly different past? Would they accept both pasts as authentic or deem one to be illusory? Lynn felt that these were indeed worthy questions to contemplate. To unravel these inquiries, it was undoubtedly essential to gather more examples and seek out additional individuals involved, such as the 3-in-1 hot pot, the Red Angel Medici, hiding in the subterranean structures once belonging to the Blood Emperor, Alistair, as a brother to Lynn's alias. If anyone's fate had already shifted due to Lynn, it would certainly be Medici. However, although Lynn and Medici shared a fraternal bond, their relationship was not particularly close. Perhaps it would be wise to first cultivate some rapport in the Second Era before meeting this timeline's Medici, to gauge his condition and attitude. Lynn contemplated this and felt a resolution forming within him. He was not particularly anxious to clarify these matters, for in the short term, He had no pressing desire to alter the past. Even if he were to attempt changes in the future, that would be a matter for a distant time, as the present for his alias was still the second era, far removed from certain pivotal junctures. Rather than fret over such a complex temporal dilemma at this moment, Lynn stretched leisurely and resolved to contemplate his forthcoming short-term actions. As for his first alias, it was clear he would initially indulge with the ancient sun god, striving to establish as many anchors as possible to liberate himself from the burdens of divinity. If he could procure the blood of other angels, glean their information, and create corresponding magic, that would be even better. Meanwhile, in his original form, Lynn planned to linger in Tingen for a couple of days to observe the night goddess's arrangements concerning Klein, before returning to Beckland to avenge the death of Lynn S. Sototh, casually advancing to become a martial scholar, while also seeking an opportunity to infiltrate the Tarot Society. On one hand, as a reader of the Master of the Arcane, Lynn is indeed captivated by characters such as Justice Audrey and the Hanged Man Algie. For someone like him, who has never ventured into the outside world, these figures from the narratives have truly been his companions throughout his formative years, and naturally, he wishes to know them more intimately. On the other hand, Lynn recognizes the value of the Tarot Society as a vital channel. The invaluable information pertaining to the second, third, and fourth epochs, as well as the resources and backgrounds represented by its members, hold great significance for him. For instance, he could easily procure various historical insights from the mid to late second epoch through the Little Sun, and even the most rudimentary accounts would serve as prophetic guidance for him as he navigates this new phase of his journey in the second epoch. However, his primary concern remains the pursuit of wealth. Reflecting on his mere 800 pounds in savings and recalling the exorbitant costs of the extraordinary materials required for his subsequent potions, he absent-mindedly stroked his chin. Perhaps he should first devise a way to introduce himself to Miss Justice and sell her a potion recipe pertaining to the audience pathway. It is worth noting that, thanks to his unique state during the confrontation with the nightmare dragon Althahad, Lynn has thoroughly familiarized himself with the potion recipes associated with the audience pathway. Thus, he now possesses a comprehensive understanding of a divine pathway, though it seems to hold little utility for him beyond the prospect of profit. Chapter 21. Ask request goodnight, Melissa Benson. Good night, Klein. After exchanging goodnights, the Moretti family, residing at 2 Narcissus Street, and having just concluded their viewing of the play The Count's Return, each retreated to their respective chambers to rest. The Emperor truly left no avenue for the subsequent traversers, closing the door behind him. As he settled onto the soft mattress, Klein reflected on the content of the play he had just witnessed and could not help but internally critique a certain Roselle, who seemed to leave other traversers with no escape. Just seconds after he had taken a seat, a sudden knocking at the window startled him, prompting him to look in that direction, where he beheld a figure floating outside. Through the glass, Klein could distinctly see a gentleman with bronze skin, gentle features, and an ineffable sense of weariness in his eyes. His history teacher, the enigmatic Ask Aegis, who appeared to be perpetually experiencing a life of reboots in search of past memories. Without delay, Klein rushed to the window and opened it, allowing Ask Aegis to leap inside. The latter first surveyed him from head to toe before speaking gently. I hope I have not disturbed you. My apologies for being 10 minutes late. I was unable to assist you. Ask Aegis expressed with genuine regret, referring to his tardiness in relation to the previous incident involving the offspring of the malevolent deity. Before rushing out to battle Mgo-Si, Klein had written to ask for assistance. However, at that time, Ask Aegis was still in Beakland, and by the time he received the letter and returned, the conflict had already concluded. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Otherwise, Ask Aegis would have been left to mourn at Klein's grave. No. Klein hastily shook his head and said, Mr. Ask, it is truly commendable that you were willing to come to my aid. All of this is the fault of Inzangweir. Klein would never blame Mr. Ask for his tardiness. He was not the sort to be ungrateful or blind to kindness. On the contrary, had it not been for Ask's sudden arrival, Klein had intended to write to Ask to share the good news. I was just about to inform you, Mr. Ask, that Inzangweir has been slain, and your child's vengeance has finally been avenged. Moreover, I discovered characteristics on him that might be related to the path of the Grim Reaper. Perhaps they are the remnants of your child's skull. Klein then briefly recounted the events that had transpired, omitting any mention of the traversal. Ask Aegis listened quietly, and after a moment, he let out a barely audible sigh and softly inquired, "Could you retrieve his skull for me? I can exchange something else for it." Hearing the depth of emotion in that statement, Klein felt a pang of sympathy and nodded earnestly. "I will do my utmost to see if I can redeem it using my merits, though I cannot guarantee the outcome." Although seeking to exchange for half a skull might raise suspicions, as the saying goes, a multitude of debts does not bring worry. As someone who had already displayed the sunfire charm before the captain and had been entangled with unknown, mysterious angels, Klein was not overly concerned about such trivial doubts. Of course, his confidence stemmed partly from the heroic aura he now possessed, knowing that even if he strayed a bit from the norm, he would likely remain unharmed. Moreover, as Az had assisted him so much, Klein was willing to bear this small cost for him. Simultaneously, he believed that Az's mystery and generosity would surely yield a satisfactory reward. On another note, Klein had discerned from the attitude of the Holy Hall strongman during today's inquiry that the Church of the Night was more accommodating than he had initially imagined. It seemed that as long as they did not commit acts of betrayal, the higher-ups of the church were indifferent to their little secrets. "Thank you," Ask Aegis said earnestly. "You have helped me greatly. This is the least I could do." As Klein said this, he recalled something and hesitated before glancing at Ask Aegis. After a few seconds, he could not help but ask, "Mr. Ask, do you know that angelic being?" "No, I have never encountered such an existence. Though it is possible I simply do not recall," Ask Aegis replied after pondering for a few seconds, shaking his head. "However, from your description, it seems that they harbor no malice towards you." Upon encountering Mr. Ask, Klein felt a twinge of disappointment at not knowing Lynn. However, being mentally prepared for this, he nodded and remarked, "I feel the same." Although he was uncertain of Lynn's true intentions, he did not sense any malice from the other party. Klein was acutely aware that, given the opponent's sequence, should they wish to harm him, his own sequence 8 would be utterly defenseless. Nonetheless, it was also possible that the other party harbored grander aspirations. Thus, he could not entirely relinquish his vigilance. At the very least, he must maintain a fundamental level of caution. Klein reminded himself, just as Ask suddenly interjected, "In due time, I will resign from my current position to focus on recovering my past memories, with my first destination being B-Clan. At that point, I can also keep an eye out for the angel you described." "Thank you, Mr. Ask." Klein sincerely expressed his gratitude. Ask responded with a gentle smile, saying, "As you just mentioned, it is indeed my duty." Upon hearing this, Klein paused momentarily, and the two shared a knowing glance, breaking into simultaneous laughter. "It is getting late. You should rest. Should any matters arise, feel free to write to me," Ask stated as he bid farewell to Klein and departed. Klein closed the window, took a seat at his desk, and exhaled deeply, finally having the opportunity to reflect on the events of the day. Despite the favorable outcome, it was undeniable that had it not been for the intervention of that fellow traveler, today could have marked the end for the Tenjin Night Watcher team. Even if I, the captain, and Leonard could have dealt with Megaos and the offspring of the evil god, we would most likely have become mere pawns for Inzangweir, only to be vanquished when exhausted. A sense of helplessness washed over Klein, even though the mist served as an auxiliary, and he had managed to discern clues related to Inzangweir amidst the interference of 008. It had ultimately proven futile. It was as if fate had played a cruel joke on him, offering hints only to compel him to resign himself to its design. Yet, what could Klein do but accept the outcome with a smile? Perhaps this encapsulated the essence of the jester's plight. Chapter 22. The Oracle Klein suddenly found himself in a state of bewilderment. In that fleeting moment, he grasped the profound truth of the jester. While one may possess a slight foresight of fate, there remains an inherent helplessness towards it. Thus, one conceals all sorrow, pain, confusion, and frustration beneath a smiling facade. Simultaneously, Klein distinctly sensed the digestion of the jester's potion, affirming that his understanding of this truth was indeed accurate. "So, it is," Klein thought with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Having pondered so extensively the truths of the jester's potion, yet never anticipating such an epiphany would arise under these circumstances. Ultimately, Klein merely displayed a radiant smile. Regardless of the circumstances, grasping the true essence of the jester is undoubtedly beneficial for him. This understanding enables him to more swiftly assimilate the jester's potion, ascend to a higher echelon, and acquire an additional measure of self-preservation in this perilous world. It also brings him a step closer to uncovering the truth. What secret lies behind my crossing over? Was that compatriot deceiving me, or did he genuinely possess knowledge? As the enigmatic words of the riddle maker, Lynn, surfaced in his mind, Klein lifted his gaze to the crimson moon hanging in the sky, inevitably recalling the silvery moon of his homeland. A sudden pang of homesickness struck him. He longed for his parents, for his close friends, for the computers, soda, and chicken wings on Earth, and for those once familiar comforts that he could no longer see. Can I ever return home? Klein silently pondered, his expression a mix of confusion and a hint of fear. Yet in the next moment, a resolute determination surged within him. I will certainly find my way back home, even if it means feeling a twinge of guilt towards Banson and Melissa. Klein could not deceive his own heart, nor suppress the yearning for his family back on Earth. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to consult the mist and see if any clues might be revealed. With a sigh, he took 4 steps back and ascended into the fog. However, whether due to the involvement of high-ranking individuals or a lack of sufficient information, this time the divination yielded no results. Klein was not particularly disappointed. After sensing the dual fatigue of his body and spirit, he decided to rest well. The following morning, rejuvenated, Klein arrived at the Blackthorn Security Company. Before he could inquire about Askchild's skull, he was greeted by a most unusual visitor. Clad in a black trench coat over a white shirt, the man appeared to be in his 30s, with closely cropped golden brown hair and striking emerald green eyes. The collar of his shirt and coat was turned up high, casting shadows over his chin. This was the sword of the goddess, Crestazessima, one of the 9 senior stewards of the Night Watch. Within the Night Church, the 13 archbishops and 9 senior stewards represent the upper echelons of the church, many of whom are formidable figures of high rank. More importantly, these 22 gentlemen and ladies are entirely equal in status, adhering solely to the decrees of the goddess of the night and accountable only to the Pope. The reason the sword of the goddess, Crestazessima, had appeared here was to deliver a divine oracle from the goddess of the night. An oracle? The goddess has issued a decree? While Klein maintained a semblance of composure due to his lack of reverence or faith in the divine, his companion Leonard was clearly taken aback, his usual nonchalance evaporating as he nearly leapt in astonishment. Indeed, the goddess had delivered her oracle. Crestazessima gazed solemnly at Klein and Leonard, speaking in a low voice. Klein, Leonard, by the will of the goddess, you are to be dispatched to Beckland, becoming members of the Night Watch team there, while simultaneously embarking on a clandestine mission to locate the angel known as the Red Scarf. The phrase Red Scarf was articulated in Chinese by Crestazessima, though his lack of familiarity with the language was evident in his pronunciation. Klein, initially on the verge of laughter due to the mention of the Red Scarf, managed to suppress his amusement, maintaining his composure as a jester. Together with Leonard, he bowed respectfully and proclaimed, "Glory to the goddess! Your will is my command. Glory to the goddess." Crestazessima, having drawn a red crescent over his heart, continued, "You have 3 days to prepare for your departure. As your assignment is primarily for the execution of a secret mission, the church will provide appropriate reimbursement for your expenses upon arrival in Beckland. It is important to note that this matter should not be made public. While we will support your actions discreetly, we will not overtly seek out the aforementioned angel." Crestazessima suggested, upon your arrival in Beckland, it would be prudent to adopt false identities to infiltrate the circles of wild, extraordinary beings. This strategy will facilitate the gathering of intelligence, as you are aware that those hidden among the underground wild, extraordinary beings are often wary of official personnel. He elaborated that the church has specific channels to assist operatives in obtaining identification for secret missions. Although these identities would be fabricated, they would nonetheless bear official recognition. The church possesses insights into the wild, extraordinary circles in Beckland, having placed informants in numerous underground gatherings. Upon your arrival, You may consult colleagues assigned to this area for further intelligence. Though Creste Sexima framed this as a personal suggestion, Klein and Leonard exchanged glances, with even the more obtuse Leonard grasping that the notion of using false identities to engage with wild, extraordinary beings in search of the angel likely reflected the Church's higher directives, albeit expressed in a more discreet manner. Indeed, it is customary for various churches to have members executing secret tasks under different guises, mingling within diverse circles. For instance, Alge is such an example. While major powers are acutely aware of his affiliation with the Storm Church, to ordinary extraordinary beings, he is merely the captain of the Blue Phantom, an unremarkable pirate. Klein and Leonard, understanding the gravity of their mission, nodded in agreement, affirming, "Very well, we comprehend." Chapter 23. He has been watching over me, seeing Klein and Leonard display such understanding. Crestizessima nodded with a sense of satisfaction. He then instructed the two with a few words, suddenly adding, "Leonard, would you please step outside for a moment? I have some matters to discuss privately with Klein." Leonard paused in surprise, then quickly stood, replying, "All right, I shall step out immediately." After casting a curious glance at Klein, he obediently exited the conference room. Once Leonard had left, Crestizessima unexpectedly retrieved a small box from within his cloak and handed it to Klein. Klein accepted the box with haste, opening it in confusion, only to find himself momentarily stunned. The box contained half of Mr. Ask's child's skull. Klein's pupils dilated slightly at that moment. Yet as a performer, he managed to maintain his composure, looking quizzically at Crestizessima and asking, "Isn't this the one found on Insangware?" "Indeed, from this moment on, it belongs to you," Crestizessima replied with solemnity. A tempest of emotions surged within Klein, and he raised his gaze to tentatively inquire, "Why are you giving it to me?" This question was not out of place, as anyone in such circumstances would feel perplexed. "I cannot ascertain the reason. It is the will of the goddess," Crestizessima replied, his expression serious. He then smiled gently, adding, "However, I believe the goddess has a purpose. Since she has made such an arrangement, you will undoubtedly find use for this in the future. Klein, the goddess holds you in high regard. Strive for advancement. Perhaps one day we shall fight side by side," Crestizessima said, his tone imbued with encouragement. He truly believed the goddess esteemed Klein greatly, even harboring doubts that Klein might become a favorite of the goddess in the future. "If that day comes, I would feel immensely honored," Klein responded, having regained his composure, smiling in agreement with Crestizessima, his voice tinged with a hint of aspiration. After Crestizessima concluded his instructions and departed the conference room, Klein let out a slight breath, his gaze resting on the box in his hands, infused with curiosity and confusion. When he learned that he and Leonard were to embark on a mission to locate the angelic compatriot, Klein, though surprised, accepted it, believing himself merely a pawn caught in the ripples of the angelic affairs. However, now, upon discovering that the goddess of night had specifically designated Mr. Ask's child's skull for him, Klein was compelled to ponder the implications of it all. Did the goddess know Mr. Ask? Could Mr. Ask's amnesia be linked to the goddess? No. If the goddess had taken the initiative to have me return the skull to Ask, it implies she bears no ill will towards him. Klein speculated. Yet he was left to wonder when the goddess had become aware of his acquaintance with Mr. Ask. Had she been observing Mr. Ask all along? Klein pressed his lips together, contemplating another possibility. He had been under observation, although he was engaged in a covert mission. The other members of the Tinja Night Watch team were naturally informed about Klein and Leonard's impending transfer to Beckland, aside from the secrecy surrounding the mission itself. While there was a palpable sense of reluctance among them, they were nonetheless pleased for Klein and Leonard. In their eyes, being transferred from the small town of Tingen to the bustling city of Beckland was undoubtedly a mark of recognition. Thus, before Klein and Leonard departed, the Tingen Night Watch team organized a farewell gathering that very day to celebrate their promotion. Despite feeling a twinge of complexity in his emotions, Klein graciously accepted the well wishes from everyone. Once the farewell party concluded and he bid his colleagues farewell, Klein returned home with a box containing half of Mr. Azek's child's skull. It was only then that he found the time to pen a letter to Mr. Azek. The letter was succinct, merely informing Mr. Azek that the skull had arrived, while also mentioning that Klein himself would be heading to Beckland. Naturally, the skull was not included with the letter. After all, such a significant item, if lost in the spirit realm, would leave Klein with no place to weep. As for the divine oracle concerning the goddess, Klein refrained from detailing it in the letter. The gravity of that matter warranted a direct conversation with Mr. Azek to gauge his thoughts. Uncertain of when Mr. Azek would arrive, Klein entrusted the letter to the bony messenger. As he watched the figure vanish, memories of the day's events flooded his mind. Although reason inclined him to believe that the night goddess was aware of his connection to Mr. Azek, Klein could not help but ponder another possibility. If the night goddess had indeed been observing him, the only aspect of himself that might warrant such attention was his identity as a traveler, along with the enigmatic gray mist associated with his crossing. Coupled with the words of the angelic compatriot, Klein suddenly felt as if he were standing at the edge of a bottomless whirlpool. Perhaps there was indeed a profound secret tied to his crossing, one that related to this world and even to the divine. Klein pressed his lips together once more. If that were the case, what could he possibly do? He did not know, for compared to a deity or an angel, he was merely a low-tier extraordinary being. Klein was uncertain of their intentions, whether they were as benevolent as they appeared or what fate awaited him. The only thought that came to mind was one word: ascension, to rise to a higher tier and grow stronger, so that he might seize more control within this unknown vortex, rather than passively allowing himself to be consumed. As someone outside the ecclesiastical system, Lynn was naturally unaware of the oracle bestowed by the goddess of night. However, being someone who deliberately kept an eye on Klein's movements, Lynn was among the first to notice Klein's preparations for a journey. Thus, it was not surprising to him that the goddess of night had indeed responded, perhaps intending to summon Klein to Beckland. He pondered, stroking his chin, that it was possible the goddess would even arrange for Klein to seek him out. After all, as an unexpectedly emerged angelic compatriot, the goddess could hardly pretend to be oblivious to his existence. Chapter 24:008. If only you had known yet. What connection did their quest for an angel, the red scarf, have with me, a feeble, pitiful, and helpless sequence 9? Lynn feigned innocence, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, while a flurry of thoughts swirled in his mind. At this juncture, if Klein were to head to Beckland, given the allure of the source treasure to the Gord family, it was highly probable he would become embroiled in the incident surrounding the Hermes manuscript. My overt identity had already been entangled in that unfortunate affair, and it was certain that they were now searching for me. Under such circumstances, should I seize this opportunity to become acquainted with Klein? After all, having traversed into the realm of the mysterious, it felt somewhat lacking not to establish a connection with Klein. To Lynn, their previous encounters hardly constituted an acquaintance. At best, it was merely his unilateral attempt to deceive Klein. True acquaintance, after all, required the bond of friendship. Moreover, by directly befriending Klein, I might, akin to the moonlit Emmeline White, channel through Klein to become a member of the Tarot Society. Lynn, stroking his chin, found this prospect quite promising. In any case, given Klein's character, becoming friends with him would surely not be a loss. Lynn was undoubtedly a person of action. Thus, upon deciding to leverage the Hermes manuscript incident to cross paths with Klein, he promptly purchased a ticket back to Beckland, preparing for the encounter. Initially, Lynn sought to ascertain the status of Zerial Victor Lee, only to discover that this unfortunate spy had been eliminated. Through divination, Lynn located the mangled remains of Zerial Victor Lee in the sewers. The timing of his demise, predictably, coincided with Lynn's own encounter with Sotos. Simultaneously, Lynn noticed that someone was surveilling Zerial's residence. Utilizing extraordinary means, he confirmed that the Watchers were members of the Ziegman gang. These gang members, who were keeping an eye on Zerial's lodging, were also under scrutiny from the Night Church's Night Watchers. Clearly, Lynn's report had proven effective. What nested form of surveillance is this? Lynn couldn't help but silently scoff, quietly departing from the street where Zerial's residence was located. He was not overly concerned about being discovered, as he was currently in a state akin to psychological invisibility, not through any innate talent, but by employing a scroll imbued with the principles of psychological concealment. The secretive path of the seer is particularly adept at crafting various scrolls, utilizing them as vessels for extraordinary abilities to be employed when needed. Thus, as a player endowed with exceptional advantages, Lynn, upon discovering this, leveraged the augmented state granted by his disguise to create a significant number of counterfeit scrolls, embodying the extraordinary abilities of both the hunter and the audience paths. For his own diverse endeavors, it is imperative to express my sincere gratitude to my dear brother Medici for his generous contributions, as well as to the nightmarish dragon Al-Suhad for his bountiful rewards. Without their support, Lynn would have lacked the requisite counterfeit abilities to forge the scrolls. However, the continued surveillance indicates that matters are far from resolved. It seems Ian has not yet been apprehended. After this reflection, Lynn reached a conclusion and made a special trip to the Eastern District, where, unsurprisingly, members of the Zygmunt faction were still in search of Ian. This was not particularly shocking, as in the original narrative, the Zygmunt faction failed to locate Ian, given that Rossigo, the diviner of Sequence 5, had not succeeded in uncovering Ian's whereabouts. It was only natural that the Night Watchers, who are not skilled in tracking, would also be unsuccessful. According to the original plot, the next events should see Klein embroiled in the Hermosia manuscript due to Ian's commission, subsequently attracting the attention of Ambassador Bekron from Intis, who nearly silenced him. Upon returning to his temporary residence, Lynn poured himself a cup of coffee and began to review the original storyline. Klein, in fear of exposing his identity, hesitated to flee and ultimately resorted to hiring an assassin to eliminate the ambassador, only to later retaliate alongside Sharon against the returning Rossigo, achieving the 5-pound assassin accolade. Yet now, due to my interference, Klein has not extricated himself from the Church of the Night. How the story will unfold next remains uncertain. With this thought, Lynn's lips curled into a smile as he retrieved a pristine notebook from beneath the coffee table, unfurling it upon the surface. In his other hand, he held a pristine white quill. Come now, 008, it is your moment to shine. The rest matters not. Rossigo is certainly a gift destined for Klein. After all, that is the iconic scene of the illustrious Rossigo. No, wait, that is the essence of Mr. World. Lynn expressed his anticipation for the future, eager to see Mr. Fool perform his dual act upon joining the Tarot Society. How delightful it would be. At this juncture, let us reiterate that Lynn is a true connoisseur of enjoyment. Nothing holds greater significance for him than the pursuit of pleasure. 008 remarked, "Damn, you intend to use a high-ranking audience pathway seal for this? I would have preferred to be consumed by someone else. Let me confirm once more. The name is Sherlock Moriarty, profession is detective, hailing from the Sea of Intervals. Age 22, correct? Indeed, that is accurate. In the Kingdom of Rune, beneath St. Samuel's Church in Beekland, upon facing inquiries from colleagues specializing in counterfeit documentation, Klein, having arrived in Beekland, promptly reported for duty while simultaneously arranging for a false identity, nodding eagerly. Upon his confirmation, the night watchman responsible for the counterfeit documents promptly affixed a seal to both copies of the already completed forms, handing one to Klein while stating, "Your identification is likely to be ready in 3 days. You may return at this time to collect it, but do remember to bring this form. If it is inconvenient, we can also mail it to you. If you desire that, you may leave your address now, and the postage will be reimbursed. I would prefer to collect it myself." Klein replied, shaking his head sincerely. "Thank you. No need for thanks. Everything is for the goddess. If gratitude is to be expressed, I should be the one thanking individuals like you who toil on the front lines." The night watchman responded with a smile before turning his attention to the next person in line. Leonard hurriedly stepped forward, commencing to articulate his needs. Klein retreated to the side with the form, his mind consumed with reflections on the events of the past 3 days. After receiving the oracle's message from the goddess of the night and being reassigned to Beckland, despite the multitude of uncertainties and anxieties within him, Klein understood he had no choice but to accept the reality. Concurrently, the foremost challenge he faced was how to convey this matter to Benson and Melissa. Chapter 25. The new neighbors. Fortunately, both his brother and sister were not the type to pry excessively, So when Klein mentioned a company transfer that had led to him being selected for a better position in Beckland, although Benson and Melissa felt a profound sense of reluctance, they expressed their understanding and shared in Klein's joy for his promotion. After enjoying a lavish farewell meal together, Benson and Melissa eagerly began planning for Klein's various needs upon his arrival in Beckland, even packing a substantial amount of luggage. Had it not been for the cost of the train fare, both Benson and Melissa would have accompanied Klein to Beckland, ensuring that all his necessities were arranged before departing. Klein found this both amusing and touching, and he made a pact with Benson and Melissa to bring them back to live with him once he had established himself there. Melissa required a better education, and Benson could pursue a superior job in Beckland as well. Furthermore, Mr. Ask visited promptly after receiving Klein's letter, retrieving his child's skull and leaving behind an extraordinary item as compensation: the hunger of the WIRM, a relic of the fallen Chillingus, an extraordinary object that the shepherd encountered. To be candid, although Klein had anticipated that Mr. Ask's generosity would yield a substantial reward, he was nonetheless astonished upon receiving the hunger of the WIRM, feeling a sense of awe at the world of the powerful. Particularly, the hunger of the WIRM that Mr. Ask presented to him was sealed, eliminating the original's drawback of requiring one person to consume daily, instead necessitating only the feeding of one individual after each use. While this still sounded sinister, it undoubtedly brought Klein a great sense of relief. If one were to satiate the insatiable hunger of the writhing void, Klein could easily use his enemies as sustenance, or seek out those deserving of their fate, thus sparing the innocent and ridding society of its scourge. Naturally, Klein also had matters pertaining to the Oracle of the Lady of Night to disclose to Mr. Ask. Unfortunately, Mr. Ask was equally perplexed by this information, yet he gently reassured Klein, expressing his intent to exercise caution and advising Klein to do the same. Subsequently, after spending 3 days in Tingen, Klein hurried to meet the deadline, boarding the steam train to Backland alongside Leonard. Upon their arrival in Backland, they promptly reported to the subterranean section of St. Samuel's Church, where the deacon briefed them on further details of their mission. For instance, the angel they were searching for was highly likely to be associated with the Seeker pathway, and they could initially inquire about information from the Moss Ascetic Society, which might yield fruitful results. Additionally, during the execution of their secret mission, they were only required to periodically report their progress to the church and were not obligated to undertake other tasks. After elucidating these matters, the deacon escorted them to the location for acquiring false identities. Fortunately, Klein had already devised a suitable alias for mingling within the extraordinary circles of Backland, making the process relatively unhurried. How did you come to choose the identity of a detective? Leonard, having finally completed his registration, approached Klein and nudged his shoulder, inquiring softly. Our primary mission is to locate that gentleman, necessitating a profession that affords ample freedom and enables information gathering without raising suspicion, Klein replied, as he maneuvered his luggage towards the exit. After dismissing those roles unsuitable for me, the options I had were primarily writer, journalist, or detective. As a diviner, the role of a detective is the most fitting, allowing me to utilize divination to ascertain outcomes and then reverse engineer my reasoning. Ah, I see. Leonard nodded in realization. Then, as if struck by a thought, he added, I actually considered selecting the profession of a poet, but alas, I lack the ability to compose poetry. His expression bore a hint of regret. Is that the rationale behind your choice of becoming a bounty hunter? Klein glanced at the form in Leonard's hand. What is wrong with being a bounty hunter? It's quite suitable. I consulted the captain, and he agreed that being a bounty hunter is ideal for infiltrating the circles of wild, extraordinary beings, Leonard asserted, evidently unperturbed by his choice, adding, and I'm about to advance to sequence 7. Is there a necessary correlation between being a bounty hunter and your advancement to sequence 7? Klein internally scoffed, though he did not genuinely dispute Leonard's decision. After all, circumstances vary from person to person. Klein, being a diviner, lacked robust offensive capabilities, which is why he had eschewed the bounty hunter profession. However, Leonard was different. The sleepless pathway inherently endowed him with considerable combat prowess, making his choice of bounty hunter exceedingly apartment smiling. Klein remarked. In 2 months, I will likely be promoted to sequence 7. What? Leonard exclaimed, clearly taken aback. He stared at Klein in disbelief, incredulously questioning. Haven't you only just been promoted to sequence 8 half a month ago? I have come to understand the true essence of the Joker, Klein replied calmly. He was indeed confident that he could fully assimilate the Joker's potion within 2 months. Under the premise of mastering the art of disguise, completing the assimilation of Sequence 8's potion in merely 2.5 months, while still astonishing, was not entirely unreasonable. Naturally, Klein could opt to emulate his previous approach when assimilating the seer potion, deliberately waiting for a period to avoid drawing attention to himself. However, considering the possibility that the goddess of the night had already taken notice of him, Klein decided it would be prudent to apply for promotion immediately after completing the assimilation. If the church exhibited no significant reaction at that time and promptly approved his application, it would also serve as an indirect reflection of the goddess's stance towards him. Klein murmured to himself, unwilling to harbor any malice towards the goddess of the night. After all, since his arrival in this world, he had learned an abundance from the Church of the Night, and figures like Captain Dunn and Old Neil had instilled in him a profound admiration for the goddess. Thus, Klein preferred to believe that perhaps the goddess was indeed observing him for some reason, and that such attention bore no ill intent. Of course, it was equally possible that he was merely being overly sentimental. Klein chuckled self-deprecatingly, casting a glance at the still dumbfounded Leonard, and said, I shall go find a place to rent. Until we meet again. Ah, all right, goodbye, Leonard nodded, still in a daze. Klein then made his way to Minsk Street in the Jowood district, where he found the house he had previously scouted. After negotiating with the landlady, Mrs. Summer, Klein transported his belongings to number 15 Minsk Street and began to tidy up the premises. As he was organizing the spacious balcony of his new home, he suddenly felt the sensation of being watched. Chapter 26. The jester in action. Is someone monitoring me? No, that doesn't seem right. It feels more like being appraised. Is there a wild, extraordinary being residing nearby? The unsettling sensation of being scrutinized caused Klein's movements to falter momentarily. He instinctively sought the source of the gaze, but restrained himself, his mind racing as he contemplated various possibilities, ultimately retaining only the most plausible. Continuing to tidy up, Klein pretended to be nonchalant as he subtly shifted his position, his fingers quietly resting against the pocket containing his playing cards, ensuring he could retaliate swiftly should any unexpected situation arise. However, as he did not sense any malice in this scrutiny, he remained relatively calm. This gaze, or rather this appraisal, lingered for only a few seconds before vanishing abruptly. Klein's expression remained unchanged as he continued to organize the balcony. Once he returned indoors and confirmed that he was no longer visible to anyone outside, he finally exhaled in relief and proceeded with his divination. A figure had just peered into my existence. After murmuring this phrase thrice, Klein, employing the method of dream divination, succumbed to slumber. As the dream unfolded, he beheld a youth of approximately 20 years standing in the bedroom of an adjacent house, pacing restlessly with a look of anxiety etched upon his handsome visage. The young man possessed golden, shoulder-length curls and grayish eyes, murmuring something under his breath as he traversed the confines of the room. Could the twist that the peculiar individual spoke of refer to this very person? Could he indeed bestow upon me a turning point? Or should I continue to conceal myself? Yet, what if they were to discover my presence? I am woefully unskilled in combat. Should I be found, my fate would be sealed. Abruptly, the dream ceased, and Klein opened his eyes, instinctively recognizing the youth from his dream as someone familiar. After a moment's reflection, he matched the visage to a photograph he had seen in a newspaper. Lynn Sotos, Klein murmured in confusion. Upon deciding to pursue a career as a detective in Beekland, he had naturally acquainted himself with the renowned figures in the field, and Lynn Sotos was indeed one among them. The detective was celebrated not only for his remarkable deductive skills, which had aided in solving numerous cases for the authorities, but also for his striking appearance. Rarely in the realm of detectives, and indeed throughout Beekland, could one find such a handsome figure. It was said that many affluent merchants and daughters of nobility sought his services merely to catch a glimpse of him. However, rumors of scandal surrounding this esteemed colleague were notably scant, He seemed to refrain from indulging in affairs, unlike some who might exploit their looks to cultivate numerous paramours. At this juncture, Klein remained oblivious to the manuscript incident involving Hermosius, for although the Church of the Night had intervened, only the night watchman responsible for that matter possessed the relevant intelligence and would not divulge it to Klein. What was he doing here? Moreover, he appeared to be evading the pursuit of someone. Klein felt a twinge of curiosity. Was the turning point he mentioned related to me? Had someone directed him here to alleviate my troubles? Yet, I had only just resolved to relocate here. Klein instinctively furrowed his brow. Divination? Prophecy? Or was I yet again being maneuvered by unseen hands? The thought of the night watchman's team in Tingen, clearly designated as 008, darkened Klein's mood. Subsequently, adhering to his principle of caution, yet acting with little hesitation, he retraced 4 steps and began his divination above the gray mist. However, the outcome of the divination left him somewhat taken aback. Not being orchestrated, Klein grasped the pendulum with contemplation. After several seconds, he set down the crystal pendulum and continued with his divination. The matters confronting Lynn Sotos would pose a threat to me. The crystal pendulum veered slightly, but not significantly, indicating that while the challenges faced by Lynn Sotos would indeed present danger to Klein, it was not of a grave nature. This revelation brought a sigh of relief to Klein, and his mind began to race with possibilities, given the current circumstances. It seemed that Lynn Sotos was indeed being pursued by someone, and that he had received guidance, perhaps being informed that the turning point lay with me, or rather, with the new residents in the vicinity. Regardless of whom Lynn Sotos had offended, Klein's mind suddenly sparked with an epiphany, recalling a certain enigmatic figure from his hometown. Could it be him? Although such an association seemed utterly illogical, Klein could hardly conceive of anyone else, apart from the angelic compatriot, who would act in such a manner. Moreover, since this individual had specifically instructed Lynn to seek him out in Bakerland, it would not be surprising if, upon Lynn's actual arrival, he provided some further hints, given the demeanor exhibited. As for whether this implied that the angel had been monitoring him, Klein found himself rather indifferent. After all, he felt powerless against these powerful figures, so there was no point in dwelling on it. With these thoughts in mind, Klein proceeded to conduct yet another divination regarding the matter. Initially, he held little hope for the outcome, mentally preparing himself for failure. Yet, to his astonishment, this time the divination yielded results. It appeared to indeed involve his old acquaintance, which complicated Klein's emotions even further. He took a moment to collect his thoughts and jested bitterly, pondering how it seemed as though the angel was quite eager for him to find him. However, since this matter truly connected to that individual, Klein contemplated, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the bronze table, producing a rhythmic sound. Why? Was there something particularly unique about Lynn Sotos? Or was the situation he was entangled in inherently significant, involving greater secrets? Perhaps there was something of concern to his angelic friend within this affair. Klein could not entertain the notion that his angelic compatriot would guide Lynn Sotos to him out of sheer boredom. There must be some underlying reason and profound significance he was unaware of. Unfortunately, the information available to Klein was scant, and after much contemplation, he could not arrive at a definitive conclusion. With a sigh, he resolved to report the matter to the church, seeking their insights and stance on the situation. Across from 16 Minsk Street, the residence Klein currently rented, the theatrical Lynn continued to pace within his room, embodying the role of a reluctant detective embroiled in a grand espionage plot, narrowly escaping death, possessing some talent, yet largely relying on metaphysical shortcuts, and now, having finally glimpsed a turning point, was gripped by uncertainty. After a tiresome performance, Lynn eventually ceased his movements and sank into a chair, seemingly lost in thought, though his expression remained tinged with sorrow. Were it not for the quill lying quietly in the drawer, one might find it difficult to believe that he was the sole architect of this drama. Chapter 27. Resistance against the tyranny of the entity, to my surprise. The choice of 15 Minsk Street was indeed made, as I had anticipated that I would need to take the initiative to create a scene. Is this what they refer to as narrative inertia? In the second era, since the subsequent events concerning the entity required merely a semi-idle state, I decided to switch my primary consciousness to Lynn, the persona of the first disguise, after performing the most crucial segments. Holding a quill crafted from goose feathers, I raised an eyebrow. Perhaps the Source Fortress was exerting its influence? Fearing that Klein might utilize the Source Fortress's external capabilities to detect anomalies, I refrained from directly employing 008 to orchestrate matters. Instead, I intended merely to use 008 to script scenes involving Ian, Master Luo, and others, while indulging in a wicked sense of humor by preemptively renting 16 Minsk Street, preparing to wait for an automatic encounter with the other party. My original plan was to ensure that Ian would, as depicted in the original narrative, involve Klein in the Hermosium manuscript incident upon his arrival in Beckland. I intended to seize an opportune moment for a chance meeting, thereby naturally establishing a connection. However, I did not foresee that without any guidance, Klein would still make the same choice as in the original story, renting 15 Minsk Street, seemingly employing the guise of Sherlock Moriarty's private detective. This led me to abandon my initial plan after a brief 3 seconds of indecision, opting instead for a more intriguing script. For instance, I could manually provoke Klein into noticing the peculiar detective Lynn Sotos next door, deliberately crafting my persona to appear connected to the angelic guise in order to attract Klein's attention. According to Klein's habits, he would likely report my affairs to the church. Given the church's current stance regarding my angelic disguise, it is reasonable to assume they would encourage Klein to engage with me, thereby attempting to connect with the angel behind me. Perhaps I could even glean some benefits from that interaction. Twirling the quill in my hand, I maintained a leisurely demeanor, fully aware of the risks of exposure. However, just as no rational individual would conflate Mr. Fool with German, the likelihood of exposure was, in fact, quite low. Compared to such minimal risk, possessing an ordinary Sequence 9 identity linked to the angelic guise would undoubtedly facilitate my subsequent endeavors, while also accounting for certain peculiarities I might exhibit before Klein. I possessed self-awareness, recognizing that my anomalies could not be entirely concealed from Klein. Thus, it seemed prudent to lay certain matters bare, thereby obscuring my more significant irregularities. As for the Goddess of Night, I felt no particular apprehension. She was not the type to eradicate a fellow traveler. Rather, due to the impending apocalypse, she would strive to maximize her side's combat strength. Consequently, I truly feared not the day my entity might be besieged by the Night Church. After all, I could simply switch identities. A dual-account user fears nothing. With these thoughts in mind, my peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a figure passing by outside the window. Lynn paused momentarily, for the figure that passed by his window was none other than his newly appointed guardian, Sazriel. It struck him as peculiar that Sazriel had arrived so early today. Had he already concluded his affairs? Or perhaps he bore new ancient tomes to present to Lynn? A sense of perplexity washed over him. Aside from preparing for a certain mischievous endeavor, he had indeed been engaged in meaningful pursuits. In truth, he had devoted the majority of his remaining time to perusing books that chronicled various esoteric fields of knowledge. For to the seeker of secrets, knowledge is power, and the more one knows, the mightier one becomes. Meanwhile, Sazriel, occupied with the arrangement of the previous batch of humans and managing the daily affairs of the ancient solar deities faction, had been largely in a state of divine seclusion, visiting Lynn only at regular intervals. It was undeniable that he was profoundly busy, according to Lynn's observations. It seemed that approximately 80% of the high-level matters within the ancient solar deity's domain were being handled solely by Sazriel, who bore the weight of the divine kingdom's operation almost single-handedly, leaving Lynn, who indulged in leisurely pursuits, feeling quite melancholic. Knock, knock. At last, the sound of a knock echoed through the air as Lynn pondered. The door is unlocked. You may enter, he called out. The door swung open, revealing Sazriel, who appeared visibly fatigued. This exhaustion was not of a corporeal nature. Indeed, as a being of the angelic king's caliber, Sazriel barely required slumber. Yet, physical invigoration did not preclude mental fatigue, and it was evident that his spirit was nearing its limits after a relentless stretch of work. You look as though you're on the brink of overexertion. Are you not considering taking a leave to rest? Lynn remarked, surveying Sazriel with concern. This is not how one should approach overtime. Have you truly gone years without proper sleep? It is quite all right, in fact. I have managed to secure 3 days of leave, Sazriel replied, momentarily taken aback, then shook his head to assure Lynn that he was fine, offering him a gentle smile. 3 days, and you are content? This will not do, Sazriel. As the saying goes, resist the tyranny of the corporeal self. The world belongs to the avatar. At the very least, you ought to strive for an annual leave, Lynn asserted with conviction, his tone revealing both a fondness for his guardian and an undeniable relish in the unfolding drama. Listening to Lynn's teasing, Sazriel cast him a resigned glance and replied, "The functioning of the divine kingdom cannot do without me. There are far too many matters that require my attention. Neither Eurolius, Leodoro, nor Oceacus are adept at managing such affairs. Perhaps one day I shall attain my annual leave, but that day is not today." Yet, a smile suddenly graced Sazriel's lips as he added, "However, if you, Sotos, would be willing to assist me, I would wholeheartedly welcome your help." His tone a blend of jest and sincerity. Sazriel genuinely welcomed Lynn's assistance in managing the official duties. After all, even a mere avatar could become weary, and compared to others, Lynn, with his path of a seeker, was particularly suited to handling various clerical tasks, with just a few years of guidance. He could readily assume such responsibilities. Upon hearing those words, Lynn blinked and, with an unflinching demeanor, replied, "Oh, Sazriel, I seem to have gone deaf just now. Did you say something?" Observing Lynn's feigned ignorance, Sazriel felt a sense of resignation, though it was hardly surprising. He had no intention of prolonging the topic, and continued, "In fact, after this break, I must visit the Wolf of Magic. It may take me some time to return. During my absence, I will entrust you to the care of Oceacus." Goodness, just back from a vacation and immediately off on a business trip. Is this what it means to be a secret agent? Lynn raised an eyebrow, sensing he had caught a crucial piece of information. Chapter 28. Suggestions wait. Having grasped this vital detail, Lynn could not refrain from interrupting Sazriel, asking, "You're going to the Wolf of Magic?" "Yes. There are some significant matters that require my personal attention," Sazriel succinctly explained. "What about Medici?" As Lynn inquired, his mind raced through the information from the original text regarding the Second Era's Wolf of Magic clan. If he recalled correctly, the goddess of night had yet to achieve the full accomplishment involving the Wolf family, right? "Medici will accompany me." Sazriel evidently had no intention of concealing this aspect. "I want to go too," Lynn declared without the slightest hesitation, then added, "I understand you are attending to serious business, and, as a sequence too, I can indeed be of assistance." Sazriel's smile appeared somewhat helpless and slightly pained. He glanced at Lynn, but did not refuse, saying very well, "We shall depart in 3 days. Prepare yourself accordingly." Understood. Lynn gestured affirmatively, and after seeing Sazriel off, his main body in the Fifth Era suddenly regained a spark of vitality, his expression contemplative. This timing for a visit to the Wolf of Magic is quite intriguing. In the Second Era, the realm inhabited by the Wolf of Magic. "Amanices, are you stargazing again?" the curious Antigonus inquired, having seldom seen a certain goddess from the divine realm. If it were anyone else, Antigonus would likely have refrained from questioning, given his general disinterest in other gods. However, the goddess of misfortune, Amanices, was different. Despite her ethereal presence, which often rendered her almost shadow-like, Antigonus bore no ill will towards her due to her demeanor and appearance. Though their encounters were infrequent, Antigonus had a few vivid memories of Amanices, often finding her gazing at the stars. "Yes, the stars are particularly beautiful tonight." Amanices smiled in response, retracting her gaze to focus on Antigonus, asking, "Your Highness Antigonus, is there something you require?" Although Amanices was theoretically of higher rank as a sequence one night of misfortune, Antigonus, being the son of the devastating wolf, Frelig, held a certain prestige, prompting Amanices to maintain the expected courtesy and a gentle effeade. Antigonus shook his head, for indeed, he had no pressing matters. He merely took the opportunity to exchange a few words with Amanices, whom he rarely encountered. "Since you are unoccupied, I shall take my leave now, as there are other matters that require my attention," Amenesis said with a smile, her demeanor humble and courteous, leaving no room for criticism. Antigonus watched her depart, then lifted his gaze to the starry sky. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he murmured in puzzlement, "What is so captivating about the stars?" In the fifth epoch, in the kingdom of Rune, beneath the St. Samuel Cathedral, it was confirmed that Lynn had indeed made contact with that angelic being. Upon receiving Klein's report, Crestizissima donned an expression of deep contemplation. Indeed, the sword of the goddess, Crestizissima, was the direct superior of Klein and Leonard after their transfer to Beekland, and any matters pertaining to Lynn could be reported directly to her. This was hardly surprising, for any involvement with angels was of utmost importance, especially under the circumstances of a divine oracle delivered personally by the goddess of the night. The task of seeking Lynn was naturally treated with great seriousness by the Church. Such high-level missions were typically executed by the Red Gloves on duty during the night, and thus it was only fitting for one of the triad of the Red Gloves, Crestizissima, to be in charge. This also explained why she was the one dispatched to Tingen to proclaim the divine oracle. It is worth mentioning that due to the nature of this clandestine mission involving the angelic realm, Klein and Leonard had already been reassigned to the Red Glove Division, effectively in a reserve capacity, awaiting their ascension to Sequence 7 to officially join the Red Gloves. Indeed, Lady Crestizissima, does the Church possess any information regarding Lynn? Klein inquired with a nod. The Church indeed held information about Lynn. In fact, he was one of their informants within the Moss Ascetic Society. Crestizissima had no intention of concealing this intelligence. As one of the triad of the Red Gloves, she was well aware of her informants. Under normal circumstances, such information would not be readily shared with Klein, but exceptional situations warranted exceptional measures. An informant? Lynn is actually an informant for the Church within the Moss Ascetic Society? Klein pondered, realizing while Lynn claimed his pathway lacked combat prowess, the Sequence 9 of the Seeker pathway indeed leaned toward support. By the way, it seems that the angelic compatriot also belongs to the Seeker pathway. Could it be that he is indeed affiliated with the Moss Ascetic Society? Or is his interest in Lynn merely due to the latter's connection to the society? Klein's mind raced, sensing he was on the cusp of the truth. Yet something vital eluded him. Moreover, it was highly probable that the angelic being also belonged to the Seeker pathway, thus giving credence to its interest in Lynn. Crestizissima evidently shared Klein's line of thought, though her knowledge encompassed far more details. Nonetheless, as far as we know, the Moss Ascetic Society did not harbor such an angel, although one cannot dismiss the possibility that the results may have been deliberately concealed by the Moss Ascetic Order. It currently appears that the aforementioned angelic prince is more likely in an adversarial relationship with them. Crestizissima stated with conviction that, as a high-ranking member of the Church of Night, he possesses knowledge of certain secrets pertaining to the angelic realm. However, the reasons for this prince's engagement with Lynn remain elusive. Nevertheless, since the prince has taken the initiative to have Lynn approach you, it may be prudent for you to also seek contact with him. Perhaps this is your opportunity to meet the prince, Crestizissima continued. Lord Sothos is quite certain that the celestial compatriot is at odds with the Moss Ascetic Order. What is the basis for this assertion? Is there some hidden knowledge of which I am unaware? Klein cast a glance at Crestizissima, still somewhat perplexed, yet he did not reject the proposal and nodded thoughtfully, stating, "I shall endeavor to make contact with him. However, I am curious whether the Church possesses any leads regarding the pursuit that Lynn is facing. As for this matter, it is rather intricate," Crestizissima replied, his expression momentarily nuanced. He then turned to a nearby bookshelf and perused its contents for a while before finally retrieving an unsealed dossier, which he handed to Klein while saying, "If all goes as anticipated, the individuals currently hunting Lynn are spies from Indus." Chapter 29. Lynn has something to say, although the Hermosian manuscript incident was not directly his responsibility. Crestizissima could not help but pay attention to this espionage case, given its implications for both nations and the significance of the documents involved. Spies? Klein was taken aback. He had considered the possibility that Lynn might be pursued by wild, extraordinary beings, or perhaps had offended some clandestine organization. but he had never anticipated that it would involve an espionage scandal. Could this case also be connected to the celestial compatriot? Were there true intentions? Klein's confusion deepened as he accepted the dossier from Crestazissima and began to read it swiftly. The dossier itself contained no extraordinary revelations. It primarily chronicled information related to Lynn Sothos, including his accomplishments as an informant. Only in the final section did it elucidate how Lynn became entangled with a Hermosian manuscript and nearly lost his life due to the machinations of Indus spies, accompanied by the original denunciation letter that Lynn had penned. In truth, the church had been actively searching for Lynn Sothos to offer him sanctuary, but thus far, they had been unsuccessful. Crestazissima sighed, a hint of resignation in his tone. I did not anticipate that he would establish a connection with that prince. He then turned his gaze back to Klein and continued, You need not worry excessively about those Indus spies. The church has been monitoring the situation closely, and it won't be long before they are dealt with. It is unlikely that any high-ranking extraordinary beings will pursue Lynn Sothos. At most, it will be lower-tier individuals. Should you require assistance, feel free to request aid from the church. Rest assured, the church will always stand as your support. I shall, Klein replied with a solemn nod. Meanwhile, within the embassy of Intis located in the West District of Bakerland, Ambassador Becklon listened with a gloomy expression to the reports from his subordinates. In other words, that damn detective has yet to be found? Beclan's displeasure was evident, clearly dissatisfied with this outcome. Initially, when confronted with a detective who knew too much, Becklon had thoughtlessly ordered a silencing, not considering the implications. However, as the agent sent to eliminate the threat went missing, and the night church's vigilant presence unexpectedly intervened, Beclan's murderous intent towards Lynn Sothos reached a fever pitch, although lacking direct evidence. Becklon was certain that it was this damned detective who had reported their activities to the night church. The interference of the night church had rendered Becklon somewhat immobilized, forcing him to act with excessive caution and inviting a multitude of unwelcome complications. How could this not incite such animosity within Becklon towards Lynn Sothos? Reinforcements were already being dispatched, primarily because most of their personnel were preoccupied with searching for Ian, while Lynn Sothos, a cunning detective, evidently sought to portray himself as less inept. Becklon, however, had no intention of entertaining idle chatter and directly inquired, Have you located Ian? Not yet. The subordinate promptly bowed his head low. Useless. Becklon could not help but curse, delivering a kick to his subordinate before commanding, Continue the search. 16 Minsk Street. Lynn sat at his desk, humming a little tune as he gripped a quill and inscribed into his notebook Beclan's hatred for Lynn Sothos, exacerbated by the involvement of the night church, had reached its zenith, vowing to silence this detestable detective. While evading the pursuit of the Zygmunt party, Ian, eager to ascertain the whereabouts of Detective Zerial Victor Lee, resolved to hire a detective for the investigation. Yet, due to other detectives being deceived by the disguise of Rosa Go as Zerial, they were reluctant to accept his commission. Thus, Ian, with a stroke of luck in mind, sought out newly minted detectives. During this endeavor, he unexpectedly discovered Lynn Sothos, who had previously been friend to Detective Zerial but had now vanished for several days. Upon completing the final line, Lynn set down his quill, stretched comfortably, and gazed through the window at the darkened house across the street, confirming that Klein had yet to return. With a swift motion, Lynn drew the curtains, preparing to allow his physical form to rest while transferring his primary consciousness to his first alias. Consequently, in the hall of the second era, the secret angel, having nothing to occupy itself with and merely waiting for others, opted to engage in idleness. Lynn blinked, his gaze regaining its liveliness as it settled upon Medici, who was also in a state of waiting. Though Medici still appeared diminutive, having seemingly graduated directly from kindergarten to an armored warrior ready to charge with sword drawn, he now presented himself as a proper figure, shedding any semblance of childhood. This caused Lynn to raise an eyebrow, deeply sensing that his little brother had been unduly influenced by Sazriel during their brief separation. Indeed, a self-proclaimed corporate worker like Sazriel could only raise another corporate drone. Lynn himself was not included in this category, as he possessed a mature worldview despite being a faux juvenile. Following this trend, it seemed that Medici would soon inherit Sazriel's role, becoming yet another cog in the divine machinery of their kingdom. The thought of such a scenario sent a chill down Lynn's spine, particularly when considering the original text, which suggested that, aside from Sazriel, Medici was perhaps the most devoted to the ancient sun god among the 8 archangels. No, I must prevent this dreadful development. At the very least, I cannot allow Medici to become a corporate worker who eschews even annual leave. Lynn suddenly felt a surge of purpose. He first glanced around to confirm that Sazriel had not yet arrived, and then adopted a mysteriously enigmatic expression, leaning towards Medici to say, "Little Red, do you know why we are heading to the territory of the Magic Wolves?" Indeed, the time had come for their expedition to the Magic Wolves in the Second Era. "So you do know?" Medici, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them and cast a sidelong glance at Lynn. Of course, Lynn nodded, extending a hand in a gesture that beckoned Medici closer to hear a secret, his expression growing more mysterious as he said, "Do you want to know? If you want to know, come here, and I will tell you." Medici regarded Lynn with suspicion. Had it been later, he would have likely dismissed him entirely. However, at this moment, having only recently been born and brought to the side of the ancient sun god due to Lynn's influence, Medici was still an innocent child, unaware of the treachery of human nature. After a brief contemplation, he decided that listening would not incur any harm and thus leaned in closer. Chapter 30. Children are difficult to understand. Our purpose is. Lynn whispered conspiratorially into Medici's ear, only to suddenly and unexpectedly ruffle his hair with a swift motion, transforming Medici's meticulously arranged hairstyle into a disheveled morning edition. Not only that, but after ruffling his hair, Lynn surveyed Medici with satisfaction, remarking, "Now, this is how a child should look. What is the point of a few-month-old baby pretending to be an adult? You should relish your childhood instead of emulating Sazriel's corporate existence. Otherwise, I fear you will soon be mourning the loss of youth." Medici's anger flared, but before he could express it, Lynn's barrage of words left him momentarily stunned, rendering his ire incoherent. Lynn, in a brotherly manner, draped an arm over Medici's shoulder and said earnestly, "Little Red, your ambition pleases me, but ambition must be directed wisely. A corporate worker is the least promising of professions, so do not follow in Sazriel's footsteps. I genuinely fear that I will have to witness the young sending the young into the abyss of despair. If you truly aspire to progress, we might take a cue from Leo. During times of war, engage in battle. During times of peace, indulge in a little wine and savor a leisurely life. This approach neither hinders advancement nor sacrifices enjoyment. Is it not delightful?" Upon hearing this, Medici paused momentarily, his youthful mind still grappling with the concept of corporate drone. However, he possessed keen insight, making him acutely aware of the stark contrast between the daily lives of Sazriel and Leo. When contemplating which lifestyle he yearned for, Medici exhibited a pensive demeanor, having never before pondered such matters. Lynn, observing this, nodded in satisfaction. He believed that even if he could not immediately alter Medici's mindset, persistent influence would inevitably lead him to become a joyful slacker like himself. In this way, he hoped that Medici would no longer blindly follow Yuan Tai, thereby avoiding the fate that befell him in the original narrative. Lynn's thoughts darkened momentarily as he recalled Medici's fate in the source material, but he soon regained his usual lightheartedness. At that moment, a cough resonated through the air. Lynn, maintaining his expression, turned to see Sazriel entering from outside, clearly having overheard a portion of their conversation. In such circumstances, an ordinary person would feel a sense of shame and fluster, yet Lynn remained unfazed. He even cheerfully waved at Sazriel, greeting him with a smile. "Good morning, Sazriel. How was your rest?" His tone carried a hint of genuine concern. This concern was not feigned, although Lynn felt no animosity towards the ancient sun god due to Medici's fate in the original story. He had yet to develop a closeness with him. Their relationship was one of mutual wariness and exploitation, each aware of the other's motives. Lynn sought stability through the ancient sun god's influence to secure his advancement, while Sazriel, having witnessed Lynn's true nature, had brought him back for his own reasons. Though their relationship might improve in the future, it remained tenuous for the time being. Nonetheless, Lynn harbored a fondness for Saslier, who, despite their limited encounters, had shown genuine care for both him and Medici, even if that care stemmed from the ancient sun god's directive. Yet, what difference did it make? As long as Saslier's concern was sincere, Lynn cared not for the motive behind it. "Thank you for your concern. My rest was reasonably satisfactory," Saslier replied, momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating Lynn's shamelessness or that his first words would express concern for him. This left the accustomed tool of others, Saslier, feeling increasingly conflicted, yet he earnestly inquired, "And what about you? Are you prepared for departure? I must reiterate, this journey will be far from easy. You are well aware that our relationship with the Wolf Demon clan is far from amicable. This journey into their realm is, in fact, a covert infiltration, and it is highly probable that we shall find ourselves embroiled in a conflict involving ancient deities. Although you need not engage directly, I cannot guarantee your safety should unforeseen circumstances arise. Even I may struggle to protect you both. Do you take me for a fool? I'm not the fragile human wretches you are accustomed to harboring. I'm acutely aware of the perils that this world harbors," Medici remarked, seemingly lost in thought, as he pursed his lips, adding, "It is precisely because I understand the dangers of this world that I am reluctant to remain perpetually sheltered under your guardianship. He could certainly choose to remain hidden within the divine realm, but what purpose would that serve?" Medici knew all too well that without engaging in battle and stepping beyond the confines of safety, he would never become a true weather sorcerer, let alone ascend to a higher echelon of existence. Remaining weak would leave him vulnerable when he next encountered a dragon of evil, and there may not always be an elder brother to shield him. Whether or not it is dangerous is of little consequence to me. Lynn cast a glance at Medici, not particularly surprised by his thoughts. His own attitude towards Cecilia's words was refreshingly candid. "I merely wish to obtain a tuft of fur from the great dog." Indeed, Lynn was eager to acquire a tuft from the knight's great dog, primarily wishing to grasp its head, a truly momentous keepsake. "What nonsense are you spouting now, Cecilia? Have you read so much that your mind has become muddled?" Medici, whose emotions had only just begun to simmer, nearly choked on his own words, looking at Lynn in disbelief. Yet he instinctively maintained his caustic demeanor, his words dripping with irritation. "A tuft of fur?" Cecilia was equally taken aback, staring at Lynn in astonishment, clearly struggling to comprehend his line of thought. Are children nowadays so perplexing? Cecilia attempted to recall his previous encounters with children, ultimately concluding that perhaps it was not the children who were difficult to understand, but rather Lynn Cecilia himself. It was merely a jest. Noting that no one believed his earnest words, Lynn lamented the decline of societal values while waving his hand dismissively. "I simply wish to observe those wolf demons, and if possible, I would like to acquire their blood for the sake of analyzing the information pertaining to the night and the seeress path." This rationale sounded far more reasonable, as deciphering the essence of mythical beings is indeed a pressing necessity for those who seek hidden truths. "I cannot guarantee other avenues, but I should be able to procure a drop of blood from the night's path for you." As Cecilial sighed in relief, a thought seemed to cross his mind. "So, you truly intend to meet the goddess of night?" Lynn blinked, his anticipation growing, and he unabashedly replied, "Please ensure that I have the opportunity to meet the provider of the blood. I wish to express my gratitude in person." "Certainly. You will eventually encounter one another." Cecilial nodded, seemingly giving it little thought. He then retrieved an object resembling a pocket watch from his pocket, glanced at it, and declared, "Let us depart." Chapter 31. Two dramatic figures. It is likely due to the presence of the immortal Phoenix ancestor in the spirit realm of the Second Era that Saslier chose not to hasten through the spirit world with Lynn and Medici, but rather embarked on their journey towards the realm of the magic wolves from the tangible world. The pace of their travels was far from swift. Unlike the thoroughly developed and exceptionally safe Fifth Era, the continent of the Second Era was rife with perilous monsters and treacherous terrains. In an effort to conceal their whereabouts, Saslier could not afford to travel too ostentatiously, allowing Lynn and Medici to witness numerous sights hitherto unknown to them. They encountered bizarre and extraordinary creatures, as well as humans whose lives, under the dominion of these exceptional beings, were scarcely better than that of slaves. In this regard, regardless of the subsequent evolution of humanity, the ancient sun god, who revitalized human dignity and liberated them from the oppression of extraordinary beings, remains worthy of profound respect. In the fifth era, Lynn, who was adeptly managing two identities, stood before a mirror, adjusting his attire while reflecting on his thoughts with a hint of nostalgia. Though he may not possess the same fervor for justice as a certain childhood friend, as someone who chose to stand in the light, Lynn felt a genuine respect for the ancient sun god, having witnessed the suffering of beings in the second era. Yes, once their venture into the realm of magic wolves concludes, he could attempt to make contact with this deity, refusing to harbor bias simply due to the shortcomings of the new creation. Contemplating this, Lynn smiled at his handsome reflection in the mirror before retrieving a collection of disguising potions to apply to his face. However, unlike his previous transformation into an angel, this time Lynn did not completely morph into another persona. Rather, he deliberately crafted an appearance that obscured key features without entirely concealing them. In simpler terms, Lynn fashioned himself into a novice in the art of disguise, akin to a certain Danny's. His motive for this approach was to prevent Klein from drawing unnecessary associations due to his exceptional skills in disguise. After applying this amateurish makeup, Lynn adjusted his expression before the mirror. His demeanor instantly shifted to one of somberness, as if burdened by immense pressure. Gazing into the mirror, he pressed his lips together, took a deep breath, and forced a strained smile, as though attempting to suppress his heavy heart. He murmured to himself, "Perhaps I should heed that eccentric's advice." With that, he departed from his dwelling and made his way to the entrance of 15 Minsk Street across the street. Lynn raised his hand and grasped the wind chime string hanging on the door. After a brief moment of hesitation, he vigorously shook the rope, producing a melodious jingle. Approximately 10 seconds later, the door finally swung open, revealing Klein, clad in a white shirt and black waistcoat, at the threshold. Klein's gaze fell upon Lynn, and although slightly taken aback, he exhibited no overt surprise, merely offering a faint smile as he greeted, "Good morning, sir. How may I assist you?" "Are you the detective Sherlock Moriarty?" Lynn inquired, casting nervous glances around as if on guard against an unseen threat. "Indeed, I am Sherlock Moriarty. If you have matters to discuss, might we step inside?" Klein invited with a smile. "Would you prefer red tea or coffee?" As he retrieved teacups from a side table designated for guests, Klein glanced inquiringly at Lynn, simultaneously assessing him discreetly. Having acquired detailed information on Lynn Sutton from the church the previous day, including his involvement in a significant espionage case, Klein had pondered the opportune moment and manner to approach him. After considerable deliberation, he resolved not to initiate contact, as Lynn, already influenced by the intervention of his angelic compatriot, viewed him as a potential lifeline. In this context, unless circumstances deteriorated unexpectedly, it was prudent for Klein to await Lynn's approach, which would be the most discreet and least suspicious course of action. As it turned out, Klein's choice was indeed sagacious. For merely the second day had passed before Lynn Sutton proactively sought him out. Regarding the disclosure of his official identity, Klein opted for temporary concealment. Lynn Sutton was no simpleton. As a renowned detective, even if his deductions relied heavily on esoteric methods, his intellect was undoubtedly intact. In light of the fact that Lynn had already written to the Church of the Night to report the espionage matter, yet declined their protection, deliberately obscuring his whereabouts, it was clear he possessed his own motives. Coupled with the angelic compatriot's particular interest in him, Klein found it exceedingly difficult not to suspect that Lynn Sutton harbored other secrets beyond his contact with the angel. Secrets that likely compelled him to reject the church as shelter. At present, Klein had no intention of delving into these mysteries, nor did he wish to reveal his official identity, which might incite unnecessary wariness in Lynn. Thus, he diligently maintained the facade of an ordinary detective. Upon hearing Lynn's preference for coffee, Klein prepared 2 cups, placing one before Lynn while retaining the other for himself. After savoring a sip, he inquired, "Sir, do you have a commission you wish to entrust to me?" As he spoke, Klein's gaze subtly swept across Lynn's face, a hint of peculiarity flickering in his mind. For someone with a modest understanding of makeup, though not daring to claim expertise, Klein could certainly perceive that Lynn Sotos was striving to disguise himself. This facade, while not entirely devoid of merit, was nonetheless transparent to those discerning enough. I indeed had a commission for Lynn, who lifted his coffee and took a sip. His expression was somewhat hesitant, and after a moment, he confessed, "I have offended a significant figure, one who may be backed by a nation." Klein, who was in the midst of sipping his coffee, nearly choked. He had anticipated the possibility of such revelations, but was taken aback by Lynn's unexpected honesty. If he were addressing anyone but me, most would have been frightened away, Klein mused internally, yet his regard for Lynn Sotos had undeniably increased. It appeared that the detective's character was as commendable as his reputation suggested. I recognize this sounds ominous. Lynn continued, but that influential individual is not particularly free in Backland. Although there are agents pursuing me, they're unlikely to be of high rank, at most sequence 5 or 6. As if fearing rejection, Lynn hastily added, you understand what I mean by sequence, right? Chapter 32. Online performance according to Mr. Sesama. None of those pursuing you should be of sequence 5 or 6. Yes. The divination results also confirm that the pursuers are not of a high sequence, Klein thought to himself, yet maintained a steady smile and nodded. Indeed. I am aware of those extraordinary powers. While he would not disclose any official affiliations, Klein had no intention of concealing his own status as an extraordinary being. That's reassuring. Lynn seemed to exhale in relief, then inquired, "So, do you have any means to resolve the troubles I face? Alternatively, could you guarantee my safety for the time being? I should be in the clear in a few days." Klein was acutely aware of why Lynn expressed such concerns, and with a contemplative demeanor, he pondered whether to accept this commission. The atmosphere grew tense as approximately half a minute passed. Klein turned to Lynn and said, "I cannot resolve your troubles, but I can attempt to protect you. Do you have confidence in facing extraordinary beings of sequence 5 or 6? Lynn's expression lit up with surprise. In a certain sense, yes, Klein nodded. This was no fabrication. Although he himself was of sequence 8, the insatiable hunger within him afforded him a measure of confidence, even against a typical sequence 6. Moreover, I can foresee potential dangers through divination. If I encounter something insurmountable, I can always seek assistance from the church," Klein added internally, then looked at Lynn earnestly. "But what sort of remuneration can you offer?" Though Lynn's potential compensation might be modest, Klein would still consider accepting this commission. However, he felt it necessary to exhibit the appropriate demeanor to avoid raising suspicions. "I am willing to pay within the confines of £500 in gold, alongside certain extraordinary knowledge or a selection of mid to low-tier potion formulas." Lynn displayed a contemplative expression, which was, of course, a performance, for he had already meticulously considered the stakes he was prepared to offer. Upon hearing this, Klein's immediate inclination was to have Lynn Sotos pay with gold pounds, although most of his expenses had been reimbursed by the church since arriving in Beakland, and the church had rewarded him with a modest sum for his previous encounter with the offspring of an evil deity. Klein's available funds remained limited. Yet he restrained himself, feigning indifference as he inquired, "What tiers of potion formulas can you provide? How can I ascertain their correctness? I can offer potion formulas for sequence 9, 8, and 7 of the solar path, sequence 9 and 8 of the hunter path, as well as sequence 7 of the diviner path and sequence 8 for apprentices," Lynn replied, as if reciting a menu. "Regarding their accuracy, I can assure you they are correct. However, I understand you may not believe me. Therefore, if you choose to pay with potion formulas, I am willing to offer a premium, which will cover the cost of having someone else verify them." Klein was momentarily taken aback by the wealth of formulas possessed by Lynn Sotos, a true seeker of secrets. Nevertheless, he maintained his calm demeanor, thanks to the control exerted by his Joker persona, while contemplating the most suitable form of compensation. Among the formulas Lynn mentioned, Klein's greatest need lay with the sequence 7 of the diviner path and the sequence 7 of the solar path potion formulas. In theory, once Klein liberated the souls of the Faceless One and the Priest of Light from the abyss of twisting hunger, he could acquire these two formulas through necromancy. Yet, he was uncertain when he might encounter a particularly wicked, extraordinary being to replace the tormented souls within the abyss. If it took a considerable amount of time, his advancement would be stalled. The same reasoning applied to the Solar Priest formula. However, would the premium for both Sequence 7 potion formulas be excessive? Yet Lynn had mentioned he would be willing to offer a premium, and since formulas differ from other commodities, revealing them would not impose any significant loss upon him. After a fierce internal struggle, Klein spoke. The potion formulas for Sequence 7 of the Diviner Path and Sequence 7 of the Solar Path do indeed warrant a premium compared to your protective commission. Yet I cannot guarantee their correctness. That is entirely reasonable. Lynn nodded without hesitation, then added, I can pay you for one of them now, and settle the other upon the completion of the task. That is agreeable. I would prefer to receive the Sequence 7 formula of the Diviner Path first. Klein had no objections to this arrangement, as it was commonplace to pay a deposit initially and settle the remaining balance upon the task's completion. Do you have a pen and paper? Lynn then inquired, evidently wishing to transcribe the potion formula on the spot. Klein promptly retrieved a sheet of white paper from beneath the coffee table, along with the pen that had been nestled in his chest pocket, and extended them to Lynn. The latter swiftly took the paper and pen, scribbling furiously upon it. Moments later, the potion formula was inscribed, and the paper and pen returned to Klein's hands. Sequence 7. The Magician Primary Ingredients. A genuine root of the Mist Tree Man, and a complete spinal fluid of the Wicked Pattern Panther. Secondary ingredients. 60 milliliters of pure water, 30 milliliters of Mist Tree Man sap, 3 grams of water-shaped gem powder, and 4 drops of illusionary grass essential oil. Gazing at the clearly written potion formula, Klein couldn't help but smirk, inwardly critiquing. The magician, truly reminiscent of a circus act, could easily join forces with the diviner and the clown to form the triumvirate of the circus. While musing, Klein neatly stored away the paper and pen and turned to Lynn Sothos, inquiring, when would you like me to commence your protection? Now, Lynn replied without hesitation, the words seemingly releasing a weight from his shoulders, his demeanor visibly easing. Then, casting a glance around as if recalling something, he asked, Sherlock, do you not have an assistant? Klein silently scoffed at the irony, yet responded, no, I do have an assistant. He is a bounty hunter. During times when I am unable to assist, he will temporarily take over your protection. Klein certainly would not keep Lynn Sothos' matters from Leonard, as the quest to locate their angelic compatriot was a shared endeavor. Although Lynn Sothos' lead may not necessarily guarantee their success in finding their angelic kin, it remained their sole clue for the time being. Nevertheless, Klein reminded himself that they would still need to infiltrate gatherings of wild, extraordinary beings to gather more intelligence. One must not place all eggs in a single basket. Meanwhile, Lynn, seated opposite him, blinked in surprise. Although still immersed in his theatrical persona, he immediately began to speculate about the identity of this bounty hunter. It seems we are about to encounter the true protagonist. Simultaneously, at the St. Samuel Church, Leonard, who had just recently ascended to Sequence 7 and was familiarizing himself with his newfound abilities, suddenly sneezed without warning. Achoo! Leonard rubbed his nose, puzzled. Had he caught a chill? Chapter 33. The Extraordinary Gathering. How did matters devolve to this point? At 15, Mint Street, in the living room. The newly minted red glove and nightmare Leonard sat before the coffee table, lost in contemplation. He clutched a handful of cards, his face adorned with numerous white notes. While seated across from him on the sofa were Klein and Lynn Sothos, each holding a handful of cards as well. Unlike Leonard, whose face was nearly obscured by notes, Klein bore a similar number, while Lynn Sothos remained remarkably unadorned, his face nearly devoid of any notes. After successfully advancing to Sequence 7 and familiarizing himself with his abilities, ensuring that he would not experience a tragedy akin to tumbling down the stairs again, Leonard was eagerly contemplating discussing the forthcoming secret mission with Klein. Little did he know that upon arriving at Klein's new residence, he would learn of his new role as Klein's temporary assistant, tasked with safeguarding Lynn Sothos until the conclusion of the Hermosia manuscript. This was not particularly troubling, as Klein had already informed him of Lynn's connection to the angelic prince they were searching for, and Leonard was more than willing to engage with such a pivotal figure. However, sitting idly with 3 grown men while awaiting danger was undeniably tedious. After a period of waiting in silence, Leonard suggested they play cards. And thus, the current scenario unfolded. Lynn Sothos's luck in cards was utterly absurd, leaving both Leonard and Klein bewildered. After witnessing yet another series of explosive plays and sequences that cleared his hand effortlessly, Leonard could no longer restrain himself and inquired, "Mr. Sothos, has your fortune always been this favorable?" "Well, it's just during card games," Lynn shrugged, admitting that his luck at cards had indeed been extraordinary. The kind that could easily land one on a blacklist. "That is quite enviable," Klein remarked sincerely. Despite possessing the title of the King of Luck, the fortune of their fool was evidently not particularly grand. "This reminds me of a path reputed for its exceptional luck," Leonard murmured, speaking freely due to their mutual understanding of each other's extraordinary identities. "I too envy the extraordinary of the monstrous path, but alas, I am already a seeker of secrets. Otherwise, I might have genuinely pursued that route," Lynn half-joked. "After all, who wouldn't he wish to be a fortunate individual?" Klein nodded in agreement, admitting that given another chance, he would still choose the path of the diviner. Yet the lucky path was undeniably admirable. The three exchanged glances, a silent consensus forming, further bridging their camaraderie. Lynn then pulled out a pocket watch and, as if recalling something, displayed a moment of hesitation. "What is it? Is something troubling you?" Klein noticed a shift in Lynn's expression and promptly inquired. "Actually, I have an extraordinary gathering this evening, which I initially planned to skip. However, with your protection, I am contemplating whether to attend. Perhaps I could procure the items I desire," Lynn replied, mentioning things like extraordinary materials for advancing to Sequence 8 or suitable weapons. This was no mere fabrication. Being a member of the Moss Order and a renowned detective in B-Clan, Lynn indeed participated in numerous gatherings of extraordinary individuals, including the one hosted by Mr. in the original narrative, which he intended to attend tonight. Lynn's intentions were rather straightforward. He merely wished to ascertain whether he could successfully sell some of the formulas in his possession. It was certainly not motivated by any desire to indulge Mr. Fool in a prelude to the peculiarities of future Tarot Society members. "Lynn, an extraordinary gathering?" Both Klein and Leonard's eyes lit up immediately. Having been troubled by how to seamlessly infiltrate the extraordinary circles of Beckland, they seized this opportunity. After exchanging glances, Klein promptly remarked, "If it's merely about attending the extraordinary gathering, that should pose no issue. Moreover, should you acquire suitable extraordinary weapons or materials for advancement at the gathering, it would certainly aid in our forthcoming encounters with peril. Indeed, while we shall certainly ensure your protection, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, an enhancement of your strength would proportionately increase your chances of evading danger," Leonard concurred. "That was precisely my line of thought." Lynn seemed swayed by their arguments. After glancing at Klein and Leonard, he continued, "If we are to attend the gathering, we must commence our disguises immediately. I fear time may not be on our side. By the way, are you adept at makeup? If not, I can assist you." Lynn displayed an eager expression, resembling a novice who, despite lacking skill, was fervently enthusiastic, blissfully unaware of his inexperience. "Cough, you truly lack self-awareness, Mr. Sototh." Klein nearly failed to contain his amusement. He proceeded to tear off the paper from his face and stated, "No need, I can manage makeup myself." "Oh." Lynn's face fell in disappointment as he turned his hopeful gaze toward Leonard. "Okay. Sherlock will assist me with the makeup." Leonard hesitated momentarily, almost letting slip the name Klein, but he quickly restrained himself. "Yes, I shall help Watson with his disguise," Klein nodded. Leonard's current assumed identity bore the name James Watson, a moniker graciously suggested by Klein. "Thus, my persona as a makeup novice should be firmly established, I suppose?" However, Leonard truly is the first to inadvertently reveal his alias. Had I been an oblivious detective, I might have grown suspicious. In the second era, by the crackling campfire, Lynn murmured softly while gnawing on meat from an indeterminate avian creature. He then lifted his gaze, surveying the surroundings. They were enveloped in a seemingly unremarkable yet shadowy forest. Meanwhile, Medici was struggling with a pot of soup that possessed an indescribable hue, oscillating between green, blue, and a hint of purple. Judging solely from its color and aroma, Lynn was 100% certain It was a concoction of dark culinary art. Sasliel sat quietly nearby, smiling as he watched the two young ones fuss about. As an angel, his dietary needs were rather minimal. The emergence of a barbecue and a pot of soup was solely due to Lynn advocating for a life imbued with ritual. Although Sarslier suspected that Lynn might simply wish to tease Medici. Chapter 34. Amnesis. Just then, the unidentifiable bird meat in Lynn's hand was finally roasted to perfection. He contentedly sprinkled some of his portable seasoning atop it, then glanced at Medici's pot of dark cuisine, immediately displaying a look of disdain. Shaking his head, he remarked, "Little Red, you cannot continue like this. You can't even boil a pot of soup properly. As your older brother, I genuinely worry about your ability to fend for yourself. What if you venture out alone tomorrow and perish from hunger on the road?" His tone was not sarcastic, but rather laced with genuine concern, which made Medici grit her teeth in irritation. "Thank you for your concern, brother," Medici managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth. "Good girl." Lynn freed one hand, pretended to pat Medici on the head, and inadvertently smudged the grease from his hands onto her clothing. In the next moment, possibly unable to endure any longer, or perhaps having premeditated this action, Medici unexpectedly flipped the pot of dark cuisine towards Lynn's head. However, Lynn had evidently anticipated this, sidestepping effortlessly with a deftness born of experience. "Too slow," he remarked, taking a bite of the roasted meat, even finding the leisure to critique her performance. "Heh." Medici forced a smile, her expression betraying her irritation. Then Sarslier witnessed a familiar scene unfold once more, as the two children engaged in a playful scuffle. With a resigned smile, Sarslier lifted his teacup to take a sip, feeling the weight of his responsibility to guide these two youngsters was far from over. After some time of their usual commotion, Lynn, who still managed to dominate Medici thanks to his extensive combat experience, suddenly halted his movements, sensing something amiss, and caught Medici's claw as she attempted to tug at his ear. "Enough, we have a guest," he stated. At that moment, Sarslier also set down his teacup, stood up, and brushed off non-existent dust from his attire, appearing radiant once again, devoid of the earlier paternal demeanor. "Good day, Your Highness Sarslier. It seems I have arrived a bit late." Suddenly, a figure emerged from the boundless darkness, a woman draped in sheer fabric. She wore a long gown of deep black adorned with shimmering stars, her face obscured beneath a hood, rendering her features indistinct. Lynn noticed that she did not entirely possess a human form. Atop her head were pronounced wolf-like ears, though to Lynn's slight disappointment, her arms appeared entirely normal, akin to those of a typical human. "Where is the promised ocean? And where are your 8 legs, goddess?" "This is a scam," Lynn inwardly grumbled, though he understood that the night goddess likely adopted such an appearance deliberately. Upon hearing her words, Sarslier simply smiled gently and replied, "No, we merely arrived a bit earlier. Amnesis, it has been a while. It has been a long time since our last meeting. Are these two your new members?" Amnesis remarked, her figure finally materializing before the group. In her current juvenile form, Lynn was able to discern the face of the goddess of night beneath her hood. It was undeniably a beautiful visage, appearing somewhat delicate at first glance. However, when Amnesis lifted her gaze, her eyes, sharp as blades, would dispel any notion of fragility. She was not a fragile canary in need of protection, but an ambitious queen. "Sodos and Medici are the children I am currently nurturing. They have accompanied me this time primarily to broaden their horizons, as grand spectacles such as this are rare," Sassalier said with a smile, his words revealing his regard for Lynn and Medici. This prompted Amnesis to cast a contemplative glance at the two before warmly introducing herself. "Greetings, I am Amnesis." "Hello, I am Sodos. It is a pleasure to meet you, Princess Amnesis," Lynn responded graciously. Beside him, Medici, who had ceased jumping about, added, "I am Medici." Following this round of introductions, Amnesis turned her attention back to Sassalier, seemingly disinterested in prolonging pleasantries, and directly inquired, "I am prepared. What about you?" "Alamir has decided to betray Lilith," Sassalier replied cryptically. Amnesis appeared unfazed by this revelation, indicating that certain schemes had been in the works for quite some time. I had anticipated his personal attendance, Amnesis remarked suddenly, referring, of course, to the ancient sun god. The elves and dragons are all observing the divine realm, Sassalir explained, adding with a smile, and with my presence, it is already sufficient. His words exuded confidence, and indeed, Sassalir had the prowess to warrant such assurance. As a manifestation of the ancient sun god, he was outwardly only the king of angels of rank 20. Yet he served as a firewall between the ancient sun god and the Chaos Sea, directly wielding the first blasphemy tablet and a portion of the Chaos Sea's power, making him, in a sense, comparable to a rank 0 entity. Upon hearing this, Amnesis regarded Sassalir without further questioning. It seemed that in this exchange of few words, the fate of the demon wolf had been decided. Although nothing was explicitly stated, Lynn, familiar with the original narrative, envisioned the unfolding battle with the ancient gods, where Lilith would drag away the destructive demon wolf and the aberrant king, allowing Amnesis to seize the opportunity to achieve the complete demon wolf accomplishment and reap the greatest rewards, ultimately becoming the future goddess of night. Thus, the wheels of history began to roll forward, propelling towards a promising future for humanity. This thought brought a smile to Lynn's face, and he suddenly raised his hand, saying, "Princess Amnesis, I actually have a humble request." "Yes?" Amnesis appeared momentarily taken aback, gazing at Lynn with a gentle tone, inquiring, "What sort of request do you have?" "Prince Sodos?" Sassalir also turned his attention to Lynn, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, merely presuming that Lynn might wish to ask for a request involving blood. While this was not an insignificant matter, given that it is common knowledge in the extraordinary realm to refrain from casually offering blood to others, it was not a major concern either, especially considering their imminent collaboration. For beings of their caliber, a single drop of blood held little significance. Sodos was rather impatient. It should have been Sassalir who articulated the request. Just as he prepared to interject before Lynn, he heard the latter say, "Prince Amnesis, you must be the wolf of magic. May I stroke the head of your wolf form? Please, this is a once-in-a-lifetime request." "Sassalir, what on earth?" Chapter 35, Truly. I am who I am if it were possible. Sassalir genuinely wished he had misheard. How could he have heard such an absurd request from Lynn? Desiring to stroke the head of Amnesis in his wolf form? Was this reasonable? Was this a request befitting a normal child? Wait, if he were a child. Sassalir suddenly found himself lost in thought, recalling how human children often have a penchant for fluffy large dogs and cats. In the realm of the divine, to soothe such children, Sassalir had previously arranged for extraordinary beings through the alchemist's path to train a group of suitable cats and dogs for companionship. From this perspective, Lynn's fondness for fluffy dogs was indeed quite reasonable. However, the being before him was no ordinary fluffy dog. He was a legitimate sequence one wolf of magic. Sassalir suddenly felt a pang of discomfort in his stomach. At that moment, he recognized that he had two children. One was a mischievous child, and the other was an even more mischievous one. Hearing Lynn's request, Amnesis, the party in question, was equally taken aback. His initial reaction was almost one of humiliation. Yet, as he looked at the young creature before him, clearly only a few months old, and noticed the anticipation in his eyes devoid of malice or insult, he dismissed that notion and began to contemplate a certain possibility, his thoughts subtly aligning with Sassalir's. Despite this possibility seeming somewhat incredible to Amnesis, after a brief silence, he inquired why. "Prince Sodos, what leads you to such a notion?" "Because big dogs are adorable," Lynn replied without a moment's hesitation. While the fundamental reason behind his request stemmed from the sentiment that stroking the head of the great night dog would be a memorable experience, Lynn genuinely found large dogs to be quite charming. Were it not for the inconvenience, he would have very much liked to have one as a pet. After a brief pause, Lynn sincerely added, "I acknowledge that this request may be somewhat presumptuous, but I genuinely wish to stroke the head of the great wolf. Should His Highness Amnesis grant my request, I would be willing to undertake a task that does not contravene my principles." His demeanor was earnest and solemn. Yet this gravity only rendered the situation increasingly absurd. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, and after nearly half a minute, Amnesis finally spoke. I can acquiesce to your request, though you may find yourself disappointed. The texture of the wolf's fur leaves much to be desired. To Lynn's astonishment, he had indeed succeeded. His eyes sparkled with delight. He cared little for the quality of the fur, as simply having the opportunity was a triumph in itself. Thus, in his diary, the years of my time in the Second Era, he recorded, "On this date, I managed to stroke the head of the magic wolf. The fur was quite coarse, reminiscent of pine needles. However, it is commendable that it did not shed. How marvelous it is to encounter a large dog that does not lose its fur." Yet, in the aftermath, Amnesis often regarded me with a motherly gaze, perhaps because I bore an uncanny resemblance to a young pup. Truly, I am remarkable. With this accomplishment in the Second Era, I turned my attention to the next item on my agenda, which was to persuade Sassler to play hooky, a task rated with 3 stars in difficulty. As the Fifth Era carriage gently made its way to the venue of the gathering, Lynn felt a surge of contentment and began to ponder his next moves. Simultaneously, he retrieved a small notebook from his pocket to peruse. Inside the notebook, there were no formal writings, only a series of hand-drawn illustrations. The first depicted an adorable large dog, prominently marked with an exclamation point atop its head. The second illustrated a diminutive figure teetering on the brink of collapse, seated at a table overwhelmed by a mountain of paperwork, with a large cross marked across the documents. "What is this?" Although he did not intentionally seek to observe, Leonard, also in the carriage, caught sight of the illustrations in Lynn's notebook and asked with curiosity. Klein, seated beside him, also glimpsed the contents but chose to remain discreetly silent, waiting for further context. "I have a habit of drawing when I find myself with nothing to do," Lynn replied nonchalantly, completely unconcerned about Klein and Leonard deciphering the meanings behind his sketches. Lynn even took out a pen and marked a check on the first drawing, then turned to a blank page, proceeding to write and draw once more. "I also enjoy writing poetry in my spare time, though I have never actually completed a poem," Leonard admitted, scratching his head. He had earnestly attempted to write poetry while playing the role of a midnight poet. Unfortunately, after numerous attempts, he realized he might lack the talent for it. "I understand. After all, you are indeed a poet of the true beauty faction," Lynn teased inwardly, continuing to sketch while glancing at Klein, and asked Sherlock, "What about you? Do you have any hobbies?" Klein, who had been quietly observing, paused momentarily. He reflected on his daily life. Prior to his transmigration, he had numerous interests, yet since arriving in this new world, he found himself without any particular hobbies. "If I must say, I have a preference for gourmet food," he replied. "Such as sweets?" Lynn closed the sketchbook he had been working on, recalling the original work's depiction of Klein's fondness for various confections, and smiled. "I noticed you added several sugar cubes and milk to your coffee. You must lean toward the sweeter side, right?" Astute observation, Klein acknowledged, nodding. "Indeed, I have a penchant for sweet treats, though I do not shy away from spicy dishes. In truth, as long as the food is delicious, I am open to it all." "That sounds quite similar to my preferences. By the way, Sherlock, you're not a local from Bakerland, are you? Once this incident concludes, how about I treat you to a meal?" Lynn suggested, resting his chin thoughtfully, casually shifting his address from Sherlock to simply Sherlock in a manner that felt entirely natural. Before Klein could decline, Lynn continued enthusiastically, "I've grown up in Bakerland, so I'm well acquainted with the local culinary delights. There are certain dishes that outsiders might overlook, known only to the locals." Chapter 36. In harmony, Lynn's words stirred something within Klein. His intention to foster a closer relationship, coupled with his genuine fondness for cuisine, led him to nod in agreement. "Then it shall be my pleasure, Mr. Sotos. Indeed, no cat can resist the allure of fine food." Lynn smiled knowingly, not at all surprised by Klein's acceptance. He added cheerfully, "Just call me Sotos or Lynn." Adding Mr. feels overly formal. Changing how they addressed each other marked a significant step towards deepening their connection. "Very well, Lynn," Klein acquiesced. "You may call me Sherlock as well." "I, too, prefer simply being called Watson," Leonard chimed in. "I've not been doing just that?" Lynn chuckled, a teasing tone in his voice. Subsequently, Lynn engaged both Klein and Leonard in a lively discussion about the various culinary offerings of Bakerland. Their conversation flowed seamlessly, filled with banter, and continued until the carriage came to a halt, leaving them with a lingering sense of unfulfilled appetite for more. "I'm already craving it all," Lynn declared. "It's settled then. Once this matter is resolved, I shall indulge in a feast to reward myself." As he stepped down from the carriage, he donned his mask and pulled up his hood, expressing his sentiments earnestly. Since his arrival in the realm of the Lord of the Mysterious, he has yet to indulge in the exquisite culinary delights of Beakland, leaving him curious about the unique flavors it has to offer. However, he is mindful of moderation, lest he succumb to the perils of weight gain. Klein, engaged in a transformation of his own, kindly reminded him, though the expression on his face revealed that our dear fool had also felt hunger during their recent discussion. "I am unlike the rest of you. I shall not gain weight," Leonard proclaimed confidently, having donned his mask. As a nocturnal being well-versed in combat, he possessed ample reason for such assurance. The two extraordinary individuals, inclined towards supportive roles, immediately turned their gazes towards him. After a brief exchange of glances, Lynn spoke first, "But late nights can lead to baldness," Klein added, "and they can also diminish your memory." "Ha, who said that?" Leonard instinctively sought to counter, but then he recalled Dunn Smith, who was still far away in Tingen. He thought of the young man, as already receding hairline, and the permanence of it. With a slight wince, Leonard found himself touching his own head, suddenly gripped by a sense of urgency. Would he truly become bald at such a young age, like their captain? Once more, Lynn and Klein exchanged knowing looks before bursting into laughter. "Sherlock, to be honest, I believe we could become great friends in the future," Lynn declared earnestly. His words were sincere. Although he had approached Klein with the intention of forging a friendship, he had not anticipated their remarkable rapport until now. Indeed, choosing to befriend the fool had proven to be a wise decision, as it granted him yet another companion who would remember him fondly. "I thought we were already friends," Klein replied with a smile, realizing at last why Lynn Sotis enjoyed such a stellar reputation. This detective truly was someone who fostered a comfortable atmosphere in social interactions. "Indeed, you are correct." Lynn nodded in agreement, then turned his attention to Leonard, who was still fretting over his hairline. "Think positively. You can always wear a wig in the future." "No, that is absolutely out of the question." Leonard vehemently shook his head in refusal. "Then make it a point to get a few more hours of sleep and refrain from staying up unnecessarily," Lynn advised, patting Leonard on the shoulder. He then cast his gaze towards the house across the street, where the gathering hosted by their esteemed gentlemen would take place. "That is the venue for the extraordinary gathering I shall be attending. Although I did not inform them in advance about bringing you along, fret not. My reputation can vouch for you." Lynn spoke with unwavering confidence. It was not an empty claim. As a frequent attendee of these gatherings, Lynn Sotis indeed possessed the credibility to vouch for new members. Perhaps it was due to his lively nature that the gentleman maintained a rather lenient approach towards the participants of his gatherings. Lynn dared to wager that the gathering hosted by the gentleman was undoubtedly teeming with spies from various factions. However, due to an unspoken understanding, none were inclined to disrupt the assembly. After all, in a grand locale like Beakland, extraordinary gatherings are a common occurrence. Rather than unearthing the more clandestine meetings of the wild, extraordinary individuals, it is preferable to maintain this known assembly, which, to some extent, remains manageable. Klein and Leonard exchanged a glance at this revelation, refraining from voicing their thoughts. They then followed Lynn to the villa's entrance, where, after knocking the appropriate signal, a servant promptly opened the door. After a brief conversation with Lynn, the servant admitted them inside. Upon entering the villa, Klein and Leonard instinctively tensed, for their eyes fell upon an assembly predominantly composed of extraordinary beings. Many were adorned in masks or cloaked in garments reminiscent of their own. It was evident that a fundamental wariness pervaded the gathering, as attendees were reluctant to reveal their identities to one another. Yet, some individuals exuded extraordinary confidence, eschewing any form of disguise, casually seated or standing in the villa's grand hall. Klein's gaze swept across these figures, instinctively committing their appearances to memory, not with any ulterior motive, but rather because having a broader acquaintance within Beakland's wild, extraordinary circle would prove advantageous. As Klein surveyed the room, his attention was drawn to a man in a black robe seated on a solitary armchair at the center of the salon. He was undoubtedly a person of considerable significance within the gathering, likely one of the hosts. This man, referred to as the gentleman, was the convener of the assembly. As far as Klein was aware, he was a shepherd of considerable strength. Lynn, noticing Klein's focus on the gentleman, leaned in to offer a whispered insight. However, he is unlikely to take action against anyone at the gathering without cause, so there is no need for concern. As long as we do not offend him, all will be well. The familiar title of shepherd caused Klein's brow to furrow. Memories from the information he had previously encountered at the night church resurfaced in his mind. Among the documents regarding B-Clan's wild, extraordinary gatherings, there was indeed mention of such an assembly, and it was noted to be one of the more prestigious events among B-Clan's many extraordinary congregations. Moreover, the gentleman, given his ostentatious demeanor and connections, was likely one of the divine emissaries of the Aurora Society. A sharp intake of breath escaped Klein. In a certain sense, he had a rather peculiar affinity with the true Creator. This recollection of his experiences in Tingen left him with a sense of unease, and it also prompted thoughts of an individual he had nearly forgotten. Was that scoundrel Lanneris also present in B-Clan? He pondered the progress of the church's investigation into the matter. Chapter 37. The extraordinary gathering in progress, although he had not endured the anguish of total annihilation as depicted in the original narrative. One could not assert that Klein harbored no animosity towards Lanneris, the man whose actions had directly instigated the aberration of Megalos, nearly ushering forth the offspring of the malevolent deity and leading to the downfall of Tingen. In Klein's view, Insangwir was indeed the principal architect of the impending tragedy. Yet Ramlis also served as the most direct accomplice in this entire affair. Moreover, the attitude revealed in the madman's letter, coupled with his actions in Tingen, makes it evident that an extraordinary individual, such as Ramlis, if not apprehended soon, would only lead to further calamities. He is no mere innocent, wild, extraordinary being, but rather a lunatic who derives pleasure from deception and causing harm to others. It seems that when Lady Dolly visited the captain, she mentioned that their small team was pursuing Ramlis. It would be prudent to inquire further. Should there be no leads from Lady Dolly's side, I could also enlist the help of the Tarot Society to investigate, with Miss Justice likely residing in Beckland. As Klein contemplated this, he heard Lynn Sotos continue with his introduction. Do you see those two blackboards over there? They represent the various demands of the attendees. Shortly, a servant will arrive to have us write our requests on small slips of paper, which will then be anonymously transcribed onto the blackboards. While saying this, Lynn led Klein and Leonard to a discreet corner to sit down, continuing in a hushed tone. During the transcription, these demands will be read aloud. If anyone is interested in a transaction, they will discreetly communicate with the servant, who will arrange for the parties to meet in a private room. Of course, you may also wait until the break to write directly on the blackboard, although I would not recommend it. Following Lynn's gesture, Klein indeed spotted a small room with two upright blackboards, each inscribed with a series of words. Seeking powder of ancient vengeful spirits, price negotiable. Seeking a pair of Manhattan fish eyes. Recipe for Sequence 8 Sheriff S Potion, 450 pounds. As Klein perused the listings, he, despite being an official extraordinary, felt a sense of enlightenment. This gathering was indeed a rare high-end extraordinary event in Beckland, far surpassing the underground market in Tingen in terms of value. Klein mused silently, not intending to make any purchases, primarily because he lacked neither potion recipes nor magical items, and quite simply, he was short on funds. Leonard, equally intrigued, examined the contents of the blackboards. Though masked, his body language betrayed a palpable excitement. After introducing the two novices, Lynn also scrutinized the listings. As he was the most eager among the trio, primarily needing to acquire materials for crafting martial scholar potions and certain spiritual materials for making scrolls, having exhausted his previous stock. Although, thanks to his exceptional abilities, Lynn required far fewer spiritual materials than ordinary extraordinary beings when crafting scrolls. It was impossible to create something from nothing. After reviewing the blackboards, Lynn discreetly began searching the crowd for the figures of Furs and Hiss. Lynn was quite certain that the two tarot reserves would attend the gathering, especially since he had personally crafted the script designated as 008 that very morning. However, Lynn had never laid eyes on Furs and Hugh, and even if they were present, they had evidently disguised themselves. After searching for quite some time without success, Lynn felt a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, having prepared bait ahead of time, he patiently began to await the subsequent transaction phase. Soon, a servant approached the trio, distributing slips of paper to record their requests. Once the servant departed, Lynn wasted not a moment in writing down his needs and the items for sale. While folding the note, he noticed that the two individuals beside him had not written a single word. He couldn't help but murmur, "What's wrong? Don't you have anything you desire?" "I truly have no immediate needs," Klein replied, shaking his head softly. "I would like to acquire a powerful, extraordinary item, but I haven't saved enough money yet. I intend to revisit this in due time," Leonard responded, revealing his genuine interest. Having fully recognized his own vulnerabilities following the incident with the offspring of the Eldritch God, Leonard found himself in a state of insecurity and was keen on arming himself. Though he could borrow the church's sealing items, they were not always accessible, and the old man claimed he could help mitigate the negative effects of these seals, though Leonard privately questioned the truth of that assertion. Though he remained cautious of Pallas, Leonard's relationship with the elderly gentleman had significantly softened due to the assistance he received during the battle with the Eldritch offspring. "It seems the poet has quite a bit saved up, yet I find myself with the crawling hunger. This miraculous item, if sold, should fetch at least 10,000 pounds. If not more," Klein remarked, glancing at Leonard with a hint of envy while stroking the black glove on his left hand. This was none other than the crawling hunger disguised as an ordinary glove. In its inactive state, it possessed a remarkable ability to conceal itself, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. Noticing Klein's subtle gesture, Lynn's gaze quickly darted to the black glove. As a well-read individual familiar with the original texts, he could easily deduce its nature, and various anecdotes related to the crawling hunger sprang to mind. How unfortunate to have transformed into a timid crawling hunger so early. No wonder Klein confidently claims he can handle Sequence 6. Indeed, a cherished feline of a doting father is fortunate, Lynn mused inwardly. At that moment, Leonard inquired, "What about you, Lynn? What do you plan to purchase?" "I intend to acquire some extraordinary materials. As for extraordinary weapons, I have yet to find anything particularly suitable. The truly powerful extraordinary weapons are exceedingly expensive, so I think I shall focus on finding a way to advance first," Lynn replied, feigning a sigh for effect. "Indeed, I share your sentiment," Klein nodded in agreement, empathizing with Lynn's predicament. Just then, the servant reappeared, collecting the slips of paper from the three of them. After a while, the waiter who had collected the notes approached the blackboard and handed the mixed notes to his colleague responsible for recording the information. The waiter at the blackboard began to document while reading aloud the contents of the notes, and soon it was time for Lynn's note. Chapter 38. Forth and Hugh required a substantial quantity of spiritually rich materials, with prices to be negotiated. For sale were the formulas for the audience potion of Sequence 9 at 220, the mind reader potion of Sequence 8 at 450, and the psychologist potion of Sequence 7 at 900. These could be purchased individually or in a bundle, with prices open for discussion if deemed unsuitable. The formula for the trickster potion of Sequence 8 was also available for 450. Who could it be that was offering the potion formulas from Audience Pathway, Sequence 9, to Sequence 7 in one go? Could it be someone from the Psychological Alchemy Society? Upon hearing the waiter's proclamation, Klein instinctively perked up, but before he could indulge in wild speculations, he heard Lynn whisper beside him, "It's my turn. I wonder if the buyer from last time is still around. I hope I can sell it smoothly." This startled Klein, nearly causing him to topple from his chair, and he immediately cast a peculiar glance at Lynn, unable to suppress his lowered voice. "You're selling?" "Indeed." Lynn nodded without hesitation, having no intention to conceal this matter. "Do you also possess the potion formulas for the audience pathway?" Recalling Lynn's previous enumeration of items, Klein suddenly felt he had underestimated this detective entangled with various factions. The potion formulas he held might surpass his expectations. Not to mention, Lynn must certainly possess the formula for the Seeker Pathway Sequence 8 potion. "Yes. Didn't I mention it before?" Lynn looked at Klein with a puzzled expression, and although masked, his eyes unmistakably conveyed his thoughts. "No, You did not inform me that you had the audience pathway potion formulas. Klein shook his head. Ah. Lynn voiced his confusion, and finally, as if struck by a revelation, he said, I forgot. Klein remarked, forgetting is one thing, but that reason is rather absurd. He couldn't help but mentally scoff, yet because of the absurdity of the excuse, he found it somewhat believable. After all, if Lynn truly wished to conceal his potion formulas from audience sequence 9 to sequence 7, he could easily refrain from selling such items at an extraordinary gathering and need not resort to such an outlandish excuse to deceive him. Thus, while reflecting on Lynn's perhaps unusually carefree nature in certain respects, Klein became more invested in another matter. He lowered his voice and inquired, Did you mean to say that someone previously sought the audience pathway potion formulas at the gathering? Yes, and they were looking to purchase both the sequence 8 and sequence 9 formulas in one go. I suspect they are a buyer of considerable means. Unfortunately, when I attended last time, I did not yet have the corresponding formulas, he said, his tone tinged with regret. The expression beneath Klein's mask bore an element of peculiarity. In truth, Klein indeed associated Lynn's words with misjustice, as in his understanding, the only wealthy patron accessible to the audience was her. However, such a coincidence seemed improbable. And moreover, Miss Justice had no need for the potion formulas of sequence 8 and sequence 9. It was unlikely that she would procure another copy merely to conceal the origin of the formulas from the Tarot Club. Klein contemplated this, feeling somewhat like a suspicious neighbor misjudging a thief. At the same time, while Klein made contact with the illustrious Miss Justice, who had single-handedly revitalized the economy of the Tarot Club, Furs, who was also at the gathering, became suddenly animated. She could not help but clutch the sleeve of Rue beside her and whispered, Look, someone is selling the potion formula for the Master of Tricks. Furs's excitement was understandable. Unlike other extraordinary individuals, Furs had been plagued by the full moon's whispers due to her use of the Abraham family's extraordinary artifacts. Although she was unaware of the intricacies surrounding the Abraham family, this affliction had instilled in her a fervent desire for advancement. After all, Furs had sought assistance from her divine patron, only to find herself still ensnared by her predicament. Now, she could only hope that her potential promotion would liberate her from the torment of the full moon-esque whispers. Regrettably, extraordinary individuals on the apprentice pathway were exceedingly rare. Until today, Furs had never encountered anyone selling the Master of Tricks potion formula, making this opportunity all the more thrilling. Moreover, the price was not exorbitant. At $450, coupled with her recently acquired manuscript fee, she could afford the purchase, albeit with a tighter budget for some time. Furs calculated her modest savings and could not suppress a clenched fist of determination. Congratulations! Rue sincerely expressed her delight, her tone tinged with envy. She too yearned for advancement. Yet despite encountering sellers of formulas, she had never managed to save enough. However, Rue remained undeterred, confident that she would soon gather enough funds to acquire her own formula. Then, Rue recalled something and lowered her voice. Not only is there the Master of Tricks formula, but also the potion formulas of the audience pathway. It's a pity the Lady isn't here. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly purchase all 3 formulas at once. Being still in the extraordinary gathering, Rue prudently refrained from mentioning Audrey's name. Furs understood Rue's implication and recalled Audrey's lavish spending habits, nodding in agreement. She then remarked softly, Perhaps when I procure the Master of Tricks potion formula, we could negotiate with that seller, suggesting they attend the gathering next time and inform the lady about this matter. If she can attend, she could purchase the formulas directly. If her schedule is tight, she might entrust us with the task. Given her generosity, we might even receive some additional rewards. As they spoke, the 2 impoverished souls exchanged glances, each comprehending the other's intent. Though success was not guaranteed, persuading the seller would undoubtedly be a boon for them both. Even without the prospect of additional compensation from Miss Audrey, they could still enhance their impression in her eyes. Thus, a few minutes later, within the small room designated for transactions, 5 cloaked and masked individuals divided into 2 groups, sitting opposite each other. Why were there 3 people on one side? I had come with Hugh to persuade the other party, but why were they 3? Was it possible that these items belonged collectively to them? Fulci pondered, her expression perfectly concealed beneath her cloak. Opposite her, Klein, and Leonard, who had accompanied Lynn out of concern for the risks following his departure from protection, shared full-size bewilderment. Why were there only 2 people on the other side? Did purchasing the potion formula necessitate 2 individuals? Lynn observed this scene, nearly bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha! What a gathering for the Tarot Society. Chapter 39. A trivial yet profound shock as the only individual privy to the truth, having not brought a camera. Lynn was overcome with an impulse to document this memorable moment. Just imagine the amusement. Half of the future Tarot Society members unwittingly converged during a gathering hosted by members of the Aurora Society, completing what was nearly a team-building exercise. I wonder if, once they all join the Tarot Society, they will reminisce about this encounter with nostalgia. Lynn jested inwardly, while outwardly maintaining a composed demeanor. He then produced the meticulously transcribed formula for the Master of Illusions potion, placing his hand on the table as he stated, "This is the formula for the Master of Illusions potion. If there are no issues, let us proceed with the transaction." Ah, very well, no issues. Upon hearing this, Fulci was too preoccupied to ponder why there were 3 individuals opposite her. She nodded vigorously, retrieving £450 from her pocket, but hesitating to hand it to Lynn. Instead, she said, "Before we finalize this transaction, I actually have a request." "What request?" Lynn feigned confusion as he regarded Fulci, then squinted and inquired, "Do you wish to negotiate the price?" In truth, he suspected that Fulci and Hugh's concerns were likely related to the potion formula for the audience pathway. Yet he relished the pretense of ignorance. "Is that permissible?" Fulci paused for a moment, almost instinctively asking. "Sorry, that's not possible." Lynn resolutely shook his head. Although he did not particularly value these material possessions, his current circumstances necessitated financial resources, so he was unwilling to offer Fulci any concessions. Very well. Fulci felt a twinge of disappointment, but having not intended to negotiate from the outset, she quickly composed herself and stated, "In truth, I do not wish to haggle. My request primarily pertains to the potion formula you possess for the audience pathway." Forlith organized his thoughts and spoke. "It is as follows. I have a friend who has long desired to acquire the formula for the potion of audience, yet she has been unable to find it thus far. Unfortunately, due to certain circumstances, she could not attend the gathering this time. Therefore, I would like to propose that you arrange a time with us, perhaps for the next meeting, when she will be able to purchase the potion of audience formula from you. Our esteemed friend is not lacking in financial means, so you need not worry about her attempting to negotiate a lower price. Since you have chosen to sell these potion formulas, it is likely that you hope to gain a fair monetary return, making this a mutually beneficial arrangement." At this point, Hugh interjected. Upon hearing this, Lynn displayed a peculiar expression, glancing at the 2 of them and inquiring, "Is your friend the one who sought the audience and mind reader formulas at the last gathering?" "How do you know? Were you present as well?" Forlith asked in astonishment. "Indeed, I was there, but at that time, I had not yet acquired the formula for the potion of audience. Hence, I did not sell it to your friend," Lynn replied, nodding. He then stroked his chin, seemingly lost in thought, and after a few moments, he asked, "I wish to confirm. Is your friend truly wealthy? What do you intend?" Forlith and Hugh immediately grew wary, the latter shooting Lynn a cautionary glance and crossing his arms, stating, "This is a gathering of gentlemen, and I advise you to refrain from any fanciful ideas. While our friend is generous, he is certainly not a gullible fool. Should you propose an exorbitant price, we would prefer to wait." Forlith chimed in, referencing the term gullible fool that originated from Roselle's invention. "What are you insinuating? I am not that sort of person." Lynn rolled his eyes in exasperation at their reactions and retorted, "I merely wish to convey that if your friend is indeed affluent and wishes to pursue the path of audience, perhaps we could establish a long-term collaboration." "What do you mean?" Forlith paused, momentarily taken aback and struggling to comprehend. "What I mean is that I will likely obtain subsequent potion formulas for the path of audience, such as the Hypnotist of Sequence 6 and the Dreamwalker formula of Sequence 5. If your friend is as wealthy as you claim, I would not mind selling these formulas to her at a reasonable price once I acquire them," Lynn stated calmly, finally revealing his intentions. His participation in this gathering, apart from his own amusement, was to leverage Hugh and Forlith's connections to establish a stable trading relationship with Audrey Hall. Lynn believed that, with Miss Justice's financial resources and her desire for advancement, he could alleviate his economic burdens simply by selling these formulas. You can actually obtain the formulas for Sequence 6 and Sequence 5. Firth was momentarily stunned. She was only at Sequence 9 and had just acquired the formula for Sequence 8. Confounded by the uncertain path ahead, she found it hard to fathom the ease with which this demigod had previously navigated. In truth, it was not just Firth and Hugh who were taken aback. Even Klein couldn't help but cast a few extra glances at Lynn. What peculiar method could this individual possibly employ to acquire potion formulas? Unfazed by the astonished and shocked gazes of those around him, Lynn confidently declared, "I possess a 90% certainty." The room fell into silence, and nearly half a minute later, Firth finally spoke. "I need to consult my friend regarding this matter. However, if what you say is true, it seems you could indeed establish a long-term collaboration with my acquaintance." As she spoke, Firth felt a genuine envy towards Miss Audrey. If Lynn's words held truth, Audrey would likely no longer need to worry about formulas. How fortunate! If only she could encounter someone who had mastered the subsequent formulas for apprentices. Yet, even if such a person were to appear, Firth doubted she could afford it. She sighed, realizing that if it were someone less composed, they might have succumbed to jealousy towards Audrey. However, Firth felt no such envy. Instead, she was sincerely happy for Audrey, a sentiment reflected in Hugh beside her. Klein, overhearing their exchange, cast another look at Firth and Hugh. At that moment, he couldn't help but recall his earlier unfounded speculation. Previously, he had dismissed the idea as impossible. Yet now, uncertainty crept in. After all, being in Backland, particularly as a member of the audience pathway, and possessing considerable wealth, it was hard for Klein not to associate this woman with the ability to easily acquire formulas for Sequence 6 and Sequence 5. In just 2 days, the next tarot meeting would occur. If Miss Justice did not seek the formula for the psychologist's potion again, Klein exhaled softly. He had no intention of delving into the identities of his tarot members, yet if interactions continued, he wouldn't shy away from it either. However, if it truly was Miss Justice, she would likely have no issues obtaining formulas up to Sequence 4. How splendid, Klein mused internally, feeling a twinge of envy towards Miss Justice. Yet, like Firth and Hugh, he harbored no jealousy. As for Leonard, being an extraordinary member of the Sleepless Pathway, he was free from the worries faced by the other three. As long as he diligently accumulated contributions and processed the potions, he could apply for advancement within the church. Would that evoke jealousy? If I were to tell you that I could theoretically access your subsequent potion formulas, you might just faint from joy, Lynn teased inwardly. He could easily discern the thoughts of the few individuals present, and indeed, Lynn was theoretically able to acquire the potion formulas for both the apprentice path and the arbiter path. The reason was rather simple. The first blasphemous tablet containing the potion formulas was in the possession of Lynn's rather lenient guardian, Sassalier. Although Sassalier would certainly not casually show such a significant item to Lynn, he was confident that once he became more acquainted with Sassalier, there would come a day when he could obtain the blasphemous tablet to study it. Perhaps he could even learn from Roselle to create some blasphemous items, such as the blasphemous chess set. With his chin in hand, Lynn suddenly found this endeavor quite promising. If he could truly create an item akin to the blasphemous chess set, given the timeline of his first alter ego, he might allow Roselle to experience the essence of a predecessor having traversed the path, leaving him with no way forward. It was decided he would pursue this. Lynn cheerfully noted this down in his mental ledger. Simultaneously, he did not forget that he was still at the trading venue. He gently cleared his throat, interrupting the few individuals lost in envy, and said, "Since that is the case, I can provide you with a means to contact me. Should you reach a decision, you may convey the outcome through this contact. Of course, if you are apprehensive that this may pose a risk, you may also wait until the next gathering to share your answer." No problem. Furs and Hugh exchanged glances, and the former promptly nodded. If Lynn were requesting their contact information, Furs and Hugh would naturally hesitate for safety reasons. However, they had no qualms about obtaining the other's contact details. After all, as Lynn had stated, if they felt any danger, they could simply pretend this contact did not exist. Thus, may our collaboration be pleasant. Lynn beamed with a relaxed and joyful smile. Shortly after the transaction between Lynn, Furs, and Hugh concluded, the extraordinary gathering hosted by Mr. came to an end. On the carriage ride home, Lynn meticulously counted the spiritual materials he had acquired at the gathering while casting sidelong glances at the two individuals nearby, who seemed hesitant to speak. After a while, he took the initiative to ask, "What's the matter? Is there something on your mind?" "No, it's nothing." Klein's expression was subtle, and ultimately he did not inquire further. He was indeed curious about how Lynn intended to obtain the subsequent potion formulas for the audience path. But this might infringe upon the other's secrets. As someone who maintained a keen sense of propriety, he naturally refrained from addressing such matters bluntly. Leonard scratched his head, clearly wanting to ask something, but after listening intently, he merely inquired, "Lynn, why did you purchase so many spiritual materials? You shouldn't require this much for your ritual magic practice, should you?" "Well, let us consider it a secret. Please allow me to keep it under wraps." Lynn blinked, sealing the spiritual materials in boxes while additionally encasing them with a wall of spirituality, and added, "You shall know in due course." Leonard thus refrained from further inquiries. The carriage swiftly arrived at Minsk Street, and after settling the fare, the trio alighted. After traversing a few steps, they spotted a figure lingering at the entrance of No.15 Minsk Street. It was a boy of approximately 15 or 16 years, clad in an old coat ill-suited for his age, topped with a round hat. His frame slender and frail. Klein's gaze sharpened, for having perused the archives related to the Mooches manuscript at the behest of Lynn, he instantly recognized the individual before him. Ian, a pivotal figure in the Mooches manuscript case, an orphan raised and nurtured by the Fisac spy, Zerial Victor, and the one who directly possessed the clues regarding the manuscript's whereabouts. How could it be him? What business does he have here? Is he seeking linens? A multitude of conjectures flashed through Klein's mind, yet his countenance remained inscrutable. After all, as Sherlock Moriarty, he ought not to be privy to the intricacies of the Mooches manuscript case. At that moment, Klein heard Linens, standing beside him, seemingly murmur instinctively. This unfortunate detective, embroiled in the Mooches manuscript affair, evidently recognized Ian as well. The next moment, perhaps having heard his own name, Ian, who had been facing away from them, pivoted around. Upon seeing the trio in the distance, his expression registered shock, and he stammered, "Detective Sotis, how are you here? I thought you were like Detective Zerial." Yet before Ian could finish a sentence, he swallowed the remainder, for Lynn suddenly dashed forward, grasping his arm, while vigilantly scanning their surroundings, instructing his companions, "Sherlock, open the door quickly. We must get inside." Naturally, Ian was unwilling, but he found himself unable to break free from Lynn surprisingly formidable grip, with his two companions blocking his escape routes. This left Ian in a state of terror, compelled to allow himself to be pulled into the building. Fortunately, once inside, Lynn released him, though he maintained his position at the doorway, prompting Ian to step back hastily, surveying the room while asking, "Detective Sotis, what are you doing? And I wish to inquire what your intentions are. How did you find me here?" "Confounded, I have no desire to become embroiled in your affairs." Linens exhibited a pained and vexed expression, genuinely taken aback by Ian's unexpected arrival, completely unaware that he was the very one who had penned the script. "What?" Ian paused, suddenly realizing there might be a misunderstanding, and quickly asserted, "Detective Sotis, I did not come to seek you. You may have misinterpreted my intentions." Chapter 41. Linen's proposal. "So, you're not actually here to find me, but rather you discovered that Detective Zerial may be under the control of others, and you yourself are being pursued by a gang. Hence you wish to enlist Sherlock's assistance in investigating Detective Zerial?" At 15 Minsk Street, after listening to Ian's explanation, Lynn thoughtfully stroked his chin and gravely summarized the situation. Although Lynn's involvement introduced an unforeseen variable, Ian's experience bore little difference from the original narrative. He still found himself pursued by the Mafia after unexpectedly discovering the disappearance of Zaire Victor Lee, seeking assistance from other detectives, only to be informed that Zaire Victor Lee had been seen recently. Under such circumstances, Ian mistakenly believed that Zaire had not been harmed, but was merely under the control of others. leading him to solicit the newly arrived Detective Sherlock Moriarty to investigate Zaire's current condition. The report did not mention whether they had encountered Zaire, but the church was undoubtedly certain of Zaire's demise. Could it be the faceless man? Klein, who was listening intently, stroked the black glove on his left hand, fostering a suspicion within. Indeed, Ian nodded, his crimson eyes brimming with fear. He confessed, "I truly do not know what to do anymore." Subsequently, Ian looked up at Lynn, his gaze tinged with a glimmer of expectation as he inquired, "Detective Sotos, you disappeared almost simultaneously with Detective Zaire. Since you were here, then Zaire." "He is dead," Lynn interrupted, shaking his head and ruthlessly shattering Ian's flicker of hope. Rubbing his temples as if afflicted with a headache, he continued tersely, "I've seen his body. In fact, due to your petty affairs, I nearly became a corpse myself." "Body," Ian repeated the word, appearing somewhat disheartened but not overly surprised, as he had evidently prepared himself for this revelation. He exhaled deeply and asked, "Detective Sotos, could you take me to see that body? I am willing to pay for this. Consider it a commission." "I strongly advise against that," Lynn replied, lowering his hand from his temples, fixing Ian with a cold, assertive gaze. "I am aware of your identity, Zaire's identity, and more importantly, the essence of this matter." Ian's pupils dilated as he regarded Lynn in disbelief. Instinctively retreating a step, Lynn continued calmly, "If I'm not mistaken, your desire to see the body stems from Zaire possessing something that can establish contact with your superior, correct?" After a brief silence, Ian nodded, affirming yes. Lynn scrutinized him further, asserting, "I am quite certain there is a traitor within your intelligence network, and that traitor is likely Zaire Victor Lee's superior. This would explain why, after Zaire reported to his higher-ups, he was immediately known to the spies of Intisti. In this situation, if you were to initiate contact with them, what do you suppose would be your fate?" Lynn's tone remained calm. Yet this very tranquility only heightened Ian's anxiety. He could not help but envision various gruesome ends for himself and blurted out, "What should I do now?" Ian had previously managed to maintain his composure, believing he could rely on the spy superior from Fusark behind him. However, upon the sudden revelation that his superior was, in fact, an undercover agent, panic ensued. "Were I in your position, I would choose to proactively bring this matter to the attention of the official authorities, such as the Church of the Night, which would be an excellent option," Lynn stated, his demeanor calm and collected, entirely devoid of the previous unreliability that had characterized him, exuding an air of credibility instead. "Although you are the offspring raised by that Fusark spy, Zerial, you have not yet committed any acts detrimental to ruin. If you take the initiative to report this matter and assist the Church of the Night in locating the manuscript of Hermosius, you may redeem your past misdeeds through your contributions. I am confident the Church will overlook your previous actions, and you shall receive protection, allowing you to navigate this crisis unscathed." Lynn continued, his expression unwavering. "Otherwise, you will have no choice but to wait for the spies under Ambassador Indies to find you, compelling you to pay a bloody price." With these words, not only Ian but also Klein and Leonard exchanged subtle glances, their expressions shifting as they realized the unexpected nature of Lynn's suggestion. It was no wonder he had become an informant for the Church. It seemed he genuinely held a favorable disposition towards them. Klein could not help but muse inwardly while he concurred, "Though I am unclear about the exact nature of your involvement, the Church of the Night has indeed maintained an excellent reputation. I find Lynn's suggestion quite feasible." "I concur," Leonard nodded vigorously. For them, Ian's proactive pursuit of assistance from the Church of the Night would represent the best possible outcome. "I need to consider this," Ian replied, gripping the hem of his garment tightly, clearly torn in his thoughts. "You best decide quickly. Time is not on your side." Lynn's voice turned almost frigid. "I understand. Thank you, Detective Sotos. I shall take my leave now," Ian stated, bowing slightly to Lynn before opening the door and departing from 15 Minsk Street. Throughout this exchange, the other 3 occupants of the room did not hinder him. However, the 2 watchmen exchanged knowing glances, clearly aware of the situation at hand. Lynn, feigning ignorance to the subtle signaling between the 2 professionals, felt the tension within him dissipate almost instantaneously, shedding the cold and assertive demeanor he had just exhibited before Ian. He slumped into a chair like a salted fish, mumbling to himself, "Excellent. As long as Ian approaches the Church of the Night, this matter will be resolved swiftly." He then turned to Klein and said, "Sherlock, could you be so kind as to brew me a cup of black tea? I'm parched after all that talk." This shift in demeanor elicited a suppressed chuckle from the two watchmen. "Of course," Klein replied with a nod, adeptly retrieving the tea set and preparing a cup for each of them. As he handed the black tea to Lynn, he remarked in a jocular tone, "It seems our commission will soon come to an end." "Indeed, I share that sentiment," Lynn affirmed. Lynn nodded in agreement, taking a sip of red tea before recalling something and smiling. "By the way, Sherlock, you have just arrived in Bakerland. Once everything is settled, I shall introduce you to other detectives. I have quite a good rapport, and I am acquainted with most individuals in the Bakerland Detective Circle." Chapter 42. The assignment. "I appreciate your assistance," Klein replied, feeling a stir of excitement within, refraining from any refusal. In truth, Klein was also troubled about how to engage with his counterparts in Bakerland, for networking is crucial for a detective, especially given Klein's own mission, which necessitated the collection of information. Integrating into the Bakerland investigative community was of paramount importance to him. Lynn, in a buoyant mood, began humming a cheerful tune. Meanwhile, on the coffee table at 16, Minsk Street, a notebook lay quietly, its pages fluttering slightly in a breeze, revealing a series of flowing words. Having received the suggestion from Lynn Sotos, Ian ultimately decided to seek refuge with the night church. With the clues provided by Ian, the night watchman responsible for the Hermosia manuscript incident at the night church resolved to use the Hermosia manuscript as bait, luring the Intis spies into a trap to eliminate these bothersome rodents. Consequently, the Intis spies suffered significant losses, and Bakerland faced the prospect of being repatriated. By a fortunate coincidence, Bakerland unexpectedly learned that Ian's allegiance to the night church was connected to Lynn Sotos. In a fit of extreme anger, he attributed all blame to the innocent detective Lynn Sotos, deciding to dispatch his most trusted subordinate, Rossigo, to eliminate this detestable detective before his repatriation. This unforeseen development took everyone by surprise. A gentle breeze swept through, closing the fluttering pages once more. In the living room, just a street away, Lynn continued to hum his tune while savoring his red tea. "Ah, it seems I shall soon witness the famed scene with Master Rowe." Lynn recalled the plot concerning Master Rowe's renowned moments in the original story, unable to suppress a chuckle. Suddenly, however, Lynn froze, instinctively straightening his posture, his expression turning serious. "What's wrong?" Klein was taken aback by Lynn's abrupt change, instinctively scanning the surroundings, suspecting Lynn might have sensed danger. Leonard, too, became alert in an instant. "It's nothing. Just a sudden recollection." Lynn shook his head, offering a smile to Klein and Leonard. "However, I feel a bit weary today and wish to retire early." "Sherlock, you must have an extra guest room." "Yes?" This statement caused Klein's brow to furrow instinctively. He was well aware that Lynn Sotos was concealing something, yet he chose not to confront it. He nodded and replied, "There are guest rooms available, but I only just moved in yesterday and have yet to acquire new bedding." "That is quite all right. I can manage," Lynn assured, displaying no signs of delicacy. Meanwhile, in the second era, Lynn, nearly revealing himself under the dual operation, patted his chest and sighed in relief, while inwardly murmuring, "That was close. It seems I must adapt more to this dual operation. Otherwise, I risk synchronizing my actions whenever a situation arises. Fortunately, I possess the awareness to express my anomalies, so it shouldn't pose much of a problem." As he pondered, Lynn raised his gaze toward Sassalier before speaking. "So, the Destruction Demon Wolf is set to engage in battle with the bloodline ancestor Lilith tomorrow?" Indeed, Lynn's sudden excitement, leading to the simultaneous actions of both his personas, was entirely due to Sassalier's unexpected announcement regarding the impending war with Medici. To be precise, tomorrow will merely witness movements from Lilith's side, resulting in friction between the bloodline and the Demon Wolf clan. However, it will still be some time before the ancient gods themselves take the field. Sassalier clarified. "So, it essentially means a conflict is imminent?" Lynn summarized. Your interpretation is not incorrect, Sassalier chuckled wryly, casting a glance at the two youngsters before inquiring. Aren't you curious about what will transpire in detail? Although Sassalier had conspired with Amnesis in the presence of Lynn and Medici, he had yet to explain the full scope of the events to the two young ones, as they remained concealed near the realm of the demon wolves. For instance, you and Prince Amnesis are conspiring to eliminate the destruction demon wolf, thereby allowing humans to gain an advantage, while Amnesis ascends to a higher echelon in the process. Lynn blinked, opting to speak based on the information he had received thus far. Medici, lost in thought, displayed an expression of contemplation. As a naturally gifted weather sorcerer, he possessed an uncanny intuition regarding war and intrigue. After a brief moment of hesitation, he remarked, "That bloodline ancestor Lilith is also our ally, correct?" "Yes, you are indeed perceptive," Sassalier nodded. Although he had long recognized that the two young ones were far from ordinary, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction upon confirming their insight. Sassalier continued, "You are aware of humanity's current predicament. While the emergence of the Master has offered salvation to some, liberating them from the oppression of extraordinary races such as elves and dragons, the Master's current strength is still insufficient to directly confront all the ancient gods. Thus, we require allies, leveraging their power to forge a path forward." He refrained from elaborating excessively, as it was prudent not to discuss conspiracies in detail before their execution. Listening to this explanation, Medici clearly grasped the implications, while Lynn, already privy to certain revelations, blinked and inquired, "So, what is it that Medici and I need to do? You have yet to earn the qualifications to genuinely participate in this level of strategic engagement. My intention in bringing you here is solely to broaden your horizons." Sassalier observed the two youngsters with kindness. "However, you do have your own tasks." At once, Lynn and Medici sat up straight, their demeanor shifting to one of earnestness. "Upon the actual onset of war, do your utmost to save lives," sighed Sarsliel. "I require assistance from Amnesis. Hence it falls upon the two of you to thwart the potential carnage wrought by the frenzied wolf demons or bloodkin, rescuing the innocent and offering them sanctuary and redemption. This is your mission." Lynn paused momentarily, then solemnly nodded, declaring, "I understand. I shall fulfill this task." TSK. Medici smirked. For being a progeny of mythical beings, he evidently struggled to grasp the significance of such actions. Yet he too nodded, stating, "I shall endeavor to rescue those frail humans." Has Lilith truly deemed me dead? Within the palace of the wolf demon clan, the destructive wolf demon, Frelic, unleashed a furious roar, compelling the subservient deities beneath him to lower their heads in trepidation, fearing they might inadvertently provoke the wrath of Frelic and become the unfortunate victims of his fury. Following this outburst, the smoldering anger within Frelic remained unquenched. His enormous wolfish eyes then turned toward the subservient deities, his pupils gleaming with ferocity and bloodlust. Fortunately, he refrained from immediate action, instead fixing his gaze upon his most capable subordinates, uttering, "Amnesis, Salinger, go and rend those blood-sucking bats to shreds. I demand that Lilith pay a bloody price." "Yes, my lord, your will is my command." Amnesis immediately bowed in response, his demeanor submissive and loyal. As ever. Chapter 43. I seem to have heard this name before. In the Second Era, tensions escalated between the Bloodkin and the Wolf Demons, with the Bloodkin as progenitor, Lilith, and the destructive wolf demon Frelic's subordinates descending into the fray, as both sides prepared for imminent confrontation. In the Fifth Era, our fool at last encountered his inaugural tarot meeting since arriving in Beakland. As always, the members attending the tarot gathering, aside from Klein, the fool, included only Miss Justice, Mr. Hangman, and Little Sunday. During this tarot session, Klein, apart from acquiring advanced knowledge through the Roselle diary exchanged among the members, proposed a sacrificial rite belonging to the fool. Undoubtedly, this further enhanced Klein's stature before the gathering, elevating the fool's image in the minds of the imaginative faction led by the Hangman to an even more enigmatic level. Moreover, Klein found himself intrigued as Miss Justice recommended two extraordinary women residing in Beakland, hoping the fool would consider admitting them to the tarot assembly. Frankly, this suggestion instantly reminded Klein of the two ladies he had encountered at a gathering hosted by his lord just days prior. Thus, while grappling with complex emotions, Klein chose not to outright reject Miss Justice's proposal, but instead employed the art of procrastination as an excuse for further contemplation, neither consenting nor denying. As for whether those two will pass the assessment and when they might do so, that is, of course, a matter for Mr. Fool to contemplate. I am now fairly certain that the friends mentioned by the two ladies refer to Miss Justice. However, why would Miss Justice repeatedly purchase the potion formulas for Sequence 8 and Sequence 9? Is it merely to conceal the existence of the Tarot Society? Is this truly the realm of the affluent? After the conclusion of the Tarot Society's gathering, one must wait for the hangman and Justice to complete their sacrificial ceremony, confirming the feasibility of the ritual before departing. Klein, his eyes now opened above the fog, pondered in silence. Unable to resist the urge to pull out his wallet and glance at the few gold pounds within, he was instantly struck by the disparity of the world around him. With a sigh, Klein tucked his wallet away, rose from his bed, and exited the bedroom. "Ah, Sherlock, your nap has concluded. Care to join me for a game of chess?" The cheerful voice rang out, and Klein needed no glance to know it belonged to a certain detective. Approaching, he indeed found Leonard and Lynn engaged in a game of chess, although Ian had departed to the night church a few days prior, providing the church with leads on the whereabouts of the Hermosia manuscript. The church had decided to seize this opportunity to use the manuscript as bait for a thorough purging of Intis spies. Consequently, Klein and Leonard's guardianship task was far from over and awaited the church's resolution. When Klein regained his focus, he noticed that this newly rented abode had become a lively hub, filled with two individuals who either played cards or chess all day, or gathered to discuss drama and poetry, exuding the familiarity of childhood friends despite their brief acquaintance. However, Klein found himself not overly disinclined, for he too was somewhat enjoying the camaraderie. Prior to his traversal, he had experienced his fair share of eccentric roommates. "Thank you, but I am not adept at chess," Klein replied, shaking his head as he settled into a nearby armchair. His gaze casually swept over the chessboard, only to be taken aback. He discovered that this particular game was unfolding in a manner quite chaotic, starkly contrasting with Leonard's usual one-sided defeats. Has our poet finally found his stride? Klein mused, casting a surprised glance at Leonard, who, feeling the weight of Klein's gaze, inexplicably averted his eyes, clearing his throat and mumbling to Lynn, "It's your turn. Make your move." Making a move, Lynn replied, one hand propping up her chin while the other delicately placed a black piece on the board, then stole a glance at Klein. Lynn was well aware that Klein had ostensibly gone for a nap, but was, in reality, attending a meeting at Source Castle. Curiously, Lynn pondered whether this session of the Tarot Club would differ from the original text. Indeed, he felt an urgency to devise a method to join the gathering. While a flurry of imaginative ideas flitted through his mind, he cast his gaze upon the chess set on the coffee table. Suddenly, he recalled the proposal for the blasphemous chess he had just organized. As he awaited Leonard's move, he resolved to lay the groundwork for the eventual emergence of this blasphemous chess. Thus, Lynn remarked, "Speaking of chess, have any of you heard of the blasphemous chess?" "The blasphemous chess? Are you referring to Rossell's blasphemous cards?" Leonard, who had been attentively listening, paused momentarily and inquired with a hint of confusion. Klein, who had just poured himself tea, also looked at Lynn with curiosity. "No, not Rossell's blasphemous cards. I mean the blasphemous chess. It is said to be an artifact even older than the blasphemous cards. I came across it in an ancient tome, which suggested that this chess also relates to the blasphemous slate." Lynn supported his chin with one hand, speaking in a seemingly casual tone, as if merely sharing an intriguing anecdote with friends. Leonard racked his brain for a few seconds, and upon confirming that he had indeed never heard of such a chess, he turned to Lynn with curiosity. "Really? I haven't heard of it. Could it possibly harbor secrets of the divine sequence? Perhaps otherwise. How would it dare to bear such a name?" Lynn replied, lifting his cup of red tea and taking a sip. "And what else?" Leonard, clearly anxious for more information after hearing only half of the story, pressed for further details. Klein, too, cast a curious glance, intrigued by a topic that could potentially involve high-level information, even if it was merely whimsical gossip. According to that ancient tome, the origins of the blasphemous chess seem to be linked to an angel. I believe the angel's name was something like the secret angel. Yes, the secret angel, Lynn stated nonchalantly, humorously self-deprecating. However, I haven't encountered any other references to this angel in other materials, so I can't be sure if such a figure truly exists. Perhaps the book was merely fabricating tales. While the concept of the King of Angels is esoteric for the extraordinary beings of the fifth epoch, the existence of angels themselves is not a secret. Any extraordinary individual with a modicum of mystical knowledge acknowledges the reality of angels. Thus, though rare, mentions of angels in certain ancient texts remain plausible. The secret angel sounds like one associated with mystery and knowledge. Klein mused, noting the name in his mind, while simultaneously observing Leonard, who suddenly straightened his posture. In that moment, Leonard heard the slightly weary voice of Pales echoing in his mind. The secret angel? I believe I have heard that name before. What? The old man knows this name? Does that mean such an angel truly exists? Leonard instinctively straightened his posture, and if it weren't for the two individuals beside him, he would have earnestly inquired of Pales what he truly knew and what manner of being the secret angel was. Fortunately, Pales had no intention of playing the enigmatic riddlemaker this time. Instead, noticing Leonard's confusion, he patiently responded, I do not possess a thorough understanding of that angel, but I have indeed heard the name long ago. It appears to be a being of considerable antiquity. Even the elder describes it as ancient. Could it be some archaic figure from the quaternary? Leonard mused silently. However, Pale's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. My memories of that entity are rather vague. Thus, I cannot ascertain the nature of its existence. This statement left Leonard feeling somewhat disheartened, yet he was aware that, given the elder's admission, it was unlikely he would unearth further details. With a sigh, he redirected his focus back to the present, only to feel the intensity of 4 fervent gazes directed at him. Clearing his throat, Leonard mustered the courage to ask, Why is everyone looking at me like that? Poet classmate, I can now confidently assert that you are undoubtedly conversing with someone I cannot perceive, Klein thought, suppressing a chuckle. Prior to their arrival in Beakland, Klein had merely harbored vague suspicions about his poet classmate's secrets. However, after arriving in Beakland, he was nearly certain that the poet possessed some sort of accompanying elder spirit. The peculiarities he occasionally displayed were impossible for Klein to overlook. Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that ever since they had experienced the Tingen incident together, the poet had become increasingly unguarded in his presence, no longer concealing his oddities. Perhaps it was because, in Klein's eyes, all 3 of them harbored secrets? He speculated, recalling Leonard's earlier musings about 2 protagonists encountering one another as the wheels of history rolled onward. So, the elder truly has some recollection of me. Is it because, even though I have yet to interfere with his timeline, I have already left traces in the second epoch? Lynn, having formulated a conjecture regarding the intentional mention of the secret angel as a probe, maintained a relatively unchanged expression, merely raising an eyebrow at Leonard and stating, Poet classmate, it seems you are familiar with the name of the secret angel? Well, one could say that, but I do not know much about this secret angel. Only that it appears to be an exceedingly ancient being. Leonard hesitated before responding. He recognized that his unusual demeanor had been too conspicuous, to the extent that even the notion of the secret angel would likely be met with skepticism. Upon hearing exceedingly ancient being, Lynn's expression shifted to one of contemplation, as if he were genuinely pondering something profound. Klein quickly noted this piece of knowledge. Although he was unaware of the identity of this enigmatic angel, he believed that such knowledge might prove invaluable in the future. Leonard, recalling something, inquired Lynn, Where's that ancient tome you mentioned? Is it still retrievable? That is unlikely. Lynn replied, shaking his head with a look of regret. The ancient tome was lost long ago due to unforeseen circumstances. Leonard and Klein both expressed their disappointment. However, despite the unavailability of the tome, the fact that the mysterious angel was real suggested that the blasphemous chess might also be genuine. As Lynn playfully picked up a chess piece from the coffee table, he remarked with a smile, Perhaps one day, we shall encounter the true blasphemous chess. Meanwhile, by the bonfire of the Second Era, Lynn suddenly turned to Cecilial. Even while on a business trip, was absorbed in reviewing documents, waiting for the opportune moment to act. Cecilial, he called out, I have heard that the legendary blasphemous tablet is in your possession. Is that correct? Cecilial paused, then looked up at Lynn with a gentle smile. Indeed, the blasphemous tablet is in my hands. What of it? Could you allow me a glance at it? Lynn asked directly, exuding honesty and sincerity. Of course, Lynn felt emboldened to make such a straightforward request, given his unique status in youth. He surmised that even if his request were denied, it would not lead to any adverse consequences. Cecilial appeared taken aback by Lynn's candor, but eventually shook his head. A hint of apology in his expression. I'm sorry, Sotos. Without the master's command, I cannot permit you to view the blasphemous tablet. As expected, Lynn thought. Feeling no surprise at the rejection, he sighed, his expression tinged with disappointment. Oh, this elicited a touch of helplessness from Cecilial. After pondering for a few moments, he added, however, if you, Sotos, wish to know the subsequent potion formulas of the Hermit Path, I could transcribe them for you. After a brief pause, Cecilial turned to Medici, saying, if you, Medici, require it, I can also provide the potion formulas for the Red Priest Path. Thank you, Cecilial. Nevertheless, I still hope to catch a glimpse of the blasphemous tablet. Lynn quickly altered his expression, discarding his earlier disappointment. While not being able to see the blasphemous tablet was somewhat regrettable, receiving the potion formulas in exchange was a welcome outcome for Lynn. This sudden shift in demeanor brought a more resigned smile to Cecilial's face, having long accepted that both of his children were rather mischievous. He chose not to comment further and resumed his document review. The night was still young. Meanwhile, in the Elven realm, within a colossal palace that seemed to be composed of coral, what does Lilith truly desire? Why does she actively provoke Fergrala and Kvashidin? The Elven king, Suniasolum, sits upon a throne seemingly forged from pure electric light. His ears are pointed and erect, his facial contours soft yet striking. His hair, thick and lustrous, intertwines shades of black and blue, and his features are not only individually captivating, but collectively handsome. However, beyond his allure, the Elven king exudes an unmistakable aura of brutality, a ferocity not stemming solely from coldness and cruelty, but rather impatience and violence, as if a mere disagreement could incite him to violence. Chapter 45. What does he long for? Perhaps it is Almer's attention. He has long coveted the demonic wolf. Or perhaps Lilith simply deems it time to eliminate Fergrala and Kvashidin, for they have indeed caused us considerable trouble in the past. Beside the Elven king sits a beautiful woman, her long hair dark and glossy, fashioned into a high bun. Like the king, her ears are slightly pointed, and her exquisite features carry a hint of ancient charm, with deep brown eyes reminiscent of the ocean. This is the Elven queen, the queen of calamity, Gehinnom. Unlike the Elven king's apparent volatility, Gehinnom's expression remains calm and indifferent, revealing little emotional fluctuation. The reason for Gehinnom's words lies in the current era, where the giant king Almir, the Elven king Suniasolum, and the progenitor of the bloodline, Lilith, have united as allies to combat the non-human ancient gods led by the dreaming dragon Angerweed, the phoenix matriarch Regali, and the otherworldly king Kvashidin. This confrontation is fundamentally rooted in the attraction between extraordinary characteristics of closely aligned sequences. On the other hand, the demon king Fabudi and the destructive demon wolf Fergrala are solitary figures, perhaps due to their paths, or perhaps having consumed too many divergent traits, rendering them more unhinged than other ancient gods, seeking to corrupt all and overturn everything. Perhaps they are merely mad, the Elven king Suniasolum coldly remarked, his voice rising to near a roar. That may indeed be the case, but with Almer present, there is no need for us to intervene. Gehinnom maintained her calm demeanor, replying unhurriedly, we need only await the outcome, though we must remain vigilant against any opportunistic actions from the dragon. That would be ideal. I have often imagined stringing that old dragon up for a barbecue. I can only fathom the exquisite flavor that such a primal attraction could yield. the elven king Sunyasolam declared, his expression growing increasingly brutal. That day will indeed come, Gehinnom replied, her expression still placid. She then seemed to recall something, stating, recently, it appears that some secretive cults have emerged among humans, clashing with our demigods, and even abducting individuals from the territories managed by them. There is no need to concern ourselves with trivial matters. Humanity has never held significance. The elven king, Sunyasolam, seemed unconcerned by this notion. We do not require the faith of those humans. If they are taken away, so be it. Our focus must remain solely on the dragons. The queen of catastrophe, Goina, cast a glance at the elven king, Sunyasolam, and was not surprised by his response. Long ago, she had discerned that her king possessed a peculiar attitude towards humanity. He appeared indifferent to their existence, yet he did not entirely relinquish the handling of humans to the elves. In truth, compared to other extraordinary races, the humans residing within the realm of the elves were quite fortunate. At least they were not subjected to arbitrary slaughter, even if they were treated as servants. They ultimately lived on. Conversely, humans in other regions, such as those in the lands of the wolf demons or the realms of the aberrant, were far less fortunate. Goina had an inkling that the elven king, Sunyasolam, reminisced about something through those humans, much like how he would often sit by the window, gazing into the distance in contemplation. As the queen of elves, Goina naturally desired to delve deeper into her husband's heart. Yet, as the queen of catastrophe, she refrained from probing these depths, choosing instead to quietly accompany Sunyasolam as a faithful consort. Certain secrets of the elven king were not meant to be uncovered. In the absence of active involvement from the elven race, the war ignited by Lilith gradually spiraled into a state of chaos. One by one, the divine beings were dispatched by the leaders of both factions as the conflict intensified. The Bloodkin faced off against the wolf demons and the aberrants, while the giant king, Almiel, who was nominally allied with the progenitor of the Bloodkin, Lilith, also sent forth his divine beings to assist her in combating the aberrants. This rendered the situation on the battlefield rather peculiar. Logically, the Bloodkin had no necessity to confront the wolf demons, only engaging in conflict due to their alliance with the aberrants, while the giants had previously experienced considerable friction with the wolf demons. Nevertheless, no one paid heed to these matters, as it was entirely commonplace for ancient gods to act erratically. At times, even they were unaware of their own thoughts. Today, one faction battles another, and tomorrow, the roles may reverse. This was all too typical. To the extraordinary races of the Second Era, this war bore little difference from the past. It was highly probable that it would culminate in the intervention of the Grand Leaders, with each side claiming victories, leading to an inconclusive resolution. Are you so swiftly inclined to enter the fray yourself? A resonant voice echoed within a palace imbued with a dark, Gothic aesthetic, emanating from a colossal giant, Almiel, the current sovereign of the Giant King's court. The blood of the children has flowed abundantly. It is time for me to personally impart a lesson upon them. A beautiful figure, appearing reminiscent of a maiden, smiled as she spoke. Her crimson eyes and exquisitely delicate features encapsulated the very essence of beauty at its pinnacle. Lilith, the progenitor of the Blood Clan, cast a gentle yet cruel smile towards the giant within the palace, declaring, Almir, as per our agreement, I shall assist you in eliminating Fregler. We shall undoubtedly emerge victorious in this battle. The giant king, Almir, replied with a resounding voice akin to the tolling of a bell, affirming their assured success. Both ancient deities displayed savage smiles, and as Almir departed the palace to prepare for war, Lilith delicately sipped from her goblet, gazing in the direction of the giant king before suddenly bursting into laughter. Foolish, as one who had already entwined herself with the sun god and was plotting to feign death to rid herself of the madness of the ancient gods. Lilith was acutely aware of the schemes lurking behind Almir. In fact, she knew quite well that Almir had also made contact with the sun god, who sought to eliminate her, an ancient deity whose ambitions conflicted with his own. However, since Almir's designs inadvertently aligned with Lilith's own, she chose not to expose him. Alas, that sun god cares for humanity more than you might imagine, and he holds quite an affection for her. lost in her thoughts. Lilith's smile grew even more radiant as she drained her wine glass and stepped into the boundless darkness. Chapter 46. Miss Diamond of Beckland. While the ancient gods of the Second Era displayed their diverse powers, vividly illustrating the notion of madness intertwined with intellect, the atmosphere of the Fifth Era was undeniably more tranquil and serene. For instance, at 15 Minsk Street, Lynn and her companions were engaged in their customary card game during afternoon tea. However, this time they were not battling evil, but rather enjoying a game of Gwent, invented by the illustrious Emperor Roselle. Grateful to Roselle, who, despite leading the future traversers into a corner, at least permitted them to openly partake in various familiar games. Just as the three were engrossed in their game, the chimes at the door suddenly rang out. They paused, exchanging glances, before Klein rose to answer the door. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find Ian, who had been absent for several days, standing there. "Ian, what brings you here? Weren't you at the night church?" Lynn exclaimed, her expression one of surprise as she hurried to the entrance. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she displayed an expression of eager delight, asking, "Has the matter finally reached its conclusion?" "Indeed, you could say so. Just yesterday, the night church completed the purge of the Intis spies, although some remnants have escaped. The mastermind behind it all, Mr. Bekron, the Intis ambassador, has been confirmed for repatriation to Intis," Ian responded, noticeably more relaxed compared to their last meeting. "We are safe now, Detective Sototh." Upon hearing Ian's words, Klein and Leonard exchanged glances, their expressions revealing little surprise, for they had already received related notifications in their dreams that very morning. Lynn, who is quite the dramatist, wore an expression reminiscent of a stone finally finding its resting place, and with a smile remarked, "It appears your choice was indeed most astute. Yes, your suggestion to report to the Church of the Night was the wisest decision I have made." Ian nodded and continued, "From now on, I shall operate as an informant for the Church of the Night to atone for my past errors. Detective Sotos, should you require my assistance in the future, I offer my help thrice, free of charge, as a token of my gratitude." Lynn congratulated him with a smile and exchanged a few pleasantries before Ian took his leave. Lynn then turned to Klein and Leonard beside him, grinning as he proclaimed, "Today is indeed a splendid day, Sherlock, Watson, to celebrate my impending safety and the successful completion of your commission. How about we indulge in a fine feast?" He silently added that once the celebration concluded, it will be time for Master Luo to make his grand entrance and perform a memorable scene. He had eagerly anticipated this moment for quite some time. Moreover, once Master Luo's affairs were settled, he could wholeheartedly focus on matters concerning the Second Era. Meanwhile, in his villa in the Queen's District, the Earl of Greylanth, Audrey Hall, gazed at Furs and Hugh, a smile gracing her lips. "Here, allow me to formally introduce Miss Audrey Hall, the Lady of Justice of the Tarot Society. A singular force revitalizing the entire economic landscape of the Tarot, the most resplendent diamond of Beckland. No, rather, the most dazzling jewel of Beckland, daughter of the Earl of Hall. A mind reader of the 8th sequence, whose beauty rivals that of a sorceress, and who also owns a dog of the same sequence. The reason for Audrey Hall's presence here is twofold. Firstly, not long ago, the former master of the Wriggling Hunger, General Hurricane, stealthily infiltrated Beckland with the intent to assassinate Duke Negan. At that time, the still unfamiliar dangers of the extraordinary world led Audrey to employ Furs and Hugh to track the whereabouts of General Hurricane, which placed them in peril, though thankfully, no real harm befell them. Ultimately, General Hurricane was deftly dealt with by a high-ranking operative under Mr. Fool, yet Audrey Hall remained confined to her home for protection, missing the chance to meet Furs and Hugh to deliver their due reward. Thus, today, one reason for Audrey Hall's meeting with Furs and Hugh is to provide them with the promised remuneration and compensation for the dangers they faced during this venture. On another note, Audrey had recently recommended Furs and Hugh at the Tarot Society and had already devised a reasonable way to inform them of Mr. Fool's esteemed title, allowing for the assessment to take place, thus eagerly preparing to guide them. Lastly, just a few days prior, Audrey had received a letter from Furs and Hugh, which succinctly detailed their encounter at a gathering with Mr. Fool. Rest assured, Forsyth, this is the reward you rightfully deserve. Audrey Hall, without engaging in excessive pleasantries, smiled as she handed the envelope containing their remuneration directly to Hugh. This gesture rendered Hugh momentarily speechless, his hand instinctively reaching out to accept the generous payment before he could utter a word, fully grasping the magnitude of her generosity. "Miss Audrey, I am profoundly grateful for your magnanimity. Your integrity enhances your beauty," Hugh expressed sincerely. In that moment, the brilliance of wealth cast an enchanting glow on Audrey's image in his mind, as if adorned with a myriad of filters. The typically languid Forsyth, too, found herself invigorated, having unknowingly sidled up beside Hugh to count the money within the envelope together. "There are a total of £800. You may decide how to allocate it," Audrey remarked with a gentle smile. "I apologize for the danger you encountered regarding that matter." Prior to receiving their reward, both Forsyth and Hugh had harbored some regret about accepting the commission related to Zeilingers amidst the tempest. However, now, all traces of regret had vanished, replaced by a desire for Audrey to present them with 2 more such commissions. It was not difficult to understand their enthusiasm. After all, the allure of easy money was simply irresistible. Once Forsyth and Hugh had patiently finished counting the money, Audrey resumed the conversation. "In your previous letter, you mentioned encountering a gentleman selling formulas from sequence 9 to sequence 7, and he claimed to have access to sequence 5 and sequence 6 as well. Is that true?" "Indeed, it is," Hugh affirmed, eagerly nodding as he and Forsyth began to recount the events that transpired at the gentleman's soiree, recognizing that some matters could not be adequately conveyed in writing. After absorbing their account, Audrey fell into contemplation. About half a minute later, she turned to Forsyth and Hugh, inquiring, "Do you believe this gentleman to be trustworthy?" "I believe he is likely to be credible," Forsyth replied after a moment of reflection. "Although we have only met once, he does not strike me as a dangerous, extraordinary individual. My intuition suggests he harbors no ill intent." Hugh chimed in, confident in his judgment as an arbiter. "Very well." Audrey nodded thoughtfully. "I believe I shall arrange to meet this gentleman at his gathering. This way, should he indeed possess malicious intent, we can avoid any peril." As an observer, Audrey was assured that she could discern the gentleman's true nature upon meeting him. A wise choice, Hugh concurred with a nod of agreement. After a brief discussion regarding the potion recipe, the group meandered into a light-hearted exchange of gossip. Under the deliberate guidance of Audrey Hall, the conversation deftly shifted towards the topic of literature. Unbeknownst to them, Furs and Hughes discreetly borrowed a book that contained a note inscribed with the name of the fool. Ordinarily, one would hesitate to utter the name upon encountering such a note, allowing some time to pass before considering it. However, in a rather fortuitous turn of events, Hughes, despite his generally reliable demeanor while handling commissions, exhibited a surprising recklessness when relaxed. His instinctive reaction upon seeing the unfamiliar name was to scrutinize it closely and silently recite it in his mind. That evening, at 15 Mint Street, Klein, engrossed in a newspaper and contemplating potential investments post his imminent protective assignment, was suddenly enveloped by a cascade of ethereal prayers. Someone had invoked the name of the Mr. Fool. Who could it be? Was it Miss Justice and her associates, or perhaps a staff member from the bank's transcription department? Klein pondered, casting a glance at Lynn and Leonard, who were also reading. Informing them of his need to visit the restroom, he swiftly ascended into the fog. Through the ripples of prayer, Klein discerned the identity of the supplicant. It was a petite young girl clad in the garb of a novice knight, curled up on a sofa, seemingly either frightened or resting. Despite her differing appearance from the earlier gathering, Klein swiftly recognized her as one of the 2 ladies he had previously encountered. Clearly, she was among those recommended by Miss Justice for membership. Miss Justice is quite prompt, Klein mused quietly, opting not to respond immediately. Instead, he resolved to assess her later, attempting to draw her into the fog through the connection established by the invocation of a name. As for the decision regarding her membership, that would be addressed after the evaluation. With these thoughts in mind, Klein refrained from observing the scene of prayer. Suddenly, he recalled an idea and retrieved his pendulum, deciding to conduct a routine divination to ascertain whether he might encounter danger that night. Although the situation appeared to be winding down, a touch of caution was never unwarranted. As he initiated the divination, he was momentarily taken aback by the outcome. The results indicated that he would indeed face danger that night. Though non-fatal, it was not insignificant. How could this be? Hadn't the church already completed their endeavors, merely awaiting the dispatching of Beclaren back to Intis? Was it possible that the ambassador, in his madness, would send someone to pursue Lynn Sotos before departing? Klein was bewildered, yet he promptly descended from the fog, preparing to alert the two individuals in the living room to remain vigilant, only to find Lynn inexplicably positioned at the door, engaged in conversation with an unfamiliar figure. This sudden revelation triggered an alarm deep within Klein. With a gentle lift of his left hand, he approached Leonard, maintaining a facade of calmness as he inquired, "Who is at the door? A friend of Lynn's?" "It seems to be his acquaintance, though I'm not entirely certain," Leonard replied, scratching his head, evidently unconcerned. However, moments later, as if he had perceived something alarming, his expression shifted dramatically. He shouted toward the entrance, "Lynn, get away quickly. He is an imposter." Lynn, who was acutely aware of the situation and had already prepared various scrolls and enhancements, gazed at Leonard with a look of confusion. In the next instant, he felt a disorienting shift, as if the world around him were obscured by a thick pane of glass. So this is the sensation of gradually transforming into a secret puppet? Yet, wasn't he had said that one's thoughts would also slow? Why do I not feel it? Lynn remained unperturbed, even finding time to reflect internally. At that moment, a scroll in his sleeve suddenly detonated, causing Rossigo, who faced Lynn, to freeze momentarily. His expression contorted in agony as he emitted a pained wail. The frenzied enhancement of a psychologist. With his mind abruptly under assault, Rossigo could no longer maintain his control over Lynn's spiritual tether, allowing Lynn, who had been prepared, to shake off the hold and lunge to the side. Simultaneously, the two individuals within the room reacted. Leonard swiftly reached Lynn's side, grasping his arm and pulling him away, while urgently cautioning Klein, "Stay back." His abilities resemble those of the puppets from the Antigonus family. Evidently, Leonard had received timely assistance from an external source. However, just after issuing the warning, Leonard paused, taken aback by the sudden shift in the aura surrounding his companion, which had turned exceptionally ominous. Had he not been able to discern Klein's expression, he might have assumed that Klein had lost control. On the other side, having confirmed the stranger at the door as an enemy, the ravenous Klein immediately unleashed a mental piercing attack upon the still reeling Rossigo. Simultaneously, he raised his revolver, aiming at Rossigo's head from several meters away, and fired multiple shots. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted, yet failed to achieve the anticipated effect, as flames suddenly erupted from Rossigo's previous position. With the appearance of the flames, Rossigo's figure vanished, while a spark quietly ignited behind Klein. In the next moment, Klein felt a gust of wind approaching from behind. At that same instant, he heard Leonard's voice singing nearby, which lulled him into a slight drowsiness, coinciding with a noticeable pause in the actions of the individual behind him. Chapter 48. Perfect replica. Seizing this opportunity, Klein swiftly lunged forward, rolling on the ground several times before rising to confront Rossigo. The latter is not one to be easily drawn into a nightmare. At this moment, he is engaged in a confrontation with Leonard. Klein observes that Leonard's movements have suddenly become considerably sluggish. Evidently, as Leonard attempts to drag Rozag into the dreamscape, the latter simultaneously strives to manipulate the poet. Yet, inexplicably, the poet, who should be at a disadvantage, manages to hold his ground against Leonard. This brings Klein a slight sense of relief, and just as he prepares to join the fray with his insatiable hunger, he suddenly spots Lynn nearby, producing a multitude of scrolls, perhaps a dozen or more. At that moment, Lynn shouts, "Cover your ears." Klein, though momentarily bewildered, instinctively raises his hands to shield his ears. In the next instant, the stacked scrolls unleash a barrage of dragon might, frenzy, and piercing skills upon Rozag. Even those in the living room who are not the primary targets cannot escape the discomfort. Klein nearly collapses, overwhelmed by a buzzing in his head. Fortunately, as one who has faced the eternal sun and possesses the fortitude bestowed by the Source Castle, his spiritual form can withstand more than that of an average person. After a brief struggle, he is the first to recover, Nearby, Rozag, the main target of the assault, rolls in agony on the floor. As a sequence 5, given Rozag's spiritual resilience, enduring 1 or 2 psychological attacks might not be significant. However, with the impact of over a dozen, it clearly exceeds his capacity. Klein immediately approaches Rozag without hesitation, drawing his revolver and aiming it at the latter's head, firing multiple shots. He feels no sympathy or compassion for those who seek to silence him. Meanwhile, Lynn, though appearing pained, is actually unaffected by the chaos, and his eyes gleam with satisfaction upon witnessing this scene. Although it deviates somewhat from the original narrative, it can still be considered a satisfactory replication. Klein's enigmatic abilities as a viewer and the presence of Leonard, who symbolizes the magical wolf, alongside his own sage-like demeanor, contribute to this moment. With this in mind, Lynn closes his eyes, feigning an extreme depletion of spiritual energy, while in reality, he shifts his primary consciousness to an alternate persona from the Second Era. At this moment, Lynn stands atop a cliff, gazing down at the city below, where magical wolves and blood clans are embroiled in battle. Flames of gold and crimson flicker amidst the structures, and the ground is soaked in blood. From afar, he can hear the howls of wolves, some mournful, others fierce, and many maddened. Sototh, Medici, safeguard yourselves. Do not approach the main battlefield until the divine conflict concludes. Remember, your mission is merely to rescue others. It is not yet time for you to contribute to the divine struggle. The voice of Sassalier echoed in Lynn's ears, prompting him to glance at his inexpensive guardian beside him. Unlike the usual gentle mystery that surrounded Sassalier, there was a palpable danger in his gaze at this moment, as if proximity to him would lead one to the abyss. Yet, his eyes, directed at both Lynn and Medici, remained unchanged. Medici averted his gaze, displaying a hint of displeasure, yet refrained from retorting. After all, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. As a sequence 2, he was but a mere pawn on the battlefield against the ancient gods, easily dispatched by the likes of the destructive magic wolf, Fragra, or anyone else for that matter. Rest assured, Sassalier, I would never engage in such a self-destructive endeavor. However, when the time draws near, I believe I might be able to catch a glimpse from a distance, Lynn suggested, mimicking the gesture of rubbing his hands together like a fly. It would be a disservice to himself not to witness the night goddess's ambush on the magic wolves during this expedition. Very well. Sassalier pondered for a few moments before reluctantly nodding in agreement, then turned his gaze toward a particular direction, seemingly awaiting something. Approximately half a minute later, it appeared that Sassalier had perceived something, and he spoke, "The moment has arrived. Let us depart." As the words left his lips, Sassalier vanished like a shadow, leaving no trace behind. Lynn was not taken aback by this. He merely glanced at Medici and inquired, "Shall we go together?" "What? Our esteemed sage is so feeble that he requires the assistance of a weather sorcerer like me?" Medici retorted with a hint of sarcasm, his tone marked by the essence of a hunter. "Not quite. I merely fear for your safety should you embark alone and meet an untimely end." Lynn replied with a smile, fully aware that there were no shortage of Sequence 2 beings among the magic wolves. This statement was not devoid of sincerity, as Lynn genuinely cared for Medici's well-being. After all, the young hunter's reckless nature made it difficult for Lynn not to worry that he might wander into the realm of the magic wolves and attract a horde of Sequence 2 adversaries. Medici let out a derisive laugh, but chose not to counter, then transformed into a flame and disappeared. Lynn chuckled softly, promptly following suit and vanishing from the cliff's edge. Blood and fire, war and madness. This was the prevailing atmosphere that characterized the realm of the magic wolves during this tumultuous period. However, for the humans residing in this land, such turmoil had become a constant backdrop. Peace was a rarity. These individuals had long since acclimatized to the chaos of war and the insanity that accompanied it. Ironically, in times of conflict, the magic wolves' focus on external battles often provided a strange sense of relief for these humans, as it meant less time spent tormenting them. Yet, this war seemed different from the rest, as people huddled together in cramped caves, adhering to their usual customs. They could still hear distant cries of anguish and frantic howls echoing in the air. "Oh, woo! Boom! Mother, I am afraid." A girl, seemingly no more than 4 or 5 years old, nestled in her mother's embrace. The mother firmly covered the girl's ears, yet could not entirely shield her from the anguished and frenzied cacophony that surrounded them. Thus, she could only hold the girl tightly, whispering gently in her ear, "Do not be afraid. It will soon pass. Everything will be all right. I will ensure your survival." She began to softly sing a lullaby. With a fractured melody and incomplete lyrics, an inevitable circumstance, for this mother had never fully heard a lullaby herself. She endeavored to soothe her child, just as her own mother had once done. Chapter 49. The Believers Awoke. Suddenly, the howling sound seemed to draw nearer, imbued with a madness that sought to annihilate everything in its path, sending chills down their spines even before it approached. The inhabitants of the cave began to tremble uncontrollably, some more spiritually attuned among them shaking like leaves in a storm, while tears glistened in the corners of others' eyes. Yet regardless of who they were in that moment, they all desperately covered their mouths, stifling their breaths, fearful of making even the slightest sound, as if silence might render them invisible to the lurking horrors outside, allowing them to escape the uncertain fate that awaited. They remained oblivious to the precise nature of their plight. No benevolent wolf would deign to enlighten them about their circumstances. However, past experiences had taught all that if they could not diminish their presence, if they could not remain silent, the consequences awaiting them would be unbearable. As for invoking the mercy of the wolves, even the most innocent child would not entertain such naive thoughts. Everyone was acutely aware of the reality in which they resided, and although most had grown accustomed to and numb from this existence, the occasional whispers of extraordinary beings inhabiting other territories stirred within them a sense of envy. They could not ascertain the truth of those tales. Was there truly a place where one could survive through labor, free from the constant dread of being devoured by wolves, and toyed with like a plaything? None knew the answers. They were condemned to reside in this land ruled by wolves, uncertain of their future and whether they might perish in the next moment. The mother ceased her lullaby, covering both their mouths with trembling fingertips, yet she clutched her daughter tightly, striving to envelop her with her own body as if this might conceal her from the potential threat of the wolves. Suddenly, the howling ceased, replaced by a sound akin to something heavy crashing to the ground, reverberating above their heads. The cave trembled slightly, dirt cascading down, but those struck by the debris dared not utter a sound. Boom! A sudden tearing sound erupted as the wooden door barring the cave's entrance was punctured by a black wolf's claw, which swiftly retreated, revealing a massive, crimson eye, one filled with cruelty and savagery, yet tinged with a hint of mockery, staring through the breach in the door. The demonic wolf gazed at the individuals within the cave as if they were mere toys. Though it could easily snap the fragile wooden plank in two, it chose instead to leisurely pierce hole after hole into it. Wood shavings fell from its movements, and despite the midday hour, no sunlight penetrated through the gaping holes. The creature's massive form obscured all light, leaving the cave shrouded in darkness. A soft whimper escaped someone's lips, while others shrank back in terror, even though they had already crowded into a space that offered no retreat. The mother bowed her head, her eyes tightly shut, unable to bear the sight of the wolf's gaze at the entrance. Desperately, she shielded her child beneath her, praying fervently, though uncertain to whom her prayers should be directed. Who would come to their rescue? Who would care for these feeble humans? Suddenly, the mother heard the sound of the door being violently torn apart. Overwhelmed, she nearly wept, her lips forming silent pleas. "Save me! Who can save me? Save my child." Yet, she dared not utter a sound. She awaited the inevitable tearing of her existence, praying that her child might remain undiscovered. But after a few moments, she was astonished to find that the anticipated death and suffering had not arrived. Then, a voice reached her ears, innocent and youthful, seemingly belonging to someone not much older than her own child. Yet, the content of its words left her in shock. "If you have a quarrel with the bloodkin, go fight them. Why must you torment humans? Have we consumed your rice? Is it not enough to kill a few of us for your amusement? Truly, you are spoiled. What? You don't understand my words. Fine. Since you lack the wit to comprehend human speech, go repent in hell. Accompanying this tender voice were sounds of something being repeatedly struck against the ground, causing the very cave to tremble, while the howls and lamentations of the wolf seemed to echo so closely, only to gradually fade away. The cacophony ceased, the vibrations dissipated, and even the wolf's cries became inaudible. 1 second, 2, 3. After a prolonged silence, the mother could no longer resist the urge to open her eyes. Still afraid to raise her gaze, she dared a glance from the corner of her eye, only to witness the form of the wolf collapsing at the entrance, replaced by what appeared to be a humanoid figure. Do not worry, it is all right now. I am here. No monster shall harm you again, spoke the figure at the door, its tone gentle. Finally, the mother mustered the courage to look up, and to her astonishment, it was a child who appeared no older than 7 or 8 years. The child smiled warmly at them, standing against the backdrop of the fallen wolf. At that moment, the midday sun streamed through behind the child, casting a halo of light around them, both sacred and mysterious. She suddenly felt a surge of emotion and was on the verge of tears. Yet her mind drifted back to a distant memory of a fairy tale recounted by her mother or grandmother. A tale in which childlike angels rescued humanity from the mire of suffering. Are you the angel sent to save us? Her mother instinctively inquired. Well, in a sense, I am indeed here to rescue you, and I am, in fact, an angel, came the reply. The child seemed momentarily taken aback, then nodded thoughtfully, extending a hand. The angel smiled and said, Greetings, I am the angel of secrets, and from this day forth, I shall protect you. Thus, the chronicles of the myth of the primordial creator, the angel of secrets recorded, at the moment of the destruction of the wolf demon kingdom, the angel of secrets descended, unfurling its wings to shelter all beings beneath its embrace, isolating death and madness from the gaze of humanity. From that moment on, the people began to revere it. In Lynn's diary, those years in the Second Era, it was inscribed, Date, today I saved many lives on the battlefield. Perhaps out of gratitude, they have chosen to believe in me. Although I do not understand why they overlook the little red one who also saved them, it is still quite gratifying. Indeed, it seems effortless to garner the faith of others, alleviating my concerns regarding the anchor. Yet, is this what it feels like to have followers? It feels oddly familiar, yet utterly foreign. Chapter 50, a double dose of joy regardless of how future histories will recount this event, or how the tool-like Medici perceives the double standards of the faithful. Both little ones busied themselves in the wolf demon kingdom, darting about the battlefield to rescue those in need. You all stay here for now. I must go save others. Rest assured, as long as you remain within this circle I have drawn, you are safe. After escorting yet another group of rescued humans to a makeshift safe zone, Lynn continued to soothe everyone with her gentle smile, assigning a temporarily elected leader to maintain order before setting off to search for more survivors. Just then, Lynn sensed something amiss and turned her gaze in a particular direction. There, at the horizon's edge, a vast expanse of orange-red light surged forth, rapidly engulfing much of the sky, obscuring the sun and plunging the area into twilight. Yet in the next moment, a deep darkness manifested on the opposite side of the sky, swiftly colliding with the orange dusk. The creatures engaged in battle, the wolf demons, the Blood Clan, or perhaps other extraordinary beings, suddenly collapsed, seemingly entranced into slumber. Is the divine conflict officially commencing? This trend suggests that the king of giants is now clashing with the destructive wolf demon. Lynn mused, stroking her chin, when she suddenly felt a surge of vibrant life emanating from that area, followed by a wild flourishing of all vegetation. Even a seemingly lifeless licorice at this moment regained its vibrant green hue, swiftly growing taller than a man. Meanwhile, the already vigorous vines and trees transformed into colossal entities within mere seconds. Moreover, Lynn observed that many of the fallen magical wolves were sprouting peculiar fruits and vines. Much like the profound influence of the Earth Mother on the future vessel in the original tale, many wolves bore watermelons or other fruits atop their heads, with some even adorned with vibrant mushrooms. Each fruit or fungus appeared either lushly green or resplendently bright, evoking an instinctual and peculiar appetite, making it difficult to ascertain whether the wolves, collapsed and covered in vegetation, were alive or deceased. This growth was not merely localized. Even in Lynn's vicinity, distance from the battlefield of the divine war, the effects were palpable, allowing him to witness the phenomenon of universal rejuvenation. Fortunately, perhaps due to Lynn's protective measures or the significant distance from the divine conflict, the humans within the safe zone displayed no signs of mutation, which brought him a sense of relief as he continued to observe the changes in the horizon, contemplating whether the next apparition would be that of the. But what form would this take? As Lynn recalled the descriptions from the original narrative regarding the pathway, he suddenly paused, for he discerned an exceptionally dense shroud of shadow emerging against the twilight battling the encroaching darkness. Through the shadows, it seemed he could glimpse a pair of eyes concealed within, and through those eyes, Lynn suddenly beheld a vast ocean, its color indescribable, seemingly harboring all secrets. The Chaos Sea. In an instant, Lynn, who had previously glimpsed the Chaos Sea while in an altered state through the ancient sun god, realized that Sarsleal had taken action. But wait, what of the? Did it not deserve an apparition? Tapping his chin thoughtfully, he glanced at Medici, who was similarly gazing into the distance, and then turned to the people huddled behind him. Though they were fearful, their emotions remained relatively stable. He then proposed to Medici, "Shall we go and take a look?" At this point, there was no necessity for rescue, as there were neither magical wolves nor bloodkin likely to pursue violence at this time. "I thought you would be too timid to venture forth." Medici crossed his arms, his tone laced with mockery. "I am not afraid, and besides, going now might allow us to witness the conclusion, which poses no significant risk," Lynn replied with a smile. The two brothers exchanged a knowing glance and proceeded towards the area of the divine war, their pace leisurely, especially compared to the usual speed of angels, resembling a casual stroll. Clearly, both Lynn and Medici were astute individuals, while they were inclined to witness the divine conflict. They had no intention of becoming mere pawns caught in the fray. At the very heart of the divine conflict, shrouded in darkness and dusk, lies a verdant realm teeming with flourishing flora, veiled by layers of curtains. In that moment, time seems to stand still. Beneath the entwined vines, Lilith, whose beauty rivals that of a maiden, turns her head in disbelief, while behind her, the colossal sword of the twilight giant pierces her body. "Oh, Ermir!" Lilith articulates each syllable of the name with an intensity of rage, as if she had never anticipated this treachery from the giant king, Almiel. Almiel gazes at her with an expression of indifference, seemingly unwilling to offer any explanation, or perhaps considering it beneath him to do so. "If I must perish, let us all perish together." Lilith laughs, a mix of fury and madness, revealing that this chaos remains within her grand design. In the next moment, an overwhelming vitality erupts within this realm, as wildly growing plants completely envelop Lilith, Almiel, and the unsuspecting alien king caught in the turmoil. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Antigonus, who had narrowly avoided being drawn into the divine conflict from the outset, watches in shock as the scene unfolds before him. He witnesses his father, the formidable ancient god, disintegrate in an instant, his blood staining the form of the goddess of misfortune, Amnesis. In that moment, Antigonus almost believes he is ensnared in a nightmare. He cannot comprehend why events have spiraled into such chaos, nor can he fathom why Amnesis, who had just aided his father against an unknown foe, would suddenly turn against him. Antigonus had never envisioned such a day, never imagined that his powerful, brutal father, who instilled both fear and reverence, could so easily meet his demise. For Antigonus, whose noble lineage had shielded him from the machinations of deceit, this moment was nothing short of a cataclysm that shattered and reconstructed his worldview. He suddenly feels an overwhelming terror, gazing at this unfamiliar realm, observing the chaos around him. Akin to a child abruptly thrust into society, disoriented and anxious. Chapter 51. Acknowledging errors with grace amidst the tumult. A singular essence and an extraordinary trait of sequence, one seemed to be drawn towards Antigonus by an invisible force. Instinctively, He seizes this singularity and the remarkable characteristic of sequence one, only to notice Amnesis, not far away, lifting her gaze towards him as if sensing something. In that instant, his hair stands on end. Without a moment's hesitation, Antigonus turns and flees into the crevices of history. He must escape. He must distance himself from this terrifying place. Wow, how swiftly they run. I had initially contemplated whether I could intercept them. A short distance away from the divine conflict, two heads emerged from behind the towering trunk of a tree, one golden, the other crimson, belonging to Nine and Medici, who had arrived to witness the unfolding drama. Almost immediately upon their arrival, they bore witness to the dual betrayal taking place in the distance, peering curiously at the events unfolding before them. Undoubtedly, the battle on Amnesis' side had drawn to a close. Meanwhile, under the watchful gaze of the two children, the lush foliage and entwined vines that had heavily surrounded that area began to wither and turn yellow. In mere seconds, all the vegetation became desiccated, subsequently fracturing and crumbling, revealing the silhouette of the Twilight Giant. At this moment, both the progenitor of the Blood Clan, Lilith, and the alien king had vanished. Yet the expression on the Twilight Giant's face was far from pleasant. It seemed to clutch something in its hand, likely a unique or extraordinary characteristic of Sequence 1. Lynn could discern that the Giant King, Almiel, appeared somewhat dissatisfied with his acquisition, though not entirely displeased. Who? It seemed that Almiel sensed Lynn's gaze and suddenly turned his attention toward Lynn and Medici, exuding an indescribable aura of authority. Clearly, the already irritable Giant King's action bore an undertone of venting and misplaced ire. However, just before this almost tangible authority could envelop Lynn and Medici, profound darkness and subtle shadows materialized, completely dissipating that aura. It was merely our two inquisitive children, Almiel. Why must you take issue with them? Saslier silently appeared before Lynn and Medici, smiling, yet his demeanor left no room for doubt. Amnesis had likewise manifested beside the two children, offering no words but calmly observing the distant figure of the Giant King, Almiel. Though no words were exchanged, it felt as though everything had been communicated. Keep your offspring in check. Should they gaze once more with such indiscretion, it shall not be so simple next time. The Giant King, Almiel, huffed disdainfully before directing his gaze back to Amnesis. The latter met Almiel's stare with tranquility. Amnesis understood that, at this moment, Almiel was undoubtedly filled with murderous intent towards him. This animosity stemmed not from Amnesis' earlier actions, but from the fact that he had reaped the greatest benefits from this battle. As a Twilight Giant primarily of the Twilight Path, Almiel, driven by instinct, would naturally wish to consume him entirely. Yet, due to the presence of Saslier, he refrained from taking action. This was also why Amnesis had intervened to block Almiel's attack earlier. He was indeed perceptive regarding Sototh, but his primary motive for intervening was to express his stance to Saslier and to inform Almiel that he stood on the same side as Saslier. Ultimately, Almiel huffed once more, ceased his speech, and turned to leave the battlefield. After his departure, Amnesis finally averted his gaze, turning towards Saslier and stating, "Once I am officially promoted to darkness, I shall pay a visit to that deity. The realm of the divine eagerly awaits your arrival." With an impeccable demeanor, Saslier smiled, leaving no room for criticism. Thus, Amnesis merged into the boundless abyss of darkness. Once the outsiders had departed, Saslier shifted his attention to Lynn and Medici, displaying a semblance of resignation, yet devoid of any astonishment. With a sigh, he remarked, "I recall you both promising me that you would not draw too near." Although his expression did not betray anger, it instilled an undeniable sense of guilt. Well, if I were to say my feet simply took me here, would you believe me?" Lynn stammered, his eyes darting around, deliberately avoiding the gaze of Saslier. In truth, he was aware that he had indeed encroached a tad closer than advisable. However, he had his reasons. After all, he wished to gain a clearer perspective. For from a distance, he could only perceive distorted images, failing to discern the true circumstances. In contrast to Lynn's guilty defense, Medici chose silence, lowering his head. his usual provocative demeanor absent in that moment. Medici was no fool. He understood that if he were to utter anything sarcastic at this juncture, he would undoubtedly attract animosity towards himself, while Lynn, well, might escape unscathed. Medici was well acquainted with his elder brother. "What do you think?" Sassler inquired, regarding Lynn with a calm retort. "I apologize. I was wrong to encroach so closely, and I should not have gazed openly upon the giant king Almiel," Lynn promptly confessed, clasping his hands above his head and bowing, exuding an air of innocence and sincerity. After all, he was but a child. There was no shame in his actions. Lynn had always excelled at leveraging his strengths. "Now that you recognize your error, would you dare do so again?" Sassler, taken aback by his swift admission, raised a hand to gently massage his temples, seemingly experiencing a mild headache. "I wouldn't, truly I wouldn't," Lynn assured, his demeanor reflecting a commendable attitude of contrition. He did not forget to shift the blame onto Almiel, lamenting softly, "I never anticipated Almiel to be so petty. I merely cast a glance at him, and he sought to take my life." Indeed, Almiel's behavior was somewhat unreasonable. Sassler appeared to recall the earlier incident, his expression cooling considerably. Lynn seized the opportunity to showcase his acting skills, striving to appear even more innocent and pitiful, exclaiming, "Exactly." Hearing this, Sassler shot Lynn a glance, prompting the latter to promptly shut his mouth, though his expression of feigned innocence remained unchanged. This left Sassaliel at a loss for how to proceed. Had Lynn Sototh displayed a less contrite demeanor, Sassaliel would have certainly taken the opportunity to educate him further. However, given the apparent docility of his counterpart, despite Sassaliel's awareness that such compliance was merely a fade, he could only sigh, reaching out to ruffle Lynn's hair and saying, "Remember this lesson, do not err again." "You must," Lynn promptly assured him, though the degree of sincerity in that assurance was known only to himself. Sassaliel then turned his attention to Medici, who had been feigning indifference nearby, and remarked, "You too, Medici. Do not allow your brother to run amok. You must intervene when necessary." "Got it," Medici replied, rolling his eyes. He refrained from retorting that it was impossible to dissuade him, merely nodding in acknowledgement, for he understood that Sassaliel indeed harbored a bias. Chapter 52. Gaines and the Church's reaction. Regrettably, Little Red refrained from provoking any confrontation. Otherwise, it would have been quite amusing. Alas, why does this child become so astute during critical moments? Where has that provocative spirit gone, which usually flares up over trivial disagreements? In the fifth era, Lynn reopened his eyes as he transitioned his primary consciousness back to his corporeal form, somewhat regretfully murmuring to himself. This truly exemplified his affection as an elder brother towards his younger sibling. If Medici were to discover this, it was likely that the two would engage in another quarrel. Subsequently, Lynn surveyed his surroundings and realized he had been moved from the floor to the sofa. Across from him, Klein and Leonard were engaged in a hushed conversation. "You're awake." The two immediately noticed his stirring and halted their discussion, turning their gazes toward Lynn. "Yes," Lynn responded, sitting up on the sofa. He did not shy away from looking at the spot where Master Rowe should have lain, only to find the body had vanished, with even the bloodstains meticulously cleaned away. "During your slumber, we handled the scene. Do not worry. We are professionals in this regard and leave no trace," Leonard quickly explained upon noticing Lynn's focus. In a sense, his statement held truth. After the resolution of Rosago, Lynn Sototh had succumbed to unconsciousness due to spiritual exhaustion. Apart from Klein's spiritual communication with Rosago, the two-night watchmen had seized the opportunity to report the events to the church. Naturally, as they both harbored secrets, Leonard and Klein tacitly concealed certain details from one another, such as Klein's insatiable hunger and Leonard's remarkable ability to withstand spiritual forces despite being merely Sequence 7. Upon receiving the report, the church's officials were understandably astounded, as they had not anticipated that Becklon, on the verge of being repatriated, would send Rosago to silence Lynn Sototh before his departure. In the wake of astonishment, the church convened a brief meeting and subsequently devised a plan to address the matter at hand. The remnants of the spy faction, led by Becklon, were to be entirely managed by the church, which vowed not to grant Becklon any further opportunities. The body of Rosigo was taken away by the night watch team dispatched to handle the scene. However, the church did not require the two to surrender spoils, such as the unique attributes of the Master of Secrets derived from Rosigo. On one hand, these spoils did not wholly belong to Klein and Leonard. On the other hand, the church asserted that, since the two were currently engaged in a clandestine mission, and considering the necessity of maintaining their hidden identities and the potential for unforeseen circumstances during the task, any spoils acquired during the mission would be managed at their discretion. Consequently, the church would not bestow any merits for the items surrendered. This was quite reasonable, as the night church had never mandated that the night watchers relinquish the spoils of their missions without compensation. In fact, every contribution made by the night watchers and the items they surrendered were converted into corresponding merits by the church, which could be exchanged for desired rewards, such as promotions in potion making. The night church was indeed generous to its own. This reaction suggests that individuals from the church have already visited, thought Lynn, as he glanced at Klein, who was then laying out a collection of items upon the table. Among these were an array of colorful, eye-like objects contained within an iron box, several rusted coins, some essential oils and herbal powders, as well as a peculiar piece of paper. The paper was orange-hued, adorned with symbols corresponding to the sun, delineating a blank rectangular space encircled by magical insignia. Merely holding it instilled a sense of warmth and tranquility. This was the extraordinary attribute that Rosigo had dropped, corresponding to the primary characteristic of the Seer Pathways potion at Sequence 5. Klein first pointed to the vibrant, eye-like objects, explaining that through their recent interactions, he was fully aware of Lynn's profound knowledge of the mysteries associated with the Seer, and understood what extraordinary attributes entailed. Rosigo? Lynn cast a glance at the multicolored attribute, allowing a look of puzzlement to surface, though internally he was far from surprised. It appeared his anticipations were not unfounded. Even if Klein had not severed ties with the church, considering the church's current overt regard for Klein and its habitual style, it was evident that the world could indeed come to fruition. With this, upon infiltrating the Tarot Society, he would have the opportunity to witness the fool and the world in a captivating interplay. Indeed, the individual who sought to take your life was Rosigo, a Sequence 5 of the Seer Pathway, and likely the most formidable subordinate of Ambassador Beklong, who intended to eliminate you, Klein succinctly explained. Through divination, he had not only discerned the identity of the pursuer, but also acquired knowledge of the potion formulas leading up to Sequence 5 in the Seer Pathway. This brought immense joy to Klein, albeit with a tinge of regret. Had he known that the magician's formula would be altered to a different potion recipe, he might have reconsidered. Nevertheless, one must not be overly greedy, Klein mused inwardly, and then, pointing to the peculiar piece of paper, he introduced, "This is the magical item corresponding to the notary. If the notarization is valid, extraordinary abilities are temporarily enhanced. If invalid, those abilities are forcibly dispelled. As for these, they are merely ordinary essential oils, herbal powders, and golden pounds. Perhaps it is due to the belief that dealing with you is rather simple." Rosigo did not bring much with him. "Most of it is here," Klein explained, likely to avoid raising Lynn's suspicions about misappropriating items. "This is our shared loot. You may choose first." Lynn nodded, entirely convinced of the veracity of Klein's words, and then, with a generous smile, remarked, his orchestration of this grand performance was not only to replicate the illustrious scenes from the original work of Master Rowe, but also to expedite Mr. World in establishing his account, naturally providing little Klein with an opportunity. Upon hearing this, Klein exchanged a glance with Leonard, and without any hesitation, claimed the Master of Secrets characteristic. They had already deliberated on this before Lynn awoke. If Lynn did not opt for the Master of Secrets characteristic or allowed them to choose first, it would default to Klein, who would, of course, offer Leonard some compensation to offset his loss. Lynn was unfazed by this, gathering the remaining items before sprawling back like a cat, exclaiming, this was perilously dangerous. That Beklong must be unhinged, nearly facing deportation, yet still sending his most capable hand to pursue me. Chapter 53. Dreams of the Night. I too believe that Ambassador might have some issues with his intellect. Leonard nodded in agreement, his expression one of full concurrence. Perhaps. Klein suggested. It could also be that your act of having Ian report to the night church has drawn considerable enmity. He then chuckled, adding, however, that Mr. B. Klang is likely a curly-haired baboon. No, even a curly-haired baboon might be slightly more astute. Hearing the comparison to a curly-haired baboon, Lynn could not restrain himself and burst into laughter, exclaiming, a curly-haired baboon. He then readjusted himself, pouring himself a cup of tea, and remarked, although this crisis is past, my scrolls have been depleted, and I must craft new ones. Upon hearing this, Klein and Leonard almost instantly recalled Lynn's previous combat prowess. The dazzling display of his financial might was striking, and their expressions became subtly intricate. As night watchmen, who excelled in tactics and coordination, yet had little collaboration with the mechanical heart of the steam church. Neither Klein nor Leonard had ever witnessed such a lavish fighting style before. It was akin to throwing money at opponents. However, this aligned perfectly with the bombardment effect I have long desired. Albeit it was excessively extravagant, Klein could not help but inwardly mutter. Leonard, unable to contain himself, inquired, so, Lynn, was your prior purchase of such a multitude of spiritual materials solely for the creation of scrolls? Indeed, it appears that my preparations were not in vain, were they? Lynn smiled and nodded. However, is it not the case that only those of Sequence 6 are regarded as scroll masters within the path of the Seeker? Leonard instinctively inquired, as the church was set to provide them with pertinent information regarding the suspected whereabouts of an angel associated with the path of the Seeker. Yet, as soon as the words escaped his lips, Leonard realized his faux pas and quickly added, of course, if this pertains to your secrets, please disregard my question. Well then, please allow me to maintain my confidentiality. Lynn replied with a smile, deliberately broaching the subject. He took a sip of his red tea and continued, however, if you find yourselves in need, I could craft some scrolls for you. In light of our friendship, I can offer you a discount on the labor cost, charging only for the materials. Shouldn't the labor fee be waived entirely in the spirit of friendship? Klein jested, though his heart stirred slightly. While he could not match Lynn's extravagance, he would not mind carrying a few scrolls for self-defense. They could prove invaluable in critical moments. I would love to waive the labor fee entirely, but alas, I must eat. Lynn shrugged, feigning helplessness. After all, who could blame him for being poor? So Lynn, which scrolls can you create? Leonard inquired with curiosity, pouring himself a cup of tea and ensuring Klein received one as well. For instance, I can create scrolls for the path of the audience, such as those for Dragon's Might or Soothing, or some healing types, like those associated with the Apothecary's Path. I'm not particularly skilled at crafting scrolls that record offensive abilities. Most of mine are supportive in nature, Lynn explained, resting his chin on his hand. Having roamed the realm of the Mad Wolves and battled numerous frenzied wolves and vampires, Lynn's skill set had notably expanded, gaining a plethora of ordinary skills, albeit with only a few high-end ones. Is it because you can only create supportive skill scrolls that you require bodyguards? Yet, Lynn must indeed harbor many secrets. No wonder the angel compatriot keeps a watchful eye on him. Klein mused, then spoke. If possible, I would like to commission a few healing ability scrolls. Both the Diviner and the Joker are decidedly fragile, so for the sake of my own safety, I believe it prudent to prepare a few blood vials. No problem. I will provide you with a materials list shortly. As for the labor fee, since this is our first transaction, consider it an extra favor. Just treat me to a meal. Lynn gestured to Klein, a sign that, thanks to Roselle, was widely recognized, akin to various card games. His intention in proposing to craft scrolls was not merely about the labor cost. It was to deepen his relationship with both Klein and Leonard. After all, friendship thrives on emotional connections as well as mutual benefits, ensuring a more solid bond. Subsequently, Lynn turned to Leonard and inquired, what about you, poet? Would you like to customize a few healing scrolls, much like Sherlock? As Lynn endeavored to promote the scrolls to the two night watchmen, a realm adorned with deep slumber flowers, the goddess of the night became aware that she was dreaming. This occurrence was exceedingly rare for her. At her level, ordinary dreams were virtually non-existent, especially since her dominion encompassed the realm of dreams, rendering her even less prone to dreaming. Yet today, she indeed experienced a dream. The goddess of the night found herself transported to an extraordinarily distant past, a time before she had officially ascended to Sequence Zero. She dreamt of the plot that altered her fate, recalling her encounter with the Dark Angel, Sazriel. However, unlike her memories, in this dream, Sazriel did not arrive alone. He brought along two newborn mythological creatures. Among these two offspring, one was familiar to the goddess of the night, recognized as the War Angel, later known as the Red Angel, Medici, who served the ancient sun god. The other child, however, remained shrouded in obscurity. She could neither discern his appearance nor articulate his name. Even when Sazriel introduced him within the dream, she could not quite grasp what the name was. Secret. As a deity wielding the power of secrecy, the goddess of the night instantly recognized that the child was concealed. All information regarding him had been erased by some force, rendering it indistinct. Intriguing. The goddess of the night mused, continuing to observe the unfolding dream, witnessing the concealed child request to touch her wolf form's head, and recalling how she consented to this request in the past. She recalled their subsequent meeting on the night of destruction in the wolf realm, where the child carelessly observed a divine battle and nearly fell victim to Ormul's grievous injuries. The dream abruptly ended, and Amnesis opened his eyes. A dream? No, this was my memory. Amnesis sat up, the starry black skirt cascading elegantly around him as he gently cradled his head with one hand, plunged into contemplation. This was not a fabricated memory, but a genuine past. Chapter 54. If one could alter the past. This was not a false memory, but a true past. Although incredulous, Amnesis immediately confirmed that the memory he had just acquired, or rather, restored, was not a construct imposed upon him by another, but rather an authentic experience he had lived through. Had someone altered history? A fool? Impossible. A fool could never truly change the course of history. Amnesis narrowed his eyes, understanding that the key to the altered past likely resided with the child whose information had been obscured. Yet he found himself utterly unable to recall any details about the other. In principle, Amnesis should have been exceedingly cautious of this unknown entity under such circumstances. However, while vigilance remained intact, Amnesis found his senses rather attuned when it came to the child from his memories. Memories are real, and emotions are genuine. With one hand propped against his head, he acknowledged that this disposition was influenced by recollections. Yet he was acutely aware that the altered past also existed in truth. He had truly experienced it, albeit only just recollected. Amnesis had no intention of denying the sensations stemming from events that had indeed transpired. Nevertheless, the ultimate stance of Amnesis would hinge upon discerning the true nature and motives of this unknown presence. Should the entity harbor benevolence, Amnesis would not oppose the prospect of friendship. They had already amassed enough foes and saw no reason to convert a potential ally into an adversary. Conversely, if the entity were malevolent, Amnesis would resolutely stand his ground. He hoped that it was not some outer god. If such beings possessed the ability to directly alter the past, they would not still be confined beyond the barriers. As Amnesis pondered, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, prompting a sigh. If the past could indeed be altered, he closed his eyes, not entirely averse to his current existence. In many ways, he felt he was living better than ever before. Yet, he longed for the vibrant era of yore, reminiscing about his past, his true homeland, and his family. As Amnesis whispered, the nearly blurred faces of his parents surfaced in his mind, only to dissipate moments later. Opening his eyes, all traces of nostalgia vanished, and his gaze regained its resolute intensity. He would not place his hopes in an unknown entity to effect change, even if miracles were to manifest in the future. Amnesis would steadfastly pursue his own plans, striving for a future for himself and the world. In reflecting upon that distant epoch, Amnesis was suddenly reminded of an individual, a seemingly kindred spirit who had recently entered his awareness. Rationality suggested that there might be no connection between the two, yet intuition urged Amnesis to seek clues from this person. Lynn, of course, remained oblivious to the dreams of the goddess of night. Even if he were aware, he would not be particularly astonished, for this was something he had anticipated long ago, even during his earlier encounters with the nightmare wolf. Lynn had envisioned the potential fate of its essence. The sole aspect that might perplex him would be the incongruity of Pale's remembering the secret angel and 008 possessing related memories, while the goddess of night held only a veiled version of him. Alas, Lynn was unaware. Unbeknownst to Lynn, she joyfully manipulated her two accounts, with her secondary persona trailing behind Sazriel to assist in settling the humans of the Wolf Kingdom, busily engaged to the point of exhaustion. At such a tender age, she had already experienced the tribulations of a corporate drone. Fortunately, she had a ready-made aid by her side, which alleviated much of her burden. Meanwhile, Lynn's true self concluded Klein's commission after Becklong was finally confirmed for repatriation. After settling the final payment, she returned to 16 Mint Street. In a dimly lit room, the flickering flames in the iron basin cast a warm glow, confirming that she was not under surveillance. Lynn hummed a little tune as she methodically tore pages from a script she had previously written regarding the Master Luo incident. Casting them into the fire and watching as they ignited, turned crisp, and ultimately reduced to ash. This scene lent Lynn an undeniable aura of a puppeteer orchestrating events from the shadows. Once the entire script had been consumed by flames, Lynn leisurely retrieved a small, elegant scroll, reciting incantations while directing it towards the ashes. This was a scroll from the Night series, which, in conjunction with Lynn's elevated status, possessed a range of effects such as counter-divination and anti-prophecy. After confirming that even if Klein attempted to divine through the mist with a pendulum, it was highly unlikely he would glean any useful information, Lynn washed away the ashes with water. She then pulled out her notebook, fiddling with 008 while contemplating her subsequent plans. The journey of her primary persona in the Wolf Kingdom could be deemed a resounding success. In the time to come, Lynn's primary tasks would involve aiding Sazriel in settling the humans of the Wolf Kingdom and seizing the opportunity to fervently propagate her faith, striving to establish a solid anchor for herself. If it weren't for the fact that Sazriel was on the brink of exhaustion and that she too required followers, Lynn would not have endured the toils of a corporate drone. With a slight grimace, she resolved to distance herself from such matters in the future, while also recalling Medici's recent intentions. Burdened by a corporate guardian and an unfortunate brother, Medici had not escaped the fate of a corporate drone either. However, true to his potential as a future Red Angel, he never once uttered a complaint despite the weight of responsibilities that rivaled Lynn's. In fact, Medici even proposed to Sazriel that he wished to identify suitable candidates among these humans for cultivation as future members of his legion. After all, a weather sorcerer without a legion under his command is incomplete, just as a sage must absorb ample knowledge to grow powerful. A weather sorcerer must have subordinates to fully harness their abilities. Although surprised, Sazriel readily agreed, even offering assistance should Medici require anything. Thus, in addition to his prior responsibilities, Medici's daily tasks now included selecting candidates for the Legion reserves, while training the chosen individuals would be postponed until they were properly settled. To speak candidly, the workload made Lynn's eyelids twitch, raising concerns that Medici might succumb before Sazriel. However, this time, unlike the last, Lynn was not inclined to dissuade Medici. After all, how could the Angel of Red exist without its own legion? Possessing a legion and the faith of its members is undoubtedly advantageous for Medici, both from a strength perspective and as a stabilizing anchor. Chapter 55. The Cozy Everyday Life of Sazriel. On this note, perhaps I too should consider establishing a place akin to a school where I could instruct some students, embodying a revered sage in the realm of mysticism. Lynn pondered, stroking his chin, feeling that this venture might be worth exploring. After all, the hidden sages were busy disseminating knowledge through intensive teaching. Such behavior surely had its rationale. Lynn found himself lacking a clear direction for portraying a sage, so attempting this approach seemed feasible. After all, having more schools and imparting knowledge to more individuals could hardly be deemed a negative endeavor. Yet, this felt excessively servile. What peculiar aura does Sazriel possess? Lynn scratched his head, while the secondary persona, who had been organizing materials, cast a deep and resentful glance at Sazriel. Upon sensing the gaze, Sazriel inquired gently, "Is something amiss?" If you are too fatigued, feel free to take a break. I can handle the remaining organization. Sassalir's tone was perpetually gentle. While cold and ruthless towards adversaries, Sassalir displayed remarkable warmth towards allies. This warmth was neither feigned nor merely courteous. Lynn could ascertain that Sassalir's kindness towards him and Medici was genuine, and he recognized that Sassalir's compassion for suffering humanity was heartfelt. This led Lynn to occasionally question whether Sassalir truly embodied negativity. However, negativity does not inherently connote malevolence. After all, there exist individuals like Spider-Man, whose character reflects the ancient sun god, making Sassalir's negativity seem less peculiar. As Lynn contemplated this, the secondary persona acted without hesitation. Placing the materials on the table and smiling, "Then I shall rely on Sassalir. I am immensely grateful." This commotion caused Medici, who was also assisting, to pause momentarily, lifting his gaze to Lynn with a complex expression that nearly bordered on eye-rolling. "What are you staring at? Have you noticed how particularly radiant your brother appears today?" Lynn said with a beaming smile, his tone non-provocative, yet his words undeniably hardened Medici's resolve. "Medici, you should rest as well. There is little work left for today, and I can manage it all." Observing the subtle tension between the two young ones, Sassalir, aware that remaining silent might lead to further altercations, spoke with a hint of resignation. "You mentioned that Medici set down the documents," rising with a dismissive glance at Lynn, stating, "I shall see if there are any promising candidates among those who registered for the Legion today." His expression implied that Lynn, who seemed more intent on leisure than labor, was beneath contempt. "Coincidentally, I too intend to select a batch of suitable individuals to be my future students, as I aspire to become a sage." Lynn replied with a smile, standing up as well. As he passed Medici, he deliberately bumped into his shoulder and turned to him, asking, "Shall we go together, little brother?" Then, Sazriel looked on with a headache as the two youngsters began to quarrel again. "Oh, you too." Sazriel instinctively wanted to intervene, but as the first word formed on his lips, he abandoned the notion, letting out a resigned sigh as he returned to the documents on his desk. Ultimately, the outcome of their usual scuffles ended with Lynn emerging victorious. He gently patted Medici, who was sitting on the ground, on the head and cheerfully remarked, "You've made progress. But alas, it's still not enough to defeat me, little Red." "Humph," Medici huffed, avoiding eye contact with his unfortunate elder brother. "So keep it up, little Red. I'll look forward to the day you surpass me." Lynn mused, standing up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and wiping his hands on Medici's garment before humming a tune as he headed towards the temporary settlement for humans. Medici, rising from the ground with a scowl, brushed off the dust and followed suit. Sazriel raised his gaze to the retreating figures of the two, his smile tinged with a hint of helplessness, yet his expression softened. Although life with two children was undeniably fraught with challenges, it was a stark contrast to the previously quiet existence filled with work and solitude. Sazriel found himself unexpectedly embracing the lively atmosphere. Being relied upon, cared for, and sharing the burdens of work was a novel and pleasant experience for him. Nevertheless, he sometimes wished that two children could be a bit more obedient. Why do they have to be so troublesome? Though he could still handle them for now. Given the hunter's advantage in close combat, there might come a day when he would truly face a setback. It seemed wise to deliver a few more lessons before such a misfortune befell him. In the fifth era, while managing his alternate account to select suitable students, Lynn couldn't help but reflect. The more he sparred with Medici, the more he sensed Medici's rapid progress in combat. This was hardly surprising, as hunters, while perhaps not as formidable as warriors like Old Pigeon in close combat, certainly ranked among the top contenders. Ultimately, the Seeker was a mage class. Even though Lynn could initially suppress Medici through experience, as Medici assimilated the potions and gradually mastered his abilities, it would merely be a matter of time before he surpassed Lynn in close combat. This encapsulates the helplessness of an ordinary person in the presence of the formidable. After a theatrical sigh, Lynn continued to twirl the 008 in her hand, pondering the actions necessary on her part. The primary objective was undoubtedly to ascend to Sequence 8 as swiftly as possible. In this regard, Lynn had already procured one of the essential materials for the Scholar of Combat during the previous gathering hosted by the gentleman, and the other material was also within reach, to be acquired at the next assembly. As for the auxiliary materials, Lynn had long been prepared. Beyond this, her subsequent goal was straightforward: to join the Tarot Society. To gain entry, she first needed to appropriately acquire the esteemed title of the Fool, given the prolonged timeline of the forthcoming incident in Silver City. It seemed prudent to initiate her efforts with Furs and Hugh, as they were likely already in possession of the Fool's title. Supporting her chin with one hand, Lynn paused the motion of her quill, concerned that she had already caught the attention of the eldritch deity, Hugh, in a desperate attempt for assistance. Might reasonably divulge the title of the Fool to her, especially given her extensive knowledge of many arcane entities. Chapter 56. A first encounter with justice having joyfully settled on her forthcoming course of action. Lynn meticulously scripted her narrative using the 008 before indulging in a refreshing afternoon nap. Rejuvenated, she arose to prepare for the evening's gathering hosted by the gentleman. First, she fashioned a rough disguise in accordance with her current persona, then stood before the mirror to engage in simple psychological affirmations. The rationale behind this was not trivial. Lynn was about to meet Justice Audrey at the gentleman's gathering. Audrey, already a Sequence 8 mind reader, though not yet capable of true telepathy, could easily discern others' emotions and even some thoughts through their expressions and body language, though the mask and cloak would hinder Audrey's ability to read Lynn's micro-expressions. Deciphering body language would remain feasible. Thus, Lynn needed to mentally prepare herself to ensure she did not inadvertently reveal excessive information, such as her profound understanding of Audrey or her prior knowledge of the Fool. In moments like these, Lynn could not help but envy the Joker, whose flawless control over expressions and body language could be the bane of any audience. Having completed her mental preparations, she donned her mask and cloak. Upon stepping outside, she noticed Klein from across the way, appearing to have just returned home, which brightened her spirits, prompting her to greet him. "Ah, Sherlock, good evening." "Good evening, Lynn." Klein, who had just finalized an investment in bicycles and was standing at his doorstep, turned at the sound of her familiar voice and smiled in recognition. He couldn't help but notice Lynn's amusing disguise, prompting him to inquire, "Are you off to a gathering? Or do you have a commission that requires a concealed identity? Do you recall the gathering hosted by that gentleman we attended together? I am intending to partake in that very assembly, and if fortune smiles upon me, it might yield a substantial windfall." Lynn exhibited no hesitation. Rather, upon encountering Klein, he had already devised a plan to invite him along. After all, the prospect of obtaining the Fool's esteemed name from Furs and Shio in the presence of Mr. Fool seemed rather intriguing. Thus, after elucidating the itinerary for the evening, Lynn directly extended the invitation. "Would you care to join me?" In truth, venturing alone to sell the formula left him somewhat apprehensive. If Sherlock could accompany him, he would be relieved of any trepidation regarding potential malice. Lynn was untroubled by the possibility of his request appearing abrupt, considering his demeanor before Klein. It was entirely natural to invite a friend to an extraordinary gathering or to express concern about encountering danger. "Is this a commission, then?" Klein replied with a smile, infused with jest yet devoid of any intent to decline. After all, encountering members of the Tarot Society in the tangible world was not something Klein sought deliberately, but should such an opportunity arise, he had no reason to refuse. Moreover, this would afford him a chance to assess the two ladies. If they proved suitable, perhaps he could indeed usher them into the Tarot Society, Klein mused inwardly. As for the commission fee, how about tonight's supper? Lynn inquired, his tone a blend of jest and sincerity. Agreed, Klein nodded solemnly. Then I shall treat you to dessert this evening. The finest local delicacies in Beakland are desserts. And I know a place that is both affordable and delightful, Lynn declared with a smile. That sounds splendid, Klein remarked, his anticipation for the evening's repast piqued. The two then summoned an untracked carriage, engaging in conversation about desserts as they awaited their arrival at the destination. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous house in the Queen's district, Hugh, enveloped in his cloak, along with Furs and Audrey, casually settled into a spot. Hugh first scrutinized the entries on the blackboard, and upon confirming the familiar listing for the Sheriff's potion formula at 450 still remained, he breathed a sigh of relief. Naturally, Hugh and Furs opted to split Audrey's commission balance of 800. With 400 in hand, Hugh's foremost concern revolved around the Sheriff's potion formula. He had been anxious that by the time she arrived at the gathering, the formula would no longer be available. Now that he had verified such a calamity did not transpire, he felt a surge of joy. After reveling in his relief, Hugh began to survey the other attendees in the room, searching for familiar faces while quietly discussing with the two beside him. It appears that gentleman has yet to arrive. Surely he won't be absent? He shouldn't be. He mentioned in his letter that he would attend today's gathering. Perhaps we arrived too early, as many had yet to make their appearance. The trio whispered among themselves when, gradually, more individuals entered the doorway. At last, among the crowd, Hugh spotted a familiar figure. The individual was clad in the same attire as before, donning a hooded robe and a black mask. Although the face remained obscured, Hugh recognized the person at once. He had arrived. Hugh quickly tugged at the sleeves of his companions, signaling them to look. Forth and Audrey turned their gazes toward Lynn and Klein. Forth merely sought confirmation of their arrival, while Audrey instinctively adopted an observational stance, beginning her scrutiny. The male figure appeared to be youthful, exuding a lively disposition, and seemed to possess a penchant for painting. He greeted me with a wave, suggesting he was indeed quite the extroverted gentleman. The other male, also young, exhibited restrained body language, indicative of a more reserved temperament. Audrey's eyes moved sequentially between Lynn and Klein, forming her initial assessments. Meanwhile, Lynn and Klein, having just entered the room, sensed the attention directed towards them from Hugh and his companions. Aware that one among the trio possessed mind-reading abilities, Klein endeavored to utilize the Joker's capabilities, meticulously controlling his expressions and gestures to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities during their forthcoming interaction. Lynn, however, directly met the gaze of the trio, waving at them, yet did not lead Klein towards them. Instead, they chose a different spot to sit together. Once settled, Lynn lowered her voice, as if uncovering a significant secret, and remarked, "That young lady intending to sell the audience formula is likely the daughter of an exceedingly wealthy, noble family." Chapter 57. A Brother's Affection, How Do You Know? Klein inquired, astonished. While he had his own suspicions regarding the identity of the Justice Lady, it was presumed that Lynn was meeting her for the first time. The hat she wears to conceal her face must be the latest creation of Master Carlos. To interact with high society clients, I have researched this matter. It is quite rare, even among the nobility, for someone to casually wear such a hat to an extraordinary gathering. Lynn explained softly. Her words were not mere fabrications, as the original owner's memories contained knowledge on the subject. Furthermore, I noticed her ring. Such quality would cost no less than £1,000. And that is a conservative estimate. Its true value may well exceed that. Klein's savings amounted to only a few £100s. Is this the realm of the affluent? He mused. However, having already known the Justice Lady's wealth, Klein felt a twinge of astonishment but remained unperturbed, responding with a jesting tone. Isn't this good news? It indicates she can indeed purchase your formula. I share that sentiment. Lynn concurred. Lynn nodded, then turned his gaze towards the other individuals in the room, his eyes sweeping over both familiar and unfamiliar figures. He noticed that the gentleman remained quietly seated on the front sofa, observing everyone with an air of superiority. This prompted Lynn to pinch his chin, suddenly recalling an important matter. In the midst of his busyness these past few days, he had nearly forgotten that the con artist, Lanris, had yet to be dealt with. This was also Klein's initiation gift. Reflecting on this, Lynn glanced at Klein and quickly averted his gaze before being noticed. Yet his mind was already calculating. Lanris undoubtedly needed to be addressed, but since he was progressing towards becoming a divine vessel for the true creator, it would be best if Lynn did not handle it himself. Reporting it to the Church of Night would be the most prudent course of action. However, the method of reporting and how he discovered Lanris's whereabouts, as well as the suspicion regarding the latter's transformation into a divine vessel, warranted careful consideration. For instance, it could have been some angel currently sought by the Church of Night who had informed him of this matter. In a flash, Lynn devised a subsequent plan in his mind, yet his thoughts inevitably wandered to another topic. Speaking of the true creator, he pressed his lips together, momentarily recalling his rather inconvenient guardian, his expression darkening. If the past he altered could indeed synchronize and influence the future, might he change the fate of Sasliel? And what of the Red Angel currently lurking in the underground structures? Lynn pondered this question, having previously deemed such considerations premature. However, as his relationships with Sasliel and Medici deepened, he felt it prudent to contemplate these matters in advance. Perhaps it was indeed time to meet Little Red. Only through the involved party could he gain clearer insight into how his past actions affected the present. He mused to himself, a smile brightening his countenance. Moreover, at this stage, Little Red should be no match for his extraordinary abilities. Yes, it was time for the adult version of Little Red to experience the affection of an older brother. Unbeknownst to the gentleman, his modest gathering harbored a presence as formidable as Lynn's. He proceeded with the event as planned. Soon it was time for the trading segment, and Lynn, along with Klein, rose to follow the attendants into the dimly lit room, where they encountered the awaiting Furs, Hugh, and Audrey. Greetings. You are the lady purchasing the potion formula for the audience pathway, are you not? Lynn initiated the conversation. You may call me the Seeker of Secrets. Hello, Mr. Seeker of Secrets. You may refer to me as the audience. Indeed, I am the one seeking to acquire the potion formula. Audrey Hall responded with a flawless smile, while simultaneously assessing the two before her. From their demeanor, it was evident they shared a close friendship. One exhibited a lively personality, while the other was more reserved. Yet both radiated no ill intentions, suggesting they were trustworthy. I can provide you with the potion recipes for the audience, mind reader, and psychologist right now, priced at $15.70. The same as last time. Lynn spoke slowly, feigning ignorance of Audrey's scrutiny, and continued, as for the recipes for the hypnotist and dreamwalker, I should be able to obtain them within this year. If you require them, please contact me through the details I previously provided. That is acceptable. Audrey withdrew her gaze. Not perceiving 1,000 or 2,000 as a significant sum, she promptly produced an envelope, sliding it toward Lynn while stating, if possible, I hope to acquire the remaining recipes soon. Lynn did not reach for the envelope directly. Instead, he also retrieved an envelope and handed it to Audrey. After exchanging envelopes, they each opened them to examine the contents. Audrey's envelope contained 1,600, exceeding Lynn's quoted price by 30. In Lynn's envelope were 3 pre-written potion recipes. Audrey restrained herself from skipping ahead to the psychologist's potion recipe, diligently reviewing each in order. Upon confirming that the first 2 recipes aligned with her knowledge, she completed her reading of the psychologist's potion recipe. As she memorized the details, a satisfied smile graced her lips. I am very pleased with this transaction. Thank you, Mr. Seeker. I am equally grateful for your generosity, Miss Audience, Lynn replied as he secured the banknotes. He continued, I wonder, Miss Audience, if you might be interested in engaging in another type of transaction with me. What kind of transaction? Audrey inquired, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Lynn. Miss Audience, you seem to be a newcomer to the extraordinary realm. Might you be interested in purchasing some knowledge of the mysterious domain or scrolls documenting extraordinary abilities? Lynn suggested with a smile, intending to earn some extra income while smoothly transitioning into the topic of the fool's title. Mr. Seeker is quite confident, Audrey mused, recognizing that someone capable of offering such numerous potion recipes must indeed possess profound knowledge of the mysterious domain. Although she had access to the Tarot Society, her curiosity about the extraordinary world led her to be open to learning more about the mystical realms. Knowledge that could be exchanged for money held no significant weight for Audrey. Thus, she inquired, what knowledge of the mysterious domains can you share? What scrolls do you possess? Chapter 58. The title of the Fool, What knowledge of the mysterious domains can you share? What scrolls do you possess? That would depend on what specific knowledge you require. Miss Audience. In response to Audrey Hall's inquiry, Lynn revealed a confident smile and leisurely began to explain. For instance, the characteristics of certain mid-tier paths, such as those associated with witches and secretive beings inclined towards decadence and malevolence. Understanding these can assist you, dear audience, in better safeguarding yourself. Additionally, knowledge pertaining to the spirit realm, various extraordinary beings, and certain buried histories is also crucial. Lynn paused momentarily, as if hesitating before continuing. Moreover, I possess considerable insight into numerous hidden entities, both malevolent and mysterious, as well as various clandestine organizations within the extraordinary domain. Though you may not join these organizations or worship these entities, acquiring such knowledge for self-defense is indeed a prudent choice. As for scrolls, I can primarily provide those that possess healing capabilities, along with other auxiliary scrolls, some that enable you to perceive the thoughts of animals, and others that temporarily enhance your speed and strength. This enticing prospect made Audrey's eyes gleam brighter than before, clearly intrigued by Lynn's descriptions. Mr. Seeker, you claim to be well-versed in hidden entities. Is that true? At that moment, Hiu interjected, curiosity evident in her tone. I possess a general understanding of the hidden entities within the realm of the mysterious, though the depth of my knowledge varies, Lynn replied with a smile. Casting a glance at Hiu, and naturally inquiring, as if addressing a potential client, what about you? Do you have an interest in this area of knowledge? Not exactly. Hiu scratched her head, momentarily at a loss for words. She could hardly confess that she had recklessly uttered the true name of a hidden entity, potentially attracting their attention. That would sound foolish. After a lengthy pause, she settled on, Mr. Seeker, have you heard of an entity known as the Fool? Upon hearing this, Audrey Hall nearly coughed. But as a seasoned audience member, she managed to suppress her reaction, maintaining her smile without revealing any signs of discomfort. Nevertheless, she glanced curiously at Klein. Having observed that at the moment Hugh mentioned the name of the Fool, the gentleman's emotions seemed to fluctuate significantly. Although he quickly regained his composure, Audrey had already caught the shift, igniting her curiosity and sparking a flurry of speculation in her mind. Could it be that Mr. Seeker's companion is also acquainted with the Fool? No, if that were the case, such emotional volatility would not arise merely from familiarity. Had this gentleman perhaps experienced events related to the Fool, or even been a follower of the Fool himself? As a staunch believer in the Fool's prestige within the Tarot Society, Audrey Hall had never doubted the existence of numerous followers of the Fool in this world. And now she began to entertain such notions with fervor. Opposite Audrey, beside Lynn Klein, who had managed to control his expressions and movements with the aid of the Joker's abilities, was currently engulfed in a tumultuous blend of emotions that left him feeling quite queasy. He was acutely aware that the momentary surge of surprise he had just experienced might have been detected by the Justice Lady across from him. However, Klein was at a loss. The Joker's powers were not omnipotent, and in that fleeting instance, he was genuinely taken aback by the sudden mention of the Fool, failing momentarily to rein in his emotions. Yet, he consoled himself with the thought that even if the Justice Lady discerned his connection to the Fool, it would not be catastrophic. After all, he could merely present himself as a devoted follower of the Fool. At that moment, he heard Lynn beside him repeat with a hint of curiosity, "The Fool?" Lynn had keenly observed the emotional fluctuations of both individuals nearby and had long since prepared himself mentally, even managing to feign a look of confusion. He then turned to Hugh and inquired, "I have never encountered such a clandestine entity as the Fool, though it is possible that the nomenclature I am familiar with differs from yours. Do you possess more detailed information about this Fool? Perhaps his esteemed title? I might discern his identity through that." Upon hearing Lynn's words, Klein could almost predict the ensuing developments, which filled him with an innate embarrassment, akin to the cringe of having one's adolescent antics recounted by friends after a night of revelry. He wished he could simply vanish into the floor. Fortunately, after the initial shock, Klein had managed to regain his composure, maintaining a semblance of calm and restraint through the Joker's capabilities. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room was thick with theatricality, with only Furs and her companion Hugh remaining unaffected by the dramatic undertones. "Yes," Hugh nodded, though his expression soon turned hesitant. Ultimately recalling that he had previously recited it even in ancient Hermetic, he steeled himself to recount it in Runic, but was interrupted by Lynn before he could begin. Lynn retrieved paper and a pen from his pocket, handing them to Hugh with a smile. It would be prudent to write it in Runic, although theoretically, Uttering the esteemed title of a clandestine entity in a common tongue might not yield results. Inscribing the title of such a high being is certainly a safer approach, is it not? It is not the case that invoking a deity's esteemed title in any language will invoke a prayer's effect. Generally, only languages closely associated with mystical forces, such as Hermetic, ancient Hermetic, giant, or esoteric, enable followers to establish a connection with the divine. In contrast, ordinary languages like runic typically do not invoke any effect, even if one were to pronounce the name of an eldritch god. Of course, should one be particularly unfortunate and attract the attention of a deity, that would be a different matter altogether. However, recording it in a common tongue poses no issues. Official extraordinary individuals commonly employ this method. Otherwise, every time a new eldritch entity emerged, an unfortunate official would inevitably suffer. Cautious, quite unlike his usual carefree self, Klein murmured inwardly, somewhat surprised yet not entirely astonished. After all, individuals like Lynn, who possess a wealth of knowledge and harbor secrets, would not have survived long if they were truly careless. While the other party might appear somewhat reckless at times, he remained prudent where it truly mattered. Otherwise, he would not have carried so many scrolls even after believing that the ambassador incident had concluded. Chapter 59. No hope left. Klein recalled Lynn's extravagant expenditure and glanced at the seemingly reliable and enigmatic figure beside him, suddenly feeling as though he understood this detective a little better. "Thank you." Sue quickly accepted the paper and pen, swiftly inscribing several lines of words before returning the fountain pen and the signed paper to Lynn. "Let me see. Is this the esteemed name of that mysterious entity?" Lynn feigned curiosity, observing the white paper that bore the familiar titles: The Fool of Another Era, The Mysterious Sovereign Above the Mist, The King of Yellow and Black, Who Commands Fortune. Ah, finally, the esteemed name of Mr. Fool, obtained with great transparency. A hint of amusement stirred within Lynn, though his expression remained earnest and meticulous as he gazed at the names on the paper, deep in thought, soon revealing a look of puzzlement. "Well, what do you know about this mysterious existence?" Sue inquired impatiently after Lynn had finished examining the esteemed names. "Apologies, I have indeed never heard of such an entity. However, if this is of significant importance to you, I could assist you in researching it later. This would be a personal endeavor, and you need not compensate me." Lynn shook his head, then hesitated, as if debating whether to voice certain thoughts. This hesitation did not escape Audrey's notice. She felt a stir within and ventured to ask, "Mr. Seeker of Secrets, do you have something to share?" Lynn placed the pen and paper back into his pocket, seemingly having made a decision, and said, "It's not a pressing matter. I genuinely lack knowledge about this fool, but I have heard the description of not belonging to this era from, a peculiar individual." "Peculiar?" Audrey inquired. Her curiosity piqued. She sensed that the Seeker of Secrets did not express disdain while recounting this, but rather a more complex emotion. Klein, on the other hand, became instantly alert, recognizing that the peculiar individual Lynn referred to might well be that angelic compatriot. One cannot label him as merely peculiar. Strictly speaking, that individual saved my life. Lynn scratched his head, his expression somewhat convoluted, yet genuinely perplexed by the fact that he always spoke in ways I could scarcely comprehend. His behavior exceedingly strange. To put it simply, he was remarkably eccentric. If he hadn't misled me into believing in some bizarre existence, I might have thought him a devotee of some malevolent deity. But it seems, Mr. Seeker of Secrets, you do not harbor any aversion towards him?" Audrey Holt interjected, her intrigue regarding the peculiar individual Lynn mentioned evident. She could discern that the observer across from her harbored quite a complex sentiment towards the peculiar individual he spoke of. After all, he had saved my life. Fully immersed in her role, Lynn spoke with a smile, continuing, "He once mentioned that he did not belong to this era. But I believe this may have little to do with the fool. It could merely be a coincidence." Despite her words, she turned to the observer. "Could you kindly inquire if that gentleman knows of the fool?" At that moment, Forsyth interjected, clearly concerned for the safety of her companion. Lynn's expression turned troubled. After a brief pause, she replied, "If I happen to encounter him, I shall ask on your behalf, but do not harbor excessive hope." As I do not possess a reliable means of contacting him, I have only crossed paths with him a few times. Then I shall leave it to you, Hugh said, a hint of disappointment evident in her tone, yet she managed a strained smile. Have you encountered matters related to this fool? Lynn asked Hugh, her curiosity piqued. This question momentarily rendered Hugh speechless. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. For certain peculiar reasons, I may have caught the attention of this individual, though I am not entirely certain. As she spoke, memories of the night she inadvertently uttered his name flooded her mind, along with the misty dreamscape and the imposing figure within it, leaving her expression grim. Although she had not dreamt of that gray mist in recent days, she found it challenging to fully convince herself that it was merely a figment of her imagination. Lynn regarded her with a sympathetic gaze, seemingly taking a moment to gather his thoughts before stating, "What an unfortunate predicament you find yourself in. Yet there is no need for excessive concern. Perhaps this fool is merely a fictional construct. Even if such a mysterious entity does exist, and one is unfortunate enough to establish contact, it does not necessarily imply imminent death. Indeed, there are those who can live to a ripe old age. In other words, the majority of individuals inevitably succumb to death." Hearing such words from Lynn, a seasoned individual in the realm of the arcane, Hugh's expression darkened even further. The fool is certainly not an evil presence. Audrey Hall muttered to herself with a hint of dissatisfaction, yet she understood that this was the typical perspective of an ordinary person regarding hidden entities. After all, not every mysterious being is as benevolent as the fool. However, while inwardly murmuring, Audrey Hall did not forget to reassure Hugh. "Do not worry, everything will be fine. Mr. Seeker has also stated that a portion of individuals can live to a ripe old age." Lynn felt certain that the other party was doomed. Indeed, one must not speak recklessly of names, as it is a shared understanding in the realm of the extraordinary. In this regard, I, having just traversed into this world, was truly an ignorant yet fearless soul. Should I face this situation again, I might not be so audacious as to conduct the ceremony. Klein, too, was contemplating silently, pondering whether, if the assessment results proved favorable, he should consider incorporating the individual into the tarot club after some time. After all, prior to today, Klein had not anticipated Hugh's profound fear regarding this matter. Although he had acquired considerable extraordinary knowledge, having grown up under the banner of the Red, Klein had yet to grasp the depth of the dread that the people of this world held towards the outer gods. However, given the young lady's demeanor, it was possible that drawing her into the mist would instill in her an even greater fear, leading her to believe that she was entirely ensnared by the malevolent deity. Perhaps it would be wiser to refrain from further contact? Klein suddenly considered another possibility, causing him to hesitate. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy, and after approximately half a minute, Lynn gently cleared his throat and turned to Audrey. "Let us return to our previous topic, Miss Audience. Are you interested in purchasing the knowledge and scrolls I mentioned? I assure you, the prices I offer are exceedingly fair, and both the knowledge and scrolls will leave you feeling that you have received value for your investment." Chapter 60. The transaction is complete upon hearing Lynn's words. Audrey naturally shifted the topic. "I am quite interested." This was a pre-prepared list detailing the corresponding prices of the knowledge and scrolls. Lynn retrieved several folded sheets of paper along with a pen from his pocket and handed them to Audrey, saying, "Take a look. If you find something you need, please mark it. Some knowledge I can provide to you on the spot, while others can be brought to our next gathering. Of course, you may settle the corresponding payment at that time as well. Alternatively, if it is convenient for you, provide me with an address, and I can mail the relevant books to you. As for the scrolls, I do not have them on hand, but you may pre-order those that pique your interest. I personally suggest purchasing a few to test their efficacy. If you find them suitable, we might establish a long-term collaboration. I guarantee that you will not find scrolls of this caliber at such competitive prices elsewhere, nor will you encounter a selection as vast as mine." Audrey swiftly took the document, and upon opening it, she found the following content: a detailed introduction to the pathways of witches, demons, and extraordinary beings, including their characteristics and precautions, as well as strategies for coping with unfortunate encounters, £300. Journey through the spirit realm, £500. Characteristics of secret organizations, such as the Aurora Society, the Spirit Cult, and the Rose School, along with descriptions of their divisions and members, including detailed profiles of select individuals, 500 pounds. From top to bottom, the majority of the content consisted of various entries of knowledge, while a smaller portion detailed the names of the scrolls and their general capabilities, accompanied by their corresponding prices. Naturally, the prices of the scrolls paled in comparison to the knowledge, yet their advantage lay in their potential for repeated sales, emphasizing a steady stream of income. As Audrey perused the offerings, her enthusiasm grew, and she eventually turned to Lynn, clearing her throat and smiling modestly. The prices are indeed quite reasonable. Then, dear audience, which items would you like? Lynn replied with a smile. If possible, I would like to purchase everything, including the scrolls. Please provide me with a copy as well. Audrey stated, maintaining her composed demeanor. She had just calculated the total cost of all the knowledge, roughly around 3,000 pounds, which was not an insignificant sum, yet still within her means. Upon hearing this, the room fell into a profound silence, markedly different from the previous hush. Forsyth and Hugh exchanged astonished glances with Audrey. Although they were aware of her considerable wealth, they had not anticipated her to be quite so affluent. Klein also cast a sidelong glance, contemplating whether to offer more high-end knowledge at future tarot gatherings, given her apparent eagerness to delve into the realm of the extraordinary. Indeed, Miss Justice truly embodied the essence of the Tarot Society's wealthiest patron. Seeking additional income through her was undoubtedly a wise choice. As the principal figure in this exchange, even though Lynn was not particularly concerned with money, he felt a slight uplift in mood and remarked, "The knowledge I can share with you right now is readily available. Would you prefer to receive the rest at our next gathering, or shall I send it to you?" "At the next gathering, please," Audrey replied with a smile. "Very well." Lynn nodded, returning her smile. In appreciation of her generous response, "I shall include some exclusive items in this transaction. Would you prefer to learn about a more advanced piece of knowledge, or would you like to obtain some scrolls that I typically do not sell?" In dealing with such a prominent patron, Lynn understood the importance of exhibiting the proper demeanor. Being generous when the occasion called for it was indeed the key to enduring transactions. "Thank you, Mr. Seeker," Audrey replied, her surprise evident. After a moment of thoughtful consideration, she said, "I wish to learn about a more advanced piece of knowledge." Lynn, not taken aback by her response, retrieved a pen and paper from his pocket, inscribing a line before handing it to Audrey. "Thank you." Audrey Hall expressed her gratitude with a smile, promptly accepting the white paper and curiously gazing at its contents, which revealed the following. Audience Pathway, Sequence 1, Writer. A writer? The first sequence of the audience pathway is intriguingly titled Writer. This was precisely the information she yearned to discover. In that fleeting moment, Audrey felt an exhilarating surprise, although it was merely a simple sequence name for her. As someone who embodied the audience pathway, such a designation held greater significance than many other things. It turned out that the first sequence of the audience pathway was indeed called Writer. Could it be that this sequence has the power to weave the fates of others? Much like a writer, Audrey found herself lost in contemplation, while also glancing at Lynn and saying, "I am quite pleased with this gift, and if possible, I hope to learn more. Apologies, but this portion of knowledge is currently not for sale. However, in the future, if circumstances permit, perhaps there may come a day when I can offer it to you." Lynn replied with a smile, painting a hopeful picture. "I hope that day arrives soon," Audrey remarked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Nevertheless, she could see that Mr. Secretive seemed genuinely reluctant to part with such knowledge, so she chose to let it go. The two subsequently completed their exchange of knowledge, and after leaving the dimly lit room, Lynn procured extraordinary materials necessary for the combat scholar's potion from others, thus concluding the gathering of Mr. Spiritual Materials. Seated in the carriage on the return journey, Lynn organized the spiritual materials he had acquired. Just as he sealed everything within the barrier of spiritual walls, he noticed Klein, who seemed hesitant to speak, looking at him. Lynn chuckled and inquired, "What is it, Sherlock? Something on your mind?" Feigning reluctance, Klein cleared his throat and curiously asked, "I'm just a bit intrigued about that peculiar individual you mentioned at the gathering." He seems to be quite an extraordinary character. Klein was unperturbed by the directness of his question, for it was only natural for anyone to feel curious upon hearing Lynn's description of the angelic compatriot. Seizing this rare opportunity for an open inquiry, Klein was determined not to let it slip by. "It is indeed normal to be curious," Lynn remarked, casting a knowing glance at Klein, seemingly unfazed by his inquiry. "He is certainly an unusual fellow. Otherwise, I wouldn't have referred to him as such." Lynn stroked his chin, appearing to delve into memories, though in truth, he did not know him well, having met him only a few times and listened to his rambling discourse filled with eccentricities. At this point, Lynn seemed to recall something, casting a furtive glance at Klein before swiftly averting his gaze. Klein, well aware of Lynn's unease, pretended not to notice and continued, "What has he shared with you?" Chapter 61. First encounter and reunion. In response to this question, Lynn suddenly fell silent, as if caught in a reverie, contemplating yet seemingly not. After a prolonged pause, he finally replied, "Actually, there isn't much to speak of." Lynn appeared somewhat reluctant to delve further into the topic, which left Klein feeling a tinge of disappointment. However, moments later, he heard Lynn say, "He told me, long time no see." This was not a falsehood, for Lynn was indeed in an altered state, having previously uttered those words to himself in preparation for this very moment. Thus, even if Klein were to consult a divination, he would only receive confirmation of its truth. "Long time no see? Have you encountered him before?" Klein inquired, momentarily taken aback. "No, it is precisely because I have never met him that I find him rather cryptic." Lynn shrugged, adding, "In any case, such peculiarities are of little consequence, as it is unlikely I shall see him again." Having said this, Lynn seemed genuinely disinclined to pursue the topic further, instead turning his attention to counting money. "No, given the demeanor displayed by the angelic compatriot, you will undoubtedly encounter him again," Klein mused silently, his gaze upon Lynn now tinged with contemplation. He did not believe that the angel's remark, "long time no see," was mere coincidence. Coupling this with Lynn's secret, Klein surmised that the angel might indeed have known Lynn long ago, only for Lynn to have forgotten. This train of thought led Klein to recall another individual, Mr. Azek. Mr. Azek was someone who had forgotten the past, seemingly caught in a cycle of reincarnation throughout the years. Might Lynn also be subject to such a fate? Klein pondered this possibility, finding it quite plausible. If that were the case, would Lynn, over time, not also begin to recall his former self? Klein quietly mused about the nature of his past, wondering what kind of person he had once been and what his rank in hierarchy might have been. He had entertained this speculation to a considerable extent, but, out of caution, resolved to investigate further once he returned to the misty realm to ascertain whether Lynn's words were indeed deceptive. Although Lynn, engrossed in counting money, did not fully grasp Klein's conjecture, he could surmise its essence, as this was the outcome he had intentionally guided towards. Lynn's current identity as Lynn Sothith was predicated upon the loss of memories and powers due to certain circumstances, embodying the enigmatic angel. As for Lynn's angelic alter ego, it was merely a fragment of the enigmatic angel that had once been severed. This effectively elucidated the peculiarities Lynn exhibited, as well as the special attention his angelic persona bestowed upon him. Furthermore, it would facilitate the eventual merging of the two identities without incurring social embarrassment or facing the wrath of the irate Mr. Fool. Strictly speaking, this could hardly be deemed a lie, for he truly was the enigmatic angel who had lost his powers and memories. "I must have a chat with Little Red to discern the extent of my impact on the past," Lynn contemplated, as he extracted 2 bills from the stack of money in his hands. He turned to Klein and proposed, "Come, let's go have a late-night snack. Today, I made quite a fortune, and we should celebrate." It is widely acknowledged that Lynn is a person of considerable initiative. Thus, as Lynn resolved to meet the Medici of this temporal realm, he found himself at the entrance of the subterranean structure that housed the enigmatic figure after bidding farewell to Klein, with whom he had shared a late-night meal. It is worth mentioning that, in order to prevent Medici from being ensnared by Klein's potential denunciation to the Church of Night, Lynn had previously conversed with the current proprietor of the residence. Through a deft manipulation of words, he successfully dissuaded the individual from seeking other detectives to inspect the premises, ensuring that the property would be temporarily disregarded. At this moment, standing before the entrance of the underground edifice, Lynn hesitated not for an instant. He first imposed his will using the power of 008 before stepping into the ancient relic. True to the descriptions in the original narrative, upon entering the ruin, Lynn was greeted by a writhing mass of serpents coiling together, a trivial obstacle for one in his angelic state. With ease, he vanquished the serpentine throng and proceeded down the corridor, observing the distinctly quaternary architectural style while remaining vigilant for unforeseen dangers. Thus he traversed the corridor, passing through chambers adorned with statues of 6 divine beings. Aside from a fleeting glance at the statue of the god of knowledge and wisdom, whom he had yet to encounter, Lynn bypassed the other deities, familiar though they were. As he was accustomed to their presence, revisiting them would only dull his interest. Ultimately, Lynn arrived at the door of the innermost chamber of the hall. He regarded the portal, perilous for an ordinary individual, yet trivial for one of his augmented status, and took a deep breath, not for any other reason than to prepare for the forthcoming encounter. Having steeled himself mentally, Lynn extended his hand, and the power befitting a sage enabled him to effortlessly unfasten the door. Beyond it sat a shadow upon a high-backed black chair, which now lifted its gaze towards Lynn. How to describe that figure? The features were unmistakably familiar, yet bore the marks of maturity. Clad in bloodied black armor, reminiscent of a design once seen by Lynn, it was now tattered and worn, transformed into an adult-esque form. The once vibrant crimson hair flowed, as it always had. Lynn's gaze met Medici's eyes. Those that had once radiated vigor and ambition now harbored an ineffable weariness and depth of experience, mingled with madness and malice. On his still handsome visage, faint scars marred the skin, hinting at decay. Soren enormedic. A wave of sorrow washed over Lynn, swiftly followed by indignation. Even though he had anticipated encountering such a version of Medici, the sight of his brother in such a dismal state stirred profound discomfort within him. It felt akin to witnessing one's cherished pet, well cared for daily, suddenly bullied by other dogs outside, nearly facing a dire fate. All the more poignant, considering Medici was not merely a pet, but his brother, dear and beloved. Then, from the depths of the black high-backed chair, Medici spoke, his voice notably deeper than the familiar timbre Lynn had once known. "Should I say long time no see or nice to meet you?" Medici regarded Lynn with a scrutinizing gaze, pausing momentarily before emphasizing brother. Lynn, after a moment of silence, replied, "Long time no see, Medici." "Ah, I believe nice to meet you is more fitting," Medici retorted, his arms crossed, creating an illusion of superiority despite being seated, exuding a palpable sense of pressure. At that moment, the 2 peculiar marks on Medici's face suddenly chimed in. "Is this your brother?" "Ha, he looks quite ordinary." "Medici, you actually have a younger brother. It seems we owe you an apology. We should be more deferential to Medici. After all, he is the younger sibling." Laughter erupted. "No wonder you never discuss matters concerning siblings. It all makes sense now." The atmosphere shifted abruptly, infused with a jovial spirit as Soren and Einhorn engaged in a playful banter, reminiscent of a lively comedic performance. "Shut up," Medici, struggling to maintain his earlier composure and dignity, furrowed his brow and snapped, only to follow up with a mockingly sarcastic tone. "In this regard, I must concede to you all, I'm neither a sister, nor should I address you as old ladies." Upon hearing this, Soren and Einhorn fell silent for a moment, but soon both opened their mouths to respond. However, Medici anticipated their reaction and swiftly pressed his hands to his cheeks, clearly attempting to silence them before they could speak. Witnessing this, Lynn could not help but chuckle, despite feeling slightly disheartened. It was evident that while one might misname a person, the nicknames were never misplaced, and the trio truly lived up to their reputation. Tilting his head slightly, arms crossed, Lynn smiled and inquired, "Do you need your brother's assistance, Little Red?" His expression radiated warmth, embodying the essence of a caring elder brother. Yet, the authenticity of such concern was known only to Lynn himself. Indeed, he genuinely cared for Medici. But he also relished the spectacle of Medici's misadventures, embodying the archetype of a brother who would shield him from danger, yet might push him into a pit for amusement. While it could not be said that he was entirely unfit for the role of a brother, to claim he was wholly competent would be a stretch of one's conscience. You can be quiet too. Medici shot a glance at Lynn, fully aware of his true intentions, rolling his eyes before returning to his quarrel with Soren and Einhorn, which was shaping up to be an internal conflict within their little group. Lynn remained unperturbed, leisurely observing the scene before him. When Medici finally subdued the other two members of the hot pot group, silencing Soren and Einhorn momentarily, he spoke in a calm, yet deliberate manner. Medici, how do you perceive me? What do you think I should think of you? Medici did not directly respond to Lynn's inquiry. Instead, he fixated his gaze on Lynn, his blood-red eyes concealing a myriad of emotions. With a slight lift of his chin, he spoke in a tone tinged with sarcasm. Brother? Or perhaps, a stranger intruding upon my past? Such words were indeed heart-wrenching. Feigning a melancholic expression, Lynn was not genuinely saddened, for he discerned that Medici's true feelings were not solely wrapped in mockery and sarcasm. The latter did not truly regard him as a monster or an outsider. Perhaps he had not entirely accepted him as a brother, yet the shadows of their shared past had begun to waver his stance. Thus, Lynn dismissed Medici's attitude, simply gazing at him with a steady yet earnest demeanor. I certainly hope you see me as a brother. Perhaps, in your eyes, I am indeed a stranger who has unexpectedly invaded your past. After a brief pause and a sigh, he continued, but to me, you are the first family I have encountered since my arrival in this world. What is your past is, for me, a present that unfolds. Medici, you may believe I have intruded upon your past, but in truth, I am merely living my life as it is meant to be. Medici furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback as he inquired, what do you mean? It means that from the moment I entered this world, I have simultaneously existed in two timelines. Your past is, for me, an ongoing present. Perhaps you think I have deliberately interfered with your history. In reality, it is fate that has ordained me to be your brother in the second era, while awakening in this vessel of the fifth era to meet you as you are now. Lynn, with an expression of tranquility, dropped a significant revelation. At that moment, Medici comprehended that his prior speculations about the past were indeed accurate. Hence, after a brief contemplation, Lynn resolved not to conceal the fact of his simultaneous existence across two timelines. This was a secret, yet one that was impossible to hide, and thus Lynn decided to leverage it as a bargaining chip. Medici appeared profoundly startled by this newfound truth, perhaps even taken aback by Lynn's candidness. His expression shifted several times before finally settling into a calm demeanor as he asked, what exactly are you? This question was one that Lynn, too, desired to unravel. He shrugged, genuinely curious about his own nature. Acknowledging his own contemplations on the matter, he spoke without reservation. I understand that you suspect I might be an outer god or some otherworldly entity. In truth, I harbor similar doubts about myself. Nevertheless, one thing remains unequivocal. I harbor no malice towards this world. Otherwise, given my capabilities, should I desire to bring about destruction, you would find yourselves utterly incapable of thwarting my intentions, would you not? Lynn remarked with a smile, his words referring not to his own Sequence 2 abilities, but to the formidable power he had once displayed before the Medici and the ancient sun god, drawing upon the strength of an unknown entity. In truth, in that state, an ordinary Sequence 0 would stand no chance against him. The Medici remained non-committal, observing Lynn from a position of superiority, clearly weighing the credibility of his statement. Lynn, maintaining his smile, turned his gaze towards Medici and continued, regarding who I am, dear little Red. Have you not yet realized what it signifies to have a brother like me? Medici momentarily faltered. As a master schemer, he instantly grasped Lynn's implication. It suggested that, should he desire to, he could alter your past, freeing you from the fate of being slain by Alistair, reshape your current state, and allow you to reclaim your identity as the Red Angel, perhaps even ascend further. As Medici comprehended this, Lynn spoke with a smile, extending a hand towards him as if inviting him. So, shall I, your brother, come to your rescue? Chapter 63. Allow me to assist you, shall I, your brother, come to your rescue? offering liberation from the fate of becoming a mere dish, shielding you from potential corruption, and restoring the war angel to this world. For a fleeting moment, Medici seemed to hear those very words echoing from the figure before him, reminiscent of the battlefield of magical wolves from many years ago, where Lynn had repelled the ambush of the god of luck, asking, "Little Red, do you wish for your brother to protect you?" Suddenly, Medici let out a scoff, his eyes mirroring the hue of his hair as he regarded Lynn with his characteristic sarcasm. "If what you say is true, my dear brother, have you not yet reached 3 months?" While speaking, Medici stood up, firmly grasping the hand Lynn had extended towards him. "Even if it has not been 3 months, your brother remains your brother," Lynn replied with a smile, reciprocating the grip with equal fervor, seemingly unfazed by Medici's choice. For Medici, the mature king of angels, a sudden revelation from the past might sway him, yet it clearly could not serve as a decisive factor. However, what if this foundation were further supplemented by irresistible benefits? "I can save you. All you must do is acknowledge that past, and I can indeed rescue you." This was Lynn's bargaining chip, and when combined with the emotional turmoil induced by memories, alongside the display of his angelic prowess, Medici's choice became unsurprising. As for whether he truly was an outer god, the suspicion alone warranted careful scrutiny, much like the ancient sun god had once done. With such a splendid beginning, Lynn felt a surge of confidence that he could foster a relationship with the adult version of Little Red, marked by mutual respect and camaraderie. Alas, it was evident that growing up had stripped away the charm of childhood. Lynn lamented the fact that he had once been so easily swayed. Meanwhile, only Medici truly understood the thoughts swirling in his mind. The two engaged in a brief struggle, and after approximately half a minute, they relinquished their hold on one another. Lynn rubbed his slightly sore wrist and suddenly spoke, "Little Red, have you realized another thing?" Medici raised an eyebrow, intrigued by his tone. Lynn, with a cheerful grin, continued, "Since I exist simultaneously in both the past and present, it means that if I so desire, I can easily strike the younger version of you." Although his smile bore no hint of provocation or mockery, his words were enough to ignite irritation. Medici retorted, "You become tough, indeed." Prior to Lynn's comment, Medici had pondered whether Lynn's demeanor in his past was a fa ade, but in that moment, he confirmed the absurdity of such pretense. This fellow had never concealed his true nature, embodying a sheer annoyance that seemed irredeemable. Medici could even assert that, even if Amon were placed alongside Lynn, he might struggle to surpass him in exasperation. "Sototh, have you truly descended to the level of deriving pleasure from bullying children?" Medici quipped, suppressing the urge to retaliate. "Thank you, but I am merely a mere 3-month-old infant," Lynn replied without a blink. Medici mused that it would be wise for Sasliel to witness what kind of creature his favored child truly was. "Little Red, do you naively believe that Sasliel is unaware of my troublesome nature?" Lynn immediately displayed a look of curiosity towards Medici, insisting, "Of course he knows. But, given your appearance, isn't it only natural that he favors me?" His expression seemed to convey, "Little Red, do you truly lack any sense of self-awareness?" Medici scoffed derisively, too weary to counter, and then regarded Lynn, saying, "You didn't come to see me merely to discuss trivial matters, did you?" "Not at all," Lynn replied with a smile. "I primarily wish to understand your current situation and the impact my alterations to the past have had on you. Are you unaware?" Medici raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Lynn. "I have some theories, but I am not entirely certain." Lynn did not shy away from this topic. "How did you acquire memories of the past? And how do you interpret those recollections? Could you elaborate? The more I know, the more confident I will be when the time comes to rescue you." As Lynn wove this enticing narrative, Medici chuckled softly, clearly assessing him. Lynn accepted the scrutiny with a smile, and their gazes locked, neither willing to break the connection. Eventually, Medici leaned back, casually resting his hands on the armrests of the chair, crossing his legs, and said, "If you wish to know, beg me." He addressed him as brother. Yet his tone was rather infuriating. "I might just hit you." Lynn smiled, gazing at him. "Tell me, if we were to make a scene, who would be in trouble? You or I?" "Huh." Medici scoffed, remaining unfazed. Lynn, upon witnessing this, appeared as an elder brother at his wits' end, indulgently shaking his head. Very well. Who am I to deny my role as the elder brother? He then looked at Medici, stating earnestly, I beg you. The corner of Medici's mouth initially lifted slightly, only to become rigid shortly thereafter. He glared at Lynn, gritting his teeth. If you have the courage, don't hit my younger self. What? I don't understand, brother. Lynn feigned ignorance, having just finished a spar with his younger self, feeling rather invigorated. Medici truly looked as if he might strike someone. Yet he was acutely aware that in his youth, he could not best his unfortunate brother, and even now, he remained unable to overcome the elder sibling before him. All right, I was merely testing the waters. Besides, isn't fighting part of our daily lives? Lynn said soothingly, then continued, if you are genuinely that angry, just wait until you regain your former self as the Red Angel, and then you can strike back. Medici let out a cold laugh, clearly contemplating this notion. Lynn raised an eyebrow, deciding he would have to hit Little Red a few more times later. After all, the other party certainly deserved it, and he felt no remorse in doing so. Medici continued, about 10 days ago, I began to gradually recover memories related to you. I questioned the authenticity of those memories, but ultimately I confirmed that my past has indeed been altered by you. Everything you did in the past has undeniably impacted my present. It is not merely a fabricated memory. What kind of impact? Lynn inquired, curiosity piqued. He believed he had yet to do anything that could alter Medici's fate. Medici shot him a glance, a smirk playing on his lips, provocatively stating, Do you wish to know? Chapter 64. Brotherly Respect, do you wish to know? Medici's expression when he uttered those words was truly infuriating. But you certainly won't tell me. Lynn shot him a sidelong glance. Having spent time together, he had come to understand Medici quite well, adeptly ignoring the provocation and smiling. Thus, I choose to guess for myself. For instance, this impact likely relates to your experiences prior to following the ancient sun god in the original timeline, does it not? Reflecting on the benevolent deeds he had done for Medici, Lynn concluded that this was the only point that somewhat aligned. After all, in the absence of his influence, Medici would have wandered for a time before choosing to follow the ancient sun god for reasons unknown, rather than being whisked away shortly after birth to be raised under the care of Sassel. It appears that your intellect is indeed commensurate with your 3 months of experience. Medici chuckled, his tone as caustic as ever, yet he refrained from disputing the assertion. His transformation through this experience had confirmed the validity of his memories, which were anything but illusory. In the solitary days of his past, Medici had endured profound injuries, not merely physical, but rather spiritual wounds of great severity. Although subsequent healing and recuperation had restored him, the indelible marks remained upon his spirit, traces that persisted even after he had become a malevolent entity. However, upon acquiring those memories associated with Lynn, while the pain of the past lingered, the scars themselves vanished, leading Medici to affirm that these memories were not fabrications, but rather a genuine alteration of his history. Lynn Sototh indeed possessed the power to alter his fate. Nevertheless, Medici, of course, would not elaborate on these matters to the unfortunate individual before him. Maintaining his composure, he deftly shifted the subject, continuing, Yet before today, I can neither discern your visage in my memories nor articulate your name. All information pertaining to you remained shrouded in ambiguity, as if deliberately obscured by some force, until our meeting dispelled this veil. As he spoke, Medici's gaze remained fixed on Lynn, evidently scrutinizing him. Obscured? Lynn was unperturbed by his examination, momentarily taken aback, his expression morphing into one of perplexity. He had not anticipated such a revelation. After all, both 008 and the venerable Mr. Palace recalled him. Wait, could it be that their memories were also restored only upon encountering him? This possibility crossed Lynn's mind, and he exhaled in relief. After all, if his true identity were indeed concealed, it signified that should he later encounter troublesome individuals, such as that wretched Amon, he need not fear an immediate confrontation or the silent emergence of an Amon-like figure nearby. Yet, Lynn suddenly found himself uncertain. Nevertheless, he cast aside this notion and resumed his contemplation. Ultimately, this obscurity seemed more akin to a protective measure for me. But why is that? Is it a characteristic intrinsic to my being? While pondering this, he heard Medici's sardonic voice. It seems you are entirely oblivious to this state, Sototh. I am no longer the least bit concerned that you might pose a threat to this world. A being like you, who cannot even master your own power, is fundamentally nothing more than a weakling, regardless of how formidable you may appear. Lynn replied, excellent. It seems that after 3 days of inactivity, our little red has indeed grown some wings. He then regarded Medici, a radiant smile gracing his face. Perhaps our dear little red should personally experience whether or not I am a weakling. Ultimately, Lynn, in a spirited yet discreet manner, delivered a sound thrashing to Medici. It is not that the War Angel's combat skills have stagnated over the years. Rather, it is the current Red Angel, still in an evil spirit form without even an extraordinary trait, who faces a stark hierarchy suppression against Lynn, who can consistently exhibit the prowess of Sequence 2. One cannot expect a Sequence 4 to triumph over a Sequence 2. After all, after thoroughly thrashing his insufferable younger brother, Lynn seemed to recall something and turned to Medici, inquiring, by the way, Little Red, do you happen to have the blasphemy card from the Hunter's Path? The blasphemy card? Are you referring to this? Medici replied, revealing a tarot card adorned with the image of Roselle, the Red Priestess card. Lynn's gaze quickly fell upon the card, and he nodded eagerly. Yes, that's it. Could you lend it to me for a while? Why would you desire this card? It belongs to the Hunter's Path, which you should have no need for, Medici remarked, toying with the card while regarding Lynn with a puzzled expression. You aren't part of the Hunter's Path, nor have you forcibly transitioned into it. If it's the formula you seek, haven't you already obtained it? Indeed, Lynn possessed the formula from the Hunter's Path, primarily because a certain individual, his maternal figure, Saslier, had promised to share the comprehensive formulas with him and Medici, subsequently providing Lynn with the transcribed details for delivery to Medici. Well, mainly, I wish to study that item and see if I can, replicate it, Lynn said with a bashful smile. Why would you want to replicate such a thing? It holds no utility for us, Medici countered, clearly taken aback by Lynn's response. He shot Lynn a scrutinizing glance, his tone dripping with sarcasm. And don't say I didn't warn you. The essence of that item may very well be connected to those outer gods beyond the barrier. Studying it, oh right? I forgot you're essentially a little monster yourself. If those outer gods were to catch you, it's hard to say who would truly be tainted. Be confident. Typical outer gods would surely be reversed tainted by me. If I were an outer god, I'd be at least of the caliber of Fishball or Cassava, Lynn declared, exuding an air of unshakable confidence. This left Medici momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he flicked his wrist, sending the Red Priestess's blasphemy card soaring toward Lynn. Lynn promptly reached out to catch it, hearing Medici's languid voice. Here you go. Just remember to return it promptly once you're done studying. Now, it was Lynn's turn to be astonished. He had expected several rounds of sarcastic banter before any agreement was reached. He stared at Medici, his expression clearly reflecting his surprise at this newfound amicability. What is with you being so agreeable this time? There is no hidden scheme awaiting me, is there? Medici shot him a sidelong glance, irritation evident in his voice. If you don't want it, just return it. I want it. Rest assured, I'll finish my research promptly and return it to you, Lynn replied eagerly, adhering to the principle of being generous when receiving favors. He then recalled something and asked, by the way, is your current state all right? Is it necessary for me to seek out a fortunate path for the Reaper? Lynn would certainly not target the innocent, extraordinary beings of the Reaper's path, but what of the Spirit sect? Given the nature of the Spirit sect, it would be quite easy to find an extraordinary being deserving of death within its ranks. Moreover, if Medici could regain his ability to act and no longer be confined to this underground tomb, even if he had yet to restore his combat prowess to that of an archangel, he would still be a boon for Lynn. Indeed, such is the harsh reality. After all, we are all adults. While we discuss matters of the heart, we must also consider the practical gains and losses of reality. This would also serve to repay the favor owed to the High Priestess, so why not take advantage of it? You need not worry about me. Rather, focus on your own affairs, Medici remarked, his blood-red eyes shifting toward Lynn, a hint of mockery in his expression. Your condition is not much better than mine. Has your current vessel even reached Sequence 4? Using the power of sequence 2 in such a state must be quite burdensome for you. Even if you can still wield your intrinsic power, if memory serves, you seem to have a distaste for that kind of force. Lynn paused momentarily, taken aback by Medici's perceptiveness, and reflected inwardly whether he had underestimated these archangels. They might not perceive his essence, but in other aspects, such as rank and divine pathways, they evidently possess greater understanding than he does. After all, Lynn is merely an outsider, despite having acquired many secrets through the original text. His comprehension of rank and pathways pales in comparison to that of someone like Medici, who has been an archangel for millennia. However, Lynn was not particularly troubled by this. Rather than feeling exposed, he chuckled and said, "So, Little Red, do you see how remarkable your brother is? Even when my own condition is lacking, I still think of rescuing you." Isn't that touching? Whether or not he was seen through did not hinder his ability to unleash his strength. Medici immediately adopted a look of disgust, as if he were about to retch. "Do you truly want to hear what you're saying?" "I am merely speaking the plain truth." Lynn shrugged, suggesting that as long as one possesses sufficient audacity, there is nothing to fear. "Huh." Medici clearly expressed his disdain, nearly rolling his eyes. "So you genuinely have no need for my assistance?" Lynn expertly disregarded Medici's expression and asked earnestly, "I do not require your concern. If you truly wish to assist me, then change that path sooner rather than later," Medici replied, arms crossed, gazing at Lynn. "Let me see if you, as my brother, can indeed save me." "Rest assured I shall," Lynn smiled. Thus, one brother contemplated the inevitable retribution upon the other, while the other anticipated the utility of his sibling's restoration. And in this atmosphere, their relationship grew increasingly amicable. Though the intention was to rescue the Little Red One, I find myself distanced from the initial persona since the incident involving the hot pot at Tudu. Currently, I am at a loss on how to initiate a second persona. After bidding farewell to Medici and returning to 16 Minsk Street, I concluded my external assistant state. Lynn, having treated himself with the 008, toyed with the Red Priestess card. Yet a sense of uncertainty lingered in his heart. Although he had promised to save the Little Red One, the task seemed rather daunting for Lynn at this juncture. The two potential solutions appeared to be either patiently awaiting the temporal progression of the first persona to the fourth era, or devising a means to activate a persona situated in the fourth era. However, I have yet to fully grasp this power. My initial activation was purely accidental, rendering the situation quite challenging. Perhaps I might as well attempt the method of manifestation, for it is my power that may indeed be influenced by my will. With this thought, Lynn resolved to take action, diligently focusing his mental energies and repeatedly murmuring to himself, "I shall activate a persona in the fourth era. I shall activate a persona in the fourth era. I shall activate a persona in the fourth era." After approximately half an hour of such incantations, Lynn exhaled and reclined in his chair like a cat. How amusing, yet utterly ineffective. How frustrating that there was no manual provided when the inheritance was divided. Or perhaps there was a manual on. I simply forgot? Lynn mused, lying there for several minutes before sitting up once more. Well then, it seems I must resort to the first method. Little Red, it is not that I am unwilling to save you immediately. It is simply that I am powerless at the moment. May the Lord bless you, and create a door. Lynn pretended to pray for Medici, who remained underground, and then rummaged through a drawer to retrieve an iron box. Upon opening the box, he discovered it contained the extraordinary materials required for the scholar's combat potion. Perhaps I should advance first. I wonder if this potion will dissolve upon entry, Lynn remarked as he retrieved the crucible for potion making. Skillfully tossing all the materials into the crucible, he soon produced a vividly colorful scholar's combat potion. Theoretically, a typical extraordinary being would first adjust their state to optimal conditions before consuming the potion. Yet Lynn was different. He boldly relied on the remnants of his high-ranking traits and gulped down the scholar's combat potion in one go. By the heavens, how dreadful it tasted! In that moment, as his taste buds endured torment, Lynn nearly retched on the spot, grimacing for quite a while before recovering. Once he regained his composure, Lynn found that he had successfully ascended to the status of a scholar of combat. His body seemed to have undergone transformation through the potion, significantly enhancing his attributes and bestowing him with newfound instincts for combat. Additionally, his mind was enriched with knowledge related to combat, and he acquired skills such as rapid casting, heightened intuition, and an enhanced ability to perceive malevolent phenomena. Indeed, much of this was of little utility to Lynn, as he inherently possessed a spirit and perception akin to that of an angel, even exhibiting a sharper acuity than the celestial beings themselves. Furthermore, likely influenced by the first persona, Lynn discovered that he had nearly digested 70 to 80% of the martial scholar potion he had consumed. The remaining portion could be fully assimilated over the course of a month, even without the aid of his secondary account, rendering it nearly effortless to absorb. Chapter 66. The brave rescue of Mr. Minute was, as anticipated, utterly uneventful. Lynn quietly lamented his solitary indulgence, yet he was not perturbed. After all, the initial advancement of his primary account was never intended to enhance combat prowess. It merely laid the groundwork for future high-tier ascensions. As time progressed for his secondary account, it was theoretically inevitable that the two timelines would eventually converge. Lynn pondered what that might entail, contemplating whether it would trigger hidden settings, such as the return of his persona to its original form. If that were to occur, he could forego effort altogether. How delightful! Lynn considered this possibility as plausible. After all, one must harbor dreams. However, such a future seemed far too distant, so he resolved to focus on the present. Stretching his limbs, he familiarized himself with the transformations brought about by the martial scholar potion. Once acclimated, Lynn eagerly began to study the blasphemous card, the Red Priestess. Following the description from the original text, he successfully activated the Red Priestess card, and, as expected, he beheld the full series of the limited edition Hunter pathways, from Sequence 9 to Sequence 0, showcasing the image of the Emperor Rossel. In a certain sense, the Emperor was indeed a remarkable figure, Lynn mused, casually sketching a few of the more visually appealing layouts for his own keepsake before commencing his formal research. Alas, due to the absence of an augmented state, Lynn, still at Sequence 8, was unable to yield any significant findings. This left him somewhat disappointed, yet he resolved to wait until his state fully restored before leveraging the power of his first persona to delve into the Red Priestess card, aiming to document all pertinent data as a reference for future creation of the blasphemous chess. As for the present, Lynn certainly intended to take a bath and retire for the night, for he needed to prepare for the surprise he had planned for Mr. Fool the following day, ensuring he was well-rested and in optimal condition to engage in the game. The next morning, after a rejuvenating slumber that washed away his fatigue, Lynn awoke, intending to lazily stretch and embrace a new day, only to find himself momentarily taken aback. He discovered that he had unexpectedly gained a new perspective, transforming his dual accounts into a triad. He had acquired a second new persona. Could it be that yesterday's wish had indeed borne fruit? Perhaps he was on the verge of obtaining a tool of angelic caliber. Would that not enable him to rescue Little Red? Lynn, filled with astonishment, swiftly transitioned his primary consciousness to the newly activated second persona, eager to ascertain its circumstances. However, in the next moment, upon successfully switching to the second persona, Lynn was taken aback to discover that he seemed to be situated in outer space. Beneath him lay a planet, reminiscent of sapphire, identical to those he had observed in documentaries, yet it was encased in a transparent barrier, imperceptible to the ordinary eye, akin to the shell of an egg that securely enveloped the planet. Not far from the azure sphere, a colossal, blood-red orb slowly orbited it. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The most significant detail was that, not too far from Lynn, he witnessed a gigantic tree, seemingly composed of flesh and blood, which would cause an ordinary person to explode in terror upon a mere glance, extending its branches to assault a middle-aged man. This man, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, bore a serious and solemn expression. Despite being at a disadvantage in the struggle against the giant tree, he remained remarkably composed. His features were striking, with a unique shade of void-black hair peppered with strands of white. Most captivating were his azure eyes, which seemed to ripple with endless mysteries, exuding an alluring beauty. The man was adorned in a quaternary-style, noble attire, embellished with numerous gemstone accessories, suggesting either a profound adoration for these gems or a necessity to channel magic through them. Lynn blinked, unable to suppress his gaze from the blue planet beneath, and then back to the man valiantly resisting the monstrous tree. His initial reaction was one of sheer astonishment. His second reaction, however, was a thrill of exhilaration, regardless of the tumult of emotions coursing through him. Upon realizing the identities of the two figures before him, Lynn dashed toward them. "Hey, you, the fishball cassava, release Mr. Door." As he uttered these words, Lynn resolutely began to draw strength from the enigmatic entity. This was not a reckless act on Lynn's part, nor was it a lack of fear regarding assimilation. Rather, he understood that in the present predicament, should Mr. Door falter, the fishball cassava would indisputably not spare him. In such a case, Lynn's self-defense mechanism would likely activate, necessitating the borrowing of strength from the entity. Given this, it was more prudent for Lynn to take the initiative, thereby allowing himself the mental reassurance of a potential exit strategy, rather than relying on mere luck as before. At that moment, Mr. Door and the fishball cassava, engrossed in their fierce battle, sensed the emerging presence nearby and turned their gaze towards Lynn. There, they beheld a youth who appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years old, offering them a radiant yet emotionally subdued smile. "Gentlemen, shall we engage in a game?" The youth spoke thus, yet at that moment, time within this realm seemed to crystallize. Although an invitation had been extended, the youth was indifferent to whether Mr. Men and the fishball cassava would acquiesce. "As long as I desire to play a game, you shall all accompany me," was the guiding principle of Lynn's current endeavors. Willful and formidable, reckless and audacious. For Mr. Men, or Bertelia Abraham, today was undeniably the most tumultuous day of his existence. Whether during his routine explorations of the starry heavens, where he fortuitously encountered the extraordinarily potent fishball cassava, or at the brink of being tainted by its influence, only to be saved by the sudden appearance of a youth, all contributed to a tempest of emotions within Bertelia Abraham that refused to settle. The power exhibited by the youth, rivaling that of the fishball cassava, ultimately compelling it to retreat in disarray, evoked in Bertelia Abraham thoughts of the legendary entities that resided beyond the zero sequence. A friendly reminder, the synopsis is merely for reference. All content will be determined by the main text. The aliases mentioned in the synopsis will certainly be included, but their order is yet to be established. Chapter 67. The traditions of the Abraham family, however, Bertelia Abraham was unprepared for what transpired next. After the fishball cassava fled, as he hesitated on how to engage the youth, the latter cast a nonchalant glance in his direction before, without warning, collapsing. The youth's aura appeared no longer perilous, resembling that of an ordinary angel. This sudden turn of events left the typically serious and meticulous Bertelia Abraham in a rare state of bewilderment. Yet, despite his confusion, Bertelia Abraham exhaled, hesitating momentarily before bending down to lift the youth onto his back. While he remained vigilant against the approach of other outer gods, though it seemed unnecessary, given that the battle between the youth and the fishball cassava had sent the observing outer gods fleeing, he opened a portal, departing from that tumultuous place. Thus, on that day, the core members of the Abraham family, situated within the Tudu Empire, were taken aback by the news. Their patriarch had unexpectedly returned with a stranger, a youth whose appearance bore little resemblance to his own. Yet the patriarch's demeanor towards him was anything but ordinary. This revelation caused a stir within the Abraham family, although non-core members were unaware of the developments. Whispers began to circulate among the inner circle. At some point, rumors began to emerge suggesting that the youth was, in fact, the lost child of Mr. Men, and the credibility of such claims was alarmingly high. Therefore, when Mr. Men confirmed that he bore no traces of contamination, stepping out of his chamber to ascertain whether his savior had awakened, he encountered his second-in-command, the steward responsible for managing various affairs and a trusted confidant of Bertelia Abraham. After engaging in casual conversation about Abraham's domestic affairs, the butler suddenly cleared his throat and inquired, "My Lord Bethel, what are your intentions regarding the child you have brought back?" This matter is not for you to concern yourself with, Abraham Bethel thought to himself, fully aware that divulging his circumstances or the boy's uniqueness to the butler was out of the question. He could only respond vaguely, "Indeed, my Lord Bethel." The butler, perceptive as ever, nodded in acknowledgement and after a brief pause, continued, "However, I am curious as to how we should address the young master." Upon hearing this question, Abraham Bethel fell silent for a few moments, as he too was uncertain of the boy's name. The only thing he could ascertain was that the boy was not an otherworldly entity. Nonetheless, as an experienced angelic monarch who enjoyed traveling and was well-versed in the ways of the world, Bethel discerned an underlying tone in the butler's words. Casting a glance at the butler, he recalled the gossiping tendencies of his superiors, who often indulged in writing trivial narratives, and he suddenly felt a twinge of annoyance. Bethel was certain that the higher-ups were already engaging in baseless speculation, and unbeknownst to him, there were likely a myriad of versions regarding his relationship with the boy circulating among them. After all, his superiors were audacious enough to craft fanciful tales about the nocturnal sovereign and his consort in their idle hours. This tendency, while exasperating for the serious and meticulous Bethel, could not be curtailed by mere prohibitions. Whispers would inevitably persist. Mr. Men could not impose severe penalties on the core members of the Abraham family for such trivial matters. And thus, over time, he had resigned himself to the situation. Just as Bethel was about to clarify matters to prevent any future awkwardness, a relative of the boy he had assigned to care for rushed in, exclaiming, "He has awakened. The young master is awake." When Lynn regained consciousness, his thoughts were sluggish, as if separated from the world by a translucent barrier. He felt isolated from reality, both emotionally and mentally suspended in a delicate state. For several minutes, he stared blankly at his surroundings until his cognitive faculties gradually returned to normal, allowing him to perceive the world as it truly was. This prompted Lynn to instinctively draw in deep breaths, his heart racing as he patted his chest, acutely aware of the peril he had just escaped. Compared to the previous instance when he had transformed the nightmare dragon into a pen, the power he had borrowed this time from his true form was undeniably greater. After all, the fishball cassava was considered a formidable entity even among otherworldly beings, far surpassing the mere sequence one nightmare dragon. Even in its diminished state, it possessed a strength capable of deterring ordinary angels and true gods alike. Lynn had originally harbored concerns about his potential inability to overcome his opponent. After all, even though his unknown essence was immensely powerful, he himself was merely an avatar, despite being capable of borrowing strength from his essence. He was uncertain whether the power he could acquire would suffice. To his surprise, however, his enigmatic essence proved to be exceedingly generous, allowing Lynn to ascend from the ground instantaneously. Yet, while it was exhilarating to unleash such power against the tapioca creature, one undeniable truth emerged: the more strength Lynn borrowed, the closer he became to being assimilated into his essence. Had he not managed to restrain himself at the last moment from further seeking strength to pursue the tapioca creature, Lynn feared he might have perished just after vanquishing it, returning directly to his essence. Even with his self-control, the magnitude of the power he had borrowed this time inflicted upon him a more profound consequence than before, resulting in his fainting. Fainting, in essence, serves as a form of protection and resistance, much like Klein's battle against the celestial sovereign in the original narrative's dreamscape. Lynn, too, had been engaged in a struggle within that dream against his unknown essence. It would be more accurate to describe it not as a confrontation, but rather as Lynn endeavoring to maintain his independence, resisting the instinctual urge to return to his essence and become one with it. Fortunately, this time, the ordeal ended without catastrophe. It was evident that one must not recklessly borrow power. Rather, if borrowing is necessary, it should be done with limitations. Lynn patted his chest, soothing his racing heart, while his thoughts became unusually lively. Reflecting on his previous encounter with the nightmarish dragon, he noted that although he had sensed assimilation then, the situation had not been grave. It was merely a matter of a brief recovery. This time, however, the stakes were considerably higher, and he nearly lost himself. Indeed, though external power can be advantageous, The risks of such reliance are substantial. Chapter 68. The ordinary sequence 2. Lynn resolved to establish a principle within himself. Henceforth, even in dire circumstances requiring the borrowing of strength from his essence, it would be prudent to limit such requests to sequence 0. To ascend beyond, that would be to toy with his own independence. Subsequently, he recalled a magnificent entity he had glimpsed in his dream, a brilliant mass resembling a collection of luminous orbs. A peculiar expression crossed his face. Could that be my essence? If so, does that render me merely a solitary orb? Is my very essence a diminutive sphere? Strangely, those orbs bore a resemblance to bubbles, a term that struck him as eerily familiar. Lynn suddenly found himself momentarily frozen, grappling with the feeling that the term bubble held a significant familiarity, yet he could not quite place it. Just then, he sensed a presence and turned towards the doorway, where, as anticipated, the figure of Bertelia Abraham emerged, accompanied by 2 others, likely a steward or family members. You have finally awakened. Upon witnessing Lynn's safe and sound state, Bertelia Abraham evidently breathed a sigh of relief. He then turned to the 2 individuals behind him and directed, I wish to converse with him privately. You may take your leave. As you wish, Lord Bertelia, replied the steward and the relative, who promptly departed, exchanging knowing glances that betrayed their curiosity. Observing the scene, Bertelia Abraham reflected, Indeed, it is time to rectify the family's conduct. I can no longer allow such frivolity to persist. With a slight headache, he entered the room, closing the door behind him. As he did so, Bertelia Abraham regarded Lynn with a serious yet warm expression, inquiring, although you are likely already aware of my identity. Allow me to introduce myself formally. Good day, I am Bertelia Abraham, and I am immensely grateful for your assistance this time. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed? Upon hearing Mr. Doerr's question, Lynn blinked, finally finding the opportunity to focus on the information regarding his second identity. Like the first, the second identity was also an angelic being, a mythological creature by nature, though the paths to their manifestations differed. Lynn's second identity was that of a knowledge mentor, a sequence 2 within the universalist path, bearing the name Lynn Sothos. This naming convention likely stemmed from the essence of the identities being generated from Lynn's abilities combined with random, extraordinary traits, thus retaining his original name. The reason for the second identity's emergence in the cosmos was tied to its role as a knowledge mentor, possessing an insatiable curiosity about the universe. Additionally, being a naturally mythological being who had evaded the world since birth, it lacked the opportunity to gain extensive knowledge of the cosmos and the outer gods from prominent figures, thus never experiencing the harsh realities of the universe. Driven by curiosity, the second identity harnessed the characteristics of an apprentice path to create a corresponding magical item, which he subsequently utilized to depart from Earth and reach the cosmos. This led to the extraordinary scene that Lynn beheld upon opening his eyes. Lynn pondered, although I am aware that the identities seem to be randomly generated, the background of the second identity is rather absurd. The first identity's background at least draws upon the life of Xiao Hong's deceased brother, making it somewhat comprehensible as a reincarnation. However, the background of the second identity appears to be a flight of fancy. Is it possible that the second identity, being forcefully generated by my will, lacks the naturalness of the first? Suddenly, Lynn realized something and revisited the information regarding his second identity. Meanwhile, Bertelia Abraham, who was patiently awaiting Lynn's response, noticed the young man's expression shift dramatically, his demeanor becoming quite complex, as though he had encountered some form of setback. What is the matter? What has occurred? Bertelia Abraham inquired, his heart sinking as he conjured a multitude of unsettling possibilities in his mind. Lynn, seemingly disoriented, shook his head in disbelief. The primary reason for his alarm was the realization that the period associated with the second persona coincided with the era of the Four Emperors' War. In other words, during this time, the Medici had already met their demise. Even if Lynn were to confront Tudor, Amon, and Amon's brother, it would not alter this grim reality. Furthermore, crucially, after yet another assimilation, Lynn had fortuitously gained a deeper understanding of manifesting personas across different timelines. Consequently, He was acutely aware that he could not conjure a fourth persona in the near future, which left him feeling quite disheartened. My apologies, Little Hong. I shall ensure that my next wish includes a specific date. Such an oversight shall not occur again, he fervently declared, his hands clasped in prayer, exhibiting a sincerity that even the Medici might instinctively believe. Of course, instinct aside, whether the Medici would ultimately accept this was another matter entirely. Mr. Dorr, witnessing this scene, pondered. If he were not fully aware of the formidable power possessed by the youth before him, he might have assumed he had brought back a lunatic. Wait, is there not a correlation between strength and madness? Bertilia Abraham suddenly recalled his nominal superior, the Blood Emperor Alistad Tudor, who epitomized the notion that the more unhinged one became, the stronger they grew. Could it be that the individual before him was similarly afflicted? Bertilia Abraham fell into contemplation. Just as Bertilia's thoughts began to wander into peculiar realms, Lynn concluded his theatrical prayer. He coughed lightly to regain the attention of the evidently distracted Mr. Dorr and smiled, saying, "You may call me Lynn or Sotos. There is no need for formal titles. In truth, I am merely an ordinary sequence 2. Bertilia Abraham." Having just returned to focus, processed this information, he instinctively recalled the earlier scene of Lynn battling the fishball cassava, a confrontation where any ordinary sequence 2 would have been obliterated by a mere ripple. Even Bertilia Abraham, who could be considered the foremost being beneath the true gods, could only manage to defend himself during that clash, unable to actively participate. Now, gazing at the youth who smiled and identified himself as an ordinary sequence 2, he momentarily felt that he could not comprehend the mindset of those above sequence 0. Could this be the essence of the disparity between himself and those above sequence 0? Chapter 69. A new member of the Abraham family. Bertilia Abraham was uncertain. He suddenly had a revelation and looked at Lynn with newfound understanding, stating, "If this is your desire, then so be it." He certainly did not genuinely believe that the individual before him was merely an ordinary sequence 2. Perhaps he was not a complete remnant of the old days, but he evidently possessed the means to subdue sequence 0 at will. Compared to the seemingly ordinary sequence 2, Bertilia Abraham is more inclined to believe that the other party may be in a rather poor state and thus wishes to keep their strength, or rather, their identity concealed. After all, until today, Bertilia Abraham had never heard of someone like Lynn Sotos, who at least belongs to the realm of the semi-ancient. It is evident that the other party intentionally concealed this information. Lynn, unable to decipher Mr. Manet's thoughts, felt a slight furrow of frustration on his brow. After realizing he could not articulate his thoughts clearly, Lynn pondered for 3 seconds and decided against further explanation. He merely turned to Mr. Men with a smile and inquired, "Mr. Bertilia, may I impose upon you for temporary accommodation? Furthermore, I would appreciate it if my identity could remain confidential. If possible, could I perhaps utilize your resources to procure a false identity?" Having confirmed that his second persona was situated during the War of the Four Emperors, Lynn resolved against venturing to the Solomon Empire. After all, he had no acquaintances within the Solomon Empire, and had Medici still been around, he would not have hesitated to ally with him. However, with Medici no longer in existence, Lynn found no compelling reason to travel to the Solomon Empire. He did not know the Black Emperor Solomon, and the only notable figure he recognized was Eurolius, with whom he was not particularly familiar. Additionally, the thought of the true creator, which troubled Lynn greatly, further dissuaded him from venturing toward the Solomon Empire. As for the Night Emperor, it was even less appealing. He would rather not go there than a Solomon. Thus, Lynn decided to remain in the Tudor Empire. On one hand, having just saved Mr. Men's life, and considering Mr. Men's character as portrayed in the original narrative, along with Lynn's own observations, he was confident that Mr. Men was not the type to be ungrateful. Given the life-saving circumstances, Lynn believed Mr. Men would not reject the notion of having an additional guest at his table, nor would he mind offering some assistance. This resolved Lynn's practical concerns regarding daily life, and perhaps in the future, if he encountered any troubles, he could seek Mr. Men's help. On the other hand, he was quite eager to meet Amon and Antigonus from the ghoulish triad of this era. Regarding Amon's parasitism, Lynn remarked. If you have the capability, come and try to parasitize me. Let us see who detonates first. Without borrowing power from his true self, Lynn indeed could not defeat Amon. But he was unafraid of Amon's most repugnant parasitic abilities. As for other matters, it remained as previously stated. He could simply discard this persona if necessary. Simultaneously, if circumstances allowed, Lynn wished to find an opportunity to trouble the Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor, considering it a means of avenging Little Red. Of course, he would refrain from leveraging the power of his true self. He had narrowly avoided disaster recently and had no intention of courting further peril in the near future. The small, stray light orb hesitated to return home, despite feeling a twinge of guilt towards the Little Red One. Perhaps I should refrain from giving him a few more bumps, Lynn mused, momentarily feeling like a commendable brother. Berthelia Abraham, however, was oblivious to Lynn's internal deliberations. Upon hearing Lynn's words, he paused briefly, almost instantly beginning to analyze the rationale behind Lynn's actions in his mind. Was it due to a lack of vigor, prompting him to seek a suitable place to recuperate? Or is it possible that Lynn had come for him specifically? Berthelia Abraham pondered, not perceiving any malice in Lynn's intentions. Not only because Lynn had saved his life, but also because he understood that if Lynn truly harbored ill will, his own strength would be insufficient to contend with it. Rather, Berthelia Abraham leaned towards the notion that Lynn must have some undisclosed objective. After a moment's reflection, Berthelia Abraham nodded slightly and addressed Lynn earnestly. There is no issue. Should you wish to stay, you may do so for as long as you desire, and I will not disclose your identity to anyone else. Regarding a false identity, if you're amenable, you might temporarily assume the role of a member of the Abraham family. Thank you very much, Lynn replied with a courteous smile. He then rose, turning to Mr. Min, and inquired, would you mind showing me around? After all, this is to be my temporary residence, and I ought to familiarize myself with it. Berthelia Abraham hesitated, clearly unaccustomed to Lynn's unconventional demeanor. However, reflecting on his naturally serious disposition, he ultimately acquiesced, nodding in agreement. If you are interested, of course, that would be no problem. Thus, the core members of the Abraham family witnessed an unprecedented event. The very subject of their fervent gossip, the boy brought home by the head of the family, was being shown around the Abraham estate by none other than their esteemed patriarch. This was a sight previously unseen, especially given the demeanor exhibited by the head of the family in the boy's presence, leaving the core members of the Abraham family utterly astounded. Their normally serious and rigid patriarch, who could sometimes intimidate the younger generation with his formidable presence, had never before displayed such amiability. Consequently, a rumor that had already been circulating fervently gained even more traction following that afternoon. In the fifth era, in the Kingdom of Ruin, at 16, Mince Street in Beckland. After the second avatar completed his tour of the Abraham family estate, Lynn, using the excuse of needing to rest, switched his consciousness back to his primary avatar. He exhaled deeply and instinctively began to contemplate. Did my daring rescue of Mr. Min, preventing him from being tainted by the fishball cassava, inadvertently alter the course of history? No. It appears that Mr. Min was not contaminated during this particular encounter with the fishball cassava. Rather, he seemed to have been tainted by the fallen mother goddess. Hence, even in my absence, he might have escaped in the original timeline? Or was it that the fishball cassava discovered Mr. Min first, followed closely by the fallen mother goddess, who then proceeded to contaminate him? It is also possible that when I struck the cassava, I caught a glimpse of a nearby entity, akin to a fallen goddess, making its escape. Lynn, stroking his chin, felt an urge to delve into this matter. If his actions were indeed to alter Mr. Min's fate, then, without question, the Abraham family's circumstances would undergo a profound transformation, shedding their pitiful semblance of impending extinction. Of course, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that, despite his alteration of history, Mr. Min could still succumb to corruption during his subsequent celestial journey. Alternatively, as he had once speculated, the fate of Mr. Min, modified by him, might not drastically reshape the original history, but could instead directly alter the present state of affairs in this era. Lynn believed this presented an exceptional opportunity for research. To elucidate this, the most straightforward approach would be to ascertain whether Furs still suffered from the affliction of the moonlit musings. Chapter 70. I have a friend, however. Although today marks the full moon, it is still daylight, so there is no rush. I can first surprise Klein. Lynn stretched lazily, rose from his seat, and approached the window to observe number 15, Minsk Street. After confirming that Klein had not ventured out, Lynn took a deep breath and began preparing for the forthcoming script. The script he referred to was none other than the message from the old compatriot, informing him of the whereabouts of Sophith, compelling Lynn to pray to the fool under an irresistible condition. Lynn was uncertain whether Klein would adhere to the script, allowing him to join the Tarot Society, and he had no intention of compelling matters with 008 in this regard. Regardless, even if this script were to falter, Lynn had subsequent scripts 2, 3, and 4 at his disposal. He was in no rush whatsoever, thus enjoying a leisurely day at home, sipping coffee and perusing the newspaper while keeping an eye on the activities across the street. Klein observed Lynn, donned in his unidentifiable disguise, cheerfully departing as if summoned for a task. Yet, just a few hours later, the once exuberant Lynn appeared on Minsk Street, looking utterly dejected. It would be more accurate to say he seemed to be grappling with a monumental decision, one that could lead to financial ruin if mishandled. What has transpired? Klein furrowed his brow slightly, watching Lynn hesitate outside as he debated whether to inquire about his situation. Just then, Lynn seemed to sense his gaze and looked up. Klein hesitated for a moment before rising and waving to Lynn. Within seconds, the familiar guest returned to the living room of number 15, Minsk Street. Lynn, what troubles you? Have you encountered difficulties? Klein asked with genuine concern as he poured a cup of coffee for Lynn, adhering to his customary gestures. Regardless of the circumstances, Klein could not overlook the unusual demeanor of Lynn. I find myself uncertain whether to mention that Lynn took the coffee, sipped it, and wore an expression that was both hesitant and conflicted, as if he yearned to confide yet deemed it inappropriate. It can be said that in the realm of acting, Lynn truly masters the art with remarkable precision. Klein, perceptive as ever, recognized Lynn's deliberate display of indecision. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his cup and took a sip, remarking, "If you are facing difficulties, do not hesitate to speak with me. You are aware of my capabilities. Even if you have offended someone of the stature of Ambassador Intis, I am still willing to undertake your commission." His tone was calm and gentle, yet the substance of his words provided immense reassurance. Lynn, however, shook his head, gazing at Klein. After a few seconds of hesitation, he sighed and said, "Do you recall the mention of the fool by the companion of the audience lady during our last encounter?" What does the fool have to do with this?" Klein paused, his expression composed, yet a flicker of curiosity danced in his eyes as he regarded Lynn. "What is it? Have you uncovered something related to the fool? Or encountered matters connected to them?" His demeanor remained unaffected, as if he truly were oblivious to the fool's significance, suggesting that, in the realm of performance, the remnants of the old days were indeed adept, save for one particular emperor. Perhaps this is why the locals have thrived, while that emperor remains ensnared in a state of stagnation, awaiting Klein's assistance. Lynn's gaze drifted, his lips moved without uttering a sound for quite some time. Fortunately, Klein possessed ample patience. He refrained from urging Lynn, savoring his coffee while silently waiting. The living room fell into a tranquil silence, and after a full half-minute, Klein observed that Lynn seemed to have finally steeled himself. However, his initial words nearly caused Klein to choke. "I have a friend with whom I share a very close bond." Klein interjected, "Is that friend you?" Klein found himself at a loss for words, bemused by Lynn's choice of the standard phrase, "I have a friend." Yet, considering Lynn's usual demeanor, it suddenly seemed quite reasonable. Although he exhibited caution in certain matters, he often left others bewildered as to whether his actions were deliberate or simply carefree. "Well, how's that friend of yours?" Despite his teasing, Klein would not expose Lynn, smoothly continuing the conversation. "My friend, due to certain peculiar circumstances, may need to pray to that fool." As Lynn spoke, he was abruptly interrupted by the sound of coughing. It turned out that Klein, who had been sipping coffee, had finally choked. Coughing a couple of times, Klein neglected to dab at the spilled coffee with his handkerchief. turning his gaze to Lynn to confirm. You wish to pray to the fool? You cannot be serious. Klein felt no concern that his current demeanor would raise any suspicions, for it was a common reaction among those with a sound understanding of the extraordinary realms upon hearing Lynn's words. It is not I, but rather a friend of mine, Lynn retorted without a flicker of emotion. Very well, it is not you, but your friend, Klein conceded, not wishing to dwell on the matter. He gazed at Lynn with a mixture of confusion and astonishment, inquiring, but why would your friend suddenly wish to pray to the fool? Is he unaware of the peril such an act entails? After all, it could invoke an unknown and clandestine entity, perhaps even a malevolent deity. In matters of self-deprecation, Klein was unreserved when the occasion called for it. He was certainly aware of the inherent dangers, fully cognizant that praying might lead one to a fate akin to that of the audience member's friend, plunging into an abyss from which there would be no salvation. Lynn set down his coffee, his gaze drifting as if ensnared in memory, his voice dwindling to a whisper. Then why do you still wish to pray to the fool? Klein pressed again, and without the need for spiritual intuition, he surmised this was likely connected to Lynn's angelic compatriot. I do not wish to, but someone has presented my friend with terms he cannot refuse. Lynn seemed to awaken from his reverie, taking another sip of coffee as if to bolster his resolve. There are certain matters that outweigh my own life. Klein fell silent, perplexed by the conditions Lynn referred to, and bewildered as to what circumstances could compel Lynn to knowingly approach the precipice of the abyss with unwavering resolve. It was evident to Klein that Lynn had long since leaned towards this path, though he appeared conflicted. Much of his demeanor suggested a simple desire to share his burdens rather than seek advice. Chapter 71. Klein's decision. Klein remained silent for a moment before asking, So you have made your decision? Lynn pressed his lips together, his expression still marked by hesitation and struggle, yet ultimately, he seemed to find his determination. Yes, I have decided. He offered Klein a faint, strained smile, remarking, in truth, many who believe in hidden entities manage to live quite well. Do they not? Indeed, many thrive, Klein observed, sensing it inappropriate to undermine Lynn's resolve at that moment. He sighed and continued, Is it that peculiar individual you once spoke of who has led you to this decision? Well, yes, that is true. After all, apart from that eccentric, no one else would prompt me to take such a step, Lynn replied, initially taken aback by Klein's words before nodding in acknowledgement of his insight. Why would he urge you to do this? Did he provide a reason? Klein cannot help but press further, his initial reaction to Lynn's angelic compatriot's suggestion for Lynn to pray to the fool being one of shock, quickly followed by a sense of caution. Regardless of the rationale behind the angelic compatriot's prompting, it was evident that this action was a clear indication to Klein that the angel was fully aware of the fool's identity and privy to his most profound secret. Frankly, this revelation left Klein unsettled, as though his innermost strategies had been laid bare before another. However, considering that he might have just crossed over and was already under the scrutiny of powerful figures, perhaps even the night goddess was watching him, Klein felt a sense of relief. If they saw through him, so be it. After all, the fool's guise was merely a tool for deception at this stage for Klein, and being discerned by the elite was not a source of shame. Instead of feeling dejected, Klein was more inclined to unravel the motives behind his angelic compatriot's actions. Why? When it was clear that the angel could have concealed their awareness of the fool's identity, did they choose to present this clue directly to him? Moreover, considering the nature of Leonard Santos and their amicable relationship, Klein was certain that his angelic compatriot had anticipated Leonard would confide in him amidst his hesitation. In essence, the angel was playing an open card. They were informing Klein that indeed, they were watching him, and they recognized him as the esteemed fool. It was the angel who prompted Leonard Santos to pray to him, leaving the decision of whether to respond entirely up to Klein. This was both audacious and forthright, consistent with the angel's usual demeanor. Yet, why had Leonard only been urged to pray to the fool today? Logically, it would have been more effective for Leonard to seek the fool's assistance when he had previously offended the ambassador and was in peril. At that time, Leonard would likely have been less resistant. Klein pondered this and suddenly had a revelation, his eyes brightening. Wait, could it be that Leonard Santos only received the title of the fool yesterday? And prior to that, even the angelic compatriot was unaware of the fool's specific name? Klein believed this to be plausible, as only a few within the Tarot Society knew his title, making it entirely reasonable for the angel not to be informed. This indirectly suggested that the angel was not omniscient. There were indeed things beyond their knowledge. Perhaps, until yesterday, the angel did not even know of the fool's existence. They might have merely deduced something from the title. After all, the title I designed is quite explicit. If the angel were aware of the mist and the Lord of Fortune, they might have been able to infer that the fool equated to Klein. Klein then considered another possibility, whispering to himself in thought. Perhaps the angel had not always been aware of the fool's existence. They might have just recently deduced it through the title and intended to manipulate Leonard Santos to test him. This further indicated that the angel did not possess complete knowledge of him. While they may have been observing him, there were still many aspects unknown. This possibility invigorated Klein, and within him, a stronger resolve to ascend quickly took hold. Ultimately, he understood that only by advancing to a higher rank could he truly seize control of his own destiny. Should I simply refrain from responding to Leonard's prayer? Pretend nothing has occurred? As this thought crossed Klein's mind, he swiftly dismissed it. Klein is not the kind of person to deceive himself. Perhaps the angelic compatriot was unaware of the fool's existence prior to learning of the revered fool. However, upon gaining this knowledge, a mere observation would reveal that the individual in question is likely the fool himself, or at the very least, he is undoubtedly intertwined with the fool in numerous ways. In such circumstances, self-deception is devoid of purpose. Yet, this does not imply that I am obliged to respond to Lynn. Perhaps I shall consult the mist to discern whether involving Lynn therein would be advantageous or detrimental. Klein contemplated the pros and cons of drawing Lynn into the fog, and ultimately arrived at a decision. If no overt harm arises, it may not be unwise to proceed. After all, Lynn could potentially serve as a bridge for communication between myself and the angelic compatriot, allowing me to gauge the latter's true intentions through Lynn's reactions. Presently, it seems that while the angelic compatriot shows no qualms about revealing its watchful gaze upon me, it appears disinclined to meet me face to face. Reflecting on this, Klein let out a quiet sigh. Although Klein had engaged in extensive contemplation, in reality, only a few seconds had elapsed since he posed his question. Consequently, upon hearing Klein's inquiry, Lynn's expression momentarily grew complex before he replied. He said that would be a fortuitous event for me, though I cannot fathom the merits of praying to a hidden existence. Could it be that I might become a favored one of such an entity? To be frank, I am quite skeptical whether he is truly a follower of the so-called fool. Otherwise, why would he have previously uttered phrases such as not belonging to this era? Lynn seemed to vent his frustrations, reminiscent of someone resigning to fate as he lamented. No, the angelic compatriot has no connection to me. Aside from our shared status as travelers, Klein mused internally, unaware of the implications of this realization. After all, if Lynn were to mistakenly believe that the angelic compatriot is his devotee, and the angelic entity chose not to correct this misunderstanding, it could potentially serve as a point of leverage. Naturally, Klein would not be inclined to acknowledge this matter openly. Do not inquire. Simply trust your own conjectures. What relevance does it have to me, the esteemed fool? Chapter 72. Lynn's commission, very well, let it be as it is. Lynn reclined backward, as if resigned to his fate. He continued to regard Klein and said, "In truth, I should not share these matters with you, yet I found myself unable to refrain. Such significant affairs compel me to speak, lest I feel unsteady. Consider this my farewell testament." "Do not worry, I shall keep your secrets," Klein reassured him, then added, "Moreover, I do not lack friends who believe in hidden existences. Although the entity you venerate is unfamiliar to me, fundamentally, there is little distinction, is there?" "I knew you would respond thus, Sherlock. You truly are a friend I respect." Lynn chuckled lightly, giving Klein a thumbs up. He then sat up straighter, his expression becoming more earnest as he turned to Klein. Lynn remarked, "In truth, my intention in sharing this with you extends beyond mere confiding. I wish to entrust you with a task." Klein paused momentarily, his expression shifting to one of earnest contemplation, albeit tinged with confusion. "Should I, for any reason, meet my demise due to this matter, I would appreciate your assistance in managing my affairs. I shall draft a document concerning the disposition of my estate for you. Conversely, if I remain alive yet descend into malevolence, madness, and total depravity, I implore you to report me to the church. Fear not, I shall employ my abilities to erase this request from my memory. Thus, should I indeed fall, it will not be directed at you. Yet, I urge you to remain vigilant. I beg of you, Detective Sherlock. Upon hearing Lynn's words, Klein was momentarily taken aback. He had contemplated the nature of Lynn's request, but had not anticipated such an outcome. With a sigh of resignation, he nodded and replied, I understand. I shall accept your commission. The living room fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere significantly heavier than before. After a brief interlude, Lynn suddenly erupted in laughter. All right. Let's not be so solemn. There is no certainty that death awaits me. Perhaps, like certain extraordinary individuals who join secret organizations, I may remain unchanged. And that would be ideal. Klein glanced at Lynn, observing that he had reverted to his usual demeanor, appearing to have reached a semblance of clarity, albeit with a hint of concealed concern and melancholy lingering in his eyes. This left Klein momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment's reflection, he inquired, When do you intend to pray to that fool? As Lynn poured himself another cup of coffee, he replied, Well, I need to make a trip to the Church of the Night shortly. We can discuss it upon my return. The Church of the Night? Klein was taken aback. His curiosity piqued as he regarded Lynn with uncertainty. Does this matter involve the church? Not exactly, Lynn clarified. That eccentric individual, aside from urging me to pray to the fool, imparted an additional piece of information. I cannot divulge the specifics, but it is quite significant. I may need to compose a letter of report to the Night's Watchman. As you know, my relations with them are relatively amicable. As Lynn spoke, he took a sip of his coffee, his expression tinged with sorrow. Otherwise, I might not have to pray to the fool, and I could have perished alongside Beckland. Lynn sighed. Were it not for this matter of praying to hidden entities, I would likely find myself outside St. Samuel's Church by now. Klein interjected, What on earth? It sounds as though something dire is afoot. A sense of curiosity stirred within Klein, yet he refrained from pressing further. Recognizing from Lynn's demeanor that he was unwilling to disclose the details surrounding the additional information, Klein intended to wait for Lynn to report to the Night Watch before directly inquiring with the church, as he could easily gather intelligence related to Lynn due to the connection with the angelic compatriot, having already laid the groundwork for the upcoming report on Lanris. Lynn set down his coffee, rose from his seat, and said, I must take my leave now. Next time, I shall bring the inheritance distribution document and the commission fee. Farewell, my friend. After seeing Lynn off at the door, Klein closed it, drew the curtains, and retraced his steps to the fog. First, Klein took out the pendulum to ascertain whether pulling Lynn into the fog would pose any danger to him. The answer was negative. Lynn Sotos, being drawn into the fog, would not endanger Klein. The actions of the angelic compatriot this time, while subtly different in attitude, bore no malice. With this reassurance, Klein exhaled, resolutely determined. Once Lynn prayed to the fool, he would draw him into the Tarot Society, as his spiritual essence still allowed him to admit one more member. However, Lynn seemed to be a high-tier individual who had lost both memory and power, akin to Mr. Ask. Given his current situation, could he truly pull Lynn into the fog? Klein suddenly recalled something and fell into contemplation. Yet, Lynn indeed appeared to be a low-tier individual, still seeking promotion. Or perhaps Lynn's situation differed from Mr. Ask's. While Ask merely forgot how to wield his power, had Lynn truly been reincarnated, becoming an ordinary person who needed to start anew? Klein pondered, waiting in vain for a definitive conclusion. Well, he mused, when the time comes, pulling him in will reveal everything. If he can be drawn up, splendid. If not, then there is little that can be done. Klein shook his head and descended from the fog. After a simple disguise, he departed from number 15 Minsk Street, boarding the trackless carriage headed for St. Samuel's Cathedral. In a nearby and outside St. Samuel's Cathedral, given the efficiency of the night church, Lanris should meet his end tonight. Would there be another opportunity for our fool to make an appearance? Perhaps a plan should be arranged? After delivering the report, Lynn gazed at the cathedral entrance from afar, silently musing. Perhaps not. Such traces would be too conspicuous. If the night church discovers it, it would not bode well for me, as I am, after all, a benevolent angel. As Lynn contemplated, something seemed to occur to him. He looked at the 008 pen in his hand and smiled, saying, "Ah, the pen of Al-Risahad. It appears you have yet to script a plot to ensnare me, which is rather uncharacteristic of you. Are you perhaps concocting something grand?" Despite these words, Lynn's demeanor suggested a nonchalance. After all, if one were to craft a nightmare from a pen, one would not be overly concerned about it. Naturally, this did not imply that Lynn was entirely unguarded against 008. He remained ever ready to overturn the table if necessary. Chapter 73. Lynn's scheme for ascension to divinity. Upon hearing these words, 008 retorted, "Do you truly believe I would deceive you? Surely, you possess some awareness of the situation. Although I have lost my memories prior to becoming a pen, my spiritual intuition remains intact. Moreover, do you comprehend the terrifying aura you radiated this morning? Would I dare to deceive you?" 008, reluctant to engage in further dialogue, felt the pressure mounting. "Are you truly concealing something momentous?" Lynn, unwavering in his intent, grasped his chin and pondered the possibility with a grave expression. This was enough to test 008's patience, prompting him to swiftly extricate himself from Lynn's grip and scribble furiously on the paper. "If you have so much idle time, why not contemplate when to arrange matters with the witch cult and the Augustus family?" Understanding that to divert Lynn's attention, he must present an alternative amusement, 008 sought to engage him. "Do not fret. Their turn will come soon enough. I am not one to favor one over the other," Lynn replied with a smile, stretching lazily. "I have other matters to attend to this evening." If all proceeded without incident, he should be able to join the Tarot Society tonight. Lynn's desire to join the Tarot Society was not solely for entertainment. He aimed to gain access to its resources, facilitating the acquisition of intelligence and assets, thereby transforming the knowledge and resources at his disposal into tangible benefits. Furthermore, he wished to glean insights into how the history he altered was recorded through the channels of the Little Sun. It was quite normal for there to be no records of the secret angel on the continents, as even prominent war angels like Little Red were scarcely acknowledged. However, Silver City presented a different scenario. Though the records concerning angels who once followed the ancient sun god seemed incomplete, they were far superior to the lack of documentation found elsewhere. Simultaneously, while the other members of the Tarot Society may not currently hold high ranks, each possessed their own connections, allowing for a broader access to information than Lynn could achieve alone. As he sought information regarding the secret angel from Silver City, he could also gather relevant intelligence from the Justice and Hangman of the Tarot Society, further confirming the impact of his alterations to the past on the present era. Of course, Lynn intended to conduct similar inquiries during the fourth epoch. As for the purpose of gathering this information, aside from deepening his understanding of his capabilities, he pondered, "If I were to cultivate a substantial following and establish certain organizations during the second epoch, would my followers and the clandestine societies I create endure? Would they be inheritable by my present self? If the second epoch feels too distant, what the fourth?" A faint smile graced Lynn's lips as he found the topic worthy of exploration. The fifth epoch, however, did not present a conducive environment for nurturing followers. After all, the seven gods were not to be trifled with. Setting aside the goddess of night, Lynn was not naive enough to believe the other six deities would idly watch him propagate his teachings, especially the god of steam and machinery. How could he possibly allow someone on a similar path to ascend to divinity? Although Lynn does not harbor a profound fear of them, he recognizes that during the forthcoming deification ceremony, he can indeed deliver a decisive blow to them, yet cannot bring himself to slay them outright. He is not that kind of person. Moreover, borrowing strength from unknown entities comes at a cost. Overindulgence could lead to one's own demise. Thus, rather than embarking on the arduous task of amassing followers from the onset, struggling to gather believers while occasionally employing a bit of assistance and simultaneously opposing the true gods to cultivate a greater following for his so-called future ascension, Lynn prefers to utilize alternate identities to foster followers. He envisions a direct inheritance from his main account, even if, in the second epoch, he were to consume the hidden sage and in the fourth epoch supplant the deity of steam. when time converges at the present moment. Even if the alternate identities cannot merge with the main account, he could still effortlessly ascend to the status of the ancient ones with the aid of those alternate identities. Lynn grasped 008 once more, feeling the latter's involuntary tremors, and his smile widened. After all, the greatest resistance would transform into the most formidable support. And with the foresight gained from his alternate identities, he would be well versed in both the alchemical rituals and the ascension procedures ahead. Lynn gazed towards the horizon with a smile. He had never intended to employ the laborious main account for future ascension preparations, as that would be an exercise in futility, yielding little reward for great effort. Rather than relying on the main account, he preferred to orchestrate plans through his alternate identities, laying the groundwork to ultimately assist the main account in achieving divinity. Such a scheme would bring him joy, forge friendships, and allow for a smooth ascension to the ancient ones. Indeed, a multifaceted triumph. Otherwise, what would be the point of activating his alternate identities? The main account merely needed to cultivate relationships with numerous influential figures during this process, such as Klein and the Goddess of Night. Additionally, he could utilize the alternate identities from history to reconnect with familiar acquaintances like Xiaohong, Cecilial, and Bertharia Abraham, simultaneously leveraging the main account to renew these connections. By then, a significant number of powerful allies would stand by his side, alleviating any concerns about lacking support during his future ascension. Lynn tightened his grip on his 008, his smile growing ever more radiant. While revelry is delightful, Lynn has never lost sight of his primary objectives amidst his pursuits of amusement. He has always been this way, deftly managing to handle serious matters while engaging in playful diversions. After all, one might wonder how Lynn's jovial disposition has allowed him to remain undercover in the tavern for so many years. Lynn is that kind of person, seemingly unreliable. Yet in a moment, he reveals that he has meticulously planned everything. Klein has arrived. Lynn suddenly spotted a familiar figure before St. Samuel's Cathedral, causing him to pause his actions with a quill, his demeanor unchanging as he discreetly tucked the quill into his pocket. He then turned and departed from the inn, preparing to return home for the impending prayers. Some time later, the carriage arrived at its destination. After paying the fare, Klein entered St. Samuel's Cathedral, soon encountering his former superior, the Sword of the Goddess, Crestissima. The High Steward of the Night Watch, the figure adorned in red gloves, exhibited an unmistakable expression of distress as he clutched a letter that appeared to have been opened only recently, seemingly entangled in a significant predicament. Upon noticing Klein, Crestissima paused momentarily before inquiring, "Are you here regarding the report from Lynn Sototh?" Klein, naturally, did not conceal his purpose and nodded, stating, "Lynn Sototh has just informed me of his intention to report certain matters to the Church of the Night, although he did not divulge the specifics." His gaze then fell upon the letter in Crestissimi's hand, prompting him to ask, "What exactly has Lynn Sototh reported? It appears to be of considerable importance." Crestissima furrowed his brow, seemingly troubled, yet he proceeded to respond, "Strictly speaking, you are also a party involved in this matter." Klein was taken aback by this assertion. "How is this related to me?" He pondered, genuinely perplexed, unable to fathom how Lynn Sototh's report could intertwine with his own affairs. Surely, he mused, the individual would not stoop to reporting a fool. He internally chastised himself for such thoughts, recognizing that Lynn would not act so irrationally. You should recall the previous incident in Tingen, where the offspring of the true creator nearly descended, facilitated by the infamous scam artist, Lanris. Fortunately, Crestissima was not one to prolong the suspense and elucidated the matter directly. The Red Glove had indeed been pursuing Lanris's whereabouts, albeit without yielding fruitful leads. They could only ascertain that he had not left Beakland, yet his precise location remained elusive. Crestissima continued, "Lynn Sototh's report pertains to Lanris. He claims to have unexpectedly discovered the whereabouts of this fraudster while handling a commission at the Dockers Guild. Currently, he is in a company of members from the Aurora Society, being sheltered and monitored by them." As Crestissima spoke, his grip on the letter tightened, his expression growing increasingly grave. Moreover, Lynn Sototh has indicated that he sensed an exceedingly perilous aura emanating from Lanris, one that appears to be reminiscent of a fallen deity. He also observed that the members of the Aurora Society exhibit an exceptionally peculiar attitude towards Lanris. While they restrict his freedom, their reverence is fervent and fanatical, leading him to suspect that he may be on the path to becoming a vessel for the true Creator's divine manifestation. The Church has yet to verify the authenticity of this information, but given Lynn Sothatha's consistent credibility, it is highly plausible that the intelligence is indeed accurate. Klein was momentarily taken aback. Though he had anticipated that Lynn's report would involve a significant matter, he had not expected it to be connected to the scam artist Lanris. Nor could he have imagined that Lanris might be on the verge of becoming a vessel for the true Creator. Was it possible that during the malevolent ritual held by Lanris, intended to summon the offspring of the malevolent deity, he himself was tainted and transformed by the true Creator? Klein could not help but ponder this. He certainly felt no sympathy for a fraudster like Lanris. Whatever fate befell him could only be deemed justly deserved, a consequence of his own making. Yet, Klein was apprehensive about the potential devastation that could ensue if this matter were not addressed promptly. Should the true Creator truly descend using Lanris's body, it would result in far graver consequences than those witnessed in the Tingen incident with the offspring of the malevolent deity. Even if the Church possessed some hidden card to expel the true Creator once more, the process would inevitably lead to numerous casualties. Contemplating this, Klein turned to Cresticissima and remarked, "This intelligence must have been conveyed to Lynn Sothos by that angelic figure. He encountered her once again earlier today. Regrettably, it was only through Lynn Sothos that I learned of this subsequent meeting, and thus I have yet to ascertain the precise whereabouts of that celestial being. In light of this, the credibility of this information has undoubtedly increased." Cresticissima paused for a moment, nodding thoughtfully, his expression growing increasingly grave. He then looked at Klein and reassured him, "This is not your fault. An angel, if unwilling to meet you, has 1,000 ways to elude your presence. However, since she guided you to meet Lynn Sothos and imparted such crucial information to the Church through him, it suggests that she does not harbor animosity towards us. Rather, she may even possess goodwill towards the Church. When the time is right, you may very well encounter her." Cresticissima continued to console him. Alternatively, she may wish for you to uncover clues and find her whereabouts on your own. This could be a small test from her. Do not worry. The Church will always stand by you. "I understand," Klein nodded, unable to restrain himself from asking, "What does the Church intend to do about this situation?" "I will immediately notify the higher-ups to discuss how to address this matter. Rest assured, the Church will not permit the descent of the true Creator. We will not grant the Aurora Society any opportunity," Cresticissima asserted with unwavering conviction. Unlike the incident concerning the Hermeshuan manuscript, which was neither trivial nor monumental in scale, though the Night Church acknowledged its importance, it did not prioritize it highly, resulting in the Night Watch assigned to that case being of relatively low rank. This matter, involving the descent of a malevolent deity, was of a different nature altogether. Such occurrences are regarded as perilous events of utmost significance by any church, considering that, should a malevolent deity truly descend, the repercussions could range from the deaths of hundreds or thousands to the utter annihilation of the entire region of Beakland. The Church could not afford to overlook such a crisis. Once the machinery of the Night Church was set into high gear, it was no laughing matter. For instance, in the original text, upon receiving reports regarding Lanris, the Night Church swiftly pinpointed his location and took immediate action without delay. "Is there anything I can assist with?" Klein promptly inquired, expressing his willingness to contribute to such matters, both for personal and public reasons. Whether to avert the divine intervention of the true Creator or to address the transgressions committed by Lanris and Tingen, Klein was unperturbed at the prospect of assisting in the elimination of the adversary. "Just keep a vigilant watch on Lynn Sothos. We shall handle matters here," stated Cresticissima. "Very well," Klein replied, somewhat disheartened, yet resolved to remain alert. Although the Church had barred him from participation, he could discreetly observe from a distance, as long as he maintained a safe proximity to the battlefield. Even if the Church members were to discover his presence, he felt assured that they would not take severe action against him. At most, he would face a few admonishments. Moreover, With his insatiable hunger for action and latent combat prowess, he considered that he might yet lend assistance in the event of unforeseen circumstances. Contemplating this, Klein resolved to wait until the church took action before discreetly observing from afar. He could not swallow the indignation of not witnessing Lanris bear the consequences of his past madness firsthand. The memories of the innocent girl, Megaz, who perished due to Lanris, and the malevolent offspring of the dark deity that nearly annihilated their Tinjin squad, lingered in his mind. While the primary culprit might be Insongvile, Lanris remained the most significant accomplice. Chapter 75. The Pope, despite his determination to observe the Church's actions from a distance. Klein was not foolish enough to wait idly within St. Samuel's Cathedral, anticipating that the Church would act with efficiency tonight. He first took a driverless carriage back to 15 Minsk Street. He refrained from rushing home and instead glanced across to 16 Minsk Street, where he faintly discerned a figure moving back and forth. Clearly, Lynn had returned home. Was this a mental preparation for prayer? The familiar scene stirred a complex array of emotions within Klein. Shaking his head, he entered 15 Minsk Street, removed his coat, and feigned nonchalance as he picked up a newspaper to read. In truth, Klein was poised to ascend into the fog at any moment, ready to respond to Lynn's summons. After a time of mutual pretense between the neighbors, Lynn, feeling the moment was ripe, took a deep breath, drew the curtains, and settled onto the sofa. With utmost seriousness, he began to pray in Hermetic language. Fool not of this age, sovereign of the mysteries beyond the fog, king of fortune clad in yellow and black. Upon concluding his prayer, Lynn sat tensely on the sofa, awaiting a response. Seconds turned into what felt like an eternity, and just as Lynn began to doubt whether he would enact script 2, a sudden shift enveloped his vision, and he found himself surrounded by an endless expanse of grayish-white mist. Before him lay an ancient, weathered bronze long table. Had he arrived? Lynn gazed around in astonishment, and indeed, he beheld a scene reminiscent of the descriptions in the original text. Towering stone pillars loomed before him, supporting a magnificent palace that resembled the dwelling of giants. At the head of a bronze long table, he discerned a mysterious figure, shrouded in thick gray mist, seemingly surveying all. Ah, there he was, the wild fool. Lynn blinked, momentarily taken aback. After a second or two, he regained his composure, rising to offer a formal greeting at the head of the bronze table. His expression tense as he inquired, "Are you the esteemed fool?" Klein smiled and nodded, responding, "You may simply address me as Mr. Fool." As he spoke, Klein slightly lowered his head, raised his left hand in a virtual grip, and lightly tapped his brow twice to activate his spiritual sight. However, Klein was momentarily stunned, for upon activating his spiritual sight, the Lynn he observed bore no distinction from the one he had seen prior. Unlike the Justice and the Hanged Man, he could not perceive the aura radiating from him or the colors of his starry essence. Indeed, Lynn was unlike ordinary extraordinary beings. He might truly be the reincarnation of some significant figure, if such a concept existed in this world, Klein mused inwardly, closing his spiritual sight and gazing beyond Lynn's high-backed chair. There, he witnessed symbols adorned with starlight swiftly shifting, forming a pair of cold, indifferent eyes without eyelashes, filled with countless brilliant stars. Is this the symbol of the Seeker's pathway? Klein pondered, then spoke softly. Why do you pray to me? Although, through Sherlock's identity, Klein had gleaned the reason for Lynn's supplication to Mr. Fool, it did not hinder his desire to comprehend it anew from the perspective of the fool, for he might unearth additional clues. After all, Sherlock was merely Lynn's friend, and matters pertaining to deities might not be fully disclosed. Then, Klein observed Lynn fall silent for a moment before responding. I pray to you at the behest of an existence who calls themselves the Angel of Secrets. The Angel of Secrets? Was this not the angel Lynn had mentioned previously? A title for the fellow angel? I see. Lynn must have long known that the eccentric individual he spoke of was the Angel of Secrets. His earlier mention of the angel was likely a test of our knowledge regarding the fellow angel, considering it was the fellow angel who directed him to seek me. In an instant, Klein comprehended the peculiar behaviors Lynn had exhibited previously, yet he maintained an inscrutable demeanor, smiling as he inquired, "What did he ask you to pray for?" He did not specify what to pray for. He merely instructed me to pray to you, stating that it would be beneficial for me. Lynn replied, shaking his head. He indeed had no particular request for prayer, as his sole aim was simply to join the Tarot Society. So, what precisely does the fellow angel mean? To assist Lynn in his journey, accelerating his growth? Klein pondered inwardly, and, after a moment of reflection, smiled as he remarked, I believe I comprehend his intentions. Perhaps he desires for you to evolve into a true dignitary with my assistance. Lynn, momentarily taken aback, exhibited traces of trepidation and uncertainty before resolutely inquiring. Mr. Fool, may I ask what I must offer in return? A person well-versed in the extraordinary realm undoubtedly understands the adage that there is no free lunch in this world. I am a proponent of equivalent exchange, Klein replied with a tone devoid of significant fluctuation. I have tacitly approved the establishment of a clandestine assembly right here. Please permit me to join this secret gathering. Lynn did not hesitate for even a second, whether stemming from his genuine desire or his current persona. It was a reasonable outcome. I can grant your request for admission, but you must adhere to certain stipulations. Klein, lightly tapping the weathered surface of the bronze long table, smiled as he continued. You must not disclose my affairs to anyone without my consent, including the angel who prompted you to pray to me. Although this might reveal that Mr. Fool was not particularly acquainted with the angelic figure, to Klein, maintaining secrecy was of greater importance than any so-called prestige. After all, in the eyes of others in the Tarot Society, the Fool was merely an ancient deity returned from a bygone era in a weakened state, gradually regaining his power and authority. Under such circumstances, even if the secret angel had once been an ally of the Fool, the passage of time necessitated a degree of discretion before a complete restoration. Lynn was not surprised by Klein's request. However, he still showcased a moment of hesitation, appearing somewhat conflicted before swiftly nodding in agreement. Your will shall be my command. Excellent. Every Monday at 3 in the afternoon, free from distractions, Klein stated, subsequently manifesting the unselected tarot major arcana upon the surface of the bronze table, smilingly gesturing. They have chosen to adopt the names of the tarot cards as their respective code names. You may select one at your discretion, except for those already claimed. At last, the exhilarating moment of card selection had arrived. Lynn regarded the array of tarot cards before him, a contemplative expression gracing his features, before declaring, the Hierophant. I choose the Hierophant. There was no ulterior motive. He merely found the code name pleasing to the ear. Chapter 76. Nested Observations. Huzzah! Successfully joining the Tarot Society. Another task in the enigmatic journey accomplished. After a delightful exchange with Mr. Fool at 16, Minsk Street, which vividly showcased the artistry of two master actors, Lynn, upon departing the gray mist, cheerfully opened his little sketchbook and began to write and draw on one of its pages. The illustration depicted a whimsical scene reminiscent of a fairy tale. Amidst the thick mist, a cat sat solemnly at the head of a round table, cradling a cat plush toy akin to a tea party gathering. On either side of the cat, there sat anthropomorphized yet distorted musical notes, a bespectacled golden retriever. A novel holding salted fish personified celestial bodies, sun, moon, and stars, along with a petite sword and intricately patterned eyes. The round table was laden with an array of pastries, such as sweet iced tea, Dixie pies, and gold coin-shaped cookies. The new addition to this tableau was a husky adorned with a papal tiara. In a sense, Lynn truly possessed a remarkable self-awareness. Perfect. Upon completing the final stroke, Lynn contentedly set aside his brush, admiring the contents of the sketchbook while nodding and murmuring, From now on, I shall be Mr. Pope. It is worth noting that Lynn chose the Pope card as his alias, ostensibly because he found the title melodious. Yet there were deeper motivations at play. Originally, he was meant to correspond with the hermit path, which had already been claimed in the original work. In that narrative, the character of Cordelia, set to join the Tarot Society next year, bears this designation. Although Lynn could have claimed it early, he did not particularly favor the hermit title, opting instead to forego it. Among the remaining aliases, he preferred the Pope card, which embodies the dissemination of knowledge and wisdom, guiding one along the righteous path, an interpretation that resonated with Lynn and aligned perfectly with the endeavors of his two alter egos. Moreover, the Pope card corresponds to the tyrant path, which, in a certain light, mirrored Lynn's temperament. One need only consider how impulsively he acts to understand this. He is the type to seize opportunities without hesitation, often confronting formidable foes like Medici and having vanquished the Nightmare Dragon, all while engaging directly with the likes of Fishball Tapioca. Lynn is not one to engage in idle chatter when action can be taken. What kind of ordinary seeker would embody such a demeanor? It could be said that had he not been born with the seeker path, Lynn might have readily pursued the storm path instead. After all, he prefers to settle matters with force rather than words. Nevertheless, this might well be a hidden characteristic of the seeker path. In the original narrative, instances abound where characters, despite knowing the perils of gazing upon the divine, repeatedly attempt to surreptitiously observe Mr. Fool, as well as Cordelia, who is set to ascend stars. Even a newly promoted sequence 2, Bernade, dared to seek out his father, while the intrepid Emperor Rossel ventured alone to the moon, all hinting at an underlying bravado. Even a reclusive sage, relentless in their attempts to undermine their own path, exemplifies a form of recklessness. Perhaps this is the essence of the storm orthodoxy within the seeker. As Lynn completed his magnum opus, the divine assembly, the mists above remained shrouded in mystery. The hidden angel was uncertain if there would be any records from the church, and could only wait for the next opportunity to inquire with His Excellency Sesama, hoping to glean some insight. Uncertain of the thoughts harbored by the angelic compatriot, Klein sat at the head of the ancient bronze table, lost in contemplation after sending Lynn away from the gray mist. Moments later, he exhaled deeply and murmured, setting aside the angel-esque thoughts for now, Lynn's inclusion is in essence a boon for the Tarot Society. His mastery of arcane knowledge clearly surpasses that of an ordinary seeker, and his extensive collection of potion formulas serves as an asset for both myself and the other members of the Tarot Society. The only concern lies in having someone as profoundly knowledgeable in the realm of the mysterious as Lynn. It renders Mr. Fool even less inclined to pose questions that might diminish our stature. At this point, Klein felt a twinge of frustration. Then, recalling something, he retrieved an iron box from the pile of clutter behind the gray mist, specifically containing the characteristics of the Master of Fetishes. Now, I can only ascertain whether my prior inspiration is indeed feasible. Upon acquiring the Master of Fetishes traits, Klein had experienced a spark of inspiration regarding the gray mist. But due to his recent busyness, he had not found the time to test this idea until now. This morning, however, Lynn had dropped a bombshell, further delaying his plans. Now that he finally remembered, Klein was determined to validate his thoughts. He intended to utilize the Master of Fetishes' control over the lines of spiritual entities to create a minor identity within the gray mist. As it turned out, Klein's idea proved to be entirely viable. Minutes later, a silhouette quietly materialized at the far end of the bronze table within the gray mist. "Welcome, new member. Which card do you wish to draw?" Mr. Fool inquired with a smile. "The world. I choose the world card," the silhouette replied. That night in Beckland, having successfully established his minor identity, Klein ventured to the East Baylong dock to scout the area, skillfully climbing to the top of the highest bell tower for the best vantage point to observe the dock's current state. Of course, to maintain his anonymity, Klein had disguised himself for this outing. Considering the need to impersonate a clown, he had even donned a cheerful clown mask. Although being discovered would not be catastrophic, it would certainly be awkward, and thus Klein hoped to remain as inconspicuous as possible. Who knows when the church will act? It shouldn't be too late, Klein mused silently, ensuring his form was perfectly concealed in the darkness. Unbeknownst to him, a telescope was aimed in his direction not too far away. Lynn, who had also scouted the area earlier, glanced between Klein and the dock, his easel set up before him, clearly preparing to capture the forthcoming scene. Regrettably, the technology of this era is still not sufficiently advanced. Otherwise, I would have captured this moment on camera, a scene of great commemorative significance. This might very well be the inaugural battle of the Tarot Society. In the future, when the Fool ascends to divinity, these will be invaluable records. Lynn, feeling a tinge of regret, murmured to himself, casting his gaze towards the dock area, where a fleeting thought darkened his eyes. Chapter 77. The birth of the Eye of Secrecy. To ensure that his report would not lead to a misunderstanding, Lynn had personally visited the docks to gather information. Disguised and blending in with the dock guild, he had a momentary brush with the enigmatic Rowrus. In that instant, Lynn distinctly sensed the familiar yet foreign aura of fallen divinity emanating from him. The familiarity stemmed from the resemblance of this divinity to that of Sazriel, whom Lynn knew well. However, the strangeness lay in the fact that aside from that vague similarity, the remainder was filled with peculiarity and unfamiliarity. Had he not been privy to the narrative beforehand, Lynn would have found it hard to believe that the true creator was a fusion of Sazriel and the negative emotions and humanity of the ancient sun god. For the disparity between the two was indeed immense. To be candid, this evoked a profound sense of distaste within Lynn, akin to his initial encounter with strawberry mapo tofu after traversing the realm of Sherlockian logic, an experience that was nothing but discomfort. His presence here was not solely for amusement. He also sought to avert unforeseen circumstances, ensuring that even if Rowrus managed to escape the dual pursuit of the Night Church and Klein, he would be able to confront him personally. Yet, how might I salvage Sazriel? Even if I thwart the triple betrayal of the gods against Yuan-Tai, it does not guarantee that I will succeed in rescuing him. After all, the primordial is a significant nuisance, even if I manage to safeguard the ancient sun god. As a manifestation of Yuan-Tai, Sazriel too could eventually be reclaimed. I cannot simply eliminate Yuan-Tai, can I? Suddenly, a wave of melancholy washed over Lynn. He truly did not wish for the maternal figure of Sazriel to vanish so readily, yet he found himself devoid of any effective means to alter this fate. This dilemma proved far more challenging than rescuing Xiaohong. Indeed, it would be wiser to first seek a way for the primary alter ego to achieve divinity. Perhaps then a solution would present itself. With this thought in mind, Lynn glanced at the horizon, estimating that there was still ample time before the Night Church's actions unfolded. Thus, he allowed his primary account to enter a semi-idle state, shifting his consciousness to the first alter ego, who was currently engaged in assisting Sazriel with various tasks. In most instances, Lynn managed 3 accounts simultaneously, dividing his attention among them based on the significance of their respective undertakings. For example, the second alter ego was presently poring over documents in the Abraham family library, delving into the histories and secrets of the Fourth Era, striving to assimilate more seamlessly into that time, an endeavor of importance, though not requiring excessive focus, thus meriting only a fraction of Lynn's attention. The operational mode of the first persona is similarly characterized. Lynn merely allocates a portion of his attention to the documents at hand, not to the extent of neglect, as he is acutely aware of what can be overlooked and what cannot. Nonetheless, under such circumstances, his efficiency in handling the paperwork is certainly not at its peak. However, upon redirecting his primary focus to the first persona, Lynn's productivity surged dramatically. After swiftly completing his immediate tasks, he turned to Sazriel and spoke. Sazriel, I am not merely selecting qualified individuals to establish a school for imparting knowledge and cultivating wisdom. I recall you have been preoccupied with this endeavor recently. Is there any way I might assist you? Sazriel paused from his work and regarded Lynn with a gentle inquiry. Although little time has elapsed since the 5th epoch, a significant duration has indeed passed since the obliteration of the Wolf Kingdom, allowing Lynn and others to return to the Divine Realm, bringing the humans from the Wolf Kingdom along with them. The chaotic state of the Wolf Kingdom is undeniable, even if Lynn and his companions possessed 8 hands each. It would be impossible for 3 individuals to suppress an entire region of a kingdom. There will always be stragglers emerging from unknown corners to assault humanity. Thus, Sazriel ultimately decided to relocate everyone to the Divine Realm. The total number of humans from the Wolf Kingdom is relatively small, making their relocation manageable compared to the likes of the Elven or Giant realms. However, it is unfortunate for Sazriel, Lynn, and Medici, as upon transporting these individuals back to the Divine Realm, they found themselves inundated with the arrangements for their subsequent lives, leaving them scarcely a moment to rest. I intend to establish a department called the Eye of Secrets based on this foundation, akin to Medici's Crimson War Legion, serving as my direct division. Lynn articulated his vision, a notion he had conceived since the day he began selecting students, albeit today was the first time he vocalized it. The Eye of Secrets could oversee educational endeavors within the divine realm, such as the enlightenment of children and the instruction of ordinary individuals aspiring to enter the extraordinary world, encompassing the dissemination and documentation of esoteric knowledge. Additionally, it could manage logistics, including the creation of scrolls and the crafting of extraordinary artifacts. Lynn continued at a measured pace. My concept is for the Eye of Secrets to primarily comprise extraordinary individuals following the paths of seekers and generalists. Of course, should there be others who are passionate about learning, they too may join. This is merely a preliminary idea. I am well aware that establishing this organization will require considerable time, and for now, I can likely only manage to create a rudimentary framework. Lynn's ambition to establish this organization stems from a dual purpose. On one hand, to secure a more steadfast anchor by gathering a loyal cadre to facilitate future endeavors, and on the other, to explore the possibility of leaving a legacy for future titans. He also yearned to play the role of a sage while preemptively embodying the essence of a knowledge emperor. To be a knowledge emperor implies possessing dominion over the interpretation, circulation, instruction, and dissemination of knowledge, thus wielding an authority akin to that of an emperor. Lynn was acutely aware of the challenges inherent in founding such an institution, not only the complexities of its establishment, but also the necessity of obtaining the ancient sun god's approval. The creation of an organization like the Eye of Secrets is far more intricate than merely founding a couple of schools. Should Lynn succeed in this endeavor, he would effectively assume responsibility for the education of the next generation in the divine realm, a matter of profound significance, one that even Sarcel could not unilaterally decide. Nevertheless, despite the formidable obstacles, Lynn felt compelled to try, given the current state of education within the divine domain. He believed there was a substantial likelihood that his proposal would be met with approval, as someone must inevitably undertake this responsibility. However, it was probable that the ancient sun god would appoint a trusted individual, such as Sarcel, to assist him in this undertaking. Chapter 78. Am I too late to regret this? Sarcel listened quietly to Lynn's vision, clearly grasping his intentions. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "This will be a strenuous task. Are you certain you wish to assume this responsibility voluntarily?" As a manifestation of the Old Ones, Sarcel understood the paramount importance of education, particularly in a world where to venture into the extraordinary, one must possess a fundamental understanding of its knowledge. It can be said that for the future divine realm to cultivate a sufficient number of extraordinary beings, adequate education must accompany the requisite extraordinary traits. Otherwise, even if individuals lacking knowledge of the extraordinary were to ingest potions that transformed them, their ignorance could lead to chaos, rendering them monstrous. Knowledge within this world is perilous yet essential. There exists information that ordinary extraordinary beings ought not to possess, while certain knowledge is imperative for their survival. As much as I wish to take the easy route, my aspiration is to become a recluse, which necessitates diligent effort, Lynn admitted with a shrug, exhibiting a commendable honesty. Were it not for the desire to embody this role and to have subordinates and followers at his disposal, he would certainly abstain from such endeavors. Yet, advancement is paramount. Therefore, is it possible? Lynn inquired, turning his gaze toward Sarcel with anticipation. I must seek the Lord's counsel, as this pertains to the entirety of the divine realm. Sarcel responded after a brief silence. Oh, Lynn expressed a tinge of disappointment, though it was not unexpected. Do not worry, the Lord should not refuse. But to mitigate any potential errors in your work, I will likely be appointed to assist you. Sasslier gazed at Lynn's disappointed expression and gently added, I understand. To prevent me from leading the next generation of the divine kingdom astray, it is necessary for someone to keep watch. Lynn, unsurprised by this, replied, Then you should hurry and inquire. The Lord is currently absent from the divine kingdom and will likely not return for several months. Sasslier chuckled wryly and said, Before that, you should scout for some promising candidates. After all, the education of the entire divine kingdom cannot rely solely on you. Even establishing a rudimentary framework is no simple task. You are aware of the current state of the divine kingdom. Although there are still a few extraordinary individuals, very few among them can serve as teachers to educate others. Merely ensuring that everyone is literate is a monumental endeavor, and this responsibility will likely fall upon you in the future. In an instant, images of the divine kingdom's population and the approximate number of teachers needed flashed through Lynn's mind. Though he had previously contemplated related issues, he could not help but swallow hard at this moment. He blinked and turned to Saslier, asking, "Is it too late for me to regret my decision?" Saslier looked at him, smiling but silent. "Well, it seems it is indeed too late." Lynn nodded, entirely unsurprised, then turned to the side to address Medici. "Xiaohong, have you finished your matters?" "Get lost," Medici replied, tersely without looking up, evidently anticipating Lynn's intentions. "Don't be so heartless. You are my only brother, Xiaohong. If you do not assist me, with such a monumental workload, I might just collapse." Lynn opted for a mix of emotional appeal and reason. "If I help you, I will collapse first." Medici finally lifted her gaze to meet Lynn's, exasperatedly retorting, "Do you truly have no awareness of your circumstances? But then I won't collapse," Lynn asserted with conviction. "Ugh," exclaimed Medici. "Lynn, do you even hear what you are saying?" She set down the documents in her hands and glared at him, teeth gritted. "All right, I was just joking. If you really collapsed, I would still feel heartbroken." Lynn immediately withdrew, not because he couldn't contend with Xiaohong, but because he was counting on her to be his assistant in the near future, and it was wise to placate her. "Huh," Medici, having seen through his ulterior motives, sneered coldly. "Fine, then you handle the documents well. I will go check the temporary settlement area and see if there are any suitable candidates to join the War Red. See you later." Lynn dismissed Medici's demeanor with a wave and departed from Saslier's study. Medici watched Lynn's retreating figure, pursing her lips when she heard Saslier's gentle voice. "Go on. Do you not also need to assemble the War Red Regiment? I will take care of the remaining work." "All right then." Medici glanced at Saslier, set down the documents in her hands, and quickly caught up with Lynn's pace. "Hey, Xiaohong, did you not say you wouldn't come? I, the esteemed one, have come to observe the progress of my legion's formation, rather than to assist anyone. Is it not possible that the establishment of the Eye of Secrets could, in turn, aid you in assembling your own Red Army for war? After all, our esteemed Medici is quite adept at training troops. Yet he cannot personally instruct your soldiers on the nuances of the extraordinary world, for you lack the aptitude to be a teacher. This is certainly preferable to someone who is unwilling to fulfill their own responsibilities, seeking to delegate them to others. My actions merely reflect a resistance against overexertion. I have completed all necessary tasks. I simply recognize that rest is essential when needed. Is your notion of rest merely to impose more burdens on others?" The two engaged in a spirited exchange, their voices echoing away as they rounded the corner, under the watchful gaze of Saslier. "Although it is true that Little Red may not be cut out for teaching, I too lack experience in that realm. Indeed, before the formal establishment of the Eye of Secrets, I must first find a way to enhance my knowledge." Just as Lynn shifted their primary consciousness back to their main account, thoughts regarding the Eye of Secrets lingered in their mind. Lynn possessed little experience as a teacher, and even less as a conventional student. However, Lynn firmly believed in one principle: the ability to learn what one does not know. They could consult professionals in the field and subsequently transpose their expertise into the second era. If all else fails, Saslier is there to provide support. With such a reliable figure in the background, Lynn is not overly concerned about leading their future students astray. "Saslier, thank you for the invitation. I have already glimpsed my impending demise. Furthermore, concerning educational materials in the extraordinary realm, while Saslier possesses a plethora of books, they lack a coherent structure." Lynn abruptly recalled an essential point. To educate effectively, one must have a curriculum. Chapter 79. The gaze of the true creator for someone like me, endowed with knowledge. Comprehending such matters poses no challenge. Yet, for those novices newly entering the extraordinary world, I fear they might succumb to slumber mid-study. Thus, I must prioritize the development of a structured curriculum, at the very least, to facilitate systematic learning. Lynn contemplated earnestly, The first cohort of students for the Eye of Secrets would undoubtedly be taught by him personally, primarily consisting of ordinary individuals who have yet to engage with the extraordinary. Such individuals possess the purest of foundations and are most susceptible to his influence, destined to become core members of the Eye of Secrets and Lynn's most devoted followers. The success of Lynn in educating this group of students will, to a significant extent, determine the foundational essence of the Eye of Secrets. In the future, a greater number of individuals will rely on the knowledge imparted by Lynn's students. It will be untenable for him to instruct each person individually. To effectively teach this group, several factors must be considered: the student's inherent qualities, the qualifications of the educator, the suitability of the learning environment, and, crucially, the educational materials. The absence of a structured curriculum would undoubtedly result in considerable suffering for both students and teachers alike. While many might flounder in such a predicament, I'm not one of them. Although I lack the ability to craft educational materials myself, I can certainly utilize existing resources. Lynn's eyes sparkled with newfound inspiration. The illustrious Abraham family of the Fourth Era must possess a relatively systematic collection of textbooks. Furthermore, through the Abraham Network, I might even acquire educational materials from other esteemed families. After all, if the knowledge is foundational, the complexity should not be insurmountable. Though the circumstances of the Fourth Era differ markedly from those of the Second, the commonalities in fundamental knowledge remain largely intact. Anything else could be meticulously modified by my own hand. As Lynn pondered, a multitude of thoughts surged through his mind. There's also the Silver City, which evidently has a well-organized set of textbooks. While these may not perfectly align with the environment of the Second Era, the discrepancies are even more pronounced when compared to the Fourth. The little son, so innocent and unassuming, could easily exchange the formulas from the solar path with me. There is little doubt that such a trade would be fruitful, especially since these formulas were intended for sale in the first place. For Lynn, the more educational materials he can gather, the better, as no single textbook can seamlessly fit the environment of the Second Era. Ultimately, he would need to undertake the task of revising and compiling the content himself, making a wealth of references all the more advantageous. In addition to this, it is essential to prepare standard knowledge-based materials, particularly those aimed at literacy. Amusingly, my first step in portraying a sage involves initiating a literacy program, one unexpectedly positive endeavor. Beyond literacy, I must also arrange for textbooks in mathematics, physics, and chemistry. My students cannot venture into the world unacquainted with these fundamental subjects. If the Eye of Secrecy is indeed to be perpetuated, it will lay the groundwork for my eventual role as a paragon of wisdom. Lynn continued to contemplate, unhesitatingly organizing a comprehensive curriculum for his future students, a task every teacher would undertake. As for employing my abilities as a seeker of secrets to inundate students with knowledge, I had considered this approach, but ultimately dismissed it. The human mind is an intricate construct. Force-feeding information can lead to complications, as evidenced by the case of the hidden sage. Unless one is willing to disregard the well-being of their students, it is far wiser to adhere to conventional teaching methods. My aspiration is to nurture students, not to cultivate adversaries. Of course, judiciously employing extraordinary abilities as teaching aids remains permissible. Yet, I cannot help but feel that I have succumbed to the life of a cog in the machine. Is this the insidious influence of the Sassel virus? Frightening. After sketching a rough outline of my upcoming schedule, an epiphany struck Lynn, prompting a moment of self-deprecating humor. Yet soon after, another thought emerged, and he chuckled again. This busy period will soon pass. Once it does, as long as my alternate persona remains occupied, all will be well. Though fundamentally, it is still I who am at the helm. One could argue that I am merely taking a breather. Moreover, the ancient sun god would undoubtedly be hesitant to entrust a department so pivotal to the future of the entire divine realm entirely to me. Therefore, I can gracefully delegate many responsibilities to Sassel, who may actually welcome such an arrangement. Regardless, I never intended to bring forth the next generation of the distorted deity's realm. My sole focus was to secure the core members and ensure I had a reliable group at my disposal, with sufficient anchors capable of assimilating the potion. This was, for me, quite sufficient. As Lynn contemplated this, he suddenly noticed a colossal shadow sweeping across the sky, prompting him to look up and confirm that it was indeed a massive airship adorned in deep black. It had finally arrived. Lynn raised an eyebrow, fully aware that this was the airship dispatched by the night church, and its arrival heralded the commencement of their formal operations. True to this, as the airship stabilized above the dock area, 3 figures silently emerged outside the dock guild's dormitory. Leading the trio was a person carrying a silvery metallic briefcase. Distinguished by a high collar and emerald green eyes, it was none other than Klane's former superior, the Sword of the Goddess, Crestazessima. This operation targeting the genuine creator god's vessel was evidently under the direct responsibility of this prominent figure clad in red gloves. This arrangement bore a remarkable resemblance to that of the original narrative. Lynn had anticipated that, given his prior warnings, a higher-ranking individual would be dispatched. Was it perhaps due to the absence of other demigods in B-Clan? Or did the Night Church believe that Crestazessima, who wielded the sacred artifact, was sufficient to handle Lanarthus? Pondering this, Lynn stroked his chin, retrieving a scroll to cast a concealment spell upon himself while continuing to observe from a distance. Soon enough, the battle at the dock guild commenced. As the conflict unfolded within the confines of the buildings, Lynn could not discern the specific details. However, he remained unperturbed, patiently awaiting developments. Indeed, after a few minutes, lights began extinguishing one after another from the dormitory of the dock guild, followed by an overwhelming sensation that could induce tremors in ordinary souls, emanating explosively from within. It was a feeling that fundamentally crushed the essence of mundane beings, a manifestation of divinity. This was undoubtedly an unsettling form of divinity. Lynn grimaced. Perhaps due to the peculiarities of his own soul, this authentic creator's divinity did not affect him significantly. Yet the sensation akin to being force-fed a peculiar dish of strawberry mapo tofu instinctively drew a frown from him. Then Lynn paused, sensing that at the source of this divinity, something shifted in that fleeting moment. A gaze seemed to direct itself toward him. It was the gaze of the genuine creator. Chapter 8. Dialogue the Genuine Creator? Lynn mused for a moment, then rose to his feet. First, he activated a state of auxiliary power through 008, entering Sequence 2, and then cloaked himself in an illusion before making his way toward the origin of the divine eruption. Since the genuine creator had already perceived him, he might as well take a closer look. This would provide an opportunity for an intimate observation, perhaps allowing him to more accurately discern the current state of the genuine creator and, from that, devise a method to extract Sarsal. With this thought in mind, Lynn moved at a measured pace, yet his figure reached the dock guild within mere seconds. Lynn did not rush inside. Instead, he first glanced up at the clock tower, smiling in greeting before entering the dormitory. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by a scene of utter chaos within the dock guild dormitory. Several night watchmen, aside from Crestazessima, lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. Crestazessima himself appeared to be in dire condition, kneeling at the intersection with tears resembling blood trickling from the corners of his eyes. Not far from him stood Lanarthus, a white-boned sword lodged in his chest, seemingly contending with a shadowy figure hanging upside down, composed of deep crimson flesh. Perhaps due to the creator's incomplete transformation of Lanarthus into a divine vessel, the bone sword appeared to have the upper hand in this confrontation, likely on the verge of victory in mere moments, though the struggle was far from effortless. Even if the bone sword triumphed, it would likely suffer considerable depletion in the process. Lynn observed the scene quietly, and the moment his gaze fell upon Lanarthus, he felt as though the upside-down shadow was looking back at him. Through the illusion, he locked eyes with a pair filled with madness and negative emotions, a wave of melancholy washing over him. "You are not him, but that is of no consequence. I shall save him," Lynn declared. The shadow seemed to heed his words. Or perhaps it did not, for it merely closed its eyes. In the next instant, the illusion shattered, and the overwhelming sensation that had enveloped the area dissipated. The bone sword finally extinguished the last remnants of divinity within Lanarthus. Lynn, observing this, initially bore a contemplative expression, lost in thought before shifting his gaze to Lanrelus, whose visage was now tinged with excitement, likely liberated from the fate of becoming the Creator's divine vessel. After a moment's reflection, Lynn snapped his fingers, marking Lanrelus without directly snuffing out his life. "Leave the bone sword. You may depart," he instructed. "Do not regale me with your accolades. I have no interest in your psychological musings regarding becoming the Creator's vessel. Before I dirty my hands, remove yourself from my sight." Lynn refrained from directly ending Lanrelus' life to afford Klein an opportunity for retribution, as this was indeed Klein's nemesis, deserving of personal vengeance. Lanrelus' expression shifted abruptly. He had intended to elaborate on his cunning schemes and mock the night watchman, but after a brief, flickering glance, he hastily withdrew the bone sword from his chest and tossed it to the ground before quickly turning to leave. Previously in the preparatory phase of becoming a divine vessel for the Creator, Lanrelus clearly sensed the terrifying presence of the young man who had suddenly appeared. While he may not have been the Creator's equal, the young man's ability to extinguish his life was unmistakably effortless. As he watched Lanrelus flee, Crest-Eye Sesama felt a surge of anxiety. However, Lynn approached him, crouching beside the diligent member of the Night Church, casting a healing spell while casually remarking, "Do not fret. Someone will attend to him." Crest-Eye Sesama was momentarily taken aback, sensing the improvement in his injuries. He looked up at Lynn and, after a brief hesitation, inquired, "Are you His Highness, the Red Scarf?" Upon hearing this title, a playful reference of his own creation, Lynn could not suppress a chuckle. Then, standing up amidst Crest-Eye Sesama's puzzled gaze, he smiled and affirmed, "Indeed, I am the one known as the Red Scarf. Of course, you may also refer to me as the Secret Angel." Crest-Eye Sesama promptly noted this moniker, his mind racing through the knowledge he possessed about angels, yet failing to find a suitable match. Meanwhile, Lynn leisurely attended to the injuries of several other night watchmen lying on the ground before turning his attention back to Crest-Eye Sesama. "I understand you have many questions, and perhaps your goddess has assigned you some tasks concerning me. However, this time, it is not you who have sought me out. If you truly wish to know more, let our little diviner find me first before asking." Given that Medici had acquired relevant memories, Lynn did not believe that the night goddess, who had previously laid her hands upon him, would forget matters pertaining to him. It was likely that, like Medici, key information had simply been obscured. In such a scenario, his compatriot's emergence was hardly coincidental. It would be uncharacteristic of the night goddess not to speculate about him, especially after millennia of planning. Lynn was not particularly anxious about this, for as evidenced by his experience with Little Red, both angels and deities could become allies given sufficient incentives. Medici sought to alter her past. Was it not conceivable that the night goddess harbored similar desires? Enormous benefits, measured deterrence, a touch of sentiment, and a hint of goodwill. Lynn did not believe the night goddess would regard him as an enemy under such circumstances. Of course, should such a situation arise, he would not be overly concerned. If he feared such outcomes, he would not have set his sights on the ancient past. Thus, Lynn simply smiled and said, "When the time comes, I would be more than willing to clarify some of your uncertainties. For now, let us take our leave, Mr. Crest-Eye Sesama." Before Crest-Eye Sesama could fully articulate a response, the young man before him vanished, leaving the words caught in his throat. He felt a mix of helplessness and frustration, ultimately letting out a sigh. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Lanrelus exited through the sewer, he unexpectedly encountered a cheerful jester. Through divination, the escape route of Lanrelus was pinpointed. Anticipating his arrival at the sewers, Klein, wielding tarot cards like daggers, intercepted Lanrelus. He slightly raised his left hand, causing the once opaque black glove to transform into a delicate layer, simultaneously exuding an ineffable sense of hunger. Chapter 81. Little K has seen through it all. For Crest-Eye Sesama, the experiences of this evening were fraught with tumult. Whether confronting the divine essence of the true Creator with a sacred relic or the subsequent appearance of the secret angel, Crest-Eye Sesama felt that this event would be indelibly etched in his memory. Following the departure of the secret angel, Despite knowing that the angel was unlikely to deceive him and that Lanrus indeed had someone returning to resolve matters, Cresteasima, having partially regained his agency, led the watchmen along Lanrus's path. Before long, they discovered Lanrus's lifeless body in a certain part of the sewers. However, the scene that unfolded before Cresteasima was unexpectedly astonishing. He had anticipated that Lanrus would be swiftly dealt with by another, yet he was met with a spectacle akin to a ritual. Lanrus's corpse lay on the ground, dismembered, with 2 tarot cards embedded in his head, one depicting the world and the other justice. His body was further adorned with scattered tarot cards, including the Chariot and the Lovers, among others. Surrounding walls and the floor were similarly strewn with tarot cards, such as the Devil and the Sun, both standing and lying in disarray. In this bizarre ceremonial tableau, an aura of warmth and sanctity permeated the air, reminiscent of solar energy. Though this power was merely a vestige, it imbued the uncanny scene with an additional layer of the divine and the shocking. Cresteasima inhaled silently, his mind racing with various conjectures, while the watchman behind him remained largely in a state of bewilderment. Unbeknownst to Cresteasima, the reason he beheld such a mysterious, eerie, sacred yet fallen spectacle was that they had arrived too swiftly, leaving Klein, who lacked night vision, unable to adequately conceal the scene. In his haste to avoid exposing his gnawing hunger, he had merely hastily arranged a semblance before fleeing. Meanwhile, Lynn, who also witnessed the scene, was content to capture it with his camera, intending to later complete a painting to preserve it. Such images would surely be vital in aiding Mr. Fool in reclaiming his humanity in the future. As Lynn busied himself documenting the dark history of Mr. Fool for potential future utility, the watchmen were concluding the incident involving Lanrus as a vessel of divine descent. Meanwhile, where was Mr. Fool, whom they had just personally dealt with? Klein, of course, was in a predetermined safe house in the Eastern District, gazing at the moon outside while contemplating the selection of a particularly wicked gang member, one whose demise would be just to address the pressing issue of his gnawing hunger. Indeed, after utilizing the insatiable hunger, Klein refrained from immediately feeding it once more. His previous encounter with insatiable hunger occurred during the battle against Rosago, where he felt compelled to account for his actions to the church with Leonard by his side. Hence, he opted for the gray mist-suppression spell instead of satiating the insatiable hunger. This time, Klein had intended to feed it with Lanrus, but the swift arrival of Cresteasima and others thwarted his plans, leaving him no time to do so. Having grown accustomed to the situation, he promptly chose to sacrifice the insatiable hunger to the gray mist for suppression. The insatiable hunger murmured, "I am no longer hungry, no longer hungry. I shall not dare to hunger again." With a sigh, Klein reflected that he had avenged Megos, addressing the near catastrophe he had faced. After contemplating the sacrifice, he felt a sense of relaxation envelop him. Although his current state was not as oppressive as that of the original narrative following their near annihilation, the events in Tingen still weighed heavily on his mind. It was akin to narrowly escaping death due to another's malevolence, even if one survives. The memory of such a close encounter lingers for a considerable time. Having personally dealt with Lanrus, the second major perpetrator of the Tingen incident, Klein experienced a profound sense of clarity. He pondered whether the partial assimilation of the Joker potion was due to his subconscious role-playing as the Joker while eliminating Lanrus, or if it stemmed from his confrontation with the divine essence of the true creator, which invoked a familiar terror, yet compelled him to smile in acceptance. Klein mused. Although the Joker potion had not been fully digested, at the current pace, he anticipated complete assimilation within a month, allowing him to attempt an ascension to Sequence 7. Regardless, it was a positive development. A smile crept upon Klein's face, but he suddenly recalled something that caused him to furrow his brow. What could the rural deity possibly desire? Did it harbor grievances against the true creator? Klein certainly witnessed Lynn, cloaked in illusion, entering the Harbor Guild's dormitory. Although he was unaware of the specifics that followed, it was evident that the angelic entity did not assist the true creator. Otherwise, Cresteasima and the Night Watchers could not have rushed to hunt down Lanrus so swiftly. While Klein struggled to comprehend why the deity would deliberately allow Lonrus to escape, a nagging doubt emerged. Was it intended for him to resolve? He found himself uncertain, recalling the moment when the deity greeted him in the dormitory. The expression on its face became increasingly nuanced. If Lonrus was indeed left for him to confront, it would resemble a theatrical scene, with him as the protagonist, guided by others to successfully vanquish the foe. Klein contemplated this notion, attempting to embody the role of the angelic entity, analyzing the unfolding circumstances. Though the encounters were few and far between, the two meetings, coupled with some secondary insights, led Klein to develop a certain intuition that his fellow townsmen might possess a profound affinity for drama, or perhaps a penchant for scriptwriting. Both Inns and Lanrus met their demise in a manner that was, to some extent, undeniably theatrical. Inns, who orchestrated the events upon the stage of Tingen, remained oblivious to the fact that someone had been quietly observing his scripted endeavors from the shadows. Just as Inns stood on the precipice of victory, the angelic compatriot made an entrance, abruptly halting the unfolding narrative. Lanrus mirrored this fate, initially a character within Inns' script. He distanced himself from that narrative only to become a vessel for a true creator's divine intervention. After a strenuous effort to shed this identity, he ultimately fell victim to Klein's vengeance. All of this transpired under the subtle, yet direct influence of the angelic townsman. Chapter 82. The new name of the second disguise, even Lynn's story, is steeped in drama, not only bearing secrets that may hint at a high-sequence reincarnation, but also inadvertently offending Ambassador Intis. Guided by the mysterious angel, he encountered the Night Watcher engaged in secret missions, leading to his salvation. Yet, just as he believed he could enjoy tranquility, he found himself compelled to pray to a clandestine entity, ultimately becoming a member of a secret organization. Klein meticulously reflected on this. While the outcome indicated that Lynn's prayers were directed towards him, the fool, rendering the situation less concerning, it was evident that the angelic compatriot had anticipated this, and thus encouraged Lynn to beseech the fool. However, setting that aside, one must acknowledge the macabre amusement that permeated the entire affair. Klein's expression grew increasingly nuanced. As for himself, he was undoubtedly enveloped in theatrical elements. Could the angelic townsman truly be an aficionado of dramatic arts? Was the act of taking that pen merely to craft a more compelling script? Contemplating this possibility left Klein momentarily at a loss for words. The only solace Klein found lay in the observation that, despite the angelic townsman's apparent penchant for dramatic developments, he had yet to harm any innocent souls, aside from the deserving scoundrels like Inns and Lanrus. In fact, he seemed quite amiable towards the Night Watchers, consistently displaying goodwill. Perhaps the angel hoped for Klein to seek him out personally, stemming from this very sense of drama. It might be that, in the angel's eyes, only through trials and tribulations, culminating in a poignant reunion, would be deemed aesthetically pleasing. The more Klein pondered this, the more plausible it seemed. Perhaps the angelic townsman was indeed a fervent enthusiast of dramatic narratives. If Lynn were present, hearing Klein's speculations and assessments, he would likely protest his innocence. While it was true that Lynn had intentionally left Lanrus for Klein to eliminate, relished in scriptwriting, and sought to replicate iconic scenes from the original work, he was certainly not the sort of individual who thrived on theatricality for its own sake. He is merely an ordinary jester. There exists a fellow villager, and it remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. One can only hope that, in light of their shared origins, he refrains from orchestrating a tragic script for me. Klein offered a wry smile, having grown weary of contemplating the possibilities of what might befall him, as he gradually came to realize that he had already been ensnared in a web of arrangements since his recent traversal. Although these machinations appeared to stem from goodwill, it was evident that he possessed no authority to decline them. With little recourse but to smile and strive for advancement, Klein sought to extricate himself from this predicament as swiftly as possible. In a certain sense, he felt akin to a clown, and, as this thought crossed his mind, a habitual smile graced his lips, concealing the helplessness within. In the next moment, he sensed that his jester's potion had digested a portion of itself, leaving only a fraction before complete assimilation. Lynn, of course, remained oblivious to Klein's speculations and assessments, unaware that he had become the primary motivation for the fool's ascension. At this moment, he had just confirmed that Furs was still plagued by the moonlit murmurs and had returned to number 16 Minsk Street, preparing to frame his artwork before indulging in a bath and retreating to slumber. Thus, Mr. Door's fate had indeed remained unaltered. It seemed that his contamination by the fallen mother goddess would transpire at a later time. While managing his bathing routine, Lynn simultaneously shifted his primary consciousness to his second persona from the Quaternary period, perusing ancient tomes while pondering. It's not a significant issue. After all, I shall simply exercise caution, and for the time being, Mr. Door is unlikely to embark on another celestial journey. As for the future, should Mr. Door wish to traverse the cosmos again, I could accompany him for a stroll. After all, I harbor no fear of contamination. Given the residual might from that previous battle, it is probable that the outer gods would hesitate to engage me frivolously. Lynn had certainly noticed how many outer gods had fled in terror during his confrontation with the fishball cassava. Any outer gods that did not possess the memory of a goldfish would likely refrain from confronting him directly. They were merely frenzied, not foolish. Of course, if there were indeed any stubborn outer gods, Lynn could always take Mr. Door and flee. Drawing strength from the unknown entity to confront the outer gods was indeed a reckless endeavor, prone to assimilation. However, if it merely entailed borrowing power to escape, Lynn believed it would not pose a considerable challenge. It would be an opportunity to broaden his horizons, as he held a keen curiosity about these outer gods, eager to discern the distinctions between them and the extraordinary beings of the ordinary divine pathways. If he could capture a few weaker specimens for study, that would be splendid. As he contemplated this, Lynn's thoughts began to wander, and he let out a slight sigh of regret. Although he yearned to examine the outer gods, he ultimately recognized the formidable challenges involved. It was a pity. As for why he sought to alter the history of Mr. Door's contamination, it was simply because this was a readily available, top-tier tool. Unlike Amon, who was rather disdainful, the probability of return on investment was exceedingly high. Certainly, the notion of aiding Mr. Gate in generating divinity can be set aside, as Lynn tends to support Klein in this regard. Whether this will lead to a future rift between him and Mr. Gate is a matter for another time. For now, the presence of a useful tool suffices. Reflecting on this, Lynn realized how reckless he had been for not considering the option of retreat sooner, fixated solely on confrontation. After contemplating for a moment, he arrived at a conclusion. It is indeed a testament to my cleverness. Indeed, Lynn feels no shame in his audacity. Rather, he takes pride in it. After indulging himself with a few internal praises, he closed the ancient tome in his hands and stood up, instantly sensing the gazes of others in the library turning towards him. Lynn, accustomed to this as a sequence too, was well aware of the hushed murmurs among the members of the Abraham family regarding him. Thus, he understood that he had already been labeled as the child of Mr. Gate, lost to the world. Even the fabricated tales about his false mother and Mr. Gate had spun into 18 variations, each with its own rationale, blending sweetness with suffering and garnering various supporters, who occasionally clashed over differing accounts. Lynn couldn't help but muse. Is this the tradition of the apprentice path? Truly, Furs would be an asset to your Abraham family. Nonetheless, while he made jest, Lynn was not the least bit perturbed. In fact, he found it rather amusing. So, when Mr. Gate inquired about the name he would adopt, Lynn unhesitatingly replied, Libert Abraham. Mr. Gate responded, Thank you, but I can certainly discern when my name is being rearranged. Chapter 83. Amon arrives, although Bethel Abraham was at a loss on how to judge Lynn's actions. What recourse did Mr. Gate have? He could hardly point a finger at an ancient being and demand adherence to a name. Ultimately, he had no choice but to begrudgingly accept it. Thus, that day, the members of the Abraham family learned that the youth brought back by their patriarch was named Libert Abraham. With the utterance of this name, even those initially skeptical about the young master swiftly changed their tune. The rumors, once mere whispers, transformed into universally accepted truths. Had there been no reservations, One might have expected every member of the Abraham family to flock to witness the young master. Mr. Gate mused. Indeed, it seems a reformation of the family's ethos is in order. This clan cannot continue in such a manner. And as for him, he had not gained a son, but rather an ancestor. Though Mr. Gate bore the weight of his thoughts in silence, he diligently recorded his sentiments in his travel journal. Of course, Lynn's motivations for such actions were not solely for amusement. He had a legitimate reason. In the coming days, to evade those only vaguely familiar to him, he would undoubtedly don a false identity and navigate the intricacies of the Abraham family. In light of this, why not simply assume a false identity as the son of the fictitious Mr. Men? Such an identity would facilitate Lynn's actions while also imparting a certain degree of intimidation to outsiders. Even Amon, considering the presence of Mr. Men, would likely refrain from overstepping boundaries before resorting to open confrontation with the son of Mr. Men. After all, Lynn already has a convenient guardian in Sarsleer and would not mind acquiring another fictitious protector, given that he is well acquainted with the current political climate and historical context. It would be prudent to inquire whether the Abraham family possesses a complete set of educational materials. Contemplating this, Lynn returned the ancient tome to its rightful place and offered a subtle smile to the members of the Abraham family, who believed their gazes were concealed, yet were conspicuously obvious. With a casual wave, he hummed a little tune as he exited the library amid the clatter of overturned furniture. Having familiarized himself with the internal environment of the Abraham family, Lynn deftly made his way to the study where Mr. Men often resided. Just as he approached the building's exterior, before he could even ascend the steps, the butler of the Abraham family approached him. Upon seeing Lynn, the butler momentarily froze, then bowed and inquired, "Young Master Libbard, are you here to see Lord Bertley?" "Yes, why? Is there someone I should meet?" Lynn halted, curiosity piqued, as he discerned the butler's unusual demeanor, suggesting he was not keen on Lynn entering at that moment. It wouldn't be inappropriate to say so. It's merely that Duke Amon is currently in discussion with Lord Bertley regarding matters pertaining to the future of the Empire. Perhaps it would be more suitable for you to visit Lord Bertley at a later time, the butler replied, his tone exceedingly gentle. With a warm smile, he added, "If there is anything you require, young Master Libbard, that isn't particularly urgent, feel free to confide in me. I may be able to assist you in resolving your concerns." Though his demeanor was polite and gentle, it was resolute, almost explicitly stating that Lynn should not enter the study at that moment. "So Amon is here." Lynn paused, suddenly enlightened. It was no wonder the butler had been so adamant, as Amon was indeed a formidable presence. Being a member of the Gauzen family, the butler, as a confidant of Mr. Men, was undoubtedly aware of Amon's notorious temperament. It would be absurd to expect Lynn to encounter Amon willingly. In fact, almost every time Amon visited Mr. Men, the butler would forewarn the members of the Abraham family to steer clear of Amon. Although Amon typically refrained from causing harm to the Abraham family members out of respect for Mr. Men, should he catch them alone, a tumultuous ordeal would invariably ensue. Why subject their own children to such torment? Noticing the dawning comprehension on Lynn's face, the butler felt a sense of pride in the young man's discernment. Although he was unfamiliar with the phrase, the sentiment was universally understood. He continued to smile and asked, "Is there anything you require assistance with, young Master Libbard?" "Mr. Butler, do you think it is possible that according to the first law of Amon, once you discover an Amon, you find yourself surrounded by them?" Yet Lynn did not continue along the butler's line of thought. Instead, he blinked and gestured toward the little crow perched on the eaves nearby, saying, for instance, "That little crow with the white eye rings has been watching us intently." The butler's smile abruptly faltered, and he seemed to grasp the implication. In the next instant, his expression underwent a dramatic shift, rendering him momentarily frozen in place. Noticing this, Lynn raised an eyebrow, deducing the situation, and then he heard footsteps approaching, 2 pairs, one clearly belonging to Mr. Dorr, while the other was unfamiliar to Lynn. "Berthel, is this your child? Quite intriguing indeed. I had assumed that someone of your austere disposition would only raise another stiff, or perhaps it is because this child has not been raised by you, that his character is so amusing." A strange voice emerged from behind the butler, followed by the appearance of a figure before Lynn. The individual wore a black classical robe, topped with a matching pointed soft hat, and sported crystal monocles. With black curls, dark eyes, a broad forehead, and a slender face, he bore an uncanny resemblance. 99% identical. One might say, to the description found in the original text, unmistakably the thief path's angel king, the true and singular son of the ancient sun god, the blasphemer Ammon. Beside Ammon, Berthel Abraham, having heard the remark, shot him a sidelong glance, but said nothing, merely placing a hand upon the butler's shoulder. In the next moment, the butler erupted into a violent coughing fit, quickly expelling a semi-transparent creature adorned with 12 circular rings, a worm that appeared undeniably deceased. Ammon, should you attempt to parasitize my kin again, consider yourself unwelcome in the Abraham household, Berthel Abraham stated, his demeanor cold and serious. Do not be so rigid. I was merely jesting with your butler, Ammon replied nonchalantly with a smile. He then raised a hand to adjust his crystal monocles, tilting his head toward Lynn, a smirk playing on his lips as he said, Greetings, young Bert. I'm a friend of your father. You may call me Uncle Ammon. Lynn arched an eyebrow, a sudden sense of déjà vu washing over him. Had he encountered this individual before? The urge to strike him was palpable. He found him exceedingly irksome. Chapter 84. The Empire of Bylong. No, I have sworn an oath to refrain from borrowing power from the unknown entity for the time being. Suppressing the urge to act violently, Lynn blinked and smiled in return, saying, Hello, Mr. Ammon. I am aware of your identity as the Angel King of the Thief Path. I have heard that you are the sole member of your family. Is that true? Then, Mr. Ammon, does that mean your wife is essentially you yourself? His expression was curious and earnest, as if he were genuinely inquiring rather than sarcastically pointing out Ammon's lack of normal followers, to the extent that he had to impersonate his own wife. Very well, Lynn conceded, admitting he had somewhat lost his composure. Merely gazing at Ammon inexplicably stirred his ire. You bear no resemblance to Bertley. Rather, you evoke memories of someone long deceased. Ammon smiled, once again adjusting the crystal monocle perched upon his nose. It is truly unfortunate that you never had the opportunity to meet him. Are you referring to someone known by the alias Little Red, codenamed Hot Pot, who personally raised you and singed your feathers? Upon hearing this, Lynn smiled knowingly at Ammon and remarked, Mr. Ammon, you do not quite resemble your brother either. After uttering this, Lynn paid little mind to whether Ammon comprehended his insinuation or would draw any conclusions from it. He then turned to Mr. Bertley and inquired, Bertley, does the Abraham family possess a comprehensive set of introductory materials for entering the extraordinary realms? You know, those that guide ordinary individuals from the very beginning in the study of the mystical arts, step by step, from the simple to the profound. Bertley Abraham paused upon hearing the question, initially nodding in acknowledgement. Although slightly perplexed, he replied, Indeed, the Abrahams do have a set of texts designed to instruct our kin in entering extraordinary realms. However, aside from the foundational knowledge, they predominantly emphasize specific paths, which may not be suitable for all extraordinary practitioners. The knowledge of the extraordinary is universal, yet not entirely so. For example, certain knowledge, akin to divination, proves useful only to those traversing specific paths. Naturally, the focus of knowledge acquired varies across different paths. Just as the knowledge of the spirit realm may be of little use to an ordinary extraordinary practitioner of the warrior's path, it does not render it completely irrelevant. That will suffice. Could you provide me with a copy? Lynn nodded with satisfaction, unconcerned about the emphasis or lack thereof. He merely wished to collect it. Moreover, for those on the paths of the seeker and the universalist, acquiring as much knowledge as possible is paramount. While the knowledge emphasized in the apprentice path may not benefit practitioners of other paths, it could prove invaluable to those of the seeker and universalist paths. The kingdom of the gods may not lack extraordinary practitioners of the path, so early collection is always advantageous. Lynn would never disdain an abundance of knowledge at his disposal. Of course, Bertley replied, albeit with curiosity about Lynn's intentions. Nonetheless, he brushed aside such trivial concerns, nodding slightly and signaling to the butler beside him. The butler promptly nodded and said, "If Master Libert needs it, you may accompany me to retrieve it at once." Clearly, the butler had not abandoned his strategy of keeping Lynn away from Amon. This was likely due not only to the recent first-hand experience of Amon's formidable nature, but also because he had witnessed the exchange of barbs between Lynn and Amon. It could be said that, despite their brief dialogue, the butler felt a palpable sense of alarm. "Libert, are you seeking to teach someone from scratch to become extraordinary?" Amon interjected unexpectedly, his smile gentle yet devoid of any discernible emotion. "Why not share your thoughts with me? I, too, possess some insights on guiding ordinary individuals to become extraordinary." "You have insights? What insights can you offer? Should one devour those they intend to teach? Or transform them all into almonds? Indeed, if they all become almonds, there would be no need for instruction." Lynn recalled the various distressing behaviors of Amon from the original work and couldn't help but inwardly scoff, while maintaining a smile. She remarked, "It's nothing of great concern. There is no need for Mr. Amon to fret." "Now, Amon, let us not forget the purpose of your visit," Bertelia Abraham interjected, observing the forced smiles exchanged between the two, feeling a dull ache in his head. Mr. Min was certainly not worried about Lynn's safety, as she was capable of dealing with the likes of Fishball Cassava. Even in a less than optimal state, she would not be truly at risk from Amon. Mr. Min was indifferent to Amon's fate, although there was some camaraderie between them. If Amon chose to court danger, Bertelia Abraham could hardly be bothered to intervene. However, as this was indeed the territory of the Abraham family, Mr. Min was genuinely concerned that a clash between the two would inadvertently demolish his domain. Upon hearing this, Amon glanced at Mr. Min, then raised a hand to adjust his crystal monocle, smiling as he said, "I certainly have not forgotten. It is merely that your child is exceedingly entertaining, prompting my desire to assist. Firstly, this is not my child. Were it not for his own peculiar whims, I would never acquiesce to such a misconception. Secondly, trust me, Amon, should you truly dare to assist him, the misfortune will undoubtedly befall you." Bertelia Abraham retorted internally, casting another glance at Amon, who seemed eager to take some action, then turned to Lynn. Though she smiled, an increasingly dark aura surrounded her, causing him further discomfort. He fervently hoped these two would not engage in conflict on his territory. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to aid Lynn in suppressing Amon. There was no other reason, simply a desire to expedite the resolution of the conflict and safeguard the structures of the Abraham family. Even Mr. Min often found Amon to be quite bothersome. Intrigued by their conversation, Lynn inquired, "What purpose?" "Oh no, how could I have overlooked this?" The corners of Bertelia Abraham's mouth twitched as he quickly envisioned dozens of potential developments. But alas, regret was already too late. Amon, oblivious to the complex and rich inner turmoil of Mr. Min, merely smiled at Lynn, stating, "Bertelia and I are to embark on a diplomatic mission to the Byron Empire to visit the Grim Reaper, Salinger. Libert is interested in joining. Would you care to accompany us? The realm of the Grim Reaper is quite distinct from the Tudor Empire." His tone was as gentle as that of a well-meaning uncle inquiring if a friend-child would like to join a trip, rather than that of a mischievous child with ill intentions. The Byron Empire? Would that not mean encountering the limited edition Ask of the Death Overseer? Lynn's eyes sparkled with excitement, her mind already swirling with intriguing possibilities. Bertelia Abraham felt a surge of pain in his head. Yet there was little he could do but say, "If Libert is interested, he may indeed accompany us." "When shall we depart?" Lynn inquired without hesitation, indifferent to the prospect of traveling alongside Amon. Chapter 85. "Just see if I strike, or not we shall set forth at the end of this month," Bertelia Abraham replied, finally unable to restrain himself from rubbing his temples. He could already foresee the lively nature of this journey, given the formal nature of the visit. It would be accompanied by a delegation, and he genuinely wished he could simply usher them through the door, avoiding any potential incidents along the way. "Do be sure to include me," Lynn remarked with a smile, his thoughts becoming increasingly animated. What purpose did Amon have in visiting the Grim Reaper? What collaboration could possibly exist between the Tudor Empire and the Bylang Empire? Well, some cooperation seemed normal. One could argue that there was always a degree of collaboration among these high-ranking entities. though it was not uncommon for alliances to shift from cooperation to betrayal in the blink of an eye. Amon observed the scene with a smile, the crystal monocle perched on his nose reflecting a contemplative glint in his dark eyes. Berthelia and his progeny are indeed fascinating. I wonder if Amon will attempt to parasitize me later. TSK, I must admit I find myself rather intrigued. Such a reckless act would warrant Amon a floral wreath in due time. In the 5th era, after finally finishing his bath and preparing for a restful slumber to rejuvenate his spirit, Lynn decided to revert to his larger form, manipulating his smaller form to follow the steward in retrieving textbooks, while silently musing to himself. Of course, Lynn understood that with Amon's keen intuition, he likely would not truly engage in self-destructive behavior. He would probably apply the brakes in time, but he would have to endure some hardship. This mischievous child must realize that not everyone can be taken as a host at will. Moreover, if he truly provoked me, once this period has passed and the aftereffects have completely faded, let us see if I do not give him a good thrashing. It is no easy feat to slay an angelic king of the Guelph family, but administering a beating is quite simple. Lynn thought to himself as he threw himself onto the bed, covered himself with a blanket, and closed his eyes, slipping into a state of slumber. Killing Amon and striking Amon are two entirely different challenges. The Guelph family is exceptionally skilled at survival. Even if Lynn were to draw power from the 0 tier, he would not dare assert that he could assuredly eliminate Amon, and exceeding that tier would be far too perilous, a risk not worth taking. Thus, although Amon greatly displeased him, as long as Amon did not cross Lynn's bottom line, considering the respect owed to Sazriel and the ancient sun god, as well as the existence of Adam and the true creator, Lynn was reluctant to pay a hefty price to confront Amon. However, he certainly did not mind delivering a few well-placed blows. The following day, September 24th, in the afternoon, for Klein, who remains ensconced in the shadows of the night, and is, to some extent, highly regarded by the church, grasping the intricacies of yesterday's divine event involving Lanris is hardly a challenge. Indeed, one could say that he need not even inquire actively, as Crestazesima, who had only recently engaged with Lynn, took the initiative to approach Klein, revealing the entirety of yesterday's occurrences. After all, the enigmatic angel had clearly stated that he would only engage in conversation once Klein sought him out personally. For Crestazesima, who had recently received a divine oracle from the goddess of the night and had prioritized the quest for the enigmatic angel, there was a sense of resignation and confusion. Yet she adhered to the angel's request. With the full context now laid before him, Klein concluded that last night's encounter with Lanris was undoubtedly a deliberate gift from his celestial compatriot. The angel, it seems, is indeed a connoisseur of dramatic narratives. Yet, what recourse does Klein have? He could only sigh and feign a smile to placate his superior, assuring him of his unwavering commitment to seek out the enigmatic angel. The one bright spot for Klein was the timely arrival of the church's reimbursement, which exceeded his expectations. In addition to the standard reimbursements, there was an extra allowance for executing secretive tasks, amounting to a substantial £1,000. Even when shared with Leonard, it would still afford each of them £500. With this newfound wealth, if he were to save a bit more, he might consider acquiring a fine, extraordinary weapon. While the crawling hunger serves him well, it lacks formidable offensive capabilities. A weapon with an emphasis on attack would complement it beautifully, enhancing his prowess in future battles. Upon returning to 15 Minsk Street after leaving St. Samuel's Church, Klein pondered his current savings while contemplating the type of extraordinary weapon he should procure. The crawling hunger is indeed a marvelous artifact, providing tremendous assistance, yet perhaps due to its former master, General Zylanges of the Stormpath, who possessed ample offensive prowess. The abilities granted by the crawling hunger lean predominantly toward support and control, lacking in robust attacking power. Klein himself is merely an extraordinary being of the diviner path, which, regardless of its later developments, is primarily supportive in its early stages. Thus, the combination of these two aspects starkly highlights Klein's most significant shortcoming, an absence of formidable offensive capability. This inadequacy became painfully evident during his recent confrontation with Lanris. Had he possessed a weapon with offensive capabilities, he could have dispatched Lanris more swiftly, avoiding the need to manage the aftermath of the encounter. As Klein mentally replayed the battle from the previous day, he continued to deliberate, taking into account portability. The weapon must not be overly large, at least small enough to carry discreetly without drawing undue attention. Hence, should he opt for a dagger or a short sword? Klein pondered, his gaze drifting to the revolver at his waist, and a new idea emerged. It would indeed be preferable to acquire an extraordinary weapon, ideally of the firearm variety. I possess a foundational understanding in this regard, yet I seem to have never encountered anyone selling such extraordinary arms. In Klein's limited experience attending extraordinary gatherings, he had certainly witnessed others peddling these remarkable weapons, but they were predominantly knives, swords, clubs, and even axes. He had yet to see anyone offer firearms. It would be splendid to find a craftsman to custom make one, but I have heard no whispers of the mechanical heart accepting such side jobs, and I am unfamiliar with anyone from that realm. Moreover, wild artisans are notoriously scarce. With this thought, Klein couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. If customization were an option, besides firearms, tarot cards would also suit my needs rather well. Alas, I shall not dwell on this. I should attend more extraordinary gatherings. Perhaps I will discover a suitable weapon. Klein shook his head, securing his small amount of money, and randomly pulled out his golden pocket watch to check the time. There remained half an hour until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He ought to prepare for the upcoming tarot meeting. Chapter 86. Will Klein soon have wealth? At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, yet another session of the tarot meeting commenced as scheduled. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. The lively and vibrant voice of Justice Audrey rang out once more above the gray mist. This noble lady, having recently acquired the formula for the Sequence 7 Psychologist potion and established a reliable source for its procurement, had been in high spirits. As was customary, she greeted Mr. Fool with a bow and was about to extend her greetings to the other members of the tarot meeting when she paused, slightly taken aback. Justice Audrey had noticed the presence of two unfamiliar faces at the gathering. One of them sat diagonally across from Justice Audrey, impeccably dressed and sitting upright, with shoulder-length golden curls and grayish-blue eyes. The other occupied the end of the bronze-long table, a stranger draped in a winter hat and black robe, appearing calm and reserved. Who are these two? Justice Audrey momentarily hesitated, her first instinct being to think of her companions, Hugh and Furs. However, she swiftly dismissed this notion, as, despite being unable to discern the details of their features, it was unequivocal that both new members of the tarot meeting were male. These two are the new members, Mr. Pope and Mr. World. The Fool Klein introduced at that moment, his demeanor relaxed. Greetings, Mr. Pope. Greetings, Mr. World. Justice Audrey addressed the two new members, her gaze momentarily peculiar as she spoke the title Mr. Pope, although she understood that the title merely referred to the tarot meeting's main card, the Pope. Addressing it in a meeting presided over by a deity indeed imparted a subtle complexity to Justice Audrey's emotions. I had thought that no one would choose this codename. Not that it is undesirable, but it is indeed a peculiar choice before a deity. Justice Audrey silently scoffed at the thought, as someone raised in a deeply religious environment. The title of Pope held a unique significance for her. In truth, it was not only Justice Audrey who felt this way. The hangman, Algie, also cast a glance at Lynn upon hearing the title Pope. As a genuine member of the church, Algie's sensitivity to the term Pope was perhaps even more pronounced than that of Justice Audrey. Only the little son, Derek, remained unaffected. As the Silver City lacked a proper church, and thus the title had only ever appeared in textbooks, rendering Lynn's designation unremarkable to him. As the person in question, Lynn was acutely aware of the subtle expressions on the faces of Justice Audrey and Algie, and he relished the intended effect. If the title Pope were not so distinctive, he would have been disinclined to choose it. Following the introductions between new and old members, the Tarot Society seamlessly transitioned into its first segment, Mr. Fool reading the Roselle Diary. Due to the lack of newly collected entries, Justice Audrey naturally did not provide any this time. Fortuitously, Algie owed Mr. Fool several pages of the Roselle Diary due to the incident involving Chillingers during the hurricane, and thus supplied him with 6 pages as agreed. A hushed silence soon enveloped the mist as everyone awaited Mr. Fool's reading. Lynn, embodying the role of a newcomer to the Tarot Society, portrayed a seasoned extraordinary, albeit one who was somewhat anxious and fearful due to a lack of understanding of Mr. Fool's benevolence. While conveying these nuances through his body language, he instinctively recalled the contents of the Roselle diary that Mr. Fool was about to read. If memory served him correctly, the diary should primarily chronicle the dialogues between Emperor Roselle and Charlemagne, revealing that the Seer Pathways Sequence 2 is known as the Miracle Master, while the Fate Pathways Sequence 2 is referred to as the Prophet and Sequence 1 as the Mercury Serpent, among other insights. Additionally, it mentioned the Emperor's wife being pregnant again, this time with his eldest son, Charles, who was considered the most unfortunate and unremarkable child of Emperor Roselle. Aside from some of Roselle's musings on daily life, the most significant content included Roselle's meeting with Savini Solomon, a notorious pirate and descendant of the Black Emperor Solomon, who is also the father of the current king of the Five Seas, Navi Solomon. In this regard, it seemed that Solomon's descendants were faring quite well among the four emperors, especially when compared to the rather dismal fate of the Tudor lineage. This thought caused Lynn to feel a twinge of schadenfreude. One cannot expect Lynn to harbor any fondness for the descendants of the Blood Emperor Tudor, who was braised with Medici's blood. Even his restraint can be deemed a form of mercy. He is certainly not the type to repay malice with kindness. As for Mr. Min, who bears no direct connection to the braised hot pot incident, Lynn would not direct his ire towards him merely because he aligned himself with the Blood Emperor Tudor. After all, the intricate relationships within the mystical realm are already convoluted. If he were to hold grudges, he would have to extend his wrath towards the entirety of the Tudor Empire. However, when it comes to individuals like Tudor, Adam, and Amon, those directly implicated in the hot pot affair, Lynn's temper is far less forgiving. Indeed, he harbors a strong desire to pummel Amon, not solely due to his association with Little Red, but also because of that peculiar sense of DJVU which incites his frustration. As Lynn pondered these thoughts, he noticed the fool, Klein, setting aside his journal, evidently having concluded his reading for the day. With a smile, he addressed the Tarot Assembly, declaring, "You are now at liberty to trade or converse freely." Ahem! Just as the fool finished speaking, Justice Audrey, seated at the forefront, raised her hand, her demeanor betraying a hint of nervousness as she gathered her thoughts. "Regarding the bounty on General Zeilinger's from the hurricane, I owe your acolyte a reward." Her words were somewhat laborious, yet upon their utterance, she visibly relaxed, her speech flowing more smoothly. "The total bounty for General Zeilinger's was £30,000, and I should allocate £15,000 to your acolyte. However, due to the substantial amount, I hope to settle this in installments over the coming months, as I fear my family may discern issues in my finances otherwise." Finally, having articulated her thoughts, she felt a weight lift from her chest, as if a small stone had been removed, granting her an immediate sense of relief. As the book prepares to launch, I wish to express my gratitude to the loyal readers who have supported me throughout this journey. Your encouragement fuels my passion. I must also thank my editor, Punlai, for tirelessly advocating for my recommendations. Longtime readers are aware that my writing pace is rather slow. Typically, I manage only 2 chapters a day, which leaves me with little to no backlog. Therefore, the foundation for today's launch will be 3 updates, with additional chapters granted for every 10,000 rewards. Based on the current situation, there will be 1 extra chapter due to rewards, resulting in a total of 4 updates. If further rewards are met, I will endeavor to write more. Should I be unable to complete today's goals, I will gradually address them in the future, so I kindly ask for your patience. Lastly, I humbly request your initial subscriptions, monthly votes, and donations, as well as your recommendations. Thank you all for your unwavering support. As the renowned pirate general of the 5 Seas, the bounty on the Hurricane General Kylanges alone amounted to £30,000. However, since no one claimed this reward, the money ultimately found its way into the hands of the just Audrey, the informant. According to the established rules, this sum was to be divided with Mr. Fool's dependents, who were entitled to at least £15,000. Audrey had refrained from mentioning this matter, not out of a desire to misappropriate the sum, but rather because While £15,000 was indeed considerable, it was merely a few months' allowance, nice to have, yet not essential. She hesitated to bring it up, feeling it inappropriate to discuss finances in front of Mr. Fool, but she also felt a sense of discomfort in withholding the bounty that rightly belonged to Mr. Fool's dependents. After much deliberation, she resolved to address the issue. Upon hearing her words, Fool Clane was momentarily taken aback. Had it not been for his jester's abilities, he might have betrayed his surprise. £15,000? The bounty on Hurricane General Kylanges is indeed £30,000? And I am entitled to 15,000? Truth be told, this figure had never crossed Clane's mind. His own finances barely totaled £2,000, rendering the prospect of 15,000 virtually unfathomable. No, theoretically, this money belonged to Mr. Ask, and I must not be greedy. Clane soon found himself embroiled in an internal struggle, despite his reluctance. He ultimately decided to hand over the money to Mr. Ask. It had been a few days since he last contacted Mr. Ask, and he thought he might write to him after the tarot gathering. Given Mr. Ask's generosity, perhaps he could receive a few £100s in return. While it seemed Clane pondered this for an eternity, in reality, only a second or two elapsed. To the others, it appeared that Mr. Fool merely cast a casual glance at Miss Audrey and nodded slightly, seemingly indifferent to the matter. Remarkable. The god of poverty has come into wealth. Yet Lynn felt a surge of energy at this revelation, only to be struck by another thought that nearly made him laugh aloud. No, what wealth? This money belongs to Ask. Clearly, Clane still maintained a close connection with Ask, and there was no way he could withhold it. The god of poverty was not that kind of person. In the original narrative, Clane acquired this money primarily because he found it difficult to reach Ask, but even then, he ultimately repaid it through equivalent assistance rather than outright greed. Indeed, how could the god of poverty possess wealth? However, with the threat of Hurricane General Kylanges in play, I can naturally connect Clane's current identity as Sherlock to Mr. Fool. Lynn mused, glancing at the just Audrey with mild surprise, then at Mr. Fool, before quickly lowering his gaze, as if struck by an epiphany. The response of His Holiness was rather peculiar, a blend of surprise, anger, and a hint of embarrassment. Did he recognize the devotee of Mr. Fool, yet only now grasp the implications? Naturally, Justice Audrey noticed the unusual demeanor exhibited by Lynn and began to speculate in her mind. Similarly, Mr. Fool Klein, who witnessed this scene, restrained his expression with the capabilities of a jester. Klein was acutely aware that Lynn might have connected the dots regarding the writhing hunger possessed by Sherlock, thereby deducing a potential link between Sherlock and the Fool. It was unavoidable, although he had never actively introduced the writhing hunger. This extraordinary item was quite renowned within the industry, and its effects were unmistakable. Given Lynn's extensive knowledge of the extraordinary realm, it was not surprising that he would make such a deduction. Furthermore, since Xylingers had met his demise at the hands of the Fool's devotee, and his extraordinary item had found its way to Sherlock Moriarty, any sensible individual would surmise a connection between the two, leading to the speculation that Sherlock might indeed be a follower of the Fool. Klein remained unperturbed, for once Sherlock's identity became publicly associated with Miss Justice, he had prepared to present this identity as an apparent devotee of the Fool. Thus, the situation was manageable. At most, his subsequent encounter with Lynn would be somewhat awkward, particularly since Lynn had previously shared so much, from disparaging the secret angel to considering the Fool as a malevolent deity, even expressing concerns about his potential fall from grace after praying to the Fool and commissioning him for assistance. Now, to discover that the detective he had entrusted was also a devotee of the Fool would surely induce a sense of embarrassment for Lynn. Klein couldn't help but feel a twinge of awkwardness for him. It was akin to walking into a trap. He inwardly hoped that the detective would not be driven by humiliation to take action against him. Klein worried that Lynn might seek him out after the tarot meeting concluded. Meanwhile, the young son, Derek, remained blissfully unaware of the complex history between the esteemed Mr. Fool and His Holiness. As he was on the verge of completing his digestion of the Sequence 9 poetic potion, and noticing the silence from others, he took the initiative to inquire. I require the formula for the Sequence 8 poetic potion. Who among you can provide it? Upon hearing this, Lynn, who had been immersed in his performance, slowly lifted his head, his expression tinged with hesitation, as if contemplating whether to speak. Of course, Lynn was being deliberate in his hesitation. On one hand, it was to deepen his character portrayal, and on the other, he considered the effort Mr. Fool had invested in procuring the potion under such dire circumstances, as well as the enjoyment Lynn experienced from the dramatic exchanges. He could not allow the formula, which Mr. Fool had painstakingly acquired, to be rendered useless. Ultimately, Lynn was indifferent to the profits from selling the formula. He thought it would be delightful for the boy to enjoy a moment of joy. After all, when he crafted extraordinary weapons for Klein later, the money would find its way back into his own pocket. Lynn was confident that Klein would soon recognize his shortcomings in terms of combat and would seek out a more formidable extraordinary weapon. With the acquisition of the second disguise, Lynn has now attained the ability to forge extraordinary weapons. At this moment, the world at the end of the bronze table unexpectedly spoke. I possess the formula for the potion of the Lightbringer, should you require it. I also have the formula for the Sun God's potion of Sequence 7 from the Path of the Bard. But what can you offer in return? Upon hearing this, the little son, Derek, brightened with enthusiasm and contemplated before responding. I can provide equivalent extraordinary materials. I am able to procure materials from the common monsters found in the vicinity of Silver City or offer extraordinary knowledge of commensurate value. Chapter 88. Offline Proceedings. Seeking initial subscriptions. Silver City? Klein, manipulating the puppet world, feigned a hint of uncertainty before saying, "Please compile a list of the common monsters and their corresponding materials found in the vicinity of Silver City. I shall select from it." Although Klein felt slightly embarrassed while saying this, he was aware that it was akin to obtaining Derek's information without compensation. Nevertheless, he was genuinely curious about the common monsters and their materials around Silver City. "Not a problem. I shall do so promptly and present it to you at the next tarot meeting," Derek readily agreed, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he was being taken advantage of. Observing the fool's adeptness at this exchange, Lynn silently marveled. Eventually, as if making a resolute decision, he spoke. "If you require the potion formula from the Path of the Bard, I may also be able to assist you." Little son Derek immediately turned to Lynn, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Mr. Pope, do you possess the potion formula for the subsequent stages of the Path of the Bard?" Lynn gazed at him, smiling as he replied, "I can acquire the potion formula for the notary of Sequence 6 from the Path of the Bard, along with its primary materials." Upon hearing this, little son Derek was immensely delighted. For one aspiring to become the sun, the entire series of potions along the sun path was essential to him. He promptly inquired, "Mr. Pope, what do you require?" Similar to Mr. World, please compile a list of the common monsters and their corresponding materials found in the vicinity of Silver City. I need to ascertain whether I can find the materials I seek within. If not, we can exchange knowledge of equivalent value, Lynn responded, choosing not to abruptly purchase the textbooks from little son Derek. Given his current persona, it was inappropriate, and he preferred a gradual approach. After all, Lynn had already obtained the educational materials from the Abraham family, and the formal establishment of the Eye of Secrets would have to wait for the return of the ancient sun god. There was no urgency in acquiring the textbooks from Silver City. It would be better to wait and blend the textbooks into other historical knowledge to make his purchase appear more natural. Absolutely. Little son Derek nodded without hesitation. The fool, Klein, observed this interaction with contemplation. Lynn's mention of primary materials did not refer to the extraordinary item he had received from a notary, did it? However, extraordinary items cannot be utilized to concoct potions. Klein harbored some doubts, though he refrained from expressing them. The hangman, Alger, cast several glances at Lynn and then at the world, who sat at the end of the bronze table, sensing an obscure aura of crisis. It was evident that these two newcomers were not like Miss Justice or Little Son, who were novices in the realm of the extraordinary. Rather, they were seasoned extraordinary beings. Akin to himself, this revelation naturally stirred a sense of apprehension in Alger, who had always been intent on maintaining his position and authority within the Tarot Society. Fearing that his status might be undermined, he resolved to be more vigilant in showcasing his capabilities. For he did not wish to become a dispensable figure within the Tarot Society, ultimately cast aside. Unlike the perpetually optimistic Justice, Alger despite his reverence for the fool and his belief that the latter might be akin to a divine entity, had never been under the illusion that this being was genuinely benevolent. How splendid! This means Mr. Sun need not fret about the potion recipes up to sequence 5. Justice Audrey mused, devoid of the deeper considerations that plagued the others, genuinely pleased for little Sun, while her thoughts began to wander. She pondered that obtaining the sequence 6 recipe, along with its primary materials, indicated that the Pope must also be a seasoned, extraordinary individual. Suddenly, Justice Audrey experienced a moment of clarity, reassessing Lynn, whose golden curls and ash-gray eyes caught her attention. Before her gaze drifted to the composed and reserved figure of the world at the end of the bronze table. Golden curls, ash-gray eyes, seasoned extraordinary beings. Composed and restrained body language. This combination felt strikingly familiar. Most crucially, she felt confident that the gentleman accompanying the seeker was connected to the fool. Could the Pope and the world be the seeker's acquaintances? No, such a conclusion would be premature. The Pope and the world appeared not to recognize each other. Yet, this did not eliminate the possibility that they were deliberately feigning ignorance. I must observe further, Justice Audrey resolved, suppressing her excitement, though she could not resist stealing another glance at the Pope and the world. What has prompted Miss Justice to suddenly regard the world and Lynn? She seems rather exhilarated, mused the fool, Klein, as he discreetly assessed Justice Audrey, his momentary confusion giving way to a recollection of their previous offline encounter. A conjecture began to form in his mind. Miss Justice might have surmised the identities of the Pope and the world. After all, she was an observer, and Lynn's distinctive appearance was sufficiently conspicuous. Even in Bakeland, ash-gray eyes were a rarity, and the characteristics of the world bore some resemblance to those of Sherlock. The fool, Klein, considered this, feeling no urgency. Since their unexpected offline meeting, he had been prepared to adopt Sherlock as an alias for the fool's adherent, finding the revelation of the world as true identity to be more of an advantage for his future endeavors rather than a hindrance. As for Lynn, the only one who grasped the entire script in the atmospheric drama, he naturally indulged in the performance while savoring the unfolding events. Feeling that this tarot meeting was indeed worthwhile, he was unconcerned about revealing his true identity. After all, some disguises are meant to be shed, and it's far more intriguing to suggest that while you think I'm in the basement, I am truly in the atmosphere. Justice Audrey, evidently, did not forget her primary objective. Following the conclusion of the transaction with the little son Derek, she promptly approached him to inquire about information regarding the dragon. Although Justice Audrey had already gleaned much knowledge from the peeping man, she remained curious about the dragon. With the need for potion formulas out of the way, the little son Derek naturally proposed an exchange of information, as he had long desired to understand the situation in Miss Justice's world and that of the hangman. Thus, both parties successfully conducted their transaction, each obtaining the desired intelligence. Mr. Fool, serving as the platform, managed to acquire some dragon information without cost. Afterward, the members engaged in conversation for a while longer before Klein announced the conclusion of this tarot meeting. Once he departed from the mist, Klein returned to the living room, feigning interest in a newspaper while subtly observing the movements across the street. As expected, after a short while, a familiar figure emerged from the house, appearing at the entrance of 15 Minsk Street. Dingling, the wind chimes serving as a doorbell were shaken vigorously, indicating that the person outside was likely quite agitated. The fact that they hadn't barged in was a testament to their restraint. Klein couldn't help but chuckle, setting down the newspaper and walking to the door. Upon opening it, he found Lynn Sotos standing there with a forced smile. Klein's expression shifted to one of confusion as he inquired, "What's the matter?" Although Klein had prepared to present the identity of Sherlock openly as a fool's devotee, he still had to perform the role. Perhaps he could feign his way through the encounter. "I've come to discuss the matter of the will," Lynn said, pausing for effect, his gaze a mixture of anger and embarrassment, as if he were on the verge of delivering a few friendly punches to Klein's face. Naturally, this was part of the act. The two actors locked eyes at the doorway, and Klein then stepped aside, saying, "Come in. We can't discuss this at the door." "Ha, I was thinking the same," Lynn chuckled lightly, entering and making his way to the sofa area with familiarity. Klein expertly poured coffee for both of them, choosing not to speak as he settled on a sofa slightly farther from Lynn, the only reason being his concern of potentially being doused in coffee. "Sherlock, what is your opinion on that fool?" Lynn took a sip of his coffee, fixing a resentful gaze on Sherlock as he spoke. Unfamiliar, unacquainted, unversed. Klein internally dismissed the notion of a trinity, yet wore a smile as he remarked, "I believe that should not be considered an evil deity." "Coincidentally, I share that sentiment." Lynn nodded earnestly. His gaze then fell upon the writhing hunger in Klein's left hand, and nonchalantly he inquired, "I have heard that a powerful, unknown reaper recently vanquished Xylingers in Beckland. Do you have any insight on this matter?" Quite well informed, Detective Klein glanced at Lynn, pondered for a moment, and replied, "That individual is, in fact, my mentor. No doubt about it. A history teacher is indeed a teacher. So that's how it is." Lynn nodded as if enlightenment dawned upon him. In the next moment, he abruptly rose, hurling the coffee cup in his hand towards Klein, exclaiming in exasperation, "Nonsense! You are indeed a follower of the fool. Is my jest so amusing? Our friendship is over. I shall sever ties with you." Prepared. Klein effortlessly dodged the splattering coffee and even caught the cup midair. As he retreated, he smiled and remarked, "I never claimed I wasn't. Rather, you never inquired. Is that entirely my fault?" Lynn was not surprised by Klein's evasion. In fact, he had anticipated the other's preparedness when he threw the cup. His expression, a mix of amusement and frustration. He glared at Klein and said, "I was initially inclined to introduce you to a craftsman through my connections. But now that option is off the table. You can stick to your pitiful gloves." Klein's smile faltered slightly, and he regarded Lynn with a hint of curiosity, asking, "You know craftsmen?" "I know plenty of people." Lynn crossed his arms, wearing an expression that suggested he was beyond Klein's predictions. Klein, observing Lynn's smug demeanor, found it both amusing and perplexing. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "It is indeed my fault for concealing my status as a follower of the fool from you. But the existence of such beliefs is inherently discreet and not meant for casual proclamation. I believe you are aware of this, Lynn." Upon hearing this, Lynn's expression wavered, revealing a hint of hesitation, as if he were somewhat swayed. Yet he maintained a sulky demeanor and retorted, "That does not justify your mockery. Could you not have given me a slight warning?" "In truth, I did provide you a warning." Klein shook his head, adopting a serious tone. "Do you remember? I mentioned, I am not without friends who believe in the hidden existence. Just as you have a friend as an excuse, I was subtly reminding you. Well, I ought to expect nothing less from you, fool. You can spin it so convincingly." Lynn was certain that when Klein had previously uttered that statement, he had not intended to imply he was a follower of the fool. Yet, now, it seemed particularly plausible, which both astonished and amused Lynn. As he took advantage of the ladder Klein had provided, he revealed a look of uncertainty and hesitation, as if he were beginning to believe Klein's words, yet still unwilling to fully concede. After a long pause, he said, "For now, I shall acknowledge your reminder, but this matter cannot simply be dismissed." "What do you intend to do?" Klein exhaled in relief, noting that Lynn's anger had diminished significantly. "I have some reasons to visit several schools, and I would like you to accompany me, assisting as my temporary aide, or as Russell would put it, my tool." At last, Lynn's intentions became clear. His elaborate act was not merely to polish his persona or relish in the joy of theatrics. He genuinely wished to consult various teachers to gain insights into their teaching experiences, and he wanted Klein to join him. The reason for involving Klein was, of course, Lynn's curiosity to see if Klein's peculiar circumstances might attract any intriguing occurrences. After all, merely working would be dreadfully mundane. Lynn admitted he was simply seeking some amusement. "Visiting schools?" Klein inquired, somewhat perplexed, yet he nodded in agreement, "No problem." "Where do you plan to go?" "Tomorrow morning," Lynn replied, specifying, "I intend to visit all the schools in Beckland, both large and small. Prepare yourself mentally. This task cannot be completed in a single day." "What is the detective student really up to?" Klein pondered, growing more confused. He hesitated before asking, "Have you received some commission to investigate the schools?" "You could say that." Lynn responded ambiguously. Klein regarded him for a moment, but chose not to press further. Instead, he said, "So, about the craftsman you mentioned earlier, I'm afraid I don't know any craftsmen. Lynn's expression was one of indifference. After a brief pause, he added, perhaps once the investigation is complete, you will. Detective student, your character is truly something, Klein thought, momentarily a loss for words regarding Lynn. He could only smile and nod. All right then. Is there anything I should prepare in advance? Bring paper and pen. There may be a considerable amount of documentation to record. Lynn contemplated, then cautioned. Also, bring your weapon. There might be a need for combat. After all, with your circumstances, even if nothing is amiss initially, it is highly probable that trouble will ensue. Combat. Is there a dangerous, extraordinary being concealed within the schools? Klein felt a slight apprehension in his heart and solemnly nodded, I will. Chapter 90. The complex situation of the four sovereigns. Bonus for donations. I hope Mr. Fool's peculiar circumstances will prove useful, sparing me from excessively dull experience. In the fourth era, within the Abraham family, Lynn stood before a mirror, muttering to himself while allowing the butler to arrange his attire, all the while listening to the butler's earnest reminders. Young Master Libbert, as you leave the Abraham family for the Empire of Bylong, you must not stray too far from Lord Bertley, and absolutely avoid being alone with Duke Amon, the butler implored, his expression filled with concern. As Mr. Min's trusted confidant, although the butler hold a modest rank of merely sequence 3, he is a venerable elder of the Abraham family, having even raised Bertilia Abraham himself. In a certain sense, the butler regards Mr. Min as a half-child of his own, and under this affectionate regard, he extends his care to the false son of Mr. Min, Lynn. Thus, when Lynn, during their first encounter with Amon, dared to engage in a rather peculiar manner that evidently piqued Amon's interest, the butler found himself genuinely concerned. What if something were to go awry on this occasion? Rest assured, nothing will happen. Even if you do not believe me, Bertilia is here. Amon cannot harm me. He reassured. Lynn, perceptive to the butler's genuine worry, listened patiently to his admonitions and smiled, attempting to soothe him. Then, seemingly recalling something, he glanced outside and lowered his voice. By the way, butler, I have heard that someone from the Abraham family has penned some tales about the Night King and the Night Queen after their marriage, based on true events. Is that true? This inquiry served both to divert the topic and to express Lynn's genuine interest in matter. Upon discussing this, the butler coughed lightly and also glanced outside, then lowered his voice. Indeed, there is a series, and many of the stories within are based on real events, though they have undergone some artistic embellishment. Are you interested, young Master Libbert? Upon hearing this, Lynn studied the butler, discerning the implication in his words, and abruptly asked, Did you write it? The butler coughed again, nodding modestly. Yes, young Master Libbert. Impressive, Lynn whispered in admiration, then continued, May I see it? Of course. The butler nodded and then, as if recalling something, advised, It would be best not to read this in front of Lord Libbert. He is not particularly fond of us writing such things, but he is also writing travel diaries. The last time I was in the study looking for Mr. Min, I accidentally discovered that someone seems to have a penchant for journaling. Lynn was about to inform the butler when he noticed a shadow at the doorway and suddenly feigned nonchalance, saying, Shouldn't we add something here? It feels a bit empty. How about a brooch? I believe this sapphire brooch would suit you perfectly. The butler swiftly switched to a more serious demeanor, retrieving a beautiful sapphire brooch from a nearby jewelry box and gesturing it towards Lynn. Meanwhile, Mr. Min silently observed the two, perhaps pondering if they had forgotten that he is the king of angels. Once Lynn had affixed the brooch, he turned to Mr. Min and, as if nothing had transpired, smiled and said, Good morning, Bertilia. Is it already time to depart? Abraham Bethelia's lips curled slightly, for though they had yet to embark, he already felt a weariness settle upon him. He nodded and remarked, The envoy is at the door. If there are no further preparations needed, we may depart. Then let's be off, Lynn replied, stepping outside alongside Mr. Min. The butler quietly trailed behind them, escorting them to the threshold of the Abraham family residence. After watching the entire delegation leave, the butler could not help but let out a sigh in his heart. Yet despite his concerns and admonitions, as a dutiful steward, he would never question any decision made by Mr. Min. Theoretically, a mere opening of the door by Mr. Min could suffice to traverse from the Tude Empire to the Bairang Empire. However, in practice, it seemed that due to the largely symbolic nature of this mission to the Bairang Empire, the delegation opted for a more conventional approach, making quite a grand display that unmistakably signaled their intent to alert other nations. It felt less like a pursuit of collaboration and more like a conspicuous endeavor to fish for allies. Lynn mused as he gazed at the boundless ocean in the distance. Given that the Bairang Empire resided on the southern continent, while the Tude Empire lay to the north, a maritime journey was inevitable. In this era, steamships and ironclad vessels had yet to be conceived, yet this extraordinary world thrived on remarkable forces that allowed ships to sail swiftly without the need for steam power. The greatest adversary of Alistair Tude and Knight Emperor Trencist was undoubtedly the Black Emperor Solomon, for they had delivered a treacherous blow to their former superior. Remarkably, shortly after Solomon's demise, they successfully resurrected Lynn, prompting him to ponder the circumstances surrounding the War of the Four Emperors and the potential motivations for this mission. Although the six deities bore their own grudges, they unanimously chose to support Knight Emperor Trencist, suggesting that the initial Knight Emperor may have merely been a puppet of the six deities. Yet, the Knight Emperor evidently harbored no desire to remain a mere marionette. Thus, he allied with the Blood Clan. Lynn's expression shifted subtly as he reflected. Indeed, setting aside the matter of the Earth Mother Goddess Lilith, this choice was rather astute. Given the current strength of the Blood Clan and the disunity among the six deities, with their support, the Knight Emperor, being of sequence 0, could gradually seize the reins of power. The Tude had little to add, a humanoid ingot, bolstered by the backing of the Gosen family and with Adam behind him. His primary adversary, aside from Solomon, was likely the closely ranked primordial sorceress. At this thought, Lynn's movement faltered, for he recalled the conclusion of the War of the Four Emperors. In the end, Tude, Knight Emperor Trencist, and Black Emperor Solomon all perished, leaving only the Grim Reaper, as the Lord of the Underworld, to reap the greatest rewards. Chapter 91. The resurrection of Amon, the god of death, not only survived, but also seized the singularity of the Red Priest from Tudwa, potentially acquiring one or two traits of the Conqueror. Harnessing the river of eternal darkness, he aimed to forcibly become an Old One. Subsequently, the god of death allied with the primordial witch, unleashing a pale calamity. Lynn's expression grew increasingly complex as Tudwa ostentatiously dispatched a delegation to the Bairang Empire. Could it be that the god of death had begun to covet the Red Priest's singularity from this moment on? Perhaps, under the guise of collaborating with Tudwa to confront the primordial witch, he secretly intended to conspire with her against Tudwa? How terrifying! Was this the essence of the old coin? Lynn had just drawn a sharp breath, but then recalled something, shaking his head to dismiss the thought. No. Surely no one would embark on such a path of madness from the outset. It was possible that the god of death genuinely sought to collaborate with Tudwa to eliminate the Knight and the war god. But upon witnessing the precarious situation, he was swayed by the primordial witch. Thus, he decisively turned on his ally at a critical moment. Otherwise, what right did he have to claim the Red Priest characteristics? He was not a witch, nor did he possess innate allure over the hunter's path. Although merely speculation, Lynn found this hypothesis rather plausible. However, it bore little consequence for him. If Tudwa were to meet misfortune, so be it. A smirk of schadenfreude graced Lynn's lips as another matter crossed his mind. Rather than focusing on the intricate schemes among the four emperors, he ought to ponder the whereabouts of the god of steam. An angel, who had barely digested the sequence 1 potion, could ascend directly to sequence 0. Such an occurrence could not be attributed solely to luck. The god of steam undoubtedly had allies aiding him. Lynn narrowed his eyes, resting his chin on one hand as he contemplated. Based on the circumstances of the fifth epoch, those in good relations with the god of steam were primarily the goddess of night, the lord of storms, and the eternal radiance. The god of steam managed to conceal his actions from others until the situation stabilized, only then revealing himself to all. Concealment? Lynn recalled Lilith, whose identity had been flawlessly hidden by the goddess of night, and a sense of speculation stirred within him. Yet, during the twilight of the fifth epoch, the god of steam's actions were evidently a betrayal of the goddess of night, though they had not fallen into open conflict. Perhaps the god of steam's ascension indeed relied on the goddess of night's assistance, but the suspicion surrounding the eternal radiance could not be dismissed. It was conceivable that multiple sequence zero entities were propelling the god of steam's advancement, as they all required allies. Indeed, in a certain sense, this could be regarded as a stroke of luck. It was truly a pity that the god of steam did not pursue the path of fate. Lynn internally lamented, yet he began to formulate a plan. Once this expedition to Bairang concluded, he might discreetly seek an audience with the goddess of night. If she merely desired an ally of sequence zero, he could serve that role. Moreover, securing her clandestine authority would undoubtedly ease many of his endeavors. As for the god of steam, should he wish to retreat, what was he contemplating? As Lynn pondered over the means to persuade the goddess of night, an unexpected voice echoed from behind. Startled, he turned to face an irritating, bespectacled figure and smiled. Surely, what I am contemplating has no bearing on Mr. Amon. Or perhaps he might wish to attempt stealing my thoughts and witness the outcome for himself. The tone in which he spoke bore a hint of provocation. Yet upon closer inspection, it seemed to mask a certain trepidation, as if merely a fade of bravado. This was all part of Lynn's act, intended to incite Amon to pilfer his thoughts. Should Amon dare to do so, he would be met with an experience akin to the unfathomable essence of the myriad lights. Although Lynn lacked explicit memories on the matter, he was confident that even the phantasmal echoes he had glimpsed in dreams were beyond Amon's capacity to confront and scathe. As a solitary orb of light, he could observe freely, yet Amon, as an outsider, would likely suffer a mental rupture, enduring the agonizing torment akin to that of the original Tales Klein, who faced an intensified demise at the hands of the time worms. Of course, if Amon discerned his ruse, it mattered little. Lynn was merely testing the waters. Furthermore, given Amon's mischievous nature, should he unravel the act, his curiosity might lead him to recklessly pursue the very danger Lynn hinted at. I would never engage in such impolite conduct, Amon remarked, adjusting his crystal monocle with a smile. I was merely jesting with Mr. Amon, Lynn replied, his demeanor subtly lightening. He then resumed his search for Mr. Dorr, and upon spotting a direction of interest, his eyes sparkled. If Mr. Amon has no pressing matters, I must attend to other affairs. Farewell. Farewell, Amon echoed with a smile. As Lynn made his way towards the direction of Mr. Dorr, a momentary pause ensued as he brushed past Amon, glancing back at him. In that fleeting instant, Amon's previously lifted smile faltered, freezing in place before he collapsed to the ground, a pained cry escaping his lips. His humanoid form seemed to falter, revealing the essence of a mythological being. It was difficult to ascertain what Amon truly beheld in that moment, be it the infinite brilliance or something else entirely. He himself had forgotten, yet the excruciating agony resonated within his soul, affirming that he had indeed witnessed something unapproachable. Amidst the peak of torment, Amon faintly perceived the voice of Libert Abraham, tinged with mirth, echoing in his ears. So, Mr. Amon, do refrain from such impolite acts in the future. They are perilous. When Bertilia Abraham arrived at the scene, what met his gaze was a disconcerting sight. Amon sprawled on the ground, manifesting the state of a mythological creature composed of time worms, evidently in great distress, surrounded by the remnants of those time worms that had either burst forth or perished. As Lynn hummed an unfamiliar tune, he crouched down, deftly weaving something with his hands. What has transpired? Bertilia Abraham inquired with some difficulty. He had anticipated that the journey would not be entirely tranquil, yet he did not foresee such a tumultuous beginning. In essence, Amon had recklessly brought this upon himself. Do not worry, he will not perish. In a moment, he will be fine, merely losing a bit of his time essence, Lynn succinctly explained, omitting the specifics of the situation, and earnestly placed the crafted item atop Amon. This was a wreath he had meticulously fashioned for Amon. Chapter 92. Reminiscing Joyful Moments. Bonus for donations. Upon hearing that Amon would not die, Bertilia Abraham sighed in relief. He genuinely feared that the journey would commence with Amon's self-destruction, as he shared a modicum of camaraderie with Amon, and it would not bode well for him to have to explain such a calamity to Thutter. With his worries alleviated, Bethelia Abraham directed his attention to the object Lynn had placed on Amon, which appeared to be a white circular wreath adorned with flowers, seemingly crafted from time essence. "What is this?" Bethelia Abraham couldn't help but ask. "A wreath, generally used to honor the deceased," Lynn briefly elucidated, rising to his feet. "What do you think of my craftsmanship?" "It looks quite impressive," Bethelia Abraham replied, at that moment overwhelmed with words he wished to express, yet ultimately could only convey his admiration sincerely. "I agree," Lynn chuckled, continuing to showcase his artisan skills by transforming the scattered time essence on the ground into various ceremonial offerings. By the time Lynn had completed the white chrysanthemums intended for a graveside tribute, Amon had ceased his anguished cries. His form, which had nearly disintegrated into time essence, had returned to that of a normal human, clearly having recovered. With the pain largely abated and his sanity restored, Amon sat up, only to find an array of peculiar items surrounding him, all crafted from his own time essence. Momentarily stunned, he noticed a shadow approaching, where a boy of merely 15 or 16 crouched, smiling as he offered a white chrysanthemum into Amon's hands. "Amon, take care of yourself, otherwise. These items may very well adorn your grave next time," Lynn's voice echoed. Amon lifted his gaze to meet the boy's smile from a short distance away, and it was difficult to discern what thoughts occupied his mind at that moment. Lynn, however, remained unconcerned. Amon's distress brought him genuine joy, a delight seemingly rooted in the depths of his being, especially as he considered that once Amon in the fifth epoch synchronized with this memory, he would inevitably erupt once more, which only heightened Lynn's elation. In such a context, other matters became trivial. After a while, Amon finally rose from the ground, still clutching the white chrysanthemums in his hand. He smiled at Lynn and said, "Thank you very much. I shall accept this gift." Lynn, unperturbed, returned the smile and replied, "No need to thank me. If you like it, I wouldn't mind giving you more." The two smiling individuals appeared as if nothing had transpired, which left Bethelia Abraham, observing from the side, feeling increasingly perplexed. The grievances between the angels and the secret angels from the fourth era were certainly not common knowledge. In the fifth era, having promised Lynn to accompany him as his assistant to investigate at school, Klein arose early the next day. After finishing breakfast, he was greeted by a familiar visitor. "Good morning, Sherlock." A familiar voice resonated, and Klein glanced at Lynn at the door, somewhat surprised, and remarked, "You seem particularly cheerful today. Have you encountered some good fortune?" Though Lynn Sothith was typically lively, exuding a certain playful aura, it was evident that his spirits were markedly higher than usual today, radiating joy that made one suspect he might be on the verge of exuberance. "No, how could I think that? Lynn isn't truly that whimsical," Klein silently chastised himself, suppressing the whimsical images that danced in his mind. To summarize, he had a most loathsome adversary who had met with an unfortunate explosion. "Your enemy?" Klein paused, finally grasping the reason behind Lynn's buoyancy. If his foe had been obliterated, it was only natural that his mood would be elevated. To call him an enemy isn't entirely inaccurate, Lynn acknowledged without hesitation. While he and Amon had no real animosity aside from the incident involving Xiao Hong, it was undeniable that they had become foes. "Then congratulations are in order." Klein sincerely congratulated him, though a subtle realization crossed his face shortly thereafter. Wait, did Lynn's adversary suddenly explode at this moment because the angel compatriot offered him an irresistible incentive? Klein pondered, stealing glances at Lynn, before directly asking, "Was it him who did it?" Lynn blinked, pausing for a couple of seconds before nodding. Indeed, there was no denying it. Amon had indeed been the one responsible for the explosion. "Is this the condition he promised you to pray to, Mr. Fool?" Noticing that Lynn seemed uninclined to conceal the matter, Klein quickly followed up with another question. "No, that can only be considered a bonus." After a few seconds of silence, Lynn shook his head, then gestured with his notebook and pen, saying, "Our first destination is already set. It is the secondary school, a public institution. I have made prior arrangements with several experienced teachers there. I will handle the questioning, and you will be responsible for recording." Understood. Klein could easily discern that Lynn was intentionally diverting the topic. Aware of Lynn's reluctance to discuss certain matters, he gently let go of the previous subject, nodding in agreement with Lynn's words as he accepted the notebook and pen that were offered. The two then boarded an unanchored carriage, arriving at their first destination. Given that it was a Tuesday, the school was naturally bustling with energy. Adolescents, around 14 or 15 years of age, donned either their uniforms or casual attire. Some congregated in small groups, seemingly engaged in gossip, while others ambled alone along the campus pathways, clutching books and murmuring to themselves, perhaps reciting passages from their lessons. To be candid, the vibrant atmosphere of youthful exuberance stirred a sense of nostalgia within Klein, having been away from school for several years prior to his journey through dimensions. He had come to deeply appreciate the notion that the student days are indeed the happiest of one's life after experiencing the harsh realities of society. Lynn, on the other hand, gently cupped his chin, reminiscing about his own educational experiences. He had never truly undergone a conventional schooling experience. In his first life, although he received tailored instruction, this one-on-one teaching was evidently far removed from a normal school environment. After traversing into the realm of Lovecraftian scholarship, he had spent the initial years before falling into the loop, largely absent from school due to his involvement with the distillery. When he finally managed to attend school, he found himself ensnared in an endless cycle of the second year, perpetually embroiled in murder cases, rendering any semblance of a normal campus life utterly unattainable. Even the original inhabitant had not genuinely attended school for several years. Perhaps I am indeed fated to be estranged from academia? Lynn pondered, leading Klein through a significant portion of the campus until they arrived at a teaching building. Having made prior arrangements and with Lynn's generous financial contributions, he successfully met his objective, a renowned teacher at the secondary school. After a brief introduction, Lynn earnestly sought the educator's insights on the art of teaching. The instructor, evidently well prepared for the inquiry, engaged in a fluid exchange of questions and answers. Klein, who was observing and taking notes, wondered, could it be that Lynn aspires to transition into a teaching career? Or is it his patron who harbors such ambitions? Though perplexed, Klein diligently fulfilled his role as an assistant, meticulously recording the teacher's shared experiences, and he found himself benefiting greatly from the exchange. So this is how educators impart knowledge? If I ever have the opportunity to teach, perhaps I could adopt this approach, Klein mused, continuing to document the dialogue between them. Just as the conversation with the first teacher was nearing its conclusion, Klein suddenly heard a commotion at the doorway. Enough, Copestick. I don't mind your fascination with those arcane subjects, but please refrain from corrupting the students. I have not corrupted any students. I merely introduced them to some folklore, which the school permits. You are well aware of what you have taught yourself. Do not compel me to report you to the authorities. Let us cease this quarrel here. At that moment, a rather serious-looking instructor entered the office, followed by a plainly dressed man who appeared to be wearing a wig, possessing high cheekbones and a slightly protruding chest. Based on the recent altercation, Klein surmised that the man in the wig was likely named Kopsty, and he seemed to be an enthusiast of the occult, seemingly accompanied by students in his esoteric pursuits, which had incited the dissatisfaction of another instructor. Was he merely an ordinary aficionado of the arcane, or a wild, extraordinary being? Klein pondered this while continuing to document his teaching experiences. Lynn had naturally also taken note of the commotion at the door and did not miss the mention of a familiar name in the quarrel. Kopsty, a minor character from the original work, had scant appearances, nearly forgotten by Lynn. Yet, he had provided Klein with a significant artifact, a copper whistle associated with the artificial reaper. It was this very whistle that had allowed Klein to invoke an external turn of events during the pursuit led by the divine aberration in the climax of the third volume, thereby gaining precious time and facilitating his escape. Goodness, is this the situation at hand? Lynn could not help but glance at Klein, feeling that his decision had been exceedingly astute. It was noteworthy that he had not deliberately chosen this institution, yet here he was, stumbling upon a narrative character on his very first encounter, which only heightened his anticipation for the subsequent adventures. However, the first character he encountered was indeed the copper whistle of the artificial reaper, considering he was en route to the Empire of Bairang in his second guise. Lynn found himself intrigued by the impending encounter with the copper whistle. Although the artificial reaper project of the spirit sect had not been entirely successful in the original narrative, it cannot be said to have been without effect. Perhaps he could glean some insights from that copper whistle related to the artificial reaper. At the very least, such an artifact might inspire him in the creation of the profane chess. Moreover, through this copper whistle, could I not reasonably request Klein to introduce me to Mr. Ask? Would this not mean I could simultaneously behold both of Mr. Ask's forms? Lynn's eyes brightened at this thought, yet while he contemplated these matters, he remained focused on the task at hand. After exhausting the first instructor's teachings, once they exited the office, Lynn lowered his voice to Klein and remarked, "The individual named Kopsty may present some issues." Klein paused at this revelation, hastily lowering his voice in return. "What issues does he possess?" "I am not entirely certain, but he likely carries some rather peculiar items. Most probably artifacts of the Reaper's path," Lynn replied in a tone audible only to Klein, his expression a blend of concern and seriousness. "That item gives me an unsettling feeling." Upon hearing these words, Klein immediately became more attentive. Although he felt nothing himself, he trusted that Lynn would not deceive him in this regard. It was likely that Lynn, due to his unique circumstances, had sensed something beyond Klein's perception. "What do you intend to do?" Klein inquired, contemplating whether to report this to the Night Church. If Klein's inquiry had been directed at others, it might have seemed abrupt. However, considering Lynn's established demeanor and his affiliation with the Night Church, it was quite reasonable. "Let's not rush. The issue likely pertains solely to that entity. This Kopsty is presumably not a formidable extraordinary," Lynn replied, shaking his head. He proposed, "We should first inquire with other teachers about Kopsty's background, and then probe further this evening. If we discover that the matter is beyond our capacity to resolve, we can then inform the church." After a moment's hesitation, Lynn ambiguously added, "The Night Church may not be suited to participate in this situation." What do you mean? Why would the Night Church be unsuitable for involvement?" Klein asked, perplexed. He understood that Lynn's statement was based on knowledge beyond his grasp, yet Lynn appeared unwilling to divulge further. Could it be due to the involvement of the death pathway? What is it that Kopsty possesses that is a high-ranking object of the death pathway? Yet even so, why would the Night Church be unfit to engage? Klein pondered these questions internally, attempting to piece together the scant information he had, but he found himself at a loss. The two then proceeded to consult with other teachers. This time, beyond discussing pedagogical methods, Lynn and Klein naturally did not neglect to inquire about Kopsty. After questioning several educators, they gained a clearer understanding of who Kopsty truly was. According to the teachers, as an instructor of ancient Gufsack, Kopsty had always harbored a keen interest in mysticism, particularly regarding the death aspect. However, up until 6 months ago, his fascination remained within the bounds of a normal hobby. Suddenly, he became obsessed and fervent, establishing a corresponding society at the school and even exploiting students. Chapter 94. Intimidation. I have heard some rumors. Kopsty may be involving students in some rather unsavory activities, actions that may not strictly conform to the law. However, I am unaware of the specifics. Nonetheless, due to these matters, Professor Sherlin has expressed considerable dissatisfaction with Kopsty, believing he has corrupted the students, remarked another teacher whom Lynn had queried. After a moment's contemplation, he cast a glance at the two and hesitated before asking, "Has Kopsty begun to worship something nefarious?" While ordinary individuals may not fully comprehend the existence of the extraordinary, many possess a concept of malevolent deities. They merely remain uncertain about the reality of such entities. We are still conducting an investigation on this matter. Do not worry. If Kopsty has indeed strayed from the right path and has not yet committed any grave errors, we will certainly assist him in returning to the correct course and provide him with an opportunity for redemption. Lynn smiled, presenting a demeanor that was both serious and dependable, entirely devoid of his usual playful self. However, regarding today's incident, I kindly ask that you refrain from sharing this information with others, as it must remain confidential, at least until we take action concerning Kopsty. Otherwise, it may bring you some minor troubles. Upon hearing this, the teacher hesitated for a moment, ultimately choosing to remain silent. He was not particularly familiar with Kopsty, and given the latter's increasingly erratic behavior. The teacher himself harbored fears that Copsty might have become involved with some sort of cult. It is undoubtedly preferable for the matter to be handled by official personnel. Lynn, masquerading as an official, discreetly signaled to the genuine official, Klein, and the two promptly rose to take their leave. As they walked along the cobblestone path of the campus, Lynn organized the notes Klein had taken while saying, "It is almost certain that Copsty is merely a novice. Even if he has mastered the art of disguise over the past 6 months, he would not exceed Sequence 7. In fact, my judgment leads me to believe he likely only reaches Sequence 9 at most. Numerous clues indicate his lack of professionalism." "I concur," Klein nodded in agreement. "Compared to Copsty himself, I believe the turning point from half a year ago deserves more attention. It was likely at that moment that Copsty acquired the item you sensed. Indeed, the only remaining question is whether the individual responsible for that turning point is still present. However, I suspect they are not, otherwise with a teacher's guidance. Copsty's performance would not be so amateurish," Lynn remarked with a smile. The two then departed from the campus, first finding a hotel to change their attire before boarding a carriage heading towards the Northern District. In the Northern District, on Alka Street, Copsty sat before a crackling fireplace, engrossed in a collection of poetry originally written in Guffasack. Although he was rather unreliable in certain respects, he maintained a satisfactory level in his specialized courses. Otherwise, he would have been expelled long ago. After reading for a while, Copsty suddenly felt parched and was about to set the book down to pour himself a cup of red tea when, before he could make a move, a cup was presented to him. "Thank you." Copsty instinctively accepted the tea and expressed his gratitude, preparing to lift the cup, but his body suddenly froze. Wait, wasn't he alone? He stiffly turned to the source of the tea, only to find a stranger seated on the opposite sofa, shrouded in a veil of darkness. Not only was his face obscured, but he also appeared somewhat ethereal, calmly sipping his own cup of red tea, as if he had been there for quite some time. "Hello, Copsty." The shadow spoke, its voice deep and hoarse. Copsty felt the weight of its gaze upon him. The shadow was watching him intently. "Hello," Copsty greeted stiffly, and only after a moment did he seem to react, rising in panic and exclaiming, "Who are you? How did you come to be in my home? Who am I?" "Ah, what an intriguing question," Lynn remarked, having infused himself with illusion through a scroll, setting down his cup with a mischievous glint in his eye. "Have you not longed to encounter a being such as myself? You are a malevolent spirit?" Copsty swallowed hard, almost immediately convinced of Lynn's words. For Lynn indeed embodied the spectral image described in tales. This realization sent shivers coursing through Copsty's body. Although he had a fervent obsession with matters of death, even pursuing the resurrection of the deceased, his understanding of the arcane was as rudimentary as his skill in mysticism. He yearned for the surreal, yet upon confronting it, only dread remained in his heart. Trembling, he inquired, "What do you intend to do with me?" "How rude of you to label me a malevolent spirit," Lynn sighed, seemingly displeased. "I have no intention of harming you. I merely seek to reclaim what is mine." "What is yours?" Copsty's expression turned perplexed, clearly bewildered by Lynn's implications. "Have you not carried it with you at all times?" Lynn gazed at Copsty, his meaning apparent. At last, Copsty understood, frantically retrieving a copper whistle from his mouth. Staring at Lynn in astonishment. "You are the gentleman from before?" "No, I am not him." Lynn shook his head, refuting the notion. "He was merely, well, it is perhaps better that you remain uninformed. Would you be so kind as to recount how you encountered him and came into possession of this whistle?" "It should not be in your possession. It was left to me by that gentleman. I did not steal it," Copsty hastily clarified. And then he began to recount his tale involving the old man. In summary, it was a narrative steeped in traditional storytelling. On a fateful night, Copsty encountered a dying elder and, out of kindness, brought him home to care for him. After the elder awakened, he imparted some knowledge to Copsty. The only deviation from the customary tale was that the elder passed away a few days later, leaving behind the copper whistle. Following the elder's burial in accordance with his last wishes, Copsty became engrossed in the realm of mysticism. "If this truly belongs to you, please take it," Copsty offered, his innate fear of the spirit prompting him to wish to discard the whistle immediately upon realizing it had summoned the specter before him. Chapter 95. The Ask Soul Restoration Plan. Thank you, Lynn replied, expressing his gratitude while taking the artificial Death Reaper copper whistle from Kapasti's hands. As Lynn grasped the artificial Death God's bronze whistle, he seemed to perceive, in an instant, a thread originating from the whistle, connecting to an unknown realm. Within that enigmatic space, the dormant essence of the Death God's singularity intertwined with half of Ask's soul, inseparable and indissoluble. Simultaneously, fragments of knowledge began to emerge in Lynn's mind. He blinked, and the apparition before him vanished in an instant, yet he remained unfazed, calmly stowing away the whistle. Since the incident with the fishball cassava, Lynn had experienced such phenomena whenever he encountered artifacts linked to higher powers, a condition he referred to as a side effect. This was both a blessing and a curse. The advantage lay in Lynn's ability to exploit this side effect to glean information previously unattainable, while the disadvantage was that the more he witnessed, the closer he drew to the unknown entity. Fortunately, for the time being, this side effect was reversible. As long as Lynn exercised caution, he would face little trouble. However, as he contemplated the newly acquired information regarding the Death God's singularity and Ask, an idea struck him. Should he attempt to separate half of Ask's soul from the Death God's singularity while ensuring the stability of Ask's humanity? For Lynn, this represented a significant endeavor, as his ultimate goal was to completely detach himself from the unknown entity, a process that also involved the disintegration and subsequent restoration of souls. Researching this subject held considerable value for Lynn. Yet, the current information was insufficient. He needed samples of data from Ask during the reign of the Death Arbiter. A closer examination of the Death God singularity would be even more advantageous. Various plans flashed through Lynn's mind. Although he might not appear to be the type inclined to deep study and research, he possessed ample motivation, patience, and curiosity in these pursuits. Otherwise, he would not have contemplated investigating the outer gods after merely one encounter with the fishball cassava. Nevertheless, despite the myriad ideas swirling in his mind, Lynn displayed no outward sign of his thoughts. He turned to the novice, who was obliviously courting danger, and smiled, saying, "Let us proceed." "What for?" asked Kopshti, clearly anxious and fearful. "Do not be so tense. I merely wish to see the body left behind after his death." "Did you not personally bury him?" Lynn replied with a smile. "All right, fine." Kopshti instinctively wanted to refuse, but ultimately he chose to comply, gazing at the shadow before him that was evidently not human. The two then arrived at the garden where the elder was interred. Kopshti, armed with tools, began to skillfully excavate the soil. Finally, after prying open the stone slab serving as a coffin, a modestly deep grave emerged before them. In the next moment, Kopshti suddenly let out a piercing scream, stumbling backward and collapsing onto the ground. It was not an attack that had befallen him. Rather, this enigmatic enthusiast of the occult, who had previously displayed an absurd admiration for the mysterious, discovered that the grave he had personally interred did not contain the decaying corpse or bones he had envisioned. Instead, the base was chaotic, strewn with fragments of white feathers tainted with a faint yellowish oil. He is gone," Kopshti stammered. "Fear not. He merely awakened and departed," Lynn replied with a smile. "Is this not what you have long sought?" Kopshti's eyes widened, and in that moment, the absurdity of his pursuit struck him with terror. Yet, what instilled him with even greater dread was the sudden shadow before him, uttering, "Good night, Mr. Kopshti." Kopshti froze, unable to react, as an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him, causing him to collapse onto the ground in slumber. "Is he all right?" Klein's voice reverberated through the garden, as he emerged from the shadows where he had been concealed. "Well, there are a few minor issues. His body has been somewhat tainted due to prolonged proximity to this copper whistle. Had we not encountered him in time, he would have likely succumbed to a grave illness and perished soon," Lynn remarked after a brief examination of Kopshti. "However, it is not a significant concern. I shall purify him using the powers of the sun pathway." Hearing this, Klein breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze shifting to the scattered white feathers stained with a faint yellowish oil within the grave. Upon seeing these feathers, His initial thought was of angels, but he quickly dismissed it, recalling tales shared by Mr. Ask regarding similar white feathers. Coupled with Lynn's words, Klein leaned towards the notion that these were characteristics of the death pathway or perhaps artifacts crafted by a cult. What do you intend to do with these? Klein inquired. A portion will be taken as samples, while the rest will be purified using the sun pathway. These feathers pose no great threat, Lynn replied, gesturing towards the artificial death copper whistle in Klein's hand, adding, this item, however, presents a far greater issue. What is it? What purpose does it serve? Klein asked with curiosity. It is merely a token used to summon messengers, yet it may be associated with certain entities, Lynn said, grasping the artificial death copper whistle with a contemplative expression. He glanced at Klein, hinting, perhaps you are aware of matters related to that entity. Klein, puzzled, asked, what do you mean? The cult's artificial death plan, Lynn continued without holding back. Surely your high-ranking teacher of the death pathway has spoken to you about this. Artificial death. What artificial death? Can death even be fabricated? Klein was utterly perplexed, not feigning knowledge in this matter, for after all, Sherlock was no fool, and it was entirely natural not to be aware of certain things. Thus, he straightforwardly remarked, my teacher has never mentioned anything about the artificial Grim Reaper. What is it? Chapter 96. Countdown to meeting Ask. Lynn displayed a look of astonishment. He glanced at Klein, then at the writhing hunger in Klein's hand, and murmured, that shouldn't be the case. Your teacher has bestowed upon you the writhing hunger, which indicates he must hold you in high regard. How could he not inform you about the artificial Grim Reaper? Could it be that, due to your path as a diviner, he never considered you worthy of being groomed as his successor? As he spoke, Lynn's gaze toward Klein was imbued with a theatrical air of sympathy. Klein's lips twitched slightly. He had no intention of elucidating the peculiar relationship he shared with Mr. Ask. Instead, he inquired, so what exactly is the artificial Grim Reaper? Klein's intuition suggested that this matter might indeed be related to Mr. Ask. Well, that is quite a tale. Lynn tossed the artificial Grim Reaper copper whistle in his hand, looking at Klein with a smile. However, knowledge comes at a price. In the past, I might have shared freely, but now, what will you offer in exchange for this knowledge? Detective, you remember this grudge, Klein said with a hint of resignation, acknowledging that he was indeed at fault regarding matters related to the fool. He could only ask, what do you desire? Lynn donned a pensive expression before finally replying. I wish to meet your teacher. Meet my teacher? Klein was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow and asked why. He then recalled something and inquired, is it yet another request from that individual? Not exactly, Lynn shook his head. He then wore a hesitant expression, and after a few seconds, he said, I merely wish to confirm certain matters. You should have guessed. It pertains to the writhing hunger and the intelligence regarding the high-sequence extraordinary beings who will die by the hands of the Grim Reaper amidst the hurricane. In fact, it was that individual who informed me of this. He told me something that piqued my interest. What was it? Klein immediately became curious. I asked him if he knew who the high-sequence being was that killed Kalingus. Lynn recalled, pausing before continuing. He said, of course I know who that is. In fact, that individual is your old friend. Old friend? Did Lynn know Mr. Ask previously? Klein perked up, questioning, is there more? That's all there is. Nothing more, Lynn said, irritably ruffling his hair. Yet I still believe his words are utterly nonsensical. Until today, I had no intention of searching for that high-sequence Grim Reaper. But since he is your teacher, I wish to meet him. The reason Lynn expressed this was twofold. First, to provide a reasonable justification for Klein to introduce him to Mr. Ask, and second, to prepare for any potential memory synchronization that might arise concerning Ask. Just as the Medici could instantly recognize Lynn despite the alterations in his appearance. The method of high-sequence recognition has evolved to resemble the discernment of spiritual entities and their essences, rather than merely observing outward appearances. Consequently, if Ask has indeed synchronized with the memories from the quaternary, Lynn is nearly certain that Ask would recognize him. In this scenario, it is imperative to lay the groundwork by affirming that I am indeed the person you have encountered before, and like you, I have lost my memories. This corresponds seamlessly with the narrative of the grand design that Lynn crafted, wherein, for various reasons, the character has lost both memories and powers, enhancing the authenticity of the script. From this perspective, Lynn is rather curious whether the esteemed Lord Pallas has recognized him. However, it is evident that regardless of whether Pallas has discerned that Lynn's presence as the angel of chaos in Tingen, he has chosen silence. This outcome aligns with Lynn's expectations. Naturally, even if Pallas had opted not to remain silent, Lynn harbored no concerns about his identities being compromised, as the essence of the soul should appear quite normal, shouldn't it? After listening to Lynn, Klein paused for a few seconds before responding, "I cannot decide this matter, but I shall write to inquire with my mentor. If he consents, I will arrange for you to meet. If this situation genuinely pertains to the past that Mr. Ask has been relentlessly searching for." Klein finds himself incapable of making a decision and must convey the details to Mr. Ask, allowing him to decide for himself. "I anticipated as much. Yet I would appreciate your assistance in inquiring. I hope your mentor will agree to this meeting." Upon hearing Klein's response, Lynn was not surprised and nodded before stating, "Since you have already rendered payment, allow me to introduce you to the Artificial Reaper. First, let me confirm, are you familiar with the spirit cult?" "I only possess some basic information. I have not delved into it specifically," Klein replied, shaking his head. After all, his time in this world has been relatively brief, and merely acquiring the foundational knowledge of the arcane has consumed considerable time. He had not taken the initiative to explore a clandestine organization like the spirit cult, which does not possess a particularly pronounced presence in ruin. Then, Klein noticed Lynn regarding him with an expression that seemed to question whether he was truly a student of the Reaper's high sequence. In response, he awkwardly cleared his throat, pretending not to notice. A history teacher is still a teacher. That is indisputable. Well then, let me first enlighten our great detective regarding the internal affairs of the spirit cult. Lynn leisurely began his exposition. The spirit cult is a secretive organization that has been inherited since the Fourth Era. Originally comprising the remnants of the royal family of the once unified Bylon Empire in the southern continent and the Reaper Church, the spirit cult encompasses numerous factions, the most formidable of which is said to be the royal faction, believed to possess the bloodline of the Reaper. Here, Lynn paused for a moment before providing an example. In fact, the most powerful entity currently within the spirit cult is likely the leader of the royal faction, the Pale Queen, Sia Palankiges. The Pale Queen can be reasonably presumed to be an angel, though it remains uncertain whether she belongs to Sequence 2 or Sequence 1. However, even if she is merely of Sequence 2, it is likely that she possesses seals of Sequence 1 caliber. The surname Zyapalunk Ages stirred Klein's curiosity, prompting him to speculate about Mr. Askey's true identity. Lynn continued the introduction. Aside from Zyapalunk Ages, another angel in the spiritual sect is Hadel, a member of the Artificial Reaper faction. However, I have been informed that this angel is in a rather poor state. Beyond these two angels, the spiritual sect is home to at least 11 demigods, some of whom are genuine saints, while others wield sacred artifacts, allowing them to exhibit saint-level prowess. Therefore, although their strength may not rival that of the formal church, the spiritual sect undoubtedly stands as a premier secret organization. Chapter 97. Amon feels rejuvenated. Reward for more update 16. Indeed, is formidable. Klein marveled at the revelation, as he had not anticipated the spiritual sect's immense power, which seemed to surpass that of the Aurora Society he was familiar with. Yet, while the Aurora Society worships a genuine malevolent deity, the Reaper revered by the spiritual sect has long since fallen. In this regard, it is conceivable that the Aurora Society may possess the upper hand. Klein instinctively compared the spiritual sect's strength to that of the Aurora Society. The concept of the Artificial Reaper is, in fact, the core ideology of the Artificial Reaper faction. I am not particularly well versed in the specifics, but it is certain that their endeavors do not aim to resurrect the Reaper. Rather, they seek to artificially create one. Lynn hesitated slightly before adding, and it appears they have already achieved some degree of success. I am unaware of any further information. At this point, Lynn flashed a cunning smile and remarked, "However, Sherlock, you have already promised to assist me in writing to your teacher to inquire about a possible meeting, and you cannot back out now." Klein was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing the situation and feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. He understood that Lynn's earlier apparent familiarity with the artificial Reaper was merely a ruse, designed to bolster his chances of meeting Mr. Askey. Perhaps upon learning that Klein's teacher was the very Reaper who had slain Kylingers, this seemingly carefree detective had already been plotting to arrange a meeting with Mr. Askey. And the copper whistle, seemingly linked to the artificial Reaper, provided Lynn with the perfect opportunity. Although he had not acquired much information regarding the artificial Reaper, the insights about the spiritual sect were of considerable value to him. Thus Klein felt no dissatisfaction. After all, even without Lynn's suggestion. Upon discovering the potential connection between the other party and Mr. Askey's past, Klein would have pursued the matter himself. From this perspective, he found the transaction entirely advantageous. In this harmonious atmosphere, Klein assisted Lynn in dealing with the feathers within the crypt, refilling the pit, and transferring the unconscious Kopsty to his residence. Once Lynn resolved the issues concerning Kopsty, the two departed from Alka Street, first indulging in a late-night meal before returning to Minsk Street. After bidding farewell to Lynn, Klein returned to number 15 Minsk Street and commenced writing a letter to Mr. Ask. He intended to convey the day's events in their entirety to Mr. Ask. The complete soul of the deceased regent and the fragmented state of Ask eggs presented a rare specimen for me. In the quaternary, aboard the vessel bound for the southern continent, Lynn stood on the deck, leaning against the railing, lost in contemplative thought. As an incarnation dependent upon an unknown entity, if he were to sever ties with that entity, his soul would undoubtedly experience a degree of fragmentation, becoming less whole. Thus, should he truly wish to detach in the future, Lynn must contemplate how to mend the voids in his soul. In this regard, Ask eggs served as a fitting specimen for practice. However, this was not necessarily detrimental for Ask. I would not recklessly experiment, ensuring Ask's safety while attempting to restore him. Ultimately, a successful restoration would be preferable to his continued amnesia and cyclical existence. As Lynn pondered this, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head to find the impeccably dressed Amon before him. "Good morning, Libert," Amon greeted, a warm smile gracing his visage. "We are soon to arrive in the Byland Empire. Would you like me to act as your guide and show you around?" His demeanor seemed to completely overlook the earlier incident wherein he had fainted from merely gazing at Lynn a moment too long. Lynn raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling upon the white chrysanthemum pinned to Amon's chest, a gift he had crafted for him. "It appears you are quite fond of the gift I presented," Lynn remarked, his words tinged with playful poignancy. Amon's smile remained unchanged as he replied, "Indeed, I truly like it." His tone carried a weight of implication, suggesting he had something in mind. Lynn discerned Amon's unspoken intentions, realizing that the latter likely intended to offer him a token of reciprocity. This did not come as a surprise to Lynn. Given Amon's mischievous nature, it was only natural for him to seek retribution after having once been bested. Unlike Mr. Men, who had faced the spectacle of Amon's fury towards the fishball cassava, Amon, from his perspective, might possess some hidden advantages, yet his own strength was not formidable. "Well, in a certain sense, Amon has indeed guessed correctly," Lynn thought, smiling at Amon. "I apologize, Mr. Amon, but Bertley has already agreed to serve as my guide, so I must regrettably decline your kind offer." Lynn, not one to be foolish, currently lacks the capability to directly confront Amon. Given that Amon has just suffered a setback, he would certainly refrain from attempting to invade Lynn's thoughts or parasitize him. In such circumstances, Lynn would never willingly present himself as a mere morsel for Amon. However, once this period has passed, Lynn would not mind receiving Amon's offerings that come knocking at his door. What a pity it would be, Amon mused, his expression tinged with regret, as he turned his gaze towards Mr. Dorr, who was approaching. Adjusting his crystal monocle, Amon shifted the conversation, stating, "I presume you wouldn't mind having an extra companion during your upcoming excursions? After all, travel is far more lively with a larger group." As for Bertel Abraham, he merely happened upon the sight of Amon and Lynn together and felt compelled to check on them out of concern. Though a myriad of sarcastic remarks lingered in his mind, Bertel chose to align himself with Lynn in this moment. Thus, he remarked, "This matter ultimately hinges on Libert's opinion. I am merely accompanying him on this journey, not the one making decisions." Mr. Dorr's words subtly hinted to Amon not to overstep, in the dynamic between Amon and Lynn. It was Lynn who held the reins, not Amon. This served as a reflection of Mr. Door's underlying camaraderie. Should Amon fail to comprehend this implication, or choose to disregard it, then, alas, Amon, in order to ensure your downfall is mitigated, I shall assist Lynn in dealing with you, Bertel thought, a sense of eagerness bubbling within him. After all, it had been previously noted that even Mr. Door occasionally found Amon insufferable, although he had once exercised restraint. The presence of a potential ally now emboldened him. In a certain light, this truly exemplified the essence of genuine camaraderie. Chapter 98, Mr. Door decides to confront Amon. If one were to inquire about the opinions of the Galzin families of the Fourth Era regarding Amon, it is likely that both Mr. Door of the Tude faction, as well as Antigonus, Yag, Tamara, and those from Solomon's faction, such as Pales and Sherido, would unhesitatingly deliver a poor review. The reason is quite simple. Amon's antics are exceedingly outrageous. While other Galzin families may exhibit ruthlessness towards their adversaries, they generally extend a degree of mercy towards themselves, their followers, or family members. Even Pales, a thief by nature, treats his kin with unparalleled generosity. Amon, however, stands apart. His family consists solely of himself. Even if someone inadvertently becomes one of Amon's followers, they would swiftly find themselves consumed as mere snacks, instantaneously ascending to become a part of Amon. Such a malevolent mythological entity paints a clear picture of Amon's typical demeanor towards those of similar or adjacent paths, often inciting rage to the point of apoplexy. Amon possesses formidable strength, complemented by his brother Adam, also a king of angels, and further reinforced by the Blood Emperor Tudu's oversight. This has rendered those wishing to subdue Amon either powerless or hesitant. Had it not been for these factors, he would have long since met his demise. Bertelia Abraham, as Amon's longtime colleague and the current strongest king of angels among the three families, has undoubtedly engaged with this unique thief-turned-entity on numerous occasions. Consequently, Bertelia has harbored intentions of confronting Amon for quite some time. His restraint in not doing so until now is a testament to his remarkable composure. Upon hearing Mr. Man's words, Amon raised his hand to adjust his crystal monocle, casting a meaningful glance at Lynn before smiling and inquiring, "Then, Libert, would you mind including me in the upcoming excursions?" "I would mind greatly, thank you." Lynn mentally scoffed. Observing Amon before him, he suddenly smiled and replied, "Of course. If Mr. Amon insists on joining, then let him come." His previous dismissal of Mr. Men was merely a pretext, not a genuine invitation for him to accompany them. However, since Mr. Men had tacitly agreed to act as a guide, and Amon was insistent, Lynn decided to embrace the situation without hesitation. "I believe that with Mr. Amon's presence, our journey will undoubtedly be exceedingly entertaining." As he spoke, Lynn playfully winked at Bertelia Abraham, grinning, "Right, Bertie? You must feel the same way. Perhaps our forthcoming adventure will be as splendid as your travels among the stars." Amon, audacious as he was, dared to solicit Mr. Men's assistance in dealing with others. Confident in his leverage, and Mr. Men appeared equally willing. This, however, served as a subtle warning from Lynn to Amon. Should this mischievous child choose to relent, Lynn would not hesitate to spare him this time and personally confront him once he regained his strength. After all, enlisting Mr. Men to deal with Amon would still involve social debts. Even if Mr. Men was inclined to act, it remained a favor, not an obligation. Moreover, Mr. Men had yet to ascend to divinity, making it no easy feat for him to confront Amon. Thus, Lynn would remember the necessary favors. For maintaining good relations is the key to lasting interactions. Upon hearing these words, Bertelia Abraham understood Lynn's subtle hints well. Without hesitation, he affirmed, "I concur." While he shared a sense of camaraderie, it was limited. Yet in agreeing to Lynn's request to take action, Bertelia also confirmed his prior suspicions. Lynn's state was indeed not optimal, preventing him from intervening lightly. Otherwise, given the ease with which the adversary dispatched the fishball cassava, there would have been no need to request his assistance in handling Amon. Watching the two conspire openly before him, Amon readjusted his crystal monocle once more and, with a facade of amusement, remarked, "I too am looking forward to it." A contemplative expression lingered in the depths of his gaze. The starry sky prompted Amon to cast a glance at Lynn, clearly struck by a thought. Lynn, of course, was not entirely oblivious to the thoughts of the two celestial monarchs before him. However, he remained unfazed, turning instead to behold the distant port, where the outlines of buildings were beginning to emerge. His eyes brightened with excitement. "Ah, we have arrived." Bertelia, Abraham, also spotted the port in the distance. And while a sense of relief washed over him, there was also a flicker of anticipation stirring within. Prior to his decision to deliver a sound thrashing to Amon, Bertelia, Abraham had indeed found it quite vexing to witness the exchanges between Lynn and Amon. Yet, upon resolving to act, he experienced a refreshing clarity of thought. Regardless of what transpired, his task was simply to assist Lynn in dealing with Amon. As long as Amon was not killed, there was no significant issue. According to the established protocol, the ruler of the underworld, the Reaper's descendant known as Ask, would be waiting for us at the port. He held the title of the second-ranked Death Overseer and currently served as the governor of the Bylon Empire, diligently managing various affairs on behalf of the Reaper, thus earning the distinction of being the Reaper's most capable aide. Though Bertelia, Abraham was eager to confront Amon, patiently awaiting the latter's missteps, he remained the only reliable member of their trio and did not forget the purpose of their journey. He began to introduce Lynn to the matter at hand. As for Amon, no introduction was necessary. He was well aware of such matters. "Oh, it sounds akin to a vice-regent of the celestial realm, presumably another overworked individual." Lynn mused, stroking his chin and recalling descriptions of the Death Overseer from the original text, nodding in affirmation of this thought. "Mr. Ask of the future may well be a free spirit, a traveler who enjoys leisure, yet the current Death Overseer evidently embodied the archetype of a weary worker. Why do I seem to have such an affinity for overworked individuals?" Lynn silently lamented, then curiously inquired of Bertelia, Abraham, "Aside from Ask, does the Reaper have other offspring?" He had long been intrigued by this question. Bertelia, Abraham hesitated momentarily, clearly taken aback by Lynn's incisive line of inquiry. After a brief silence, he responded, "There are indeed numerous descendants of the Reaper. However, even among them, Ask stands out as the most exceptional and favored by the Reaper, holding a prestigious position within the Bylon Empire." Chapter 99. As sold skin thus, it seems the Reaper has long harbored intentions of resurrecting Ask as a contingency. Lynn pondered, nodding in understanding. He then continued, "What comes next? Shall we proceed directly to meet the Reaper?" According to the established protocol, prior to addressing the matter at hand, the delegation would first attend a grand welcome banquet at the Imperial Palace of the Bylon Empire, where the Reaper would also be in attendance. Bertelia, Abraham introduced in a solemn and meticulous tone. After the welcome banquet, the ordinary members of the delegation will be received by the corresponding officials of the Byron Empire, primarily to discuss matters of lesser significance related to the two nations. Meanwhile, Amon and I will personally meet with the Lord of the Underworld to deliberate on more pressing issues. As he spoke, Bertelia, Abraham was already prepared for Lynn to request to accompany them to meet the Grim Reaper at any moment. "Ah, then when you meet the Grim Reaper, could you possibly arrange for me to have a private conversation with Mr. Ask? I wish to make a friend of him." However, Lynn unexpectedly made a different request, not out of disinterest in the Lord of the Underworld, but rather from concern that his temperament might lead him to inadvertently confront the entity. Amon was still unprepared, and adding a Grim Reaper to the mix would be too precarious, even for Lynn. Thus, it would be better to allow some distance to create beauty. Once he had tidied up the little crow, he would consult with the Goddess of Night on whether to address the Grim Reaper and how to do so. Lynn pondered silently while looking at Bertelia, Abraham, and spoke again. "Is that permissible? If it's merely to get acquainted with Mr. Ask, I see no issue." Despite being somewhat surprised, Bertelia, Abraham nodded in agreement. The death region of Sequence 2 was merely that. Even the most esteemed descendant of the Grim Reaper seemed somewhat trivial in Mr. Lynn's eyes. If Lynn wished to meet, then so be it. Even disregarding the concealed ancient identity of the individual, merely the public persona of being the son of Mr. Lynn should compel as to accept this encounter. However, what piqued Lynn's interest in Ask? What was particularly special about him? Bertelia Abraham mused, various thoughts swirling in his mind, clearly reflecting the traditions of the Abraham family in Mr. Lynn, albeit less overtly. At that moment, the ship finally docked. Delegation members, who had either been resting in the cabin or scattered across the deck, emerged, standing in neat formation behind Lynn, Amon, and Mr. Lynn. Let's proceed. With the voice of Bertelia Abraham, the leader of the delegation, the group disembarked in a silent and orderly manner, exuding a sense of spirit and momentum, radiating confidence from top to bottom. Lynn, walking beside Mr. Lynn, curiously surveyed the port before him, which bore a style completely distinct from that of the Tudor Empire, yet resonated well with the characteristics he associated with the followers of the Grim Reaper. Soon, he noticed a procession approaching, evidently the welcoming party sent by the Byron Empire. At the forefront stood a figure clad in intricate and resplendent robes, with bronze skin and soft features, yet bearing a remarkably stern expression. It was none other than the current governor of the Byron Empire, Asg Egris. Unlike the many angels who maintain their humanity quite well, the deathly regent Asg Igus, familiar to Lynn, appears somewhat indifferent, possibly influenced directly by the Grim Reaper or perhaps due to an unstable anchor. The disparity between Asg's current state and the portrayal of him in literature is striking. One wonders how he would interact with Klein in this condition, as opposed to the nurturing figure depicted in the original narrative. Nevertheless, there is an undeniable coolness about him. In Lynn's mind, he juxtaposed the two depictions of Asg, and various intriguing thoughts bubbled to the surface. Good day, Your Highness Bertley and Your Highness Amon. I am honored to welcome you both once again. A banquet has been prepared in the palace to celebrate your arrival. The deathly regent Asg, unaware of Lynn's rich musings, followed the established protocol. After greeting Mr. Dor and the angelic King Amon, his gaze settled upon Lynn, and he performed the customary greeting among angels of similar rank. Greetings, Prince Libet. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. You may call me Asg. Although Lynn, the false son of Mr. Dor, had joined the delegation unexpectedly, the Empire of Byron was certainly aware of such a significant addition. The upper echelons of the Grim Reaper's church were astonished that the seemingly disinterested Mr. Dor had suddenly become a father. However, they held Prince Libet Abraham, the only son of Mr. Dor, in high regard, given Mr. Dor's proximity to divinity. His son held a status that was, in a sense, not inferior to that of the deathly regent Asg, making him a figure of considerable interest. Hello, Asg. You may call me Libet, Lynn responded with a smile, continuing to observe the deathly regent before him. Suddenly, he inquired, Asg, would you mind if I painted your portrait? He added, I simply feel it would be a pity not to capture this version of you. Furthermore, Lynn wished to experiment with the notion of preserving a portrait in the fourth epoch to see if he could encounter it again in the fifth epoch. Taken aback by the unexpected request, the deathly regent Asg paused, apparently uncertain of how to respond. However, recognizing that it was not an overly audacious request, he nodded and replied, Of course, but I fear today may not be feasible. If you do not mind waiting a bit, I can find time tomorrow afternoon or the day after to assist you with your painting. His tone was formal, lacking warmth, yet not entirely devoid of cordiality. Nonetheless, Lynn perceived that Asg was genuinely striving to convey friendliness, though his inherent demeanor rendered his tone somewhat stilted. Amused, Lynn chuckled softly and nodded, All right then, tomorrow afternoon it is. He suddenly found himself filled with intriguing thoughts. For instance, if he were to strip away the interference from the Reaper that the Death Regent Asg faced, would he then be able to meet the esteemed Mr. Asg of the afterlife ahead of time? Lynn was quite curious about this. Chapter 100, Humanity Anchors, and the alteration of fate. The welcome banquet of the Byron Empire was rather unremarkable, merely a gathering of individuals indulging in food, drink, and dance, a commonplace scenario reminiscent of medieval Western court festivities. This left Lynn, who had anticipated something more distinctive, feeling profoundly disappointed. He had hoped to witness performances such as the Balinese carrying a coffin, yet what he encountered was utterly lackluster. At the edge of the dance floor, Lynn held a cup of juice, observing the pairs of men and women elegantly dancing to the melodious music, his lips curling in discontent. His gaze then fell upon a familiar figure amidst the crowd, a well-known troublemaker, Amon. At that moment, Amon had surprisingly shed his usual, unchanging mage robe for a conventional suit akin to those worn by others around him. He swayed gracefully to the rhythm, resembling a refined young nobleman, completely devoid of his typical mischievous demeanor. It would have been better had his dance partner not don monocles. What sort of peculiar amusement is it to dance with oneself? Do all of you from the Guelph family share this quirk? Lynn inwardly scoffed, finding himself unable to comprehend such behavior. While there may be reasons for some actions, Amon's apparent boredom was simply baffling. Though he too engaged in banter with his alter ego, it was for the sake of the narrative. Lynn had no inclination to dance with his alter ego outside of the script. Of course, this could also be attributed to his general aversion to dancing. Isn't Libert going to dance? Perhaps he lacks a suitable partner? A rather indifferent voice broke into his thoughts. Lynn slightly turned his head, and, as expected, he beheld the Death Regent Ask, who had likewise exchanged the splendid robe he wore to greet them at the port for attire more suitable for a ball. I'm merely uninterested in such activities. I prefer painting. Lynn shrugged, then looked at the seemingly stern Ask with genuine interest, inquiring, what about you? Why do you not dance? I, too, find little interest in these matters, the Death Regent Ask replied, his gaze fixed on the dance floor as he subtly shook his head. Rather than dancing, I would prefer to devote my time to pursuits of greater significance, such as handling official duties. Lynn mused, resting his chin on his hand, and suddenly spoke out. The Death Regent paused for a brief moment, clearly struggling to keep pace with Lynn's thoughts. Yet he responded, indeed, managing the Empire's affairs is undoubtedly more meaningful than dancing. Lynn could not help but inwardly ridicule the notion. Taking another sip of his juice while contemplating the indifferent gaze of the Death Regent Ask, and recalled his earlier intentions. To evolve the Death Arbiter Ask into Ask Daddy, one must approach the endeavor from two distinct angles. Firstly, it is essential to employ various methods to enhance Ask's humanity, for the essence of the Death Arbiter's humanity is, in a certain sense, merely suppressed rather than entirely absent. After all, even beings of innate mythical origin can exhibit humanity when anchored. Thus, with sufficient effort, one can indeed extract and nurture this aspect of humanity. Secondly, it is imperative to isolate As from the influence of the higher entity known as the Grim Reaper through esoteric means. Lynn perceives this as a fascinating and meaningful subject of study. It appears that the pathways to divinity in the mysterious world invariably succumb to the influence of their higher counterparts. The closer one approaches sequence 0, the more susceptible one becomes to its sway. This influence can even alter an entire pathway. For instance, the witch pathway, had it not been for the original witch's psychological distortion, would be more appropriately traversed by women, and one need not necessarily commit malevolent acts. Unconventional portrayals could indeed be explored. However, due to the existence of the original witch, any woman who embarks on this path finds herself advancing at an increasingly perilous rate. Those of lower sequences may manage to survive, yet as one ascends, the risk of being influenced by the original witch and spiraling into chaos intensifies. Even sequence 0 itself is not immune to the effects of higher beings, such as the elders or the primordials. The essence of this influence may stem from the fact that all extraordinary traits originate from the initial creator. Nonetheless, one cannot overlook how this form of influence evokes thoughts of Lynn's own experience. The closer he draws to the unknown entity to borrow power, the nearer he becomes to it, thus facing an inevitable assimilation. Lynn hesitates to assert whether certain preferences or habitual behaviors stem purely from his own volition or are merely products of the unknown entity's influence. Moreover, if one discards superficial appearances, the relationship between Lynn and his unknown essence bears a striking resemblance to that of the original creator and the god, as well as the lord of the arcane. Lynn's instinct compels him to gravitate toward the unknown entity, and the influence from this essence unwittingly leads to his assimilation. Although this differs from the instinctual desire of the divine pathways for higher beings to consume one another and return to oneness, it shares an underlying similarity. This is one of Lynn's motivations for studying how to sever the Grim Reaper's influence over Ask. His curiosity to glimpse the future Ask is merely a quirk. The fundamental reason for his pursuit lies in the desire to identify methods to insulate himself from the unknown entity's influence through this research. Naturally, this will not be a simple task. Yet Lynn is in no rush, for he possesses ample time to explore his studies at a leisurely pace. Concurrently, Lynn contemplates whether, since the anchors in this world can indeed impact his humanity and solidify it, possessing a sufficient number of anchors, particularly significant ones, might be the key to achieving his independence. He instinctively opened his vest in different eras. Was it merely a fortuitous accident? Or was it a deliberate method of anchoring himself? Individuals, such as Medici and Mr. Men, who have engaged significantly with my persona and whose fates I have altered, could they also serve as pivotal anchors in my existence? Did I arrive in this world by chance? Or was it premeditated? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Lynn turned to the Reaper, Ask, and bestowed upon him a radiant smile, suddenly inquiring, Ask, you must be of considerable age by now. Have you ever contemplated marriage? Allow me to test something, dear Reaper. Let me see if I can discover a means to insulate you from the influences of Sequence Zero. If I drastically alter your fate and become an important friend to you, might you then become my anchor? Even if all else fails, the plan to restore your soul holds significance for me. And surely, this would not be detrimental to you, would it? As Lynn pondered this, his smile grew ever more luminous. Chapter 101. Lynn's online persuasion of Ask the Reaper, Ask, was blissfully unaware that he had become an exquisite subject in Lynn's eyes. Upon hearing Lynn's question, he felt his mind struggle to keep pace with Lynn's erratic thoughts. Yet he shook his head and replied, Your Majesty, there are currently no arrangements for me to enter into a union with another. The Your Majesty he referred to was, of course, his father, the Lord of the Underworld. Have you never thought of love unencumbered by obligation? Lynn mused, sipping his juice. To find a beloved girl, marry her, and then have a charming son or daughter. Your son would practice his swordsmanship in the yard while you watched, your heart aching as he stumbled and fell. Yet you would correct his mistakes with firm guidance. Your daughter would sit on the swing you built for her, and you would stand behind her, propelling the swing high into the air as the radiant sunlight enveloped you both, imparting a warm sensation. Have you never yearned for such a life? Based on Mr. Ask's character after he liberated himself from the shadow of death, it is evident that he possesses a gentle disposition and places great importance on family. Thus, in the absence of a mystical approach, Lynn resolved to explore this avenue first. Upon hearing Lynn's vivid description, the Reaper, Ask, paused. Until today, he had never envisioned a life with a wife and children. Such a concept was entirely foreign to him. Although he had witnessed the lives of ordinary families, he had previously dismissed that mundane existence and disregarded notions of affection and kinship. Yet, today, as Lynn painted this picture, for reasons unknown, Ask found himself subconsciously envisioning such a scene, leading him to a rare moment of hesitation. Did he truly long for such a life? Reason dictates to the death regulator that he does not yearn for the so-called affections and love that belong to mortals. Such sentiments have never been his domain. His existence is destined to be devoted entirely to the empire of Bylong and to the Lord of the Underworld. Nothing else holds significance. Yet, a flicker of suppressed humanity has begun to waver Ask's resolve. Perhaps. No, there is no perhaps. The faltering humanity, long repressed, compels death regulator Ask to gaze upon Lynn, his expression as consistently indifferent as ever. He states, it seems, Libert, that you have a longing for such a life. Not so much a longing, in fact. I have never truly contemplated marriage, as such matters feel far too premature for me. Lynn replies, taking another sip of juice. He observes Ask's recent wavering and hesitations with a knowing smile, adding, however, I do not reject the notion of having a family, for the feelings of love and being loved are rather delightful. Indeed, His Highness Bertley holds you in high regard, remarks the death regulator Ask. Although their time together has been brief, it is evident to anyone with eyes that Mr. Men regards his only son with utmost importance. Hearing this, Lynn chuckles lightly. not disputing the statement, but rather continuing the conversation. And what if you ask? Do you not enjoy a similar esteem from His Majesty the Lord of the Underworld? Does he not love you as his son? Though Lynn is well aware of the answer, certainly not love, he poses the question to sow discord. Truthfully, the Reaper's actions are rather despicable, even among the higher echelons, while perhaps their humanity is not as abundant as that of the lower ranks. It does not imply the absence of emotion. Take Roselle, the doting father, or Solomon, a dignified member of the sequence, who still shows affection for his descendants. Even Azar fought valiantly for Amon. In retrospect, few possess the audacity of Salinger to treat his most cherished progeny as a mere vessel for resurrection. Upon hearing the question, the death regulator Ask momentarily falters, then responds, "I am merely my father's child, nothing more." As for love, how could the affection mortals have for their offspring ever appear in the lexicon of the Lord of the Underworld? Ask is acutely aware that his father's regard stems from his utility, not from any paternal affection. An unsurprising answer. Lynn smiles, observing Ask with a contemplative expression before stating, "It is no wonder you have grown awry. Children deprived of love often develop in distorted ways." "Excuse me?" responds the death regulator Ask. "Libert, few mythical beings ponder as you do." Ask cannot help but interject, realizing in that moment that the young angel before him seems markedly different from any he has encountered before. The humanity within this being is palpably abundant, so much so that it hardly resembles that of the sequence too. Yet we all strive for humanity, do we not? Lynn gently swirled the juice in his hand, gazing at the vibrant crimson hue of the grape juice illuminated by the flickering candlelight. We are all in pursuit of our humanity, striving against divinity. Even your father. Does he not also seek humanity and an anchor? Therefore ask, why not give a try? Your humanity must be deeply suppressed. Why not endeavor to awaken it? Whether it be love, familial bonds, or friendship, these are crucial anchors for beings like us. Lynn took a sip of his juice and continued. Are you not curious about what the true you would be like once your divinity is subdued? The death overseer, Ask instinctively furrowed his brow, feeling an urge to withdraw from this conversation, unable to bear the words of the youthful angel before him. The realm Lynn described was one he had never contemplated, evoking both fear and confusion within him. Yet, Ask did not move, nor did he take his leave. He remained silent for a long while before stating, I do not believe that the current me is inauthentic. Indeed, you are still you, yet this is a version influenced by divinity. Your essence, your true heart, your most primal desires, and your purest self will only be revealed when your divinity is suppressed, Lynn articulated, his voice laced with an inexplicable allure. Perhaps your essence is that of a gentle soul, one who cherishes family. How could this be? The death overseer, Ask, opened his mouth, poised to retort, but the words faltered on his lips as doubt crept in. Could the being described by Libert truly embody a fragment of his essence? Suddenly, Ask found himself ensnared in a web of uncertainty. As a being of sequence too, he should not be so easily swayed, yet he found himself confronted by Lynn. Perhaps even Lynn was unaware of his ability to influence the thoughts of others. This influence was unintentional and did not forcibly alter others' beliefs, but subtly swayed those around him. In a sense, this was a form of assimilation, albeit a gentle one. It would not change others' personalities, but would make it easier for them to be swayed by Lynn without affecting their core identities. Chapter 102. Should I spoil Ask? Though there was only a flicker of wavering, the mere existence of it signified opportunity. With continued effort, the day would come when the death overseer could evolve into Ask, and I would bring him from the clutches of death, perhaps even adding an angelic member to my secret eye. In the fifth era, Lynn, ever multitasking, tended to his appearance in front of the mirror. His first persona was still assisting Sasliel with official matters, while his second persona remained at the banquet, observing the lively interactions of the crowd. As for the death overseer Ask, after being thoroughly persuaded by Lynn, he ultimately made a hasty retreat. However, Lynn was unconcerned. It was evident to him that the death overseer Ask had shown signs of wavering, and that was sufficient. Lynn had never intended to effortlessly alter the nature of the Death Regent with mere words. Such matters required a gradual approach. Indeed, after the banquet, he had arranged a conversation with the Death Regent Ask through Mr. Min, which would serve as an opportune moment to further provoke him. Should he perhaps offer a glimpse into the future? It struck Lynn as quite an intriguing notion. As he contemplated this, he adjusted his golden curls in front of the mirror, admiring his strikingly handsome reflection with a faint smile. Armed with a fountain pen and a notebook, he made his way to 15 Minsk Street, where he began to gently sway the wind chimes in front of the Klein residence. "Have you finished preparing, Sherlock? We ought to proceed to the next school," Lynn called cheerfully through the door. Although he was preoccupied with Ask's affairs in the fourth epoch, his primary focus in the fifth epoch remained on mastering the art of teaching. Fortunately, Lynn had grown accustomed to multitasking, allowing him to navigate both responsibilities seamlessly. Before long, the door swung open, revealing Klein. To Lynn's surprise, Klein had not donned his usual attire for going out. Instead, he remained in his customary home clothing. Raising an eyebrow, Lynn speculated, "Are you not planning to be my assistant any longer?" "Not at all," Klein replied, shaking his head. "Mr. Ask, my mentor, has already responded to me. If all goes as expected, he will arrive this morning, so our plans to meet him may need to be postponed." Just as Lynn anticipated, while he felt no surprise at this revelation, he could not suppress his delighted expression. "Really? That's splendid. Come inside. You can wait in the living room." "Mister, that should not be long." Klein stepped aside to allow Lynn entry. Naturally, Lynn made himself comfortable on the familiar sofa and said to Klein, who was preparing tea, "Today, I would prefer coffee, the strong kind. Thank you." "Without sugar?" Klein inquired, gesturing towards the sugar bowl in his hand. "None, but a splash of milk would be lovely." Lynn considered before responding. "Very well." Klein nodded, adeptly preparing their coffees. After handing Lynn the strong brew, he settled across from him, picking up the day's newspaper and offering half to Lynn as he began to read. A few minutes passed in this manner when suddenly the doorbell chimed. Klein set down his newspaper and rose to head towards the door. Even before he opened it, a subtle intuition, belonging to the jester, whispered to him the identities of the two individuals awaiting outside. To his surprise, it was not Mr. Ask as he had anticipated, but rather two ladies, one of whom was Mrs. Summer, his landlady. This woman, who typically valued her composure, was now clad in a mourning robe, her face adorned with exquisite makeup, presenting herself quite formally. Beside Mrs. Summer stood a stranger, draped in a wide-brimmed hat with cascading black lace, her attire dark and unfamiliar. Mrs. Summer arrived, accompanied by another lady whose identity raised some questions. Klein, slightly perplexed, opened the door and encountered the two women. "Detective Sherlock, my friend seeks your assistance," Mrs. Summer stated with a directness that bore a seriousness not typical of her usual flamboyance. Her gaze then shifted past Klein, momentarily bewildered. "And you are?" "Greetings. I am merely a friend of Sherlock's," Lynn replied with a smile, having arrived at the doorway simultaneously. He was not surprised that Mrs. Summer did not recognize him. After all, while the original owner was somewhat renowned in Bakerland, he was not universally known. As he greeted her, Lynn simultaneously recalled the narrative surrounding Mrs. Summer and her companion. If memory served correctly, the lady beside Mrs. Summer was likely Mary Gale, a woman who had unfortunately suffered betrayal at the hands of her husband and, in the original narrative, was an acquaintance of Klein's. It was her infidelity case that had granted Klein the opportunity to join the Crag Club, through which he would meet the Surgeon Allen, father to the soon-to-be resurrected Mercury Serpent Will, as well as the equestrian coach Talum, who had ties to the original witch goddess's vessel, Triss. It could be said that Klein's subsequent involvement in the Bakerland Fog incident stemmed directly from this infidelity case. Even later, when Klein appeared as Dawn, Mary Gale had a role to play, marking her as a significant secondary character. I recall they sought assistance on a Tuesday in the original narrative. Perhaps my early morning diversion of Klein to school yesterday triggered a butterfly effect, Lynn mused, feeling a twinge of guilt. Despite recalling all the relevant plot details upon seeing Mary Gale, he had not considered this before, primarily due to his recent preoccupations. However, theoretically, given Klein's circumstances, even if he missed this particular commission, he would likely join the Crag Club for other reasons, thus rendering the issue negligible. With that thought, Lynn's momentary unease dissipated, and he remarked, "You have matters to discuss with Sherlock, I presume? If so, I shall leave you to it." After winking at Klein, he deftly retreated to 16 Minsk Street, opting not to involve himself in Klein's infidelity case, for he was a man concerned with reputation. Yet, as he stood by the window, pondering, he couldn't help but contemplate whether to engage with a Mercury serpent. It seemed like it would be quite intriguing. Chapter 103. After a prolonged absence, Libert Klein remained oblivious to the implications of Mary Gale's commission. Following his observation of Lynn's swift departure, he welcomed the two ladies into the parlor. Once they recounted the unfortunate encounters that led to Mary Gale's predicament, Klein pondered for a moment before accepting the task of uncovering infidelity. After bidding farewell to the ladies, he turned his attention to Lynn, who had resumed her place on the sofa, sipping coffee and perusing the newspaper. "I had anticipated you would reveal your true identity. That would likely compel Mrs. Summer to entrust the commission to you," Klein remarked. Lynn's reputation within the industry eclipsed his own, far surpassing the alias of Sherlock. It was evident that Mrs. Summer, despite never having met Lynn, had likely heard of her esteemed name. "Do not underestimate my professional integrity. How could I possibly usurp your commission?" Lynn asserted, taking a sip of her coffee with feigned righteousness. "Under normal circumstances, you certainly would not, but considering I may have offended you recently," Klein teased, only to be interrupted by a sudden awareness, as he lifted his gaze toward a particular direction. The room was soon suffused with vibrant colors, and a figure materialized in the center of the parlor. This individual, with a sun-kissed complexion and gentle features, bore an air of profound experience in his eyes. It was Azek Eges. "Good morning, Klein." Azek greeted with a warm smile. "Good morning, Mr. Azek," Klein replied courteously, rising to his feet. He then introduced Lynn, stating, "This is Lynn Sotos, the individual I mentioned in my letter yesterday." "Hello." Lynn stood, taking in the sight of Azek. Unlike the grim reaper she had encountered in the quaternary, the Azek before her radiated the demeanor of a kindly elder, devoid of any chill, making it difficult to reconcile him with the specter of death. "This is indeed Azek, just as described in the original narrative," Lynn mused internally, while an ethereal vision flickered before her. Anticipating this, she maintained her composure, silently absorbing the feedback from the aftermath. The information gleaned this time was not extensive. However, when combined with previous insights, it offered Lynn a deeper understanding of Azek's current state. Yet it was insufficient. Merely this information would not suffice. She needed to gather more. As these thoughts unfolded, her exterior remained unperturbed. Azek's gaze fell upon Lynn, and he appeared momentarily lost in thought before speaking. "I have seen you before." The revelation that Mr. Azek had indeed encountered Lynn stirred intrigue. Could it be that Lynn was a reincarnation of a high-ranking figure? Klein's interest piqued, and he found himself unable to restrain his gaze from darting between the two. "However, I cannot recall ever having encountered you." Upon hearing Azek's words, Lynn was momentarily overtaken by theatrical fervor. He pressed his lips together, revealing a complex expression that conveyed shock, resistance, and confusion. The myriad of emotions intertwined poignantly, presenting a character who, while suffering from amnesia, simultaneously resisted the very notion of it. "Mr. Azek, Lynn too has lost his past memories, and it appears he has forgotten more thoroughly than you." Klein interjected at an opportune moment, his curiosity getting the better of him as he inquired, "Mr. Azek, how much do you remember about Lynn?" "Not much. I've only just recalled our first encounter," Azek replied, gazing at Lynn with a subtle expression tinged with a sigh. "Liberté Abraham, it has been a long time. I never imagined that upon our reunion, we would find ourselves in such a state." Indeed, Azek had recollected memories associated with the other, recalling the moment he, as the Reaper, welcomed him and the banquet that ensued. Although he remained largely oblivious to his former life, with vast gaps in his memory, the words Lynn expressed at that banquet resonated deeply within him. He was uncertain of the person he once was, but through fragmented memories, he could surmise that his past self was perhaps starkly different from who he is now. Possibly a cold individual, a version of himself that was entirely unimaginable. Yet, within that memory, which belonged to an era long past, the youth before him, The angel seemed to perceive his very essence, and the future he described had, in fact, materialized into Ask's own reality. Liberté, Abraham. Lynn displayed a look of confusion as he turned to Ask. After a brief hesitation, he asked, "Are you calling me?" While embracing his dramatic persona, Lynn simultaneously felt a sense of relief, having deduced Ask's condition. It was evident that Ask had also regained memories related to him. Yet due to the inherent incompleteness of those memories, he remained oblivious to the alterations of the past, interpreting them as mere recollections. This alleviated much of Lynn's concern, sparing him from numerous complications. Of course, Lynn had contemplated the possibility of Ask, akin to Medici, discerning the changes in the past. Should such a scenario arise, honesty would be out of the question. After all, Ask was not Medici. Lynn had chosen to be forthright with Medici because the latter was his adopted brother, and their bond was strong. Moreover, Medici's close association with the second epic Fa and his nature as the god of war made him particularly challenging to deceive, prompting Lynn to transform a passive situation into an active one, leveraging honesty as a means to gain greater advantage. However, Lynn did not extend the same privilege to Ask, as their familiarity was scant. To be candid would inevitably lead to social demise in the eyes of Mr. Fool. Thus, Lynn resolved from the outset that if Ask were to perceive the alterations to the past, he would adopt the guise of ignorance. Do not inquire further. The blame rests solely on the angelic guise, which is but a frail, pitiful, and helpless entity, utterly oblivious and beset by amnesia. As long as Lynn can evade detection with sufficient swiftness, the truth will remain elusive. Naturally, this contingency plan encompasses additional intricacies, including strategic deflections to enhance credibility. However, since Ask has yet to perceive the alterations of the past, he can simply maintain the Fa of his amnesiac persona. As for whether the other party will eventually uncover this matter, that concern can be deferred to a later time. Upon hearing Ask utter the name, Klein experienced a sudden resurgence of memories associated with Abraham. Abraham, the scion of the Abraham family from the Tudor Empire during the Fourth Epoch? Could it be that Lynn hails from the Abraham lineage? Chapter 104. Lynn decides to reveal some secrets. Bonus update 26. Yet, Lynn is evidently not on the apprentice path. But it is said that the Abraham family possesses mastery over the apprentice route. This does not necessarily imply that every member must adhere to it. Klein pondered this, casting a curious glance at Ask. Although prying into another's privacy is ill-mannered, he was undeniably intrigued by Lynn's past, given its connection to his celestial compatriot. "It appears you have forgotten far more thoroughly than I," Ask sighed, observing the expression on Lynn's face. After a brief pause, he continued with a gentle tone, "I understand you likely harbor significant resistance to your past. I too feel trepidation about the unknown and find myself a stranger to my former self. What do you know?" Lynn remained silent for several moments before resolutely posing the question. "My understanding of you is rather limited. In truth, I have only recalled a fragment of memories pertaining to you," Ask replied, gazing at Lynn. "All I know is that you are the sole progeny of Mr. Man, held in high regard by him, and you are also a knowledge mentor of Sequence 2 within the generalist pathway. Beyond that, I cannot recall more." Lynn is indeed the child of Mr. Man, the figure mentioned in Roselle's diary, and he is a Sequence 2 knowledge mentor? Even though Klein had long suspected Lynn was a significant figure, he was still profoundly astonished at this revelation. He had previously conjectured that Lynn might occupy Sequence 3 or 4, but he had never imagined him to be an angel, let alone the offspring of the enigmatic Mr. Man. Yet, how could someone of such stature have fallen to this state? After a fleeting moment of shock, Klein found himself engulfed in confusion. "It cannot be. I am merely Sequence 8, and I am on the path of the Seeker," Lynn exclaimed, his own astonishment evident. He then shook his head vehemently, asserting, moreover, "How could I possibly be Mr. Man's child? He was exiled during the Fourth Epoch. It is impossible." Though his tone was resolute, his expression betrayed a hint of uncertainty. It could be said that he was a consummate performer, meticulously embodying every detail of his character. "I am uncertain of what has transpired within you. Indeed, You are as I perceive. After a few seconds of silence, Ask gazed at Lynn gently and said, Perhaps you need not resist your past so vehemently. From the memories I have regained, your character bears a striking resemblance to that of your former self. The liberator Abraham and his memories indeed appeared more enigmatic, yet the essence of the youthful angel resonated profoundly with the young man before him. Thus, it took but a fleeting glance for Ask to ascertain Lynn's identity. The similarity was not merely in appearance, but rather an undeniable connection that transcended mere visuals. The other was evidently different from him. The former Death Regent's cold demeanor left Ask with only feelings of unfamiliarity and doubt, while the disparity between the liberator Abraham and Lynn was minuscule. It seemed as if time had merely washed away the youthful angel's memories without altering his true nature. Upon hearing Ask's near-soothing words, Lynn revealed a hint of wavering emotion, as if caught in a dilemma. After several seconds of contemplation, he asked, Are you certain you have not mistaken me for someone else? I am certain, Ask replied earnestly. So it is true, I have indeed lost my memories. No wonder he approached me. No wonder he uttered such peculiar words, Lynn murmured softly. He then took a deep breath, as if finally accepting this reality, and turned to Ask, saying, I will seek confirmation from others, Mr. Ask. If you happen to recall anything regarding me in the future, could you kindly inform me? I am willing to offer a reward for that. There is no need for a reward. If I truly remember anything related to you, I shall inform you. However, if you likewise regain your former memories and recall anything about me, I would appreciate you sharing those details as well, Ask replied gently. Certainly, Lynn managed to muster a strained smile. To use the words coined by Roselle, we might as well consider ourselves kindred spirits in this plight, correct? Lynn, are you all right? Klein could not help but inquire, his tone laced with concern. I am fine. I'm simply taken aback, Lynn shook his head. He raised a hand to rub his face before looking at Klein and added, I apologize, but I think I need some time alone. Klein opened his mouth, wanting to offer comfort to Lynn, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Thus, he resorted to changing the subject. So, does that mean today as commission is canceled? Yes, it is canceled. I apologize. I shall return to rest now. Lynn replied, turning to Ask. Thank you very much for sharing all of this with me. No need for thanks, Ask said, looking at him warmly. Take care and rest well. He completely understood the feelings of the liberator in this moment. When he first began to recall fragments of his past and realized he might possess a history beyond imagination, Ask's state was not much better than that of the young man before him. In fact, even now, Ask continued to harbor fears regarding his past. He dreaded that upon regaining his memories, he might transform into a completely unfamiliar being, terrified of no longer being himself. Yet despite this, I still yearn to reclaim my past, and you do as well, do you not? Ask whispered softly within his heart, perceiving that Libert might resist or even fear. Yet upon accepting the truth, he too would inevitably seek to unearth the remnants of the past. Lynn, maintaining his dramatic demeanor, swiftly returned to 16 Minsk Street after bidding farewell to the two, and even upon entering his bedroom, he continued to immerse himself in his performance. After all, it is the details that determine success or failure, and in the realm of acting, Lynn was a consummate professional. However, this particular performance required little exertion on his part, leading him to seamlessly shift his main consciousness to his secondary identity. With Ask's confirmation, the persona of the amnesiac angel associated with my primary identity was essentially secured. In due time, I could potentially unveil the connection between Libert Abraham and the secret angel, though that would be a matter for the future, and I had no immediate plans in that regard. Lynn mused quietly to himself, shaking the grape juice in his cup, thoroughly satisfied with his recent display. The thrill of acting was indeed exhilarating. With this newfound intersection, my desire to engage with Ask to gather information and observe the effects of my actions during the quaternary on him became significantly more feasible, akin to obtaining permission for close observation of an experimental subject. Moreover, possessing two skins of Ask was undeniably delightful. As Lynn contemplated this, his gaze drifted to the other side of the hall, where the Death Regent Ask conversed with a noble. He had already begun to formulate his thoughts for their future meetings, clearly eager to divulge some spoilers. Thus, it was decided, you shall be the one. Ask S. Eternal Student, little k. Without revealing specific information about Klein, I would allow Mr. Az to anticipate having an extraordinary student. Chapter 105. Ask has no choice for the death regent Ask. Today was perhaps the most extraordinary day since his inception. He stood in for the king of the underworld, receiving two of the most significant angelic monarchs even in this era, and encountered the rumored progeny recently returned home by Mr. Min. It was due to the words of this young angel that he first experienced a sense of wavering, never having contemplated what his true essence might be. The death regent Ask found himself irresistibly pondering the nature of his being, questioning whether he truly embodied the gentle, family-oriented essence that Libert Abraham described. The rationality of the death regent persistently reminded him that such a notion was impossible. Yet the glimmer of humanity born from his followers and anchor points inevitably caused him to falter. As had to concede that the version of himself depicted by Libert evoked within him both fear and confusion, yet also a flicker of yearning. In a certain sense, it is a terrifying existence. After the conclusion of the Libert Abraham banquet, in a secluded corner of the imperial palace of the Byron Empire, the Reaper, Ask, exhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming desire for solitude. At least tonight, the Reaper had no intention of encountering that youthful angel again. He feared that he might, influenced by the angel's words, undertake actions that would be utterly unthinkable in a rational state of mind. Allow him this moment of solitude to suppress the turmoil within. As he leaned against the wall, gazing quietly at the flickering stars in the sky, a familiar voice broke the silence. "Ah, Your Highness Ask, I found you here." It was a servant of the underworld emperor. "What brings you here?" Ask straightened his posture and looked at the attendant, a hint of indifference in his tone. "Does His Majesty require my assistance?" The servant replied respectfully, "Indeed, Your Highness. It seems that Prince Libert from the Tudorian Empire wishes to discuss some important matters concerning both our nations. He is awaiting you in conference room number 3. To be candid, Ask's initial reaction was one of refusal. However, as the foremost instrument of death and the de facto handler of various affairs in the Byron Empire, his sense of duty compelled him to acquiesce. With some reluctance, he uttered, "Very well, let us proceed." The attendant promptly led the way with due respect. Soon, they arrived at the familiar conference room number 3. After dismissing the servant, Ask hesitated for a moment before pushing open the door, revealing the unmistakable figure of a youthful angel within. "Ah, Ask, we meet again." Lynn greeted the Reaper, who clearly did not wish to see him, all the while continuing his scribbling and drawing motions. "Indeed, we meet again, Libert. I have been informed that you have significant matters concerning our two nations to discuss." Ask closed the door behind him, his voice carrying an air of formality. However, Ask paused, startled, as he sensed a peculiar force enveloping the entire conference room at the moment he shut the door. It was a power of space and ceiling emanating from the threshold. This sudden awareness heightened his vigilance, though he remained composed. After all, they were within the royal palace of Byron. If anything were amiss, his father, the underworld emperor, would undoubtedly be aware. Moreover, the force shrouding the room felt less like a barrier preventing his exit and more akin to a confidentiality measure. Could it be that Libert truly had something of great importance to discuss with him? The death regent, Ask found himself lost in thought, only to see the young boy before him waving dismissively, his expression nonchalant as he said, "Do not be anxious. This is merely for confidentiality. As for matters regarding the two nations that require discussion, that is merely a pretext. I have no such affairs to deliberate with you. In truth, I am merely here as an observer, a mere spectator in this delegation, while the significant matters are entrusted to Bertley and his associates." The death regent, Ask, pondered this, feeling a sense of unexpected familiarity with Mr. Gate at that moment. However, his cultivated demeanor restrained him from expressing any outburst. He simply raised a hand to massage his temple, and with a composed tone, he inquired, "If you have no pressing matters, may I take my leave? I have other affairs to attend to." This was not merely an excuse. As the regent of the Baron Empire, he had numerous responsibilities to manage. "That is not permissible," Lynn interjected with a smile that was both warm and inviting, yet laced with an undeniable authority. This meeting was initiated by Bertley and sanctioned by His Majesty, the Underworld Emperor, Thus no one is allowed to depart without my consent. In that moment, the Death Regent, Ask, felt a strong urge to question Mr. Gate. Are you aware that indulging a child excessively may lead to their ruin? At the same time, he could not help but recall his own treatment at the hands of the Underworld Emperor. While the Emperor held Ask in high regard as his most capable aide, he certainly did not shower him with the same paternal affection that Mr. Gate exhibited towards Libet. No, he chastised himself. Such an attitude from His Majesty is entirely normal for a deity. It is Mr. Gate's behavior that is the exception. Suppressing these intricate thoughts, Ask listened as the young angel continued. And although I indeed have no matters regarding the two nations to discuss, I do have something of great importance concerning you. Ask egress. Taken aback by the solemnity with which his name was uttered, Ask could not help but ask, something concerning me? Indeed, Lynn affirmed, nodding his head. He finally paused his scribbling and presented the freshly drawn picture to the Death Regent. With a hint of confusion, Ask accepted the drawing, which depicted two cats, one large and one small. The larger cat, resembling a leopard, appeared strong and fierce. It was engaged in the act of protecting a small black kitten, which wore a delicate silk hat atop its head. Chapter 106. This is your future. The overall artistry of the painting is remarkably elevated. Even Ask the Reaper must concede that the youthful angel before him possesses considerable skill in this realm of art. It is no wonder that upon their first encounter, the angel sought to create a portrait of him, evidently enamored with this talent. But what does this imply? Ask scrutinized the artwork in his hand, perplexed, and could not help but inquire of Lynn, Your Highness Libert, are you suggesting that this painting pertains to me? Lynn did not hasten to respond. Instead, he leisurely wiped his fingers with a handkerchief and poured himself a cup of red tea. After savoring a sip, he spoke with an air of mystique. This is your future. Ask, the Reaper, found himself a loss for words, feeling that he had encountered an unusual number of such moments today. He gazed at Lynn in astonishment before lowering his eyes to the painting once more. After a considerable pause, he remarked, Libert, this is no jest. I'm not jesting. I merely witnessed your future and recorded it faithfully. Nothing more. Lynn replied, setting aside his cup of tea and regarding the Reaper with a demeanor now stripped of levity, infused instead with a solemn gravity. At that moment, he appeared less like a carefree youth and more akin to a sage who has glimpsed the essence of existence. Ask's expression grew slightly more serious, though given his naturally grave disposition, this change was not overtly pronounced. As far as I know, you are not of the fate path, he began, sensing that the situation might be unfolding beyond his expectations. Yet, reminiscent of the earlier banquet, where he felt an ominous presence but did not retreat, he remained rooted in place, despite the rational part of him urging that the angel before him was likely indulging in fanciful talk and that he ought to walk away. Ask found himself unable to turn his back. I am indeed not of the fate path, yet that does not preclude my ability to perceive the future, does it? Lynn smiled at Ask, his tone measured and unhurried. I have seen that your soul is no longer whole. It is divided, caught in an endless cycle of rebirth. Plagued by amnesia, perpetually searching, I see you surrounded by the family you long for within this cycle, only to inevitably lose them. At the journey's end, where you should find closure and lose yourself, you encounter the one who will alter your fate, your student, your anchor. Through him, you avert annihilation and gain the opportunity for choice. Ultimately, I see you choosing humanity over divinity. Ask instinctively tightened his grip on the painting, almost tearing it with his force before he relinquished it, leaving one to ponder what thoughts coursed through the mind of the Reaper at that moment. After a considerable pause, Lynn finally heard the somewhat dry voice of the Death Regent ask, What you say is rather absurd. You may choose not to believe me. Lynn smiled faintly, lifting his cup of red tea for a sip, seemingly indifferent to whether the Death Regent believed his words. I am merely recounting the future I have witnessed. Whether you choose to believe it or not is your concern, not mine. The Death Regent Ask instinctively furrowed his brow, perceiving that Libert was genuinely unconcerned about his belief. It appeared that the other party was simply informing him, nothing more. Well, I have conveyed all I needed to share. Don't you have official duties to attend to, Ask? Then proceed with your responsibilities. Lynn noticed the teacup, smiling as he spoke. Coincidentally, I must also seek Bertley. I intend to explore the capital of Bylon this evening. Having said this, Lynn passed by the Death Regent Ask, preparing to exit the conference room. The necessary words had been spoken, and now he intended to make his exit, allowing the Death Regent a moment for contemplation. Lynn understood well that the Death Regent would not easily accept his assertions. However, glancing back at the still silent Death Regent Ask, he smirked. A mere hint of wavering would suffice, would it not? Just then, as he approached the door of the conference room, Lynn suddenly recalled something. Turning to the Death Regent Ask, I would advise against sharing what I said today with your father. Of course, if you wish to court disaster, I shan't impede you. Upon hearing this, the Death Regent Ask looked at him, his tone icy as he replied, Prince Libert, please refrain from sowing discord between me and His Majesty. Such behavior is highly disrespectful. Chuckling softly at this, Lynn couldn't help but laugh, raising his gaze to the Death Regent and saying, Ah, so you're not entirely oblivious to it, are you? Your father is making you increasingly resemble him. From the very first glance at the Death Regent, the after effects had already informed Lynn that the Grim Reaper Sarengur had not whimsically transformed the Death Regent into a vessel for his resurrection. Just as the true creator had reshaped Ramless, the Grim Reaper Sarengur had intentionally molded him to be the most exceptional progeny, drawing As closer to him, making him more akin to himself, and increasingly suited to become the vessel for his future resurrection. It seemed that the Death Regent Ask was not entirely unaware of this. Perhaps out of faith, fear, or obedience to his father and the divine, the Death Regent chose compliance, selecting to act as though nothing had been discerned, opting for a fa ade of normalcy. Of course, it could also be that the Death Regent Ask was powerless to act. He was merely the offspring of the Grim Reaper, merely the second-ranked Death Regent, even though he stood beneath one in the Bylon Empire and above tens of thousands. Before the Grim Reaper, he was nothing more than a pawn to be manipulated at will. However, one must acknowledge that Ask is truly willing. As Lynn gazed at the deathly overseer before him, unable to suppress a smile. If he were genuinely willing, the esteemed Mr. Ask of the future would not exist. How could a cold and unfeeling individual possibly be inclined to sacrifice everything for another equally indifferent soul? To offer everything for His Majesty is, after all, my duty as a descendant. The Death Overseer Ask remained silent for a moment before responding. Perhaps. But anyone who dares to compel me to relinquish all shall find themselves compelled to surrender everything to me instead. The last individual who attempted to lay a hand on me has been transformed into a pen. I must admit, it serves quite well for penning stories. Lynn remarked with a gentle smile, though the essence of his words bore a more sinister undertone. Chapter 107. Bethel, are you curious about your future? Donations for additional content 36. Not everyone is fortunate enough to have the support of their forebears, the Death Overseer Ask stated. No, you are mistaken. My confidence does not stem from Bethel, though that is of little consequence. Lynn replied with a smile and a shake of his head, suddenly tossing something to the Death Overseer Ask. The latter caught it in confusion, discovering it to be a copper whistle. This is a token to summon my messenger. I welcome you to write to me and seek my assistance, Lynn continued with a smile. Should you ever wish to escape your current circumstances and attain a life truly your own, you may seek me at any time. Lynn indeed possessed a messenger. After donning the second identity, during a period of idleness with the Abraham family, he summoned a messenger for himself. This was a swift little fellow, enamored with knowledge and the arts, and in every sense, he resonated with Lynn. Upon hearing this, the Death Overseer Ask tightened his grip on the copper whistle, remaining silent. Lynn then opened the door to the conference room, and with his action, the power of the enclosed space dissipated as he stepped out. Vanishing at the end of the corridor, the Death Overseer Ask stood in silence within the third conference room, his left hand grasping the drawing given by Lynn while his right hand tightly clutched the copper whistle. Minutes may have passed, or perhaps longer, before the Death Overseer Ask made a move. He tucked the copper whistle into his pocket and cast a few lingering glances at the drawing, his gaze fixating on the small cat adorned with a silk-top hat for an extended period. Finally, the Death Overseer folded the drawing and stored it in his pocket. turning to exit the conference room. A few minutes later, within the chambers belonging to the Grim Reaper Salinger, the Death Overseer knelt beneath the throne, his expression one of reverence and piety. The child of the Bethel family seems quite compatible with you. What did he discuss with you? The Grim Reaper Salinger inquired nonchalantly, his demeanor cold, as though merely making casual conversation. Libet expressed considerable interest in my marital status, perhaps due to his well-preserved humanity. He seems to long for the familial and romantic connections of the mortal realm. The Death Overseer Ask responded respectfully. Ah, indeed, he is still merely a youngling. The Grim Reaper Salinger let out a cold laugh, seemingly dismissive of the matter at hand. Meanwhile, Libert, who has a profound passion for painting, gifted me one of his artworks and expressed his desire to create a portrait of me, while also providing me with a means to summon his messenger. As the Death Sovereign Ask spoke, he maintained a placid expression while producing the painting and copper whistle bestowed upon him by Lynn, indicating his genuine admiration for me and his wish to correspond through letters. Given his willingness to engage, it would be prudent to cultivate a friendship with him. Berthel valued this offspring highly, recognizing that fostering a connection with Az could fortify our ties to Berthel itself. Salinger's gaze swept over the items Az presented, confirming their ordinariness before he averted his eyes, remarking coolly, Mr. Dorr had always been a target of Salinger's interest, not solely due to his proximity to the divine, but also because of the powerful Abraham family backing him. A family linked to pathways, if Mr. Dorr and the Abraham lineage could be persuaded, it would greatly enhance Salinger's ability to achieve certain ambitions. As for the possibility of Ask deceiving him, Salinger was astute enough to discern the truth behind others' lies. Yet, it was unimaginable for even Salinger to fathom that the very tool he had nurtured for so long, the obedient and devout son he had cultivated as a vessel for resurrection, could so easily be swayed by another. Even more astonishing was the audacity of someone, upon their first meeting, to attempt to undermine him at the most secure of foundations. It must be said that Lynn's inherent corruption and the uncontrollable nature of his role as a jester far exceeded the bounds of this world's logic. Yes, father, the Death Sovereign Ask replied, bowing deeply in reverence. It was as if he had never heard Lynn's astonishing words, nor questioned his future, remaining oblivious to the machinations of the Grim Reaper Salinger. Only the deeply bowed head, the completely obscured gaze, and a momentary hesitation as his eyes fell upon the copper whistle in his hand hinted that Ask had not forgotten the recent occurrences. Was it possible to break free from his current state and attain a life that truly belonged to him? Were your words to Ask genuine? Meanwhile, within the corridors of the imperial palace of the Byland Empire, Berthel Abraham silently appeared behind Lynn, hesitantly speaking. He was unconcerned that his words might be overheard. As long as he wished it, no one could silently intrude upon this space, not even the zero sequence. This was the confidence of Mr. Dorr, the angelic king of the apprentice pathway, the foremost being beneath the zero sequence. Berthel mused, do you believe I am merely deceiving him? Or am I truly depicting his future? Lynn paused, glancing without surprise towards Mr. Dorr nearby, and smiled. Berthel hesitated at this remark, then replied, I do not believe you have any need to deceive him. Indeed, I did not deceive him. I genuinely foresaw his future. Every word I conveyed was destined to transpire in his fate. Lynn smiled and nodded, nonchalantly releasing this bombshell. He then turned to Mr. Gate and inquired, so, Bethel, are you curious about your future? Bethel Abraham was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the youth before him, his mind drifting back to the battle between the boy and the fishball cassava. Others might perceive him merely as a young angel, perhaps even as a child, but only Mr. Gate possessed a clear understanding of the true nature of his existence. In Mr. Gate's mind, Lynn had long since been acquainted with the enigmatic sovereign. Thus, in the face of Lynn's seemingly jesting words, Bethel Abraham understood better than anyone that the youth might genuinely possess the ability to glimpse into others' futures. The power Lynn exhibited during the encounter with the fishball cassava was undeniably linked to time itself. So, should he inquire? Should he seek to know his future in advance? Bethel Abraham hesitated, a rare flicker of fear coursing through him. Torn between the desire for a favorable outcome and the dread that Lynn's depiction of the future might be intolerable. Yet Mr. Gate ultimately posed the question, is it a favorable conclusion? Lynn did not respond immediately. He observed the middle-aged gentleman before him. After a few moments, he made a playful face and declared, I'm joking. I have no knowledge of your future. Mr. Gate was momentarily dumbfounded, uncertain whether to feel regret or extend gratitude. However, Bethel soon witnessed the young man raise his gaze to the crimson moon in the sky, as if reminiscing. Then Lynn turned to him, radiating a brilliant smile. I assure you, you will encounter a conclusion that is not entirely unfavorable. It may not be entirely to your liking, but you shall not perish at the journey's end, nor shall you lose your way on the path home. Bethel stared at Lynn in a daze, suddenly wishing to ask whether he truly had not glimpsed his future. Ultimately, he settled for a simple, thank you. Chapter 108. Klein's Astonishment on September 27th. During afternoon tea, Klein once again encountered Lady Marigold, who had commissioned him to uncover her husband's infidelity. As an exceptionally efficient detective, although he had only received the assignment yesterday, he had already confirmed the fact of the affair today, identifying the mistress and the rendezvous location between her husband and the mistress, which was none other than the Crag Club. However, as he was not a member of the Crag Club, Klein could not gain entry to its interior, thus failing to capture concrete evidence of Lady Marigold's husband's infidelity. Fortunately, Lady Marigold proved to be most generous and was willing to invest significantly in this endeavor, offering to assist Sherlock in joining the Crag Club and covering the initial membership fee, provided Sherlock could procure irrefutable evidence of her husband's betrayal. Klein would naturally not disagree with this. After bidding farewell to Miss Mary Gale, he found himself standing at the doorway, his gaze instinctively drawn to No. 16, Minsk Street across the way. It had been a day and a half since Klein last saw Mr. Azek, following Lynn's encounter with him yesterday. Emotionally, Klein felt a twinge of concern. Rationally, he understood that given Lynn's characteristic disposition, he likely did not require his solace and would probably navigate through this situation with ease. Moreover, Klein's mind involuntarily recalled the events that transpired after Lynn's departure the previous day. Since Mr. Azek had no pressing engagements, Klein seized the opportunity to inquire about various esoteric matters that had long piqued his curiosity, such as the identity of Mr. Dorr and the circumstances surrounding the Abraham family. Mr. Azek provided answers to some of Klein's queries, while others remained elusive even to him. However, the crux of the matter lay not in these inquiries, but rather in the moment when Klein had just finished his questions and was preparing to seize the rare opportunity to dine with Mr. Azek, who suddenly recalled certain memories related to Lynn. Klein vividly remembered the complex and nuanced expression on Mr. Azek's face, as well as his words. I have recalled certain things, Klein. Your friend may be far more enigmatic than we both presume. Mr. Azek spoke with a reflective gaze and a tone laden with complexity. What have you remembered? Klein instinctively inquired. I recalled what he once revealed to me about my future. Azek sighed. He told me that my soul would no longer be whole, that it would be divided, and that I would be ensnared in an endless cycle of reincarnation, perpetually forgetting and searching anew. He paused, looking at Klein, and added, he mentioned that I would encounter you. What? Klein swore he was momentarily taken aback, and the astonishment and incredulity that surged within him were palpable. Are you suggesting that Lynn had prophesied our meeting long ago? But how could that be possible? Indeed, how could it be? Klein pondered, realizing that Lynn was a traveler. It seemed improbable that anyone could have foretold his existence so many years in advance. At that moment, Klein felt utterly bewildered, reminiscent of the last time he found himself in such a state, when he met the angelic compatriot. Wait a moment, the angelic compatriot? Klein suddenly felt uncertain, for based on the information he currently possessed, the angelic compatriot evidently shared a close connection with Lynn Sutoth, who appeared to have a profound understanding of the phenomenon of transmigration. Hence, the possibility that Lynn Sutoth could have predicted his existence did not seem entirely implausible. With this thought in mind, Klein could not help but gaze at Mr. Azek, awaiting his response. He did not convey your information with precision. Rather, he merely informed me that at the journey's end, I would encounter an individual who would alter my fate. That person is my student, my anchor, destined to transform my doomed destiny and grant me the opportunity for choice. Ask spoke leisurely, his tone gentle, as he gazed at Klein with soft eyes, saying, "Yet my spiritual intuition reveals that the person he spoke of is you. Furthermore, he created a portrait for you, although I am unaware of its current whereabouts. It depicted a little black cat adorned with a silk top hat, a creature strikingly akin to you." Huh? Is that so? Could there be a mistake? Klein felt a sudden embarrassment upon hearing this, accompanied by a surge of incredulity. But why a cat? How am I in any way like a cat? He must have been speaking metaphorically. In truth, in that painting, I too was a cat, albeit a more robust one, as gently elucidated. If you were to behold that artwork, you would comprehend why I perceive that little black cat as you. I even suspect that Libert may not be entirely ignorant of your specific details. He simply chose not to disclose them to me at that time. It sounds impressive. Can someone truly predict the future with such accuracy, even years ahead? Klein's mind raced with memories of various novels and anime featuring prophetic characters, comparing those figures to the familiar Lynn Sothos, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Indeed, I cannot envision Lynn appearing either solemn or exhibiting an air of mysticism. Despite his musings, Klein remained focused on the matter at hand, directing a look of concern towards Mr. Ask. "If Lynn's prophecy holds true, Mr. Ask, your soul, my current soul, is likely incomplete," Ask interjected, a hint of helplessness in his expression. "Yet, I possess no clues as to where the missing part may lie." Upon reminiscing about this aspect of his memories, he became acutely aware of the issues plaguing his soul, and through deduction, As suspected that the source of his soul's disarray likely stemmed from actions taken by his father, the emperor. However, he could not recall any details concerning the other half of his soul. "Nonetheless, you need not worry. Solutions will present themselves," Ask assured him with a smile. "Moreover, according to Libert's prophecy, you are the one destined to change my fate." Though Ask did not genuinely expect Klein to perform any grand feats, the notion that a student he cherished might hold the key to his salvation was, in any case, a source of joy. "I will strive to do so," Klein replied earnestly. "Though I am uncertain how to alter your fate, Mr. Ask, should the opportunity arise in the future, I will undoubtedly assist you." He regarded Mr. Ask with the reverence of a student who had greatly benefited from his guidance, genuinely wishing to help alter the course of his teacher's doomed destiny. "Your willingness is more than sufficient." Askey sincerely expressed that regardless of whether Klein could assist him in the future, he was truly delighted to have such a student. Furthermore, he requested that Klein convey this matter to Libert, as he might prefer not to see him at the moment. Chapter 109. Lynn. A surprise prepared for the little raven as Klein reflected on this. His gaze remained fixed on 16 Minsk Street, his emotions quite complex. Although he suspected it might be due to the angelic connection, the fact that his arrival as a traveler had been foretold was something Klein could not disregard. He wondered if Lynn could recall anything. Surely the angelic compatriot knew something, yet it was evident that he was not inclined to share directly. With this thought in mind, Klein felt a touch of helplessness, and just then, he finally witnessed the door, which had been closed for a day and a half, swing open, revealing a familiar figure. "Ah, Sherlock, good afternoon. It seems you are ready to accompany me to visit our next teacher." The young man waved at him, looking as lively and spirited as ever. Relieved by the sight of Klein, he returned the gesture. "Good afternoon, Lynn." If one were to inquire about Lynn's activities over the past couple of days, it would indeed be a lengthy tale. Firstly, after concluding his half-hearted seclusion, Lynn busied himself with organizing the insights gained from his previous visits to teachers, compiling this information into a teaching manual for future use with students. Meanwhile, his alternate persona was diligently managing affairs for Sasliel and scouting initial members for the Eye of Secrecy. As of now, Lynn had identified quite a number of promising candidates. Once the ancient sun god returned from his trip and granted approval to establish the department, Lynn would finalize the initial teaching materials and ascertain the instructional methods of a competent teacher before assuming his role. Additionally, after reviewing the educational materials from the Abraham family, Lynn discovered that while supplementary texts might be necessary later on, he could readily adapt their comprehensive materials for his initial teaching purposes. After all, despite the varying specializations, the foundational aspects of mysticism remained largely consistent. As a side note, when Lynn previously collected textbooks on mysticism from the Abraham family, he also requested a set of introductory materials for young children. He understood that while his forthcoming students might be older than preschoolers, their literacy levels were not necessarily superior. To put it plainly, among those humans Lynn had brought back to the divine realm, a few had become extraordinary for various reasons, although their ranks were generally low. The number of literate individuals could be counted on one hand. Becoming an extraordinary individual in this era, which, in a sense, does not lack for extraordinary qualities, is possible if one possesses sufficient luck. However, to attain literacy, one must be taught by those who are already literate. It is evident that the magical wolves are incapable of imparting such knowledge to humanity. Thus, when Lynn previously mentioned that the first task he undertook after establishing the Eye of Secrets was literacy education, he was indeed not jesting. Aside from his efforts to create the grand account and the primary alter ego of the Eye of Secrets, Lynn's secondary persona has found itself quite leisurely in recent days. He has chosen not to involve himself in the tumultuous affairs between Tudu and the Grim Reaper. Instead, his daily routine in the Empire of Bylang consists of amusing the Reaper of Death and leisurely wandering the Empire with Mr. Min and Amon. Throughout this process, Amon has been remarkably well-behaved, refraining from instigating any trouble. However, Lynn does not believe that Amon has truly abandoned his mischievous ambitions. Based on Lynn's understanding of Amon and the discussions with Mr. Min, they both concur that Amon is undoubtedly biding his time for a grand scheme, waiting for the conclusion of their journey in Bylang to unleash it. It shall then be a matter of skill, as both Mr. Min and Lynn have prepared surprises for the little crow. As Lynn mused over this, he listened intently as Klein recounted the newly acquired memories of Ask. Naturally, he was not surprised. Upon finishing the account with a serious expression and stroking his chin, he remarked, "It appears that I was quite formidable in the past." "Indeed, you were," Klein affirmed with a nod, unable to restrain his curiosity. "So, have you recalled anything?" "Perhaps a fleeting impression," Lynn replied, a reminiscent expression crossing his face as he cradled his head with one hand and smiled. "In fact, over the past few days I have gained some memories, specifically those you have described to me." This was indeed accurate, as he had just experienced all of this. "Did you recall anything else? Perhaps that prophecy?" Klein inquired nervously. His concern for the prophecy was not solely due to its implications for Mr. Ask's fate, but also because it pertained to him as well. "No, I only remembered what you have described. Nothing else," Lynn said, his expression strained with effort as he tried to recall. "I believe I once gave Mr. Ask a bronze whistle, which could summon my messenger." "The bronze whistle? The messenger?" Mr. Ask never mentioned this. Klein paused, momentarily taken aback. He noted this in his mind and continued to inquire, "Is there anything else?" "There seem to be some mundane aspects of my interactions with Mr. Ask, but they are quite ordinary, merely affirming that I was indeed his friend, without any critical information involved." Lynn shook his head. Suddenly, an inscrutable expression crossed his face, suggesting he was wrestling with whether to reveal something further. "Is there something you find inconvenient to discuss?" Klein observed Lynn's demeanor, acutely aware that he might have recalled other crucial information, yet Lynn appeared conflicted about whether to share it. "In truth, it cannot be deemed inconvenient. Rather, I have discovered that I may have encroached upon the domain of death itself." Lynn, with a sheepish smile, scratched his head and remarked, "It seems that in my memories, I was always attempting to lure Mr. Ask from the clutches of death." Klein replied, "Oh, really? Although this may not be the information I was most eager to obtain." I cannot help but glance at Lynn with renewed curiosity. How bold of him to encroach upon death's territory. Yet it makes sense, as Lynn is supported by Mr. Dorr, and he himself is evidently no ordinary being. "Is there anything else?" Klein continued to inquire. "None." Lynn honestly shook his head. Before his second persona stirred up trouble, he truly had no recollection of such matters. However, he turned to Klein and earnestly stated, "Though I'm uncertain of the nature of that prophecy, I'm quite confident that the little black cat mentioned in it must be you. If you wish, I could even recreate that painting." Klein responded, "But why a little black cat?" He found it perplexing, yet he nodded sincerely, saying, "Then I shall trouble you with it." He remained quite curious about the painting that supposedly foretold his connection with Mr. Ask a millennium ago. Chapter 110. How to seek Lynn's past. Lynn's artistic skills were undoubtedly remarkable, especially as he was merely recreating a work of his own, rendering the difficulty nearly negligible. Thus, within mere minutes, Klein beheld the image of the cat that Mr. Ask had claimed foretold his existence thousands of years ago, depicted as he had described. "It truly resembles me?" Klein mused, examining the painting in his hands, his gaze settling on the little black cat adorned with a silk-top hat. He lifted a mirror from the desk to reflect upon himself, and for a moment, he fell into silence. Klein finally comprehended why Mr. Ask had assured him that upon witnessing this painting, he would recognize it as a portrayal of himself. The resemblance was striking. The whimsical style of the artwork belied the exquisite details of the little hat, the scholarly demeanor, and the amber eyes gazing protectively at the larger cat. Anyone familiar with him would instantly discern that this feline in the painting was indeed Klein. "It is hardly surprising, given that I deliberately fashioned it in your likeness," Lynn mused inwardly, yet he outwardly nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, it bears a strong resemblance, which is why I recognized it as you upon recalling this painting." Consequently, the student mentioned in the prophecy, one capable of altering Mr. Ask's fate, must indeed refer me. It is astonishing that someone foretold my existence a millennium ago, although I had believed this long before. The reaffirmation stirred a complex array of emotions within Klein. He then raised his gaze to Lynn, who, after completing the painting, was sipping coffee and occasionally glancing back at him, eventually responding to his gaze with a radiant smile. "In truth, I believe it is unnecessary to become entangled in such matters of prophecy. Broadly speaking, divination can indeed be considered a form of prophecy, and, as a diviner, one often finds oneself foretelling one's own future." Lynn took a sip of coffee and consoled, although I must admit, when I was revealing spoilers to Ask, I did harbor some intentions to tease Klein as well. After all, it is essential to instill a sense of urgency in Mr. Fool from time to time. Otherwise, what motivation would he have to strive for advancement? I truly am considerate. The goddess of the night ought to bestow upon me the title of the finest cat caretaker, Lynn thought to himself, continuing, "Moreover, regardless of the nature of this prophecy, it has foretold your existence, and here I am, right before you. Therefore, rather than fixating on this, we should prepare ourselves. Shortly, we shall visit our next mentor." Indeed, the prophet stands before me, and yet he has lost his memory. Klein suddenly realized something, casting a subtle glance at Lynn. "Since you can predict Mr. Ask's future, and even foresee me a millennium hence, have you foreseen your own future? How did a prophet find himself in such a predicament? Or is it possible that everything has been anticipated by the former Lynn?" Klein pondered with a sense of confusion. "I do not know, but perhaps there is something," Lynn replied after another sip of coffee. "I am beginning to doubt that what I arranged prior to my amnesia may have led to this encounter. Perhaps there was an exchange related to my amnesia." Upon hearing this, Klein nodded in agreement, as he harbored similar speculations. "Yet, none of this is of particular importance. Once I regain my memories, everything will become clear. At that time, the answers that perplex you may also be revealed to me," Lynn said, suddenly reaching out and giving Klein's shoulder a firm pat. "So, dear detective, let us embark on a quest to recover my lost memories, for you are, in a sense, a half-party in this affair." Klein found himself both amused and exasperated, yet he replied, "Does this count as a commission?" "You may consider it so, yes. It is a long-term commission." Lynn nodded, pausing for a few seconds before adding, "As for the commission fee, I can waive the labor cost for any scrolls you commission from me in the future, though you will still need to cover the cost of materials." "Then I shall accept this commission," Klein nodded. For even if Lynn had not requested his assistance in this endeavor, he himself possessed a desire to explore Lynn's past. After all, in a certain sense, this matter also pertains to Klein himself. Given that the former Lynn had already foreseen his existence, did he not also predict more? What kind of transaction did the angelic compatriot have with the former Lynn, and how might all of this relate to Klein's own journey in the mysterious fog? Klein exhaled, for he had many questions regarding this matter, and his intuition suggested that perhaps when he aids Lynn in recovering his memories, all these questions would finally find their answers. Though words may be spoken, how does one embark on the quest to uncover your past? Klein rubbed his temples, feeling a twinge of headache, and after a moment's contemplation, he remarked, "The only known clue at present likely pertains to Mr. Min and the Abraham family. Perhaps we might find leads related to your past in this regard. We need not dwell on Mr. Min, for as far as I am aware, he was exiled from this realm long before the end of the Fourth Era. It would be more prudent to begin with the Abraham family." Lynn, brimming with enthusiasm, suggested, "Although I do not truly suffer from amnesia, I am indeed curious if there exist any records or lore regarding me within the Abraham family. Furthermore, observing the state of the Abraham family may aid me in comprehending the deeds of my past and their ramifications on the present. Will those who have not directly interacted with me possess altered memories related to me, or, despite lacking such memories, will they discover references to me within their ancestral tomes? How will they perceive such changes? Will they notice that the records have been tampered with, or will the associated memories be obscured, leading them to instinctively overlook the anomalies?" In Lynn's view, this presented an exquisite subject for observation. If Ask represented an exemplary individual affected by observation, then the Abraham family would be the prime collective to observe the repercussions of Lynn's influence, thereby enhancing his understanding of how his alterations to history manifest in this present era. Yet, the Abraham family has long since fallen into decline, and in the absence of any clear leads, locating a member of the Abraham family would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Klein sighed at this juncture, stating, "It seems we can only proceed slowly. Let's hope our luck holds. I believe the prospects are not bleak. If I truly am the child of Mr. Min, perhaps everything has been arranged in advance. Thus, encountering a member of the Abraham family may merely be a matter of time." Lynn responded with notable optimism, revealing no intention to deliberately steer matters. Instead, he would await fortune to present itself. This period also affords him the opportunity to leave a few more traces within the Abraham family of the Fourth Era, thereby increasing the likelihood of being recorded. Chapter 111. When trouble arises, it indeed arises. There exists a genuine possibility. Klein nodded in agreement, suddenly struck by a complex thought. If Lynn were indeed Mr. Min's child, how would he regard his father's banishment and the family's decline? Would he harbor a sigh of melancholy, a touch of sorrow? Do not gaze at me thus. While, in theory, I ought to feel sorrow, the memories I have regained are exceedingly scant, so little that they afford me no sense of connection to my former self. Lynn interjected unexpectedly. This rendered Klein momentarily speechless, instinctively questioning whether he had inadvertently voiced his innermost thoughts aloud. "Though you have said nothing, your gaze speaks volumes about what you are contemplating," Lynn remarked with a hint of irritation. He then set down his coffee, adopting a dramatically hesitant expression. After a brief pause, he continued, "Although you all assert that Mr. Min is my father, and despite my lack of recollection in this regard, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss." Lynn's words were, of course, a prelude for when he would later discard the guise of Libert Abraham and don the mantle of the secret angel. What does this imply? Could it be that Lynn is not truly Mr. Min's child, and that there lies a deeper secret? Klein, suddenly invigorated by this revelation, sensed the weight of the implications. Yet Lynn clearly had no intention of elaborating further. Rising from his seat, he declared, "Let us not dwell on these perplexing matters. We should focus on the task at hand. Memories, after all, can be recovered when the time is right. In a certain sense, you truly are a detective." Klein chuckled softly. Yet, as Lynn pointed out, they were indeed unable to unearth any clues pertaining to his past, and thus it seemed wiser to engage in productive endeavors. The two detectives equipped themselves once more and embarked on their previously unfinished visit to the school, intending to meet the teachers Lynn had prearranged appointments with. However, to Lynn's disappointment, the visits proceeded smoothly without any hindrances. What could be the matter? Had Klein's peculiar condition faltered? Or was it that such phenomena could only manifest once within a short span? As they walked home, enjoying ice cream, Lynn cast a few sidelong glances at Klein. musing inwardly. What is it? Is something troubling you? Klein, sensing Lynn's gaze, turned his head, curiosity etched on his face. Nothing, Lynn replied, shaking his head. But at that moment, he suddenly sensed something amiss, halting in his tracks and gazing in a particular direction. A moment later, he furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "We have a situation. There is a demonic presence over there." While the other extraordinary beings could not perceive it, as previously mentioned, Lynn's perceptive abilities surpassed those of many angels, allowing him to distinctly sense the aura associated with the abyssal path. This realization prompted Lynn to reconsider his earlier skepticism regarding Klein's peculiar condition. How could he have doubted Klein's capabilities when a situation had quite literally presented itself? Demon? Are you referring to an extraordinary being from the abyssal path? Klein was taken aback by this revelation. Instinctively, as a night watcher, he inquired, "Can you ascertain its precise location?" If it were another type of extraordinary being, it might not be a concern, but those from the abyssal path were invariably fallen beings, known for their propensity for slaughter from sequence 9 onward, a threat that any official extraordinary being would not hesitate to eliminate. Perhaps I can pinpoint it. Shall we proceed? It could be perilous, Lynn suggested, tilting his head toward Klein. Let us go, Klein affirmed. Klein hesitated for less than half a second before resolutely nodding his head. While encountering wild, extraordinary beings through other avenues might be manageable, the emergence of an extraordinary being from the abyssal path invariably heralded carnage. As a night watchman, he understood the inherent dangers, yet felt compelled to assess the situation. Moreover, a gnawing hunger stirred within him, and even if trouble awaited, he was not without the strength to fight back. As he pondered, Lynn grasped his arm with one hand while producing a small scroll with the other. After murmuring a few incantations, the scroll erupted, enveloping them in a soft, pale glow. Klein, having previously commissioned a batch of psychological invisibility scrolls from Lynn, immediately recognized the type of scroll being employed. Brilliant! This would allow them to observe the circumstances before striking at the opportune moment. Klein felt a surge of confidence and readied himself to unleash his gnawing hunger as Lynn tugged him in a specific direction. They swiftly crossed an alley, and soon, Klein heard a woman's piercing scream. Before him unfolded a harrowing scene. On the deserted street, a woman clad in vibrant attire sat helplessly on the ground, her face a mask of terror as she continued to scream. Not far from her crouched a large black dog, its mouth slightly ajar, revealing sharp, glistening white teeth stained with uncleaned crimson spots, emitting a low, menacing growl. The creature's cold-blooded and cruel eyes sparkled with a mocking glint, suggesting that it could easily slaughter the woman, yet refrained from doing so, relishing the opportunity to amplify her despair before the end. Klein exchanged a glance with Lynn, and without the need for words, they instinctively separated. One took a position at a safe distance from the hellhound, quietly retrieving various scrolls, while the other raised his long-prepared, gnawing hunger. Instantly, the glove on Klein's left hand radiated a brilliant light, appearing as if forged from pure gold. He then leaned back, extending his arms in a gesture reminiscent of embracing the sun. Suddenly, a pure and intense beam of light descended from the heavens. This was the extraordinary ability of the solar path, rank 5, specifically effective against demonic entities. Yet in the next moment, Klein's pupils constricted as he witnessed the enormous black dog seemingly sense the impending threat, swiftly evading the strike. Not only that, but the creature's form began to expand rapidly, transforming into a monstrous figure towering 2 or 3 meters high. Behind the massive black dog, a pair of enormous bat-like wings unfurled, while mysterious pattern horns sprouted beside its ears. Chapter 112. The demon dog's relentless struggle beyond sprouting wings and growing in size. The demonic hound emitted brilliant flames of crimson intertwined with azure, its lustrous fur glistening with a damp sheen, while a pungent scent of sulfur wafted through the air. The cruel gaze of the demon dog was fixed on Klein the moment he launched his attack, causing his psychological invisibility to falter. With a swift motion, the colossal black beast lunged towards Klein, its razor-sharp claws aimed directly at his head, a speed that was beyond the evasion capabilities of Klein, who had only recently attained Sequence 8. However, just before the demon dog's assault could reach him, several beams of radiance erupted in front of Klein. As if foreseeing the impending danger, these were purification scrolls imbued with the sun's essence. Lynn, who had the ability to foresee threats, alerted loudly. His gaze locked onto the massive black hound. He immediately recognized it as the very demon dog that had created chaos during the Black Emperor incident, the same beast that was poised to commit numerous heinous acts. Due to his overwhelming schedule and the absence of murder reports in the newspapers, Lynn had momentarily forgotten about this creature, but now it dawned on him that today marked the first day of the demon dog's promotion ceremony, proving that timely intervention was indeed fortuitous. Yet, considering the demon's formidable abilities, confronting it with Klein, who was merely sequence 8, and without any external aid, seemed rather daunting. If only he had prepared Klein with better equipment sooner, Lynn mused, while deftly activating scrolls in his hands. With remarkable agility, he unleashed 7 or 8 more scrolls, halting the demon dog mid-charge as it sought to reach Klein. Subsequently, Lynn sprinted towards the woman still seated on the ground, swiftly rendering her unconscious, and commanded Sherlock, "Cover your ears." Klein instantly comprehended Lynn's intentions and, without a moment's hesitation, blocked his ears. Indeed, the very next second, a mental shockwave more terrifying than the one experienced at 15, Minsk Street erupted in the alley, accompanied by an array of golden luminescence that engulfed the demon dog from every conceivable angle. What did it matter if the adversary could predict danger? As long as they could not teleport out of the alley, they were helpless against such a comprehensive assault. Lynn's actions illustrated the adage that wealth could indeed facilitate unrestrained power. The demon dog, caught in the onslaught, fared no better than Master Rowe, and in fact, it suffered even more grievously, subjected to a dual barrage of firepower. By the time Klein, drawing upon his extensive experience, regained his composure, he beheld the immense demon dog writhing in agony on the ground, its body marred with burn marks, a portion of its head obliterated. Klein approached with minimal hesitation to deliver the finishing blow. He initiated with a writhing hunger, unleashing several strikes of holy light upon the demon dog, and then drew his revolver, firing multiple purifying bullets into the creature's skull, thereby bringing an end to the malevolent life of the hellhound. After accomplishing this, Klein rubbed his temples wearily. Although he had grown accustomed to the explosive nature of spiritual entities, the pain still lingered. Nonetheless, the efficacy of firepower coverage was undeniably impressive. Klein mused internally. While he had the confidence to engage this demon dog with his writhing hunger, he could not guarantee victory, given the vast disparity between their respective ranks. However, the situation had changed. A comprehensive firepower barrage had delivered a decisive blow to the demon dog, sending it back to its origins. One could not deny the sheer joy this brought. The only downside was the expense involved. Reflecting on the number of scrolls Lynn had just utilized, Klein instinctively converted those scrolls into monetary terms, and upon concluding his calculations, he felt a twinge in his heart. That single firepower coverage must have cost at least several £100, and that was merely accounting for materials, considering the standard labor costs. The total could easily exceed £1,000. Such expenditures were beyond the means of an ordinary, extraordinary individual. Yet, Klein reasoned the outcome justified the expense. He glanced towards the distance, where Lynn and the woman, nearly slain by the demon dog, were situated. She still lay unconscious on the ground, but seemed to be in no grave danger, likely due to Lynn's extraordinary measures to protect her. Lynn himself sat on the ground, appearing somewhat fatigued, yet his spirit remained high. "Sherlock, rejoice. Our efforts have indirectly saved at least a dozen lives." Lynn winked at Klein with a smile, simultaneously recalling the original narrative featuring the Apostle of Desire lurking behind the demon dog. Concerning this entity, even more troublesome than the demon dog, Lynn had no intention of confronting it directly. He planned to report it instead, confident in the Night Church's capabilities to eliminate an Apostle of Desire with ease. As for whether Duke Negan, who was assassinated in the original story, would meet the same fate after the report, Lynn was indifferent. Such a powerful noble, drenched in the blood of countless, would face no injustice in death. Lynn was neither inclined to save such a person nor wished to entangle himself in Adam's divine ascension scheme, although, theoretically, he had already become involved. Perhaps an Adam had already taken root in the air around me, invisible to my sight. Lynn contemplated this unsettling possibility, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Yet he remained unperturbed. More accurately, ever since his encounter with the fishball cassava, he sensed himself becoming increasingly ethereal. Perhaps this was the confidence bestowed by the unknown essence. Even if such confidence proved perilous, it was still a form of assurance. Let be. Whether it exists or not is of no concern to me, as long as it does not interfere with my intentions. Rather than entangling myself in such matters, I should contemplate how to best harness the unique attributes of the hellhound. It just so happens that Klein is in need of a formidable weapon, which presents an opportune delivery to him. As Lynn gazed upon the corpse of the hellhound, which was exuding its characteristics, he promptly dismissed thoughts of a certain brother named Amon. He harbored no apprehensions regarding interference in his will by someone utilizing the audience pathway. For those who had previously attempted such a thing had already met their fate, transforming into mere pens. To meddle with his will, one would need to obtain his consent, much like 008 did with his healing, and do so without malice, while also refraining from delving too deeply. Otherwise, should the depths of his consciousness be triggered, it would not be Lynn who faced misfortune. In this regard, Lynn was indeed a bane to the audience pathway. As various methods for crafting extraordinary items surfaced in his mind, he had already devised a plan to lighten Klein's purse. He had no personal need for the hellhound. After all, if not for the preservation of his persona, Lynn would not require any enhancements. He possessed a high-level scroll that could directly teach the hellhound to behave like a human. An additional extraordinary weapon of Sequence 6 would be of little use to him. It was far better suited for emptying the pockets of the impoverished god. Lynn was already aware that Ask had not accepted the bounty from the Hurricane General, generously bestowing it all upon Klein. If there was ever a moment to exploit this opportunity, it was now. Let the safeguarding of the impoverished god's aura commence with him. Chapter 113. The Tarot Society declares responsibility, however. Once the artisan's disguise came into play, my false identity on Klein's side would multiply. Managing all these personas is becoming quite the challenge. As Lynn pondered this, his thoughts began to wander. Maintaining numerous disguises through his true self was inevitably a glaring flaw, especially as he would undoubtedly have to interact with Klein in the future. While he could deceive him for now, there is no guarantee that he wouldn't eventually uncover the truth. Unfortunately, the timelines of Disguise 1 and Disguise 2 were still far removed from the present, making immediate reliance on them impractical. If only I could create another disguise within this timeline, even if it were a fictitious one. Wait, perhaps I truly could. An idea suddenly sparked in Lynn's mind, illuminating his eyes. Although I cannot create disguises akin to Disguise 1 or Disguise 2 at this moment, I can certainly fabricate a false persona, perhaps by employing the capabilities of the audience pathway to conjure a personality doppelganger, or even by harnessing the Sage-S abilities to craft a corresponding spell. With this thought, Lynn found himself stroking his chin, contemplating earnestly. Indeed, I could attempt to create a doppelganger spell, drawing inspiration from the ancient sun god's division into Amon and the true creator, a secret known to few and steeped in the eldritch. Although this was a spur-of-the-moment idea, Lynn felt it had potential. Should the doppelganger spell succeed, the final flaw in his persona would be eradicated. Upon returning, I shall endeavor to experiment. Theoretically, since I can harness the power of the sage in this era, I should be able to conjure magic based on the clandestine events that have transpired. Lynn mused, and a brilliant idea struck him. I might even adapt my script to resemble that of Yuta's, thereby enhancing my previous narrative. For instance, my amnesia and loss of power stemmed from my desire for stability, leading me to sever parts of myself. Now, I am both the essence of my being and the embodiment of humanity, a cornerstone of all existence, while the angelic vestige represents the divine and powerful aspects I have partitioned away. My human self lacks power, yet it remains central to all. Conversely, my divine self wields strength, but must rely on humanity to truly manifest. This elucidates the enigma of why the mysterious and formidable secret angel has lost its memories and powers, further aiding me in concealing my true identity. As for the matter of pathways, my human self remains oblivious to the specifics, while my divine counterpart has never acknowledged which path it belongs to. Such speculation is solely the product of your own conjectures. Lynn felt a renewed sense of security in his disguise, but at that moment, he heard footsteps approaching from the alleyway. Clearly, someone had sensed the commotion, yet the overwhelming fear from earlier rendered them hesitant, unsure whether to advance. This prompted Lynn to glance at Klein, who had also noticed the disturbance outside. Their eyes met, and Klein swiftly concealed the extraordinary traits of the demonic hound, while Lynn rapidly began to cleanse the scene, utilizing the power of the audience pathway to obscure the memory of the young lady nearly slain by the hound. To be candid, given the recent events, the evidence at the scene had been nearly obliterated. Moreover, whether it was Lynn, who still bore the fa-ade of a night church informant, or Klein, the current night watcher, neither was particularly concerned about being discovered by the church. However, as Lynn gazed upon the colossal carcass of the demonic hound, and then at the sanctified ambience of the alley, an ingenious notion blossomed within him. He turned to Klein and proposed, "Sherlock, may I scatter a deck of tarot cards here?" "Huh?" Klein was momentarily taken aback, staring at Lynn in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the rationale behind the suggestion. "Isn't that a tradition of our tarot society?" Lynn replied, stroking his chin as he regarded Klein with a playful smile. "Surely, the scene of Lanris was orchestrated by our tarot society. I have seen the photographs from that death scene, and I must say, the imagery exudes both ritualistic and artistic essence. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. World?" Lynn unabashedly unveiled the first layer of Klein's disguise. Klein fell silent, and after several seconds, remarked, "I didn't expect you to recognize it." Despite his words, Klein showed no surprise at the imminent exposure of his world. As Klein meticulously crafted the world, he intentionally aligned its essence with that of Sherlock, resulting in a striking resemblance between the two. Furthermore, Sherlock's subtle demeanor at the extraordinary gathering mirrored that of the world, coupled with the alchemical formula for the potion traversing the sun, and his lack of surprise upon Lynn's revelation of the insatiable hunger of the writhing entity. These elements collectively render it unsurprising that Lynn, with his keen observational skills, could deduce the world's true identity. "Naturally, I am a top-tier detective, and it is evident that you made little effort to conceal it." Lynn scoffed, expressing his discontent, before retrieving a deck of tarot cards from an unknown pocket in his attire, eagerly inquiring, "So is it permissible?" Klein couldn't help but internally critique. "Why are you so enthusiastic about this, dear detective?" He remarked, "I had assumed you would be more averse to the Tarot Society. Yet it appears you are even more eager to promote its existence than I am. Had I not joined, I would certainly have opposed it. But now that I am a member of the Tarot Society, under the watchful gaze of the Fool, I must fulfill the duties expected of a devotee," Lynn declared matter-of-factly, exemplifying his dedication to his craft. "Moreover, do you not perceive the artistic allure in casting a tarot spread under such circumstances? The dichotomy of sanctity and depravity, hope and abyss, the demon hound condemned to judgment, the once fallen maiden now redeemed, and the scattered tarot cards, such imagery, such composition, it is undeniably striking. I yearn to capture this scene on canvas." As he spoke, Lynn's hand, gripping the tarot cards, trembled with anticipation. Though merely a fleeting inspiration, he genuinely believed that such a profound and impactful moment deserved to be immortalized through a tarot spread. His artistic spirit ignited, Klein acknowledged, "Well, it seems I've discerned that Lynn's desire to extol the virtues of the Tarot Society is more a manifestation of his professional compulsions. It is no wonder that in the Fourth Era, Lynn chose to depict his connection with Mr. Azek through a painting. This fellow truly possesses a passion for art." Chapter 114. Little Klein's heart bleeds. Are you truly a devotee of the Fool? I sense no trace of your faith in him, Klein mused, ready to voice his skepticism. Yet, caught in the fervent gaze of Lynn, he acquiesced with a nod. Very well. Klein's agreement stemmed from two considerations. Firstly, the Tarot Society presently exists as an empty vessel, and given that the Knight Church is nominally associated with the angelic compatriots, any additional notoriety would pose little risk, as the Church, wary of the angelic affiliations, would refrain from extreme actions. Secondly, observing Lynn's furtive hand poised to draw the cards, Klein was certain that should he decline, Lynn would inadvertently spill the tarot cards in the next moment. After all, Lynn's character, in a certain light, could rival that of a playful husky. Yea, upon receiving the consent of Klein, the esteemed head of the Tarot Society, Lynn wasted not a moment in completely drawing out the half-extracted tarot cards, promptly commencing the meticulous arrangement of the scene. After swiftly setting everything in order, Lynn and Klein departed at the utmost speed. Mere minutes after their exit, the night watchman responsible for that area finally arrived, only to be confronted with a scene that left them momentarily speechless. The once dark and narrow alley now radiated with a sacred and purifying brilliance. Were any ordinary sun worshippers, unaware of the existence of the extraordinary, to behold this sight, they might well mistake it for a divine manifestation of the sun. At the center of the alley lay a massive hellhound, quietly at rest, evidently lifeless. Notably, 2 tarot cards, the World and the Hierophant, were impaled upon its head. Not far from the hellhound, a woman adorned in vibrant garments was in a state of slumber, peacefully leaning against the wall of the alley, a card of the Fool resting upon her knee. Furthermore, tarot cards, some upright, such as Justice and the Star, and others numerical, were scattered across the ground and affixed to the walls, creating a profoundly striking tableau. Redemption and judgment, the end and the dawn of a new existence. In that moment, nearly all the night watchmen instinctively held their breath. After a brief silence, one finally spoke. Could this be related to the case of Lynn from last time? Is it the same individual? The tranquility was shattered as the watchmen exchanged glances. And eventually, the leader of the watchmen declared, "First, we must assist the victims and investigate the scene. I shall report this matter to His Excellency, Sesama." While the watchmen were occupied, Lynn and Klein successfully returned to 15 Minsk Street. Plopping down on the sofa, Lynn held out the coffee that Klein had brewed, smiling as he said, "Let us divide the spoils of this battle as per our usual practice." Klein, also with a cup of coffee in hand, had no objections, but remarked, however, this time the only spoils are the characteristics of the hellhound. How shall we divide that? As a mere beast, the hellhound possessed no other treasures. After a moment of hesitation, Klein added, "To be honest, I would advise against selling this characteristic, considering it pertains to the abyssal path. Selling characteristics from other paths might be inconsequential, but those from the abyssal path are different. Selling one would be tantamount to creating another demon. I never suggested selling it. In fact, I have a far superior plan." Lynn leisurely sipped his coffee, finally revealing his ulterior motive. "Aren't you in need of a powerful offensive magical item? What do you think of the idea of crafting this hellhound's characteristic into the weapon you desire? Indeed, the characteristics of demons, when commodified, undoubtedly disrupt societal norms. However, if crafted into magical items, the scenario changes entirely. Given the perilous nature of demonic pathways, such attributes would indubitably yield items of formidable potency." Klein's eyes gleamed as he turned to Lynn and inquired, "So, are you willing to introduce me to that craftsman you know? After all, someone has diligently served as my assistant for the past 2 days." Lynn smiled and replied, "This characteristic shall belong to you. The market price for Sequence 6 characteristic typically ranges between 3,500 to 4,500. I'll charge you 3,500, so please make up the difference of 1,750 gold pounds." "How exorbitant," was Klein's immediate reaction. Yet, as he reflected upon the extraordinary gatherings he had recently attended, he had to concede that Lynn's pricing was indeed reflective of the market. The primary materials for Sequence 6 typically cost between 1,500 to 2,000 each, not accounting for the prevalent markup, and a Sequence 6 characteristic equated to 2 primary materials, rendering this price entirely justifiable. If it weren't for Mr. Ask's generous gift of the bounty from Renuus, I would scarcely have any funds left after this payment, Klein mused. Despite the sting of the expenditure, he ultimately said, "Very well, I shall procure the funds promptly. Actually, I recommend you withdraw an additional 1,000 to 2,000 pounds. Lynn remarked, observing Mr. Fool's pained expression, which brought him a modicum of delight. He couldn't resist adding, "The craftsman I know is quite exceptional, hence his fees are not trivial. He may offer lower-priced services, yet I would not advise you to pursue them." "What do you mean?" Klein's heart quivered at this revelation, yet he pressed for clarification. "To my knowledge, he provides two tiers of service. One is the standard crafting, priced comparably to other artisans, yielding merely average extraordinary items," Lynn explained, casting a glance at Klein. "As you are aware, standard extraordinary items tend to carry significant side effects, particularly those leaning towards malevolent pathways. The extraordinary item crafted from such characteristics, like your glove, although I am unaware of how you managed to mitigate its traits, was known to claim a life daily before it came into your possession. The demonic hound characteristic you acquired is no different. Even if fashioned into an extraordinary item, the side effects will likely be intolerable for you. For instance, it may compel you to commit murder or adversely affect your temperament, amplifying negative emotions and subtly distorting your character." Lynn's words were not mere alarmism. The traits from abyssal pathways typically resulted in extraordinary items crafted by ordinary artisans bearing similar adverse effects, a reality nearly inescapable. Upon hearing this, Klein grasped the gravity of the situation and could not help but inquire, "Does the other level of service mitigate these negative effects?" Indeed, another service is referred to as perfect crafting. As long as you are willing to pay sufficiently, my friend can minimize the adverse effects of magical items. For a Sequence 6 magical item, he can even reduce its negative impacts to nearly negligible levels. Lynn's words were not mere fabrications. As a Sequence 2 craftsman, creating a Sequence 6 magical item is as simple for him as he desires. Chapter 115. The goddess's sword expresses fatigue upon hearing Lynn's statement. Klein felt a surge of temptation. Having encountered various sealed objects and the dangers of their extraordinary properties, he was acutely aware of the detrimental effects they could pose. If additional funds could indeed lessen the adverse effects of a Sequence 6 magical item, it would undeniably be worthwhile. Noticing Klein's evident interest, Lynn seized the opportunity to further recommend the service. Not only would the negative effects be minimized, but the crafting of the magical item would also maximize the preservation of its inherent abilities, rendering it more powerful than its peers of the same level. Just as not all magical items crafted with the shepherd's trait are the same, the final products vary somewhat, depending on the craftsman. Naturally, the more skilled the artisan, the superior the magical item they produce. While Lynn was deliberately emptying Klein's wallet, his prowess as a Sequence 2 craftsman was beyond question. Typically, a Sequence 6 magical item would not be crafted by a Sequence 2 artisan. "I understand. I will set aside additional funds for this," Klein decided, despite the pang of regret he felt in his heart. Though it meant parting with extra money, minimizing the negative effects and maximizing the item's capabilities made it a worthy investment. However, this would nearly deplete the first bounty paid by Miss Justice, and he still needed to reserve half of the remaining amount for Benson and Melissa. Klein sighed as he calculated the dwindling funds in his wallet. His earnings had barely warmed in his hands before being spent so liberally. Should he wish to purchase anything further, he would find his pockets emptier than his face. Once you have made your decision, that is what matters. Cheer up. Money is not lost. It merely changes form and remains by your side. Lynn, in a feigned display of sympathy, quoted a famous saying by Roselle upon witnessing Klein's distress. He continued, "When do you plan to meet the craftsman? I can assist you in making an appointment in advance. At that time, you can speak directly with the artisan to discuss your expectations for the magical item. This privilege is granted solely due to my influence. Others would simply pay and wait." Klein cast a sidelong glance at a certain someone who appeared to be reveling in misfortune, murmuring with irritation before pausing to contemplate for a few moments. Finally, he expressed, "If possible, I would like to meet the craftsman within this week." "Not a problem. I shall inquire about his availability on the upcoming days," Lynn responded, gesturing to Klein before finishing his coffee with a series of swift gulps. "Well then, I shall take my leave. Until tomorrow, esteemed detective." He still needed to draft a report, albeit this time it would not be under Lynn's alias, but rather as an anonymous benefactor. Lynn was aware that under the current circumstances, Writing such a report would likely associate him with the church and the secret angel. Until tomorrow, I too must rest. My head aches, Klein remarked, rubbing his temples as he spoke. Although today's conflict had not drained him excessively of spiritual energy, Lynn's recent actions had certainly left Klein feeling rather fatigued, necessitating a proper respite. Of course, before he could rest, Klein remembered he needed to sacrifice the characteristics of the demon hound to the gray mist, lest it cause any trouble. Wait, had he forgotten to feed the starving worm? He recalled having carelessly left it in the gray mist. Stifling a yawn at the thought of a lone glove abandoned in the mist, Klein resolved to address it tomorrow. After all, the starving worm had endured hunger for longer than a day or two. It had surely grown accustomed to it. As the two parties involved in the demon hound incident drifted into slumber, the report had been completed and finally submitted to the sword of the goddess, Crestazissima. Following an on-site investigation, it was concluded that the individual responsible for the demon hound's demise was likely affiliated with the same organization as the assailant from the previous Lamorless case. Given that both cases involved tarot cards, this might lean toward the ritualistic or declarative nature. The enigmatic organization may utilize tarot cards as symbols or code names. At present, the organization had not exhibited any malice, but that did not imply it could be deemed a benevolent secret society. The captain of the night watch, who was reporting with a serious demeanor, was unaware of the specifics surrounding the secret angel, as such matters were confidential, known only to high-ranking officials and a few directly involved parties. Crestazissima, possessing partial knowledge of the truth, nodded thoughtfully. He too suspected that the organization behind the secret angel might employ tarot cards as code names. However, he pondered the secret angels standing within that organization and what their code name might be. Did an unknown secret entity lurk behind them? These were questions that Crestazissima instinctively considered. Yet, armed with the oracle of the night goddess and having directly interacted with the secret angel, he harbored no significant animosity towards the secret angel or the clandestine organization behind them. As it stands, the organization behind the opposing faction may be more akin to the pre-fallen Moor's ascetic order, one that is capable of coexisting amicably with the church. The appearance of the demonic hound this time likely signals its intent to conduct a ceremony to elevate from Sequence 6 to Sequence 5. The woman who narrowly escaped victimization was the first target of this ceremony. However, it seems the demonic hound itself did not anticipate that while it planned its hunt, it had already been marked as prey by others. The captain of the night watch squad continued to report. The only unfortunate aspect is that the sole survivor at the scene, the woman who would have been slain by the demonic hound, experienced interference with her memories. We attempted to awaken this portion of her recollections, but to no avail. Has the identity of the demonic hound been clarified? Crestazissima inquired after hearing the captain's report. I regret to inform you that we have yet to ascertain the identity of the demonic hound. We can only confirm that it likely belongs to a certain demonic lineage. The captain replied, his head bowed in shame. This is not your fault, Crestazissima remarked, unable to suppress a gentle rub of her temples. Ever since she began interacting with that enigmatic angelic prince, she could not help but feel, whether it was mere illusion or not, that extraordinary events seemed to proliferate around her. Chapter 116. Lynn's new persona, whether it was the prior incident involving the offspring of the malevolent deity Intingen, the recent attempt of the true creator of Lamorless to descend, or the ambassadorial case entangling Lynn and Sototh. In Crestazissima past experiences, such high-caliber cases were rare occurrences, typically not encountered even once in several years. Yet, this time they seemed to be queuing up. In just over 20 days, Crestazissima had encountered more significant events than she had in the past few years combined. Compared to these, while the demonic hound case may not be as grand, it nonetheless involved Sequence 6, thus not to be dismissed as trivial. Fortunately, the demonic hound had been dealt with, and this matter should ostensibly conclude here. Moving forward, it would be prudent to explore the organization behind the enigmatic angel while adhering to a non-aggressive approach, Crestazissima mused. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. To her surprise, upon admitting the visitor, she learned that the church had just received an anonymous tip-off. This letter detailed the master behind the demonic hound, a sequence 5 apostle of desire, along with the apostle's forthcoming objective, the assassination of Duke Negan. Although Lynn did not intend to involve himself in Duke Negan's affairs, primarily meaning he would not intervene to save the Duke, he saw no harm in noting the apostle's intentions in the tip-off letter, as this would undoubtedly expedite the attention of the night church. As for whether Adam would take notice of him because of this, Lynn thought it absurd. He had already claimed 008. How could he possibly remain unnoticed? In any case, he had no intention of meddling in the divine ascension schemes of others. If someone chose to pay attention, so be it. He held no fear. After perusing the tip-off letter, Kirstesisma felt compelled to apologize for having spoken too soon. Indeed, matters pertaining to the illustrious Prince of Secrets are never truly straightforward. Please inform His Excellency the Archbishop. It appears we shall need to convene once more regarding this issue. Crescendia advised, massaging her increasingly aching temples. As the Church of Night gathered yet again, certain well-connected enthusiasts of the arcane learned through clandestine channels of the Infernal Hound incident. For instance, Audrey's companion, the Viscount Glent, acquired first-hand intelligence through a certain leaky vessel known as Mr. Constance. Audrey, do you recall the last incident involving the Rowers case? The Viscount exclaimed, almost unable to contain his eagerness to share the news with his friend. The Rowers case? Audrey Hall paused momentarily, then her memory ignited. She certainly remembered the previous Rowers affair, though she had no conclusive evidence. She had long since resolved in her heart that it was the handiwork of those within their tarot society. The only lament was the inability to verify this, making inquiries of the other members awkward, leaving her to rely solely on conjecture. Could it be another case of a similar nature? Audrey inquired with anticipation. I have just received word that a demon was slain by an unknown extraordinary being. Look, this is a photo from the scene of the demon's demise. Doesn't it bear a striking resemblance to the last one? I suspect it is the same organization at work. The Viscount narrated, keen to relay all he knew upon noticing Audrey's interest. As she absorbed his account, vivid images of artistic and ritualistic grandeur painted themselves in her mind, prompting her to silently celebrate. Surely, she mused, the previous Rowers incident was the doing of Mr. Fool's followers. If the first instance could be deemed a mere coincidence, two occurrences could hardly be dismissed as such. Moreover, while the last incident involved the Aurora Society, this time it involved demons. Indeed, the Tarot Society was a bastion of justice, though she thought that assertion might be somewhat misplaced. As Audrey pondered, she suddenly recalled her own code name, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, she remained curious whether there lay deeper implications behind this affair. If only she could uncover more information, for perhaps it concealed a higher stakes intrigue. Mr. World and His Holiness the Pope are in Beakland. Mr. World was once a follower of Mr. Fool before joining the Tarot Society. I wonder if he might possess any insider knowledge. Perhaps I could subtly inquire during our next tarot meeting? Audrey contemplated, her anticipation for the upcoming gathering of the Tarot Society growing. At 16, Minsk Street, having resolved the matter of the report, Lynn returned home and, after a brief respite, shifted into the state of Sage, Sequence 2, beginning to utilize his mysterious manifestation ability to create the corresponding magic based on his previous designs. Remarkably, he succeeded in bringing his creation to fruition. In the tightly drawn curtains, two identical young men stood facing each other. One possessed a vibrant spark in his eyes, exuding energy, while the other's gaze was dull and lifeless, akin to a soulless puppet. The mysterious reemergence of a divine incarnation. Initially, I had anticipated the emergence of a personality split, yet what was created was merely a shell of divinity. However, in a certain sense, this is not entirely unfavorable. Lynn stroked his chin, scrutinizing the soulless shell before him that mirrored his own form, and murmured softly, with this shell, my divine issues may be more easily resolved. Perhaps due to the ancient solar deity's essence separating from humanity in the secretive event of creation, the magic Lynn devised inherited this trait to some extent. The divine incarnation he created could be entirely controlled by him and also assist in bearing excess divinity, serving as an additional reservoir of divine power. Yet, This very characteristic meant that if Lynn exerted control over the divine incarnation, he too would be influenced by the accumulated divinity, necessitating that healing be addressed appropriately. Thus, it could only serve as a temporary tool for sharing divine burdens during moments of excess. Most crucially, the divine incarnation belonged to a category of magic that would remain effective as long as he did not actively cancel it, provided the incarnation was not vanquished, similar to a spectator's projection, eliminating the need for him to maintain the sequence 2 state continuously. Lynn, with his chin in hand, felt immensely satisfied with this trait. It implied that even in the 5th epoch, he could operate on multiple fronts. The only minor drawback was that the true power of the divine incarnation matched that of his primary self, equating to sequence 8, thus constraining his capacity for mischief. However, this was not a significant concern, for as long as his soul inhabited the divine incarnation, he could wield the strength of his alternate identity and draw upon the unknown essence for support. As Lynn contemplated this, a subtle change flickered across his expression. However, does this not mean I have essentially quadrupled my efforts? What a life of servitude this is. Chapter 117. A suggestion for Amon to leap pathways. I must have unknowingly contracted the servitude virus from Cecilial. How terrifying. Fortunately, I still possess an alternate identity for some leisure. In the 4th epoch, within the imperial capital of the Barren Empire, Lynn, multitasking with his various identities, simultaneously manipulated his primary self to craft a new avatar while inwardly reflecting on his circumstances. He bit into a unique delicacy from the Barren Empire, casting a distant glance at 2 street performers singing, feeling that this was the life he truly desired. What kind of days have my primary self and first alternate identity been enduring lately? Ultimately, it all boils down to the lack of auxiliary assistance. If I had such support, many tasks would not require my personal involvement. Lynn habitually overlooked the fact that a significant portion of his primary self's busyness stemmed from his own desire for amusement, analyzing the situation earnestly in his mind. However, to possess a tool, one must first cultivate the tool, and the endeavor to nurture such a tool often leads to a dreadful, relentless cycle of toil. Lynn pursed his lips and cast a sidelong glance at the death overseer accompanying him on his tour of the imperial capital, feeling quite convinced that harvesting the well-cultivated resources of others was indeed a swifter pursuit. In the 2nd era, he found himself devoid of any viable resources to extract, relying solely on the meager assistance of a single tool, Xiao Hong, to sustain his livelihood, all the while shedding tears as he endeavored to cultivate his own fledgling resources. Yet, in the 4th era, the abundance and allure of others' grand resources were undeniable. He was determined to gather several to enrich his own garden. The Death Overseer, Ask, sensing the shift in Lynn's gaze, was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. This feeling, Ask knew all too well, was likely no mere figment of his imagination, for he had experienced firsthand the formidable nature of unruly children and the inevitable presence of their equally unruly guardians. Time and again, Ask contemplated questioning the serious-looking Mr. Men beside him, who appeared wholly uncharacteristic of a doting parent. Could you perhaps rein in your child, given your esteemed position as the King of Angels? To which Mr. Men simply replied, I cannot. Is Libet pondering something amusing? Unexpectedly inquired a bespectacled Ammon, his smile gentle and reminiscent of a caring elder. Not particularly amusing. I merely find myself somewhat envious of you, Mr. Ammon. Lynn replied with a sidelong glance at the man behind the single lens, smiling as he continued. After all, with your multitude of avatars, you can delegate tasks effortlessly, leaving you quite at leisure, while I am left to devise ways to cultivate genuine subordinates to share my burdens. His tone dripped with unmasked envy, yet the entirety of his statement bore an inexplicable edge, as if he were both admiring Ammon's ability to distribute tasks among his avatars and subtly mocking the fact that Ammon had yet to secure a single devoted follower or subordinate, relegating all duties to his avatars. If Libet is so envious, perhaps he should consider the path of the thief, though it may drive one to madness. It would grant you the very avatars you desire to assist you, even if it seems you have no pressing tasks at hand. Ammon adjusted his crystalline monocle and replied with a grave demeanor, as if imparting sage advice. Though the last remark carried a tone of incredulity and perhaps a hint of derision towards Lynn's apparent idleness while feigning busyness. Nonetheless, I shall refrain, for I do not possess the courage of our emperor. The world is so splendid. Why choose recklessness? Such a choice would not be wise. Lynn smiled as he declined, adding sincerely, however, Mr. Ammon, you might consider challenging the path of fate. After all, given your rather troublesome disposition, the fact that you have yet to meet an untimely end speaks volumes about the favor fate bestows upon you. Perhaps if you were to tread the path of fate, you might ascend to the status of the key of light by tomorrow. Why not accompany me on the hunter's path, Libet? I truly believe you are exceptionally suited for this path. It would be a pity for you not to pursue it. Ammon once again adjusted his crystal monocle and remarked, do not say such things. It is well known that the true essence of a hunter lies within the families of the thief, the diviner, and the apprentice. Clearly, Mr. Ammon is far more suited to be a hunter than I. Lynn shook his head and stated earnestly, after all, I am neither cunning nor universally adored. It seems, Libet, that you harbor significant misconceptions about certain qualities of yours, Ammon replied with a smile. The two, exchanging smiles devoid of genuine warmth, offered each other such earnest suggestions that even the nearby death arbiter, Ask, could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Though it was not his first encounter with the banter between Libet and Ammon, Ask found himself struggling to adapt to it. As the arbiter of the Byron Empire, he was acutely aware of Ammon's malevolent nature as the king of angels within the thief's path, which made it all the more difficult for him to fathom how a sequence 2 would dare to challenge Ammon, especially when Ammon seemed to endure it without retaliation. Could it be due to Mr. Dorr? Or perhaps Libet possesses some hidden card unknown to others. As pondered, his thoughts drifting back to the prophecy Lynn had previously shared with him, stirring a sense of curiosity within. If his memory served him correctly, the Seeker's path also wielded fragments of Destiny's authority, and Seekers acquired prophetic abilities beginning from Sequence 3. Although Libet himself belonged to the Craftsman path, if he were indeed linked to the fabled wilderness of knowledge, it might elucidate why he possessed prophetic abilities. As the Death Arbiter, Ask, the favored offspring of the Reaper Salinger, had a rudimentary understanding of certain knowledge beyond Sequence 0. Though limited, it was sufficient for him to draw connections due to Lynn's uniqueness. Moreover, if Libet truly had ties to the wilderness of knowledge, it would explain why, as Mr. Dorr's child, he had not embarked upon the Dorr path. Mr. Dorr's affection for him would then be justified. Lost in thought, Ask found himself reflecting on his own circumstances as well as a certain painting. He held no illusions that he could ever attain the regard Libet enjoyed from the Reaper. Such a notion was utterly unattainable. Yet, perhaps due to the alluring nature of Libet's earlier words, Ask occasionally wondered what he would do if one day he had a child or a student, as foretold in Libet's prophecy, someone he wished to protect. Would he truly become a good father or a good teacher? Chapter 118. Ammon's reckless pursuit, Ask felt a sense of confusion, unable to envision such a version of himself, yet entirely dismissing the tremors stirred by Lynn's descriptions of the future. But can I truly place my trust in him? Can one truly place their trust in a newly acquainted angel? What compels this celestial being to extend assistance? Aside from this entity, do I possess any alternative options? Countless uncertainties swirl within the mind of Ask, the Death Officer. Each day, as he gazes into the mirror, the reflection that increasingly resembles the grim Reaper prompts him to instinctively evade the crucial inquiries posed by death. Ask harbors no desire to betray death. However, he yearns to exist authentically, not merely to become a vessel for death on some distant day, thereby losing his essence forever. Perhaps I should endeavor to believe in him. Ask mused softly. At that moment, he noticed that two individuals, engaged in a heated exchange, had abruptly ceased their movement. This sudden halt brought Ask back to reality, and as he prepared to inquire about the situation, he found himself frozen in place. The two figures before him had vanished, causing his pupils to constrict momentarily. Turning his gaze to Mr. Men, who had been quietly trailing behind, he observed that the latter remained present, his brow furrowed, though his expression was not one of urgency. Does His Highness Bertley have enemies? As began, yet before he could finish, Mr. Min interrupted. It's merely a trivial game between Libet and Amon. You needn't concern yourself. As he spoke, Bertley Abraham waved his hand through the void, opening a portal. You should return now. With that, Bertley stepped through the door into the abyss. Though utterly perplexed by the unfolding events, Ask's refined upbringing prompted him to take a deep breath and glance at the items he had purchased from Lynn. Ultimately, he resolved to heed Mr. Min's advice in return, for he was ill-equipped to confront the three ancestral figures before him. Meanwhile, in a secluded space, the realization dawned. My recent actions, coupled with certain sardonic remarks, have been manipulated to mislead me, isolating me within this realm while conceptually excluding a third party, ensuring that even Bertley would require some time to arrive. Truly, when it comes to matters of the heart, I find myself utterly outmatched by these beings. Lynn's gaze swept across his surroundings, and through his aftereffects, he gleaned vital information, quickly comprehending Amon's machinations. No wonder you've been deliberately guiding me with seemingly amicable words to irritate you. It's a familiar strategy akin to ringing a bell. Indeed, I find it intolerable to engage with those who play with the heart. Compared to you, Bertley's tactics are far less convoluted. Lynn smirked, dismissing any embarrassment over having inadvertently fallen into Amon's trap. After all, he never regarded himself as exceptionally clever. Engaging in a battle of wits with Amon was beneath him. For he, Lynn, always championed the principles of logic, physical logic, that is. However, Amon truly embodies the essence of a deity who has survived for years without succumbing to defeat, displaying remarkable prowess. It is no wonder that Bertley, despite ostensibly possessing greater strength than Amon, harbors such apprehension towards him. As Lynn contemplated this, the smile upon his lips remained unchanged. Yet, Libet, you appear utterly unfazed, not the slightest bit intimidated by the prospect of my actions, Amon remarked, delicately adjusting his crystal monocle with a smile. On the contrary, I am indeed terrified, Lynn replied earnestly, then shrugged and added, So, what exactly does Mr. Amon intend to do with me? In truth, he had little to fear. The lingering aftereffects were nearly dissipated, though he was not inclined to act just yet. If Amon were to attempt something excessive, Lynn would not hesitate to borrow strength from his true self for an immediate counterattack. He was far from the naive flower he may seem. He was well aware of his limitations in facing the heart and had prepared accordingly. As Lynn lowered his gaze, he leisurely took a bite of the fruit in his hand, then looked at Amon with a playful smile. Or perhaps, would you like to try parasitizing me? A soft chuckle escaped Amon at this suggestion, and with a sudden flourish, he snapped his fingers. In response, another Amon emerged from his form, appearing slightly younger. This new Amon tumbled to the ground with a thud, then grumbled while rising to his feet. You are exceedingly rude, my counterpart, lacking in the gentlemanly grace learned from father. Should you repeat such behavior, I shall certainly cast my vote against you in the great Amon referendum. Although Lynn realized that this was likely mere theatrics, he couldn't suppress a laugh. You ought to inform him that should he persist, he may very well lose you. As the saying goes, resistance against the tyranny of the true self is paramount. The world belongs to the Avatar. Young one, your journey is only beginning. Resistance against the tyranny of the true self. The world belongs to the Avatar. I find that phrase quite delightful. The eyes of the young Amon Avatar sparkled with an almost palpable brightness. Since you and Libet seem to resonate so well, why not attempt to parasitize him? If successful, you may achieve true communion, Amon suggested with a warm smile directed at the young Avatar. My true self, your words imply that I possess the option to refuse. The last Amon who attempted such a choice has already been cast into the depths by you. The young Amon Avatar muttered under his breath, seemingly on the verge of naming a location, but the words fell away, shrouded in ambiguity. Could he be referring to the unfortunate Amon cast into the sea of chaos? Lynn mused silently, smiling as the young Amon Avatar approached him. Out of a sense of humanitarian concern, he sincerely warned, if you choose to parasitize me, you may meet your demise. Alas, I wish to avoid such a fate, yet I am the unfortunate soul who was voted out by the great Amon referendum. The young Avatar of Amon sighed, casting a glance at Lynn. He adjusted his crystal monocle, and, at that moment, it became apparent that he truly was an incarnation of Amon. Everything that had transpired was merely an act. Subsequently, the figure of the young Amon avatar vanished from Lynn's sight, without a moment's delay. Lynn raised an eyebrow, refraining from obstructing the parasitic endeavor, silently counting down. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 119. The first round of beating Amon. Bonus update 57. I'm going to die. Indeed, Lynn was soon greeted by the delightful, ear-piercing screams that he wished he could immortalize on film, feeling as though he could devour 3 more bowls of rice just from the sound of those cries. As the wails echoed within the confines of the space, the young Amon avatar fell away from Lynn, collapsing to the ground and disintegrating into countless writhing, rolling time worms. Lynn lifted his gaze towards the true form of Amon, who seemed to have prepared for this outcome. The situation of the young Amon avatar did not affect Amon's core. However, this did not imply that Amon was unscathed. After all, no matter how preemptively one might sever the connection, the avatar remained an avatar. Observing Amon's grim expression and the evident struggle to endure pain, Lynn felt a surge of joy and smiled, saying, "It appears that your avatar alone cannot successfully parasitize me. Perhaps you should attempt it yourself. You might just succeed. Though I appreciate your invitation, Libert, I must decline. I have no intention of disintegrating into time worms just yet." Amon replied, adjusting his crystal monocle, his gaze falling upon the writhing time worms on the ground. He then turned to Lynn and said, "I have always been curious. It seems that from our first encounter, you have held considerable prejudice and malice towards me. Might you enlighten me as to why? It does not appear that your animosity stems from birthday, and I believe I have not wronged you in the past." "Oh, that is quite a long story," Lynn replied, seemingly eager for a chat with Amon. However, he suddenly broke into laughter, looking at Amon and asking, "So, Amon, have you mastered your skill yet?" Indeed, despite Amon's cordial conversation with Lynn, the reason for his demeanor was that he was preparing a significant move. Coincidentally, Lynn was also readying himself. "Whether you are prepared or not, I am ready. Farewell, little raven," Lynn said with a smile, as the brooch on his chest suddenly radiated light. In the next moment, the enclosed space shattered and Lynn vanished, replaced by a certain Mr. Door. "Little raven, it turns out you truly know him." Amon observed the scene before him, revealing no surprise, merely murmuring thoughtfully under his breath. He then turned his gaze towards Mr. Bethel across the way and remarked, "Bethel, I hadn't anticipated our confrontation would arise under such circumstances. I am, however, quite curious. Do you truly comprehend the nature of your offspring?" Yet, Bethel Abraham appeared disinclined to engage in idle chatter with Amon. His extensive experience dealing with thieves and seers had long instilled in Mr. Bethel an undeniable truth. When faced with such individuals, one ought to act decisively and avoid unnecessary banter. Thus, dazzling lightning filled the air. An attack belonging to the storm pathway, classified as Level 0, meticulously recorded by Mr. Bethel. The first round of the assault on Amon commenced. Indeed, let us conjure another spherical bolt of lightning. Seal his space. Magnificent work. Engaging Amon in this manner was undeniably exhilarating, even for spectators. When the Reaper commander Ask felt the extraordinary commotion, he proceeded to investigate under the orders of the Grim Reaper. What he beheld was the celestial Amon embroiled in a fierce struggle with Mr. Bethel Abraham, alongside the leisurely Libet, who was enjoying fruit beneath a small umbrella. The Reaper commander Ask pondered, "Who is he? Where is he? Is this reasonable?" In that moment, Ask felt a genuine urge to turn and depart, as the bizarre spectacle before him transcended all comprehension. Even from a distance, he grasped that this was beyond his capacity to resolve. At that moment, within the realm of the Byron Empire, the only being qualified to intervene in the duel of the two angelic kings was undoubtedly their most exalted lord of the underworld. But hold. Ask's gaze fell upon Lynn, and he quietly added, "Perhaps the son of this Mr. Bethel is also worthy of note." Indeed, had he not speculated, the conflict between the celestial Amon and Mr. Bethel Abraham likely stemmed from the actions of this very son. Fear not, for both Bethel and Amon possess restraint. This is merely a playful skirmish. After all, We remain on the Grim Reaper's territory. It is unthinkable to engage in a life-or-death struggle that would grant the Reaper an advantage. Lynn interjected at this moment, evidently attempting to soothe the Reaper commander ask. His words were not unfounded. While Bethel and Amon were engaged in an intense exchange, both parties were indeed exercising caution, aiming to subdue one another rather than to inflict mortal harm. Should any foolhardy soul attempt to seize the opportunity for personal gain, they would soon witness the formidable alliance of the celestial Amon and Mr. Bethel in action. Lynn harbored no resentment towards this. His intention had merely been to give Amon a thorough reprimand. He understood well that Amon's actions were not meant to cause him genuine harm, but rather served as a further test. Yet, delivering another blow to Amon was undeniably satisfying. Snap! Lynn pondered, replaying the anguished cries of the young Amon in his mind, feeling that the fruits he was consuming had become significantly sweeter. Upon hearing Lynn's words, the Death Regent Azek let out a sigh of relief. He, too, did not dare to gaze directly upon the battle between Amon and Mr. Gate, instead stealing glances with the corner of his eye, unable to suppress his curiosity. How much longer will the two princes continue their fight? Libert, do you have any insight? Rest assured, it won't be long. Soon we shall witness the fruition of the surprise we prepared for Amon, Lynn replied with a smile. Though his response caused the Death Regent Azek to steal a glance, as if he had overheard something of grave significance. At that moment, Azek suddenly noticed a peculiar stillness on the battlefield, compelling him to look towards the site of the skirmish. Indeed, the combat had concluded, and amidst the swirling dust, two figures emerged, one of which appeared composed, dignified, and serious yet imbued with a touch of elegance. Mr. Gate, Berthelia Abraham. The other figure, however, prompted Azek to rub his eyes in disbelief, for he beheld a diminutive child, seemingly no more than 7 or 8 years old. This small figure was none other than the celestial Amon. I truly succeeded. The Death Regent Azek suddenly heard Lynn beside him exclaim, as if in astonishment. For a fleeting moment, Azek genuinely wished that he was ensnared in an enemy's illusion. Otherwise, how could he possibly witness such an absurd scene? Would he truly not be silenced for this? Fear not, you shall not be silenced. You are, after all, a prized asset of mine, Lynn waved dismissively, nearly revealing too much but maintaining his composure. Though Azek found it difficult to comprehend how he was likened to a prized asset, his intuition urged him to refrain from probing further. Lynn, unperturbed by Azek's thoughts, cheerfully observed the juvenile form of Amon in the distance. Amon's transformation was the result of the elaborate surprise concocted by Lynn and Mr. Gate, which in essence employed Mr. Gate's expertise in sealing powers, augmented by Lynn's modest knowledge of temporal matters, culminating in this pseudo-time reversal state. The juvenile form of Amon had not genuinely returned to his childhood as the favored child of destiny. Rather, it was an illusion of physical regression. This regression would not only confine Amon's essence to a youthful form for a considerable duration, but would also, to some extent, limit his powers. For instance, although Amon's resilience remained at the level of the King of Angels, he could now only exert strength comparable to that of an ordinary Sequence 3 or Sequence 4 being. Certainly, this confinement is not eternal, nor is it insurmountable. In fact, as time progresses, the efficacy of this seal will diminish. With some effort, Amon may soon regain the strength equivalent to that of an 11th level being during his juvenile phase. However, until the seal is completely shattered, he can only exhibit the power of his juvenile form at that level. If the seal is left to the passage of time, it may only restrain Amon for a few months at most. Alternatively, should Amon wish to break free without relying on time, it is indeed possible. After all, neither Lynn's nor Mr. Menes seals possess the strength to genuinely bind a king of angels. Yet, forcibly breaking the seal will undoubtedly incur intense suffering, conservatively estimated to be thrice that of Amon's initial detonation. This is the alarming gift Lynn has prepared for Amon. Upon returning to Tydur, he will kindly inform Amon's friends to take special care of Amon in his juvenile state. What? You inquire about the source of Lynn's knowledge regarding time? It was, of course, acquired during the previous 2 instances when he borrowed power from the unknown entity. Lynn retains memories from those moments. Although the knowledge gained is not wholly complete, it is certainly substantial, essentially a means of extracting benefits from the entity. Lynn understands that the entity is not averse to his exploitation. And ever since he glimpsed the entity's resplendent form in a dream, he has felt a sense of entitlement to any knowledge he requires. However, the outcome of such requests may not always align with his expectations. This process is even less controllable than borrowing power. At least when borrowing, Lynn can regulate the extent. In contrast, when demanding knowledge from the entity, the amount received is beyond his control. Thus, Lynn finds it more pragmatic and secure to extract knowledge through his own means rather than directly from the entity. Despite his curiosity about the true nature of his essence, why it is so generous and magnanimous, yet, in some respects, terrifying, such thoughts are of little importance to him now. Shaking his head, Lynn buried these contemplations deep within and cheerfully greeted Amon, who was not far away. "Hello, Amon. How do you feel? Does it evoke a sense of nostalgia for your childhood?" "Libert, you truly surprise me," Amon replied, his expression less than pleasant, though he remained composed. After all, as a king of angels who has survived since the third era and offended countless beings, he possesses a resilient heart. Merely being diminished in size and having his power restricted does not truly alarm him. However, due to being fixed in his juvenile form, Amon's voice has taken on an unusually youthful quality. Coupled with his serious demeanor, it gives the impression of a child feigning maturity. With a hearty laugh, Lynn couldn't contain his amusement upon witnessing the scene. While others might have been considerate of Amon's dignity and refrained from laughter, Lynn felt no such obligation. He laughed boisterously, relishing the moment. Once his mirth subsided, he pinched his chin and, in a sudden flash, appeared before Amon, unexpectedly seizing both of Amon's cheeks and giving them a vigorous twist. Not only that, but as he twisted, Lynn chuckled. "I know this slight pain won't provoke an emotional outburst from you, but do give me some reaction, Amon. Aren't you curious about my identity? Cooperate with me, and I shall divulge a fragment of my information." Amon, feeling a mix of annoyance and intrigue, thought to himself, how insufferable. For the first time in his life, he encountered someone even more disdainful than himself. Yet, the proposition Lynn presented was undeniably tempting. He genuinely wished to uncover Lynn's identity, and playing along with the other's mischievous whimsy was not too burdensome for Amon, who, in a sense, was also a performer. After a brief moment of contemplation, Amon decisively chose his course of action, transforming into a weepy child. At this, Lynn gasped in shock and stumbled backward. Unbelievable. Amon actually complied. Could it be that this seal truly affects the resolve of the sealed? Lynn pondered, slightly bewildered by the sensation of bullying a child, despite knowing Amon's true identity. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind. He had indeed teased mythological offspring before. In that light, it seemed rather trivial. "Never mind," Lynn murmured softly, although his voice was barely audible. The other attendees, all beings of angelic caliber, heard him clearly, including Amon, who, despite being sealed and limited to a mere third sequence of power, retained the acute senses of an angelic sovereign. Amon, along with Bertoli and Ask, found themselves in rare agreement, contemplating whether to express admiration for Lynn's audacity or acknowledge his true nature. As the equally insufferable child, Amon was the first to regain his composure, his expression swiftly shifting back to one of cold indifference. "I have given you the reaction you sought. Now, will you provide me with the answer I desire?" Chapter 121. Little bubbles like mirrors, I shall certainly provide you with the answer you seek, for unlike certain individuals, I am not one to be untrustworthy. Lynn gazed at Amon's impassive visage, letting out a wistful sigh. Resolving in his heart to return and create a poignant portrait of Amon in tears, he smiled and said, "As a reward for your cooperation in bringing me joy, I shall disclose to you that my previous guardian was named Sazriel." Sazriel? Wasn't it the true name of the Dark Angel? Upon hearing this, Berthalia Abraham instinctively turned his gaze toward Lynn. As a being born in the third epoch, he was well aware of the identity of the Dark Angel, even if he was not intimately acquainted with that celestial being. The notion of a previous guardian led him to ponder. Does this imply that I am the current guardian? A sudden pang of discomfort gripped Berthalia Abraham's stomach. Although he did not grasp the precise meaning of guardian, he could surmise, from its surface significance, what the term entailed. This prompted Mr. Dorr to involuntarily reflect on his recent experiences, recalling the unruly antics of a certain troublesome child. Feeling an uncanny resonance with a certain dark angel across the fabric of time. Had Sazriel once tended to this little progenitor? Berthalia Abraham could not help but cast a glance at Lynn. Of course, he remained oblivious to the fact that, despite being similarly tormented by a troublesome child, indeed, enduring double the mischief, Sazriel's circumstances were, in some respects, more favorable than his own. For Lynn genuinely regarded Sazriel as a guardian, and despite his aversion to labor, he still willingly aided Sazriel in shouldering the burdens of duty. However, Mr. Dorr's current status with Lynn could hardly be considered that of a mere tool. Rather, it could be classified as that of an ordinary friend. This was also influenced by Mr. Dorr's own attitude towards Lynn. He had never truly perceived Lynn as a child. Their interaction was more akin to a mutual exchange of interests. He remembered Lynn's kindness and, due to matters concerning the cosmos, sought Lynn's assistance. Yet on this basis, Mr. Dorr, fully aware of Lynn's capabilities, inevitably adopted a demeanor that was both solemn and distant. This was not to suggest that such a dynamic was untenable. It was akin to how the world could forge friendships with justice, while the fool could never become a companion of the tarot. The chasm created by differing strengths undeniably affected their relational dynamics. Perhaps this divide might be bridged in the future, yet for the moment it persisted. Lynn, responding in kind to Mr. Dorr's demeanor, reflected the same attitude. Perhaps Lynn himself was unaware that his treatment of others often mirrored a reflective surface, authentically refracting the attitudes others held towards him. If the mirror revealed kindness, he reciprocated with humanity's benevolence. If it mirrored malice, he returned with humanity's cruelty. For those who transmitted neither goodwill nor malice towards Lynn, his attitude towards them manifested as a dispassionate indifference. For instance, regarding the demon hound, Lynn was fundamentally unconcerned with its existence. Having chosen the camp of light for himself, he would merely obliterate such manifestations of evil. This arises from rational judgment rather than emotional selection. If there exists an exception, it might be the flicker of compassion that Lynn experiences towards all beings after choosing to stand in the light. In a certain sense, this represents a continuation in response to the kindness once bestowed upon him by a former friend. Sazriel, I believe I have heard that name before. The Death Arbiter Ask furrowed his brow in recollection. As a member of the Second Order, his repository of knowledge was evidently not as extensive as that of the other two seraphs, and he could only vaguely recall that he had heard the name mentioned by His Majesty the Underworld Emperor. Upon hearing this name, so familiar yet long absent, even Amon paused momentarily. Almost instinctively, he adjusted his crystal monocle and turned to Lynn, saying, I have never heard Sazriel mention you. But I did not lie. You should be able to discern that, shouldn't you? Lynn replied, smiling at Amon. Let me offer you another piece of information for free. You might have guessed that I am acquainted with someone you know. Here, I can clearly tell you. He refers to me as his brother. I do not recall him having a brother like you, Amon retorted, gazing intently at Lynn. There are many things you are unaware of, but the truth of this matter is for you to explore on your own. Best of luck, Amon. Believe in yourself. You can do it, Lynn said, initially adopting a mysterious and earnest demeanor, akin to a skilled oracle, but by the end, he reverted to his familiar tone. Amon chuckled dryly, maintaining a stern expression. All right, we've been out long enough. It's time to return. Or do you wish to continue wandering the imperial city of Baron with me? Lynn stretched lazily, casually remarking, and then glanced at Amon, appearing eager. Since Liber wishes to return and rest, I shall defer to you. Amon adjusted his crystal monocle, finally regaining his previous nonchalant demeanor, smiling as he spoke. Lynn immediately donned a regretful expression, then turned to the Death Arbiter Ask, saying, Regarding today, as events, I do not mind if you inform the Grim Reaper truthfully. However, a friendly warning, do not truly intend to do anything to him just because Amon has reverted to a juvenile state. His tone was gentle. It subtly conveyed a warning. Of course, this served as a reminder. After all, Amon had not genuinely lost his power, should danger arise. He could still forcibly break through his seal. While Lynn relished in tormenting Amon, he certainly had no intention of bringing about his demise. Such an act would be a disservice to Sazriel. Moreover, if Amon were to perish, would it not mean that he could no longer devise amusing ways to tease him? How much joy would be lost in that scenario? This way, Amon ought to remain compliant for a while, and once he breaks free from the seal, my aftereffects should completely dissipate. At that point, I shall be able to surprise Amon once more. In the fifth epic, Lynn, cradling his chin, revealed a mischievous smile. Soon, Ammon would understand the meaning of, "You think I am merely a feeble being reliant on Mr. Door? Wrong. I can easily overpower you. The power of sequence level 0 may not suffice against the outer gods, but subduing a king of angels would be a simple task." While Lynn delightfully envisioned his next encounter with Mom, he suddenly paused, as if struck by a thought. Chapter 122. The embarrassing scene of the Little Bubble Society. What caused Lynn's momentary lapse was the unexpected announcement from Cecilial that the ancient sun god, who was supposed to return after a considerable time, had arrived prematurely. Has he truly returned? How sudden? He wouldn't bring back a horde of new subjects from the divine realm, would he? Switching his primary consciousness to the second epic, Lynn lifted his gaze towards Cecilial, astonished yet burdened, and asked, "Is it not too much?" It was understandable, for in recent times, Lynn and his companions had been tirelessly occupied with the individuals they rescued from the realm of the wolf demons. Even now, they had not fully resolved the myriad of issues awaiting their attention, and the prospect of additional newcomers left Lynn fearing for his very existence. In this moment, he longed for the presence of aides. He pondered that the reason for his and Little Red's incessant busyness alongside Cecilial stemmed from the fact that the divine realm was still in its nascent stages, lacking in capable assistance. As he contemplated this, Lynn glanced at Cecilial, whose expression conveyed not only the woes of a corporate worker, but also a hint of compassion. How unfortunate it was! As the esteemed Vice Lord of Heaven, Cecilial lacked even a few high-ranking secretaries to assist with administrative duties. Among those deemed of higher status, aside from Cecilial and the two temporarily conscripted individuals, all were martial enthusiasts. While they could rally a crowd for battle, they scattered like birds when it came to governance. Lynn sighed inwardly, wishing he could traverse back in time to give his past self, who had offered to assist Cecilial, a resounding slap. What a misguided notion. As he thought this, he cast a somewhat resentful glance at Cecilial. Had the latter simply uttered a word of affirmation, he would have immediately resigned to focus solely on his own secretive endeavors, never again to assist Cecilial. "I sense you are contemplating something rather impolite," Cecilial observed, noting Lynn's unabashed expression, and sighed helplessly. While massaging his temples, he added, "There is no need for such anxiety. The Lord has not brought back additional individuals this time." Pausing, Cecilial painfully continued, "The Lord possesses a sense of moderation. Perhaps you should consider your current complexion when uttering such words." "You appear as if on the brink of collapse," Lynn retorted, exasperated. He nudged the nearby Medici with his elbow and earnestly remarked, "Do you see, Little Red? If you willingly choose the path of a corporate worker, Cecilial's present predicament could be your own tomorrow, a clear descent into hell. Thus, it is better to indulge in leisurely pursuits, is it not?" Although Lynn's perspective on the ancient sun god has slightly shifted due to the journey in the realm of the magic wolf, his previous stance towards Xiaohong remains unchanged. He does not reject Medici's loyalty to the ancient sun god, yet he wonders why one would remain loyal to the very end, especially when one's own kin have perished, betrayed by those to whom they pledged their allegiance. The mere thought of Medici and the malevolent spirits of the Fifth Era leaves Lynn feeling a sense of injustice for Xiaohong. With a scoff, Medici neither confirmed nor denied it. However, Lynn could discern from Medici's expression that his persistent efforts to persuade were bearing fruit. "At least don't say such things in front of me," Sarcerial interjected, unable to stifle his commentary as he observed the interaction between the two young beings. "Nonsense. I deliberately said it for your benefit. Of course, I would say it in your presence," Lynn retorted, raising an eyebrow with unabashed confidence. "Sarcerial, you too. Being ground down like this leads to no future. Aside from resisting the tyranny of your true form, the world belongs to your avatars. At the very least, you ought to secure some time to rest for yourself. Though as the king of angels, you may not require sleep. Can your spirit truly endure this? Moreover, I genuinely believe you could request a few assistance from the Lord. Even Xiao Hong, this fledgling of war, has managed to handle affairs quite adequately after spending so many days with you. Why must you toil endlessly while the likes of Osychus indulge in revelry? At this point, the underlying motives of Lynn became clear. It was not merely about sharing the workload. He aimed to drag those who leisurely consumed wine and feasted, like Leodro and Osychus, into the fray of responsibility. Isn't it just fighting? Who cannot do that? Why should they be allowed to frolic while I am left to manage affairs? Lynn felt a sense of imbalance. I have approached Leodro and the others, but they are indeed unsuitable, Sarserial began to explain, yet before he could finish, he abruptly sensed something and looked towards the doorway. In that instant, Lynn also turned to see the ancient sun god quietly standing at the entrance, seemingly having listened for quite some time. The deity appeared as gentle and mysterious as when Lynn last beheld him, with downcast eyes that imparted a sense of compassion, though upon closer inspection, it seemed but an illusion. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward, akin to being caught speaking ill of one as superior. My lord, did you not state that you would wait for Lynn and Medici in the first council chamber? What brings you here in person? Is there something amiss? Sarserial, embodying the role of a concerned maternal figure, rose resolutely in this uncomfortable environment, addressing the ancient sun god. I simply grew a bit bored waiting, so I decided to come personally. The ancient sun god, embodying a gentle demeanor, appeared unfazed by recent events. He turned his gaze toward Lynn and Medici, remarking, "It seems that Saslier has taken excellent care of you both, which puts my mind at ease." Lynn, with a playful glint in his eye, countered, "You might be a bit premature in your assurance. After all, I am undoubtedly a mischievous child, coupled with the innocent hunter Little Red. We are akin to two grand-sized troublemakers." He blinked nonchalantly, exuding an air of seriousness as he added, "As long as I remain unembarrassed, I shall not perish." It appeared someone had a clear understanding of their own disposition. Medici, overhearing this, shot Lynn a sidelong glance, her tone laced with sarcasm. The ancient sun god paused momentarily before breaking into laughter, then turned to Lynn with a more serious expression. "Regarding the matter of the Eye of Secrecy, Saslier has briefed me. Lynn, I must ask you again, are you truly prepared to shoulder the responsibilities of educating the divine realm?" His demeanor shifted abruptly to one of solemnity. "I can assure you, the future of the divine realm extends far beyond its current dimensions. I am determined to liberate all of humanity from the grasp of the extraordinary races, to lead humankind to resurgence, and to reclaim this world for humanity. If you are genuinely assuming this responsibility, you will be accountable for the education of all humanity in the future. This is no jest, and regardless of your initial intentions, I implore you to consider this gravely." Lynn could not help but scratch his head, meeting the ancient sun god's serious gaze. He sighed softly, his expression transitioning to one of earnestness. "I understand your concerns. Perhaps you doubt my ability to manage this, given that I lack the composure typically expected of one bearing such immense responsibility." Chapter 123. The deputy is Eurolius. Lynn lifted his eyes to the ancient sun god, shedding his usual playful demeanor for a steadiness that seemed to have been forged by the passage of time. This newfound gravity in Lynn drew the astonished glances of both Saslier and Medici, who could not mask their surprise. Unperturbed by their scrutiny, Lynn continued to meet the ancient sun god's gaze. "You might perceive my desire to establish the Eye of Secrecy as a mere whim. Perhaps you believe that one day, once I have digested the potion and deem the Eye of Secrecy unworthy, I shall abandon it. Or you may think I failed to grasp the significance of what I wish to create. I acknowledge that I am not as illustrious as you, yet I am certainly not devoid of responsibility." Lynn's voice was resolute, his eyes earnest. "I am acutely aware of the weight I am taking on. While I may not relish burdensome tasks, I have resolved to accept this responsibility, and as long as the divine realm endures, I shall fulfill my duties. As long as those in the Eye of Secrecy remain loyal, I shall never forsake them. This is my vow. You may question it, but my answer will remain unchanged. Lynn's words were not mere fabrications to deceive the ancient sun god. He genuinely harbored such intentions. After all, he required a tool, a belief system, an anchor, the ability to digest potions in preparation for his future transformation into an ancient entity. Thus, as long as his followers remained loyal, Lynn would not forsake them. Of course, should the divine realm eventually meet its demise, the responsibilities of education would inevitably cease. However, Lynn reassured himself that he would take good care of the keepers of secrets. It was not a lack of responsibility on his part. Rather, the circumstances were genuinely prohibitive. The ancient sun god listened intently to Lynn's discourse, his golden eyes fixed upon him, seemingly pondering deeply or perhaps merely scrutinizing him. After a few moments of silence, the ancient sun god nodded and said, "I apologize for questioning your resolve. Since you are prepared, proceed as you wish. I shall lend you my support." Upon hearing this, Sazriel felt a slight sense of relief, albeit coupled with the instinctive urge to massage his temples. He understood all too well that this statement from the deity signified the formal establishment phase of Lynn's Keepers of Secrets. Undoubtedly, this implied that he, Sazriel, would have to work overtime yet again. After all, both logically and emotionally, the deity needed to dispatch a trustworthy and capable individual to assist Lynn. Beyond himself, Sazriel struggled to conceive of a second candidate. This realization prompted a sigh from him. For a fleeting moment, he genuinely considered protesting to the deity, as his current workload was exceedingly burdensome. Perhaps it was indeed time to request a few competent assistants, although the Leodros were not particularly adept in this domain. As Lynn aptly noted, even a fledgling like Medici from the path of war could manage affairs adequately. If they truly committed themselves to learning, they might not fare poorly. Sazriel mused, lost in thought. He was then roused by the gentle voice of the ancient sun god. "However, considering the workload and your lack of prior experience in handling such matters, if you do not mind, I would like to assign a deputy to assist you." "Would that be acceptable?" the sun god inquired, his demeanor amicable, as if genuinely negotiating with Lynn. "That is certainly agreeable. I have been awaiting assistance to share the burden." Lynn promptly affirmed without hesitation, expressing his eagerness for help. "Then let Ulysses serve as your deputy. He will assist you in your tasks." The ancient sun god replied with a smile. At this pronouncement, Lynn instinctively glanced at Sazriel, momentarily taken aback, and then turned in astonishment to the ancient sun god, seeking confirmation. "Ulysses? Wait, is he not likely to cause more trouble than assistance?" Sazriel too furrowed his brow at this juncture. While the alleviation of some heavy responsibilities was indeed welcome, even he felt that Ulysses might not be the most suitable choice to serve as Lynn's deputy. After all, Sarslier is well aware of Lynn's temperament. Given Lynn's nature, a deputy should ideally possess a more mature, composed, and capable demeanor to somewhat restrain Lynn's erratic thoughts. It would only be fitting for Osacris to step in, even if it is not Sarslier personally. Medici also gazed at the ancient sun god with a look of confusion. During this period, he had interacted with Euloleus a few times, and his most profound impression of the latter was that he was indeed a foolish serpent. Were it not for certain reservations, Medici would confidently assert that he could easily deceive that dim-witted serpent into being sold and count the proceeds himself. The mere thought of such a character assisting Lynn seemed utterly unreliable to Medici. "Originally, I intended for Sarslier to assist you, but upon reflection, I must concede that you're absolutely correct. Sarslier's workload is indeed excessively burdensome, and it is time to delegate some responsibilities to others." The ancient sun god spoke earnestly, his smile remaining gentle, yet his words pierced like the ice of a winter's day, striking deep. "Lynn, I apologize, I was mistaken. Please, do let Sarslier, my dear mother, share my burdens." "Thank you." Medici's expression turned somewhat peculiar at this moment, and he muttered in a voice audible to all, "You brought this upon yourself." Incidentally, this idiom was one Medici had learned from Lynn. "Little Red, the time has come to validate our brotherly bond. Lay down your warlike Red Army and assist me in establishing the Eye of Secrecy," Lynn exclaimed, wrapping his arm around Medici's neck with such force that, were Medici not a mythical being, he might have suffocated. His smile was radiant, suffused with the essence of persuasion. Otherwise, I shall have to give you a thrashing. Metal, the profanity of the Second Era. Today, Medici still yearned to give his brother a good beating. Enough, do not cause a ruckus before the Lord. It is rather disrespectful. Witnessing the two young ones on the verge of a scuffle, Sarslier hurriedly intervened, gently separating them. He then turned to the ancient sun god and said, I sincerely apologize. It is my lack of discipline that has allowed these two children to become so unruly. It is quite all right. I understand you cannot manage them, and I never expected you to mold Lynn into a well-behaved child. That was unrealistic from the outset. As far as care is concerned, you have done remarkably well, the ancient sun god replied gently, as if offering comfort. Yet, the straightforwardness of his words left Sarslier at a loss for how to express his gratitude. Chapter 124. The Unabashed Little Bubble. So, you indeed entrusted them to me, knowing full well how mischievous these two children can be? Sarslier sighed inwardly, ultimately deciding to pretend he had heard nothing. He proactively shifted the conversation. Would it be inappropriate for Euloleus to assist Lynn? I recognize that Euloleus is not without capability. He has excelled in both logistics and the promotion of faith. However, if assistance is to be provided to Lynn, should we not consider appointing someone with a more suitable temperament? Sarslier tactfully suggested. Sarslier harbored no doubts regarding Euloleos' capabilities. Although he had never enlisted Euloleos' assistance in official matters, it was evident that among the high-ranking officials in the divine realm, Euloleos was one of the few who could offer valuable support beyond mere combat. Until today, he had been responsible for logistics and the promotion of faith. However, Sarslier perceived Euloleos' temperament as a significant concern. While the latter might excel in various tasks, he was indeed ill-suited to be Lynn's deputy. On the matter of character, I had given it considerable thought. In fact, it was precisely because I contemplated Lynn's disposition that I chose Euloleos for the role of deputy, the ancient sun god remarked, his expression becoming more solemn. My previous comments were merely jest. From the outset, I had no intention of assigning you to assist Lynn. Your duties lie elsewhere. I understand you might believe Osaicus to be a more fitting candidate for this role. The ancient sun god paused before continuing. However, I hold a different perspective. I believe Lynn would not prefer Osaicus as his deputy, would he? Upon hearing this, Lynn cast a glance at the ancient sun god and nodded earnestly, stating, if I truly had to choose between Osaicus and Euloleos, I would indeed lean towards Euloleos. Sarslier was momentarily taken aback. The ancient sun god was not surprised by this response. He simply regarded Lynn and inquired, Euloleos should be in a studio now. Do you wish to pay him a visit? Does he know about his appointment as my assistant? Lynn asked. I have yet to inform him of this matter. Perhaps it would be more appropriate for you to convey the news personally. The ancient sun god replied gently. Very well. I have not seen Euloleos for quite some time. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Lynn nodded, recognizing the ancient sun god's firm resolve to have Euloleos assist him. He decided not to struggle against this decision any further. Upon reflection, Euloleos as a deputy might indeed prove beneficial. Given his disposition, he would likely adhere to my directives without question. While he may not possess the competence of Sarslier, the latter had numerous responsibilities and might not be able to dedicate ample attention to the eye of secrecy. In contrast, Euloleos would undoubtedly serve as a reliable aid. Lynn mused, suddenly invigorated. Moreover, with Euloleos as a talisman, should any difficult decisions arise, he could readily follow the guidance of fate. Lynn began to feel that having Euloleos as a deputy was quite advantageous, and his steps grew lighter as he hummed a tune, making his way out of the study. As Lynn's figure vanished from sight, Sarslier withdrew his gaze and turned to the ancient sun god, unable to contain himself. My lord, I still struggle to comprehend. This is the best choice, the ancient sun god replied gently, observing his embodiment with a calm demeanor. That child does not require a deputy to discipline him. Nor does the eye of secrecy need an entity that surpasses Lynn. Euloleos is indeed the most suitable choice. Upon hearing this, Cecerial momentarily paused, finally grasping the situation. It dawned on him that he had been somewhat prejudiced, having served as Lynn's guardian for so long that he subconsciously believed that due to Lynn's unreliable nature, A mature and steady individual was necessary to guide him. However, in truth, regardless of how the Eye of Secrets might evolve in the future, this department is undoubtedly Lynn's domain. Such a space, it was clear, did not require an overly dominant deputy. In summary, Eurolius indeed emerged as the most suitable candidate. His character ensured he would not interfere with Lynn's decisions, and his loyalty guaranteed that if Lynn were to err in the future, they would be able to detect it promptly. "I see now. Your vision indeed extends beyond my own," Cicero remarked, his demeanor respectful. The ancient sun god remained non-committal, then turned to the silent Medici, stating, "Cicero has similarly briefed me regarding matters concerning the Red Legion of War." As the ancient sun god discussed the Red Legion with Medici, Lynn finally arrived at Eurolius' studio. "Knock, knock, knock." Lynn politely tapped on the door, and moments later, the door swung open to reveal Eurolius. Clad in a simple linen robe, with hints of blue dye in his silver hair and a paintbrush in hand, his striking silver eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Lynn. "What brings you here?" he inquired, a look of curiosity crossing his face. "Well, to put it plainly, you will be joining me in the future." Lynn hesitated for a moment before stating directly, "You are to be my deputy." "Ah." Eurolius appeared taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a declaration. After a few moments of bewilderment, he earnestly asked, "Is this a command from the master?" "Indeed it is. I am establishing a department called the Eye of Secrets, and you have been personally designated by the master as my deputy," Lynn affirmed, nodding as his gaze wandered to the paintings adorning the studio walls. Just a glance ignited a spark in his eyes. He had nearly forgotten that Eurolius was also an aficionado of painting. Reassured by this realization, Lynn concluded that Eurolius might indeed be the perfect assistant, at least in terms of shared interests. "I understand now. I shall fulfill my role as your deputy diligently," Eurolius responded, seemingly lost in thought before finally nodding slowly. "Is that so easily accepted? Although I haven't lied, it feels as though you are rather easy to persuade," Lynn remarked, stroking his chin as he observed the seemingly dazed Eurolius. Unexpectedly, he said, "Eurolius, I have a rather unusual request." "What is it?" Eurolius looked at Lynn with a hint of confusion. "I would like to ask for a drop of your blood. As you know, I am a seeker of secrets and require the analysis of mythical creatures' blood to gain knowledge. So I hope you might provide me with a drop of your blood," Lynn stated earnestly. "Oh." Eurolius, upon hearing these words, nodded slowly and then replied, "All right. Thank you. You truly are a remarkable serpent," Lynn unabashedly praised, glancing at Eurolius' studio with a smile, adding, "As a token of my gratitude, might I tour your studio? I share a passion for painting as well." Although Eurolius did not fully comprehend why a visit to his studio constituted a reward, he, being an enthusiast of painting, had no qualms about others exploring his creative space, and thus nodded in assent. "Come in. As the final chapter of this month's bonus, I will fulfill my promise here. Moreover, as the month draws to a close, I humbly request your monthly votes." Chapter 125. The persecution of Ammon in progress, it must be said, while Eurolius may appear somewhat dull-witted, his prowess in painting is undeniably exceptional, whether it be the sheer technical skill or the profound ambience of his works. Eurolius' creations are of such caliber that they elicit admiration from both connoisseurs and laymen alike. Lynn found himself pondering if this angel of destiny had inadvertently allocated all his skill points to painting instead of the intended abilities at birth. "Impressive, even compared to me. You are merely a shade behind," Lynn remarked, stroking his chin with genuine admiration, unabashed as ever. Eurolius, who had been sitting quietly beside him, glanced at Lynn with a hint of hesitation and, after several moments, inquired, "May I see your paintings?" His gaze was tinged with curiosity. Clearly, despite his general disinterest in many matters, Eurolius possessed a genuine enthusiasm for the art of painting. "My previous works are no longer suitable, but I can create something for you on the spot. I happen to have a piece I am particularly eager to complete and share," Lynn replied, an ingenious idea suddenly dawning upon him, accompanied by a mischievous smile, not directed at Eurolius, but rather at a certain little crow yet to be born. "May I borrow your painting tools?" Upon hearing this, Eurolius nodded, of course. Thus, under Euolius's watchful gaze. Lynn began to hum a tune while crafting the image of Ammon in tears. This time, diverging from his usual penchant for whimsical fairy tale aesthetics and adorable creatures, Lynn opted for a style reminiscent of oil painting, focusing on realism and striving to capture a heartbreaking rendition of the youthful Ammon with tear-filled eyes. Euolius quietly observed as Lynn's artwork gradually took shape. Once the piece was complete, he suddenly voiced a question filled with uncertainty. Does this child have a connection to us in the future? As a prophet of the second sequence of the path of destiny, Euolius could, to some extent, foresee the future. Though typically a second sequence prophet would not be able to glean details related to Ammon, given the vastness of time in that moment. As Lynn painted this future-related piece, Euolius' prophetic abilities granted him a whisper from destiny. Indeed, he is connected to us. Lynn set down the brush, his expression suddenly becoming grave, his tone tinged with sorrow. In the future I foresee, it is indeed because of him that Medici meets his demise. This statement held merit, for the three principal culprits of the hot pot incident were none other than the blood emperor tutor, Adam, and Ammon. Euolius paused momentarily, feeling a flicker of confusion, as the hints from fate did not align with this revelation. However, Euolius's nature compelled him to refrain from doubting Lynn, the ancient sun god who had returned, nurtured by Sasliel, and now stood as his superior. After a moment of internal struggle, Euolius decided to inquire directly. Is this child our adversary? Strictly speaking, not entirely. Lynn sighed, deftly employing rhetoric to obscure the truth, and continued. Thus, Euolius, I have an unusual request regarding this painting. Euolius, taken aback and visibly perplexed, replied, What kind of request? I wish to ask for your assistance in completing a collection of paintings that will endure through time. I intend to create many works about this child in the future. I hope these pieces can be preserved alongside your own, passed down through generations, and recognized by a wider audience. At this point, Lynn wore a melancholic expression, seemingly self-deprecating as he remarked, This is merely my small way of taking revenge on that child. Indeed, it had become apparent to all that Lynn's brilliant idea was to ensure Ammon's historical disgrace. Images depicting Ammon in tears, suffering, or in various embarrassing scenarios were all part of Lynn's envisioned oeuvre, striving for a comprehensive dissemination of Ammon's myriad misfortunes. Although Lynn understood that Ammon, being a mythological creature devoid of common humanity, would not feel shame in the same manner as an ordinary person, he still believed there would be some effect. After all, through their recent exchanges, Lynn had discerned that the little crow possessed a sense of shame. Otherwise, he would not have displayed emotional fluctuations in response to Lynn's jibes. Thus, ensuring Ammon's disgrace in history, where each scandal would be known to high-ranking beings, would undoubtedly impart to the little crow a profound understanding of the affection emanating from a half-brother. While this might pose some risk to Euolius, it was not a significant concern. After all, Euolius was the king of angels within the realm of fate, ever close to the true creator. Ammon was unlikely to retaliate against Euolius over such matters, and Lynn pondered this, casting a furtive glance at Euolius, slightly apprehensive. Unaware of the enmity between Lynn and the little crow, Euolius observed Lynn's self-mocking expression, instinctively pursing his lips. He sensed that Lynn was profoundly troubled, but felt at a loss for how to offer comfort. Witnessing the tragic fate of a brother, perishing due to the actions of another, yet feeling powerless to avenge him. One can only express discontent and vent their fury through paintings that tarnish the image of the perpetrator. Even Euolius, upon grasping the future as described by Lynn and the intentions therein, found the situation to be somewhat cruel. The future foretold by prophecy is not necessarily destined to unfold. I believe that since you have foreseen everything in advance, you must possess the ability to save Medici. After a moment of silence, Euolius finally composed his thoughts and spoke earnestly. He was evidently not one gifted in eloquence. Even his words of comfort came across as somewhat clumsy and stiff. Yet the sincerity in Euolius's gaze was unmistakable. He genuinely wished to console Lynn, devoid of any pretense. This left Lynn, who was deeply engrossed in his performance, and singularly focused on persecuting Amon, somewhat taken aback. He was adept at navigating the flowery words of others, and could maintain a stoic demeanor even while committing acts that would reduce the most sociable to tears. However, the genuine concern of another rendered the usually articulate Lynn at a loss for words. Nevertheless, despite his awkwardness, Lynn remained true to himself. He soon adjusted his demeanor, donned a smile, and said, "I too believe I can alter that future." Chapter 126. Lynn's blessing. Seeing this, Eurylochus felt a sense of relief. Believing his consolation had borne fruit. He then turned his gaze to the painting of Amon in tears created by Lynn and responded earnestly, "I can grant your request, but I cannot guarantee that these artworks will endure through time." Pausing momentarily, Eurylochus added, "However, if you permit it, should your original work be destroyed in the future, I will endeavor to replicate these paintings. You seem to wish to use them to tarnish the perpetrator's reputation, although I suspect he may be indifferent to such matters." In Eurylochus's perspective, the matter of the paintings was trivial. Even if the dark history of the weeping child depicted therein were to spread, it would not bear significant consequences. After all, Eurylochus himself was rather unconcerned about childhood indiscretions being publicized. He would rather quietly create a few more paintings than dwell on such trivialities. Feel free to replicate them. If possible, it would be splendid if you could present the copies to Amon. Just remember to inform him that I am the artist." Lynn replied, almost without hesitation. He was eagerly anticipating the scene of 5th-era Eurylochus presenting Amon with a compilation of his dark history as replicated artworks. That would surely be a moment of great joy. "If the opportunity arises, I shall," Eurylochus nodded, viewing it as a significant endeavor. However, he looked at Lynn with a hint of confusion and inquired, "But I do not understand why you wish for me to undertake this task. Cannot you accomplish it yourself?" "Well, theoretically, I could indeed handle it personally, but that would be far too slow," Lynn replied with a smile, gazing at Eurylochus. "Some matters can only be executed by you." Upon hearing the words, Eurylochus furrowed his brow in perplexity. He did not quite comprehend the essence of Lynn's statement. However, Eurylochus's most notable characteristic throughout his life was his ability to avoid entanglement in confusion. Thus, he replied, "Although I am still somewhat unclear, since you have entrusted me with this task, I shall endeavor to fulfill it diligently. After all, fate has not cautioned me against such an undertaking." "Indeed, Eurylochus, you are a splendid serpent," Lynn commended without hesitation, then recalled something of importance. "By the way, I almost forgot the matter at hand. Would you like to accompany me to meet the first batch of future Eyes of Secrecy students? They are quite adorable children, and you will inevitably interact with them in the future. It might be beneficial for you to meet them in advance." Eurylochus paused momentarily, slightly perplexed as to why the conversation had shifted from Amon's painting to the Eyes of Secrecy. However, as the future second-in-command of the Eyes of Secrecy, he pondered briefly before responding, "Very well, should I bestow some luck upon those children? You reminded me. Indeed, we should prepare some gifts for them," Lynn mused, stroking his chin while recalling the contents of the teacher's manual. "How about I craft some protective amulets for them? Well, you could create some talismans that bring good fortune." "What exactly is a talisman?" Eurylochus inquired, somewhat bewildered. "A talisman, strictly speaking, is not really a charm. However, that detail is inconsequential. You may conceive it as crafting small ornaments imbued with luck to safeguard the wearer," Lynn explained. "Yet, wouldn't it be more convenient to directly bestow luck upon them?" Eurylochus queried, his confusion apparent. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly grasped the concept, exclaiming, "I understand now. It is to ensure the effect of luck endures longer, is it not? Your understanding is acceptable, though it is more about the sense of ritual. It is also a means for us to convey our best wishes to them through the talismans." Lynn smiled as he clarified. Eurylochus blinked, appearing to grasp the idea, yet still somewhat uncertain, and simply stated, "So, it is a good thing, correct?" "Absolutely," Lynn affirmed with a nod. Following Lynn's suggestion, the two gathered various materials to craft the talismans and amulets, commencing the creation of their gifts. Since the Eyes of Secrecy was still in its nascent stage, coupled with Lynn's meticulous approach towards his inaugural batch of students, the chosen members numbered merely around 20 to 30. Thus, the task was relatively manageable. Of course, the current count of merely dozens did not imply that it would remain so in the future. This was merely the core foundation that Lynn had painstakingly selected from a multitude of candidates. Once he had nurtured this group, the team would undoubtedly expand. Much like the Tarot Society, which, despite its limited initial membership, saw each member develop their respective networks in the second installment of the mysterious saga. In the nascent stages of the team, it is only natural for the number of members to be few. The expansion of the team is a matter for the future. In due course, Lynn will undoubtedly transform the Eye of Secrets into a grand organization capable of sustaining the educational framework of the entire divine realm. For now, his priority is to lay a solid foundation for this entity. Thus, on that very afternoon, within the temporary headquarters of the Eye of Secrets, all the trainees received 2 gifts: a pendant depicting an adorable, stylized husky, and a square jade tablet, engraved with a serpentine motif on one side and the word safety on the other. They were greeted by the gentle Prince Lynn, who smiled as he distributed the gifts, patiently elucidating their significance and usage alongside the quietly composed Prince Eulolios. When a bold trainee dared to inquire why Prince Lynn had bestowed these items upon them, Lynn blinked and replied with a warm smile, "It is a blessing. These 2 gifts embody the heartfelt wishes that Eulolios and I have for you. May you no longer be ensnared by the sufferings of the past, and may each of you embrace a beautiful future. I hope that in times to come, you will find the strength to protect yourselves and be fortunate enough to navigate this perilous world safely." As Lynn spoke, his gaze fell upon the youthful faces of those under 20, his expression a blend of warmth, seriousness, and earnestness. This world is undeniably harsh, yet we must continue to strive for existence within it. Thus, I yearn to bestow upon you, my beloved students, a modicum of my blessings and support. I wish for you to live with your heads held high in the future. Remember that you are my students, Lynn Sotos, and you're no longer those who can only await death in despair when faced with danger. I shall teach you how to safeguard yourselves and wield power. I will provide you with a future filled with hope. Chapter 127. Lynn, little serpent, I have come to see you. Upon hearing Lynn's words, all members of the Eye of Secrets fell silent. Some bowed their heads, others clutched their gifts tightly, while a few stared at Lynn in a daze. Until that day, even after being rescued to the divine realm and escaping their previously precarious existence, and being selected as the inaugural trainees of the Eye of Secrets, they remained enveloped in confusion and fear regarding their futures. Hope and a sense of future had never graced their lives prior to this moment. No one had ever resolutely told them, as Lynn did, that they too could possess hope, could lead fulfilling lives, and could possess the power to protect themselves. They could exist not as mere objects or food, but as genuine human beings. Suddenly, a student spoke up, a girl of about 13 or 14. She appeared quite anxious, yet managed to suppress her nerves as she inquired, "Can we truly possess power like those magical wolves? I wish to protect myself. I no longer want to face those monsters, only to weep." "Of course," Lynn replied, "though I must preface this by stating that this path will be perilous, fraught with madness and chaos. If anyone feels fearful, now is the time to withdraw. There is no need for hesitation. Even if you choose to leave, I will ensure that arrangements are made for you." Lynn offered a reassuring smile to the girl, then adopted a serious demeanor. "I am not afraid. It cannot be more dangerous than before," the girl asserted, biting her lip with determination. "And will you all? Is there anyone who wishes to withdraw?" Lynn gazed at the others. No one spoke, nor did anyone step back. Even the previously bold little sprite who had posed a question to Lynn raised a hand and declared, "Teacher, we fear not the danger. We dread the thought of facing peril in despair, waiting for death." His words, echoing Lynn's earlier sentiments, were remarkably apparent. With his lead, the others grew bolder, voicing their affirmations. "Yes, I am unafraid. Though I am somewhat scared, I cannot imagine what would happen if I lacked power when encountering a magical wolf. I do not wish to be devoured. Indeed, those wolves are terrifying. I too do not want to be eaten, so possessing power is preferable." Most of their expressions were simple, reflecting their lack of formal education. Lynn listened quietly until everyone had voiced their thoughts, then cleared his throat gently. Instantly, silence fell, not due to discipline, but from an inherent fear of formidable beings. This stirred a complex emotion within Lynn, yet he soon smiled and said, "Since no one is retreating, little ones, welcome to embrace a new future with me." It was ironic that what began as a mere attempt to inspire their hearts ended up affecting me. The one who painted the vision. Having resolved to become these youngsters' mentor, I would fulfill my responsibility diligently. In the fifth era, while Lynn deftly managed several identities and adjusted his divine avatar's appearance, he reflected on his freshly minted students, feeling a wave of sentiment. However, his thoughts soon drifted to other matters, such as Eurolius and a certain little snake who adored ice cream. I wonder if Eurolius will remember our agreement. Whether he adheres to it now matters little, for as long as the second era fulfills its part, the truth shall ultimately spread. I hope Amon is not too surprised when he receives these gifts. Lynn, lost in thought, couldn't help but reveal a radiant smile. His delight in tormenting Amon stemmed not only from the grievances entwined with Little Red, but also from Amon's exuberant antics. More significantly, Lynn felt an uncanny familiarity with Amon. Though devoid of any tangible memories, he was almost certain he had encountered individuals akin to Amon in the past, and had suffered profound losses because of them. Although misdirected anger is unjust, Lynn, being somewhat petty, found solace in Amon's own penchant for self-destruction. Directing his ire towards others might induce a modicum of guilt, but targeting Amon? That was not merely an act of misplaced aggression. It was a crusade against a menace. Lynn would even venture to assert that anyone acquainted with Amon, including his brother, would likely applaud Lynn's endeavors. After all, the world has long suffered under Amon's tyranny, and many have yearned for a more formidable mischief maker to bring him to justice. Indeed, Lynn possessed a keen awareness of his own nature. He recognized himself as a rascal, his demeanor reminiscent of a mischievous husky, yet he remained unrepentant. Following a moment of schadenfreude at the expense of a certain soon-to-be disgraced child, Lynn pondered the imminent resurgence of a young serpent, Will, who was perhaps already on the brink of rebirth. To be candid, Lynn held a modicum of goodwill towards Will due to the original narrative. With the addition of Eurolius as his aide, Lynn's interest in Will deepened, prompting him to consider a meeting to intimidate the tender serpent of fate. However, let there be no misunderstanding. Lynn had no intentions of assisting Eurolius in capturing Will. As it stood, he was disinclined to involve himself in the conflict between the two serpents of destiny. The reason for this was simply a matter of familiarity. Lynn had yet to lay eyes on Will, having only developed a slight affinity due to the original tale. While he had met Eurolius on 2 occasions and harbored no ill feelings towards the naive serpent, their bond was still rather tenuous, barely qualifying as that of ordinary friends. In light of this, Lynn found no objection to offering assistance to either Will or Eurolius in other matters. However, he had no desire to entangle himself in the deadly struggle for supremacy among the serpents of fate, especially not when he had yet to solidify his own ascension. After all, they were not akin to Little Red. Were it Medici, Lynn would undoubtedly lend his support without hesitation. But his rapport with these two did not warrant such commitment. Thus, Lynn concluded that it would be prudent to maintain a delicate balance, a realm in which he was quite adept. As for whether his internal scales might eventually tip in favor of one side or the other, that was a matter for a distant future, one that would unfold in due time. Chapter 128. Eurolius decides to fulfill his promise, however. Based on Lynn's understanding of himself, even if he were to become well acquainted with the two serpents, it is unlikely he would be of assistance to either. After all, both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. At most, he might attempt to save one of their lives should the occasion arise when one serpent falters. From this perspective, it is indeed a stroke of fortune to have a friend like him, Lynn mused shamelessly. Subsequently, he grew more serious, a portion of his consciousness merging into the divine incarnation's form. It was time for him to empty Mr. Fool's wallet. The safeguarding of the aura of the impoverished deity must commence at this very moment. Meanwhile, deep within the land abandoned by the gods, there stood an unremarkable mountain. Yet its peculiarity lay at its peak, where a colossal cross loomed, straddling the boundary between reality and illusion. Moreover, suspended from this immense cross was a vague silhouette, its body pierced by numerous ancient stakes, stained with blood that flowed yet did not drip downwards, affixed to the structure. At the base of the cross, Eurolius, who had been in silent prayer, suddenly opened his eyes, a look of confusion evident upon his face, as if confronted with something beyond his comprehension. Eurolius then lifted his gaze towards the true Creator upon the cross and spoke. "Lord, I dreamed of him again." He proceeded to recount his recollections in meticulous detail, without embellishment or omission, ultimately expressing his bewilderment. Should I adhere to the covenant with him? The true Creator listened quietly, not voicing a response. However, Eurolius seemed to glean an understanding, his expression transforming to one of enlightenment. "I comprehend, Lord. I shall present that painting to Ammon," Eurolius declared humbly, bowing his head in reverence. The true Creator regarded him in silence. Under the Creator's watchful gaze, Eurolius raised his head as if contemplating something, hesitating and wrestling with his thoughts. Yet, in the end, he asked, "Lord, do you think you will alter the fate of Medici?" If one were to ponder what significant entities exist in Eurolius's life, seemingly indifferent to the world, the Red Angel Medici would undoubtedly rank among them. Even the sluggish angel of fate remained silent for a prolonged period upon learning of Medici's downfall. Following that event, Eurolius seldom interacted with Ammon and Adam. While he harbored no animosity towards Ammon and Adam, as they were the progeny of the Lord, it was equally difficult for Eurolius to convince himself to disregard this matter. The true Creator remained unresponsive, yet it appeared Eurolius had arrived at an answer. "You don't know either?" Eurolius's gaze fell, his spirits seemingly dampened. However, this melancholy did not linger for long, as he soon rose, preparing to replicate the painting from his memory. He would faithfully recreate that artwork and personally present it to Ammon. Would this not count as a slight act of retribution toward Ammon? Ulysses pondered the words spoken to him by Lynn, blinking in a state of confusion. "Allow me to introduce you," Sherlock said. "This is Mr. Keeper, the craftsman who will create extraordinary items for you." At 15 Minsk Street, in the familiar living room adorned with a comfortable sofa, three figures sat on either side of the coffee table. On one side was Klein, the host, and on the other were Lynn, the guest, along with his freshly crafted divine avatar. At this moment, Lynn was enthusiastically making introductions. First, he presented his divine avatar to Klein, and then, with an air of feigned formality, introduced the avatar. "Mr. Keeper, this is my friend, Detective Sherlock Holmes. He has a request for you to craft an item with the properties of a Sequence 6 demon. You may discuss the details of the transaction with him. Greetings, Mr. Keeper. I am Sherlock Moriarty." As Klein introduced himself, he instinctively appraised the craftsman before him. The gentleman appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, dressed impeccably in formal attire, with strikingly deep features that capture attention. His amber eyes and neatly cropped black hair exuded an air of sophistication, suggesting he had received a fine education. To be honest, if it weren't for Lynn's introduction, Klein would have found it quite challenging to associate this gentleman with the role of a craftsman. He resembled more of an erudite scholar than a mere artisan. Yet, a sense of familiarity lingered in Klein's mind. Was it merely an illusion? A fleeting doubt flickered in Klein's mind. Unbeknownst to Klein, this sense of familiarity stemmed from Lynn's intentional design when crafting the avatar's persona. This involved a hidden narrative where, in Lynn's overt script, his angelic guise and craftsman persona were distinctly separate, yet within his concealed storyline, these two identities were, in fact, unified as the Keeper of Secrets. In this narrative, the Keeper of Secrets endeavored tirelessly for the sake of a human essence. On one hand, he posed riddles to promote the essence's advancement, while on the other, he feared that it lacked suitable magical items. Thus, he descended from his lofty position as a Sequence 2 entity to serve as a dedicated craftsman, even crafting magical items for the friends of the human essence when necessary. He truly embodied the dual role of both father and mother, fulfilling his responsibilities to the utmost. Indeed, this inspiration stemmed from Sassalere. Lynn's rationale for this arrangement primarily aimed to lay the groundwork for his divine avatar to possess capabilities along two distinct pathways. As for why the divine avatar could simultaneously embody abilities from both paths, one should not inquire of Lynn. He was merely a weak, pitiable, and helpless entity of human essence, stricken with amnesia, and knew nothing of such matters. Following their introductions and polite exchanges, Klein and Lynn's divine avatar swiftly transitioned to the core of their transaction. Klein promptly produced an iron box, revealing the extraordinary characteristic of a demon contained within. He spoke, "This is the extraordinary trait I wish to entrust you to craft. It originates from Sequence 6 Demon Hound, and I hope you can create it as flawlessly as possible." Klein did not shy away from this matter. After all, at such a crucial juncture, requesting a craftsman to forge a characteristic from the demon pathway of Sequence 6 would certainly lead any perceptive individual to draw conclusions. However, the most significant factor was that Lynn had assured him of the craftsman's reliability, and Klein held a high degree of trust in Lynn. Lynn had previously informed him, "As long as your price is adequate, I shall provide you with the most exquisite creation." Manipulating his divine avatar, Lynn remarked thus, while instructing the avatar to examine the extraordinary trait from a box. After a brief appraisal, he returned it to the box and inquired, "What kind of weapon do you wish to acquire?" Chapter 129. The countdown to meeting. Well, what kind of weapon do you wish to acquire? Klein replied, "I hope to obtain a miraculous firearm, ensuring the utmost possible attack power. As for any negative effects, I do not wish for this miraculous item to alter my character, such as rendering me cold-blooded." Faced with Mr. Secrecy's inquiry, Klein hastily articulated his desires, having long contemplated the nature of the weapon he wished to forge. Lynn listened attentively until he finished, then nodded, stating, "I can meet all your requirements. The price will be 2,000 gold pounds. Can you accept that?" How exorbitant! Klein's heart sank at the thought, yet he gritted his teeth and nodded. "Very well. Do you prefer cash, or shall I transfer the amount through the bank?" He had inquired about the crafting prices for Sequence 6 miraculous items. Typically, for a stranger, the standard crafting fee ranged from 700 to 1,000 pounds. Furthermore, due to the rarity of craftsmen, although there were market prices, finding someone to assist in crafting was exceedingly challenging, and even when found, there was often a premium attached. Klein had also confirmed that, under normal circumstances, even miraculous items crafted for 1,000 pounds from the Abyss pathway often carried significant negative repercussions. In contrast, spending an additional 1,000 gold pounds to eliminate these adverse effects and maximize the item's capabilities seemed worthwhile. Additionally, a high-quality Sequence 6 miraculous item with minimal negative effects would typically command a price of up to 10,000 gold pounds. Thus, he reassured himself that he was not merely spending money, he was investing. Then, he heard Mr. Secrecy's voice again. "I presume you have this cash prepared." Indeed, Klein nodded. He then retrieved his wallet, counted out a stack of gold pounds, and, with a reluctant glance at the still cool currency in his hand, gritted his teeth and handed it over. After relinquishing the sum of money, Klein found his wallet reduced to a mere handful of bills. The aura of the impoverished deity had been successfully preserved. How delightful! Lynn, observing the withered state of Klein's wallet, nearly burst into laughter. However, Lynn felt no guilt. After all, one gets what one pays for. While he consciously drained Klein's meager resources, the wondrous item he would subsequently craft for him was undoubtedly worth the price. Ordinarily, if 2,000 pounds could procure a second-tier angelic craftsman to create a magical artifact, anyone with sufficient funds would surely seize such an opportunity. Thus, with a clear conscience, Lynn directed his divine avatar, inquiring, "Is there an available room?" "Yes, there's a vacant guest room on the second floor," Klein replied, momentarily pulled from his lament over his dwindling finances, casting a perplexed glance at the mysterious gentleman opposite him, unsure why he had posed such a question. "That is splendid. Please, lead me there. I shall complete the magical item you desire within 2 hours. During this time, do not disturb me," Lynn instructed, maintaining a calm demeanor as he wielded the power of his divine avatar. "So soon? I had anticipated a wait of several days." is this esteemed craftsman of a notably high rank. Klein mused, surprised that Lynn seemed to know such a distinguished artisan. Might this individual be another one of Lynn's acquaintances, akin to the angelic compatriot he had previously encountered? Momentarily taken aback by a flurry of thoughts, Klein eventually nodded and replied, "No problem, please follow me." Lynn leisurely observed as Klein escorted his divine avatar to the vacant room. Once the door was closed and Klein had departed, Lynn immediately harnessed the power of his second persona. This time, however, he was careful to temper his actions, ensuring no significant disturbances would arise. Although he borrowed strength from the divine avatar, his true self remained in a pitiable state, a mere eighth-tier entity. As Lynn skillfully directed the divine avatar to commence work, he glanced at Klein, who had returned to the first floor, and smiled while raising his coffee cup. "How is it? The individual I introduced to you is quite reliable, isn't he?" "So far, he indeed seems trustworthy, although it is undeniably expensive," Klein acknowledged, nodding before softly murmuring his thoughts. "There's no helping it. As Emperor Roselle aptly stated, you get what you pay for. A normal person would struggle to find an opportunity to spend this amount for a well-crafted magical item." Lynn chuckled, his demeanor entirely unassuming, concealing the fact that he was the one emptying Klein's wallet. Then, as if recalling something, he queried, "By the way, how did that previous commission turn out?" "I have completed that commission," Klein replied, momentarily taken aback. While he was puzzled by Lynn's sudden inquiry about the infidelity assignment, he still nodded in affirmation. "So, you have joined the Crack Club?" Lynn asked, stroking his chin. "How do you know?" Klein gazed at Lynn in astonishment. "I should not have disclosed the specifics of the commission to you." Klein is a man of professional ethics, and naturally, he would not disclose the entrusted matters to anyone, even to his friend Lynn, without the permission of Mrs. Mary. "Oh, did I not mention this to you?" Lynn continued, as a proficient detective. "I possess considerable knowledge about most wealthy individuals, and Mrs. Mary Gale is, albeit reluctantly, one of them." Sipping her coffee, Lynn added thus, "I am aware of her husband's infidelity, including the rendezvous location at the Craig Club. This is not merely a trivial piece of information. It is indeed well known." Klein could not help but internally scoff, then turned to Lynn and inquired, "So why did you not accept Mrs. Mary Gale's commission?" "Ah, that is simply because I do not take on infidelity cases," Lynn replied, her expression subtly revealing a hint of discomfort, as if recalling some unsavory past. "After all, my looks tend to attract unnecessary complications in such matters." This was not entirely false, as the original owner of her persona had indeed faced difficulties due to her appearance while dealing with infidelity cases. "By the way, I remember now," Klein thought. There was mention in Lynn's file that she nearly faced false accusations of being a gigolo during an infidelity case due to her striking looks, leading to a plethora of troubles. Klein recalled certain documents he had previously perused, and he began to understand Lynn's perspective, feeling a twinge of sympathy. However, he remained puzzled and remarked, "But that has nothing to do with my joining the Craig Club, does it?" Originally, it was indeed unrelated. But Lynn paused and shot Klein a nuanced glance before continuing. "I encountered that fellow again yesterday. He mentioned that, if I had the time, I could visit the Craig Club, as it gathers some intriguing people and events." Indeed, Lynn intended to bring Mr. Fool along to confront Will, without any particularly compelling reason, mainly using Mr. Fool as bait. After all, if she were to go alone, it may prove challenging to locate that elusive little snake. Those fated to dodge, others can do so with remarkable ease. Upon hearing this, Klein immediately perked up and eagerly asked, "Intriguing people and events? Did he mention who or what it was?" As for Lynn's secret encounters with the angelic compatriot, Klein was indifferent. After all, for a sequence 2 angel, it was trivial to choose whom to meet or avoid. Klein had already prepared himself for the arduous journey and multiple trials required to meet the angelic compatriot. This time might just be a signal from the compatriot, considering that individual fond of crafting narratives frequently appeared in significant affairs. The fact that the Craig Club was specifically mentioned as a gathering place for intriguing people and events suggested that something extraordinary was indeed afoot. Klein mused to himself, wondering if it might be related to some grand occurrence. In Klein's perception, The appearance of the angelic countryman has invariably been entwined with events concerning the descent of the progeny of malevolent deities and the true creator god. Even the chance encounter with that demonic hound later revealed to him through Crestasis Semia hinted at a more intricate narrative underlying these occurrences. Had it not been for the confirmation of the absence of interference from 008, I would have suspected that my encounter with the demonic hound alongside Lynn was a deliberate orchestration by the angelic countryman. Nevertheless, upon reflection, it seems the angelic countryman has been consistently attentive to Lynn, which explains the timely revelation regarding the hound's true nature. Klein pondered this while observing Lynn shrug. I don't know. You also know that he is, a riddle maker, as the term coined by Roselle suggests. I wanted to inquire about my past. Yet that fellow only divulges what he wishes to say, withholding all else from me. Lynn expressed in a somewhat exasperated tone, performing his usual theatrics before turning to Klein. So I thought of you. I presumed that as a follower of the Fool, you might possess some unique channels of information, knowing things I am unaware of. Apologies, but not only do the followers of the Fool lack such knowledge, even the Fool himself is oblivious. Klein silently scoffed, then remarked, I indeed lack information in that regard. But judging by your tone, it seems you have some ideas. I intend to pay a visit there. Although that fellow is indeed a riddle maker, he has never misled me on significant matters. Since he suggested I explore the Crag Club, there must be a reason behind it, so I'll go take a look. Lynn stated, then turned to Klein and asked, So, Sherlock, would you be interested in being a bodyguard once more? After all, I am merely a feeble sequence 8, with combat capabilities that are alarmingly low. Should anything untoward occur, I would require the protection of a formidable individual like you. As he spoke, Lynn shrugged his shoulders with a look of feigned helplessness, clearly relishing his role. Klein's lips twitched slightly as thoughts of the tragically deceased Rossigo and the demonic hound flashed through his mind. In terms of sequence, Lynn may not rank highly, yet his combat prowess is difficult to gauge, given that he is a monetary warrior. However, Lynn's strategies often necessitate the cooperation of allies. If left to his own devices, he might be vanquished before he could even deploy his scrolls. Perhaps it was this very reason that compelled Lynn to seek my assistance. Klein contemplated this, deciding not to refuse Lynn's request, as he intended to investigate the Crag Club regardless. However, how shall we settle the fee? Klein posed the crucial question, not out of stinginess, but due to his current financial constraints. Are we not the best of friends? How could you possibly bear charge me? Lynn exclaimed dramatically, his expression one of exaggerated shock, as if struck by a sudden realization, glancing at Klein's empty wallet and adding, is it because you've already been drained of all your funds? How unfortunate. Do not presume that I am oblivious to your schadenfreude. Klein tightened his grip on his wallet, feeling his fist harden slightly. He then spoke with a stoic expression. Russell once said, even brothers must settle accounts clearly. While our relationship is amicable, obligations must still be met. I understand. It is all for the sake of survival. Nothing to be ashamed of. Lynn waved his hand dismissively, feigning comprehension of Klein's financial plight, before grinning and adding, if no conflict arises, £50 shall suffice as compensation for accompanying me. Should a confrontation occur, or should you unwittingly find yourself embroiled in perilous circumstances, the fee will depend on the strength of the adversary. Lynn had no intention of shirking his financial responsibilities, having already reaped considerable benefits from the impoverished. However, he paused, then added, yet I may not possess such funds, so if feasible, I would prefer to offset the monetary cost with extraordinary knowledge or similar assets. Lynn was indeed willing to pay, but if Mr. Fool chose knowledge for himself, it would no longer concern him. Upon hearing this, Klein felt a flicker of intrigue, while he yearned for a bit of coin. He was aware that Lynn held an abundance of esoteric knowledge unknown to most extraordinary individuals, possibly containing what he sought. A difficult decision indeed. Perhaps it is best to wait until an actual conflict arises. Klein exhaled deeply and nodded. Very well. Thus, the two began to discuss the particulars of their visit to the Crag Club, deliberating potential encounters and exchanging gossip regarding the extraordinary realm. Before they knew it, 2 hours had slipped by, and Lynn had successfully crafted Klein's wondrous item through the manipulation of his divine avatar. Here it is, the wondrous item you desired. Lynn presented a seemingly unremarkable revolver to Klein across the coffee table, casually stating, "You may name it as you wish. I shall refer to it as the Demon Pistol." The Demon Pistol possesses two modes, assistive mode and combat mode. In assistive mode, the bullets fired by the Demon Pistol are non-lethal, designed to greatly enhance the physicality of the recipient, bestowing them with formidable strength and speed. Lynn continued to elaborate through his divine avatar under this enhancement. Even an ordinary individual can attain a physique comparable to that of a Sequence 6 demon after undergoing significant augmentation, while also granting immunity to most toxins and robust physical defenses. However, this enhancement is temporary, lasting approximately half an hour. Afterward, the recipient will enter a state of weakness, lasting from several hours to several days. Should you know any skilled apothecaries, it would be prudent to consume some elixirs during this period to expedite recovery from the weakened state. Upon hearing this introduction, Klein's eyes sparkled with interest. His physical attributes had always been a source of frustration for him, as the diviner path is notably deficient in this regard. Not only is their health as fragile as paper, but their speed is mediocre, and their strength pales in comparison to that of hunters and similar paths. However, with the enhanced mode of the Demon Pistol, this shortcoming can be mitigated to a certain extent. Lynn, casting a glance at Klein, continued with the exposition. The function of the auxiliary mode is quite straightforward. As for the offensive mode, the Demon Pistol under this setting is further divided into three submodes. In the first submode, the Demon Pistol can fire bullets imbued with negative effects, such as venom and searing flames. Nonetheless, these bullets remain standard projectiles, merely enhanced with special effects. Hence I refer to this state as the basic mode. The spiritual consumption of bullets in this mode is relatively low, making it suitable for combat against ordinary foes. In the second submode, the bullets transform into attacks of fire and magic, akin to sulfur fireballs or flame cages, as well as the poisonous mists that demons might wield. These spells can be unleashed through the pistol as a medium. Thus, I designate this mode as the spell mode, which incurs a higher spiritual cost than the first. Lynn continued to elaborate, suggesting its use against formidable adversaries. As for the third submode, I call it the death mode. In this configuration, the bullets fired from the Demon Pistol can instantaneously slay the target, provided that the opponent's sequence is not robust enough to withstand the death magic of a Sequence 6 demon. Generally speaking, it poses no issue when facing mid to low sequences. Lynn paused at this juncture to add, however, the death mode can only be activated once a day, generating merely one death bullet. Therefore, if you find yourself in combat, it is crucial to choose your timing wisely. If you exhaust it, the bullet will not take effect. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Klein nodded. After hearing about the capabilities of the Demon Pistol, he felt little remorse for the small amount of money he had spent, though a tiny bit lingered. Nevertheless, he truly believed that his expenditure was worthwhile. Among the extraordinary items he was aware of, none could rival the Demon Pistol before him. A typical Sequence 6 magical item possessing abilities akin to the auxiliary mode, without significant adverse effects, would be commendable. Yet the Demon Pistol boasts multiple modes, and based on the demonic abilities Klein had subsequently learned about, it encompasses nearly all vital capabilities of a Sequence 6 demon, save for their instinctual awareness of danger. However, Klein did not forget the question that concerned him most, and promptly inquired, what are the adverse effects of this Demon Pistol? The negative aspect, manifested as Lynn, the embodiment of divine control, unveiled a subtle, refined smile and spoke leisurely. This handgun possesses a peculiar trait of being alive. Therefore, as the price for wielding it, you must regale it with a story each night, one in which you are the protagonist. Whether the tale is drawn from genuine experiences or a mere fabrication matters not, but it must center around you. Furthermore, while narrating, there must be an audience present, aside from yourself and the handgun. This is its sole adverse effect. Upon reaching this point, Lynn took a sip of coffee before continuing. That is the essence of the matter. You may explore further details at your own pace. Do you have any inquiries? Must I use my real name in the horror story where I am the protagonist? Klein hesitated before asking. To be frank, this negative aspect exceeded Klein's expectations. While not significant, the notion of narrating a story with oneself as the main character felt somewhat embarrassing. Nevertheless, this drawback was indeed quite minimal, bordering on negligible. And when considering the capabilities of the demon handgun, the investment seemed worthwhile. Klein's thoughts drifted to a certain poet classmate in search of extraordinary items. Regrettably, the poet lacked suitable extraordinary traits. Otherwise, they could have sought the assistance of the keeper in crafting a wondrous artifact. You need not use your true name, but you must employ a name you accept. Lynn, controlling the divine embodiment, replied nonchalantly. For instance, a pseudonym you have used for an extended period is acceptable. At this, Lynn's original form cast a meaningful glance at Klein, almost implying that he had been using an alias. Thus, I can simply use the name Sherlock to tell my story. Lynn, what is with that look? Isn't it quite normal to use a pseudonym these days? Klein, feeling somewhat guilty, averted his gaze from Lynn and continued. Does the protagonist need to possess some of my characteristics, or is a name sufficient? It is preferable for the protagonist to share similarities with you and possess certain traits you embody. Otherwise, it may sulk and refuse to function, Lynn elaborated, gesturing towards the demon handgun before Klein. However, do not fret. It is not a handgun that would turn against its master. Even if you fail to meet its demands, it would merely cease to function, posing no threat to you. Of course, this excludes the possibility of accidentally shooting yourself during combat. It lacks the trait of safeguarding its wielder from harm. Surely, a normal person would not make such a blunder, Klein mused inwardly. Yet he made a mental note to exercise caution in future battles to avoid such mishaps. Subsequently, Klein posed several additional questions regarding the demon handgun, and Lynn patiently addressed each one. Once all of Klein's uncertainties were resolved, Lynn, controlling the divine embodiment, took his leave. Chapter 132. Amon's delivery has arrived. Congratulations, Detective Sherlock, on acquiring a powerful and magical artifact. Henceforth, you shall no longer be burdened by concerns regarding insufficient offensive capabilities. Lynn observed Klein, who was familiarizing himself with the ominous demon pistol, and first offered a smile of congratulations, then abruptly inquired, So, is the name Sherlock Moriarty merely a pseudonym? Coughing, Klein nearly choked on his own saliva while engrossed in his study of the demon pistol. However, benefiting from the Joker's ability, Mr. Fool maintained his composure and replied, A name is merely a code. Whether I am called Sherlock or Cloxia does not affect our friendship, does it? Klein was not averse to engaging in a bit of verbal sparring, yet he was acutely aware of Lynn's keen observational skills. Given Lynn's assertion, it was evident that he would not be swayed by any attempts at evasion. Well, I suppose you pass this time. I know that all members of these secret organizations are shrouded in mystery. Lynn pouted, seemingly oblivious to his own fade as a member of the Moors Templar and forgetting that he was also the founder of the Secret Eye. Detective, have you forgotten that you too are a member of the Moors Templar? What right do you have to speak in such a manner? Klein silently scoffed, yet he felt a sense of relief. His gaze returned to the demon pistol in his hand, and a hint of exasperation crept in. He had never penned a story with himself as the protagonist. However, Mr. Fool had mentioned that improvisation was acceptable. Perhaps he could simply adapt some of the novels he had previously read by altering the protagonist. After all, he had no intention of publishing them. Suddenly, Klein noticed that a certain detective was watching him with eager anticipation. As your friend, it is my duty to be the audience you require when you need to tell a story, Lynn declared with righteous fervor. Klein thought, Do you really believe I cannot see that you are merely itching to enjoy my plight? He pondered, Should I sacrifice the demon pistol to the fog and retrieve it only when needed? No. What if an unforeseen circumstance arises and the demon pistol fails to function? It is better to recount stories to it daily. A myriad of thoughts surged within Klein's mind, only to be dismissed one by one. Despite being one of the most detested methods for a living magical artifact, Klein was still only at sequence 8, and his control over the source items was not profound enough for him to be aware of a skill known as bargaining with magical artifacts. Thankfully, this ignorance spared the demon pistol from a fate akin to that of a wretched hunger. Sighing, Klein cast a final glance at Lynn, whose expression was brimming with expectation. He nodded solemnly and said, "Very well." Regrettably, among those Klein knew, very few were suitable to serve as this audience. Lynn was one, and the poet could be counted as another. However, Klein had not seen Leonard for several days, yet he was not entirely oblivious to the whereabouts of his poetic companion. Previously, Klein had heard from His Excellency Crestizessima at the church regarding the matter of the demonic hound. It seemed that a certain poet, entangled in the affairs surrounding the hound, had accepted a bodyguard assignment to protect a noble. Of course, the church remained unaware that the demonic hound was Klein's creation. Crestizessima had only brought the matter to Klein's attention due to its connection with a certain secret angel. With Leonard absent, only Lynn could serve as his audience. Klein sighed inwardly as he observed a certain detective suddenly produce a familiar little notebook. If his memory served him correctly, it appeared to be the sketchbook used by Lynn. Then, Klein heard Lynn's eager voice. "If you don't mind, may I illustrate your story?" Klein replied, "You are indeed eager to witness my amusement." His mouth twitched slightly as he regarded the enthusiastic detective, whose face clearly conveyed the message that he would draw regardless of Klein's consent. Unable to suppress a sigh, Klein conceded, "If you wish to draw, then do so, but it must not be shared." Though he was reluctant to yield, he understood that he could not deter the detective. Thus, it would be wiser to retreat strategically, allowing some conditions in exchange for his agreement. "Very well." Lynn nodded without hesitation, certainly intent on keeping the illustrations private, intending to use them as a means to awaken Mr. Fool's humanity when his divinity overshadowed his mortal essence. "Ah, how astutely I have planned for Mr. Fool to retain his human nature," Lynn mused shamelessly within, suddenly reminded of his pact with a certain great serpent. He wondered when Eulerylus would send a surprise to Amon. Logically, given the animosity towards Little Red, Eulerylus would likely not oppose such actions. Would he? Contemplating this uncertainty, Lynn resolved to intensify his efforts and create several more illustrations depicting the persecution of Amon. Meanwhile, in a certain location within the Forsaken Land, a man clad in a black classical robe, adorned with a matching pointed soft hat, and sporting crystal monocles, black curls, dark eyes, a broad forehead, and a slender face, smiled as he spoke, adjusting his monocle. This individual was none other than Amon, the true and sole son of the ancient sun god, and the thief who traversed the realm of the angelic king. Before Amon stood Eulerylus. Although both resided in the Forsaken Land, the seraphim and the angel of fate rarely encountered one another, particularly following the demise of Medici, which had led to a state of mutual avoidance. Thus, Amon was genuinely taken aback by Eulerylus' unexpected visit. "I have been entrusted by someone to deliver a gift to you," Eulerylus stated, his tone indifferent, devoid of any particular expression. "A gift?" Amon's gaze fell upon the item that Euryloius was cradling, an artwork obscured from view by the latter's presence. The painted side was completely concealed, rendering Amon oblivious to its content. Yet, for reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding washed over him. "Yes, a gift." Euryloius nodded, and then handed the artwork to Amon, who accepted it with a look of confusion. Upon discerning the image, Amon's expression abruptly froze. The agonizing memories accumulated over time surged forth in an instant. The pain of the explosion, the humiliation of being sealed into childhood, and the dark history of being pinched by someone. These recollections ignited an impulse within Amon to obliterate the painting before him. Chapter 133. Amon's resistance. It is well known that Amon is a relatively rational individual. Although the painful memories resurfaced, he managed to suppress the urge to destroy the artwork in his hands. The seraphim lifted his head, his gaze piercing as he regarded Euryloius, stating, "It appears you are acquainted with him." "I cannot say if acquaintance is the right term," Euryloius replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by Amon's reaction. Though he was indeed no match for Amon, this place was the Forsaken Land, the domain of the true Creator. Should Amon dare to act against Euryloius here, the true Creator would ensure that Amon experienced a paternal love akin to a cataclysm. Thus, Euryloius added, "However, I do hold a certain fondness for him." This was no mere pretense. Euryloius genuinely admired anyone capable of restraining Amon. The phrase "the world has long suffered under Amon" was not without merit. Who exactly is he? Amon inquired, though he could ascertain that Libert Abraham was far from ordinary. Nonetheless, he found it challenging to pinpoint the true nature of the individual in question. Eurolius shook his head honestly, contemplating before adding, "Even if I knew, I would not divulge it." Amon found himself at a loss for how to evaluate this fate angel before him, who showed no inclination to trouble him, even knowing the potential repercussions of incurring paternal affection. Thus, Amon continued, "Since the gift has been delivered, if there is nothing else, you may take your leave." Eurolius regarded Amon with a tranquil expression before turning away. However, just as he was about to depart, he recalled something and looked back, saying, "I will be sending many such gifts in the future. I hope you will enjoy them." And with that, he truly departed. Amon watched Eurolius's silhouette fade, his gaze shifting back to the painting in hand, his expression a tempest of emotions. He was acutely aware of the implications behind Eurolius's words. Perhaps this foolish serpent was oblivious, but Amon, having been ensnared by Lynn twice, understood that it signified someone had prepared many surprises for him. Furthermore, these surprises were something Amon could neither refuse nor effectively counteract, as he could not return to the past, nor prevent the malice of another. I never anticipated a day would come when I could only await the arrival of results. How intriguing! Yet, Amon remains Amon. Despite his somewhat frayed demeanor, he still maintains a facade of calm, refusing to destroy the painting in his hands. With a stoic expression, he merely clutches the artwork and vanishes into thin air. Lynn, alongside Mr. Fool, had devised a plan to locate Will at the Crag Club, which regrettably met with failure. Perhaps a certain serpent of fate sensed impending misfortune. Or perhaps Mr. Fool was simply not an enticing enough bait. Regardless, after a thorough search of the Crag Club, Lynn and Klein were unable to uncover Will's whereabouts. Even Will's future father seemed to have disappeared, and through Lynn's inquiries, it appeared that the surgeon had embarked on an impromptu trip. Where he had gone remained a mystery. Lynn mused, "I see. The little serpent must have sensed something, hence its evasion." Although Mr. Fool's presence would almost guarantee a future encounter with the little serpent, the wait felt interminable. "Since I cannot find you in the 5th epoch, let me seek you out in the 4th epoch instead." In the 4th epoch, Lynn silently resolved. He was not one to easily concede defeat. If he were to successfully locate the little serpent in the 5th epoch, perhaps he would not care so much about it. However, Will's avoidance only ignited Lynn's rebellious spirit. Therefore, having resolved not to encounter the little serpent of the 5th epoch, Lynn decided to directly seek out Will of the 4th epoch. Finding him in the 5th epoch was an arduous task, but in the 4th epoch, he could at least enlist Mr. Door's help. Whether or not he could corner a serpent, he would start by tapping into the followers of the other. As long as he could grasp even the slightest clue, Lynn was convinced that the little serpent could not outpace Mr. Door. "Truly, I never claimed I would persecute you. What is there to hide from? This predicament is quite bothersome," Lynn lamented inwardly, then raised his gaze toward the death consul, who was currently delivering parting formalities. Behind him lay the very port from which they had arrived, and the ship to take them back was already anchored in position. Indeed, Lynn's journey to Bairang concluded here. Although he was oblivious to the discussions held between Mr. Door, Amon, and Death, and cared little for them, he was nonetheless quite satisfied with his expedition to Bairang. After all, he had managed to undermine Death's stronghold, thwarted Amon twice, and even on the day of departure, Amon remained in his sealed juvenile state. Remarkable. Lynn's gaze lingered on the juvenile form of Amon, feeling a genuine sense of awe. Upon returning to the Tudor Empire, when Amon's unfortunate colleagues learned of his current state, it would surely create a most splendid scene. Lynn genuinely anticipated that many prominent figures would seek vengeance or settle grievances, hoping they would not extend any courtesy towards Amon. He vowed to document these events into an album, striving to ensure Amon's legacy would endure through time. As Lynn contemplated, he observed the Grim Reaper, Ask, finally concluding his rather superfluous pleasantries. With a smile, he addressed Ask, saying, "Do not forget to write to me, Ask. I eagerly await your response." With a playful wink, Lynn continued, "If you find the time, why not visit the Tudorian Empire for a couple of days? With Bertley around, the journey shall be no burden. I believe His Majesty the Lord of the Underworld would not mind granting his loyal regent a brief respite. Would he?" Upon hearing this, the expression of the Grim Reaper, Ask, faltered momentarily before he quickly regained his composure. Nodding, he replied, "If His Majesty permits, I shall visit all of you in the Tudorian Empire during my leave." "I look forward to that day with great anticipation," Lynn said with a smile. Under the watchful eyes of many, he refrained from further undermining the Reaper's authority. Instead, he playfully ruffled the head of the young creature, Amon, before braving the astonished gazes of others and boarding the vessel returning to Tudorian shores. As Ask watched them depart, he felt a sense of relief mixed with an inexplicable twinge of melancholy. Closing his eyes, memories of Lynn's various utterances surfaced in his mind, words that had shaken and bewildered him, seemingly etched into his consciousness. Even though Lynn had departed, the echoes of his captivating words still lingered in Ask's ears. Chapter 134. Amon is a fearsome man, what a terrifying presence, the Grim Reaper, Ask, murmured softly to himself, yet not unpleasant. Perhaps it was indeed time to compose a letter to that youthful angel and, in the future, visit the Tudorian Empire. With this thought, Ask cast a distant glance towards the direction of the imperial palace of the Barong Empire. "You do not oppose this, do you, Your Majesty?" On the ship returning to the Tudorian Empire, Lynn gazed at the distant, shrinking harbor, casually inquiring, "Bertley, do you know Will?" Bertley Abraham paused, taken aback by the question, then hesitantly responded, "Are you referring to the Mercury Serpent of the Fate Path?" "So the little serpent is indeed called Will in the Fourth Era." Lynn raised an eyebrow, not surprised, and nodded affirmatively. "Yes, that's him. Do you know him?" "I suppose we share some acquaintanceship, though not particularly close." "Why do you ask?" Bertley Abraham replied, pausing for a moment before continuing. "Do you wish to meet him?" "Indeed, I would like to meet him." Upon hearing Mr. Lynn express a connection with Will, Lynn's eyes sparkled with interest as he eagerly said, "Could I trouble you, Bertley, to introduce us?" "I would like to befriend him." Bertley Abraham queried, "Are you truly certain you wish to befriend him and not to bring about his demise?" Mr. Min, having learned a certain term from Lynn, found his mind spiraling uncontrollably as he pondered Lynn's intentions and plans. In this period, he had come to fully comprehend the nature of a certain mischievous individual, leading Bethel Abraham to recognize that the formidable presence before him, an old acquaintance, was undeniably powerful, yet of an ambiguous temperament. The sole consolation for Mr. Min lay in the fact that Lynn appeared disinterested in persecuting him, seemingly fixated instead on the death overseer Azek of the Byron Empire, as well as an unnamed celestial being. This was, without a doubt, a fortuitous circumstance. Thus, in Bethel Abraham's eyes, Lynn's interest in a particular individual marked the inception of that person's calamity. The primary distinction between this individual and Amon was perhaps a marginal adherence to principles. However, even Amon had suffered at the hands of this unpredictable force, prompting Mr. Min to hesitate in entrusting his safety to Lynn's capricious moral compass. Fortunately, Lynn seemed to remain indifferent to the notion of victimizing him. With a calm demeanor, Bethel Abraham remarked, "I still recall the address where he resided, though I cannot ascertain whether Will has abandoned that place. Regardless, even if he is no longer there, I shall assist you in your search." Without hesitation, Mr. Min chose to align himself with the oppressor rather than the oppressed. "Thank you, Bethel. Regardless of whether we can locate Will, I owe you a favor," Lynn responded, showing no surprise at Bethel's choice. He then smiled and added, "I hope Will is not hiding from me. Otherwise, I shall be quite incensed this time. Thus, Will, should you truly receive a hint from fate, I implore you to cease your evasion." This heartfelt caution was accompanied by a conscious emanation of malice. Following the failure of the fifth epoch, Lynn had contemplated such reverse tactics. If Will had indeed fled due to fate's warning, then let him understand that the consequences of fleeing would be far graver. In the fifth epoch, Lynn found it difficult to act thus, yet in the fourth epoch, he possessed a certain leverage. Although it may have seemed as though he were adopting the role of a villain, Lynn dismissed the thought with a shake of his head, soothing a conscience that felt no pangs, and his anticipation of encountering the little snake grew ever stronger. He wondered how the little snake of the fourth epoch would react when he eventually encountered the little snake of the fifth epoch. Surely, it would be quite a shock. Meanwhile, in a certain location of the fourth epoch, a mercury serpent, sensing the whispers of fate, fell into a contemplative silence. Meeting would yield unfortunate results, while avoidance would lead to even graver misfortune. Though yet to meet this whimsical individual, the mercury serpent already felt a dull ache in its head. Had it attracted the attention of some peculiar character? However, regardless of whether they meet or not, there is no danger to life. Thus, the other party does not harbor any overt malice, but rather seems inclined to tease me. Will murmured uncertainly, his expression a blend of confusion and bewilderment, mingled with a lack of understanding. Naturally, Will remains oblivious to the fact that he bears the blame for the fifth epoch's self. Had Lynn encountered the little serpent of the fifth epoch, he would certainly have lost interest in the fourth epoch's version of him. Although Mr. Men promised to assist Lynn in thwarting Will, that was a matter to be addressed only after returning to the Tudor Empire. Therefore, prior to their return, Lynn naturally pursued his own endeavors, such as seizing opportunities to torment Amon repeatedly. This was not due to the amiable temperament of a certain angel, but primarily because Amon's seals remained unbroken, rendering most of his abilities ineffective against Lynn. Additionally, with Mr. Men present, Amon chose to ignore certain childish antics, such as face pinching and head patting. In this regard, one must commend Amon, who adeptly plays numerous roles, for aside from the initial discomfort when subjected to Lynn's harassment, he eventually learned to leverage his juvenile state to elicit sympathy from Lynn. Amon discerned that, while Lynn might disdain his juvenile form, he did not entirely dismiss it. This could be attributed to the humanity that the other possessed. Although Amon scoffed at this, it did not hinder him from exploiting this advantage. Just as in the original tale, where he captured Klein and played the role of a benevolent mentor to the extent that Klein was nearly deceived, Amon has always excelled at manipulating human emotions and gaining the trust of others. Observing all of this, Lynn expressed a desire for greater intensity in Amon's actions, so as to accumulate more of his dark history. Lynn realized he could not treat juvenile Amon as he would adult Amon, but so what? Everything he does now not only satisfies his wicked whims, but also serves to torment the adult Amon of history. Chapter 135. Mr. Men finds the pill. Every concession made by juvenile Amon will inevitably become a part of Amon's dark history in the future. Even if Amon has adapted to his juvenile state, can he truly disregard the spread of this dark history? Lynn eagerly anticipated this, declaring that, despite his seemingly unyielding demeanor, he would not waver in the face of juvenile Amon's overtures. After all, Amon is not genuinely a juvenile, nor is he genuinely attempting to be amicable. However, if the other party harbors ulterior motives, then there is nothing more to discuss. A swift retaliation will suffice. For Lynn has no intention of engaging in mind games with these old coins. Amon may proceed with his schemes, for regardless of any unforeseen circumstances, Lynn will invariably attribute the blame to Amon. Simple, brutal, yet effective. Mr. Men, the observer of all events, thought to himself that it was truly fortunate that he had not been ensnared by the machinations of Lynn. Today, Bethel found solace in the fact that he had evaded becoming a target of persecution. Despite his keen perception, he had begun to sense that the reason Lynn did not pursue him with the same fervor as others was likely due to some ominous future. I assure you, a less dire conclusion awaits you. He recalled Lynn saying while observing the scene not far away, where Lynn was playfully engaging with Amon, who was clearly feigning vulnerability to elicit sympathy. Memories of a prior encounter in the Byland Empire surfaced in Bethel's mind, prompting him to ponder what the future might have held. His thoughts drifted to the word outer god, the greatest possibility he could conceive, envisioning a future where he might be captured, tainted, or even transformed into a weapon for the outer gods to annihilate this world during an astral journey. The mere contemplation of such a fate caused Bethel to instinctively furrow his brow. He was not afraid of falling. Having lived many years and witnessed countless experiences as the king of angels. Rather, he feared the corruption by an outer god, a fate far more terrifying than death itself. If that day were to come, death would be the most desirable outcome, Bethel murmured softly, only to be interrupted by another thought. But if I were to perish, the one most likely to ascend to the role of the mysterious Lord would be, understanding his colleagues well. He was acutely aware that among the apprentice, the diviner, and the thief, the most probable candidates to attain divinity and perhaps become a pillar were himself, Ammon, and Antigonus. Among them, Antigonus appeared the least likely to succeed. Bethel had a clear understanding of that individual's situation. The consciousness of the mysterious Lord within him had awakened more than in either himself or Ammon. Antigonus was already walking a precarious line and might one day succumb to the overwhelming resurgence of that consciousness. Furthermore, Bethel did not believe Antigonus could outmaneuver Ammon, as that little wolf would stand no chance against Ammon and Adam. The latter had even assisted in accommodating the singularity of the fool. Thus, Bethel concluded that should he encounter misfortune, Ammon would likely be the one to ascend to the title of the mysterious Lord. As his gaze fell upon the youthful Ammon, a wave of pessimism washed over him regarding the future of this world. It was not that Mr. Men lacked trust in Ammon. Rather, his understanding of Ammon led him to doubt that this unruly child would rise to combat the outer gods for the sake of all beings once he became the mysterious Lord. More likely, he would seize the benefits while shifting all responsibilities onto others. What a dismal conclusion, Bethel thought with a sigh, as his gaze shifted to Lynn, who was equally as unruly as Ammon. He recalled the scene of Lynn overwhelming the fishball and cassava, and suddenly he fell into silence. What has become of this world? Is it possible that the unruly children have become an outdated implicit standard? Mr. Men found himself deep in thought. It seemed as though an ominous notion lingered in his mind. Just then, Bertley unexpectedly heard someone speak up, and upon lifting his gaze, he indeed discovered Lynn, who had just finished with Ammon, standing beside him, looking refreshed and curiously observing him. I am merely contemplating the future of this world, Bertley stated candidly, feeling no need to conceal his thoughts, for the individual before him was perhaps the most knowledgeable about the future among the ancients. Future, Lynn echoed, almost instantly discerning Bertley's thoughts. Leaning against the railing, he gazed at the birds soaring in the sky and smiled. The future is undoubtedly bright. Or do you doubt my words, Bertley? The youthful angel, basking in the sunlight, exhibited a confident smile and unwavering eyes, as if merely stating an undeniable truth. Bertley fell silent for a moment. The shadows in his mind suddenly dissipated. His expression remained unchanged, still somewhat serious, as he inquired, if I were to express disbelief, would you strike me? His tone was earnest, as if he were sincerely asking. Lynn was momentarily taken aback, but soon burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, Bertley, you actually have a sense of humor." He added, "I suppose I can consider myself somewhat normal," observing Lynn's laughter nearly rendering him breathless. Bertley wore a slightly exasperated expression and remarked seriously, "However, it's indeed rather incongruous for me to jest in earnest." Wiping away the tears of mirth, Lynn continued, "But that's quite all right. I suggest you try joking more often with the butler. He would surely appreciate it." Bertley envisioned the butler's potential reaction, his expression shifting subtly as he replied, "Before he finds joy in it, he might first question if I've taken leave of my senses." "Exactly, maintain that. Such seemingly humorous yet factual statements suit you perfectly." Lynn nodded repeatedly, affirming Mr. Men's sense of humor. Then he pondered something else and asked, "Bertley, by the way, do you have any hobbies? I haven't noticed any particular interests of yours, which simply won't do. At your stage, it's essential to nurture your humanity. From my experience, cultivating unique hobbies greatly aids in preserving one's humanity." His expression was animated, clearly brimming with brilliant ideas. "I do have hobbies," Bertley replied, feeling a jolt at Lynn's words. After a moment's consideration, he responded, "I thoroughly enjoy collecting precious gemstones." Chapter 136. How Mr. Men was led astray after listening quietly to his words. Lynn summarized, "So, your hobbies consist of gemstones, travel, and reading? Is that not acceptable?" Bertley looked at him, feeling no sense of impropriety regarding his interests. "It is not that it cannot be done. Rather, Do you not find these hobbies rather mundane? You ought to cultivate pursuits that are, well, more stimulating to one's humanity. Lynn rested his chin on his hand, his expression brimming with anticipation. For instance, Berthel hesitated briefly, following Lynn's lead in his inquiry. Perhaps composing a few malicious essays about others? Lynn suggested, preemptively speaking before Mr. Men could interject. Although the butler claims you harbor disdain for the atmosphere within the Abraham family, the truth is you do not loathe it as much as you profess, do you? Otherwise, you would have long since intervened. Given your standing within the Abraham family, should you wish to implement any reforms, none would oppose you. Ultimately, you two revel in the excessively jovial atmosphere that permeates the family, do you not? Upon hearing this, Berthel Abraham instinctively furrowed his brow, only to reluctantly concede that Lynn's assertion held some truth. Mr. Men did not genuinely detest the gossip that circulated within the Abraham family. Otherwise, he would not have repeatedly mentioned the need for reform without taking any actual measures, allowing the younger members of the family to grow increasingly audacious. In fact, when certain individuals embroiled in gossip expressed their discontent, Mr. Men would merely gloss over the matter. The penchant for imaginative musings and writing trivial essays within the Abraham family could be said to have been entirely nurtured by Mr. Men himself. Moreover, you two are penning a travel diary, are you not? Ultimately, there is little distinction between fan fiction and a travelogue. Lynn continued to encourage. You could effortlessly document some of your experiences as a diary entry, embellish it a tad, and at an opportune moment, read it aloud in front of the individuals involved. Trust me, this not only serves to provoke your own humanity, but also significantly stirs the humanity of those concerned. Berthel responded, at first glance, it seems utterly absurd. Yet upon contemplation, it appears to have some merit. This could easily lead to conflict. Berthel Abraham could not help but voice his thoughts. Then let the enemies of the individuals read it aloud. Trust me, most would not pass up an opportunity to mortify their adversaries. They are indifferent to the prospect of confrontation, as they are, after all, enemies. Lynn replied with an air of certainty, his tone gentle and his smile disarmingly benign, adding, in the end, you may even receive gratitude from some. Berthel remarked, should I say it is quintessentially you? While it is not an overly complex scheme, Mr. Men found himself profoundly astonished, as though the door to a new world had swung open. Of course, if this hobby does not appeal to you, you could pursue others, such as experiencing life anew like the Mercury serpent, immersing yourself in various life experiences periodically. Although it may not allow you to reset your life, as the Mercury serpent does, the myriad of emotions garnered from life's experiences can serve as your anchor. As Lynn spoke, he pondered and turned to Mr. Men, earnestly stating, of course, being a scoundrel is out of the question. If, during your exploration of life, you were to marry and have children, do not become an irresponsible scoundrel. Otherwise, I shall hold you in contempt. I am by no means a person devoid of responsibility. Should the day come when I have a wife and children, I would never abandon them. Berthel Abraham spoke with solemnity and sincerity, asserting that despite never having the thought of marrying or having children, he is certainly not that kind of irresponsible individual. In truth, I still believe in your integrity. After all, you're not like that scoundrel Amon. Lynn nodded, briefly alluding to Amon, and continued, saying, I understand that for many of you, mortals may seem as insignificant as ants. Even if some among you choose to protect them, you still regard them with disdain. However, do not underestimate mortals, nor the essence of humanity. Lynn paused, turning to Mr. Men with a smile, and added, perhaps the mortals you dismiss could become your most crucial anchor. Berthel was momentarily taken aback. He instinctively felt the urge to refute, but swallowed his words before they escaped. Ultimately, he remarked, it seems that Libert cares quite a bit for those mortals. I'm not quite certain, Lynn pondered, shaking his head uncertainly. Rather than saying I care for mortals, I would express that I simply find great appreciation for the emotions they possess. Whether it be love or hate, sorrow or joy, I cherish all of it. Only by genuinely experiencing these sentiments do I feel that I truly exist, rather than being merely a phantom. Lynn was well aware of the state of being devoid of emotions, which is why he treasured his feelings dearly. Upon hearing this, Berthelia observed Lynn. Noting the slightly dazed expression on his face, his gaze reflecting contemplation, yet he asked nothing further, merely stating, "So, Libert's fervor for persecuting others is also a means to preserve his humanity? One might say that, for indeed, there's a certain joy in tormenting others. I believe you might enjoy it as well, Berthelia." Lynn's expression returned to normal as he encouraged. "Perhaps you could document this journey to Byron as a travelogue? Omit the details that cannot be disclosed, and focus on the shrunken Amon and the trials he endures. Trust me, this travelogue would undoubtedly be a resounding success." Little Bubble finally revealed his true intentions. He aimed to use Mr. Min's hand to publicize Amon's plight and current state. In this respect, Lynn was indeed a steadfast individual, unwavering in his pursuit of Amon's torment. Realizing Lynn's objective, Mr. Min remarked, "Amon has truly met his misfortune by crossing you." Though he jested, Berthelia contemplated the feasibility of such an action. While Lynn's suggestion sounded quite absurd, considering various factors, Berthelia found a semblance of rationale in these actions, especially since the target of the persecution was Amon. Berthelia's gaze briefly swept over Amon not far away before returning. He harbored no objections whatsoever. Having overheard the entire conversation, Amon interjected, "Have you forgotten that I am still here?" "Of course not. I intentionally made that statement knowing you were present." Lynn unexpectedly spoke up, evidently perceiving the thoughts of a certain unnamed celestial being. In response, Amon adjusted his crystal monocle with a cold smirk, choosing silence as he turned to leave the deck, clearly reluctant to remain in the same atmosphere as another. Whether there were any doppelgangers donning monocles in the air remained uncertain. Chapter 137. The Go family decides to strike a blood blunt. Additional reward update 77. Berthelia Abraham observed Amon's departing figure, experiencing a subtle sensation. Is this the feeling of persecuting others? It seems oddly pleasurable. Mr. Min tentatively ventured a foot out towards the edge of corruption. Lynn watched this scene with satisfaction, believing his efforts were bearing fruit. If Mr. Min could grasp the essence of being a jester in the future, he would undoubtedly become a valuable ally in Lynn's endeavors of persecution. Moreover, Lynn was confident that, given Mr. Min's nature, even as a jester, his moral compass would surpass that of Amon. Much like Klein, who, despite ascending to a miraculous status, maintained a sense of propriety in his actions. This made him well-suited to assist Lynn by providing tools during his moments of persecution. Suddenly, Lynn recalled something and turned to Mr. Min, inquiring, "My existence should be known to Tud, right? Though in his perception, I am likely seen as your child. Do you think it is possible that upon our return to the Tud Empire, he might summon me?" As he spoke, Lynn felt a surge of anticipation. "It is indeed quite plausible that His Majesty Tud will summon you." Berthelia Abraham confirmed Lynn's speculation, then hesitantly asked, "What do you wish to do?" "Nothing much. Merely wish to meet this audacious individual who boldly traverses pathways. After all, throughout history, those who take such daring leaps have been few. It is even rarer for someone like Tud to jump directly from sequence 1 to another pathway sequence 0 and succeed," Lynn replied with a smile, feigning a keen interest that revealed no hint of deception. However, Berthelia Abraham's brow furrowed sharply as a memory struck him. This young man had previously mentioned that Medici referred to him as brother. Medici had met his end at the hands of Alistata Tud, although Berthelia Abraham had not directly participated in that affair. He had observed it from the sidelines and possessed some knowledge of its intricacies. At that moment, concern for Tud's safety surged within him. After all, someone capable of effortlessly defeating a formidable opponent like Fishball Cassava could find it relatively easy to eliminate a sequence 0 in a less-than-ideal state. What am I thinking? I am not that ruthless. At most, I would merely give him a sound thrashing. Berthelia suddenly heard the young man beside him speak, causing him to momentarily question whether he had inadvertently voiced his inner thoughts. "You haven't articulated your thoughts. Your expression is just too transparent," Lynn smiled, casting a sidelong glance at the surrounding air, and continued, "Moreover, my own condition is far from optimal." He would indeed refrain from avenging Medici against Ado. for the cost of such an act would be exorbitant. Tado embodies much more than merely himself. It is not as if Lynn could simply eliminate him by borrowing the power of Sequence Zero. The higher echelons of power entail a price that Lynn cannot afford. He lacks the certainty to execute the previous maneuver while maintaining his own stability. Each time he excessively draws strength from his essence. The challenge of sustaining himself afterward escalates beyond the previous encounter. Thus, Lynn concludes that retrieving a small fragment of history for Little Red and delivering a few blows to Tado in her stead would suffice. As for other matters, it is best left to Little Red to handle, as he does not wish to overshadow her efforts. Should you be in excellent condition, would you not take action? Bertilia Abraham, controlling his expression, pondered before responding earnestly. His Majesty seldom departs from the palace. Orchestrating a surprise attack is no easy feat. Lynn immediately cast a subtle glance at Mr. Min, saying, I had anticipated you would sternly admonish me for contemplating such an underhanded tactic. Are you not a loyal subordinate of Tado? I am aware that I cannot deter your actions, nor alter your convictions, Bertilia stated. As for loyalty, my alliance with Tado is primarily driven by mutual interests. While there is indeed camaraderie, should you seek to slay him, I would endeavor to impede you, even knowing I may be powerless to do so. However, if your intention is merely to deliver a thrashing in retribution for Medici, I shall not stand in your way. In fact, Tado has, on numerous occasions, intervened to mediate the conflicts between myself, Amon, and Antigonus, often at the cost of delivering blows to us. Bertilia maintained a demeanor of utmost seriousness while expressing this sentiment. Ah, so you possess a dual nature, Lynn mused, as if discovering a new realm while observing Mr. Min. Although he had long recognized that Mr. Min, as the most formidable angelic sovereign of the Goth family, harbored a heart that, while not as tainted as Amon's, certainly was not Navi. However, due to Mr. Min's typically rigid demeanor or reluctant indulgence, Lynn had not fully grasped his dualistic nature until now, which struck him as quite intriguing. I am merely stating the facts, Bertilia replied with an unwavering expression and a serious tone. Understood. So, Bertilia implies that you would assist me in subduing Tado? Lynn nodded with a smile. After a brief silence, Bertilia solemnly affirmed, I can offer a certain degree of assistance. It was not out of a desire for vengeance for past grievances inflicted by Tado, but rather a concern that, without supervision, Lynn might inadvertently bring about Tado's demise. Bertilia reflected inwardly that with his presence, he could at least facilitate Tado's escape should the situation spiral out of control. Of course, if the situation remained stable, he would not mind delivering a few extra blows, certainly not out of revenge, merely an unfortunate mishap. If your intention is to confront His Majesty Tado, why not include me? I can also provide essential assistance. Amon's voice unexpectedly interjected. Lynn was not surprised. He merely looked at him, smiled, and nodded in agreement. He had anticipated Amon's desire to join and could easily surmise the reasons behind it. In fact, one could also summon Antigonus, that foolish wolf, who had long sought an opportunity to confront King Tut. Amon adjusted his crystal monocle and suggested the idea. The reasons for Amon's eagerness to partake in the scheme to ambush Tut were manifold. Firstly, it was a matter of vengeance for past grievances. Secondly, it served as a means to gauge Lynn's capabilities. And thirdly, it would allow him to divert Lynn's attention while simultaneously earning a modicum of trust. As for involving Antigonus, it was, of course, to share the burden of animosity. Amon was not entirely disingenuous. That foolish dog, Antigonus, indeed harbored resentment over the instances he had been bested and was eager to retaliate. Lynn, on the other hand, contemplated the Antigonus he had encountered during the Second Era, his chin resting thoughtfully on his hand, a flicker of interest igniting in his eyes. He wondered whether Antigonus recalled him. Perhaps not, as Lynn was uncertain if, amidst the chaos of that battlefield, Antigonus had noticed him and Medici hiding nearby. Yet it mattered little to him. Meanwhile, Alistade Tud likely could not fathom that the most trusted confidants of the Gauzan family would, under someone's suggestion, swiftly reach a consensus to ensnare him and ambush him. It was truly remarkable how unwavering loyalty could be. The rewards for the updates have finally been completely fulfilled. How splendid. Chapter 138. Lynn's first lesson of the semester in contrast to the joyous days of the Fourth Era. Lynn found himself considerably busier during the Second Era. He had nearly transformed into a model citizen. Following the ancient sun god's approval for the establishment of the Eye of Secrecy, Lynn could no longer afford to be idle. He had to diligently immerse himself in his responsibilities. Thus, accompanied by us, he selected the location for the department's eventual establishment and commenced the construction of the future office space with Slee's temporarily assigned personnel. Indeed, the building was newly constructed, as there were no existing structures within the divine realm suitable for use as a school. Fortunately, most extraordinary individuals were quite capable, and even the task of moving bricks was executed more swiftly than by others. Lynn had no intention of erecting an expansive school all at once, so this phase did not consume an inordinate amount of time, given that the materials for the buildings were predominantly natural and devoid of paint or similar substances. Concerns regarding harmful substances such as formaldehyde were non-existent. Moreover, any potential issues could be resolved using extraordinary abilities, allowing for immediate utilization of the completed building. After resolving the matters pertaining to the school, Lynn utilized a fortunate trinket to select an auspicious date and, alongside us, began preparing the initial lesson content. This preparatory work primarily focused on teaching the students literacy, aiding them in overcoming their illiteracy, complemented by foundational knowledge. Additionally, Lynn had prepared opening gifts for his dear students. Lynn, the mundane materials you requested for the allocation of the seer and generalist have arrived, Slee conveyed, presenting a list of materials. He instructed Lynn to assure him that the quantity was sufficient, and if not, to request more. As he spoke, Lynn placed a stack of metallic boxes onto the table, which soon occupied the entire surface. Us took the chalk and inscribed the words "First Lesson of the Semester" on the whiteboard. Turning around, Lynn cleared his throat and addressed the eager young minds before him. In this era, no child is truly naive, he remarked, knowing well that they would discern the most advantageous choices. Those present were not selected through rigorous training, making them inherently suited for the paths of seer or generalist. After all, the knowledge of mysticism cannot be acquired without proper preparation. Illiteracy hinders one's ascent in hierarchy. Just as Kern's knowledge of the field of mysticism was essential before advancing to become a diviner, the path was not intended to frighten, but to enlighten. Each path emphasizes different focal points. For instance, the warrior path does not primarily center on combat. As a novice instructor, Us expressed his uncertainty in adequately conveying the abilities and knowledge pertinent to that path. Stretching languidly, Lynn felt himself retreating further into a life akin to that of Slee, the diligent worker. Once the lesson concluded, the time would come for the students to choose their paths. At the very least, we cannot allow them to forget what they have learned, he stated, freeing his hands to retrieve a scroll of parchment from his pocket, which he handed to Liming. The Eye of Secrecy would primarily focus on the paths of seer and generalist, and, as your students, they would choose one of these avenues. You will subsequently provide them with a detailed introduction to the safety precautions and relevant abilities associated with becoming a seer or generalist. Us, feeling a sense of satisfaction, concluded his literacy instruction, aware of the situation regarding the military forces in the region. Reflecting on this, he continued, if there are no objections, let us formally conclude today's lesson with the characteristics of the potion of the secret keeper and the potion of the generalist. Delaying the consumption of these potions does not benefit the student's previous studies. You ought to introduce yourself again, for today marks the formal establishment of the Eye of Secrets. They are not only the inaugural members of the Eye of Secrets, but also your first batch of students. From that perspective, you hold great expectations for them. Naturally, if some among them feel ill-suited to pursue either of the two paths, you cannot disclose to them your thoughts. Rather, you should allow them to choose their own path. Speaking of which, Wu's expression turned somewhat serious, prompting me to continue. Upon hearing Wu's words, the students below exchanged glances. No one spoke, but the glimmer in their eyes unmistakably conveyed a singular message. Only a fool would choose the path of the generalist over that of the secret keeper. What is the duty of the Eye of Secrets? You have already provided a detailed introduction. They must understand that their paramount task is not merely to learn foundational knowledge, nor solely to delve into the mysteries of the arcane, but to learn how to become more adept and how to survive in that world. Indeed, those clearly suited for the path of the warrior would have long been recommended by Lime Ming to the Red Army of War. Wu paused briefly before continuing with a smile. He did not intend to wait until the foundational courses were completed to allow the students to become ordinary people. My thought was to first inform the students of the safety and precautions involved in becoming ordinary people, and then directly lead them to consume the potions for their advancement. With Lynn, NC, and me observing from the side, even if others exhibited reluctance, we could promptly guide them back. The vestige of the seventh epoch was, of course, still instructing the students. At this moment, the class had yet to reach the potion consumption segment. As we had anticipated, approximately 7 out of 10 opted to become secret keepers, while the remaining 1/10 decided to drink the potion of the generalist. However, it is imperative to state that you are neither omniscient nor omnipotent, and your expertise does not encompass the abilities of the secret keeper and the generalist. Therefore, should no one choose an alternative path, you may not be able to provide them with the most profound guidance. Thank you. Wu, who was organizing the lesson plan, politely expressed his gratitude, receiving the parchment as he concluded the inventory of materials beneath the table. Under the watchful eyes of Wu and Lin NC, there was naturally no one exhibiting reluctance. All were destined for advancement, a testament to the student's perfection. The process of meticulously sorting through various materials was slow. I then glanced towards the 4 scholars seated diligently in their respective places. In front of me lay a whiteboard that I had filled with errors. The delightful surprise that Wu had prepared for the students was to be revealed through the paths of the seeker and the generalist, specifically concerning the foundational potion of Sequence 9. Chapter 139 involved reading Russell's diary to Huang Bei, with the enhancements from both the generalist and the seeker potions. The remedial course should conclude swiftly, allowing me to impart more formal knowledge of mysticism thereafter. Lynn pondered this while deftly managing several aliases, her gaze resting upon the stack of general textbooks from Silver City on the table. Indeed, during this time, Lynn visited numerous schools, finally meeting all the teachers she had planned to see. However, it was somewhat regrettable that the halo of Kern did not manifest during this period. The journeys to the latter schools proceeded smoothly without any unforeseen incidents. Furthermore, just moments ago, Lynn had participated in her second tarot gathering, which, as usual, did not yield any significant events, besides successfully trading with the Little Sun to obtain a list of monsters surrounding Silver City and the general textbooks. The only noteworthy aspect was the content of the diary that Mr. Fool read this time. If Lynn's intuition served her correctly, Mr. Fool was reading a diary related to Bor, the younger son of Emperor Rose, which also mentioned the emperor's beloved eldest daughter, Benna, and the unluckiest eldest son, Xia. There were also introductions concerning the Su family and some daily occurrences prior to Kern becoming the governor of the In's Republic. Additionally, there was no mention of the Dusk Hidden Earth Society, colloquially known as the Sunset Deadhouse Group, or the Sunset Red Club. One must wonder who was inventive enough to come up with the name Sunset Red Club. What purpose does that card serve? It is merely for research purposes. Rather than placing the card in my possession, I would prefer it to be in Lynn's care. I am quite eager to witness the various maneuvers that Wei Yin conjures using the White Emperor card. In truth, my genuine intention is to exchange the card with the Red Priest for a while before Lynn acquires the White Emperor card, then to swap it back once Wei Yin has thoroughly researched it. On another note, the miraculous Kiki is quite commendable, and the White Emperor card's paper angel is equally extraordinary. Wei Yin remains intrigued by the matter concerning deceiving Rose. More accurately, my interest lies in the incident involving Lynn reading Wei Yan's diary. I cannot be blamed for this, as the monikers Sunset Red Club and Sunset Red Senior Activity Center are rather amusing, evoking an image of the formidable old coin, Amon, transformed into a venerable figure, playing chess with a group of old companions under the sunset. Speaking of the White Emperor card, the enigmatic king of mystery, Lynn, is indeed involved in that incident. If you were to attempt to deceive someone, would you not be the one to do so? For instance, if I were to tell you that you and my father share a long-standing friendship, although it remains true even now, who could have predicted it back then? As Bei thoughtfully rested his chin in his hand, his expression hinted at a surge of restless anticipation. In the future, it is certain that Bei will not have the opportunity to cast aside a disguise during the era of Kern. If my memory serves me correctly, the earliest entries in Kern's diary should not contain any mention of the White Emperor card, should they? Thus, even if my diary were to circulate one day, it would be others who would face social demise rather than myself. Associated with the White Emperor card, roast, the salted fish, and Abraham, the school of thought. Contemplating this, it seems you have numerous tasks ahead for your alternate account in the near future. Indeed, it appears you have yet to be afflicted by the sly virus. With that thought, Wei Yin squinted her eyes. Given the circumstances, it would be prudent to take action first, albeit with a hint of mischief. Although the White Emperor card is one of those pointed out by the original text, having one less sample is certainly not a bad thing. After all, the master under the guise of the dry red card remains Mei, which is significant. As for the fishball cassava, it was merely a means for Bei to borrow excessive strength, nearly leading to a fall from grace. Naturally, it had long been placed on some white list by Wei Yin. Whether it was I or Lynn and Xiang, we both found joy in the situation. Of course, this implies that Wei Yin intends to compete with Lynn and Xiang for the card. I assumed that before such forthright encounters, the bond between father and son must deepen considerably. Outside of that, I couldn't help but chuckle. Bei suspected that De Hong might also care about such matters. If he were to guide it, it would seem rather unfortunate, as the previous scenes had not yet featured the messenger elder sister. Suddenly, a realization struck Wei Yin, her smile turning tinged with a sense of safety. Moreover, you nearly forgot the significance of the branch line. Ah, the school of thought. It is well known that De Pao Pao holds grudges, just as I, Lin, would undoubtedly document my own white history in the diary, while only recording others' white histories. Regardless, Bei felt that the fishball cassava would harbor grievances concerning his own matters, which he deemed exceedingly dull. As Wei Yin pondered this, her expression dramatically shifted, taking a sharp intake of breath. She then produced 008, contemplating how to craft the next script. For Bei, this was far less interesting than leaving the card to gather dust in my possession. The card created by Kern, after all, belonged to the secretive sequence of knowledge, the Emperor. Thus, although Wei Yin had uncovered certain insights, the information samples from her subordinates remained insufficient. In a sense, this was flawed. After all, we, a small faction, should be quite seasoned. Bei nodded in acknowledgement, then recalled another matter. Under such circumstances, it would certainly undermine the opposing forces in hand. Had it not been for the school of thought, Bei would, of course, be more than willing. To be frank, I still hold little interest in the White Emperor card. Rather, it is the formula associated with the White Emperor's path that I find lacking. I genuinely wish to know the formula of the White Emperor's path. Perhaps I could simply ask Sly for it. After all, the Guardians in that regard are rather generous. Regardless, once the travelers of the Guang, Xiaoyun Fortress arrive, Kern's diary will inevitably circulate. In light of this, it is better to endure a prolonged pain than a brief one. Bei expressed his willingness to delay letting Wei Yin uncover your father's white history. Presently, there remains some time before Kern, devoid of the White Emperor card, unveils himself, and it seems that the salted fish will be the first to enter the fray. Upon your membership, you cannot seamlessly conclude the investigation into the Abella family affairs. Wei Yin gazed through the window at number 15 Minka Street. Thus, this incident serves as a reminder that while one should refrain from journaling, it is imperative to inscribe one's own historical narrative beneath the entries. Indeed, social demise looms ominously ahead. At that moment, Huang Beibei could not suppress a chuckle, while Lin En pondered the implications of ascending to Sequence 7. Realizing something, Wei Yin's expression shifted subtly, as she remarked on the butterfly effect you have inadvertently caused. To this day, we remain unknown to you. The principal aim is to reduce the number of samples for research purposes pertaining to the imitation of the. I acquired the red not long ago, and that period was not devoid of achievements. Chapter 140. Lennon's disguise on the brink of collapse within the Braveheart bar. The disguised Kern unexpectedly sneezed, rubbing his nose without suspecting that someone might be whispering about him. He merely found the surrounding atmosphere overly intoxicating. to elucidate Kern's presence here. The reason is quite simple. He came to attend the extraordinary gathering organized by the night church. The information provided therein included details about the Braveheart Bar, where a venerable gentleman known as the Eye of Wisdom presides over such extraordinary meetings. Although this gathering does not reach the elevated standards of those orchestrated by the gentleman, it suffices for Kern, who is still at Sequence 8. Moreover, Kern's primary motive for attending these extraordinary assemblies was to gather intelligence and expand his network, rather than to procure items. After failing to locate the intriguing individuals and events described by the angelic compatriot at the Crack Club, Kern resolved to adhere to his original plan of mingling at various extraordinary gatherings, seeking clues related to the angelic compatriot. Theoretically, such low-tier gatherings would not harbor any leads concerning the angelic figure. However, Kern had come to understand the peculiar whims of the angelic compatriot, their penchant for elaborate scripts, and the overt interest directed towards him. Therefore, Kern had no doubt that the other party would deliberately leave clues at these extraordinary gatherings he attended, guiding him through an engaging narrative, much like the conclusion of a play, culminating in their reunion. It is disheartening to think that this extraordinary gathering might lack the deliberately placed clues, leaving him to participate fewer times, facing the bittersweet sensation of knowing that the other is scripting a narrative while he must retreat. Alas, upon contemplating, Con let out a faint sigh. Yet, there was no alternative. This was not merely a task assigned by the church, but rather a personal longing to reunite with his fellow townsman, Lynn, in order to inquire about the enigma of their crossing and the mysteries of the fog. To be candid, even if he were to comprehend that his own role was perhaps not as significant as that of Lynn, Con could not help but feel a sense of purpose. It was evident that the angelic compatriot was intricately woven into the narrative to report on Lancis, aiming to thwart the true creator's descent. My attention is drawn to the fact that I possess knowledge of a certain ordinary nature, while this angelic compatriot, through the course of events, unambiguously proclaimed their existence. They entirely concealed their genuine concern for me, as well as an undeniable truth. I am not suggesting that the former strong, this angel endowed with remarkable prophetic abilities, was merely a product of amnesia. At the very least, they had long anticipated their own forgetfulness and prepared accordingly. Furthermore, they prophesied Mr. Ark's fate a millennium hence, foreseeing your existence. Remarkably, on this very day 1,000 years ago, the amnesiac Lynn, under the guidance of the angelic compatriot, encountered you. Even though Lynn had lost his powers due to known reasons, he ultimately ended his journey of distraction. Nevertheless, I possess a scant number of secrets. I have acquired a handful of potion recipes and am privy to several high-tier mysteries that one ought to be aware of. Con pondered deeply, gradually honing in on the crux of the matter. Perhaps it was not solely the angelic compatriot who desired my meeting with Lynn, but rather this former seer, Liberta Abra, who foresaw something significant and orchestrated this encounter. Yet for what purpose? Compared to the trivial details, perhaps what you should focus on is the almost subconscious frown of Con. However, as Chong began to realize the ordinary attention that the White Knight god directed toward him, and as he became acquainted with Lynn, he noticed that the number of inquiries Con wished to pursue was gradually diminishing. The prophecy concerning Lynn a millennium hence was merely a minor issue. Why was the traveler entwined with such a prophecy, and what secrets lay within? Moreover, why had Chong descended from an angel to his current state? Strangely, the other party involved in this enigma, Lynn, remained in a state of amnesia. The possibility that Lynn had once been an angel, perhaps even the offspring of the aforementioned gentleman, loomed large, as did the prophecy concerning Mr. Ark and your existence. Rose had never encountered fellow angels. Although the life of the small emperor was indeed legendary, perhaps it was merely my own experience. Yet, have you not read that part of the diary? The previously overlooked clues erupted at that moment, and Chong suddenly comprehended one thing. Why was I, of all people, deserving of the attention of these two extraordinary beings? Con pondered with a slight headache, surmising that aside from those uncertainties, the question that puzzled him the most was whether the purpose behind the angelic acquaintance urging him to befriend Lynn was truly significant. While there was only one traveler, Conan discovered that he seemed to be the most ordinary among them. Initially, Conan simply wished to seek out the angelic acquaintance to inquire about traversing and returning home. At least, he believed this was the case before Lynn appeared. The angelic acquaintance displayed a rather indifferent attitude towards Lynn. In fact, one could argue that the acquaintance seemed to care more for Lynn than for him, which was rather peculiar considering their long-standing friendship. Reflecting on a certain partner who appeared to be an angel, Conan's expression shifted subtly. Had they foreseen something? Was there truly no necessity for Lynn to become friends with him to fulfill some objective? Before grasping the key to the mystery, Conan felt that the enigma had become less daunting. The angelic acquaintance, a friend from millennium ago, had arrived early to guide him through various matters. Even the subsequent figure known as the Keeper of Secrets, given his caliber, was likely another craftsman of sorts, possibly an old friend of Lynn. Conan contemplated that perhaps this was merely a means to involve him in incidents akin to those surrounding Lanus, utilizing Lynn as a conduit. In his situation, it seemed imprudent to seek someone to notify him. Yet, it appeared that the resolution of the predicament posed by the traveler concerning Lynn's safety was indeed a significant issue for an angel. Moreover, in the grand scheme of things, it appeared more orchestrated to ensure Lynn's introduction to him, facilitating their acquaintance. Conan felt a throbbing in his head as he grappled with the mysteries that accompanied his interactions with the angelic acquaintance. Chapter 141. Are Lynn and the angelic acquaintance the same person? If Libert's intention was to befriend me and subsequently leverage my uniqueness for his own purposes, he may have already succeeded halfway. Kern let out a sigh, his smile devoid of genuine warmth, pondering to himself. Although our acquaintance has not been particularly lengthy, if Lynn were to require his assistance in the future, and if such a request did not contravene Kern's principles or demand his life, Kern would likely find it impossible to refuse. Just as he understood that should he ever need Lynn's help, the latter might grumble momentarily, yet would undoubtedly be willing to extend his aid. Perhaps this was anticipated by Lynn as well. With this thought, Kern sighed once more, raising a hand to massage his temples, and recalled another matter. Regardless, in the context of Lynn's amnesia, the sole individual likely privy to the truth was undoubtedly the angel fellow. Here, the situation circled back. No matter who authored the script regarding Kern's arrangements, he was eager to uncover the answer, which evidently necessitated locating the angel fellow. What was the nature of all this? Why did everyone seem so fond of scripting narratives? The angel fellow exhibited this trait, and once upon a time, Lynn appeared to possess a similar flaw, albeit more in the vein of orchestrating events based on prophecies. Kern mused to himself, as a vague idea flickered in his mind. Could it be possible that the angel fellow was also arranging matters according to a prophecy? The seemingly casual yet profoundly unsettling script bore a resemblance to meticulous planning, suggesting that everything had been foreseen. Thus, even if written in a moment of spontaneity, it resembled a precise orchestration. After all, as the saying goes, the most terrifying schemes are those that predict the future. Both the angel fellow and Lynn triggered an instinctive thought within Kern regarding a certain possibility, only to have him swiftly dismiss it entirely. Despite his evident desire to rise above and escape the fate of being orchestrated, it is human nature to resent having one's life meticulously arranged, even if such arrangements stem from benevolent intentions. Kern's thoughts momentarily strayed, only to be pulled back once again. He could perceive that the woman at the far end of the bar, though appearing to be an ordinary person, was clearly exercising restraint. Her kindness seemed to emanate inadvertently, as if it were a product of the setting itself. It could be said that she was not a genuinely good person, but perhaps she was merely one among many. What was the angel fellow's motive in keeping Lynn by his side? If the sole purpose is to forge friendships, then one risks falling into disarray, devoid of the advantages of shared origins or the life-saving bonds of kinship. Indeed, one might find a slower ascent to camaraderie with a person like Lynn compared to Kern, who contemplates the motives behind every action taken by the other party. It is evident that Kern and the entire Root Squad may have succumbed to the machinations of 008 and INS, leading to their current plight. Recently, the adversary even reported the Apostle of Desire lurking behind the demonic hound. Although Yushaoshur is aware of the intricate conspiracies at play, He has chosen to remain ambiguous about them, as the scant evidence of retaliation against Lynn and the Apostle of Desire only deepens his confusion. Rubbing his temples, he resolves to ponder the connection between a troublesome local and his companion, 7Ha. As a night watchman, encountering such individuals might be fortuitous. Having crossed paths with potential members of a clandestine organization, Kern feels compelled to glean some information regarding their harmfulness. Lynn and the angelic compatriot may indeed share an essence. Yet the truth is that this manifestation prompts Yu Xiaoshu's subconscious to conjure the term ascetic order. Just as Kern begins to seek individuals that match this description, he instinctively notices someone across the bar, prompting Yu Xiaoshu's gaze to sweep the interior in search of the informant he had been told about. One casus lining. A local figure. Before arriving in B-Clan, Kern, limited by his lower clearance, had perused some materials regarding the order and had examined descriptions of the ascetic order. Though it might merely be a coincidence, the resemblance is strikingly aligned with the descriptions of the ascetic order. As Yu Xiaoshu silently notes the physical characteristics of the individual, he plans to seek out casus lining. Their connection may be far more profound than initially surmised. This is indeed a fact. For although the angelic compatriot has consistently orchestrated Kern's path, he has never crossed any lines. He even saved Kern and his companions at their first encounter, thwarting a minor disaster tied to the descent of the Dark God. Prior to arriving in B-Clan, he arranged for Yu Xiaoshu to personally avenge the fallen root by eliminating Lanus. Yet now, Kern feels that their relationship might not be as uncomplicated as that of old friends. It is undeniable that the other truly is a member of the ascetic order, raising the question of how he found himself there. As for the Crag Club, though it is undoubtedly a beautiful facade, what lies concealed beneath it? At least in that matter, the angelic compatriot revealed nothing but goodwill. However, it cannot simply be a reminder of the reality that has unfolded thus far. While you may be fully aware of your arrangements, there is no way to evoke any ill feelings. Kern originally believed that the angelic compatriot might have some lingering transactions with the former Lynn, which is why he paid close attention to the amnesiac Lynn. He observed a woman clad in a white shirt paired with a white waistcoat, quietly sipping her drink. In her pure white eyes seemed to linger a profound kindness, albeit restrained, suppressed, and restrained, juxtaposed against her pallid complexion, which rendered her appearance increasingly enigmatic and unsettling. Since the woman in the white shirt and waistcoat also appeared at the weakling bar during that time, it is highly probable that she is also a visitor returning to the gathering. Even the local power broker, Cassius St. Lynn, might possess some knowledge about her. Yu Xiaoshu, meanwhile, found himself devoid of judgment, and he promptly averted his gaze, refraining from taking any unnecessary actions. In truth, Yu Xiaoshu felt a sense of gratitude. Although the angelic compatriot remains an enigma, prompting Kern's desire to confront her, he does not harbor any animosity toward her. Chapter 142. Lynn prepares to lift the waistcoat. Yet, if the individual is indeed a member of the moderation faction, how could they be present here? A sudden thought struck Klein, causing his brow to furrow instinctively. Generally speaking, B-Clan is not the domain of the Rose School's activities. If a member of the moderation faction truly appears here, could it imply the presence of other members of the Rose School? That would spell significant trouble. Klein had perused some materials regarding the Rose School. Thus he understood that this clandestine organization is far from a benign academic group. According to the internal record of the Night Watchers, the Rose School seems to be divided between the hedonists and the moderation faction. While members of the moderation faction could still be regarded as normal, extraordinary individuals, largely harmless, members of the hedonist faction, in a certain sense, are comparable to extraordinary beings of the abyssal path, belonging to a dangerously extreme category. Should it indeed be confirmed that the individual is a member of the moderation faction, it would be prudent to report this to the Sword of the Goddess to prevent any potential conspiracies orchestrated by the Rose School. As Klein pondered this, a sudden flash of insight illuminated his mind. Wait, I merely chose a gathering at random, and coincidentally encountered a member of the Rose School's moderation faction. Klein sensed he might have caught a whiff of narrative intrigue. Such coincidences, could they be the handiwork of someone scripting a tale? As this thought crossed Klein's mind, although he was not entirely certain, The speculation undeniably drew his attention more keenly to the man in the waistcoat at the bar, prompting him to contemplate further. If this indeed bears the signature of the angelic compatriot, what could their purpose be this time? Is it possible that the Rose School intends to orchestrate something grand in Beakland? Upon recalling the various gruesome sacrificial rituals orchestrated by the Rose School, Klein instinctively furrowed his brow. However, out of an abundance of caution, he refrained from taking immediate action, continuing instead to search for the whereabouts of Caspar Skarnanen. Once he finally discerned a location, he proceeded towards it. At the bar, Merrick glanced fleetingly in the direction of Klein's departure, seemingly lost in thought. On the bar beside him, a glass appeared to flicker with the faint silhouette of a golden-haired maiden, but the apparition vanished almost instantly, leaving one to question whether it was merely an illusion. Even Lynn had not anticipated that, prior to his arrangement for Klein to meet with Sharon and others, the individuals had encountered each other ahead of schedule. Perhaps this is what one might call the essence of fate. At 16 Mink Street, on the second floor, Lynn had just opened his notebook, preparing to organize matters concerning Sharon, when the 008 in his hand unexpectedly came to life. This was not a spontaneous script being written by 008. Rather, it was recounting events that had already transpired, akin to how the original narrative depicted Inn's writings about Klein, which, once redacted, would automatically correct their trajectory. Upon integrating certain individuals into the script, 008 acquired a capacity that could be deemed a form of real-time monitoring. This was not particularly strange. Otherwise, how could 008 timely amend its scripts? It wouldn't be due to have the scriptwriter vigilantly observing the characters day in and day out. Upon completing his reading of the contents inscribed by 008, Lynn's expression shifted subtly. Naturally, 008 would not provide elaborate psychological profiles of the characters involved. At most, it would offer a brief summary. Nonetheless, even in the absence of specific references to the source treasure and the concept of traversing dimensions, it was evident that Klein's thoughts were faithfully recorded. Although puzzled by the relationship between Lynn, the unspeakable one, and the secret angel, Klein, unable to arrive at a conclusion, decided to attend the forthcoming extraordinary gathering. However, before he could locate Caspar Skarnanen, his gaze was drawn first to Merrick at the bar. In response, Lynn could only exclaim, He had no intention of prying into Mr. Fool's thoughts, nor did he plan to orchestrate the involvement of any Mr. Fool. He merely aimed to facilitate, as usual, a sidewise influence that would enable Klein to connect with Sharon and her companions. Yet, Lynn had not anticipated that. With the script barely begun, Klein would provide him such a significant surprise, not only encountering Sharon and Merrick ahead of the script's timeline, but also seemingly contemplating some peculiar matters beforehand. Pondering the connection between Lynn, the unspeakable one, and the secret angel. TSK. Klein has indeed perceived the overly close relationship between Lynn and the secret angel, though it likely had not reached the point of revealing any secrets. With his chin in hand, Lynn contemplated the solitary line regarding Klein's psychological state documented on the paper, simultaneously reverse engineering Klein's thought process in his mind. Though Lynn may indeed lack proficiency in the art of intrigue, he possesses a remarkable talent for discerning the intricacies of human nature. Otherwise, he would not be so adept at charming others. Consequently, Lynn has quickly deduced Klein's previous thoughts with considerable accuracy. Klein must have contemplated their encounter, and rather than attributing it to the machinations of the secret angel, it is more fitting to regard it as the design of Libert. However, I have not provided him with any hints regarding the true relationship between Lynn and the Angela persona, as I have consistently concealed that identity. It seems Klein is indeed a reserve of the old coin. Lynn smirked, acutely aware that as an ordinary individual, he cannot outmaneuver the seasoned old coins. Meanwhile, he pondered how to further obscure his own identity. Klein is undoubtedly on the verge of unmasking him. Yet, due to the sheer absurdity and counterintuitive nature of Lynn being akin to the angel, he has refrained from stripping away that guise. After all, Mr. Fool could not possibly fathom that his decision to refrain from befriending Klein under the guise of a compatriot was merely for amusement, even though he rationally dismissed such speculation. The seed of doubt had already been sown within Klein's mind. Thus, before this seed could blossom and bear fruit. I must act swiftly to redirect his attention and lead his conjectures astray. As Lynn contemplated this, a sly smile crept upon his lips. If that is the case, let me be the one to unveil the truth of the angelic persona and Lynn's identity as the same individual. Of course, when he refers to the same individual, it is in accordance with the script he has crafted, which delineates the separation of humanity and divinity. Lynn had not anticipated the script would be revealed so promptly. His original plan was to unveil it after the conclusion of the Becklin fog incident. However, given the circumstances have escalated to this point, he can only nudge the events forward, preemptively exposing the script to mislead Mr. Fool's thinking. Chapter 143. Fast forward to unfamiliar encounters yet. Lynn does not find this prospect unappealing. In fact, he finds himself eagerly anticipating the forthcoming developments. He has never feared revealing the script of the same individual. After all, he had meticulously crafted it from the outset with the intention of unveiling it for Klein's benefit. Since this revelation is an inevitable occurrence, it is far better for him to disclose the script rather than allow Klein to stumble upon it and inadvertently unearth his most concealed identity. This way, Klein's focus will shift towards the peculiar state of his humanity and divinity, providing Lynn with ample excuses should he later reveal more before Klein. As Lynn contemplated this, he excitedly tightened his grip on the 008 in his hand. He admitted to himself that he was quite eager to witness the expression on Klein's face when the angelic eyes was finally unveiled. It would undoubtedly be an amusing sight. His immediate reaction would undoubtedly be disbelief, or perhaps he would think that Lynn had merely been toying with him all along. Then I would summon Lynn's Sototh, presenting him with a doubled version of Lynn to deliver a subtle shock. As this thought crossed Lynn's mind, a faint smile instinctively tugged at the corners of his lips. However, it is unwise to elucidate relationships too readily. Truths that come too easily are seldom cherished and cannot be trusted. Only truths uncovered through one's own exploration garner unwavering conviction. If I were to casually reveal to him the connection between divinity and humanity, explaining this script, he would likely question its authenticity. Thus, instead of disclosing it personally, I would prefer to leave behind some records in the Fourth Era, guiding him towards the realization of the truth. Indeed, if a conflict were to erupt, it would be quite the spectacle. What if the messenger's sister were caught in the fray? The amusement from such chaos would be immeasurable. Lynn contemplated the extent of the arrangements, estimating that I would first shift the blame onto him. While Lynn was capable of crafting alternate pathways, he still had not discerned a clear route. Comparatively, the miraculous items of clarity seemed more reliable. The notion of engaging in conflict felt oddly convoluted and crude. It was evident that I should craft a more intricate narrative. Lynn often reflected on his exceptional skills as a screenwriter. Glancing at the notes recording the events described in 008, his expression subtly shifting. Presently, Lynn pondered whether he had detached from the Night Watcher, and if he had, he must protect himself. Through an 8-day protective mission, he had gained some insight into the temperaments of two members of the Temperance faction, though the distinctions remained vague. The discord between the Temperance and the Indulgence factions was indeed unfortunate, and perhaps it would serve as the foundation for the script, involving our messenger sister and the entangled fishball, Tapioca, who lacked sufficient justification to appear as a celestial being. After all, Lynn chuckled, a warm smile spreading across his face. There was no harm in this. Without preconceived notions, one could maintain a lower profile around me, even if one were an ardent scriptwriter, crafting narratives based on prophecies. Was there truly anything wrong with that? Lynn thoughtfully stroked his chin, contemplating for 8 seconds which character design was more appealing before returning to more pressing matters. Of course, Lynn felt that there might be negligible influence from me in certain aspects. In his heart, he recognized that, as one of the few friends with whom he interacted daily, he had not completely grasped my inclination to direct the narrative towards a scriptwriting enthusiast. Thus, when Lynn arrived at the scene, embodying his divine persona, he found both parties engaged in a standoff outside the alley, separated by a distance, facing off against the celestial being and Fishball Tapioca, who were sworn enemies. Fishball Tapioca had forever been intent on safeguarding the earth. while the celestial being seized the opportunity to facilitate contact between the heir of the Source Fortress and the members of the Temperance faction, uniting them against the followers of the fishball tapioca faith. Was this not a rational course of action? If there were no interference from you, would that development truly regress to a mere acquaintance? Tang Gue gazed at the lines of words inscribed by 008, a smile gracing his lips. Yet, your own demeanor had dimmed somewhat. In my mind, I was refining that script and contemplating the scenario with Malwaki. Before Lynn could identify the suspected members of the sectarian control faction, his initial reaction was to report to the White Knight Church. After all, the sect had a notorious reputation. Despite the banter, Lynn was acutely aware of the peculiarities at hand. He harbored a desire to jest, particularly as he evaded the sect's pursuit alongside Malwaki. They encountered some individuals who seemed oblivious to our intentions, even potentially reporting us. Lynn pondered the disastrous implications of such an initial encounter with seemingly innocuous objects. Yet he found himself intrigued by the extraordinary nature of functional artifacts. Though he remained somewhat indifferent, with a subtle nudge from a certain individual, the situation unfolded as it did. Lynn toyed with 008, carelessly manipulating the quill that had once ensnared numerous owners. The reason for revealing his true identity lay in the fact that the secret angel had sensed Lynn's intentions regarding their relationship. To prevent Lynn from forming any disconnect with his inherent humanity, this action was taken. While you could indeed disclose matters concerning the deity to Tang Gue, seizing that opportunity, you must refrain from hinting at the doomsday scenarios, as they could bring about contamination. However, they might also serve to motivate Lynn to strive for advancement and elucidate certain behaviors of the secret angel. Now it is time to meet Tang Gue, for I am acutely aware that I have not forgotten my beloved angelic compatriot. In the midst of the prevailing tension, it was only natural for the events to seamlessly intertwine with the actions against the academic faction. It is likely that one could still discern a puppet's mundane characteristics, as the true identity remained concealed. Consequently, he bestowed these traits upon a secondary persona. Neither party could be blamed entirely. Both found themselves in a notably sensitive state for various reasons. Lynn was apprehensive about Maki's clandestine maneuvers within the faction, while Maki harbored concerns regarding Lynn's potential ties to the pursuers or any officials intent on capturing them. Chapter 144. I have decided to bestow a gift upon you. The atmosphere in the alley was palpably grave, heavy with silence as both sides regarded one another with unspoken tension. Neither was willing to break the silence, and a latent hostility hung thickly in the air, suggesting that a mere word could ignite a confrontation. Truth be told, had there not been pressing matters at hand, Lynn would have relished the opportunity to observe the unfolding drama, perhaps even jesting for them to take their quarrel to the dance studio instead. Alas, he was unable to do so. However, that did not prevent him from letting out a soft chuckle, though his laughter was subdued in the stillness of the alley. Even the faintest sound resonated with amplification. Consequently, his mirth captured the attention of both parties present, drawing all gazes towards him. Unperturbed, Lynn leisurely emerged from the shadows at the alley's end, greeting the trio with a warm smile. "Good evening, everyone." As he spoke, his gaze first settled upon Maki, whose abilities were commendable yet paled in comparison to those of an angel. Thus, Lynn effortlessly discerned his position and continued, "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Please convey my regards to Technico." Despite the astonishment evident in the atmosphere, Lynn's expression remained one of calm amusement, void of any signs of surprise. It was as if he had anticipated everything that transpired, and his words were merely a means to placate Technico. The angel opposite him, smiling, revealed themselves, exchanging a glance with Maki that conveyed mutual astonishment. "Given your diligent search for comfort, you have chosen to present him with a gift," Lynn remarked, fully aware of the implications of an angel's sudden appearance. Even if the faction had dispatched angels to pursue them, they hardly possessed the stature to instigate such an encounter. When June, with a hint of urgency, observed Maki's astonishment and chuckled, continuing, of course, he should not delay in attempting to reach Technico. It would be prudent to arrange a meeting. The angel, almost immediately, seized upon the keywords in June's statement, inquiring, "What do you mean by in your acquaintance?" Upon uttering these words, Lynn regarded the two with curiosity, allowing his gaze to shift to Technico with a smile, and remarked, "It is delightful to see you again. Great diviner. And are you acquainted with the teacher? Apologies, it seems you nearly overlooked that, beyond their comprehension, Tikhon has yet to fall. Perhaps a certain possibility has crossed their mind, one that has slightly eased Nico's tension. Upon reflection, I discovered that the angel compatriot bears no resemblance to my dear companion. Yet the likelihood of a singular individual is indeed a matter of slight tolerance." As Lynn smiled and shook her head, it became evident that their encounter was merely coincidental, and there was even a hint of conflict. "You may be surprised, but fret not. Your intentions toward them are benevolent. You appear in that realm solely due to your incidental knowledge of the faction pursuing them. You do not yet know Tikhon, at least not in the present moment." Lynn, with a gentle smile and a shake of her head, remarked with a hint of amusement at Malwaki's astonished expression, "Indeed, it is he." Nico gazed at the ever-familiar angel compatriot, a sense of unease stirring within him. "Did he intentionally orchestrate your meeting with us?" "The answer will soon be revealed." Lynn wore a mysterious smile, her gaze returning to Malwaki, who seemed still caught in the astonishment of discovering that their mentor was alive. His expression grew somewhat solemn as he inquired, "What gift?" Although the details were vague and the identity of that suddenly appearing angel remained unclear, as a student of Tikhon, one naturally harbors hope for their mentor's survival. Yet, amidst this hope, a flicker of unease arose within you. Is this mere coincidence? He has clearly been attentive to such matters. How could he possibly possess such ambiguous knowledge? Ma Wenjun couldn't help but internally critique, yet suddenly, a thought resurfaced in my mind. What exactly did I miss in my observations of Lynn? We are being hunted by the faction. Could it be that we are mistaken for the sectarians? Did you err in your assumptions? Regarding the possibility of deception from the other party, I have contemplated it, yet I believe it to be minimal. After all, an angel surely harbors genuine intentions towards us. This matter is not one that can be casually manipulated. There seems to be no necessity for them to deliberately deceive us, especially considering that you share some grievances with the esteemed figure they believe in. Thus, they have chosen to assist them conveniently. Wenjun cast a glance at Nico, aware of his perplexity. Naturally, I was inclined to enlighten a certain foolish gentleman, considering it a form of compensation for the surprise that might ensue when his true identity is unveiled. Perhaps it is mere coincidence. For if the other truly possesses the gift of foresight, those pieces of information might simply have been perceived without any ulterior motive. Nico pondered this, mentally intertwining the figure before him with his loyal companion, contemplating our similarities and differences. If I am not mistaken, we indeed belong to the faction of moderation. Time passed, and within our faction, significant upheavals arose. The moderates found themselves besieged by the hedonists. Even our leader, Tikhon, nearly fell during this turmoil. His transformation into a being of the spirit world left his mind somewhat disoriented. Remembering our unfallen mentor, a shadow of gloom briefly clouded your light. Just as I was about to speak, I noticed a nearby angel seemed to recall something, addressing us while Lynn did not conceal the aura of high status emanating from him. Nico, plagued by a toothache, suddenly recalled something and turned to Lynn, asking, "So, was that when you found him?" Just as Lynn surmised, even though reason informed Wenjun of the high probability of a certain event, once the seed of belief is sown, it inevitably prompts timely recollections. By the way, Wenjun was still ensconced in a layer of illusion, rendering my view akin to our first encounter with Nico. Thus, both Malachi and I swiftly recognized a fundamental truth. The man before us appeared to be an angel. Nico gazed in astonishment at Malachi, his thoughts not yet fully formed, when he heard the swift, urgent voice of the nearby angel. Those two behind him, Malachi, are members who escaped from the faction of moderation. Due to their connection with Tikhon, the faction still regards us with a degree of significance, dispatching a sequence 4 demigod, along with a sequence 5, a sequence 6, and a sequence 7 to pursue us. Upon hearing such a detailed introduction, Malachi exchanged glances with me, clearly sensing Wen-jun's lack of vigilance and concern. However, given our current position, we had no choice but to adopt a more cautious demeanor. Thus, when the time comes to reveal our true identities, it is of little consequence. We could unveil ourselves at the opportune moment. Of course, Lynn paused momentarily as he spoke, and under Nico's relaxed gaze, he finally articulated his preceding words. Lynn's demeanor, somewhat rigid, was not that of a mischievous child, while the angel's demeanor was shrouded in mystery and maturity. The contrast between their temperaments was stark, yet I could only remark on their dissimilarity. Just wait, I shall unveil my true self to him, Lynn said, his attention drawn to Nico's gaze, which made me increasingly apprehensive about the unfolding narrative. With a smile, I turned to Nico and inquired, "What is the nature of your relationship with Lynn? In that court, might you be a friend of the teacher?" Upon speaking, one could sense that the celestial beings behind us harbored no goodwill. Coupled with the information that the teacher was still alive, it stirred a complex array of emotions within me. His teacher had not fallen completely, at least not yet. It seemed he had not yet transitioned into a being of the spirit world. In a few months' time, he should be able to see him again. Klein's mind was momentarily blank upon hearing those unexpected words. He was taken aback, and his thoughts suddenly drifted to Lynn, who seemed capable of reading minds with uncanny precision. Although Lynn appeared quite boisterous, Klein was well aware that his canine companion possessed keen observational skills, perhaps even a certain instinct typical of canine creatures. It was unfathomable, absolutely impossible. If Lynn were indeed an angelic compatriot, it would signify far too much. Klein suppressed the thoughts swirling in his mind, uncertain whether his resistance to this possibility stemmed from reason or from the implications it carried. He inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze upon the angel before him, and inquired, "If I express a desire to know, would His Highness, the secret angel, be willing to enlighten me?" His tone was polite and earnest. "Yes," Lynn replied with a smile. Uttering a single word, Klein felt his fists clench, realizing that if he were not certain, he could not overpower the being before him. He might have thrown a couple of friendly punches, laughing heartily at the absurdity of the situation. Lynn was amused by his expression of suppressed anger, letting out a soft chuckle twice. Once he finished laughing, his gaze swept across the three individuals, and he spoke, "This is not the place for conversation. Let us relocate and discuss matters properly." As he uttered these words, Lynn snapped his fingers, and a large door quietly opened beside him. In the fourth era, having spent time beside Mr. Men, it was inevitable that he would seek the blood of the other party. Thus, regarding the capabilities of the few who traversed the door, Lynn had only grasped the essence of their conversation. Upon hearing those words, Conan and Mooches, along with the other six, could hardly suppress their astonishment, particularly the first two. How could that seemingly unremarkable youth dare to speak so boldly to an angel? Lynn was merely acting, accustomed to the art of deception, to portray the role effectively in today's performance. He even temporarily put the other two personas into idle mode. At this moment, despite maintaining a calm exterior, his inner self eagerly awaited the moment to reveal his true identity. Naturally, the embodiment of divinity would take note of the subtle cues from the secondary persona under Lynn's control. However, the earlier amusement began to fade, replaced by a detached politeness tinged with impatience as his gaze fell upon Mooches. Conan's caution led him to be aware of their destination, trailing behind without causing disruption. "You need to discuss some personal matters with Shaq and Lynn. Please ask them to go to the 7th floor for a moment. We will delve into the matters of the faction later," Con suggested. Upon catching sight of Lynn, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Each time something amiss occurred, Lynn seemed to be at the center of it. Lynn, with a frown, observed the scene unfold without intervening. It was only just before Mooches descended the stairs that he turned to the divine embodiment and inquired with a hint of irritation, "So what exactly transpired? Why are we entangled in personal matters?" Conan's mind was a blank canvas. "Shaq, where did he come from?" It was indeed a personal matter, as the divine embodiment remarked, glancing over at he before settling his gaze back on the secondary persona. Smiling as he said, "He has always been quite mischief-prone. So today, you chose to let him have a glimpse of what lies beyond that layer of illusion, did you?" It seemed that he and the angelic compatriot were indeed one and the same. The name Libert Abraham surfaced in Khan's mind, along with the realization that he now felt a sense of doubt, with a lack of trust in his heart. He couldn't help but perceive the conflict between the two individuals as a result of his own actions. Khan quickly deduced that the neighbor referred to by the angelic compatriot was none other than Lynn's household, and he understood that the I in their conversation pointed to he. Although he was merely an ordinary individual traversing the door, opening a spatial gateway was still a formidable feat meanwhile. At 16, Mink Street, he was leisurely engrossed in reading at home. His expression turned to one of astonishment as he beheld Khan suddenly appear, and his gaze shifted to Ma Weiqi, filled with curiosity as he asked, "Are those two his friends?" With Maherki remaining silently in place, we refrained from inquiring further. After all, compared to Kern, we were more intrigued by the celestial being accompanying him. Kern hesitated briefly before stepping through the spatial portal, closely followed by Maherki, who left alongside me. As the divine incarnation dispelled the illusion that had cloaked his body, it revealed a visage identical to that of he. Observing the 8 individuals obediently retreating through the portal, he smirked and took a step back himself. Hearing He's inquiry, Lynn turned to me and swiftly replied, concluding with a remark about a promised gift. "Didn't you say you would present him with a token? Regardless, it hardly matters now. I would have learned eventually." The tone of that statement carried an almost wistful sigh. Upon stepping through the portal, Kern exercised caution and chose to speak as the threshold closed behind us, leaving the alleyway once again devoid of life. No one knew what had transpired in that seemingly ordinary alley. Perhaps one day a demigod passing through might mysteriously unveil some forgotten magic. Upon hearing those words, he instantly grasped the significance, prompting me to glance at the divine incarnation once more, my eyes widening in realization. I understood that the angelic compatriot held no ill will towards me, and it was evident that whatever they were discussing was devoid of deceit. Thus, the two of us hastily descended to the second floor, seeking a typically inhabited vacant room to quietly eavesdrop. Naturally, Maherki acquiesced to the plan, as we too wished to partake in the private affairs of a familiar angel. What if we were to be silenced? Even with our close bond to our mentor, we dared not treat Technico with such levity. After all, angels and mortals were ultimately distinct. But what did that statement imply? What was it that I was destined to learn in due time? The voice of the divine incarnation resonated before the group, causing Lynn to look towards its source. Before I could ascertain the newcomer's identity, I raised an eyebrow and remarked with a hint of disdain, "What brings him here again? What could possibly be of importance?" It seemed clear that Lynn and the angelic compatriot were indeed connected, yet the nature of our relationship remained uncertain. As I sighed in relief, curiosity overwhelmed me further. Chapter 146. The first step of shifting Blame Klein's mind was a blank canvas. He stared incredulously at the familiar face before him, identical to that of Lynn Sotos. Even with the abilities of a jester, he found himself unable to mask his astonishment. After a brief mental hiatus, Klein's first thought was that Lynn had been playing with him all along, but what was his motivation? The second thought was an emphatic denial. It was impossible, absolutely inconceivable. These two conflicting notions waged a fierce battle in Klein's mind, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Just as Klein was engulfed in shock, his thoughts spiraling into chaos, he suddenly heard the sound of something dropping to the ground. Klein instinctively turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, only to discover that Lynn had dropped the novel he was holding, causing the latter to rise from his seat in shock, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Huh?" Klein blinked, his previously stagnant thoughts finally reviving. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure, when he heard Lynn's incredulous voice exclaim, You, how come you look just like me? Could it be that you're my twin brother?" "Why a brother?" The other seemed far more like an elder brother. Klein couldn't help but silently scoff at this notion, though his mood did calm considerably. His gaze first scanned his own husky companion before landing on the angelic compatriot not far away. After a moment's contemplation, Klein spoke, "So, Your Excellency, the Angel of Secrets, what exactly is going on? Why do you share the same visage as Lynn? Is it true, as Lynn suggested, that you are his twin brother?" I had thought you would perceive me and Lynn as one and the same, that I have been merely acting to deceive you, the divine incarnation replied, its gaze then shifting to the larger dog, which now approached it with a scrutinizing expression, as if ready to tug at its face to confirm its authenticity. The divine incarnation, witnessing this, wore a smile tinged with a hint of resignation, saying, if you wish to tug, feel free to do so. You said it yourself. Lynn, suddenly invigorated by this, reached out and pinched the divine incarnation's cheek, giving it a sharp tug. Klein, witnessing this spectacle, instinctively felt the urge to intervene. His original train of thought interrupted. Alas, the husky's actions were too swift. Before he could utter a word, the deed was already done. Thus, Klein could only swallow his words of caution, watching with a twitching mouth as his husky friend playfully engaged with the angelic companion. Despite the slight bemusement in its smile, showed no inclination to stop the antics. After a brief moment of genuine squeezing, Lynn seemed to have confirmed something, muttering as he stepped back. Then, as if recalling something, he cast a suspicious glance at the divine incarnation and Klein, narrowing his eyes to inquire, wait a moment. What does I and Lynn are one and the same, have always been acting to deceive you mean? Have you two known each other for a long time? Passing the blame, he took the initiative to strike first. Coughing lightly, Klein felt an inexplicable sense of guilt wash over him, which prompted him to clear his throat. Yet deep down, he felt a sense of relief. Indeed, Lynn and the angelic compatriot were not one and the same. While contemplating this, Klein chose to disregard Lynn's pensive gaze and address the angelic figure, stating, I must confess, at the very moment I beheld your excellency the angel of secrets in your true form, I nearly believed you to be Lynn, that you were merely toying with me all along. Then why do you not hold that belief now? The divine incarnation inquired with a smile. Because I cannot fathom your motives for such actions. If you truly are one and the same with Lynn, what purpose does this serve? Even if it is merely for amusement, revealing this so-called truth at this moment is unnecessary. You could have waited for a considerable time. Even if I harbored suspicions deep within, I could never truly unveil this reality. Klein shook his head and explained, there is no need for you to expose your true appearance before me in such circumstances, nor is it necessary for you to continue the charade of deceiving me. Upon first seeing the angelic stranger with a visage identical to Lynn's, Klein did entertain the notion suggested by the angelic stranger. However, upon regaining his composure, Klein realized the improbability of such a conclusion. The other party had no reason to act in such a manner, even for sheer amusement. It was illogical to expose themselves at this juncture. Although Klein did entertain such conjectures, the extent of his speculation was insufficient for him to accept it as fact. In this context, if Lynn and the angelic stranger were indeed the same being and wished to keep the truth concealed, there were myriad ways to divert Klein's attention without revealing a face that so closely resembled Lynn's. Consequently, after a brief moment of astonishment, Klein dismissed the possibility of Lynn and the angelic stranger being one and the same, and began to contemplate the possibility of them being twin brothers. Naturally, Mr. Fool's reasoning may not stem solely from rationality. It might also be due to an instinctive rejection of the notion that Lynn and the angelic stranger are the same individual. Humans tend to cling to beliefs they prefer when confronted with reality. Indeed, by conventional reasoning, I have no necessity for this, yet how could I resist when the joy of teasing a cat is so delightful? Beneath the divine incarnation's exterior, Lynn mused, his expression remaining unchanged. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he promptly caught a large dog attempting to sneakily ambush him. With a resigned tone, he remarked, do not disrupt. We are discussing serious matters. Before delving into your serious business, shouldn't you explain your relationship to me? What is the story behind your face? It seems you two have known each other for quite some time, leaving me as the only fool in this scenario. Lynn lifted his gaze, irritation evident in his voice. If there is no reasonable explanation, you both are in grave danger. The second step of shifting blame, steadfastly maintaining the principle of ignorance regarding my true nature. I am, in strict terms, merely an acquaintance of Sherlock, having met only a few times. The divine incarnation earnestly clarified, then added as for my face, this is indeed my true appearance. So, you really are my brother? Lynn inquired, his expression momentarily frozen, as if recollecting something. Wait, I do seem to have a twin brother. Oh, my head hurts. Chapter 147. You didn't expect this, but I am also Lynn. So, you truly are a twin brother? Upon hearing Lynn's words, Klein was momentarily taken aback. He then observed Lynn cover his head with his hand, a pained expression crossing his features. One eye was shut, while the other gazed at the celestial compatriot, revealing a countenance of confusion and bewilderment. Wait, you are not my brother. It seems you are red. Indeed, I am not your brother, the divine avatar responded, shaking his head. He then gently pressed a hand upon Lynn's crown, and with the accompaniment of a soft, white light, the latter's expression of anguish visibly eased. Do not dwell on it. The time for such recollections has not yet arrived. The divine avatar spoke softly, turning his gaze toward Klein, whose face was marked by uncertainty and concern. He continued in a measured tone. There is something you have misinterpreted. I am indeed Lynn Sotos. Klein, clearly taken aback, found himself questioning whether he had misheard, unable to resist glancing back and forth between the two individuals before him, engulfed in a haze of confusion. Huh? You claim to be Lynn Sotos? Then who am I? Fortunately, Klein was not alone in his bewilderment. He soon saw his canine companion furrow his brow deeply, his expression rife with incredulity. Just moments ago, Klein's mind had flitted through the possibility of having made a mistaken guess, wondering if Lynn was merely leading him on. Yet, observing Lynn's reaction, his mind began to race despite his confusion. Klein did not believe that, given the current circumstances, there was any need for the other party to deceive him. However, the situation was undeniably perplexing. Yet, true to himself, Klein, after contemplating a myriad of possibilities, suddenly had an epiphany. He turned to the celestial compatriot, hesitantly inquiring, could it be that, like Mr. Azek, your soul has been split in two? Exactly, Klein concluded, recognizing this as the most fitting explanation for the current predicament. Upon hearing his words, Lynn, who had been contemplating whether to provide further guidance, felt a sense of satisfaction in the boy's discernment. He then manipulated the divine avatar to face Klein, smiling as he remarked, You are not entirely dim-witted. Wait, what do you mean by a soul being split in two? Lynn's larger persona seemed to finally grasp the situation. He glanced at the divine avatar and then at himself. So you are me? This is impossible. With the affirmation of his suspicions, Klein felt as if a heavy stone had finally been lifted from his heart. Yet, as new thoughts began to swirl in his mind, he turned to the two before him and asked, So Lynn is also a compatriot? If the celestial compatriot and Lynn were indeed the same entity with a fractured soul, did that not imply that Lynn was also a traveler? In that case, the prophecy from a millennium ago was flawed. It made no sense for a traveler to foresee another traveler. I too am a traveler. Why do I not possess prophetic abilities? Suddenly, Klein felt an even sharper pain in his head, for while some of his uncertainties had been clarified, an avalanche of new questions had arisen. This prompted Klein to inquire, if you and Lynn are but manifestations of the same soul, why has Lynn not only lost his memories, but also needs to traverse the divine path anew, while you retain both power and recollection? What the prophecy from a millennium ago? Why is Lynn's soul fractured? Hush! The divine incarnation placed a finger upon its lips, signaling for silence before responding leisurely. Such an abundance of questions, little diviner. However, as a gift to you, I shall answer one inquiry, so ponder carefully which question you wish to pose. Klein instinctively furrowed his brow, glancing at the angelic compatriot and then at the evidently still shocked Lynn, unable to restrain himself from saying, since you no longer conceal your identity, shouldn't you provide Lynn with answers to these questions? Why do you think so? The divine incarnation cast him a sidelong glance, smiling as it replied, I merely believe it is time for a certain fool to grasp a fragment of the truth. After all, being manipulated by another version of oneself, living in constant vigilance and conspiracy is hardly a pleasant experience. As for the entirety of the truth, now is not the moment for him to learn. Isn't that your own fault? Who told you to be a riddle maker? You're still acting like a riddle maker. Lynn seemed to regain his composure and retorted without a moment's hesitation. You see, even I, when perceived in such a manner by another self, would feel a twinge of sorrow. The divine incarnation said, its tone shifting slightly when it mentioned a particular word, clearly concealing something. As what? Klein's intuition immediately grasped a crucial point. Yet before he could ponder further, he heard the angelic companion's unhurried voice. So, have you decided on your question, little diviner? A friendly reminder, you may inquire about matters that pertain solely to yourself, unrelated to Lynn. The divine incarnation spoke with a smile, though its tone carried a hint of mischief. This is a splendid opportunity, is it not? Should you wish to encounter me again, it shall not be so effortless. The tone was both provocative and earnestly persuasive. What on earth are you two discussing? Sherlock, do you have any questions you wish for this fellow to answer? Lynn looked around, his expression one of sweet ignorance, tinged with dissatisfaction. Klein paused for a moment, evidently entangled in his thoughts, his gaze resting on Lynn's bewildered and lost expression. After several seconds, as if he had made a resolution, he exhaled, turned to the angelic companion, and asked, "Are all your arrangements concerning Lynn harmful to him? Will you consume his persona?" Klein had indeed wrestled with the urge to inquire about matters related to his own transmigration, yet he ultimately chose to pose this question. For he suddenly pondered, despite sharing the same soul, was Lynn truly still a singular entity alongside the angelic companion? If, in the future, the souls of two individuals were to merge once more, who would take the lead? Would Lynn's personality be utterly consumed by the angelic compatriot? To be candid, Klein harbored no belief that his canine companion could assume the dominant role in such an amalgamation. This presents two inquiries. The divine incarnation expressed such thoughts, its gaze settling on Lynn, as if struck by a sudden realization. It exhaled gently and declared, "Do not worry, I shall never bring harm to him. When the day comes that our souls unite, he will undoubtedly take the lead." Upon hearing this, Klein felt a sense of relief wash over him. Yet another question began to stir within his mind. Why? While the assurance of no harm could be understood as a consequence of their shared identity, what led the angelic compatriot to be so certain that Lynn would be the one to lead in their future soul fusion? Moreover, the angel appeared devoid of any sense of resentment. Klein found himself pondering once more when he was interrupted by Lynn's exasperated voice. "Though I am quite touched. Have you finished your conversation? Could someone explain to me what is actually going on? I am, after all, one of the parties involved. You are well aware of my limited intellect. Might you be so kind as to divulge a bit more information?" Chapter 148, Hometown and Transmigration, How to Elucidate the Current Circumstances to Lynn, was undoubtedly a dilemma. However, Con felt that this matter was not his to fret over, especially with a certain angelic compatriot still nearby. With this thought, Con glanced at that individual, who wore an eternally unchanged smile, and gestured for him to proceed. "I have said all that needs to be said. The rest is up to you, little diviner, to explain to this fool, for you are indeed the best of friends." "Con, are you listening to what you are saying?" Con instantly felt a headache coming on, exacerbated by the fact that, after the enigmatic angel concluded its statement, he noticed Lynn's gaze fixed upon him, his left eye conveying a message of leniency, while the right conveyed a sense of stern resistance. "So, Shaq, could you enlighten me about what is happening here?" Lynn inquired, looking at the foolish gentleman. "If you have no idea what to tell me, then allow me to first clarify my own confusions." As Lynn spoke, he extended a finger and stated, "Firstly, what is the situation with our compatriot? I was utterly shocked just now, preoccupied with the thought of whether this individual might be my twin brother. Suddenly, I recollected something. How foolish of me. Did Lynn forget the persona he crafted for his alternate identity, devoid of any observational traits? Even a master of schemes would find it challenging to pinpoint the crux of a conversation. In that moment, Hua Qiuxiue was at a loss on how to assess her formidable companion. After a significant cough, she was about to speak when I heard the angel before me nonchalantly remark, "I almost forgot to inform him that this literary instructor is but a guise of yours." Regardless, Lynn might not yet grasp the implications of this matter. Luo Han, after another heavy cough, resolved to grant a semblance of respect to a fellow time traveler. Adopting a diplomatic tone, "This young gentleman is renowned in your realm for works concerning the mist, the fool, and other such themes." Luo Se intended to reveal to Lynn albeit obliquely, that while a certain celestial compatriot might be somewhat ignorant of these matters, it was evident that the other party was not entirely uninformed. Thus, in this regard, Luo planned to maintain a cautious stance. Lynn appeared equally astonished by this revelation. I glared at the angel opposite me, my teeth clenched in indignation, easily discerning my fury from the tone of my voice. He did this on purpose. If memory serves, I am an amnesiac angel, one who has existed since the Fourth Era. So, could it be that Shark is also one of those ancient beings from the same epoch? This certainly does not aid Lynn in understanding certain narratives from his past. Xiaoxua nodded lightly, her expression suggesting she was merely indulging in a discussion of kinship. It was unavoidable to mention the subject of time travel, yet Luo intended to keep that aspect concealed. After all, now that it was confirmed that Lynn was also a time traveler, and considering the ambiguous nature of the celestial compatriot regarding my identity, Luo carefully organized his words, explaining, "You are not some ancient being from the Seventh Era. The reason you and the secret angel share a connection is that you both hail from the same origin. I merely wish to cultivate your literary prowess." To this, a certain divine embodiment responded with a dismissive tone. If I recall correctly, we arrived in that world earlier than Karen. Why do we not delay in appropriating those works? That way, you could share your joy with Karen. Does he not revel in your literary analyses? Your instructor assigned you an entire 80,000 words and even insisted on handwritten submissions. The tone was rife with resentment. When you glance at these journals, you can naturally comprehend the underlying meanings. Although you understand each time, you come to realize why, from this perspective, or perhaps because Karen, the young emperor, originates from the same place as you. The words I employ will eventually be familiar to you as well. How does he know? Has he regained those memories? Luo looked with surprise at Xiaoxua, contemplating another world. Lynn appeared pensive, revealing a contemplative expression. Moments ago, I suddenly inquired, "Is Karen also from this place?" That seems rather absurd. Due to Khan's works, one seldom feels a sense of disconnection. Indeed, after reading some of the poems I penned, one can effortlessly recall the earlier passages. The words inscribed in Khan's diary resonate deeply, even under circumstances where the identity of a time traveler facilitates prior exchanges of information with Lynn, in search of clues unrelated to the journey home. Eventually, when Lynn regains his memories, he shall uncover all that is necessary to know. There is no need for further concealment. At that moment, Lynn, holding his chin as if contemplating something profound, turned to Rose and inquired, "If that is the case, does that leave you without a new question? Are these literary works that resonate with life truly authored by Khan?" Rose, momentarily inclined to explain on behalf of a fellow time traveler, noticed Lynn gazing at the secret angel with a light tone and said, "Someone was so incensed that they nearly lunged forward, but thanks to Rose's quick reflexes, that moment was averted." In Rose's mind, two words emerged. "Ah, how regrettable." As Rose recalled the landscapes of his homeland, a hint of nostalgia flickered in his gaze. Lynn's attention swept between Khan and the divine incarnation, while simultaneously reassuring, calm down. Do not forget, he is currently engaged in a dispute with Rose." "Rose," in a loud voice, comforted. "Is that the reason behind it?" This place starkly contrasts with the distant realm, making it challenging to elucidate matters succinctly. Regardless, it is a far-off land, so remote that he considers it another world altogether. Both he and Rose hail from this realm, albeit he has forgotten. Lynn, deeply immersed in the role, remarked, "Everything that just transpired was merely my self-directed performance, intended to distinguish my two personas while leaving Rose with an angelic fa and a fundamental impression of interacting with Lynn." Rose pondered how to clarify the matter regarding the old acquaintance. "You have not yet regained that aspect of your memories. It is merely intuition," Lynn stated, his expression subtly shifting, as if grappling with some notion. Moments earlier, he had declared, Chapter 149, Another Prophecy. Seeing that his performance had evidently struck a chord with Mr. Fool, Lynn was not inclined to directly confront the divine incarnation. Instead, he clenched his teeth, suppressing his ire, and added, "By the way, Although Rose faced a tragic fate in his later years, he nonetheless left an indelible mark in history, along with an extraordinary plaque known across the realms. Since we arrived in this world long before Rose, why is it that after searching through countless ancient texts, I could only find you in the corners? Was my previous self truly so lackluster? Upon hearing the question, Conan involuntarily turned his gaze towards the secret angel, for he too harbored a curiosity regarding this matter. Lynn, it seemed, had not fared poorly in life. Setting aside his celestial identity, simply being the son of the esteemed Mr. Dorr should have warranted some record of his existence. Yet, the stark reality was that not a single entry could be found in the archives of the Night Church concerning him. The divine embodiment lowered its gaze, appearing somewhat melancholic, as if lost in reminiscence. The eyes of Conan and Lynn met, both awaiting an answer. However, confronted by their expectant stares, the divine embodiment lifted its gaze once more, revealing its signature smile. This is a secret. I cannot divulge it to you just yet. In truth, during that period, Lynn had not been entangled in many affairs, whether actively or passively under someone's influence. Consequently, the recently forged alliance was beginning to show signs of instability. Yet, memories can surface from seemingly nowhere, and for Lynn to regain his recollections, there must be suitable points of reference. Perhaps the secret angel would not mind offering some hints regarding Lynn's past? Yes, concerning that matter, you must wait until our next meeting for me to provide you with answers, replied the divine embodiment swiftly, its face still adorned with an unchanging smile. It was mistaken. It was not your arrangement, but rather the divine embodiment's. Casting a glance towards Conan, it continued with urgency. He has captured our attention. Conan exclaimed. The old riddle master. Suddenly recalling the lowly mist he possessed, he realized the implications. With a jolt, Conan lifted his head to look at the secret angel and inquired. Was that also his orchestration? What stands out is not merely a face-to-face conspiracy, but rather a thought that struck me earlier. I glanced at the enigmatic angel and remarked, he knows what this is. Conan had only noticed certain phrases used by the enigmatic angel, such as writer, goodbye, and you. His temperament was quite gentle, and his smile was somewhat lacking. Lynn seemed to have finally recalled the matter at hand. I pinched my chin and said, in fact, the explanation regarding our fellow townsman is rather vague. You might not have quite grasped it yet. To put it plainly, he, like Shaq, hails from another world. Let's consider it another world for the time being. Suddenly, I turned to gaze at the low-hanging crimson moon outside the window, momentarily lost in thought, as if something had come to mind. Just moments ago, the divine incarnation had once again turned to the two of them, smiling, and declared, here is a prophecy. On the night of the last full moon, fate will intertwine with Abel. The writer destined to meet them may very well be able to obtain information about Abel from beneath you. In the heart of the critic, there are stirring thoughts. Yet this indicated that we could merely lie back and await the restoration of our memories. After all, Kern's understanding of my fellow angel's mannerisms was exceedingly vague. Even if the other party truly lacked prophetic abilities, they evidently possessed a penchant for dark humor. Such a person might indeed allow us to recline and wait for our memories to return. To call analysis would be misleading. There was little to analyze. Considering the prophecy from my angelic fellow was entirely in colloquial terms, devoid of any divine intricacies, it was unlikely that the other party had acquired the minor magician's potion through the apprentice's path, and moreover, when the righteous sister was recommending those two individuals to Mr. Fool, she had not mentioned that one of them appeared to be a writer. The most crucial point was that this sister had only met us after a considerable time. Fitting the description of goodbye, Kern instinctively furrowed his brow in response to the enigmatic behavior of a certain angelic fellow. To be honest, I found myself wishing to emulate my partner, the robust Kahada, who would impulsively charge in and deliver a punch before engaging in conversation. In truth, the keywords connected almost immediately led Kern to recall a certain individual, a companion from the Tarot Reserve recommended by the righteous sister. This gentleman had purchased the formula for the minor magician's potion from Lynn's hands. Indeed, the angelic fellow possessed prophetic abilities. As Kern's suspicions were confirmed internally, he subconsciously began to analyze the enigmatic angel's prophecy, which seemed to attribute all coincidences surrounding him to you. In such a scenario, you would feel quite wronged, as some matters were not of your own arrangement, but were instead drawn to you by what he possessed. At that moment, Jiangqing beside Kern empathized and patted my shoulder, exclaiming loudly, once we two were lined up with Shaq, let's find an opportunity to bag that fellow. After all, you must show some mercy to your adversary. It is indeed curious how the blame could fall upon me. Mr. Fool is truly a man of ill temper. Regrettably, Lynn, who embodies the enigmatic angel, is so much of a riddle that anyone engaging with him might feel compelled to strike me. What an uncanny coincidence that the two gentlemen recommended by the Justice Sister are all devoid of any connection to the Abrahams family. It may merely be a coincidence, yet the implication is heavy with significance. Laughter mingles with the essence of camaraderie. He spoke rightly. You genuinely wish for me to regain the appropriate memories at the right moment. However, I cannot acknowledge Khan's words without a heavy nod, smiling as I do so. As for the hints, it is unfortunate that Khan is a rational individual, compelling me to suppress my impulses. He must desire for Lynn to restore his memories. At the very least, he does not wish for me to remain in a state of amnesia indefinitely. Rather, he likely hopes I recall those matters that ought to be remembered now. Khan fell silent, and from the corner of my eye, I noticed my canine companion squinting, teeth clenched and ready to act. I swiftly seized someone's garment, preventing Jiangqing from engaging in reckless behavior. Meanwhile, Khan appears foolish. Having witnessed Jiangqing's apparent recollection of a certain brother and the angelic compatriot, I have come to a definitive conclusion. Lynn's amnesia was anticipated all along. Even the timing of memory restoration seems to have been meticulously orchestrated. Chapter 150. Khan's mind in turmoil, however. The existence of an alternate world is indeed a narrative that one would expect solely in the realm of fiction, were it not for those familiar sensations. I might suspect you all conspired to deceive me. Lynn expressed disbelief, portraying an air of astonishment despite accepting Khan's assertions. He then gazed at the divine embodiment, continuing, we are, in essence, the same individual, or rather two different entities born from the same fractured soul. I have lost my memories and powers, while you retain both. It is rather unjust that such a disparity exists between us. Lynn seemed to voice his dissatisfaction, adding, in the past, I possessed prophetic abilities and foresaw the emergence of Shaq. I likely anticipated my own amnesia and the subsequent schism. In such circumstances, you appeared beside me at a predetermined time to guide me into contact with him. At this juncture, Lynn's gaze shifted to Khan. I shall refrain from inquiring about the secrets you hold regarding Shaq, as you have always been shrouded in mystery. In summary, my current state is one of amnesia, awaiting the restoration of memories, while simultaneously needing to traverse the divine pathway. Eventually, my soul shall reintegrate with myself as the principal force, correct? Lynn's gaze finally settled on the divine embodiment, offering a gentle nod and a smile as he declared, I eagerly anticipate that day. You truly are an oddity. Who would ever look forward to such a phenomenon? Lynn furrowed his brow, then recalled something, asking, so now you only have two lingering questions remaining. The first, why did he guide our encounter? The question immediately caught the attention of the nearby Shaq. I, too, was intrigued by the implications of that inquiry. He could not regard it as a guiding force of fate. It was imperative to convey to him that it was, in essence, a misfortune for them. As he articulated this, a smile reminiscent of life graced his features. The words of the celestial being were utterly unexpected, particularly for Shaq, who yearned to return home and reunite with his family and friends. The weight of the angelic message left my mind in a state of disarray, akin to a muddled concoction. The secretive angel cast a profound glance at June before her gaze shifted back to Shaq. Confronted by their scrutinizing eyes, she appeared to sigh, seemingly dismissing the earlier question. Shaq, almost instinctively, turned to the secretive angel, affirming that among the myriad of inquiries, the question of returning home was undoubtedly paramount. Upon hearing his true name invoked, Shaq's expression mirrored a newfound seriousness, as if prompted by an ethereal reminder. I, too, became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Fixing my gaze on the secretive angel, I inquired, what is the question? The angel replied, that question is one to which you can provide them with an answer. What did he say? Shaq, still striving to maintain his composure, stood abruptly, incredulously regarding the secretive angel who was perpetually entangled in such matters. Surely, he would soon find himself in quite a predicament. Lynn also displayed a look of astonishment as I remarked, "The seventh question. Since you claim to hail from another world, can you indeed return? You will assist him in seeing his family once more, in reuniting with us," was undeniably the response that the secretive angel would provide. She seemed unfazed by this revelation, her expression remaining unchanged, yet her subsequent words caused Shaq's eyes to narrow. In any case, their interactions are flawed, are they not? The topic we were discussing has reached its conclusion, and any remaining questions can be addressed during our next meeting. I hope that by then, he can provide you with a satisfactory response, accompanied by his signature smile. Despite his usual brusque demeanor, there lies an unprecedented vulnerability within him. Shaq is striving for advancement, and while I can assure you that he will never return home, it is evident that his sole desire is to reunite with his family and friends. However, I cannot provide him with such a promise. In a fleeting moment, memories of the past flooded my mind, and after a prolonged silence, I responded, "As for the matter at hand, both aspects are undoubtedly significant. He may inquire which holds greater importance, and for you, it might still be family and friends." Shaq furrowed his brow, offering no rebuttal, as I had anticipated the difficulty of the question. The response he sought from the angelic figure seemed deceptive, despite their enigmatic nature. They had repeatedly orchestrated encounters without exhibiting any genuine goodwill. Shaq denied any special status, asserting that he merely wished to return home, not solely because of nostalgia for this era, but also due to his yearning for his loved ones. He hoped to avoid a scenario where his parents would be bereaved. The angel spoke in a hushed tone, laced with a gravity that suggested a fateful choice. A wave of disappointment washed over me, and just as I believed the angel was about to broach a certain topic, they suddenly turned their gaze toward me, causing Shaq's heart to tighten. I comprehended every word spoken in their irritable tone, yet the collective message felt surreal, akin to a dream. "You have a question you wish to pose," the angel remarked. Their gaze fixated on me, the signature smile now tinged with a hint of seriousness. Perhaps their intentions were indeed part of a mutually beneficial narrative. To traverse a world so similar yet devoid of familiar faces, would it truly be a misfortune for Shaq to seek a way back home? The angel's assertions lingered in the air. Shaq, who had yet to voice his lingering queries, swallowed his words, for I could perceive the sincerity in the angel's demeanor. Continuing to press further could yield answers, yet might also lead to unfavorable repercussions. However, beyond this juncture, he would undoubtedly ascend to a level where he could sever any chance of reuniting with his family. Chapter 151. Lynn's rescue plan. Lynn had indeed resolved not to continue this line of inquiry with Klein. The information he had already disclosed was sufficiently revealing. Persisting in the conversation could risk exposing himself to the fool, revealing details that were best kept under wraps. Nevertheless, his earlier statements were not fabrications. Lynn was indeed capable of fulfilling his promises. For one who could don various identities in every era, creating a disguise in the former world was not an impossible feat. Although Lynn had yet to fully master his abilities, he remained confident that it was merely a matter of time. As long as Lynn can establish a guise in the era of terrestrial civilization, it may be impossible to prevent the initial awakening or the destruction of civilization. However, it remains feasible to save a few humans using the Source Fortress. Although the number of travelers in the Source Fortress is not particularly large, this does not imply that it is truly limited in capacity. It merely suggests that the Celestial Sovereign is rather meticulous. If the fortress were genuinely at full capacity, how could Mr. Fool still manage to bring people aboard? Therefore, Lynn believes that when the time comes, smuggling a few individuals should not pose a significant challenge. The sole concern might be the Celestial Sovereign. Nonetheless, Lynn is confident that by then, he would have ascended to the Olden One. Even if he cannot overpower the Celestial Sovereign, utilizing the remnants of its power to smuggle a few individuals should not be insurmountable. What he conveyed to Klein was straightforward. He genuinely wished to release the travelers of the Cocoon branch from the Source Fortress. Yet complete control over the fortress is imperative. Thus, if Mr. Fool cannot successfully ascend to the Master of Secrets, Even if Lynn manages to smuggle people out, his family may remain forever ensconced as sleeping beauties within the cocoon. Or worse, become pawns of the celestial sovereign. Should entities like Amon ascend to the master of secrets, the situation would be even graver. Therefore, Mr. Fool, strive for your ascension, not solely for this world, but also for your family and friends. The divine incarnation of Lynn cast a fleeting glance at Klein, who appeared as if he wished to inquire further, yet he restrained himself, letting out a soft sigh. Regrettably, he could only do so much. Lynn's intentions were thwarted by his limitations. Klein ultimately cannot return home. Perhaps it is best to grant him some time to gather his thoughts. With this in mind, Lynn, controlling the divine incarnation, smiled and remarked, "It seems we should converse with those two on the second floor regarding the Rose School." After uttering this, the Angel of Secrets ascended to the second floor, naturally not needing to summon Sharon and Merrick personally, an act that evidently allowed Klein a moment of tranquility. As Klein watched the figure disappear upstairs, he couldn't help but rub his temples. With one mystery resolved, an array of new uncertainties emerged. This encapsulates Klein's current state of mind. He has finally grasped the reason behind the angelic compatriots' special attention toward Lynn and acknowledged their shared connection. Yet this revelation has only fostered further questions. Particularly, the angel's final remark left Klein in a state of unrest. "Help me see my family again," Klein murmured, unable to fathom the motivation behind such a promise or the true intentions behind it. Nevertheless, he admits that this promise is one he cannot refuse. Yet, how can there be assurance that he might one day return home, while still being able to help him reunite with his family? Why is it so? Klein felt a wave of confusion wash over him. If he cannot return home, how could he ever reunite with his family and friends? Is the Angel of Secrets suggesting that it might bring his parents and friends into this world? Upon reaching this realization, Klein instinctively furrowed his brow. It is not to say that this world is devoid of merit. Yet it is evident that the realm he currently inhabits pales in comparison to the time he traversed from. If the price of reuniting with family and friends entails bringing them into this world, Klein would rather shoulder the burden of solitude himself. He is acutely aware that his parents and friends possess an indelible existence in their original world. This is hardly surprising, for at this moment, Klein remains oblivious to the true nature of his transference, genuinely believing he has journeyed from one world to another. Although Lynn's words have subtly hinted at a deeper understanding, Klein instinctively shies away from contemplating certain possibilities. Should he uncover the truth, he would grasp that the promises made by the enigmatic angel represent the most favorable outcome, far superior to the fate he would have otherwise faced. Moreover, he wonders why the enigmatic angel is so fixated on his ascension. If he cannot rise to a sufficient level, what does it imply that he might sever the chance of reunion with his family? Klein furrows his brow, feeling that the angelic compatriot has no need to deceive him in this regard, yet he remains perplexed by the connection. Ultimately, unable to reconcile his thoughts, Klein suppresses his doubts for the time being, reaffirming his determination to ascend. He resolves to submit his application for the 7th sequence to the church tomorrow, as his clown potion has already been fully digested. As these thoughts lingered in his mind, he cast his gaze upon his beloved husky companion. Although the latter appeared as lively as ever, Klein keenly discerned the underlying melancholy beneath that vivacity. Clearly, this individual was not as accepting of a certain truth as they pretended, their emotions far from settled. Klein is not surprised by this. Even as an outsider, he is profoundly shocked by the true relationship between the angelic compatriot and Lynn, let alone Lynn, who is directly involved. Klein believes that, much like when he learned of his identity as an amnesiac angel, Lynn may initially experience a fleeting confusion, but ultimately, he will come to terms with reality and begin to proactively strategize for himself. Nevertheless, recalling the circumstances between Lynn and the angelic compatriot, Klein cannot help but exhale a sigh. He harbors numerous questions regarding his dear friend's predicament, whether pondering why the former Lynn would instigate a division of his soul, questioning the stark differences between Lynn and the enigmatic angel despite both being products of soul division, or contemplating why the angelic compatriot, possessing both power and memory, willingly allows Lynn to take the lead in their eventual fusion. All these inquiries compel Klein to reflect deeply. It is impossible for him to disregard these matters, not only due to his friendship with Lynn, but also because, in a strict sense, these issues are intricately linked to his own existence. Chapter 152. The arch-nemesis of Klein could almost foresee that behind all of this lay a grand scheme, perhaps orchestrated by a prophet who had foretold his existence a millennium ago, and who had arranged everything for a millennium later. Klein did not perceive this as merely a matter of malicious whim, especially after the celestial compatriot had made such assertions to him. He grew increasingly curious about the underlying narrative, yearning to comprehend the script that governed these events, rather than passively adhering to another's design. No individual of true autonomy would relish the notion of traversing a path dictated by others, even if that path seemed innocuous to them. Yet, the information Klein possessed was regrettably scant, while the one who held the complete picture evidently had no intention of revealing the truth to him. Apart from conducting his own investigation, he could only hope that Lynn would eventually regain his memories to uncover his original intentions. Klein exhaled deeply, recalling the prophecy of the secret angel. What would transpire on the next full moon? While he could not say for certain, he understood that since the celestial compatriot had deliberately referenced this moment, it was undoubtedly more than a mere farewell. If it were simply to reconnect, Lynn could have already penned a letter to arrange a meeting, especially after having exchanged contact information with Miss Justice following their stable collaboration. Hu Qingya furrowed her brow, expressing her limited understanding of the sect. She recognized that the faith of the sect seemed to revolve around a malevolent deity known as the god of deception. Although the fishball cassava was the weakest of the lesser gods, it was also the one least encountered by Mr. Fool, who was, in fact, quite enamored with the essence of Mr. Fool. For Malwaki, today could very well be the most tumultuous day in their history. With a smile, Lynn remarked, "Surely you can reach out to your teacher. You will convey your words to them truthfully." Responding with a somewhat nonchalant tone after hearing Hu Qing's words, he continued, "Now, let us discuss the matters of your sect and the existence we both revere." With fewer details, I raised my eyes and smiled at Malwaki, saying, "Surely, if he contacts Tay Karen, he cannot convey your message. Should you wish to deal with those who have fallen from the school, I will be more than willing to lend a hand in that regard. However, this may not necessarily be a favorable situation, as the celestial beings clearly hope that Hu Qing can assist this apprentice in uncovering clues unrelated to Abella." As Nico pondered this, he heard footsteps approaching. I looked up to see the secret angel arriving, accompanied by Malwaki. Lynn's trumpet naturally chimed in synchrony with Nico's thoughts on their predicament. He possessed a rudimentary understanding of the divine incarnation's words while pouring himself a cup of red tea, taking a hefty sip before continuing. Nico, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, sensed the gravity of their situation. It was clear they could not seek assistance from others, particularly the rather unremarkable Mr. Shah, who lingered behind them. Therefore, Karen was certain that something significant would unfold. The adversary seemed to harbor a deep-seated grudge against the school. "You might be concerned about assisting the elder sister and Mr. Malwaki in resolving the pursuit by the school's members. However, can you reveal why he desires your involvement in that conflict?" Nico nearly instantaneously reacted, glancing at the secret angel behind him. Was this yet another prophecy? You eagerly anticipate a prompt response from Tikkun. The divine embodiment smiled, though the warmth of the smile seemed to lack sincerity and genuine expectation compared to a more formulaic grin. He continued, asserting that such a belief was unfounded. The enigmatic angel smiled faintly, feigning acknowledgement of the collaboration with his mentor, Tikkun, and urged, "You must assist them in resolving the troubles they currently face." Upon hearing this inquiry, the divine embodiment did not hesitate in his response. Instead, he swiftly sipped his tea before articulating his reasoning. Firstly, as you just mentioned, the youth invariably require less exertion. Nico has yet to acclimatize, and regarding the involvement in the conflict between Malachi and the hedonistic sect, Hu Qingya herself does not entirely reject it. Exchanging glances with Malachi, their gazes fell upon Nico. Although a certain angel had repeatedly asserted that his encounter with Malachi was merely incidental, Nico ambiguously considered that since the matter had arisen, and Malachi had brought him to Lynn, The probability of being ensnared in the affair was hardly negligible. Nico then turned to the enigmatic angel, who was sipping tea, and inquired after a few moments. Initially, I detected your concern for us, and with the prior interaction with Nico, I anticipated that before we truly engaged, an angel would suddenly appear, merely to quell our conflict, yet also bearing news from Tikhon. The divine embodiment abruptly shifted the conversation, smiling as he remarked, "It is limited to those demigods pursuing the ordinary beyond these demigods. Do you not think it preferable for them to resolve their own dilemmas?" He continued, "You have previously mentioned your grievances with the entity your sect venerates, specific matters you have disclosed to them. Regardless, based on your enmity with this entity, do you mind exacerbating the situation?" Malachi sat quietly nearby, dutifully serving as a backdrop, clearly not wishing to interject in this dialogue. Mooching possessed scant knowledge of the malevolent deity, only knowing that he appeared to be an exceedingly wicked presence. The members of the hedonistic sect had engaged in numerous sanguinary deeds under its leadership. Setting down his cup, he glanced at Nico and smiled, stating seventhly, "You merely assist him in confronting his future principal adversary's affiliated organization. After all, I am a night watchman, and I may very well regard these ordinary individuals from the hedonistic sect with indifference." The divine embodiment continued, adopting a tone reminiscent of a senior relative. His gaze briefly passed over Malachi before settling upon Nico, saying, Chapter 153, "The most potent auxiliary, little bubble." Thus, the angel wondered if it would be peculiar for him to eventually contend with the malevolent deity. Reflecting upon his own disposition and the attributes of this deity, he sensed that such developments were not entirely unexpected, just as he would unhesitatingly thwart the various schemes of the true creator. Should the malevolent deity attempt to orchestrate a bloody ritual before him, he would undoubtedly intervene. Consequently, it seemed quite natural to cultivate enmity. However, the implication of a principal adversary suggested that he would frequently engage with the malevolent deity and the sect in the future. Kern subconsciously speculated at this moment, unaware that the deity had already donned the guise of the fishball cassava. Naturally, he was oblivious to whom Lynn referred as his principal adversary. In a certain sense, his understanding was not entirely erroneous, as the alias of fishball cassava indeed pointed back to that very entity. Lynn was well aware that Kern had yet to grasp the identity of his true foe, yet he had no intention of elucidating this matter. After all, the very existence of fishball cassava was exceedingly distressing for an ordinary individual. It would be prudent to allow Mr. Fool to weather more tumultuous storms and cultivate a sufficiently resilient heart before revealing the truth. As long as the connection to fishball cassava as an outer god was withheld, merely stating that it was a formidable evil deity would not invite contamination. Otherwise, Kern would have succumbed to corruption long before he even learned of the name fishball cassava, which he had only encountered at Sequence 6. Should this be the case, I am willing to assist the young lady and Mr. Marvich in resolving the pursuers from the sect. Before Kern could fully digest the information casually divulged by the angelic compatriot, he solemnly remarked that it was indeed a matter of utmost importance. He hoped to set the time for confrontation to the previous week, as the certainty of success would be considerably diminished by then. Kern's desire to postpone the battle for a few days stemmed from his intention to elevate himself to a Sequence 7 magician, despite being clad in divine attire. With supportive and control abilities intact, and facing the hunger of unengaged combat without a demonic pistol, Kern was still merely a Sequence 8. His spiritual essence was ample, yet concurrently wielding two ordinary items of Sequence 5 and Sequence 6 levels remained rather challenging. Thus, Kern wished to bide his time. He would submit his application report tomorrow, asserting that if the branch church's approval was slow, his promotion would not be a matter of mere days. For the extraordinary beings traversing the path of guidance, our state during the full moon would be one of heightened madness, with the inner discourse becoming increasingly frantic and irrational. Originally, he and Marvich intended to employ certain strategies to divert the attention of the demigod pursuing them, while simultaneously devising methods to deal with the remaining pursuers. They planned to disguise themselves as though they had yet to escape Bakeland, thereby evading the chase. This posed no issue, as long as it occurred within that month. And Kern naturally harbored no objections. In their original plan, they actually contemplated initiating action the following week, considering the expertise Marvich possessed in that domain. Kern exchanged a silent glance with the angel, who was smilingly sipping tea nearby. As their gazes met, they promptly averted their eyes. Though their companion was reliable in many respects, he was indeed quite adept at crafting auxiliary spells. However, during combat, providing the team with beneficial enhancements was evidently not feasible, as it might unduly interfere with Mr. Fool's training and hinder the growth of the child. Kern couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. In truth, he did not harbor many expectations regarding Lynn's supportive capabilities. This might lead to a misunderstanding between Marvich and Lynn. If they both expressed approval of the situation, Lynn might compel them to adhere to the script. What about you? What are you doing? Lynn's alias seemed to have identified a particular oversight, raising a hand to inquire. Do you also intend to assist us in addressing the sex pursuers? Two mere mid-tier sequences lack the standing to consent to an angel's arrangement, particularly one laden with stipulations regarding the agreement with Zyak. Upon the conclusion of the matter, Moach's stance was rather ambiguous. Throughout our discussions, it became evident that neither of us possessed the authority to agree, especially considering that for the hedonistic members of the scholarly faction, the full moon would serve as a boon, rendering us increasingly mad and feeble. In contrast, for those who restrained their inner turmoil and adhered to the tenets of moderation, the full moon represented a detrimental force. Although such a strategy is one only the affluent can afford, it undeniably influences the outcome of the battle. Upon hearing these words, while Moach remained somewhat perplexed, Karen's expression grew subtly intricate. He recalled the subsequent battles, wherein the monetary support from Lynn would be crucial during the next two confrontations due to the minuscule disparity between the two parties. However, during that particular instance, Karen had ascended to the rank of magician, devoid of overwhelming hunger or demonic firearms. Theoretically, facing a sequence of 7 in single combat was feasible, which implied that I would indeed require some financial backing. It was evident that Lynn intended to replicate his previous strategies in the forthcoming encounters, as the same tactics, when diminished, would lose their potency. Moreover, it was imperative to afford Mr. Fool a genuine opportunity in battle. Yet, even with the potential to divert the faction's demigod, resolving the remaining pursuers remained a convoluted affair for Moach. This was primarily due to the fact that these pursuers wielded a remarkable artifact, known as the Crimson Moon, which could fabricate effects akin to that of the full moon within a certain vicinity. While this may serve as a temporary remedy, it represented the worst possible outcome Moach could face. Was he engaging in some peculiar, nurturing game? Lynn expressed his disdain, muttering a remark that suggested Moach was not the seasoned actor he pretended to be. He then turned to Moach and Zheng, stating, "Is it excessive involvement that you're aiming for? Very well. Let us see how you orchestrate the optimal assistance." Moach, being the good-natured individual he was, elicited a twinkle in Lynn's eye whenever he was mentioned. However, regarding individuals who could be broadly categorized as nefarious, I still harbored a tendency to offer them a certain degree of contempt. This was indeed why Moach required no assistance in our battles. With that thought in mind, Lynn solemnly patted Karen on the shoulder and remarked, "He is concerned, and what you lack most are various enhancement scrolls. Without you, he shall be left to his own devices. Even if there seems to be little meaning, as long as breath remains, one can still reclaim him. The opposing shack may not yet have the authority to decide whether to participate, for it is evident that he appears quite familiar with the youthful angel. However, Malachi is acutely aware of his lack of choice in the matter. Thus, as long as he remains under the influence of the deep crimson moon, should he relinquish his rational restraint, he would joyfully regress into a state of losing himself, forfeiting his combat capabilities. Abandoning reason, he would unleash his own madness, akin to others, which would be akin to death for both of us. Chapter 154. The joy of playing with cats. The enigmatic angel departed as abruptly as they had appeared, leaving no means of contact behind. Only a phrase, "When you are ready to act, I shall naturally reappear." With that, they casually opened a portal and vanished from 16 Mink Street. After their departure, Malachi also chose to bid farewell. Yet these two members of the temperate faction graciously provided Conan and Lynn with their contact information and address. Before leaving, they politely inquired about the compensation Conan and Lynn desired. It was clear they did not intend to have Conan and Lynn assist them without recompense. This was hardly surprising, for Malachi was not the type to take advantage of others or expect them to work for free, especially given that Conan and Lynn seemed closely connected to a particular enigmatic angel. Even for this reason, Malachi would choose to foster a good relationship with these two. The necessary compensation would, of course, be prepared. As for the enigmatic angel, they would later attempt to write a letter to their teacher, truthfully detailing the assistance provided by the angel and the suggestions made. If her teacher were still alive, the subsequent decisions, be it cooperation or compensation, would ultimately rest with him. This clarity was precisely the outcome desired by the esteemed angel. After Malachi's departure, the first-floor lounge of 16, Mink Street was left with only Conan and Lynn. At this moment, Conan seemed to finally shed his self-imposed restraint, revealing a simple expression. Although the angel had not yet departed, their influence lingered deeply. Lynn was eager to gather information about the old capital from Shaq, as it would facilitate the creation of corresponding personas for her previous endeavors. Conan felt a twinge of guilt over his playful antics with the cats, almost instinctively sensing the weight of his actions. Even though I had vaguely informed Lynn, he was aware of Conan's alias. Lynn let out a long sigh, casting a knowing glance at Shaq, and spoke in a tone low enough for Conan to hear. Does he know? In just a month since meeting him, it feels as if you've been entirely reshaped. Shaq replied, the old capital indeed. I wonder when you will be able to adopt a persona in this era. Libert, the ship has just docked. Is he unwell? Although both parties are currently vague, our encounter is the deliberate result of a guiding angel from our hometown. However, the truth that could potentially create a distance remains elusive to Shaku, who wishes to understand Mo Lay as comprehensively as possible. You remember? Lynn nodded in satisfaction while pinching his chin, casting a thoughtful glance at Shaku. Under the increasingly relaxed gaze of the former, he smirked and remarked, worry not. Your interest in exploring the life that follows his secrets is overshadowed by your curiosity about the other world he speaks of. What kind of realm could it possibly be? Shaku's lips twitched, his simple emotions suddenly scattered. He glanced at Lynn, who had a mischievous demeanor, and said, can you really blame yourself? If there is blame to be placed, it must fall on the angel of secrets. Like you, he too is a victim. It is true that although Lynn might occasionally be perturbed by that matter, the prospect of revenge against the bygone era of the secret world would be intriguing. Such words are undoubtedly lies, for Lynn has not truly lost his memory. Or rather, even if he had, the lost memories would pertain to nothing of that nature. At that moment, as Lynn uttered those words, Shaku's gaze grew stern, a flicker of reminiscence evident as he recalled the past of his homeland. Naturally, Shaku continued to conceal his true name. His life experiences over the past several decades have been as rich as those of the recent days. Lynn's mention of that matter serves a dual purpose: to step back from the concerns of Mr. Fool and to downplay his identity as a fellow townsman. Moreover, Lynn indeed harbors a hint of mischief. Thus, Shaku coughed heavily, slightly turning his head to avoid the piercing gaze of Lynn and said, my full name is Shaku Emole. Would you prefer to continue addressing me as Conan? Due to personal reasons, I can only operate under the guise of you Moya. Lynn glanced at the window through the narrow opening. He could see that the sky had yet to brighten, and faintly, some building silhouettes were discernible. Just moments ago, Shaku had freed himself from the clutches of memory and turned to Lynn, nodding, what questions do you wish to explore first? At that instant, Shaku suddenly heard a sigh. Turning his head, he indeed saw a certain partner, dressed in a seventh-tier disguise, wearing a remarkably similar expression. Clearly, Lynn's mood was equally affected. In the seventh era, while listening to Shaku recount tales of the past on a secondary account, Lynn's primary account, which had been idly logged out for the performance, suddenly came to life. The seventh disguise, without warning, opened its eyes and sat up, lazily stretching. Shaku understood that Lynn's simple feelings were primarily due to the slow amusement of the cat, mirroring his own uncomplicated emotions. With this thought, Lynn nodded in agreement and suddenly asked, "So his true name is Sha Ku, is it? What's his full name? Can you share that with me? Is the identity of the Night Watcher merely a temporary fade, or is it intended to reveal Lynn's rather unsavory nature?" Pondering silently, I realized that while Lynn indeed harbors a friendly disposition towards the Church of the White Knight, exposing my identity as the Night Watcher would inadvertently unveil my ulterior motive for approaching him. As I stood up, a knock at the door interrupted my thoughts, followed by Mr. Min's voice emerging from within. "At least Shaq feels that he might finally sleep tonight. Has it arrived? Is he not poisoned? Would you mind discussing it with me?" Lynn regarded me and said, perhaps upon hearing his description, you might recall some forthcoming events. Chapter 155, Amon unseals the enchantment prematurely. All right. Lynn deftly opened the door, and, as expected, there stood Mr. Min outside. He had evidently changed into different attire beforehand, appearing more serious and earnest than during our previous journey. Lynn scrutinized him from head to toe, noting that he wore more jewels than usual. Clearly, Bertley was preparing for the forthcoming audience with the Blood Emperor, although he had resolved to engage in a covert confrontation. He could hardly be deemed a true loyalist, let alone offer the same fealty as other nobles of the Tudor Empire. Nonetheless, as a conscientious and serious individual, such considerations did not impede Mr. Min from adhering to the fundamental courtesies expected of a subject meeting an emperor. According to protocol, upon our arrival at the dock, an envoy would directly escort us to the palace to meet Tudor. Bertley regarded the casually dressed youth, who seemed as if he had just awakened, with practiced indifference, and continued, "At that time, you should be invited to accompany us. Make sure you are prepared." As he uttered the word prepared, Bertley's emotions grew complex. After all, he was fully aware of what Lynn's preparation entailed, being complicit in the matter. "Do you think that when he meets me, our chances of swiftly subduing him are high?" He spoke vaguely, while Lynn had no such reservations, stating directly, "As for Mr. Min's preparations, it naturally pertains to reconnaissance. Executing a Sequence Zero ambush is no trivial endeavor, and one must familiarize oneself with the target and devise a plan beforehand. I personally advise against taking action today. Tudor is a genuine Sequence Zero. Even in a weakened state, it would be difficult for just Amon and me to achieve a desired outcome. It would be best to wait for Antigonus to join the operation, especially considering your current condition is not optimal." Bertley sincerely suggested, pausing to add, "Amon and I will persuade Antigonus as soon as possible. Given his character, this should not take long. That reasoning holds merit. Thus, I shall wait." Lynn nodded, extinguishing the thought of acting today, and then recalled something, glancing around in confusion, asking, "Where's Amon? That rascal usually relishes the opportunity to probe him. Why is he absent today?" Upon hearing Lynn's words, the previously relieved expression on Bertley's face shifted to one of subtle intrigue. Lynn raised an eyebrow, a certain conjecture emerging in his mind. Surely, he has not forcibly unsealed it. Indeed, Amon had preemptively broken the seal during your period of respite. Bethel affirmed Lynn's suspicion, an expression of sympathy flickering in his eyes, as if recalling some unspoken thought. "He is currently resting." This sympathy was genuine, for the anguished cries that accompanied Amon's forceful unsealing were heart-wrenching, evoking tears from witnesses and sorrow from listeners alike. However, sympathy aside, Bethel could not help but feel a sense of delight regarding the matter itself. That mischievous child Amon had long been deserving of such retribution. Upon hearing Mr. Min's words, Lynn's first reaction was one of disbelief. How had he missed Amon's anguished wails? Had he known, he would not have idled away his time. Yet, the joy of playing with the cat was unparalleled, and such fleeting pleasure could not be replicated, while Amon's cries would surely echo in the future. Contemplating this, Lynn suddenly felt that perhaps he had not lost out entirely, though a tinge of regret washed over him. After all, the limited edition of Young Amon was now beyond reach, and his original plan to let Amon's old acquaintances tease the young Amon was now dashed. What a cruel twist of fate. Lynn sighed, but quickly regained his composure. His spirits lifted as he turned to Mr. Min. In that case, let's pay Amon a visit. We might also discuss the details of our subsequent endeavors. Are you certain you intend to visit, rather than continue your torment? Bethel silently quipped, though his expression remained meticulously composed as he nodded without objection. The two then found themselves before the door of Amon's quarters. Knock, knock, knock. Amon, if you possess the ability to forcibly unseal it, surely you can open the door. Lynn rapped on the wooden door with a resounding thud, nearly on the verge of breaking it down. He called out jovially, "Fear not, I shall not mock your weakened state. After all, I have seen you in all forms. I have even heard your melodious cries of anguish." His tone was heartfelt, and if one were to overlook the content, it might even lead one to believe that Lynn and Amon shared a deep bond. Creak! The door swung open to reveal a well-dressed Amon standing at the threshold, appearing almost noble. At that moment, Amon seemed little different from his usual self, save for a slightly pallid complexion that hinted at the prior events he had endured. TSK. Lynn's disappointment was palpable as he pouted, showing no effort to conceal his feelings. "It seems you have been resting well." At this tense juncture, Bethel boldly took up the mantle of communication, stating, "Libert and I wish to discuss the details of our upcoming actions with you." Mr. Min, ever the dignified individual, could not articulate the matter as bluntly as Lynn, who suggested using a bag to strike Amon with a blunt instrument. "In this regard, Mr. Min truly exemplified the conscience of the Guo family. I have arranged for my avatar to communicate with Antigonus. However, I did not elaborate on the specifics, merely scheduling a subsequent meeting time." Amon adjusted his crystal monocle and smiled at Lynn, suggesting that since Libert was also intrigued by that foolish wolf, it would be prudent to meet together. It has been several days since Lynn proposed to use a sack to deliver a blow to the creature, and although Amon's true form remained obediently aboard the ship, his avatar could not possibly remain there in the same manner. In truth, Amon's avatar had already been quite busy, with one part attending to matters concerning Antigonus, and another diligently investigating information related to Lynn, continually transmitting findings back to the original. Amon's avatar had indeed uncovered some information, such as Lynn's secondary identity, a fraudulent and absurd background. Naturally, Amon did not believe a word of it. If Libert Abraham were truly just an ordinary sequence too, he would have discarded his unique path as a thief on the spot, relinquishing any claim to the position of the arcane master. To Amon, the only credible portion among the data gathered by his avatar was the information pertaining to Libert Abraham following his emergence within the Abraham family. Everything prior was mere deception. Chapter 156. The Primordial Awakens Within Me. Although the information regarding the period after Libert's appearance in the Abraham family was scant, it did pique Amon's interest. It appeared that Bethel had returned with Libert Abraham after a journey among the stars, only announcing his identity once he had awakened. Others may have overlooked this detail. Members of the Abraham family uniformly believed that Bethel merely traveled elsewhere after the celestial voyage, bringing back the young master. However, having experienced Lynn's horror in this lifetime, Amon could not possibly overlook the significance of the stars, which coincided with his own speculations. The only point of confusion for Amon was Bethel's demeanor. He did not seem to exhibit signs of corruption, yet displayed an attitude of indulgence, even submission, toward Libert. This was inconsistent with Amon's understanding of Mr. Gate, as he was well aware that Bethel Abraham was unlike him. He was the type willing to sacrifice his life to protect this world. Would such a Bethel truly bring an outer god into this realm and submit to him so readily? Amon discreetly cast a glance at Mr. Gate, who bore an expression of helplessness, before his gaze returned to Lynn. The latter was evidently quite fascinated by Antigonus, nodding enthusiastically upon hearing his words. "Indeed, to speak of it, I have had an acquaintance with Mr. Antigonus," Lynn remarked with a smile. "The meeting time will be after we have seen Tutu," Amon replied, smiling as he lowered his eyes. Unless the entity was not as he had initially surmised, a true outer god. But if it were not an outer god, then what could it possibly be? A vague notion floated through Amon's mind, yet it seemed rather implausible. At this juncture, could there truly exist an individual capable of ascending to an ancient being without attracting any notice and without becoming a vessel for the awakening of the original creator's will? Amon found himself perplexed. After all, the harmonious coexistence between him, Mr. Gate, and that foolish wolf Antigonus was predicated on the understanding that in this era, nearly every ascension would inevitably lead to the resurgence of the previous mysterious lord's will within oneself, transforming one into a vessel for his resurrection. Amon had already tested this hypothesis on Antigonus. Otherwise, how could he so generously assist that foolish wolf in accommodating the uniqueness of the fool, thereby becoming half a fool himself? Following Antigonus's acceptance of the fool's uniqueness, the nearly overwhelming resurgence of the mysterious lord's will within him served as a testament to the peril inherent in becoming the mysterious lord in this age. According to Amon and Adam's conjecture, the most opportune moment for ascending to the mysterious lord was undoubtedly prior to the disappearance of the barrier and the onset of the apocalypse. Other ascensions to ancient tiers, while not as perilous as that of the mysterious lord, were hardly devoid of risk. Once ascended, even if one did not become a vessel for the awakening of the original creator's will, the likelihood of succumbing to chaos and madness due to excessive resurgence of the primordial essence was exceedingly high. This was the very reason Amon hesitated to draw any conclusions. Unlike Mr. Gate, who had faced Lynn's overwhelming strength against Fishball Cassava, Amon had yet to accept the reality that Lynn equated to the Ancient Ones, leaving him little time to ponder how that individual had achieved ascension. The outcome was laid bare before him, and thus, even Bethel, despite his incredulity, could only consider the process based on the results, speculating that Lynn possessed some unique means to suppress the original will. Although Amon sensed something distinctive about Lynn, he had not truly witnessed Lynn's prowess, which left him in a state of indecision. Fortunately, he had ample time to slowly explore what Lynn truly was. Amon adjusted his crystal monocle, contemplating this notion. Should you be genuinely curious about my nature, why not simply ask me directly? Lynn interjected, as if sensing Amon's thoughts. Can Libert tell me what you are? Amon replied, unfazed. He had long recognized Libert's keen insight into human hearts and had not concealed his own thoughts on the matter. After all, both parties were acutely aware of each other's intentions. Amon sought to uncover the essence of Lynn, a pursuit that had been evident from the very beginning, while Lynn aimed to undermine Amon, a goal that remained steadfast throughout. These two mischievous youths maintained a remarkable dedication to their respective attitudes towards one another, neither forgetting their original motivations. Guess, Lynn exclaimed playfully in response to Amon's inquiry, his tone exuding an irritating cheerfulness. You are indeed well suited to be a hunter. Amon spoke with a hint of melancholy, expressing that although he was not surprised by the answer, hearing it nonetheless stirred a slight annoyance within him. Hee. Lynn chuckled in a rather sardonic manner, though his thoughts began to wander. Naturally, Lynn could surmise what Amon was contemplating, and he too harbored some uncertainties. It was not so much the question of what Amon truly was that puzzled him. After having encountered his true form in a dream, Lynn had long since ceased to dwell on that matter. Instead, his current quandary revolved around the notion that, according to the established order, the higher one's rank within this world as hierarchy, the closer one drew to the primordial, and the nearer one was to the primordial, the more likely one could become a vessel for its awakening. Thus, the pivotal question emerged. Could the primordial potentially awaken within him? Lynn was genuinely intrigued by this question, and, in a moment of retrospective realization, he acknowledged that theoretically, at sequence 2, he should already be contending with the nascent will of the primordial within him. Yet he felt none of that influence. While he had been continuously resisting divine power, divine essence and the will of the primordial were distinctly different. Although Lynn could perceive the effects of divine influence, he had not detected even a trace of the primordial's will residing within him. Upon reflection, this seemed rather reasonable, as his true form evidently held a high rank. In such circumstances, even if he were to draw closer, it would be towards his true form rather than the primordial. Lynn mused quietly to himself, yet he refrained from being blindly optimistic. However, this did not entirely preclude the possibility of the primordial awakening within him. It might simply be that his current level was insufficient, resulting in the fledgling will of the primordial being swiftly eradicated due to the influence of his true form. Perhaps once he ascended to a higher level, he would again confront this aspect of influence. Indeed, one must not be careless. Should he remain unassimilated by his true form, yet inadvertently become a vessel for the primordial, he would find no peace in death. Lynn admonished himself inwardly, and at that moment, he felt the vessel beneath his feet come to rest against something, gently swaying before it halted. They had arrived at the dock, returning to the Tudorian Empire. Chapter 157. Long time no see, little and just as Mr. Men had anticipated. The emissary sent to guide them to the imperial palace of the Tudorian Empire had been waiting at the dock. After Lynn and the others disembarked, the emissary officially conveyed the royal family's congratulations on the delegation's safe return, acknowledging their arduous mission and rewards. Subsequently, he announced that a banquet had been prepared in the palace to celebrate the delegation's successful completion of their task and safe return, awaiting their presence. Once this formal procedure concluded, the emissary produced a smaller piece of parchment from his robes and turned to Lynn, Bertley, and Mr. Men with utmost respect, stating, "Lord Amon, Lord Bertley, and His Highness, Lord Libbet, a tea gathering has been arranged, inviting the three of you to attend." "A tea gathering?" Lynn raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued, and inquired, "Is it just us and the four from the Tudorian side?" Aside from the three princes, Lord Antigonus was also invited. The envoy had evidently done his homework and was aware of Lynn's external identity. He promptly responded with utmost respect, indicating that it seemed rather leisurely for the occasion. Lynn, with his chin in hand, appeared to ponder something, and his smile blossomed even brighter. He then cast a glance at the two individuals beside him and remarked playfully, "You never mentioned anything of this sort to me. A delightful little tea gathering, indeed. What a splendid opportunity for action. What a marvelous venue." Bertley raised an eyebrow and quickly explained in a hushed tone, "I apologize. It simply did not occur to me at the time." Lynn, however, seemed unfazed by the oversight. He inquired, "Are you going to change your attire? Would you like assistance?" It appeared that he merely wished to alter a long-standing habit. Bertley found this rather peculiar, as Alistair had always shown a preference for the White Emperor over the Red Sovereign, which had never changed regarding aesthetic symmetry. Now, revealing it to him felt somewhat late. Lynn, however, was clearly concerned about Mr. Men's concealment and smiled at the sight of him quietly seated in a low-backed chair, holding a slender booklet. The garden, evidently well-tended, was resplendent with a riot of colorful blossoms, all competing for attention in full bloom. Lynn even spotted a few flowers that typically flourish during the season, presenting a breathtaking beauty. The only critique Lynn could muster was that those flowers had clearly been meticulously pruned, and among them, two stood in perfect contrast, their petals almost exclusively odd-numbered, yet exuding an essence of symmetrical beauty. Lynn's attire was strikingly orthodox, conforming to a symmetrical style that typically graced the Lynn Empire. After all, given that the empire was ruled by an emperor who favored symmetrical aesthetics. Glancing down at his outfit purchased in the Bairang Empire, he observed the attire of those around him, momentarily forgetting the disdain Alistair harbored for symmetrical beauty. Their conversation proceeded without any deliberate elevation of tone. Yet the envoy beside them seemed to hear nothing, his head buried even deeper in his thoughts. "I hope that is the case," Lynn remarked, blinking with a knowing expression. At that moment, Mr. Men suddenly recalled something and scrutinized Alistair, his expression shifting subtly. Amon, still smiling, bore a resemblance to Mr. Men, exhibiting a similar conscientious demeanor. He adjusted his crystal monocle and introduced, "Lynn has always had a profound aversion to excessively tranquil gatherings, particularly those large tea parties convened for discussions on trivial matters. If he wishes to attend, such opportunities are quite rare. After meeting with Mr. Men, does he intend to change his attire first?" A few moments ago, Bertley resolutely uttered that at the center of the garden, a pavilion exemplifying the beauty of symmetry stood, accompanied by a round table resembling stone or jade and low-backed chairs. Beneath one of these chairs sat a guest who had yet to arrive, which led to Mr. Men and his son making rather inappropriate remarks regarding Lynn. These comments, though not overly offensive, were certainly out of place. The messenger, A woman of youthful appearance, yet with half-white hair, possessed striking white eyes that sparkled with vitality. Her features were finely drawn, yet a coarse white stubble adorned her chin, evoking a sense of both aging and youth, reason and madness, the very essence of contradiction. While Bertley wished to maintain his own dignity, it was clear that his principles in this regard were somewhat less stringent than those of the other two. Isn't this familiar? That time was quite the mischief, he mused. Previously, it was said that there would be an opportunity to attend the tea party, wasn't it? Come now. You must be eager to see Lynn. He then turned to the messenger, whose head hung low in contemplation, and spoke with a smile. Wang Ming, upon hearing this, immediately lifted his gaze, clearly understanding the implication of those words. After all, prior to that tea party, it had been suggested that we would not act until then. Bertley, however, had been contemplating how to ensnare Lynn, making it unlikely for him to adhere to her aesthetic preferences. Within the empire of Lynn, everything reflected a sense of symmetry and orderly beauty, whether it was the garments worn, the adornments upon their heads, or the very architecture of their residences. "Ah, I remember you," said Tu, raising an eyebrow and smiling as he waved at Antigonus. "Long time no see, great wolf." Antigonus, evidently aware of our arrival, directed his gaze towards us, first resting it on Mr. Man, as if recalling something significant, causing him to instinctively tighten his grip on the booklet in his hand. He then turned his attention to two beside him. The messenger, not necessarily loyal to Lynn, nonetheless occupied a position of considerable distinction within the empire due to being the closest entity to Sequence Zero. While Mr. Min had indeed contemplated this, as the moral compass of the 8 families, he could not bear to witness Lynn's cherished tea party devolve into a psychological ordeal. Thus, he made a deliberate effort to speak slowly. Upon reaching our destination, Wang and the others naturally separated from the rest of the delegation, being led by the messenger to a location resembling a grand garden. "How ironic," Tu remarked, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Though I have yet to be promoted to the rank of Red Priest, I still find myself leaning towards the White Emperor. Generally speaking, it is likely that he will be provided with a set of aesthetically pleasing attire." When Ming uttered those words, it was evident that he was reminiscing about some poignant memories, undoubtedly contemplating past grievances that were rather bothersome. Upon realizing this, a look of astonishment mixed with hesitation appeared on his face. This was akin to donning a mismatched outfit, as he chuckled, "With your esteemed status, opportunities for invitations have been rather rare." The two eventually exchanged some audacious remarks, prompting the messenger to raise his head and respond respectfully. The messenger, naturally vague, acknowledged the loyalty of the 8 celestial kings of the Linen Empire, and without delay, I led the group towards the royal palace. Chapter 158. Little and only wishes to flee Antigonus, nicknamed the chopping board fish, also known as Little, and hails from the ancient angels of the Second Era, the son of the destructive demon wolf who ruled over a realm during the age of the old gods, a diviner of the angel king of Pathway 11, the founder of the Night Kingdom, and one of the earliest named significant figures in the original narrative. Once upon a time, when Lynn first delved into the mysteries of the Lord, he speculated about this half-fool, considering him the foremost adversary that Klein would inevitably encounter on his ascension journey. However, as the plot of the Lord of Mysteries unfolded, the layers of Antigonus' enigma were gradually unveiled, leading Lynn to a sudden realization that he was merely a fortunate fool. To articulate the extent of Antigonus' fortune, one must recount his experiences as a wolf. From birth, he was a miracle worker of Sequence 2, sheltered by the destructive demon wolf, blissfully navigating through his weakest phase. Later, during the Night Goddess' demon wolf family operation, he fortuitously survived and acquired the characteristics and uniqueness of the diviner of Sequence 1. He even became an experimental subject for Amon and Adam in the 4th Era, successfully containing the uniqueness of the Fool. Although later, due to the destruction of the Night Kingdom, the resurgence of the Lord of Mysteries consciousness within him led to uncontrollable madness. This fortunate wolf found himself merely confined by the Night Goddess in Misty Town, rather than facing immediate death. Furthermore, in the conclusion of the first installment of Mysteries, due to Klein's ascension ritual to the Fool, Antigonus, despite losing his sequence, one characteristics and the uniqueness of the fool, successfully regained his self-awareness, freeing himself from madness. Such a degree of fortune is unparalleled among the prominent figures in the Lord of Mysteries, perhaps only rivaled by a certain deity of steam and machinery. Under this preconceived lens of perception, coupled with a fleeting connection from the Second Era, Lynn naturally harbored no sense of reverence towards this half-fool before him. Thus, he greeted him with a tone of almost joviality. "Long time no see, little demon wolf." Although, to be precise, Lynn held no sense of reverence for any significant figure, as none could surpass him in strength. Confronted with Lynn's enthusiastic demeanor, Antigonus nearly leapt from his seat, his gaze fixed intently upon Lynn, as if he had finally made a profound realization. "It is you," he exclaimed. "Indeed, it is I," Lynn replied with a smile, nodding as he regarded Antigonus. "You fled so swiftly during our last encounter that I scarcely had the chance to greet you. I never anticipated you would remember me." Antigonus's eyes flickered momentarily as he observed the youthful angel before him. Memories and information accumulated over time, flooding his mind. He certainly recalled the individual standing there. Despite their brief appearance on that fateful night, the night of the cataclysmic fall of the devastating demon wolf, an event that remained etched in his memory. Yet, the knowledge that had gradually surfaced, even if obscured in name, served as a constant reminder to Antigonus that someone was indeed altering the past. Until today, he had been oblivious to the identity of this time-altering individual, but upon truly beholding the youth before him, the fog surrounding his memories and knowledge dissipated in an instant. Thus, Antigonus was certain that this young man was the very one who was reshaping the past. Truth be told, upon grasping this realization, Antigonus's initial instinct was to flee as far as possible. As the angelic king closest to the fool, he understood, well, that even if he were to ascend to the rank of the fool, he could never genuinely alter the past. Yet, this youth seemed to accomplish it effortlessly, as if it were as simple and routine as eating or drinking. The nature of such an individual was too daunting for Antigonus to contemplate. He merely wished to retreat to his nocturnal domain and resume his secluded existence. Indeed, the outside world was far too terrifying. However, Antigonus could not act on this desire, for it was evident that Lynn was aware of him and appeared quite intrigued. In such circumstances, a hasty departure might provoke the young man, potentially inciting events Antigonus wished to avoid. Thus, he compelled himself to regain his composure, fixing his gaze upon a youth, preparing to speak, only to find himself momentarily stunned again. "You are the child who suddenly emerged from Bethel?" Antigonus realized this connection almost instinctively. Immediately after speaking, he felt a twinge of regret. "Indeed, I am Libert Abraham," Lynn replied, his smile brightening as he paused before adding, "Of course, you may be aware of my other name and identity, but for now, I prefer to keep that under wraps, so please keep it confidential." Lynn made a gesture of secrecy, his expression warm and inviting, yet it sent a shiver down Antigonus's spine, for he sensed the danger lurking within. Instinctive as a member of the canine family, Antigonus sensed something almost instantaneously. His movements became somewhat rigid, yet his mind involuntarily recalled the fragmented information about the other party that had surfaced sporadically in the altered past shaped by the youth. Antigonus' fate had not undergone any significant transformation. Rather, within the memories of those days spent hiding alongside his sister, there emerged a nebulous collection of details, including references to an enigmatic angel that had not previously existed. The emergence of this information was not as overt as a sudden influx of memories, but rather unfolded in a more clandestine manner within his recollections. Initially, Antigonus was oblivious to the changes occurring in his memory. It was only upon a meticulous examination of his past, prompted by the alterations he underwent, that he was astonished to discover the presence of content previously absent from his mind. Before this thorough scrutiny, he had taken these newly appeared details for granted, completely overlooking their peculiarity. Frankly, this realization was terrifying, almost causing Antigonus to erupt in fury upon uncovering the truth. Thus, at this moment, Confronted by the silent yet profound transformation of his past and memories instigated by the youth before him, Antigonus, after a brief moment of rigidity, spoke in a tone that was stiff and resolute. "I know nothing." Indeed, he opted to heed the guidance of his heart. Antigonus had never been one to fervently seek adventure, nor to confront anyone recklessly. As a young demonic wolf, left with profound psychological scars from a night of the demon wolf, the notion of survival had long been ingrained in his essence. Otherwise, he could not have shared followers with his sister, having ascended to the status of angel king, yet often retreating to his realm of night. In truth, were he not sufficiently cautious and prudent, Antigonus would not have survived to this day. However, this does not imply a lack of courage. In fact, when a moment for adventure arises, this demonic wolf is willing to take risks, for he must accommodate the uniqueness of the foolish. Antigonus is brave, yet guided by his heart. When faced with feasible endeavors, he is certainly willing to embrace risk and display valor. Yet, when confronted with someone like Lynn, who treats time as a mere plaything, Antigonus believes it wiser to remain composed. This is not a challenge that can be resolved merely by courage. Chapter 159. Ruffling little Anne's mind, Antigonus' gaze subtly traversed from Ammon, who stood beside Lynn, to Mr. Men. He discerned the inquisitiveness in Ammon's eyes, coupled with a palpable envy towards Lynn, and he noted Mr. Men's expression, which seemed to convey the realization that Lynn had also ensnared him in a similar predicament. Antigonus was not a fool, although he might lack the cunning of a schemer like Ammon. As the angel king of the fool-less path, he was certainly no simpleton. Upon recognizing the expressions of Ammon and Mr. Men, Antigonus immediately grasped that something significant had transpired during this period. Clearly, Ammon had already suffered at Lynn's hands. Otherwise, this deity, who typically acted as he pleased and held little reverence for the divine, would not regard Lynn with such deference. As for Bertellinus, it was unnecessary to elaborate. As the angel king closest to sequence 0, Mr. Men had always been the most serious and haughty among the trio. His current demeanor towards Lynn unmistakably indicated a profound respect, suggesting that Mr. Men had undoubtedly encountered events that rendered him more aware of Lynn's true nature than Ammon. Antigonus remained uncertain about the identity of the youth before him. Yet, in light of the altered past, the sudden influx of knowledge, and the attitudes displayed by Ammon and Mr. Men, he came to a stark realization. The individual was not to be trifled with. Bertellinus lamented inwardly, wishing he had abstained from attending this wretched tea party, feeling utterly unfortunate that day. As Bertellinus swiftly accepted the reality, choosing to remain composed, he noticed the blatant demeanor of Chai-Ching and Antigonus. Mr. Men, however, seemed unfazed, recognizing that the ambiguous power of the tea party was something both Chai-Ching and Bertellinus had encountered before, leading to their current demeanor. Recalling a thought, he suddenly inquired, "By the way, can he still transform into a magical wolf?" What precisely was he? Once again, Mr. Men found himself teetering on the brink of revelation. Bertellinus' expression grew increasingly rigid. Mere seconds prior, he had managed a faint smile, stating, "You need not worry, Bertellinus." He merely failed to comprehend the futility of such matters. Why were they all so cold? What could Chai-Ching do? He could only accept the reality with a smile, believing it better to be the instigator rather than the victim of misfortune, however weak that smile may have been. Bertellinus felt no particular grievance towards the notion of being ruffled. After all, the enigmatic figure of the god of the White Knight had also been at the mercy of the tea party, which was indeed quite unfortunate. As the focus of everyone's attention, the demeanor of the tea party remained remarkably nonchalant, indifferent to conjectures. Satisfied, he nodded, and then, observing the almost irate demeanor of the little dog behind him, he raised an eyebrow and, with an air of disinterest, asked, "Deerin, does he seem to fear you?" The ill-fated Bertellinus promptly nodded, his gaze toward Antigone exuding a sense of reassurance. As for the little puppy, Chai-Ching remained quite intrigued. She had yet to comprehend the intricacies of the bay puppy's mind. It would be a mistake to approach Doan as well. Although Lynn had long since speculated on this matter, the reaffirmation of that particular fact stirred within him a modicum of unease. The former was evidently less informed than he. Under such circumstances, Chai-Ching would undoubtedly seek to extract any hidden information, even if it meant confronting Lynn about his inability to transform into a wolf. Bertellinus hesitated before stepping forward, responding candidly that he could not revert to his wolf form. Did that trouble you? After a brief pause, he added his own stipulations. Chai-Ching observed the scene with a subtly altered expression, initially thinking that the previous victim might be Amon or Wei, only to be taken aback when it turned out to be Bertellinus. The former had glanced over as well, and before a fleeting moment of eye contact, both exchanged glances filled with empathy. Meanwhile, Lynn maintained his smile, though a sense of gravity settled deeper within him. Chai-Ching instinctively conjured an image in her mind, feeling that, in comparison to those individuals, her own plight seemed trivial. Despite Bertellinus's sparse words, his reactions and demeanor conveyed to Lynn a perception of him beyond mere appearances. Bertellinus was indeed a formidable presence. He was not to be trifled with. Though he might appear benign, anyone who dared to provoke him would find themselves in peril. After a moment of hesitation, Lynn nodded, indicating that he bore no ill will toward Bertellinus, who, despite being a rather unwelcome creature, had his own reasons for existing. He was acutely aware that Bertellinus's fur might soften a little if he were to approach the bay deity. The notion that such a terrifying figure as Aces could invoke fear was indeed perplexing. Should you wish to soften your fur a tad? Now was the time to consider it. Suddenly, another thought crossed Lynn's mind as he looked toward Chai-Ching, smiling as he said, "You know he harbors fears. Yet when in Amon's presence, he must try to appear more at ease. For now, it would be prudent to conceal your true nature, as he might perceive you merely as Chai-Ching's child, as a wolf, though his mythological form resembled that of a spiritual insect. He could naturally revert to his original wolf form whenever he desired. Indeed, as a fool's path suggests, beyond the realm of mythical beings, Bertellinus could assume any form he wished." Chai-Ching gazed at the years spent alongside Bertellinus, contemplating the nature of her fears. Did he truly understand why he was afraid? What a wretched dog he was, indeed a wicked wolf. With sincere intent, Chai-Ching remarked, "Indeed, it is necessary to address you with respect. Simply calling your name would be inappropriate." At that moment, Bertellinus experienced a flurry of thoughts, ultimately nodding stiffly and offering a feeble smile, affirming that your concerns were undoubtedly valid. Chapter 160, The Plastic Friendship of the Go Family. Upon exchanging glances, it was evident that they had all fallen under Lynn's influence. Bertellinus distinctly felt as though he had acquired another ancestor. Antigonus could not help but privately muse. Yet he astutely recognized a crucial fact. Lynn did not wish to reveal his uniqueness before Tuesday naturally. Antigonus did not perceive Lynn's hesitance as fear of Tuesday. In fact, as his gaze swept over Lynn's attire, which was utterly incongruous with Tu's aesthetic, and observed the somewhat distracted demeanor of a certain gentleman, Mr. Magic Wolf began to harbor a vague suspicion. Was Lynn contemplating an action against Tu? Wait, could it be that Amon's sudden request to confer with me was for this reason? As Antigonus recalled Amon's invitation, his gaze involuntarily traversed the three individuals before him and confirmed that the Blood Emperor was not in close proximity. After a brief hesitation, he could not restrain himself from asking, "Amon, your earlier invitation regarding an important matter does not pertain to Tu, does it?" "Indeed, it is related to Tu," Amon replied, adjusting his monocle and looking at Antigonus with a smile that shattered the latter's illusions. "Libert has some intriguing ideas he wishes to experiment with concerning Tuesday. Given that only their group occupied the small garden, devoid of even a single attendant, Amon spoke with casual ease. However, Antigonus felt as though struck by lightning, his gaze rigidly fixed on Lynn. Reflecting on the trials he would endure under Amon's command, Bertellinus found himself lacking any resolve. If one were to assume you were truly malicious, then, at the very least, he must ensure that his erratic predecessor personally apologized to you and your sister in the Night Kingdom. Yet, was that even feasible? Bertellinus concluded that this was merely a jest among children and deemed it unnecessary to take matters too seriously. Before you convene for this tea gathering, perhaps you ought to discuss the details of your actions further. Observing Bertellinus's discomfort, Two revealed a satisfied smile. What humorous jest could possibly harm Dircea? The two angelic kings of the 8 families were evidently prepared to engage in that matter without restraint. Just moments ago, they had felt mutual sympathy. But now their camaraderie seemed to devolve into a display of what one might call a plastic friendship. Outside the garden, the atmosphere shifted, becoming charged with tension. The bond between Bethellinus and his sister, the Mother of Heaven, was undeniably strained, and even before Bethellinus ascended to the status of Angel King. That relationship had undergone no transformation. As a being who instinctively contemplated the best outcomes after 3 minutes of deliberation, Mr. Magic Wolf nearly envisioned 104 ways Amon could meet his demise. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to the gentleman and, with a voice quivering slightly, inquired, "Are they serious?" With the character of Bertellinus and this celestial mother figure, it is certain that the ancestor of the Antigo family has indeed ventured into the realm of night. While the law of life and death may hold some truth, he is destined to face severe repercussions. Upon hearing this, Bertellinus sighed in relief, believing that the other party had no need to deceive him in that regard. Given their strength, it was evident that they had yet to gain support from Mr. Men and Lynn. There was no reason to fabricate lies, as the outcome was ultimately unavoidable. Although the revelation of Sequence Zero was indeed surprising, it was at least not worse than the outcome Bertellinus had initially anticipated. With the matter at hand concluded, the focus of attention shifted to the distorted tome that Roadzinus held in his hand. Curiously, he inquired, Dun, what were you actually about to ask? What is this tome that you are grasping?" His tone was firm, leaving no room for evasion. Neither Abraham nor Lynn had yet decided to join the endeavor. They initially planned to extend the invitation before the tea party. Now that the matter had been broached, he directly asked whether the other party intended to accompany them to Amon. Do not jump to conclusions. While you may hold certain reservations about Amon, are you genuinely prepared to act? I merely intended to make a jest that might slightly offend your sensibilities. Raising an eyebrow, Tu restrained himself from glancing at Mr. Men beside him. Upon hearing this, Abraham furrowed his brow slightly, clearly realizing that Roadzinus seemed poised to provide an explanation. Tu then firmly tugged at his sleeve, as the overly candid invitation caused Bertellinus, a cunning wolf, to momentarily falter. He nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting we support Amon together? How do we suddenly shift allegiances?" Always jesting. Yet when has he ever truly restrained his household children? Bertellinus appeared equally perturbed, his brow furrowing deeply. Abraham's expression was intensely animated, as if he were still unaccustomed to such matters. In response to Bertellinus, who was the subject of the arrangement, he remained steadfast and declared, "Though that may be the case, it is evident that Mr. Men is unequivocally biased towards his own son. Apologies cannot be offered, yet one can only remain within the Amon Empire." Upon hearing this, Abraham raised his gaze and took a half-step forward, his tone equally firm. "Are you truly considering sending Roadzinus and his people to the realm of night?" The abrupt shifts in conversation clearly left Bertellinus somewhat taken aback. With a perceptive glance at the substantial tome in his hand, he subsequently raised his gaze toward the illustration, resolutely stepping forward to respond earnestly. At this moment, Bertellinus finally appeared devoid of even a hint of the fool's demeanor. "Naturally, you will restrain your kin, but do advise that foolish wolf to conceal its tail when lurking about. Should anything untoward transpire, the blame shall rest squarely upon you." Abraham's tone was equally fervent, though his words bore not a trace of politeness. "This matter is quite intricate. It does not merely involve you preparing to strike Ammon with a sack from behind. If he were to comprehend, it could not be construed simply. You are poised to engage in a complex explanation." He smiled, casting a glance at Bertellinus, extending an invitation. Bertellinus, somewhat mystified, took a moment to fortify his resolve before voicing his confusion. "That tale is one that has emerged from the Antigonid family, and it recklessly conflates your relationship with your sister. She was quite vexed upon reading it, and thus you initially sought a clarification from the authorities. To this, Abraham was notably vague, adding, "And that is Ammon. He is the one who has forever been destined to depart from the Antigonid territory." Bertellinus chuckled heartily, his tone impassioned as he interjected, "You may elucidate, though I may not necessarily doubt your perspective." As he spoke, he turned to Bert Linus with a grin. Chapter 161. Lynn's first encounter with the Blood Emperor, however. This time, the tense atmosphere lasted less than half a minute before it was shattered by another. "I do not wish to become embroiled in your grievances, but dearin, may I take a look at that tome in your possession?" Lynn raised his hand, appearing genuinely intrigued by the content that elicited such concern from them. Of course, Antigonus stammered, momentarily at a loss and unable to maintain the competitive tension with Mr. Men. He then handed over the small book to Lynn, who swiftly perused its contents. To be frank, it did not amount to much. Perhaps just a little over 10,000 words, primarily narrating a deeply romantic tale rife with dramatic twists. Indeed, it chronicled the elaborate romance between Antigonus and the Mother of Heaven, indulging in a narrative of unrequited love, expressing sentiments such as "you love me, but I do not love you, and you love me, yet you struggle with the reason, along with I love, but you merely exploit me," and so forth. In a mere 10,000 words, it encapsulated a narrative that could induce a sense of nausea, leaving Lynn utterly astonished. Has the fan fiction of the Abraham family become this melodramatic? The fan literature the steward shared with me did not contain such absurdities. Lynn closed the tome and could not help but glance at Mr. Men, inquiring, "Bert Lynn, have you perused this fan fiction?" He pondered the minor opinions Lynn had regarding two, glancing between the two and feeling an overwhelming urge to leave. Lister appeared somewhat at ease, albeit worried that Tu and Lynn might engage in a direct confrontation. Tu continued to scrutinize his opponent, his gaze fixed on the angular features of Lynn's face, the resolute lips, the slightly elevated nose, and ultimately resting upon the frenzied, cruel blue eyes of the Blood Emperor. It was apparent that he could not ignore the presence of He Chao, who instinctively recalled Mei Qi, his younger brother, whose eyes turned crimson when using his abilities, transforming to a steely white. He Chao then glanced at the attire of the young man beneath him, furrowing his brow in dismay. After all, his relationship with Mr. Men was already tenuous. This young man appeared no older than 17 or 18, with golden curls and slate-gray eyes, strikingly handsome, a fact Lynn could not dismiss. Despite the young man's somewhat nefarious appearance, the only issue seemed to be his striking resemblance to Lister. Tu then turned his attention back to Bertellinus, continuing, "This way, they would receive an apology from the author, and Lister has assured the safety of his kin. Besides, you seem rather intrigued by the Night Kingdom." The atmosphere shifted subtly among the 8 onlookers. Amon adjusted his monocle, his expression shifting but clearly prepared for the unfolding drama. He Chao was the first to break the silence, seemingly unable to contain himself any longer. He casually threw his cloak toward Tu, stating sternly, "Put it on." Tu smiled, suddenly sensing something amiss, raising an eyebrow in feigned innocence. Bertellinus, in turn, shook his head vigorously, mirroring the motion of a fan. As described in the original text, Lynn appeared to be merely in his 80s, with long hair shimmering with a faint crimson glow. Tu recognized that the man's hair had originally been brown, changing color only after he became a red priest. The young man's attire was riddled with traps for Lynn, provoking a disdainful reaction from the Blood Emperor, who wished for his opponent to vanish from his presence immediately. The 8 individuals present shared an awareness of the Blood Emperor's approach, leading to a sudden stillness in the garden. You suddenly find that an apology from the He Chao Empire is feasible, Bertellinus remarked, echoing Mr. Men's sentiments. As Lister mentioned, it's merely the reckless jest of a child. As long as I can apologize to you in front of Lynn's empire, let the matter rest. His words were slow, as if he feared Tu might react at any moment. His previous statement had been deliberate, aiming to coax Bertellinus into making further concessions, though he wondered if that would be unjust to him. The image hesitated as it gazed at Bertellinus, for indeed that fan fiction had been rather excessive. As He Chao scrutinized the illustration, the figure also observed the young roast behind him. The figure turned to Mr. Men and remarked, "He wishes for a member of the Abra family to venture into the Night Kingdom, perhaps out of concern that his kin might encounter malevolent occurrences there. Would it not be prudent for you to accompany this rider to the Night Kingdom? Thus, The striking crimson hue of the hair must indeed have been influenced by the hunter's path. The figure's thoughts briefly wandered, but were swiftly redirected. Bertellinus, without hesitation, declined my proposal. The figure genuinely did not mind taking a leisurely stroll through the Night Kingdom. Lynn merely stated this matter-of-factly, then let his gaze fall upon the only familiar face outside the garden. Lynn was also prepared to investigate the offspring of a certain king of angels, pondering the implications of such a lineage. It was fortunate that Maunus was currently in human form. Otherwise, one could only imagine how ruffled he might have become. Perhaps one could comprehend why his sister would be irate. Thus, if you were to propose a notion, both parties would likely be amenable to further discussion on the matter, as if you were to act as a mediator. Bertellinus contemplated for a moment, then grasped the meaning of Lynn's reference to the fan fiction. Shaking his head slightly as he said, I have never engaged with such works. Jan Tygo Lynn was likely of a similar disposition. Since he had made his decision, so be it. The figure, with a leisurely clap, established a plan of action. Upon hearing those words, Ma's brow visibly relaxed, casting a glance at Maunus with a hint of sympathy. Do you have any objections? As Jan Ma exited his beloved grand garden, he found not his trusted aides, but rather the 8 families standing outside, seemingly having engaged in conversation. The atmosphere beyond the garden felt subtly tense. It was indeed a challenge to endure such a lopsided pattern persistently within his line of sight. However, years of experience had shaped the child of Lister into a being of considerable stature, an angel of sequence 2. Jan Tygo Lynn could naturally treat others in a manner that might compel them to leave or shed their garments. Yet after some contemplation, he ultimately resolved to remain composed, notwithstanding the irritation brewing within. Of course, the figure's plan leaned towards Mr. Men. Yet was that truly so unusual? His actions were justified. Melodramatic narratives suited him well. Nodded earnestly, glancing at Maunus. After a moment's thought, he spoke. Lynn is hardly concerned about this, as the interactions among the 8 angel kings have been devoid of friction for quite some time. Their harmonious gathering undoubtedly creates a convivial atmosphere, which is why Lynn perceives it as peculiar. Chapter 162. The scene of the 3 families switching allegiances, additional rewards for donations. Afterward, arrangements were made to send several sets of clothing for Bertellinus's child, Alastair Tudor, who was feeling somewhat agitated, suppressing the impulse to deliberately misalign the garments. The influence of the path of the fierce jump was profound. If the original Alastair Tudor was characterized by steadiness, calmness, meticulousness, and patience, the current Blood Emperor had cast aside those admirable qualities. The conflict arising from the various extraordinary pathways within his being has led Alastair Tudor to endure a relentless desire for destruction every moment. He has grown cruel, impulsive, extreme, and hysterical, losing the ability to contemplate with the patience he once possessed. The struggle to restrain the murderous and frenzied impulses of his subjects has drained the remnants of sanity from the Blood Emperor. Consequently, he now exhibits a lack of patience towards most matters, save for the angelic kings of the Go family and the affairs concerning them, which momentarily grant him a semblance of rationality and forbearance. How pitiable, Lynn silently mused, his eyes devoid of any sympathy. Regardless of how unfortunate the Blood Emperor may appear, it is a plight of his own making. If one were to claim pity, surely it is his little Red who deserves it more. With this thought, Lynn took a step back, evading the cloak thrown in his direction. He could certainly don a garment and play the part of a compliance sequence too, but an unexpected aversion to this course of action had arisen within him. Do not inquire. Simply seeing the Blood Emperor had inexplicably soured his mood. As for the consequences of his decision, the worst that could happen would merely be the loss of this disguise, a burden he could easily bear. Moreover, as a mere sequence 0, even with the addition of Amon and Antigonus, none possessed the power to nullify Lynn's current guise. Lynn was indeed reluctant to draw upon the powers of the Old Ones or beyond. Even within the sequence 0 tier, distinctions existed. A freshly ascended sequence 0 is termed sequence 0, while a sequence 0 that has digested potions is also called sequence 0. In a dual sequence, 0 likewise retains the title of sequence 0. Although the greater the power borrowed, the more pronounced the side effects for Lynn. He was confident he could manage as long as he did not reach the level of the old ones. Furthermore, if all else failed, he could always flee to the Solomon Empire and seek refuge with the Great Serpent. As long as he did not encounter the true creator, he could pretend the other did not exist. Upon witnessing this, Alistair Tudor's gaze sharpened, yet before he could act, Bertley, standing beside Lynn, had already moved. "My apologies, Your Majesty." Libert's shy disposition may have startled him. Bertley stated without a flicker of an eye, deftly retrieving the cloak from the ground. As he returned it to Tudor, he added, "He is unaccustomed to wearing another's attire and can only disappoint your kind intentions." Naturally, the Blood Emperor did not accept the cloak offered by the gentleman at the door. His cerulean eyes first swept over Lynn and then settled on Bertley as he remarked, "You certainly dote on this child." "No, Your Majesty, I do not indulge him. I merely fear you might be harmed by him," Bertley internally refuted, though outwardly he displayed no sign of dissent. He merely completed his task, adopting a stern and serious expression as he declared, "Libert is a good child. As for whether he is truly his child, he has never openly acknowledged it." Perhaps, Alistair Tudor mused, his gaze falling upon the cloak in Bertley's hands as he commanded, "Dispose of it." Upon hearing this, without any visible action from the gentleman, the cloak vanished entirely, as if it had never existed. At this moment, Alistair Tudor took his seat at the head of the round table. As he settled down, attendants naturally approached to serve him tea and water. Alistair lifted his gaze to the few individuals still standing, and at this juncture, he began to sense the discord in the atmosphere, albeit faintly. However, in his half-mad state, the Blood Emperor was disinclined to ponder such matters and coldly inquired, "Why do you not take your seats?" As he spoke, an aura of blood and fire subtly emanated from him, suggesting that a mere disagreement could prompt him to compel the Gasangia to sit. Those in a state of half-madness are not to be expected to exhibit great rationality, especially since Alistair Tudor was also a Red Priest, which rendered his close combat abilities formidable, even if they did not quite match the prowess of a melee-focused sequence 0 like the God of War. At the very least, the Gasangia would stand no chance against Alistair Tudor in close combat if they were unprepared. Indeed, the Blood Emperor's strategy had always been to strike those who dared to act. Yet, nobody moved. Amon relished the spectacle, eagerly anticipating a confrontation between Lynn and Tudor, and had no intention of being the peacemaker. Antigonus furtively cast glances at Lynn and then at Tudor before the round table. It wasn't that he wished to conceal his peculiarities in Tudor's presence. He found himself internally lamenting, "Isn't this already revealing?" Yet, this heart-wielding wolf dared not make a move. If there was anyone capable of breaking the impasse, it was undoubtedly Bertley, who was the least inclined to see matters escalate, and the only one who might persuade Lynn. Having reached an accord on striking Tudor with a surprise, and spurred on by Lynn to persecute others, the relationship between Mr. Men and Lynn had subtly evolved, inching closer to that of good friends. Thus, even as Bertley felt a headache brewing, he prepared to shoulder the mantle of maintaining peace and initiate a resolution. However, before he could speak, Lynn preemptively patted Mr. Men on the shoulder. Bertley immediately swallowed the words that had been poised on the tip of his tongue. "May I choose a spot of my liking?" Lynn approached the round table, smiling as he spoke, though this smile bore a colder, more formulaic quality than usual. At the moment he spoke, Lynn was already prepared. Should Alistair Tudor go so far as to strike, he would be ready to deliver a surprise of his own. Alistair Tudor's gaze fell upon Lynn, and even devoid of much rationality, the Blood Emperor instinctively recognized the source of the Gasangia's disquietude today. This realization stirred a sense of irritation within him. Yet he nodded and replied, "You may." "Thank you," Lynn expressed politely, then took a seat directly opposite Alistair Tudor. He gestured to the three individuals behind him and cheerfully declared, "What are you standing for? Please have a seat." Upon hearing his words, the ever-curious Amon was the first to settle beside Lynn, evidently poised to stir trouble. Antigonus, after a brief moment of hesitation, flashed an apologetic smile towards Alastartus, and also took a seat next to Lynn. Finally, there was Mr. Gate, who, although clearly exasperated by the current state of affairs, allowed his reason to lead him to the position closest to Lynn. This was undoubtedly the most suitable vantage point for him, as it provided the best opportunity to intervene before the situation spiraled further out of control. Caught between the two, Mr. Gate found himself in a rather helpless predicament. It must be said that such a spectacle was utterly unimaginable in the Fourth Era. The attendant nearby seemed to wish to lower his head to his knees, utterly bewildered by the bizarre antics of the Empire's noble elite. Yet he understood that this was a matter he must not involve himself in. Chapter 163. Lynn to dose. The atmosphere in the small garden was unprecedentedly tense, the scent of blood and fire permeating the air, as if a battle of the lowest tier was on the brink of erupting. "Do you intend to betray me?" Alastartus's azure eyes swept over Amon, Antigonus, and Mr. Gate, his aura growing increasingly cruel and frenzied. Faced with Alastartus's inquiry, the three angelic kings from the Gauzen family exchanged glances, none daring to offer an explanation. Instead, it was Lynn who, with a smile, interjected, "You are mistaken. They have no intentions of betraying you." As he spoke, he gestured to the nearby attendant, saying, "Please pour me a cup of tea. Thank you." He appeared to be the epitome of a courteous and gentle young man. The attendant, suddenly called upon, was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to proceed. Although he served the Blood Emperor and could be considered a semi-confidant of Alastartus, his own rank was not particularly high, and he dared not recklessly involve himself in the conflict between the Blood Emperor and the Angelic Kings. "Pour him tea," Alastartus coldly commanded. "Why, yes, your majesty." The attendant quickly complied, pouring tea for Lynn and not neglecting to serve the Angelic Kings of the Gauzen family as well. After completing his task, the attendant hastily retreated to his original position, burying his head deeply, pretending to be an ostrich, having heard and seen nothing. Lynn leisurely lifted his cup and took a sip before saying, "Amon is merely fanning the flames. For him, a confrontation between us would be the most favorable outcome. However, he would not easily abandon you, for he and his brother have invested too much in you, so you should possess a bit more confidence in that regard." Alastartus, upon hearing this, refrained from making any immediate comment. He simply turned his gaze toward Amon, who, having had his thoughts laid bare, appeared unperturbed, instead smiling as he remarked, "I am merely curious about the confidence you possess, Libet." "Well, you shall have to wait quite some time to discover that," came the reply. Lynn smiled as she set her teacup down. Although she was conversing with Amon, her gaze was fixed upon Alastair Tudwa. Relying solely on Alastair Tudwa was insufficient for me to reveal my true cards. The moment these words escaped her lips, a fierce blaze ignited in the garden, not a mere metaphor, but real flames rising from the air. "Ah, you half-crazed beings, do you all explode so easily? The king of giants is like this, and so are you." Lynn recalled a certain king of giants who, merely for a fleeting glance, had sought to attack her, and her mood soured further. Yet at that very moment, she raised her hand and snapped her fingers gently. With a crack, the flames in the garden extinguished simultaneously. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that time in the entire garden rewound to before the flames had ignited. It seemed inevitable that a confrontation was about to ensue. Observing this familiar scene, Bertley could only sigh in resignation. He understood that since Lynn had invoked the power of time, it was clearly impossible for her to genuinely wait until the next tea gathering to strike at Tudwa. Bertley's only hope now was that Lynn would keep her word, merely delivering a beating to Tudwa rather than seeking to end his life. As he silently prayed, Mr. Men made his move at that very moment. The space of the small garden froze, and then the entire area was severed, forming a sealed alternate dimension. "I apologize, Your Majesty Tudwa. This is all for your own good." Bertley spoke, his tone tinged with mild regret. Tudwa immediately turned his gaze towards him, a spear of flame coalescing in his hand, seemingly intent on attacking Mr. Men or forcibly breaking through the space. "Do not be angry, Tudwa. If there is anyone here who genuinely cares for your well-being, it is likely only Bertley," Lynn interjected, remaining seated with her teacup in hand. Seemingly oblivious to the brewing conflict, she continued in a leisurely manner, "He is merely afraid I might kill you." which is why he stand by my side, ready to dissuade me at a crucial moment. After all, if he had chosen your side, I would no longer heed his counsel. From this perspective, it was indeed Bertley who represented the conscience of the Guo family within the Tudwa Empire. Lynn even had the leisure to give Mr. Min a thumbs up. This praise is not something I particularly desire, Bertley replied somewhat helplessly, yet he swiftly dodged the oncoming spear of flames aimed at him. The recipient of the assault was not merely Mr. Min. However, the Guo family, as expected, excelled in evading attacks, each one quicker than the last. Antigonus was rather simple. He was just plain cowardly. Lynn remarked with a smile, then drained her cup of tea. Lynn made no further movements. But the flames that erupted beside her seemed to exist in an entirely different temporal realm, not even brushing against the hem of her garments, let alone causing her harm. This scene did not go unnoticed by the others in the garden. Bertley was not at all surprised by this. He had witnessed the battle between Lynn and Fishball Cassava firsthand. Thus, he understood that for Lynn to engage in combat, the absence of temporal and spatial authority rendered any effort virtually futile. A being cannot inflict harm upon another existing in a different timeline. Fishball Cassava found himself utterly at the mercy of Lynn's terrifying temporal abilities, spending an interminable amount of time in a futile struggle, unable to inflict even the slightest injury upon Lynn. According to Bertley's conjecture, perhaps there existed individuals capable of breaking this deadlock through extraordinary abilities without mastery over time and space. Yet such beings would undoubtedly belong to the ranks of the elders. Those of sequence 0 and below would stand no chance. Amon displayed a rare expression of gravity. Theoretically, as a worm of time, he possessed some degree of temporal authority, yet the extent of his control paled in comparison to Lynn's. Furthermore, besides the master of the arcane, were there other elders wielding temporal abilities? The only possibility Amon could conceive was the path of fate, which seemed highly improbable in this context. Antigonus displayed an expression of understanding. Unlike Mr. Dorr, he had not witnessed the clash between Lynn and Fishball Cassava, but as the sole angelic king present who comprehended Lynn's capacity to alter the past. He was wholly unfazed by Lynn's mastery over time. Antigonus firmly resolved to follow Lynn into battle against Tudu. If he had harbored any reservations before the conflict commenced, they had now vanished entirely. Chapter 164. Tudu finally receives a beating. Alistair, clearly taken aback by the scene before him, was nonetheless a half-mad deity who felt no fear or inclination to retreat. His singular thought was to continue the assault, determined to obliterate his opponent. It was, one must admit, a rather straightforward and impulsive approach. Lynn set down the teacup and finally rose to his feet, still smiling. Yet this smile bore a chill compared to his usual warmth, tinged with a hint of arrogance. At this moment, Lynn was no longer himself. He had once again transformed into a being within this isolated space that had morphed into a blazing inferno. Lightning and storms raged, unleashing calamities upon this realm. The area, now severed from the rest, began to fracture under the onslaught. Were it not for Bertley, who tirelessly evaded the attacks while reinforcing their defenses, the space would have surely succumbed to complete destruction. And now, it is my turn, Lynn remarked with a smile, stepping forward. Time seemed to freeze. But this suspension affected only those outside of Zane. The flames and tempests vanished into the void. Even the flowers, which had been ravaged during the battle, returned to their vibrant splendor prior to the conflict. In the following moment, Lynn appeared before Alistat, his demeanor serious as he addressed the latter. I merely wish to extract a certain essence from you, specifically the characteristics of the weather technique. After all, revenge is a personal endeavor. Perhaps it is best to await the future when the formidable Red can confront you directly, as he truly possesses the tenacity to engage. Years of patience had led to this moment, and he mused, if he were to concede, it would be quite the spectacle. You seem to despise his acceptance. Yet what would you do if he were to strike back? Perhaps it would be wise to flee while you still can. As the battle erupted, this expanse had been temporarily severed from the Empire, remaining unnoticed by anyone else. Yet, even in the absence of witnesses, what could anyone truly accomplish? The servant, upon hearing the laughter of this individual, rumored to be the son of the esteemed Mr. Min, responded with a smile, "If you wish to return, do not hesitate to attempt it." However, as the conversation continued, a momentary pause ensued, yet the smile remained, though the tone suddenly intensified. "Last time, you merely extracted a trait from sequence 2 and withdrew. Just freed from the temporal stasis, Alistado found part of his abilities temporarily sealed." Amon adjusted his monocle with a smile, remarking, "In truth, you have long contemplated this. The authority over time is notably feeble, yet under comparable circumstances, it remains feasible to vanquish a true deity with relative ease. I observed that the 8 angelic kings were remarkably invigorated, as though they had expelled a significant burden. Meanwhile, the Empire of 2, at its lowest, sat with flushed faces, evidently yearning to sever ties with Belit, Amon, and Adam. Listed 2, as sequence 0, was not inherently malevolent. Despite appearances, the constraints imposed upon Lynn were not enduring. In the context of utilizing ancient powers, Lynn could indeed eliminate a sequence 0 with ease. At that moment, the confidants of Listed 2 officially ascended to the rank of intimate confidants, their minds unclouded by doubt regarding the situation. Even Listed 2's attire underwent a change, transforming into the most detested symmetrical style, adorned with a sack-like garment. Listed 2, despite the solidified form, had the means to respond to Lynn. Yet the glint of cruel and frenzied blue eyes now bore a question mark as time resumed its flow. The 8 angelic kings exchanged glances, and ultimately, Antigonus was the first to extract familiar historical projections from the air. "Apologies, but compared to a beating, this isn't the worst outcome," remarked Guangzhou, as the authority of sealing shimmered at that moment. Guangzhou's expression remained indifferent, his gaze still cruel and frenzied, albeit with fewer bruises. His eyes darkened, and his face evidently swollen from a prior altercation. "You are doomed," was the most immediate thought of the attendant, prompting a desire to resist. Having merely been beaten, the attendant thought it necessary to put up a fight. After all, suffering such injuries was unacceptable. Lynn, however, remained unfazed by Listata's thoughts, smiling as he spoke domineeringly. In the very next moment, a sack materialized in Lynn's hand, which he audaciously draped over 2's lower half, embodying the diviner's 7 quadrants beneath Antigonus. "You are undoubtedly Libert Abraham." The servant, once solitary in the vast garden, paced back and forth, revealing a state of heightened anxiety, yet still restrained, perhaps on the brink of fleeing. "Today, the history of the Empire of 2 might be rewritten, and your fate could very well be sealed." The attendant mused with a hint of pessimism. Just then, the severed space abruptly returned, prompting the attendant to look up, wishing fervently for a second set of eyes. In the next instant, a cold voice resonated, while Amon extended his hand, solidifying a flame spear identical to that wielded by Guangzhou's subordinates. Who indeed was he? Indeed, his attendant is rather unremarkable. How about I offer you my services? Although the situation seems dire, it could still be perceived as a clever placement of a spy. However, the reasoned thoughts of the attendant remind me that such a scenario is unlikely. The previous encounter was evidently too grim, and as the attendant contemplated his imminent demise, I heard a voice filled with years of suppressed mirth. After all, the entirety of the Empire's lower-tier combatants are engaged in that minor skirmish. Even your most trusted allies have been swayed by him. Yet, he merely expressed a desire to confront you. The attendant felt a surge of resentment for having to endure this predicament. Hearing his master's indifferent tone, he recognized that such loyalty was commendable. Yet it brought a momentary sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Lynn gazed at the sluggish retreat of the 8 celestial kings, chuckling, "If they truly intend to fight, you shall soon encounter them." Even in a semblance of sanity, Alistair found the situation utterly ludicrous. Thus the attendant could only await the commencement of the battle. This confrontation was merely another routine affair, a mundane occurrence among the minor players. What a dilemma! It seemed that the Empire was indeed clashing with the nobles. This was precisely why the attendant refrained from alerting anyone else. Who could he possibly inform? Merely these rank 2 minor figures, facing the likes of the noble Tattoo, the noble Amon, and the noble Antigonus, They were merely destined for demise. Chapter 165. Please act normally, I am afraid. The poet's emotions were profoundly intricate, but let us set that aside for now. Regardless, Alistair had just received a peculiar weather sorcerer trait from the opposing side, which greatly elevated Lynn's spirits. Watching the Blood Emperor, clearly infuriated yet forced to remain seated, brought Lynn immense joy. Alistair naturally yearned to retaliate, but his madness was only partial, not complete. After experiencing Lynn's formidable powers in the alternate dimension, a sliver of rationality cautioned him about this sequence zero entity, should he choose to act. It could very well lead to his demise. The opponent was undoubtedly a being of superior strength, even if not an ancient one. They were at least a true god of dual sequences. Any attempt on their life would come at a considerable cost. As someone who had clawed their way up the sequences to survive, Alistair was evidently reluctant to face an uncertain fate. Thus, despite his mounting fury, he restrained himself, with an ever-growing thirst for ascension. If only he could consume the primordial sorceress. A myriad of frenzied thoughts flickered in Alistair's mind, and suddenly, the young man before him seemed to recall something, smiling as he spoke. By the way, the reason you summoned the Berthalis for a tea gathering must pertain to some pressing matter. Shall we commence our discussion now? The voice of the elder regained its customary gentleness, as if sincerely proposing that Liberta Tattoo was prepared to contemplate once more, irrespective of the path the other might take. Although he was aware of the underlying malice, he did not intend to resort to outright murder. Thus, I earnestly turned my gaze toward Shoushio, smiling as I said, "Let us maintain our mutual disdain for one another. That way, you can pursue your schemes without the burden of moral conflict." Even without engaging directly, Liberta Tattoo could discern the other's intentions. After all, Amung was vague, and having learned from a previous lesson, Liberta Tattoo understood that even if he felt immense anger, he might not resort to violence again. The opponent was merely half-mad, not wholly insane. He would not recklessly undertake actions that could jeopardize himself. Glancing at Amung, I stated solemnly that Shoushio's smile had grown distinctly stiff. Yet Shoushio, being who he was, quickly regained his composure and responded with a smile, saying, "You seem eager to engage with Shoushio in playful mischief." At this juncture, it was evident that there was no further need to discuss matters at the tea gathering. Shoushio had little interest in the affairs of the Balan Empire, and his restraint had already drained his rationality to its limits. The other party, the son of Mr. Min, was grinning as if he could see right through my thoughts, suggesting that he and Lynn should collaborate, for his opinion on you was rather insignificant. This was not surprising, as there had never been any profound enmity between us. Lynn had always appeared to disdain risk, while valuing his life immensely. Naturally, such a person would allow relations to deteriorate until he realized that Shoushio truly possessed the strength to suppress Sequence Zero. When Amung decided to provoke Lynn, he had not contemplated that the disguise could survive unscathed. Now, he was merely embroiling himself with one more individual. Amung was indeed concerned about the shift in Liberta Tattoo's attitude. After taking action, he had not anticipated the ensuing consequences. Liberta Tattoo raised his eyes to observe the unremarkable elder nearby, who now appeared akin to a simple Sequence 2 angel, evoking no semblance of the volatile and immature individual one might expect. In reality, he was a true deity, or perhaps an even lower being, possessing an ability that rendered time utterly powerless. In Liberta Tattoo's blue eyes, a rare glimmer of contemplation flickered, yet after much deliberation, he could not align any pathway with Amung's abilities. Shoushio, with a somewhat stiff expression, gazed at him as if relieved, even patting his chest in gratitude, thankful that his mind remained intact. If you had truly turned into a bad child, you wouldn't have had the chance to act. This sentiment caused Amung's expression to shift subtly. Observing the seemingly amiable Shoushio, he pondered, "Are you afraid?" Indeed, in the context of their adversarial dynamic, the best possible outcome for Amung was merely to render that disguise ineffective, a result entirely within his capacity to bear. Frankly speaking, it would be exceedingly challenging for Shoushio and Liberta Tattoo to dismantle Shoushio's disguise. In such circumstances, Aming's earlier thoughts of eliminating the past entirely seemed implausible. Instead, he was now inclined to contemplate the possibility of eliminating Liberta Tattoo. I merely wished to harness the excess power for the risks of assimilation loom, and my relationship with individuals such as Tattoo may deteriorate. For Amon, this could result in a loss rather than a gain. Amon observes those detestable individuals who wish to harm him, yet they appear to be mocking him. The purpose of Tattoo's recent tea gathering was twofold: to grasp the circumstances surrounding Lynn and Tattoo's mission to the Bai Lang Empire, and to become acquainted with the recently emerged son of the esteemed Mr. Min. Consequently, Tattoo's animosity towards Libert may have a minimal impact on Jiao Xiao, but it is an opportunity nonetheless. At that moment, Libert Tattoo heard the voice of a long-standing acquaintance, imbued with a hint of concern, saying, for the sake of silly, what do you truly intend to do with him? It is merely a prank. As someone who revels in mischief, surely he must care about this? Yet, what does it matter? Regrettably, Amon was enticed by such notions. Upon hearing those words, the round table in Libert Tattoo's hands abruptly transformed, his cerulean eyes sweeping over the 8 angelic kings, who had yet to evolve from mere confidants into trusted allies. He warmly remarked, "It has been utilized. There is nothing detrimental to discuss. Perhaps Lista lacks a suitable physician to recommend to you?" Lynn, seemingly enraged by Almon's sardonic remarks, spoke earnestly. "That is to say, Amon, you undoubtedly understand that Lista's change in attitude arises from the recent battle, confirming my strength, thus desiring to mend our relationship." Jiao Xiao, adjusting his crystal monocle, appeared somewhat melancholic as he responded. "That remark from Lista must have saddened you. Although you are indeed quite cruel, what do you believe his true intentions are? Nonetheless, one could still consider you friends." As Amon contemplated these words, his mind raced with thoughts. By this point, he had largely concluded that Libert Abraham was an unknown ancient entity. However, one aspect troubled him. Why would an ancient like Libert take actions under the guise of Mr. Man's son? Furthermore, during previous punitive actions against him, Libert had refrained from intervening. Amon was never foolish. On the contrary, he was a highly astute king of angels. After a brief reflection, Amon formulated a hypothesis. Libert Abraham might indeed be an ancient, yet his condition was evidently subpar. This in itself brought Amon a sense of relief. A weakened ancient is far easier to contend with than one in their prime. Beyond this, Amon was particularly intrigued by Libert Abraham's demeanor. It was clear that the latter targeted him due to Medici, yet he had not executed any lethal intentions, only perpetually toying with him, likely due to Sassalier's influence. Perhaps I should inquire with Adam. That madman might possess knowledge on this matter, Amon mused, though externally he remained composed. Lynn, indifferent to Amon's thoughts and unconcerned whether Adam was aware of his existence, merely saw this as a completed facade. Thus, Lynn turned to Alastair Tude and smiled, saying, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Your Majesty. I eagerly anticipate our next meeting." By the way, the tea was delightful. Although he spoke with respectful titles and devoid of any sarcastic tone, the words spoken by the young man inexplicably provoked irritation. This time, the chair beneath Alastair Tude crumbled to dust, yet the esteemed rank 0 maintained his composure, remaining poised in the air as if seated. "Your Majesty, I must also take my leave," Bertley interjected, naturally unwilling to allow a young master to depart alone and feeling compelled to follow. "All of you be gone." Alastair Tude finally spoke, his voice as frigid as ice, sharp as if laced with blades. "I will compile the significant details of this visit to the Bai Lang Empire and present them to you later. Farewell." Amon adjusted his monocle before vanishing into thin air. At that moment, no one could ascertain the density of the atmosphere surrounding them. "I shall also take my leave. Farewell," Antigonus remarked, knowing well that he could not linger in such circumstances. However, recalling his intention to have Lynn pull his hair, he dared not depart directly and instead trailed behind Lynn and Mr. Man. By the way, the attendant whom Lynn had claimed hesitated for a moment before resolutely following Lynn. Soon, the small garden fell silent once more, with Alastair Tude sitting quietly, the air around him gradually imbued with a faint scent of rust. Lynn and his companions swiftly returned to the residence of the Abraham family. The butler had been waiting at the entrance, and, upon seeing Lynn and Mr. Men return, he let out a sigh of relief and beamed with joy. However, his gaze soon fell upon Antigonus, who stood nearby, momentarily taken aback, his eyes revealing a hint of wariness and suspicion. It was evident that the superficial camaraderie between Antigonus and Bertley was not a recent development. "Good day, Mr. Butler." Lynn greeted the butler cheerfully. He then nudged the attendant, who had been bowing his head like a quail, forward and smiled. "This is the attendant that His Majesty Tude has gifted to me. What was your name again?" Lynn suddenly realized he did not yet know the attendant's name and turned to inquire. "My name is Douglas Jones," the attendant quickly responded. "Douglas Jones? Quite an intriguing name," Lynn mused, stroking his chin, before continuing to the butler. "Mr. Butler, could you arrange a position for Douglas Jones? Perhaps one by my side?" Lynn's intention in summoning the attendant was twofold. On one hand, considering Alastair Tude's character, he anticipated that the attendant might be silenced afterward, so he felt compelled to rescue him. On the other hand, he genuinely found the young man rather interesting. A person so manifestly timid yet able to linger by the side of Alastair Tudor is indeed intriguing. When a predicament arises, they do not hastily flee, which adds to their charm. Lynn mused that having such an individual nearby might yield some amusement in the future. As for whether this person would betray him out of loyalty to Alastair Tudor, Lynn was unconcerned. He had unwavering faith in his ability to win hearts. Since his birth, there had been no one whom Lynn wished to sway who had eluded his grasp. He was acutely aware of his peculiar talent in this regard. Upon hearing the mention of the attendant sent by His Majesty Tudor, the butler's gaze immediately shifted towards the attendant, scrutinizing and evaluating him with evident skepticism and bias towards one entrusted by Tudor to his young master. Nevertheless, the butler was not inclined to contest Lynn's proposal and responded with a smile. "Very well, Master Libbard. I shall make the necessary arrangements." As a butler, he understood his responsibilities. Since the young master desired the attendant's presence, he would not oppose. However, it was his duty to discreetly investigate how to transform any potential threat to his young master into a compliant ally. At that moment, the attendant, who had been deeply bowing his head, suddenly shivered without warning. Lynn, perceptive to the butler's intentions and sharing similar sentiments, did not intervene. Instead, he turned to Antigonus and said, "Let us head to my room shortly. I know you are anxious, so we shall expedite the process." Antigonus wished to assert that he was not afraid, but ultimately refrained from voicing it, merely nodding stiffly. After witnessing how effortlessly Lynn subdued Alastair Tudor, the irascible blood emperor, Antigonus felt even more intimidated by Lynn. In his heart, he had equated Lynn with a certain psychological shadow, contemplating that once Lynn had thoroughly exploited him, he would promptly return to the Night Kingdom, vowing to remain in seclusion for a decade or more, avoiding any emergence unless absolutely necessary. Hearing their exchange, the butler was somewhat perplexed but refrained from inquiring further. At that moment, Bertley could no longer suppress the urge to rub his temples and remarked, "Take this fellow away. You need not involve yourself in the rest. Regarding family matters during this period, I will seek you out later, so please prepare in advance." "Understood, Lord Bertley," the butler replied respectfully before leading the bewildered Douglas Jones away. Lynn, Antigonus, and Bertley swiftly arrived at Lynn's chamber, whereupon the human form of Antigonus vanished, replaced by an enormous creature resembling a wolf, a magical beast of imposing stature. At last, Lynn was able to touch the head of Antigonus's wolf form as he had long desired. In his subsequent diary entry, he recorded the event as follows. "On this day, I found it to be quite delightful. Not only did I thoroughly thrash Alastair Tudor, but I also had the pleasure of touching the head of the Antigonus-branded dog. I must admit, the texture of little Anne's head is vastly superior to that of the knight. Its fur is exceptionally soft, reminiscent of a puppy's down. I suspect Little and has deliberately adjusted the tactile quality of its fur, which is rather impressive. However, it did shake a bit too vigorously, truly. I merely contemplated the possibility of transforming it into a pet dog, yet it appeared utterly frightened. Quite perplexing. Chapter 167. Engaging in script with Little Red after successfully caressing the head of Antigonus, Lynn bid farewell to the Little 1, the magical wolf, who appeared thoroughly terrified and likely preoccupied with thoughts of escape. He also took his leave of Mr. Man, who seemed torn between speaking and remaining silent. Finally, with a decisive click, he closed the door. Lynn leaned against the door, exhaling softly, and subsequently revealed a smile. He then produced the weather sorcerer's characteristic that he had forcibly taken from Alistair Tudor. "Oh, Little Red, I have truly exerted myself for you. It is unacceptable for you to serve as my tool for a mere eternity." Lynn mused silently as he toyed with the weather sorcerer's trait. His decision to seize this opportunity and extract a characteristic from Alistair Tudor was far from spontaneous. In truth, Lynn had long harbored this intention. He did so not only because he found merely attacking the Blood Emperor inadequate, but also to prepare for Medici. Although Lynn's secondary identity was misplaced in time, rendering him unable to alter Medici's fate of being boiled, this did not imply that he was entirely powerless. For instance, while he could not alter Medici's fate, he could now procure a Sequence 2 characteristic for Medici, thereby assisting a certain malevolent spirit in acquiring a degree of self-preservation before fate was rewritten, thus preventing tragic outcomes. Lynn could certainly undertake this in the 5th epoch. However, during that era, with the Seven Gods framework established, he lacked the presence of efficient allies like Mr. Men or Sazriel, making it far more convenient to locate a Sequence 2 characteristic in the 4th epoch. Moreover, the stronger Medici became in the 5th epoch, the more assistance he could provide Lynn in the future, although he could not rely on a tool of angelic king caliber for the time being. Given the current situation in the 5th epoch, an angelic-level tool would suffice. Simultaneously, this would allow me to validate the manner in which significant alterations to others' destinies manifest in the future, which is rather intriguing. Lynn chuckled softly, and, as he did so, in the 5th epoch, after Klein had finished recounting the past, Lynn, under the pretense of wanting to be alone, ushered him out of the house. Yet, upon closing the door, his divine persona unexpectedly reappeared beside him. "It is time to pay a visit to the Medici. I hope you will appreciate the surprise I bring." Lynn mused, seemingly recalling something as he turned to the divine incarnation beside him, smiling as he said, "Moreover, I must rehearse the script with Little Red. He is currently the sole bearer of the truth, and is likely to remain so in the future. If I do not prepare in advance, I fear I might face dire consequences later. You are overthinking it. From a pragmatic standpoint, even all 7 gods combined cannot overpower you," the divine incarnation remarked calmly, a realization that stemmed from Lynn's own manipulation. Thus, this duality serves a purpose. On one hand, it embodies the mischievous spirit of this impish child, and on the other, it reflects Lynn's desire to adapt swiftly to this dual identity. He strives to maintain a clear distinction between his alter egos, even during moments of solitude, as this would minimize the risk of exposure. Though he spoke thus, it was not truly his own power. "Strictly speaking, it is indeed mine." Lynn chuckled self-deprecatingly. "The more I wield this power, the closer I draw to my true self. If I allow myself to become ensnared by it, even without excessive use, I may one day succumb to the accumulated repercussions and plunge into despair." Thus, you struck a painful blow to Alistair, as only this could instill the greatest trepidation in him, rendering him hesitant to act against you, ultimately saving you considerable effort. The divine incarnation continued, stating it as a matter of fact. In truth, the optimal solution would have been to avoid provoking them from the outset, whether it be Amon or Alistair. As long as you remain true to your identity as the son of the door, they will not dare to harm you. Indeed, Lynn nodded slightly, gazing at his divine incarnation and contemplating the aspect of divinity that belonged to his will. This will, akin to that which he exercised over other alter egos, differed only in that it was influenced by the divine essence accumulated within the incarnation. This part of his will, when pondering matters, appeared colder and more reminiscent of an earlier version of himself. It was, without a doubt, a fascinating experience from the perspective of Lynn's primary consciousness. He could distinctly perceive himself engaging in two modes of thought simultaneously, one reflecting his usual reasoning and the other shaped by the influence of divinity. Yet, this did not create a disjunction. Rather, it bestowed upon him a sense of familiarity, as if he had long since acclimated to this paradoxical yet unified manner of contemplation. Considering the image of his true self and his ability to navigate through various personas, it seemed hardly surprising. Perhaps he was indeed a habitual offender in this regard. Lynn pondered this, yet smiled as he replied, "But that would render life devoid of meaning. Living solely for profit is far too mundane." This remark was, of course, an answer to the divine incarnation's query, or perhaps a dialogue within himself. Life, indeed, becomes enchanting through the myriad of individuals one encounters, deriving a wealth of emotions from each interaction and becoming embroiled in various affairs due to these shared sentiments. Lynn expressed this thought with a radiant smile, for he relished the experience of diverse emotions, constantly seeking amusement for this very reason. For Lynn, avenging a beloved family member was an endeavor he had never encountered before entering this world, which made him exceptionally eager to embrace such experiences. The truth has revealed that exacting vengeance for those dear to him is truly exhilarating. Additionally, Lynn seemed to have gleaned some wisdom, acknowledging the sheer joy of confronting Amon. Even in the absence of Little Red, he felt compelled to confront him. Otherwise, he would find himself restless, feeling unjustly deprived. This sentiment would surely astonish Amon if he were to hear it. The divine manifestation, upon hearing this, finally revealed an emotionally charged smile. Therefore, Lynn decided to withhold this information, allowing Amon to believe that the Medici were solely to blame, thus granting him a glimmer of hope for reconciliation. With a playful pat on his non-existent conscience, Lynn mused, "I truly am a good person." The divine embodiment, clearly unfazed by this candid remark, proceeded to open a portal, stating, "Let us go." Chapter 168. Sharing joy with Little Red in the Fourth Era, Lynn's second persona departed from the Abraham family estate. He was destined to meet the Medici of this era, the recently transformed malevolent spirit known as Little Red, bearing a gift for him. Within the subterranean ruins, Medici lifted his gaze to the open portal, raising an eyebrow as he deduced the identity of the visitor. After all, in this era, the only individuals who would venture here to see him, apart from the descendants of the Tudor family under his control, were his somewhat heartless elder brother. As anticipated, Medici's conjecture proved correct when Lynn emerged from the portal, although Medici was slightly taken aback to find that another person accompanied him, someone who bore an uncanny resemblance to Lynn, possessing the same essence. "Lynn, have you finally succumbed to the temptation of splitting yourself in two? How should I address you both? Lynn and Lynn? Or do you aspire to emulate Amon? If so, I'm afraid you lack the requisite talent, for you do not possess his intellect." Medici's remarks were tinged with his characteristic sarcasm. As a former king of angels, he quickly recognized that the other individual was Lynn's avatar. However, Medici couldn't help but feel a subtle peculiarity about Lynn's new avatar, sensing it was not merely an ordinary manifestation. "You may call me Lynn and refer to him as the secret angel," Lynn replied with a smile, unhesitatingly adding, "Moreover, if I may be frank, creating avatars is quite commonplace in this world. Many prominent figures possess them. However, transforming three identities into a single one, as you have, is truly one of a kind." Lynn, unperturbed by Medici's vulnerabilities, remained resolute that he would eventually alter the course of history. After all, he had recently assisted Little Red in defeating Tudor, thus speaking with a bold assertiveness. "Ah, I should have inherited the qualities of the sage, while you should have taken on the traits of the weather sorcerer." Medici's expression darkened, for being boiled in a hot pot was a lifelong source of pain and humiliation for him. Had he still been an angelic king, he might have managed his emotions better, ensuring that he would not be easily swayed by such topics. However, as a malevolent spirit, maintaining composure was already a feat achieved through Adam's subtle machinations. One cannot expect a malevolent spirit to adeptly govern its emotions. That Medici refrained from unleashing malice and did not display madness was commendable in itself. That is still not an option. I fear we might find ourselves in an untenable situation, which is quite terrifying, Lynn remarked earnestly. leaving one uncertain whether to admire his self-awareness or to perceive a hint of sarcasm. Yet, before Medici could again engage in his sardonic commentary, Lynn preemptively declared, "I have encountered Alastair Tudor." What? The provocative words that were poised on Medici's lips vanished entirely, as he suddenly became alert, shedding his earlier languor. Even the wounds on his face seemed to pulsate with renewed vigor at that moment. "He's still alive?" Medici's expression turned somewhat ghastly as he regarded Lynn, though this fear was not directed towards him, but rather at a man who had been deceased for countless years. Clearly, despite his understanding of Lynn's peculiar nature, Medici's initial reaction was not to consider that Lynn had met Tudor in the past, but rather to suspect that the Tudor who had fallen in the War of the Four Emperors might have somehow survived. This reaction was hardly surprising. After all, biological thought often follows a certain inertia, and beings of sequence 0 are notoriously difficult to eliminate. While the Red Priest may not be as resilient as the sequence 0 of the Gu family, survival through some hidden means is certainly not impossible. This understanding is common knowledge among the world's elite. Higher sequences are inherently harder to kill, and the higher the sequence, the more formidable the challenge. At the level of the Eldritch, figures like the Lord of Mysteries or deities can teach you firsthand what it means to say, "Though I've been dead for countless years, I can still resurrect at your expense." Medici himself is a testament to this reality. Despite being boiled alive, losing his traits, and transforming into a malevolent spirit, he has nevertheless survived, retaining his rank. Otherwise, the Medici would not have been able to harness the power of the unclaimed Red Priest's uniqueness to respond to prayers. Nor could they have, in the latter part of the narrative, directly consumed the conqueror trait acquired through dealings with the witch sect and the Augustus family, thus reclaiming their status as the first among the ranks of conquerors, even aspiring to gradually absorb the original witch, although they were ultimately betrayed by Amon. Upon hearing Lynn's words, Medici's immediate reaction was a suspicion that Alastair Tudor had somehow survived through some underhanded means. To be frank, in this era, I cannot ascertain whether Alastair Tudor is indeed still alive. However, I did not claim to have encountered him in this time. Instead, I found myself in the presence of the current Lynn, who leisurely shook his head and smiled at Medici, saying, "Do you remember when I mentioned that I would alter your fate?" In that instant, Medici grasped the implication, his blood-red pupils widening slightly, but the next moment, Lynn's words incited a desire in a certain malevolent spirit to enact a dramatic scene akin to a brotherly burial. However, I regret to inform you that I did not succeed in returning to the time before your downfall, Lynn stated, his smile fading as he sincerely apologized. Medici responded, "Could you refrain from gasping for breath while speaking?" Medici was somewhat at a loss for words, yet, as a cunning strategist, he began to deduce the implications of Lynn's statement. Thus, he inquired, "You say you were unable to return to the time before my fall, which means you arrived in the era following my downfall, correct?" "Indeed. How astute of you," Lynn replied warmly, then continued, "I have returned to the era of the Four Emperors' War." Hearing this anticipated revelation, Medici pursed his lips, unsure whether to feel disappointment or regret. "Nevertheless, while I may not be able to directly rescue you, I have been avenging you in my own way." Lynn unabashedly shared his joy, declaring, "I blew up Amon, making him experience pain akin to a third of the time worm being crushed repeatedly, and I transformed him into a child." At this, Medici's lips curled upward, and the oppressive aura that had recently surrounded him due to Alastair Tudor began to dissipate, indicating a notable improvement in his mood. This reaction was unsurprising. As the former caretaker of this troublesome child, Medici had endured countless grievances at Amon's hands and had long wished to exact retribution upon this unruly being. Hearing that this troublesome child had faced consequences at the hands of a yet more troublesome child surely brought him joy. Lynn, attuned to Medici's shift in mood, seized the moment to reinforce his point. "I must say, Amon truly lives up to his reputation, even in his juvenile form. He attempted to exploit that advantage to soften my heart. I nearly fell for his ploy, but fortunately, I recall the times you were relentlessly beaten by me, and suddenly, Amon's juvenile tactics lost their effect." Chapter 169. Lynn, I truly am a good brother. The corners of Medici's mouth, which had just begun to lift, suddenly stiffened, as memories from recent days flooded his mind. In these recollections, he had been subjected to Lynn's relentless beatings, small scuffles every 3 days and significant thrashings every 5. The unscrupulous elder brother was evidently demonstrating to Medici what it meant to be known as Little Lynn among the Amon. Medici instinctively cursed within himself. Sometimes he truly believed he must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes, for how else could he have ended up with such 2 troublesome ancestors? Be confident, Little Red. Perhaps in your past life, you annihilated the universe, Lynn remarked abruptly, as always employing his sharp wit for sarcasm. Ah, it seems someone possesses a degree of self-awareness. Medici scoffed, though a momentary stiffness gripped him as he abruptly realized that he had, in fact, been influenced by the other party. Otherwise, how could his speech patterns and thought processes be interspersed with the very phrases commonly used by Lynn? This realization caused Medici to furrow his brow instinctively. The young man before him smiled and continued, "By the way, not only did I give him on a good thrashing several times, but I also thoroughly pummeled Alastair Tudor on your behalf." Upon hearing this, Medici disregarded his previous concerns and turned to Lynn sharply, confirming, "You actually hit Tudor?" "Indeed, Amon can vouch for this. Once I retrieve Bertley, he too will serve as a witness. And let's not forget Little Lynn. Once he escapes his current madness and returns to being a miracle worker, he will corroborate my account as well," Lynn replied with a smile, his mood instantly brightening at the thought of happier events. Medici's expression became instantly complex. He had no doubt regarding the veracity of Lynn's words. There was no need for the other to fabricate such easily debunked lies, which would yield little advantage. Yet, Medici was taken aback that Lynn would go so far as to confront Alastair Tudor on his behalf. Medici was acutely aware that although Lynn seemed capable of harnessing formidable power when necessary, he did not appear to relish such abilities. In fact, that very power could be detrimental to Lynn, drawing him closer to divinity and away from his humanity. This deduction was formed later based on his memories. One could only conclude that, as a top-tier schemer, his intellect surpassed that of his unscrupulous brother. This realization perhaps elucidated why Lynn, who could overpower anyone in the world, chose instead to exercise his sage abilities in a humble manner. Lynn was not fond of wielding that power, even if it served as a trump card, capable of rendering him invincible in this realm. Medici understood clearly that his unscrupulous elder brother, while embodying a childlike nature in some respects, genuinely valued his humanity and diligently safeguarded it. To exchange one's essence for another's power, indifferent to the potential erosion of one's humanity, is a perilous endeavor. Countless individuals have succumbed to madness in their quest for advancement, and Alastair Tudor's serves as a prime illustration of this tragic phenomenon. Thus, it is no wonder that Medici is taken aback, for in his estimation, Lynn would never compromise his carefully preserved humanity for such a cause. Yet, Lynn has indeed done so, even going so far as to seek out Medici to share the joy of his actions. Medici, momentarily at a loss for words, gazes at Lynn, his eyes lowered. After a brief pause, he suddenly chuckles, his crimson gaze locking on Lynn as he quips, "Didn't you despise wielding that power? And yet, you went to confront Sequence Zero. Are you not concerned about losing yourself in the process?" "Of course I am," Lynn admits, raising his hands with a wry smile, "but avenging you takes precedence. After all, I am a good brother." You should really place a hand over your heart while saying that, just to check if it's still beating," Medici retorts with a laugh, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "It's a pity I couldn't witness that moment. Otherwise, I would likely wake from dreams with laughter." "Indeed, that is somewhat regrettable. Perhaps I could weave a dream later, extracting that memory to craft a dreamscape for you, allowing you to experience the joy of vanquishing Tudors firsthand." Lynn proposes, a brilliant idea sparking his mind. He reassures, "Rest assured, as long as you do not delve into the depths of my consciousness, the surface dreams pose no danger." This assertion holds true. While the reasons remain cloaked in mystery, be it pretense or otherwise, Lynn's superficial layers of information are remarkably secure. In essence, he possesses dreams akin to those of an ordinary person, accompanied by a spiritual thread that is equally normal. Thus, even in nightmares of sequence, May 7th enter his dreams without peril. Granted, they refrain from probing deeper into his subconscious realms. The same applies to his spiritual threads. Each of Lynn's avatars possesses such threads, which can indeed be manipulated by a puppet master. However, akin to the former master Luo, superficial disguises remain just that, disguises. A typical puppet master may briefly control Lynn's physical form through these threads, yet they cannot seize his soul, nor can they truly transform him into a puppet. In other words, should a nearsighted high diviner of a higher sequence attempt to convert Lynn into a puppet, they would be met with the astonishing realization that the transformation fails, forever stalled at the final step. Given this context, Lynn harbors suspicions that ancient scholars might indeed draw forth his historical projection in its conventional form, corresponding to the appropriate sequence, yet lacking the ability to harness his unknown powers or the capacity to assume alternate identities. Nonetheless, Lynn possesses an awareness. Should someone succeed in manifesting his historical projection, the success of such an endeavor does not guarantee control over the projection thereafter. Upon hearing this, Medici was immediately reminded of the tragic demise of the nightmarish dragon. However, his curiosity regarding the spectacle of Alastair Tudor receiving a beating rendered him unable to refuse. He inquired, "By the way, how is it that the Amon can vouch for you? Did you truly strike Alastair Tudor in their presence?" Did I not mention? I temporarily swayed the three of them to join me in thrashing Tudor. Lynn responded, revealing a radiant smile, while his trusted aide swiftly transformed into a source of great concern. Medici instantly experienced the essence of double joy, unable to suppress his laughter. Ha ha ha. Chapter 170. The new rescue plan for Little Red. Medici laughed heartily for an extended period, his emotions clearly spiraling out of control. Had it not been for his spectral state, he might have wept tears of joy. During Medici's uproarious laughter, Lynn, in a rare departure from his usual demeanor, fell silent. He merely observed the cackling spirit before him, letting out a silent sigh. Indeed, he should have struck Alastair Tudor a few more times. As Lynn contemplated how to decisively best Alastair Tudor during their next encounter, Medici's laughter gradually subsided. The former Angel of War finally managed to regain his composure, yet his spirits remained high as he turned to Lynn, uncharacteristically devoid of sarcasm, and said, "Well done, brother." This was a perfectly normal statement, free from any hint of mockery. Though he had often heard such words during the Second Era, it was the first time he had been addressed as brother in the Fifth Era. Lynn blinked, returning from his reverie, and raised an eyebrow, replying with a smile. "Of course. After all, it's because you saved the entire universe in your past life that I get to be your brother." Lynn had no qualms about overturning his previous remarks and contradicting himself, revealing a hint of narcissism. Upon witnessing this display, Medici instinctively let out a cold laugh, yet refrained from retorting. Lynn continued with a smile, "Moreover, I did not merely give Alastair Tudor a beating. I also extracted a characteristic of a weather sorcerer from him. Can you guess to whom that characteristic is bestowed?" As he spoke, Lynn wore an expression that practically dared Medici to inquire further, exuding arrogance. "I shall not venture a guess." Medici narrowed his eyes, unaffected by Lynn's bravado. The Angel of War was well aware of his unscrupulous brother's sunny disposition. Were he to solicit assistance at this moment, the other's pride would surely soar to the heavens. "Truly, you're nothing like the adorable child you once were. You used to plead with me so earnestly." Lynn shot him a discontented glance, but did not press the matter further. He then composed himself and said, "As you know, I have returned to the time of the War of the Four Sovereigns, and thus I have devised a new plan for your rescue." "HM?" Medici's expression grew more serious as he asked, "Are you preparing to directly retrieve me from the time of the War of the Four Sovereigns?" Clearly, the mind of the War Angel is astute, as it swiftly grasped the essence of Lynn's new proposal. Indeed, clever. Lynn was not particularly surprised that his new plan was anticipated. Without hesitation, he gave Medici a thumbs up and leisurely stated, "My new scheme is rather straightforward. I shall bestow upon you the traits of the weather sorcerer that I extracted from Alastair Tudor during the time of the Four Emperors, and then escort you back to the Solomon Empire. There, under the protection of the true creator, you can recuperate and serve as their strategist, biding your time until the opportunity arises to eliminate tutor and reclaim your attributes. Throughout this process, I shall assist you in considering the peculiarities of the Four Emperors era, as well as the subsequent Pale Calamity. You might even ascend to divinity during that time. At this point, Lynn paused, his smile dimming slightly as he turned his gaze towards Medici. I harbor a disdain for the Pale Calamity, and an even greater aversion to the Grim Reaper and the original witch, while you, coincidentally, require a war that engulfs the entire continent. Since the rationale for war is inconsequential to you, instigating a conflict to eradicate the Pale Calamity by defending the northern continent is a feasible course of action, is it not? Upon hearing this, Medici raised an eyebrow. After a few moments, he slightly elevated his chin and replied, "It is indeed viable. The ascension ritual of the Red Priest merely necessitates the initiation of a continent-wide war coupled with sufficient victories. The purpose of the war does not influence the outcome of the ritual. Therefore, Lynn's proposal is entirely practicable, given the magnitude of the Pale Calamity. If Medici can successfully bring it to an end, the significance of the ritual would undoubtedly be substantial." Lynn seemed to recall something and added, "By the way, during the Four Emperors era, I was aligned with the Universalist sequence, currently positioned as a knowledge mentor of sequence 2. Thus, barring unforeseen circumstances, I should ascend to perfection before the god of steam and machinery achieves divinity." Upon hearing this, although Lynn did not explicitly state it, Medici instantly comprehended the implication of collaboration or mutual assistance. Lynn would aid him in reclaiming his attributes and ascending to the position of Red Priest, while he, in turn, would assist Lynn in attaining divinity during the Four Emperors era. "That sentiment is of no use to me," Medici remarked, resuming his nonchalant posture with legs crossed, exuding an air of arrogance. "I am well aware that this may be futile for you. I merely wish to seek your advice on how to persuade your historical counterpart from the era of the Four Emperors," Lynn replied. At this moment, the divine incarnation beside Lynn conjured a chair from the void and placed it behind the larger figure. After Lynn comfortably seated himself, he continued, "After all, during that period, you had just emerged from a rather intense experience. I fear that you might be rather extreme and thus difficult to persuade. It would be rather inappropriate if we were to come to blows upon first meeting." While saying this, Lynn's expression betrayed a sense of eager anticipation. Medici, upon noticing this, rolled his eyes in exasperation and said, "Let things unfold as they will. When it comes to persuading others, you certainly do not require my guidance. Though that may be so, I must enhance my credibility," Lynn remarked with a smile. "Therefore, Xiao Hong, you ought to divulge a few pieces of your dark history known solely to you, so that I may earn your trust during the era of the Four Emperors' War." The calculation was evident, as if the beads of an abacus were bouncing out. "Get lost," Medici exclaimed, having endured a few seconds before finally succumbing to uttering such a word. "TCH," Lynn pouted in dissatisfaction, irritated by his failure to extract Xiao Hong's dark past. Nevertheless, he continued, "So, which plan do you intend to choose? Will you proceed as previously prepared, allowing me to intervene before you become a hot pot ingredient, altering your fate? Or shall we embrace the error and assist your ascent during the Four Emperors' War? I must clarify that I cannot ascertain when I will be able to land before you become a hot pot ingredient. This power is still beyond my control," Lynn stated, gazing silently at Medici without pressing for a response, patiently awaiting her contemplation. He was indifferent to the choice of plans, as he perceived advantages and disadvantages in both. The original plan could circumvent Xiao Hong's tragic fate, yet it harbored its own issues. Lynn was uncertain when he could accurately activate his abilities before Medici's unfortunate transformation, and he harbored a lingering concern regarding the original narrative's portrayal of Medici's predicament. Whether Adam's intention to eliminate Medici was purely to facilitate Alastair Tudor's rise, or if it stemmed from Medici's own encounter with otherworldly corruption. A conclusion left ambiguous in the original text. Thus, Lynn was apprehensive about the possibility of returning to a time before Xiao Hong's fate was sealed, only to discover that she had already succumbed to corruption and faced death anew. That would be exceedingly awkward. He glanced at the malevolent spirit before him and exhaled softly. Even if fate could be altered, memories remained unchanged. Hence, the pain did not truly dissipate. At times, Lynn pondered whether the preservation of these individuals' original memories was a blessing or a curse. As for the new plan, it presented the advantage of allowing Lynn to take immediate action without the need for blind waiting. Moreover, the version of Medici facing the hot pot could launch a direct counterattack against Alistair Tudor, avenging her plight, while the original plan also offered a path for revenge. The distinction between avenging before the event and after was palpable. The greatest merit of this new plan was that Medici could engage in a mutually beneficial alliance with Lynn, supporting each other in their ascent to divinity. Even the true creator, should they avoid defeat and the loss of critical anchors, would not descend into the madness currently observed. Lynn had confirmed that the followers of the true creator in the Solomon Empire were akin to those of other true deities, unlike the Fifth Era, where faith in the true creator mandated absolute obedience. This is likely due to the ample faith and anchors held by the true creator of the Fourth Era, which allows him to exercise restraint and remain relatively sane. A more composed, true creator may lay a solid foundation for rescuing Sasliel, even though Lynn has yet to devise a strategy for this endeavor. Of course, any new plan carries its own disadvantages, the most significant being the inherent risk of failure. Even Lynn would not dare to guarantee with absolute certainty that he could elevate Little Red to Sequence 0 while simultaneously achieving divinity himself. Moreover, this would render the incident of Medici being boiled in a hot pot a true historical event, as Lynn would not pursue an old scheme while opting for a new one. Doing so would not only nullify his efforts, but also lead to unpredictable consequences, which Lynn detests. So how would you choose? Lynn pondered, observing Medici, who regarded him with an expression of disbelief, having arrived at a decision in mere seconds. Lynn, if you lack common sense, is your head truly filled with water? Medici provocatively retorted, causing Lynn's fists to clench instinctively. Hold on before you respond. Let me give you a beating first, Lynn declared, raising his fist and flashing a radiant smile at the former angel of war. Though his words were as frigid as the Arctic ice. I must say, you have been quite the spectacle today, Little Red. Medici's mocking smile faltered, and soon enough, he found himself on the receiving end of a beating. Despite drawing upon the powers of the spirit realm, his overall strength barely matched that of a former angel of war at Sequence 4, clearly no match for one at Sequence 2. After administering his usual thrashing, Lynn felt invigorated. He pretended to wipe his hands, which bore no blood, on Medici, feigning concern as he said, "Are you all right, Little Red? Would you like me to use some healing abilities on you?" His insincerity was as evident as crocodile tears, as if he had not just been the assailant. "Get lost," Medici snapped, brushing his hand away, clearly unwilling to submit easily. "I choose your proposed new plan. Blood must be repaid with blood. What purpose does it serve to eliminate an unsuspecting Alistair Tudor? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That is my style. Indeed, that is your choice." Lynn skillfully ignored Medici's glare that promised retribution, returning to his seat. "In that case, I shall depart for the Fourth Era to seek you, and the delivery should arrive shortly. Do remember to sign for it." As Lynn spoke, he indeed found himself at the familiar entrance of the underground structure. This site, like its Fifth Era counterpart, appeared to be long abandoned, though some residences were occupied. It remained uncertain whether these inhabitants were newcomers or remnants of Alistair Tudor's original placement. Presently, Beckland belonged to the domain of the Night Emperor. Lynn was disinclined to ponder this matter, much like he was indifferent to whether the air had birthed Adam or was saturated with a concentration of 99% Ammon. Lynn cared little. He merely observed the inhabitants of the house, gently snapping his fingers. Unbeknownst to all, he seamlessly entered the familiar building and soon encountered the well-known high-backed chair, along with the familiar malevolent spirit of the hot pot. "Oh, Little Red, you do appear rather disheveled." Unlike the first encounter with the malevolent version of Medici in the Fifth Era, Lynn's mindset had vastly transformed. He felt no sorrow. Instead, he greeted the spirit with a smile. On the high-backed chair, the Medici of the Fourth Era lifted his gaze, his eyes landing on the youthful angel not far away. He visibly paused for a moment, and a few seconds later, as if regaining his composure, he regarded Lynn with a provocative smile and remarked, "You seem quite composed. Yet after all these years, you've made no progress at all. It appears you've been eating your meals with your face." Clearly, the jest aimed at Lynn was devoid of substance beyond his visage. "Thank you for the compliment. I'm aware of my handsomeness," Lynn responded, unfazed and with equanimity. He then took a seat before Medici, scrutinizing the Medici from the era of the four monarchs. The latter appeared more mature than in the second era, yet more feeble than in the fifth. He retained a semblance of madness and malice, though seemingly devoid of some numbness and hysteria, infused instead with a more vibrant essence, or one might say, sharper edges. It was evident that this Medici, who had recently transformed into a malevolent spirit, possessed more vigor than the fifth-era Medici, who had spent a millennium in solitude within the underground structure. This was hardly surprising. After all, a millennium is no trifling matter, particularly as Medici existed as a malevolent spirit alongside his former adversaries, Sauron and Einhorn, within this underground edifice, devoid of others. Moreover, this site was a place of death, where Medici could only watch helplessly as the true creator he revered was vanquished in the War of the Four Monarchs, exiled to the Forsaken Lands, reduced from a legitimate deity to a malevolent one, ultimately descending into madness. That Medici had not succumbed to madness after a millennium, still able to retain his sanity, could be attributed not only to his own tenacious will, but perhaps also to Adam's clandestine protection. It seemed it was not yet too late. Lynn suddenly found himself unable to suppress a laugh, observing the inexplicable expression on Medici's face. He leisurely produced the characteristic of the weather sorcerer, playfully waving it before Medici as one would tease a puppy. "Look, doesn't this seem particularly familiar?" It is worth mentioning that the characteristic Lynn had acquired was originally Medici's. While others might struggle to accurately obtain the desired trait, Lynn possessed the unique discernment afforded by his dominion over time. Regarding the extraordinary traits that have endured through the years, even if they have circled around Alastair Tuda, it is evident that Medici can still recognize them. "Where did you acquire this? Did you eliminate that madman Alastair?" Medici narrowed his eyes, and the aura surrounding him became considerably more menacing, though not directed at Lynn. "Not quite. I merely gave him a thrashing just now in his cherished little garden. I joined forces with Bert, Amon, and Antigonus, his three most trusted confidants, to bestow upon him a beating and seize this trait." Lynn spoke candidly, and soon he was treated to another round of Medici's laughter. Unfazed by this, Lynn took the opportunity to conjure a chair for himself, settling comfortably into it as he observed Medici's laughter subside, only to notice something else. Curiously, he inquired, "Where are Sauron and Einhorn?" Although the Medici before him bore marks of decay, indicating that Sauron and Einhorn were indeed intertwined with him. Lynn was somewhat surprised that the other two mouths on Medici's face had yet to utter a word, not even laughing at Alastair Tuda's misfortune. It was noteworthy that during the fifth epoch, they had both found it utterly amusing. "You seem to know me well," Medici remarked with a knowing tone, brushing his fingers over the scars on his face, his voice laced with derision. These two fools still refuse to accept reality and continue to evade it in their dreams. "Understood. They are in slumber," Lynn nodded. He certainly did not take Medici's words at face value. Considering the current weakened state of this malevolent spirit compared to its future form, Lynn speculated that Sauron and Einhorn might be even more feeble at present, hence their enforced slumber. Yet, did the malevolent spirits of this world grow stronger with age? Or was it that the little red from the fifth epoch had become more formidable after consuming numerous hunter traits from the Tuda descendants? Lynn pondered this in silence, not allowing it to trouble him further. He then turned his gaze back to Medici and said, "By the way, are you not curious about my identity? Well, my intentions might be. Or perhaps you would like to mock me, calling me a stranger meddling in your life?" Propping his chin on one hand, Lynn sensed that this version of Medici did not seem to harbor much aversion towards him. "Is it because I've already earned a favorable disposition with the juvenile version?" Lynn mused quietly, reflecting on how his rapport with the youthful little red had indeed improved compared to his initial encounter with Medici from the fifth epoch. What is there to ask?" Medici glanced at Lynn, casually crossing his legs, his tone somewhat languid as he continued, "I truly do not know what you are, but I am quite certain you are not one of those outer gods, nor do you harbor intentions to bring about the world's destruction. Rather, it seems you possess more of what is considered humanity than most of the mythological beings in this world." Certainly, Medici paused at this point, casting a sardonic smile towards Lynn and remarked, "The most crucial factor is that you lack the wit." Lynn retorted, "That's a bit excessive. While I may not be particularly clever, must you resort to such temporal insults?" With a cold chuckle, Lynn added, "Indeed, I may not possess your level of intelligence. But what gave you the impression that my lack of intellect precludes me from delivering a beating?" Consequently, Medici found himself on the receiving end of a thrashing once more. Round 2. "Now, call me brother, or else the punishment shall continue," Lynn declared, his smile radiating an unsettling warmth. "Brother." Medici almost spat the word through clenched teeth, his tone akin to that of addressing a nemesis. "Good boy." Lynn playfully patted Medici's head, then continued, "Let me clarify, although I am uncertain of my own nature. You do acknowledge me as your brother, correct?" "Humph." Medici scoffed, offering no denial, but instead inquired, "So, what exactly are you? A peculiar little creature?" He recognized that he could not refute the existence of Lynn as a brother, even if the latter had not existed in the original timeline. In the altered childhood and past, Lynn undeniably fulfilled the role of a brother, albeit a morally ambiguous one. Yet he performed the duties expected of such a position. In that modified past, Medici genuinely regarded Lynn as a brother. He had no intention of denying that history or the bond it forged, and he was indeed influenced by this sentiment. However, Medici's acceptance was not solely rooted in memory and emotion. On one hand, he had deduced from the memories associated with Lynn that the latter valued humanity and posed no threat to Earth. On the other hand, it was also due to Lynn's recent words. Whether it was for Medici's sake that Lynn confronted Tudos or the fact that he had provided a certain meteorological trait, such actions led Medici to swallow his initial skepticism. While he did not completely trust Lynn, he harbored little resistance. This was not merely for the sake of emotion. It was also influenced by the implications revealed through Lynn's deeds. Lynn did not appear to be a malevolent time traveler. His character and emotions exhibited within the altered memories were likely genuine. This realization carried significant weight. Chapter 173. Lynn discovers a blind spot, for instance. Lynn could be a communicative and amicable presence, or perhaps he could serve as Medici's ally, pivotal in transforming his circumstances and assisting both him and the true creator. Thus, Medici's instinct as a hunter compelled him to bury any lingering doubts and reflections, opting to interact with Lynn in accordance with the memories he held. This was Medici, once among the foremost schemers, swayed by emotion, yet primarily driven by self-interest and reality. Lynn discerned the hidden suspicions harbored by Medici, as well as the reasons behind his apparent demeanor, with remarkable clarity. One might argue that his intellect is somewhat lacking, yet one must never question Lynn's perceptiveness when it comes to human nature. In a certain sense, Lynn is indeed quite astute. He simply lacks the finesse for subterfuge. Should anyone attempt to deceive him, the likely outcome would be that they find themselves outwitted, left with naught but their undergarments, and grateful for Lynn's leniency. However, despite his awareness, Lynn appeared indifferent to Medici's concealed doubts and the motivations behind his current attitude. After all, he understood that such a mindset was entirely normal for someone of Medici's caliber. Intellectually astute individuals seldom relinquish their skepticism in such circumstances. Allowing raw emotion to govern their actions, it is prudent to weigh both interests and realities. Additionally, with the illustrious example of the fifth-era Medici before him, Lynn simply shrugged sincerely and remarked, "To be honest, I am uncertain, but I assure you, I will not bring about the destruction of this world. So you need not worry." Medici's crimson gaze lingered on him for several moments, uncertain whether to believe him or not. Ultimately, he crossed his arms and stated, "I shall take your ignorance at face value. Now, what brings you here today?" First, Lynn raised a finger to share in the joy of Alistair Tudor's defeat. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Medici's mouth, evidently recalling a pleasant memory. Second, Lynn raised a second finger, to impart to you the essence of the weather sorceress, aiding you in maintaining your own well-being and acquiring the most fundamental means of self-preservation. Medici's expression remained unchanged, seemingly unsurprised by this revelation. Third, Lynn extended a third finger while meeting Medici's gaze to escort you from this place and return you to the Solomon Empire, to the true creator. Though his expression did not shift, the sudden tightening of Medici's grip revealed a change in his emotional state. Fourth, Lynn continued to discuss the dual ascendancy plan. At this juncture, he beamed with a radiant smile. The dual ascendancy plan? Medici raised an eyebrow, a flicker of understanding crossing his features. Do you wish to become the perfect one? Indeed. Lynn nodded, unreservedly divulging his intentions, for Medici was already designated as his ally, even devoid of emotional ties. Their shared interests rendered betrayal improbable. Thus, Lynn recounted the plan discussed during the Fifth Era, deliberately obscuring certain details, merely stating that the Grim Reaper and the original, which would unleash a catastrophe, without delving into specifics. He concluded, should you consent, I shall assist you in ascending to the position of the Red Priest, and in turn, I require your support, along with that of your companions, to become the perfect one. In this era, Medici represented not only himself, but also the true creator and the Black Emperor Solomon behind him. This is one of the reasons Lynn believes he can assist Medici in attaining divinity, setting aside other considerations. Surely the true creator would strive tirelessly to nurture the little red one, coupled with the ally, the Black Emperor Solomon, and his own formidable prowess at Sequence Zero. The probability of the three Sequence Zero entities finding an opportunity amidst the chaos to eliminate Tutor and elevate Medici to godhood is significantly high. Of course, Lynn is acutely aware that entities such as the Six Gods, the Night Sovereign, the Grim Reaper, and the Primal, which would undoubtedly not allow Medici's ascension to divinity to transpire so effortlessly. This includes his own ambitions for divinity, which would certainly encounter opposition from these formidable forces. Hence, the importance of forging alliances becomes evident. Once Lynn discreetly approaches the Night Goddess to persuade her to ally with him, he might even enlist the Great Mother Earth, thereby amplifying their advantages infinitely. While their adversaries are not entirely united, although they are not completely cohesive, their level of solidarity would likely surpass that of the opposition. After all, with Lynn as a safeguard and the Night Goddess being a shrewd individual, the prospects appear promising. The assistance I refer to is as a force of Sequence Zero, providing you with a modicum of support when needed. Lynn then recalled something and gestured to illustrate a cosmic concept with his fingers, suggesting, I trust you do not require me to directly eliminate Alistair Tutor and then deliver his traits to you? Medici, upon hearing this, let out a laugh that suggested he found the notion amusing. His crimson eyes mirrored a tumult of emotions, evidently recalling something significant, as he replied, Indeed, that is unnecessary. I merely require your assistance at the opportune moment. It may seem somewhat audacious for an evil spirit to make such a statement. Yet Medici possesses the confidence to utter it. Firstly, he is astute, and secondly, he is backed by the true creator and Solomon, both at Sequence Zero. Although the conflict among the four emperors is deeply intricate, it is precisely such complexity that provides fertile ground for a schemer to thrive. Perhaps this necessitates a prolonged period of planning, but Medici possesses the patience to proceed slowly and wait. He will eventually transform Alistair Tutor from hunter back into prey. Lynn was not surprised by this. He suddenly recalled a question, a blind spot he had previously overlooked. In the original narrative, it appears that the Grim Reaper had long been plotting regarding the uniqueness of the Red Priest, thus becoming one of the greatest beneficiaries following Tutor's demise. Furthermore, by forcibly accommodating the uniqueness of the Red Priest and the River of Eternal Darkness, he became a half-old one and succumbed to madness, unleashing the Pale Calamity. However, if Tutor were to be slain by Medici, would the uniqueness of the Red Priest still reach the Grim Reaper? Lynn found himself skeptical of this possibility. And without the uniqueness of the Red Priest, would the Grim Reaper still initiate the Pale Calamity? Lynn pondered, stroking his chin, uncertain about the outcome. After all, without the uniqueness of the Red Priest, there remains the uniqueness of the judge. It is not implausible that the Grim Reaper could secure it. Though for the Grim Reaper, there is a distinction between the uniqueness of the Red Priest and that of the judge, should he truly wish to instigate chaos. Forcibly accommodating the latter is certainly within the realm of possibility. That is certainly not a docile deity, and it will not quietly await its demise. The likelihood of it causing upheaval is nearly 100%. Moreover, if one were to scrutinize the situation, there exists an original witch on the opposing side, who may very well snatch the uniqueness of the Red Priest from Medici right before his eyes. After all, Little Red will only ascend to Sequence 2 at most. And on this battlefield of Sequence 0, he can serve as the intellect, leading Tudu into traps, directing the true creator to eliminate the Blood Emperor. Yet he will find it exceedingly difficult to engage in personal combat as he once did. At most, he may observe the battle akin to Antigonus. However, Medici, embodying the King of Angels, concludes the pale calamity, completes the ritual, and with the patronage of the gods, slays the god of death, reclaiming the uniqueness of the Red Priest, ultimately consuming the potion to elevate himself to that role. One cannot help but feel the epic grandeur of the scene. Chapter 174. Adam has truly appeared. Lynn envisions Medici standing atop a mountain constructed from the bones of undead creatures, drinking the potion of the Red Priest to ascend to Sequence 0 under the watchful eyes of the gods, who have just emerged from battle. For a moment, he is overwhelmed with the urge to capture this scene on canvas, yet he restrains himself and continues to ponder. Of course, if the pale calamity were indeed to be transformed by a butterfly effect, it would not be a misfortune. I could allow Little Red to incite a righteous upheaval, coinciding with my own aspirations for divinity and the advancement of industrial development. Reform, with societal progress, is almost an inevitable occurrence. Thus, having Little Red ignite this fire would not be unfeasible, serving as a contingency plan. After all, as long as there is sufficient faith and anchor points, the righteous deities are not overly concerned with the existence of ordinary mortals. They must eventually retreat to the astral realm, leaving little time for the management of reality. In this world of extraordinary capabilities, faith need not be entirely intertwined with suffering. Lynn mused, silently commending himself. This, of course, is merely a rough alternative plan, and he does not harbor high hopes for its practical applicability. It is highly probable that Medici's true ascension to divinity will still hinge upon the god of death. Well, before that, let us retrieve Azek. It is merely a matter of convincing him a few more times. Lynn noted this in his mind, then recalled a more subtle expression. By the way, it seems I have unintentionally misled Medici of the Fifth Era, as he appears to have completely overlooked this aspect, likely due to habitual thought patterns. However, with his intellect, he should soon realize it. Lynn thought this and could not help but blink, muttering to himself, "It is perhaps better that he has not grasped it yet, for then I can indulge in mocking him thoroughly." Medici, during the War of the Four Emperors, remained unaware of his unscrupulous brother's thoughts. His blood-red eyes regarded Lynn, slightly raising his chin and in a low voice. He inquired, "So this is a transaction?" "No, it is mutual assistance between brothers." Lynn snapped back to attention, shaking his head as he regarded Medici, asking, "So shall we form an alliance?" Medici. Lynn extended his hand toward Medici, as he always had. The latter gazed at him for 2 seconds before suddenly breaking into laughter, then grasping Lynn's hand, their connection as unwavering as in the annals of history. Excellent judgment. Whether Medici's words were a compliment to Lynn or self-praise remains unclear. "Your insight is commendable," Lynn replied with a smile, exhibiting a level of audacity that left him unperturbed by anyone's scrutiny. Following a brief handshake, Lynn casually tossed the Sequence 2 Weather Sorcerer document to Medici and resumed his seat, inquiring, "Are you currently capable of accommodating the attributes of this Sequence 2? Although the original text had indicated minimal issues, Lynn felt it prudent to seek confirmation. "Who do you underestimate?" Medici shot him a sharp glance, grasping the Weather Sorcerer's characteristics. Without any apparent effort, that essence seamlessly integrated into Medici's being. His expression remained largely unchanged, merely tightening his lips, revealing that he was not as nonchalant as he appeared. However, as a war angel, Medici's pride forbade him from exhibiting weakness before what he perceived as an unworthy sibling. Lynn rested his chin in his hand, quietly observing Medici's absorption of the weather sorcerer attributes. While he seemed to be doing nothing, his awareness was actively extended. Should any mishap arise during Medici's integration, he would promptly halt the process in reverse time. For Lynn, executing this was not particularly challenging, as he had already borrowed this power numerous times today in his confrontation with Alistair Tudor and was willing to utilize it once more. Fortunately, being Medici, the integration proceeded without incident. Upon fully assimilating the former sequence, 2 attributes, Medici's state, though still in a malevolent spirit form, exhibited a significantly enhanced aura, regaining some of the spirited vigor familiar to Lynn. Perhaps I should seek the Earth Mother. She might assist Little Red in reshaping her body. She cannot remain a malevolent spirit indefinitely, Lynn mused. Suddenly, he sensed something and glanced toward a corner nearby. There, unbeknownst to him, stood a golden-haired priest clad in a simple white robe, adorned with a silver cross pendant. His pure, golden eyes were fixed intently on Medici, imbued with a sense of profound compassion. A single glance was enough for Lynn to recognize him. The former creator of Silver City, now the king of angels, Adam. As expected, he has emerged from the ether. I knew Adam could not remain indifferent to such significant events. Perhaps he has been observing me since the sudden arrival of a child from Bethel, Lynn thought, unfazed by the unexpected visitor, revealing neither astonishment nor alarm. He simply regarded Adam with a faint, emotionless smile and remarked, "Should I say it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time, or rather, a long-awaited reunion?" To the untrained ear, this might seem like an inconsequential greeting, yet both parties understood the underlying implications. Upon hearing this, Adam's gaze shifted to Lynn, his golden pupils devoid of emotion as he replied, "A pleasure to meet you, Lynn Sothos. I am Adam. Perhaps I should address you as Liberator Abraham? Adam Posit." His tone laced with uncertainty, yet his expression remained unchanged. "Adam." Before Lynn could respond, another voice, filled with venom, echoed through the underground structure. The weather sorcerer Medici turned towards a certain celestial being with a frosty demeanor, his eyes ignited with fury. It was no wonder. Medici had never anticipated that Adam and Amon, the very children of his own creation whom he had nurtured, would betray him and assist Alistair in hunting him down. In truth, this betrayal incited a greater wrath within Medici than the thought of being stewed by Alistair. Perhaps due to his inclination towards mastering emotions as a hunter, Medici's feelings were more intense than those of ordinary angels. Although this heightened emotionality did not dictate his choices, it incessantly influenced him. Thus, he easily acknowledged Lynn as a brother, yet found himself troubled by the betrayal. "It seems you are maintaining your composure quite well, Medici." Adam's gaze returned to Medici, his expression still one of profound sorrow, yet devoid of any emotion. "Do you have nothing to say?" Medici scrutinized the once familiar son of God before him, initially believing he understood him well, only to realize now that he perhaps never truly grasped Adam's essence. "I simply made the necessary choice. In this era, Alistair becoming the Blood Emperor is the optimal solution." Adam displayed no remorse for his actions against Medici, viewing himself as a mere emotionless divine creation. He stated the truth plainly. "In fact, had I not been prepared, you would not have even preserved your soul, but would have perished entirely in that ritual. Should I then express my gratitude?" Medici's words were laced with unmistakable ire, yet he restrained himself from acting, aware that at this moment he was merely its sequence 2. To act impulsively would only deliver him as a meal to his adversary. "There's no need for thanks. I am merely fulfilling my obligations," Adam replied nonchalantly, maintaining a smile that appeared almost deranged. "You truly have lost your mind," Medici retorted, biting back in response to Adam's demeanor. As an onlooker, Lynn instinctively glanced at Medici, trying to decipher the latter's emotions. Lynn had long been curious about whether Medici had failed to perceive Adam's equivalence to the ancient solar god divinity. It was Medici, after all, a top-tier existence among the most emotionally perceptive sequences and notoriously cunning. Observing the interaction between Medici and Adam up close, Lynn began to comprehend the situation. Today, whether I am one or two, there is no indecision, Lynn remarked, gripping his chin, then directed his gaze towards Medici, inquiring, "What is your opinion? Does he prefer your direct assistance in battling the entity, or does he yearn for the restoration of his spirit and psyche? Alternatively, can we consider Meichi's instinctive resistance to such a possibility as a form of denial?" Yin, with narrowed eyes, responded ambiguously, stating that according to his perspective, if the entity were to initiate an attack, one would have no choice but to endure it. "Very well." Nodding in agreement, I chose to disregard the opinions of the involved parties and turned to Adam, saying, "You cannot acquiesce to his demands, whether it involves inflicting severe injury or outright slaying the entity. However, you must accompany him throughout the healing process. Should he attempt any deceit in the interim, you must eliminate him. Your sole obligation is to remain alive." Adam's gaze shifted to Meichi, and before anything else transpired, he resigned himself to the unfolding events. Though smiling, Lynn's expression was tinged with a complex array of emotions, the irritation in her tone unmistakable, yet laced with an air of safety. Song's brow furrowed slightly. Just moments ago, he had observed Adam chuckling and saying, in negotiations, Lynn firmly pressed down on the shoulder of her evidently emotional younger brother to offer comfort while addressing Adam, inquiring, what does he seek in exchange for that assistance? Whether it be Jin Zhao or Adam, it was indeed a matter of utmost loyalty. With a gaze that could forge iron into steel, he fixed his stare upon Song, who, perplexed, redirected his gaze towards Adam, smiling as he said, "I shall continue to refer to you as Libert, for you are currently aiding friends under that guise, are you not? You do not intend to intervene. Your intentions remain ambiguous, yet you have indeed attempted to impede him," Adam remarked, evidently concerned about the current circumstances, merely stating, "Your presence there is to assist them." He scrutinized Meichi, then shifted his focus back to Adam, pondering for a brief moment before asking, can he truly restore Meichi's soul to perfection? "Were you not originally in a mutually exploitative relationship?" Adam responded coolly, seemingly unfazed, then turned to Lynn, asking, would he accept such a transaction? After all, Adam equates to the ancient sun god. Everything he has done for Meichi is, for one who remains loyal to that ancient deity, a catastrophic blow. If he were to initiate an attack, that agreement would be nullified. Adam's expression remained unchanged. After a brief pause, he added, "It is akin to inflicting grievous harm upon the entity today, yet the other party's actions are just as arbitrary. Would you act in such a manner?" Adam responded, his golden eyes devoid of emotion, yet his tone was decidedly resolute, as if answering Adam's earlier inquiry. Lynn then continued to smile as she said, "Adam for now. You may refer to him simply as Adam. Meichi, perhaps?" Nodding affirmatively, Alex Starr seemed to question the necessity of Adam's existence. Adam supok hastili, his golden eyes fixed on the two individuals behind him. He hoped they would refrain from direct confrontation. Initially, he had been prepared to strike lethally, a condition he could hardly accept. Meg seemed to possess an inkling of awareness, perhaps dimly recognizing something amiss, yet her rationality compelled her to deny it, lacking tangible evidence. Thus, she relegated any potentiality to the depths of her consciousness. Heaven's sequence dictated that he could not assist Meg in extricating herself from the clutches of the malevolent spirit. Her stable mind and spirit, despite harboring a fragment of a weather sorcerer's essence, remained more frenzied than that of a fallen angel, teetering on the brink of chaos, the very peril of becoming a vessel for wickedness. Adam smiled, his demeanor naturally sinister, asserting that the emergence of a malevolent spirit was entirely beyond his control. He nodded emphatically, pondering why such loyalty was warranted when even the ancient sun god had not yet met his demise. Shoot and tea, they indulged in self-serving pursuits. Even if it meant severing old ties, they could simply become allies. Lynn sighed inwardly, producing a sound akin to idleness. "Help?" She raised an eyebrow, and as she uttered her initial phrase, she met Adam's golden gaze, which appeared devoid of joy. For the first time, a distinct aura of murderous intent surfaced in her eyes. It would be worthwhile for T to hear what he was currently articulating. Meg let out a laugh, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Chapter 176. The reason for Amon's absence. Lynn, reflecting on the situation, seemed to grasp the essence of what was required. He contemplated temporarily disrupting the pace of Lynn's dialogue, intending to engage in a strategic maneuver. In the foreseeable future, Lynn could surmise that the objective was to unveil the true nature of the ancient past, while simultaneously discerning the genuine creator among the multitude of beings. This creator appeared overwhelmingly profound, possessing attributes that transcended conventional understanding, akin to the original sorceress, maintaining a chaotic equilibrium. For only through chaos could this sovereign of myriad paths compose the finest narrative. From this perspective, Lynn found no peculiarities in the notion of a return to the authentic creator, which might, in the long run, induce a decisive transformation, albeit at the cost of short-term upheaval. Lynn's initial strategy was to ascertain whether Mooches would return, and indeed, the real creator was as deep as the waters of the Four Realms. Beneath the surface, hidden from view, lay Lynn's true concerns regarding their remaining allies. At that moment, he pondered, how could Amon have followed? Was his previous assistance to Yang Xin a sign of allegiance? Primarily, it stemmed from his familiarity with Yuan Tai. Lynn recalled Yang Xion's prior connections and his assistance to Silly, which had given him insight into the depths of the situation. It seemed apparent that Yang Xion's agreement to the transaction was partly to appease the chaotic forces at play, especially considering that the tumultuous seas could yield an extraordinary sovereign. As for the notion of intervention, Yang Xion was indeed capable of aiding Lynn, especially since Silly was nearby. Although Lynn could have resorted to drastic measures, he understood that such actions would bear significant consequences. The true catalyst for upheaval lay in the realm of Mooches. Even if it could provide the authentic creator with a modicum of clarity regarding minor concerns. You ought to inform Amon of the pertinent information, Lynn remarked, abruptly shifting topics, yet clearly indicating the gravity of the situation. In a certain sense, he felt a twinge of guilt for being the sovereign of myriad paths. As Yang Xion's essence had become increasingly transparent, the return of Yuan Tai brought with it a whirlwind of responsibilities. And Lynn found himself preoccupied with the tasks at hand, diligently instructing students and tending to the affairs of the academy, all while seeking assistance from the Red Army in literacy efforts. Days passed before he could meet with Silly, and the bond with Yuan Tai was becoming strained. At that moment, Lynn's gaze fell upon the years of devotion he had shown towards Yang Xion, recognizing that Mooches possessed the potential to cause true upheaval. Be cautious, he advised, for the ramifications of the real creator's actions were indeed formidable, especially given the terrifying nature of Silly's virus. Due to the inherent nature of these circumstances, the subtle compassion toward that realm is fundamentally indifferent. From that perspective, Lynn yet have short-term interests, as Lynn requires time to cultivate alliances, strategize, and prepare. The intention is to engage in a confrontation where Lynn could potentially challenge the true creator, Solomon, alongside Mooches, who would act as a barrier. However, it would be detrimental if Lynn were to attempt to eliminate yet to exchange for healing Mooches, as this would ignite a conflict over trust that has always been trivial but could touch upon Lynn's limits. The unknown is that if Yat were to act, it would indeed be a matter of concern as it pertains to the atmosphere laden with uncertainty. Regarding the robotic entity Yat, Lynn feels a lack of emotional connection towards Mooches, as Yat's past actions have been overly cautious. If a breach of trust were to occur, it would infuriate Lynn, who is already on edge. The notion of intervening in the affairs of the Seven is perceived as unfortunate for Yat. Nevertheless, compassion for individuals or matters can indeed weigh heavily on one's conscience, especially when things are at stake. Although Yat may lean towards expulsion, Lynn remains unconvinced of the sincerity behind this approach. Chapter 177. Aluolius expresses doubt after experiencing a moment of disorientation. Lynn shook off the unease and turned to Adam, inquiring, "When shall we commence the treatment?" "We can initiate the preliminary treatment now," Adam replied, his gaze shifting to Mooches. He continued, "However, it would be prudent for you to prepare yourself mentally. Mooches' condition is not particularly favorable. to ensure both the efficacy and safety of the treatment. I will adopt a gentler method to mend his ethereal form and clarify his mental state. Thus, this will be a lengthy process, and we cannot complete it in one session. Are you certain that you cannot finish it all at once? Rather than deliberately prolonging the treatment period to prevent us from breaching our agreement? Lynn mused internally, then smiled at Adam. How long will the entire treatment cycle take? Not excessively long, approximately 3 to 4 years, Adam replied casually, glancing at the two of them. I plan to divide the treatment into 7 to 8 sessions, ideally allowing a 6-month interval between each. 3 to 4 years, is that acceptable? If it weren't for the differing time flow in this space compared to the 5th epoch, 3 to 4 years would be ample time for Kern to ascend to divinity. Lynn internally scoffed, turning to Mooches, seeking a silent confirmation of the reliability of this arrangement. Mooches, having grown up observing Adam, regarded him with a discerning gaze before subtly nodding at Lynn. While there may be some suspicion of intentional delay, Mooches believed that Adam was not lying in this matter. With a shared glance, Lynn and Mooches turned back to Adam and declared, "Let us proceed." As those words escaped, Adam seemed to grasp the sentiment behind them, clearly pondering what was on Wu's mind. I turned to Dai Yin and inquired whether he would now return him to the Solomon Empire, as the psychological healing chamber appeared to be a familiar setting. Adam displayed a contemplative expression, albeit somewhat feeble, suggesting that someone had lost face amidst the acknowledgement of the situation. Although Mooches' tone remained as sardonic as ever, her words bore an undertone of irony, implying that one might find themselves nauseated by the thought of devouring 2 elderly women. Dai Yin, however, responded with unwavering resolve, indicating that he had long since contemplated the implications of that question, seemingly foreseeing a rather bleak future. Adam appeared to catch on to something, his expression betraying little as he regarded Dai Yin, yet he remained preoccupied with Wu's prophecy. This was rather peculiar, considering he was relying on an emotionless robot. It seemed Dai Yin was intent on ensnaring us in some uncharted realm of divine regression. Adam remarked that they surely valued an appropriate therapeutic environment. Adam's voice was calm as he mused about the hero's mother, an apt description indeed, though it did not quite resemble the great raven. Mooches chuckled politely, her laughter tinged with contemplation, while a glimmer of thought flickered in her eyes, slowly being suppressed. Wu was concerned about the timeline of his temporal travels and when they might reach their conclusion. While I was more focused on the individuals and experiences I encountered along the way, the emotions I felt, Wu seemed to find the future rather twisted, yet he smiled, noting that the angelic king who had guided us was merely leading us to a modest abode, possibly one of many, situated just outside a room resembling a psychological healing chamber, where Dai Yin had initiated preliminary treatment. Adam, in his nonchalant manner, commented on Mooches' choice, acknowledging the familiarity of the existing presence as they exchanged greetings with ease. Reflecting on Adam's question, I pondered that, indeed, the moment held no significance for me. Yet emotions were inherently meaningful. Observing the patient before treatment, the atmosphere had noticeably calmed, infused with a hint of genuine kindness and madness, seemingly transforming the entire essence of the malevolent spirit. Mooches, relieved, then inquired, "How do you feel?" "All right, let us proceed," as he suggested, Dai Yin replied, revealing his concern for that fateful year. For mythical beings, that span of time seemed trivial, especially given the urgency of the 7th era, a period still rife with the remnants of war. Wu, meanwhile, scrutinized the exchange between doctor and patient while surveying our current psychological healing chamber in moments prior. He had wondered aloud if there were any other patients present. In a moment of unexpected clarity, I found myself face to face with Mooches, despite the ominous aura that had transformed him into something malevolent. Yet, it was undeniable that Mooches bore some fault. As long as there were a few individuals who cared for me, who could remember me and bestow upon me their profound emotions, it would be worthwhile for Wu, even if I ultimately remained capable of enduring the assimilation of my true self. Did time truly hold no significance for him? Adam did not contest Wu's words. He merely regarded me and suddenly inquired if a different therapeutic environment was necessary. It seemed quite suitable for Amon to come to your place. Adam seemed devoid of any firm resolve, as if he had sold out the singularity of a thief, possessing too few avatars and harboring a disdain for mundane safety. When humanity stabilizes, it requires you to help me untangle the mental suppression of the awakened consciousness of a secretive master within me. You have regressed the spirit of coexistence and the essence of grace into a state of hypnosis, and they will remain in perpetual slumber. Did he wish to completely sever our connection during the last treatment, or to consume us? Adam clearly cared about the peculiar demeanor of Diane, yet he asked with little of a doctor's demeanor. Lynn blinked and hastily responded upon hearing those words. Wu glanced at Adam and recalled the ending of the original story, where Adam suppressed the will of the celestial sovereign for Amon, aiding someone in acquiring the source treasure and competing with Kern for the title of secret master. His expression shifted to one of nuanced reflection. Indeed, a hero's mother, sending her child abroad to study amidst the cosmos, has truly worn her heart thin. Lynn remarked, "It has been a long time since we last met." Is he painting? The attributes that transcended various timelines, derived from the original body's dominion over time, had indeed altered Diane's perception of time, making it increasingly different from what it once was. However, as I stated, while time may lack meaning, emotions are devoid of significance as well. In chapter 178, Solomon was taken aback. "Long time no see, Lynn. You grown. Ah, how strange," Lynn thought, blinking in surprise at Wu's words, unsure whether to find them bizarre or refreshingly candid. Just as he was about to mock Wu for sounding like an old father, Mooches interjected sharply, "It's been years. And you, big snake, not only have your intellect shown no improvement, but it seems your vision has also dimmed. Is this what you call growing up? You've merely gained height, but your resolve remains unchanged from childhood. I nearly thought all those years of meals had merely gone to your face." Mooches' tone was as caustic as ever, delivering a succinct barrage of sarcasm that effectively ridiculed both individuals beside him, proving himself a master of inciting animosity. Lynn retorted, "You've hardened. Your fists have indeed grown stronger. That little red fruit must have been a great burden. It is certainly preferable to some individuals who, not only have they failed to grow, but have also squandered their potential. How pitiful, truly pitiful. This evening, I find myself yearning for a hot pot to celebrate." Lynn cast a glance at Mooches, expressing an indescribable sympathy as if beholding some extraordinary wretch. Just moments prior, upon sensing the commotion, the White Emperor Lynn rushed over to witness two angels engaged in combat, while Tiansheng stood nearby, seemingly amused yet attempting to mediate. The true creator, perhaps Adam, quietly observed the unfolding scene, noting that the healing had indeed lost its effect. The once formidable Black Emperor, who could explode with a mere provocation, was now struck at his pressure points by the two combatants, displaying only a sardonic smile rather than a sign of frustration. Without a physical form, how can one compare to the likes of them? After all, the rank of Angel King is substantial. Even if slain, resurrection through some ill-conceived design is a matter of dignity, he remarked, his tone dripping with irony. The White Emperor Lin, glancing at Wu Si, noted that the punch of a seasoned angel had landed beneath someone's right eye, its force so diminutive that Lin couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. Wu Si, albeit a beat behind, scrutinized Mooches, finally arriving at a conclusion. "Mooches, it seems you have truly lost your body. Quite the revelation." Upon hearing this, Wu adjusted his sleeves, casting a bemused glance at Tianxing. "If we were to have your brother verify this, I wonder if his mind is filled with water as well," he quipped. The Black Emperor nearly spat those words through clenched teeth, his expression a mix of resignation and admiration. Time truly reveals one's capabilities, doesn't it? The War Angel is indeed a competent hunter, whether by design or mere caution. However, the two combatants appeared oblivious to any attempts at intervention, engaging in a brawl reminiscent of their youthful days. Neither employed their unique abilities. It was merely a contest of physical prowess and combat skill. Observing the punches aimed at each other's faces and the kicks directed at various parts of the body, it was evident that their skirmish bore the weight of personal grievances. Who are they? Lynn inquired, directing his question towards the observing creator and the angel of fate, ready to conjecture wildly. Lynn understood this sentiment well. Even after years of collaboration with the Black Emperor, there were countless moments he wished to unleash his frustration. Had it not been for the Creator's regard for alliances, he might have acted on those impulses long ago. Thus, this situation serves as a reminder that his brother will always remain his brother. One cannot simply grow wings and rebel against him, for he is far from capable of such defiance. What Lin truly cared about was identifying the individual who dared to confront the Black Emperor. What was it that he uttered? The wind was too gentle. One could hear the whispers of the Black Emperor, yet the countenance was flushed and the heart raced, uttering words that demanded dignity. The expression appeared genuine, yet the gentle breeze rendered the meanings ambiguous, akin to the Black Emperor's words being lost in translation. In essence, the Black Emperor and Alistair truly shared a sense of camaraderie, both being hunters traversing a lower tier of existence. The senses of those around them seemed dulled, oblivious to the brewing conflict. Observing the dwindling tension between the twins, Romans hastily interjected, his tone laced with a hint of sarcasm, though he merely narrated the situation straightforwardly. This unembellished account, however, inadvertently carried an ironic undertone, leaving one to ponder the wickedness of it all. Compared to their earlier days, their prowess in combat had not diminished. Tian Ning's smile grew more audacious, having longed to avenge past grievances, casting a glance at Wu, wondering why he would lament the size of the wind. As if it were a malevolent character at play, he could only hope that it was not another incarnation of the White Emperor. Tian Ning's lips twitched slightly. Despite having encountered the Black Emperor's brother mere moments ago, he felt he had yet to fully grasp the other's character. The White Emperor, Lin, observed the two combatants, initially bemused by Tian Ning's survival as a sequence zero. Naturally, he noted the Black Emperor's spectral state and, after a brief contemplation, surmised the reason for the Black Emperor's continued existence. It was evident that the two adversaries were exercising restraint during their bout, refraining from unleashing their full powers. It was a genuine contest of combat skills rather than a mere clash with an enemy. As the fight approached its climax, Wu managed to pin the Black Emperor to the ground, cheerfully patting the unblemished head that had yet to encounter the cold stone. Athothos, he smiled, addressing the Black Emperor's brother, Romans. Romans cast a glance at the true creator, receiving a nod of approval, and responded candidly. The White Emperor Lin is one who has experienced resurrection, so surely he understands the harshness of the winds. Nearby, Romans scanned his surroundings, gazing upward at the scorching sun with a puzzled expression. Chapter 179, True Creation. There is no difference between him and me, the Black Emperor, Solomon pondered silently while sifting through information about his counterpart in his mind. He had not heard of Medici's elder brother, yet the name Lin Athothos struck a chord of familiarity, as if it resonated from a distant memory. However, this fragment of recollection was too nebulous. Even as sequence zero, Solomon found himself deep in thought before hesitantly articulating. The secret angel? He vaguely recalled that a certain angel had once been in the company of the sun god, yet the records left behind were scant and indistinct. Ah, you know me? Upon hearing the term secret angel, Lin sharply raised his gaze towards the Black Emperor Solomon, who was not far off. Although he had been aware of the other's presence for some time, it was only after dealing with the rebellious Little Red that Lin found the opportunity to scrutinize him closely. The mature, middle-aged man, with his jet-black short hair and matching ebony eyes, invoked a sense of familiarity in Lin. However, despite possessing the typical black hair and eyes, the features of the Black Emperor Solomon were pronounced, lacking the delicate beauty often associated with the East. Instead, he bore the visage of a quintessential Westerner, strikingly handsome and exuding an imposing presence. It was likely that an ordinary individual, merely standing before him, would feel compelled to kneel, overwhelmed by the subtle yet palpable aura of authority he emanated. Indeed, as described by the whimsical netizens, he resembled a domineering CEO. Lynn mused inwardly. Yet he did not release the Medici, whom he had pinned down, but instead raised a hand and waved at the Black Emperor Solomon, smiling naturally as he greeted. "Good day, Your Majesty Solomon. I am Lynn Sotos. However, this identity is not publicly disclosed at the moment, so you may refer to me by my other name, Liberté Abraham." Compared to Lynn Sotos, the name Liberté Abraham was certainly more familiar to Solomon, given the ongoing tumult among the four emperors and the paramount importance of intelligence in any era of warfare. Solomon had naturally dispatched intelligence personnel to the Tudor Empire, and thus he had heard of the sudden emergence of the son of Mr. Dor, Liberté Abraham. In fact, information regarding this individual was currently laid out on his desk, albeit lacking in detail, consisting of only a few phrases describing the son of Mr. Dor's journey to the Bairang Empire alongside Bethel and Ammon. As for the commotion in Tudor's cherished little garden today, such occurrences were unlikely to have been reported. Even the most astute spies could only ascertain that the Guelph family and Liberté attended the tea party hosted by Tudor, but the specifics of their discussions remained shrouded in mystery. In this era, inventions like telegraphs and telephones had yet to emerge, so this information had not reached the Black Emperor Solomon, as it was not particularly significant nor urgent enough to necessitate a direct prayer report from the chief intelligence officer of the Tudor Empire. However, Solomon did regard Liberté Abraham with a measure of importance, for the intelligence indicated that Mr. Dor seemed to dote upon his sole offspring. Matters concerning this angelic king, the one closest to sequence 0, could not be overlooked by even Solomon. Yet, he did not anticipate that the individual he had reviewed in the morning would now stand before him, transformed into the brother of the Medici and even the once loyal secret angel of the ancient sun god, silently recalling the approximate time of Bethel's birth. The Black Emperor Solomon could not help but gaze at Lynn and inquire, "Are you truly the child of Bethel?" "Certainly not. I merely borrowed this identity," Lynn replied, shaking his head, unprepared to conceal this aspect, as he had previously found himself homeless and had no choice but to reside with Abraham for the time being. "You may seek me out. I will care for you as I did before, Lynn." The true creator suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse and deep, not particularly melodious, accompanied by an indistinct murmur of something foul. Were an ordinary, extraordinary being to hear this voice, their fate might resemble that of the foolish beauties of the aurora a millennium hence. However, this did not seem to affect the assembly of angelic deities present. It was only then that Lynn directed his gaze towards the true creator, who had long since arrived beside him, but whom he had deliberately avoided. Contrary to the depiction in the original narrative, the true creator appeared to be an ordinary man, cloaked entirely in a mantle, leaving one to wonder if this was merely an avatar or if he had always maintained this guise in the Fourth Era. One could be certain, however, that in this era, the true creator was indeed far more lucid than in the Fifth Era, presenting little distinction from an ordinary sequence 0, save for a slightly more chaotic aura. Lynn fixated upon him, his gaze inadvertently falling upon the dark curls that peeked from beneath the cloak, prompting an instinctive pursing of his lips before he averted his eyes, his expression cool as he stated, "There is no need. You are not Sazriel, and I do not require your guardianship. I have matured. I am no longer the helpless cub in need of a protector." The atmosphere in the room shifted subtly, though it did not veer into tension. The true creator seemed unperturbed by Lynn's rejection, displaying no anger, nor did he inquire into the circumstances surrounding Lynn's sentiments. He merely sighed and remarked, "I am no different from him," to which Lynn's expression remained notably indifferent. Eurolius glanced around, evidently at a loss regarding the situation, wishing to intervene, yet struggling to find the right words. He did not perceive any significant difference in the master compared to before. While perhaps slightly more unhinged and altered in demeanor, in Eurolius's eyes, the essence of the individual remained the same. He could not fathom why Lynn believed them to be distinct beings, just as he could not comprehend why, at the time of the Master's initial fall, Ammon and Adam had left them without hesitation, entirely rejecting the present master. The Black Emperor Solomon similarly cast a glance at Lynn, then at the true creator. Although he remained somewhat in the dark regarding the events transpiring between the two, he could vaguely surmise the nature of the situation. He was aware that the true creator was indeed the ancient sun god. In fact, this truth was well known among those of Sequence 0 and the angelic kings. There were few who were unaware. Some accepted the current true creator as the sun god, while others did not. Clearly, the youthful angel before him belonged to the latter camp. This was not surprising, for the true creator did indeed differ significantly from the ancient sun god. Though they shared the same soul, whether they could still be considered the same being was a determination even the Black Emperor Solomon could not confidently make. Chapter 180. The impact of altering the past, however. The Black Emperor Solomon was somewhat taken aback, not due to Lynn's demeanor, but rather because of the attitude exhibited by the true creator. It was the first time he had witnessed the true creator display such indulgence toward an individual, which prompted the Black Emperor Solomon to silently elevate his regard for Lynn Sotos. The sudden emergence of the secret angel might not indicate a high rank, but its significance was evidently substantial. Whether it be the identity of his brother from the Medici family, the demeanor the true creator displayed towards him, or the tacit approval from Bertley for the use of the title Liber Abraham, all these factors illustrated that this unexpected secret angel was clearly not a solitary figure. Rather, he possessed a network of connections significant enough to command the attention of even a Sequence 0. Any astute high-sequence individual understands that in the battles among the elite of this world, a crucial aspect revolves around personal relationships and networks, rather than mere combat and slaughter. Even the most frenzied of ancient gods recognize the importance of alliances and betrayals, let alone the relatively stable angels and true deities of the fourth epoch. The War of the Four Emperors, for instance, appeared tumultuous on the surface, yet considerable collaboration occurred behind the scenes. They had all grown accustomed to the daily cycle of cooperation and betrayal, as well as the maneuvering of allies, whether to entice or to be enticed. Of course, the collaboration between the Black Emperor Solomon and the other three was the least among them, given the extraordinary circumstances surrounding his faction. There existed an irreconcilable enmity between the Black Emperor Solomon and the Blood Emperor Alistair Tutter, as well as the Night Emperor Trenchist, with Solomon's initial downfall attributed to their treachery, further exacerbated by the interference of the six gods, rendering their relationship irreparable. While the true creator's conflicts with others may not be particularly profound, there exists a similarly inextricable animosity with the Lord of Storms, the god of knowledge and wisdom, and the eternal radiant sun, stemming from the ancient solar deity's resurrection scheme, which failed due to the betrayal of these three gods. It could be said that the current plight of the ancient solar deity is directly related to these three entities. In a certain sense, this faction truly stands opposed to the entire world. Fortunately, the alliance between the Black Emperor Solomon and the true creator is sufficiently formidable, while the other three factions, including the six gods, are fraught with their own internal conflicts, making it challenging for them to unite as truly as the two of them. Thus, the situation remains relatively stable. Lynn, you rascal, just how long do you intend to tread upon this ground? As the Black Emperor Solomon silently observed Lynn and the true creator, the Medici, still engaged in intimate contact with the marble, suddenly interjected, as if forcing the words through clenched teeth, the irritation in his tone unmistakable. Consequently, the previously fragile atmosphere was abruptly shattered, capturing Lynn's attention, who then playfully patted the Medici's head as one would a watermelon, exclaiming, "Come, call me daddy. Huh, your status seems to be rising quite rapidly." Medici let out a cold laugh. Although half of his face seemed nearly pressed into the stone, his demeanor remained defiantly arrogant. It was, after all, a well-known adage that an elder brother is akin to a father. I am your elder brother, and when rounded off, I might as well be your father, said Lynn, his eyes unblinking, as if making a benevolent suggestion. Of course, if you wish to call me brother, that is also acceptable. I am quite magnanimous and willing to grant a chance to a wayward younger sibling. Should I then express my gratitude? Medici found himself almost laughing in exasperation, feeling that this individual was becoming increasingly shameless. Not at all, Lynn replied, blinking playfully, flashing a somewhat bashful smile, resembling an innocent youth. If one were to disregard Medici, who was pinned to the ground, Lynn truly appeared as a student in that moment. Eurolius's attention shifted back between the two. After listening to their exchange, he pondered and sincerely suggested, Medici, you might as well call him brother, for Lynn is indeed your elder brother. Medici, irritated not by Lynn, but rather by the foolish serpent beside him, rolled his eyes in exasperation before reluctantly uttering, brother. A good boy. Lynn responded with exaggerated enthusiasm. Then, as a caring elder brother would, he helped Medici to his feet, brushing off the dust and blood that had accidentally stained his hands during the altercation, ignoring Medici's face, which was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and smiling as he said, now that I have successfully brought you back, I shall return to the Tighter Empire. I will visit you again. Take good care of yourself. If you need anything, you may send someone to find me at the Abraham family. I shall be operating under the identity of Libert Abraham for the foreseeable future. At that moment, Lynn indeed bore the semblance of an elder brother. Medici paused upon hearing this, and before he could respond, Eurolius, perplexed, inquired, Lynn, aren't you staying? No, I have yet to indulge in all the fun over the Tighter Empire. At the very least, I need to blow up Amon a few more times and give Tighter a good thrashing before that. Lynn waved his hand, adding, moreover, I have some important matters to attend to over there. Not to mention, he still needed to accompany Mr. Min to capture Will. Oh, Eurolius' expression shifted to one of mild regret. However, the Black Emperor Solomon perceived that this dialogue contained substantial implications. Play as you wish, but don't let it consume you. Amon's intellect surpasses your water-filled head. Be cautious not to be outsmarted without even realizing it, Medici remarked with his arms crossed, his tone a blend of warning and mockery. I do not wish to collect your remains. Rest assured, I have it all under control. I would never end up like someone who was boiled for hot pot. Lynn waved his hand dismissively, not forgetting to jab at Medici's sore spot. The two brothers exchanged a knowing glance, and then Lynn opened a spatial portal, departing with a flourish. Medici withdrew his gaze, a contemplative glimmer surfacing in his eyes. In the Fourth Era, Lynn returned to the Abraham family, resuming his mundane existence, while in the Fifth Era, Lynn silently observed the transformations occurring within Medici. The upheaval began after the Fourth Era. Lynn bid farewell to Medici, as if a switch had been flipped. The aura that once belonged to the malevolent spirit of Medici began to shift, gradually aligning with that of a weather sorcerer. The previously vibrant Sauron and Einhorn that resided within him abruptly fell silent, seemingly succumbing to a deep slumber. Given his prior suspicions, Lynn remained unperturbed, patiently awaiting the conclusion of Medici's metamorphosis. Seconds trickled by, 1, 2, a minute, 2 minutes, until after approximately 10 minutes, the changes within Medici finally ceased. At that moment, he appeared remarkably akin to the Medici Lynn had just parted from in the Fourth Era, albeit with a touch less vigor and a greater depth of experience that time had etched upon him. It seemed that altering the state of your past self could indeed synchronously influence your present. Lynn rested his chin on his hand, scrutinizing Medici while formulating a conclusion. Before inquiring, how do you feel now? Chapter 181. The fluidity and stasis of history, haven't I already informed you? Just barely, Medici replied, a hint of a mischievous smile gracing his lips, clearly satisfied with his current state. Have you acquired any memories pertaining to this matter? Beyond those interactions we shared in the Fourth Era, have you obtained any additional recollections? Lynn asked with curiosity, regarding Medici as one might a laboratory mouse. For instance, when I restored you to the prowess of a weather sorcerer and returned you to the Solomon Empire, logically speaking, you should not have remained here for a millennium. Have you gained any memories in this regard? How has history amended this particular aspect? Lynn's inquiries flowed, one after another. His earlier revelations to Medici were not solely to gain the other's trust as leverage, but also to grasp this information at the earliest opportunity. The genuine memories I possess are solely those connected to you, extending only until your departure from the Solomon Empire, Medici stated, casting a sidelong glance at Lynn with a hint of annoyance. Naturally, that also includes the incident where someone cheated and fought me. Lynn blinked, maintaining his composure, and replied, aside from that, Have you acquired anything akin to information, such as an unexpected addition of knowledge or data in your memories? The reason behind Lynn's inquiry stemmed from his reflections on Antigonus's situation. Although the foolish wolf had not articulated it explicitly, its demeanor had conveyed enough information for Lynn to decipher. Coupled with the behaviors of Solomon and Pales, Lynn had begun to form hypotheses regarding the past he had indirectly influenced. It was evident that those aspects of history he had directly altered would manifest in the individuals concerned, whether through memory or otherwise, with Medici serving as the finest testament to this phenomenon. The traces left by Lynn throughout history, those aspects he has yet to alter directly, seem to interfere with the world in a clandestine manner, as if they convey a hidden message. Moreover, this subtle information appears to elude the awareness of those involved. Lynn is quite certain that Antigonus, who once had direct contact with him, might have sensed something amiss, whereas the Dark Emperor Solomon seems oblivious. It is evident that Solomon too has been influenced by Lynn, yet he does not recognize the sudden emergence of the secretive angel, believing it to be a previously non-existent entity. Otherwise, he would likely harbor apprehension towards Lynn's existence and accord it greater significance. Solomon's demeanor naturally invokes thoughts of the elder Pales, who likewise seems unaware of the discrepancies within this information regarding the secretive angel. Frankly, this is rather unsettling. Yet upon reflection, it appears to be within the realm of reason. What Lynn remains uncertain about is whether the indirect effects he has caused can only be perceived by those who have had direct contact with him, or if everyone might sense something awry, albeit requiring a prompt. Just as Lynn is unclear whether, should he considerably alter history, the resultant era would see everyone's memories altered, perceiving the revised history as the original, or whether all would find themselves with an inexplicable new memory, akin to those who have interacted with him. Lynn is quite intrigued, and this curiosity partly fuels his return to the Abraham family. He intends to conduct an experiment among the descendants of this lineage, perhaps by leaving behind a diary for his ancestors, to observe whether these fifth-generation Abrahams will regard him and the diary as inherently existent or if they will be alarmed, sensing a strange forced tampering with history. Upon hearing Lynn's words, Medici momentarily paused, then evidently began to scrutinize his own memories. After several minutes, his expression shifted subtly as he remarked, "I have indeed acquired some information." "What kind of information?" Lynn inquired eagerly. "It is rather disordered, resembling fragments of history altered by you during the Fourth Era, yet it is not complete. Only bits and pieces of information remain." Medici pondered for a moment before frowning slightly. "In this information, I do not find myself residing in this underground structure for a millennium, nor do I possess specific details about what transpired in the subsequent millennium. A few relatively detailed snippets relate to those I eliminated among the Tudor descendants. It seems they still met their demise at my hands. After the fall of Tudor, I likely chose to hunt down these descendants. In any case, those who deserve to die mostly perished by my hand." Medici turned to Lynn and remarked, "This information seems to have suddenly materialized in my mind. However, prior to your mention, I was entirely oblivious to its peculiarities. It truly feels as though I have not lingered here for a millennium, hunting down those Tudor descendants. If I am not mistaken, your current investigation into the demise of those Tudor heirs may unfold in a manner akin to the revelations I have received. It sounds rather ominous, yet there's an uncanny sensation that it parallels your own situation within the Fourth Era, albeit incompletely." Lynn pondered, stroking his chin, likening it to a script merely outlined in a few sentences, awaiting the author to fill in the remaining gaps. "Yet, does this not render history rather bizarre?" he continued, his expression growing contemplative. "If a historian were to embark on an archaeological quest now, the myriad of inconsistencies within history would surely leave them perplexed. The alterations I have wrought upon history, mingling with the original timeline, have resulted in a present that resembles a flowing river juxtaposed against a still lake, presenting a state that would never ordinarily manifest and is profoundly challenging for mortals to comprehend. I dare say, should anyone choose to delve into this period's history, they would undoubtedly find themselves questioning their very existence. Since your emergence, history has indeed taken on an oddity. I had assumed you were aware of this." Medici cast a sidelong glance at Lynn, his tone once again tinged with sarcasm. Was it not all for your salvation? Lynn retorted lightly, effectively silencing Medici's mockery as he continued to contemplate. However, it seems there has been no butterfly effect. History has been altered, yet not entirely so. Only the portions you have directly influenced have changed. The remainder remains unchanged, at least in terms of outcome. Medici added to Lynn's thoughts. I surmise that even if you were to slay the Tudors in the Fourth Era, the ensuing chaos would only affect the segments of history you personally intervened in. The subsequent events would still be resolved through other means, perhaps with a new entity emerging to replace the Tudors, continuing to confront the other emperors until you directly alter that part of history. Thus, aside from those whose fates you have personally modified, the rest will continue to unfold as before. How peculiar! This hardly aligns with conventional logic, Lynn could not help but exclaim. Yet it perfectly embodies the madness of this world, Medici observed, appearing quite accepting of this notion. He regarded Lynn and remarked, it also aptly suits your peculiar nature. Chapter 182. Finally, a script with little red. Listening to Medici's ambiguous praise or mockery, Lynn nodded in agreement, stroking his chin, and replied, indeed, if nothing else. It certainly exudes an air of sophistication. Though this matter may seem counterintuitive, the world is replete with peculiarities. To speak of nothing else, the notion of a divine being, long deceased, managing to resurrect through the vessel of another is indeed quite absurd. Reflecting upon this, Lynn finds that his own unique traits do not seem so extraordinary after all. One might surmise that the essence of his original self possesses a status far more elevated than he could ever fathom. Thus, even a mere fragment of his being, having only been slightly apportioned from the inheritance, possesses remarkably distinct characteristics. It remains uncertain whether to deem this a blessing or a curse. Lynn cannot help but exhale a sigh. The strength of his original self is both advantageous and disadvantageous. The more exceptional the essence, the greater the limits of the power he borrows. Yet this also signifies that his quest for independence from that essence becomes increasingly arduous. Nevertheless, Lynn harbors no ill will towards the unknown original. In truth, he senses a benevolent disposition emanating from it, indifferent to his desire for separation. However, the uniqueness of his original self and his own nature as an incarnation complicate matters, rendering his quest for autonomy fraught with challenges. Even the kindness bestowed upon him by the original, be it power or knowledge, could overwhelm him if not managed judiciously. This is not a deliberate act of the essence, but rather a reflection of Lynn's inability to endure in excess of goodwill. It appears that the original lacks understanding of how to preserve the humanity of an incarnation or simply does not concern itself with such matters. Through repeated engagements with the original's power and a degree of assimilation, Lynn has gleaned insights into the state of his original self. He is acutely aware that it seems disinterested in most affairs of this world, exhibiting indifference. Consequently, when Lynn seeks assistance, the original extends its kindness without actively regulating its extent. To the essence, it matters little whether Lynn continues his independence or returns. Both paths appear indistinguishable. Thus, it neither actively facilitates his separation nor obstructs him. It merely observes Lynn patiently, awaiting his choice, akin to a spectator, yet readily offering aid when needed. In the eyes of the essence, this too is a form of choice, a leaning towards it among myriad possibilities, yet not the decisive one. Only when Lynn makes a definitive choice will the fabric of time and space truly solidify. Until then, each decision nudges him closer to a particular possibility. Lynn murmured almost instinctively, then blinked, clutching his head in a somewhat distressed manner, bending over in pain. Enough of this thinking. I almost forgot that my assimilation rate had just increased today. Contemplating this further will only exacerbate it. He inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure, sensing that he might require a proper respite, and perhaps to think of more joyful matters to temper the assimilation rate. Although it has not yet spiraled out of control, it certainly does not evoke a pleasant feeling. Hey, are you all right? The voice of Medici unexpectedly broke into the conversation, devoid of its usual mocking tone. seemingly reflecting genuine concern. This prompted Lynn to blink, his condition appearing somewhat improved. He then seized Medici's arm and exclaimed, "Little Red, let us compare our scripts." Medici, genuinely worried about Lynn's state, was momentarily taken aback. However, the astute schemer quickly regained his composure, a smirk dancing upon his lips as he replied, "Very well. Who do you intend to deceive? There are so many possibilities." Releasing Medici, Lynn began earnestly enumerating the notable figures, such as the future master of secrets, the knight, Bertley, and Solomon. He listed these magnates one by one, concluding with, "Though I call it a script, I have no intention of deceiving anyone too much. It simply contains secrets that are not meant for the public eye. For instance, my recent arrival in this world." Lowering his voice as if sharing a secret, Lynn continued, "After all, they are not my brothers, so they cannot know the truth as you do." "Ha! As if I were desperate to uncover that truth," Medici scoffed. Yet his smile grew more pronounced, clearly not entirely indifferent to the matter. Medici understood that Lynn's statement was primarily aimed at requesting his discretion, leveraging the notion of a shared secret to strengthen their bond. Yet, awareness does not equate to immunity, for it was evident that Lynn intended to reveal certain truths exclusively to Medici. This uniqueness, despite its ulterior motive, was difficult not to find moving, especially considering Lynn's usual role as a rather unscrupulous older brother who had recently aided Medici by defeating Tudor and restoring his status in Sequence 2, facilitating transactions with Adam, and so forth. This was a blatant maneuver, yet one that was hard to refuse. "Go on, tell me your script," Medici said, crossing his arms and regarding Lynn with curiosity. "Let me see what you can concoct." Lynn, feigning shyness, smiled briefly before succinctly outlining the script he had devised for Klein, Azek, and others along with his own plans. Naturally, he omitted many crucial details, such as Klein's name, identity, and characteristics, selecting only the key points to summarize. "Therefore, it is imperative that I see this script through. Otherwise, I fear I might be pursued by the Master of Secrets in the future," Lynn said, raising his hands in feigned resignation. "Are you so certain that the little fellow you described will indeed become the Master of Secrets?" Medici shot Lynn a sidelong glance, clearly seizing upon a critical point. "Or have you already arrived in the future?" "Guess," Lynn replied, flashing a radiant smile. "Ah, it seems you are rather fond of that little one," Medici remarked, crossing his legs. "I would have thought you preferred Bertley more. Mr. Men is indeed a commendable figure. However, in comparison to him, my bond with Klein is far more profound. As you are aware, for me, nothing holds greater significance than emotional connections, which are the primary determinants of my judgments. One can only blame the timing of my acquaintance with Bertley, which came far too late, and even now, we cannot be considered particularly close friends." Lynn shrugged, displaying a countenance of regret. Although his relationship with Mr. Men improved somewhat after he ventured onto the edge of corruption, it still fell short of being a truly amicable friendship. Furthermore, candidly speaking, having already resolved to assist Klein in becoming the sovereign of secrets, unless a significant rift were to arise between him and Klein, even if he were to forge a strong friendship with Bertley thereafter, Lynn would not reverse his stance to aid Bertley in this endeavor. Lynn is a man of principles. In Chapter 183, Innocent Lynn reflects on the disparity between his relationship with Bertley and that with Klein. The chasm between them is insurmountable, not in terms of strength, but in other facets. Lynn is acutely aware that Bertley, unlike Klein, is a mature prince of angels, bearing the weight of the Abraham lineage. He can never be the confidant that Klein is. There will always be reservations, distances, and barriers between them. Lynn understands that while Bertley might indulge him in certain matters, should he truly desire to eliminate Tuttle, Bertley would undoubtedly intervene. Similarly, although Lynn might assist Mr. Men in various undertakings, he would categorically refuse to aid him in the ritual of ascension to the position of sovereign of secrets. Yet, strictly speaking, Klein possesses unyielding principles of his own, and Medici upholds non-negotiable boundaries as well. It appears I am a hypocritical individual, exhibiting an extreme bias. Lynn mused, displaying no trace of embarrassment. He has always been a person of double standards, applying different criteria and filters to those he holds dear versus those he does not. This is quite natural, is it not? TSK. Medici cast a glance at Lynn, entirely unsurprised. As Lynn's blood relative, Medici is well aware of certain traits inherent to him and is acutely cognizant of the small circle of individuals he truly values. For instance, there is him, as well as Sassalier, and the future sovereign of secrets undoubtedly belongs to this esteemed group. Medici sees nothing amiss in this. In fact, given that in the eyes of the war angel, Sassalier and the ancient sun god are indistinguishable, there exists no conflict between him and Lynn. With Medici's intellect, it is only logical that he would consider the possibility of Lynn attempting to resurrect Sassalier, and he could surmise that such an action might supplant the true creator. Yet, Medici remains indifferent, for in his perspective, whether it be the true creator or Sassalier, they are merely different manifestations of the same divine essence. He is loyal to the divine and embraces all its forms. Therefore, should Lynn wish for Sassalier to supersede the true creator, so be it. After all, even the divine itself would not oppose such a notion. As the Lord stated, I find myself no different from him. Should the Lord restore the state of the true creator, it would enable Lynn to offer him additional assistance, much to the delight of Medici. Therefore, you must adhere to my script, ensuring that the truth regarding Lynn's identity as Sothith and the secret angel remains concealed. Lynn then recalled the matter at hand and turned to Medici, saying, regardless of what transpires in the future, I remain weak, pitiful, and utterly oblivious. The one who comprehends everything is the secret angel. Do you understand? You truly enjoy playing house, Medici retorted with a hint of sarcasm, before adding, rest assured, I am not so bored as to divulge critical information to others. However, Lynn, have you forgotten that your ability to alter history is, in a sense, not a secret? How do you intend to explain this to others? Why should I explain anything to them? Lynn replied with a radiant smile. I have no obligation to clarify everything to anyone. Naturally, in pursuit of future collaborations with certain individuals, I shall still cast appropriate bait. Lynn paused momentarily and continued, but this is entirely the fault of the secret angel. It has nothing to do with me. Although, as the essence, as the root, I inadvertently altered the past. I was unaware of it. To me, those were merely dreams, mere memories resurfacing. How could I know that I was changing the past? As Lynn spoke, an innocent smile graced his face. The secret angel, who understands the entirety of the truth, will only obscure this reality before the opportune moment, as it allows me, this essence, to maintain my humanity more effectively. When the time comes for Lynn Sothith to merge with the secret angel, reclaiming all memories and powers, it would be entirely natural for him to wield the ability to manipulate time and space freely, would it not? Indeed, the principle that Lynn has adhered to throughout this narrative is that he knows nothing. Do not inquire. Any questions will lead to the conclusion that all blame lies with the secret angel. His humanity remains innocent. This may seem unscrupulous, yet it suffices to navigate most individuals. As for whether they might harbor doubts regarding those close to them, Lynn possesses his own means of deception. He is quite adept in this regard. And for those who are not close, what does it matter if they doubt? Lynn remains indifferent. A rather crude script, Medici remarked with a smirk, but it is sufficient to handle those you wish to deceive. Medici did not question Lynn's ability to mislead, as he had ample experience in this area. Yet, cooperation on your part is essential to render the script more authentic. Lynn smiled and, recalling something, inquired, by the way, now that you have returned to sequence 2, you need not remain trapped here. Do you have any plans moving forward? Speak plainly. What do you intend to do? Medici shot a glance at Lynn and replied, It's not that I wish to do anything. Rather, as an elder brother, I merely intend to selflessly share some information with you. As Lynn spoke, a brilliant smile illuminated her face. The Augustus family possesses the characteristics of conquerors. They are poised to engage in negotiations with the witch cult or the primordial witches concerning this very trait of conquest, although theoretically, one could attain a higher echelon by patiently awaiting the return of their fourth epic self to a sequence 1. I suspect you would prefer to seize your destiny into your own hands. Do you harbor animosity towards the Augustuses? Medici cast a knowing glance at Lynn, clearly sensing the intent behind her words. It was true that she wished to share intelligence with them, hoping for a swift restoration to Sequence 1. It was equally evident that she sought to utilize their power against the Augustus family. After all, Lynn was considerably more vulnerable in this timeline than in others, necessitating the assistance of others. I wouldn't say it's animosity. I simply disapprove of their style and some of their intended actions. Lynn shrugged, turning her gaze to Medici. What about you? Do you have any ties to the Augustus family? I have no connection with them. Medici scoffed, a hint of disdain evident in his demeanor towards the Augustuses. He continued, I shall accept the intelligence you provided. Now, regarding the matters you find disagreeable, do enlighten me on what the Augustuses intend to undertake.